My name is Chen Xuan. 5 years ago, at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, I was pierced through the heart by the demon god Qiyu, my life extinguished. The Xuanyuan Sword slipped from his grasp into the abyss, before his eyes lay shattered mountains, broken rivers, and the devastating aftermath of the cataclysm. At the moment when life faded, the Hetu Luoshu in my hand exploded into golden light, shattering space like a mirror. I jolted awake with a start, sitting bolt upright as I took in the familiar furnishings around me before rushing to the window and throwing open the curtains. Neon lights flickered outside the window, and Wall Street glowed brilliantly in the night. The computer on the desk displays the date, March 27, 2025. I have been reborn, returning to 3 months before the cataclysm occurred. Opening my browser, the search results confirm my suspicions. A mirage appeared in the Bermuda Triangle, a rare 9-planet alignment celestial phenomenon occurred, and the British Museum reported suspected vampire attack incidents. Spiritual energy has already begun to revive, and I know that in 3 months, demons and monsters will no longer be just legends. Closing my eyes to focus, a golden mirage of the Hetu and Luoshu diagrams materializes in my palm. In my previous life, it was this very artifact that sent me across time and space. I immediately retrieved the brocade box containing the jade thumb ring from the drawer. This jade thumb ring, crafted from material over 10,000 years old, appears ordinary on the surface yet holds the key to ascension left by Emperor Fuxi. In my previous life, on the day of the Great Cataclysm, my Emperor's essence blood merged with my body. I guided the faint spiritual energy between heaven and earth into my body, then channeled a wisp of it into the jade thumb ring. The jade thumb ring instantly cracked, emitting golden light before shattering completely, leaving a single drop of Emperor's essence blood suspended before me. I pricked my fingertip, letting my essence blood merge into the bloodline. His body began undergoing constant transformation, growing stronger with each passing moment. Since the river chart and Luo book have brought me back, I shall protect the mountains and rivers of Hua Nation. The current spiritual energy absorption yields negligible effects. Preemptive planning is a must. I pondered the legendary treasures that became renowned across the world after the Great Cataclysm. At this moment, Secretary Suyu walked in, reminding me that the meeting would begin in 5 minutes. She possessed stunning beauty and an efficient demeanor. I looked at her, my heart filled with complexity. In her past life, she was ultimately turned into a corpse puppet by foreign mystic sects while guarding the demon-slaying sword. Secretary Su, there's an important matter you must complete. I look at her, not trying my best, but absolutely must succeed, no matter what it takes. Suyu's eyes were filled with confusion and incomprehension. I smiled and said, that item is extremely important to me, I must obtain it before sunrise. I believe you can do it. With that, I headed toward the meeting room. I entered the meeting room and announced to the core team members, from this moment on, immediately sell off all our overseas assets and shares, clearing them out as quickly as possible. Everyone was stunned. The reckless selling at any cost would inevitably cause Chen's group's stock price to plummet. My gaze was sharp as lightning, emanating the imperial aura honed through 5 years of relentless battles. I said in a deep voice, do exactly as I say. Don't ask why. Speed is crucial. Can you do it or not? They promptly nodded with determination. In just a few hours, Wall Street was thrown into turmoil. My assets were plundered, accompanied by vicious rumors about my mental breakdown. At the break of dawn, Suyu entered the conference room carrying a briefcase. She opened it, revealing before me a miniature ivory-white bronze ding the size of an adult's fist, carved with intricate dark gray patterns. This dragon pattern Zune vessel is the treasure I sought, and the final issue is resolved. You all must return to China immediately, the flight tickets have already been purchased. I held the items in my hand, playing with them. When we return, help me with a few tasks. From now on, you are privately employed by me. Everyone nodded firmly. I waited quietly, and sure enough, second Uncle Chen Xuan arrived in a furious rage. Chen Xuan, what exactly are you trying to do? The stock price has plummeted by 40%. Are you trying to destroy the Chen family's legacy? Second Uncle's eyes revealed a glimmer of delight. I put down my coffee and said calmly, I'm not used to foreign drinks. I miss light tea a little. Stock price plummets 40%. His fury intensified as he slammed the newspaper onto the desk. Chinese tycoons suffering mental breakdowns were frantically dumping their shares. I stood up with a faint smile and said, Second Uncle, if I told you that the real-time K-line chart on Wall Street is about to display the Big Dipper sequence, would you believe me? I glanced at my watch. There were about 10 minutes left. Without waiting for his response, I turned and walked away. If you want to see it, come with me. In front of the screens where traders gathered, I said to my second uncle who had followed me, Second Uncle, I only need 3 months. By then, you'll understand what all this is for. The real-time candlestick chart is about to form the Big Dipper pattern, and my sell-off last night was an effort to minimize losses in time. Alright, I'll take a look. Chen Xuan was so furious that he laughed. The countdown ended as the Wall Street financial charts on screen displayed an eerie Big Dipper constellation formation. Every affected asset matched precisely the investments we'd offloaded the previous night. Holding on to it will only lead to greater losses. I noticed another figure flash across the screen, Bernard Rockefeller, the financial tycoon. What made my pupils constrict even more was the faintly visible hexagram array pattern on the inner lining of his suit. Chapter 3, The Sword Tomb of Mount Zhongnan. A gasp rippled through the crowd, a reaction Chen Xuan had anticipated all along. But the name appearing in the Wall Street Financial Times sent a tidal wave of shock crashing through his mind. The hexagram array pattern felt like a needle piercing his heart. How could this be? Chen Xuan cried out in disbelief. The gazes of the others converged on Chen Xuan, their eyes reflecting the reverence of devout believers encountering their deity. Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze and turned to his second uncle. Do you still think my gunner is problematic? All our assets are being shorted. The man behind this is the financial titan Bernard Rockefeller. Since you're already on Wall Street, uncle, there's something I need you to handle. A smile spread across his face as he continued, the group is withdrawing from Wall Street financial investments. Make him clear the way for us. Transfer all remaining asset transactions to him. Offer him 10 times the market price. Then, in 3 months, I'll return to Wall Street. Chen Xuan's mouth opened slightly, unsure how to respond. But Chen Xuan had already left. He could only grit his teeth and contact Bernard. Several days later, a helicopter flew toward Zhongnanshan Laojun Temple. The elderly Taoist guardian gazed at the arriving group, his voice trembling with a sigh. Beneath the dry well lies only the demon sealed by Master Lü. The others present scoffed at this remark. Only Chen Xuan's expression grew grave. He alone knew what truly lay sealed beneath. At that moment, Suyu hurried over, holding a tablet computer. Mr. Chen, Wall Street is smearing you. They learned you spent 10 billion purchasing an abandoned Taoist temple and are amplifying domestic rumors, claiming you've lost your mind. Our stock continues to plummet today. The board meeting is underway. Are you sure you won't return? Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Seems Uncle Heir has been withholding quite a bit of information. Let him have his way. As long as the funds end up under my name, that's all that matters. He took a few steps forward, his gaze fixed on the old Taoist priest, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Once, this old Taoist priest had done things that were both tragic and awe-inspiring. To have been reborn into this world, if there was any way to save him, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. After all, they were the pillars of their nation. Old master, I believe your words, but what you know may not be the whole truth. Beneath this dry well, it is no demon beast that lies sealed. As he spoke, Chen Xuan recalled the deeds of this old Taoist priest. The first master of the demon-slaying sword had been none other than this very priest, before it later passed into Suyu's hands. He fought to the death, his blood staining the heavens and earth. He secured a sliver of hope for the bustling city below, saving countless lives. Knowing certain death yet charging forward without hesitation, he admired that spirit. Chen Xuan's actions had already drawn the attention of many, particularly one department. They had begun to gradually steer the narrative. Various strange tales circulated online, constantly being released, and in some places, there were even pictures to prove the truth. Yet few believed them, many dismissing it as mere banter. Having lived through it all, Chen Xuan understood this was a gamble where losing was inevitable, a slow process of making everyone accept these events. Unfortunately, the great catastrophe arrived too swiftly. The old Taoist's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Lately, he had sensed shifts in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Traditionally, cultivation focused on calming the mind and nurturing vitality. Now, however, he could sense a faint thread of spiritual energy constantly nourishing him. Though his aged appearance remained, his strength had surged dramatically. Ordinary people were no match for him, and even professional bodyguards wouldn't stand a chance in a single exchange. Had Chen Xuan not spoken, these men would never have been allowed near Laojun Temple. Night fell. Suyu's eyes brimmed with worry. Mr. Chen, public opinion is overwhelmingly against you. Everyone now sees you as a prodigal son. Their insults are growing increasingly vicious. Some are even saying you're. The words that followed were too painful to voice aloud. Suyu pressed her red lips together slightly, her voice trembling with emotion. Mr. Chen, though I don't know what happened, I know you. You wouldn't do something so pointless. You've always been my idol. Can you tell me what this is all for? Chen Xuan turned his head, and in her eyes he saw a flood of emotions. His heart was deeply stirred, especially by that tender affection. In the end, he suppressed the other thoughts churning within him and offered only a faint smile. You'll understand why I'm doing this once you've experienced it. Let those hiding outside come in too. They're not just geological survey personnel. Suyu had no idea what Chen Xuan was talking about, her eyes filled with confusion. Yet others had heard Chen Xuan's voice. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged stunned glances. The moon hung low over the treetops. Chen Xuan approached the dry well, a deep blue paper appearing in his hand. He bit his finger, drawing a shattering evil talisman directly onto it. The sound of rattling chains echoed from within the dry well. A tremendous clang echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. The old Taoist hurried over, his eyes filled with terror. Several mysterious figures clad in black also scaled the crumbling wall, leaping into the Taoist temple. All eyes fixed upon the ancient, dilapidated well. From within the abandoned well, a rust-stained ancient sword slowly rose. The blade trembled incessantly, yet it could not break free from its scabbard, emitting a dragon's roar from within. Etched upon the scabbard's surface was the Taotai devouring the moon design. Ancient lore spoke of the celestial dog devouring the moon. In truth, this was a misconception. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, one was the Taotai, a creature resembling both wolf and dog. When Chen Xuan witnessed this scene, he knew the treasure had not yet reached its critical moment. A solemn expression crossed his face as he lifted his gaze toward the heavens. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper glowed faintly overhead, yet their arrangement began to shift gradually. The heavenly lock demon array. Chen Xuan pondered this thoughtfully, a faint smile touching his lips. He recalled someone once mentioning that the old Taoist priest within this temple possessed the bloodline of the human emperor. Though that bloodline had grown exceedingly faint, it could still break the seal on the demon-slaying sword. His fingernail scraped across his fingertip, then flicked lightly. A single drop of blood fell upon the demon-slaying sword. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted. The light of the Big Dipper's 7 stars flickered incessantly, moonlight descended, and starlight scattered. The heavens and earth echoed with a roar like dragons and tigers. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if something had exploded. Everyone except Chen Xuan felt as though thunder had split the heavens, momentarily losing consciousness. Then Chen Xuan reached out with a gesture. The demon-slaying sword flew into his hand, as if bound by blood. A smile gradually spread across his face as his fingers lightly traced the blade's edge. Slay all demons and evils under heaven, your legendary might shall never fade. The demon-slaying sword, imbued with a sword spirit, trembled faintly in response. The black-clad figures were the first to react, their eyes filled with shock as their minds churned with turbulent waves. Trembling, they pulled out a device from their hands. Their eyes widened abruptly, nearly letting out a cry of disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 4, Establishing Authority. Above Mount Zhongnan, dark clouds gathered thickly, obscuring the countless stars in the sky. Only the faint glow of the Big Dipper remained visible, the sky as black as ink. Lightning flashed within the storm clouds. The lightning illuminated every face, revealing expressions of uncontrollable awe. It felt as though 1,000 thunderbolts would strike at any moment. A fierce wind howled in. Clothing flapped wildly in the gale. Several figures in black stared at the instruments in their hands, their bodies trembling as waves of terror surged within them. Red lights flashed on the instruments. The energy readings were off the charts. At that moment, Chen Xuan held the demon-slaying sword, pointing its tip toward the heavens, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. I, Chen Xuan, swear here to slay all demons and evil spirits under heaven, restoring divine justice to the land. As if in response to his vow, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly upon the demon-slaying sword. Chen Xuan now understood why the old Taoist had vanished. It was this thunder tribulation. The demon-slaying sword was too defiant of the heavens. This world could not tolerate such a powerful artifact. With spiritual energy yet to revive, the will of heaven still sought to impose constraints and maintain balance. At that moment, the river diagram and the Book of Changes materialized in his palm. The river diagram and the Book of Changes contained their own universe, forming a realm unto themselves. He could precisely harness the power of 10,000 thunderbolts to break through the restrictions of the river diagram and the Book of Changes. Primordial treasures from myth and legend all possess inherent seals. As the companion treasure of the demon emperor Di Jun, the river diagram and the Book of Changes bore 48 primordial seals. Chen Xuan had only broken the first 2. As the heavenly Tao unleashed 10,000 thunderbolts, he channeled their power into the river diagram and Luo book. 3 layers of restrictions were instantly shattered. A faint smile curved his lips as his gaze lifted toward the heavens. As if reading his thoughts, the lightning gradually faded and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Affected by the heavenly thunder, his robes were somewhat tattered. Superficial wounds also appeared on his body. The old Taoist's pupils contracted as he was the first to react. Chen Xuan turned his head and smiled faintly. I've suffered severe injuries and require rest. Master Taoist, would you permit me to stay temporarily in this tranquil place? The old Taoist's gaze toward Chen Xuan had completely changed. He nodded vigorously. Layman, please follow me. The black-clad men exchanged glances. Their glances spoke volumes. Should they make their move? The leader hesitated briefly before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. He reported all the details to his superiors. Withdraw all personnel. No need to continue surveillance. We'll keep monitoring Chen Xuan's actions. He may have uncovered something, but he's a patriotic businessman. When the opportunity arises, I will personally speak with him. The men immediately withdrew. Unbeknownst to them, another group of black-clad figures lurked nearby. Shrouded entirely in black cloaks, only their eyes were visible, eyes burning with an intensity unlike anything seen before. Mr. Miyamoto, this is our prime moment to strike. He's gravely wounded. If we miss tonight, we may never get another chance. Even the 10,000 thunderbolts couldn't strike him down, proof of his formidable strength. None in our land can match him. Strike while the iron is hot. Everyone understood the implication. Missing this chance meant it would be utterly impossible to deal with him again. They would remain perpetually suppressed, unable to raise their heads. The night wind swept past. Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. The old Taoist now sat cross-legged opposite him, deep in meditation and cultivation. The old Taoist possessed a trace of the human emperor's bloodline. Chen Xuan had imparted cultivation techniques to him. In the future, he might become a formidable ally. Now he stood outside the Taoist temple, sword in hand. His gaze fell upon the group of black-clad figures. Their gazes locked. The Japanese man swung his staff and uttered a string of incomprehensible words. Green monk. Chen Xuan recognized the final words, and a cold, murderous intent flashed across his face. His earlier feigned weakness had been a deliberate ploy to lure these men into the trap. The strange phenomena here would undoubtedly attract countless prying eyes. What surprised him, however, was that some had actually retreated. He didn't wait for the Shikigami to appear. A strange smile spread across his face, and the demon-slaying sword remained unsheathed. The earth's pulse stirred the dragon vein's energy. Mount Zhongnan stood as one of the dragon vein's origins. Using the demon-slaying sword as a conduit, he channeled the dragon's energy, forming a shadowy image of an azure dragon behind him. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the leader of the Onmyoji party's pupils contracted violently, his face contorting with horror. How is this possible? The dragon veins of Huaxia were severed by us a century ago and have long since dried up. His instinctive words only deepened the murderous intent in Chen Xuan's eyes. Though he hadn't witnessed the calamities that had befallen Huaxia with his own eyes, he had seen the photographs left behind. This man deserved death. Die. The cold command was uttered. The Onmyoji possessed no power to resist. His Shikigami had barely taken shape, unable to react at all. The ethereal form of the azure dragon, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, surged forward in an instant. The Onmyoji's soul scattered instantly. His lifeless eyes fell silently to the ground, still frozen in disbelief and terror. The Shikigami was shattered into scattered fragments, leaving only a remnant soul drifting away. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing the vibration of the demon-slaying sword in his hand. You wish to devour these soul fragments? The demon-slaying sword ceased its trembling, then stirred again, as if offering a response. Go! At his command, the demon-slaying sword drew itself from its scabbard. The scattered soul fragments were completely devoured. The blade slid back into its scabbard. The gems atop the scabbard, which had been dull and lifeless, now saw one emit a faint glow. The glow formed the shape of an eye, a double-pupiled eye. Chen Xuan sensed a flicker of sentience emanating from the demon-slaying sword. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his perception. His heart pounded wildly. The demon-slaying sword conveyed a message to him. The sword spirit had fully awakened, yet it now possessed its own consciousness. It even claimed to be Lü Dongbin. Chen Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the gem embedded in the sword's scabbard. Are you truly the spirit essence of our ancestor Lü Dongbin? The sword spirit offered no reply. Chen Xuan, however, began to form a vague suspicion. He approached the dozen corpses and searched them briefly before producing a tortoise shell. He scrutinized the intricate patterns etched upon it. To the untrained eye, these were merely profoundly complex designs. Yet, as a master of divination, he clearly discerned the meaning they held. A look of astonishment spread across his face. Mars guards the heart. And this tortoise shell itself represents the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's assassination order? His heart raced with turmoil. He recalled the events before his rebirth, the great cataclysm that followed the revival of spiritual energy, in which the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had played a pivotal role. Was this bounty targeting him? Was the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion acting for the sake of all living beings? Or for their own gain? Chapter 5, Calculating the Layout. Chen Xuan's mind was filled with perplexing questions. With the aid of the river diagram and the Book of Changes, he might be able to deduce the answer. With his mind made up, he no longer hesitated. He returned to the underground chamber beneath the Taoist temple. Using the materials he had gathered earlier, he arranged the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation around the basement. The river diagram and the Book of Changes materialized between his palms. Having broken only 5 layers of the seals thus far, the companion treasure of the demon emperor Jun required the blood of 10,000 demons to swiftly shatter the remaining restrictions. Many ordinary animals today had not yet fully awakened, and even domesticated cats and dogs possessed demonic bloodlines. Several types of animal blood were delivered. Among them was the blood of a black dog, specifically hunted down and killed by Chen Xuan's men. 7 months after the Great Cataclysm, that black dog had awakened the bloodline of a celestial dog. Only then did everyone realize that the black dog had actually lived for over 30 years. Its demonic bloodline had awakened on the eve of the spiritual energy revival. Disguised as a stray, it had hidden among humans. Day after day, it had observed every move humans made. The black dog hasn't fully awakened its demonic bloodline yet, so hunting it down is straightforward. With enough money, there'll always be those willing to risk their lives. A basin brimming with black dog blood was placed before Chen Xuan. After dispatching everyone, he added the blood of other animals to the mixture.
Then, using spiritual energy, he stimulated and extracted the demonic bloodline within.
Using the power of the bloodline, he deduced the secrets of the river diagram and the Book of Changes. Chen Xuan's thoughts slowly materialized before him.
Countless images seemed to flash within his eyes. The speed was blindingly fast.
In less than a few seconds, Chen Xuan's face turned as pale as paper, and he hurriedly halted the calculations. His breathing grew ragged. I never imagined that in just a few seconds, my spiritual energy would be completely depleted, and the surrounding celestial and terrestrial energies would be utterly drained. The river diagram and the Book of Changes truly live up to their reputation as ancient treasures. Even as mere fragments, they possess such immense power. At this moment, he realized that the river diagram and Luo book he had obtained could only be considered a fragment. Yet from it, he deduced 3 essential treasures he must obtain.
His reborn memories inherently possessed foresight,
combined with what he had deduced.
Chen Xuan's eyes burned with an unwavering intensity.
In the memory visions I saw earlier, the first thing we must obtain is the Great's divine needle of the sea.
Currently, this divine needle is suppressing the demonic void in the East Sea.
Once the spiritual energy revives, the formation will be shattered instantly. The divine needle will become a formidable weapon in the hands of those demonic tribes.
We must seize it first.
Even if it triggers severe consequences, it is worth the cost. Chen Xuan's mind drifted to the mythical tales he'd once heard, the Monkey King wielding the divine needle and the Rui Jingu Bang as he fought his way from the southern heavenly gate straight to the Lingxiao Palace. Perhaps it was merely a staged spectacle, the immortals merely watching a monkey show. Yet it revealed the formidable power of the opponent, half of which could be attributed to the divine needle. The Great tamed the floods, one of the human emperors.
Moreover, the divine staff of the sea was a treasure of supreme merit, capable of taking lives without incurring karmic retribution. This artifact must be mine. Chen Xuan resolved firmly. Then other visions flashed through his mind. Among the 3 indispensable legacies, the divine sea anchoring needle held the foremost and most crucial position. Next came the divine farmer's 100 herbs classic. Yinglong tasted hundreds of herbs, receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, yet he transferred all those blessings into the Yinglong herbal classic. He wrote a text that existed before the creation of a complete writing system. The book resembled a heavenly text without words. Those with the principles could glimpse its contents, the rules of the Tao. To those without karmic connection, even if they obtained it, it would appear as nothing more than blank sheets of paper. The divine farmer's classic of 100 herbs can neutralize all poisons under heaven and even dispel spiritual energy toxins. After its complete revival, the great catastrophe began, and everything between heaven and earth became bizarre and unpredictable. The most terrifying aspect is the spiritual energy poisonous miasma, utterly unresisting.
Yet within it dwell terrifying creatures that feed upon this miasma, their venom incurable. Countless peerless prodigies have fallen victim to them. Possessing the divine farmer's 100 herbs classic allows one to directly neutralize its poison, saving countless peerless prodigies.
Chen Xuan's eyes flickered with emotion.
Though this simulation had taken a heavy toll on him, it had revealed the true course of the future. Merely possessing the foresight of a reincarnated being was insufficient, for there were many things he had yet to encounter. The river diagram and the Book of Changes could perfectly compensate for this. As for the third location, his pupils contracted slightly as he recalled the most dreadful memories. That place was filled with all manner of eerie phenomena. The most terrifying aspect was not their strength, but their elusive nature. The underworld once had the 10 great Yama kings and the great emperor of Fengdu, while the mortal realm had the goddess of peace. Yet during the underworld's uprising, none of these legendary mythical figures appeared. Not even the 10 generals of the underworld showed up. Instead, countless malevolent spirits emerged. Some speculated that the underworld's uprising had forced its true rulers into a defensive position, leaving them no time to concern themselves with the mortal realm. The mortal realm could only save itself. Yet from the river diagram and the Book of Changes, Chen Xuan deduced a solution. The 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity. Heaven reigns supreme, humanity occupies the middle, and the earth lies below. The earth realm is the underworld, governing the 6 paths of reincarnation. The human realm, with its 7 emotions and 6 desires, harbors immortals, Buddhas, demons, and lurking demonic tribes. Countless beings fall into worldly attachments, forever envying love over immortality. The heavenly realm, high above, governs countless laws. The most powerful realm should be the human world, especially the immortals of the mortal realm. They experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires, yet comprehend all truths of the world. Yet throughout history, none have truly attained this state. It is not merely by renouncing worldly attachments that one becomes immortal, but by truly experiencing the 7 emotions and 6 desires and enduring countless calamities. Chen Xuan, however, had witnessed the mightiest artifact of the mortal realm. The first Emperor Xian's soldier tiger seal. Even in death, they transform into dragon souls, guarding the 9 provinces. Emperors of old were called human sovereigns. The first emperor was the last of the human sovereigns. After him came those who proclaimed themselves Son of Heaven, ranking 1 level below heaven itself. The 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, were originally equal.
Heaven took control over the human realm and the underworld.
What transpired afterward, Chen Xuan did not know, but he sensed it held too many unknown secrets.
He scrutinized the images. Chen Xuan's teacup shattered instantly in his grasp. In the final image, he actually saw Su Yu. Though it flashed by in an instant, it was crystal clear. Within the fragment, the projected vision flashed with Su Yu chained in Fengdu Ghost City, enduring the agony of 10,000 ghosts devouring her flesh. A murderous intent flared in Chen Xuan's eyes. His gaze grew increasingly resolute. Many of his previous plans had now solidified. Much work lay ahead. Yet one thing remained absolutely certain. In this lifetime, I will not only ascend to the pinnacle but also protect one person. Heaven had granted him a second chance at life. Even if it meant exhausting every ounce of strength, even if it meant his own demise, he would not allow the human race to perish. Chapter 6: Overseas Secret Auction. Several days later, Chen Xuan returned home. Su Yu looked at him with concern. Are you really going to participate in this auction? Do you realize how deeply they despise you now? Some saw their holdings plummet overnight after buying your shares. Your very presence there has become a thorn in their side. They fear that if you ever return, it would truly be a bloodbath on Wall Street. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'll be going undercover this time. You've already arranged everything regarding my identity. I have complete faith in your capabilities. This time, his identity was that of a collector. This collector's identity was above board. Chen Xuan had even altered his appearance to match the man's features. His cultivation was still in its early stages, not yet advanced, but it was sufficient to reshape his muscle contours. ID photos, you know how they are. He boarded the flight smoothly and arrived in New York. That evening brought the renowned Sotheby's auction. Upon arrival, he noticed many attendees of various nationalities. One individual in particular caught his attention, a man who seemed to go by the name Yamamoto Ichiro. This man was highly skilled in social interaction. Through their conversation, Chen Xuan learned the purpose of his visit. He was after the Kuei pattern vase. After appraisal, the Kuei pattern vase from the Shangzhou period was determined to be a forgery. Even as a fake, it was enough to drive them into a frenzy, as this counterfeit was likely crafted over 1,000 years ago. Chen Xuan's hearing was exceptionally keen now. He overheard many conversations as he rose and headed toward the backstage area of the auction house. There he found the auction house's manager. Hello, I'd like to add an item to the auction at the last minute, a piece of blue and white porcelain. This was an item he had brought with him, one he had collected long ago. The other party had initially adopted an arrogant attitude. After all, Chen Xuan hailed from the land of flower-growing families. In their eyes, he was nothing but a sitting duck. But when they heard it was a piece of blue and white porcelain, their eyes lit up. Blue and white porcelain that could be auctioned off would fetch at least over 100 million. Immediately, an auction house steward approached. After a brief conversation with Chen Xuan, he agreed to add a special auction session. Moreover, it would precede the auction of the Kuei patterned vase. Chen Xuan's reasoning was straightforward. Both items dated back over 1,000 years. He hoped to auction this genuine piece first, followed immediately by the counterfeit Kuei pattern vase. This way, his genuine piece could fetch a higher price. The auction commenced swiftly. The items auctioned earlier held no interest whatsoever, and no one showed any intention of bidding. But when his blue and white porcelain was placed on the auction block, Yamamoto Ichiro immediately perked up, requesting to step forward for authentication. Seeing his actions, Chen Xuan's pupils contracted slightly. It seems he has truly awakened mythical powers. Merely infusing a trace of spiritual energy into that fake porcelain vase was enough to trigger his vigilance. They really are preparing ahead of time. After Yamamoto Ichiro's appraisal, his eyes burned with fervor. He had originally intended to auction the Kuei pattern vase, but that item had been deemed a forgery. He couldn't be certain if it was truly a fake. After all, if it was a fake, it would mean spending a fortune on a worthless piece of junk. During his earlier appraisal, he had confirmed it contained no spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever. But the blue and white porcelain before him was different. The patterns outlined on it were exceptionally rare, resembling the Ghost Valley descending the mountain painting, yet distinct from it. He suspected it was a newly unearthed piece of blue and white porcelain. To be safe, he decided to auction the blue and white porcelain first. Right from the start, he had already bid an astronomical price. 10 billion yuan. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. But soon, they erupted into a frenzy. Just as they assumed the bidder must be the final contender, suspecting the person was out of their mind to offer such a high price right off the bat. Another voice cut through the air. 15 billion. Chen Xuan rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Yamamoto Ichiro. The intent in his eyes was unmistakable. His eyes seemed to scream, "I will have this." Yamamoto Ichiro's brow furrowed deeply, his irritation palpable. Yet, he sensed a palpable threat emanating from Chen Xuan. An unshakable thought took root in his mind. Could it be that the mythical forces within his opponent had also begun to awaken? The thought crystallized his resolve. Under no circumstances would he allow anyone to take that blue and white porcelain vase.
The competition grew fiercer. By the end, bids soared to 30 billion yen, a price beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Chen Xuan kept a close watch on Yamamoto Ichiro's facial expressions. The other party's micro-expressions grew increasingly tense, and he knew their funds must be running low. When he shouted out 31 billion, the room erupted in gasps.
Who would have thought we'd witness such madness tonight? That Japanese guy is insane. How could he bid so high? The Japanese are just as insane.
Maybe it's because of their innate rivalry, but they're bidding just as high.
Tomorrow's headlines are set.
Amidst the murmurs, Yamamoto Ichiro finally made his decision. Compared to the dubious authenticity of the Kueiwan vase, they preferred to secure the confirmed blue and white porcelain before them.
This blue and white porcelain was undoubtedly one of the items they sought.
Even if they hadn't yet figured out which mythical faction's artifact it was definitely not simple or trivial. The spiritual energy contained within was far too potent.
35 billion, that's my absolute final offer.
Yamamoto Ichiro fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. If not for this guy, he wouldn't have had to spend so much, draining every last penny of their funds. If Chen Xuan kept raising the bid, he'd have no choice but to compete for the Kueiwan vessel.
Chen Xuan feigned hesitation, but ultimately placed his bid.
The auction hall erupted into complete frenzy.
Then came the loud cheers.
Yet they failed to notice the faint, wicked smile that curved the corners of Chen Xuan's lips as he lowered his head slightly.
The Kueiwan Zun appeared immediately afterward.
Few among them showed interest in such an item. Especially when they suspected it might be a fake, even the most enthusiastic bidders lost interest. After all, they couldn't be sure they wouldn't get ripped off if they bought it.
Auctions had their own rules. If it was confirmed genuine, the bidding price would skyrocket. If authenticity couldn't be verified, it meant they hadn't been able to authenticate it. But at that very moment,
Chen Xuan spoke up.
10 million. He had only offered the minimum bid. Yet every head in the room turned toward Yamamoto Ichiro, eager to witness another fierce battle.
Chapter 7, The Bloodline of the Thunder God. Filled with anger and humiliation, Yamamoto Ichiro shouted, 10 billion yen.
He did it deliberately, aiming to provoke Chen Xuan.
He was certain the man before him was just like him, a member of the mythical faction. But Chen Xuan merely smiled, his expression thick with scorn. I demand verification of funds. The words had barely left his mouth when Yamamoto Ichiro's face darkened.
He didn't have that kind of money lying around.
Without sufficient liquid assets, causing a disturbance here would get him kicked out of the auction hall.
The auction house's gaze turned to Yamamoto Ichiro.
They were reluctant to comply, but Chen Xuan had made his demand. Moreover, the man clearly held at least 30 billion yen in cash, otherwise, he wouldn't have bid so high moments ago. Ultimately, they had no choice but to verify his funds.
Yamamoto Ichiro was escorted out.
Chen Xuan secured the Kueiwan Zun for a mere 10 million. Once he had the item, his interest waned. He departed the auction hall immediately. The moment he stepped outside, his pupils contracted slightly as he sensed immense spiritual energy fluctuations. The fluctuations emanated from the streets. Thinking his identity had been exposed, he glanced over. These men rode white horses, clad in ancient armor, and wielded cross swords. Though only 10 knights, they radiated an exceptionally sharp and formidable presence. They charged directly toward him. A fierce killing intent flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. He swiftly retrieved the 5 emperor's coins from his person and placed them at several key points around him. The thunder pool formation instantly materialized. He then placed the Kueiwan Zun at the array's center. Spiritual energy surged into it. A spectral image of a Kuei ox materialized. As the Knights Templar swung their swords in unison, a phantom holy sword cross materialized overhead, hurtling toward Chen Xuan.
The Kuei ox phantom stood on one leg and roared.
A shockwave of sound surged forth. The 10 members of the knights had no chance to retaliate, instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Chen Xuan spotted the fallen bodies nearby. He walked over to take a look, his pupils contracting slightly. It was the body of Yamamoto Ichiro, now bearing a dark, ominous tattoo.
Yamata no Orochi devouring the moon.
So it was. The mythical forces of Japan have awakened.
And the Knights Templar have emerged as well. Their mythical revival has begun too. We must prepare immediately.
The next day, sunlight streamed onto the aircraft. Chen Xuan stepped off the plane. The person who came to pick him up was indeed Suyu.
Everything going smoothly?
Chen Xuan nodded.
Everything you asked me to prepare is ready? It's in the basement of your villa.
Back at the villa.
Chen Xuan descended into the basement, instructing no one to approach.
He retrieved the Kuei pattern vessel, submerged it into the ashes of the century-old lightning-struck wood, and finally infused it with spiritual energy. Gradually, the Thunder Beast totem from the classic of mountains and seas emerged on the bronze vessel's surface. A smile curved at the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth. Wine was poured into the bronze vessel, then mixed with other ingredients. The spirit essence of the Kuei pattern vessel was drained, gradually losing all its luster until it became an ordinary bronze artifact, its surface now covered in dense, intricate cracks. He drained the wine in one gulp.
He then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Through his inner vision, he clearly saw golden thunder patterns emerge upon his bones. The bloodline of the thunder god awakened. Though only a preliminary awakening, his dynamic power was now immense. He grasped a gun and pulled the trigger. The trajectory of the bullet was perfectly visible, entirely within his grasp. He simply wanted to test the benefits of the thunder god bloodline. After carefully sensing it for a moment, a look of immense satisfaction spread across his face. However, he soon discovered the side effects. While these side effects posed no significant harm to him, they did have some impact. Only a day and night had passed thus far. His temples had already begun to show streaks of gray. Using the power of the thunder god accelerated the growth of his white hair, and it was irreversible. He had gained the greatest benefit here, but news from Xuyu soon arrived. Upon reading the message, his brows furrowed deeply. I never imagined we'd be infiltrated by other factions. A corporate spy has been planted within our group. He dialed Suyu's number. She answered almost instantly. Mr. Chen, did you see the message I sent you? I've seen it. Have someone bring over a computer. No one else should touch those machines infected with the virus code. I'll handle this personally. He had already made up his mind. He had figured out what was going on. It was highly likely the Japanese were behind it. With Yamamoto Ichiro dead, they probably wouldn't suspect the Knights Templar they'd pin it on him. What he hadn't anticipated was how sharp their noses were. They tracked him down this quickly. Having a corporate spy infiltrate the group was a massive problem. He had to root that bastard out. He took the computer handed to him by an employee. He opened it and examined the virus code. It actually contained soul refining runes. So that's why company employees were suddenly collapsing. This thing was behind it all. The moment he received the news, he knew Xuyu must be frantic. Many employees had fallen unconscious after viewing the virus code implanted in the computer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she dared not look at it herself. A crisis was quietly emerging. It was already trending online. Multiple employees of the group suddenly fainted. Was it mass poisoning or something else? Uncle Hat had already arrived, and their company was investigating the cause. Chen Xuan had already devised a solution: erase the soul refining technique's runes directly, then store the repaired code on the hard drive and connect it directly to the company's local area network. The issue was swiftly resolved. Anyone else who saw the code containing the hidden soul refining technique runes would undoubtedly faint. Chen Xuan personally visited the hospitalized employees. Learning their ward locations from Xuyu, he entered and immediately applied his methods. All the unconscious employees gradually regained consciousness. Even now, no one could figure out exactly what had happened. To prevent any complications, Uncle Hat had already provided an explanation. The issue stemmed from contaminated food served at their corporate cafeteria during lunch, causing people to lose consciousness. The cafeteria chef had accidentally included poisonous mushrooms in the meal. The poisoned individuals were now out of danger. After this news was released, many people dismissed it with a laugh. After all, it wasn't major news, and few took much interest. Yet it caught the attention of certain individuals. Chen Xuan was now preparing to expose that spy. He had already arrived at the company. Chapter 8: Disturbance in the Dragon Veins. Chen Xuan didn't alert the rest of the corporate group or summon everyone. He only made a brief visit to the IT department. He had already zeroed in on one individual. A cold smile curled his lips as he tapped the person on the shoulder. The employee turned his head. Lightning-like glints flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. A mere instant of eye contact. The employee collapsed instantly. Chen Xuan silently carried the body out. Soul refining technique was a Japanese art, imbued with yin energy. Such methods feared nothing more than the purest yang and most potent force. The thunder god bloodline within Chen Xuan was beginning to manifest, scattering the yin energy from the man's body like dust. He hadn't intended to extract anything from this man anyway. It was merely a petty trick unfit for the stage. After the employee lost consciousness, he was simply dumped at the door of the Special Operations Division. It wasn't just other regions where mythical powers had awakened. The flower planting family had also grown vigilant. In fact, their awakening had occurred earlier, though the news had been suppressed and never exposed. Nevertheless, the Special Operations Division was established. It was later renamed under a different guise. Chen Xuan knew all about this from his previous life. After dumping the man here, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Those people would naturally investigate this guy's background. The Japanese would have their hands full. From now on, those people would be on the run, constantly evading capture, and would be under close surveillance. He called Xuyu to brief her on the situation. Xuyu also shared a piece of information. An unnamed peak in Kunlun Mountain has been included in an auction. Word is someone from that region proposed purchasing it, but somehow it ended up on the auction block. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, it should be the result of multiple factions vying for control. The Dragon Veins disturbance had drawn attention, prompting other factions to attempt buying the land outright and securing temporary usage rights. But their plans collided.
The nameless peak became a hot commodity, prompting the local authorities to organize an auction. The auction house gained renown because of it.
Chen Xuan didn't know what exactly would appear there, so he had to go personally.
In his previous life, he had only heard about this event, but what ultimately emerged left countless people stunned.
Yet the ultimate winner remained undecided.
With only 2 days left until the auction, Chen Xuan immediately set off. The auction venue was not indoors, but rather spread around the base of that nameless mountain peak. Everyone stood atop the mountain's dome, their gazes fixed entirely on the man in the suit.
Those gathered appeared to be wealthy merchants from various regions, yet behind them lay intricate networks of competing factions, each representing distinct interests. This mountain range boasts breathtaking scenery and pleasant landscapes. If we were to develop tourism projects here, the man in the suit was passionately explaining.
Chen Xuan, however, sensed something amiss. The demon-slaying sword in his hand began to tremble faintly, establishing some connection with the dragon vein. Closing his eyes heightened his spiritual perception.
He snapped his eyes open abruptly.
So it was you little rascals up to no good.
But you've accidentally hit the mark, you've actually drawn that place out.
Still, to think you'd dare try to destroy the dragon vein. I wonder where you found the courage.
With that, he vanished silently into the crowd. There's no point in continuing the auction here.
While the items over there are breathtaking, he can't get his hands on them. When the items manifest, everyone must evacuate. The flower family would never permit such a place to be damaged. Upon reaching one of the caves on that nameless mountain peak, he immediately stepped inside. His senses had already confirmed it, this was the gateway to the Earth's veins. This object had been left here long ago.
After he entered the Earth vein, the demon-slaying sword trembled even more violently.
Within the dragon vein's domain, he indeed spotted several figures, their combined magical arts unleashed. The shadowy form of a nine-tailed fox Shikigami appeared, slowly beginning to observe. Their method for disrupting the dragon vein was straightforward, they intended to use the nine-tailed fox to sever the dragon vein here. If they succeeded, it would undoubtedly cause immense trouble.
The disruption of the dragon veins would profoundly impact the entire Zhenghua family.
Chen Xuan did not reveal himself to them directly. Instead, he released the demon-slaying sword from his grasp. From the shadows, he directly channeled the demon-slaying sword, fusing it with the essence of the dragon veins. A single strike was unleashed. The sword's light transformed into a soaring azure dragon. The azure dragon materialized, snapping its massive jaws to bite the nine-tailed fox. The Shikigami nine-tailed fox struggled violently, but it was all in vain.
Upon being bitten, its soul shattered completely, dissipating into the void. The azure dragon soared. Its dragon's roar echoed for miles around.
Outside, the drone broadcasting the auction captured this scene in full. Since it was a live broadcast, there was no way to conceal the news. Countless people were utterly stunned. No one had imagined such a magnificent spectacle would appear here. Their country actually had dragons. In just a few short minutes, the top trending topics across all websites changed completely. A true dragon appears on Mount Kunlun. The headline dominated the charts. The entire internet erupted. Discussions erupted non-stop. The azure dragon soared across the heavens before plunging directly into the dragon vein, while the demon-slaying sword returned to Chen Xuan's grasp. The demon-slaying sword's earlier disturbance was triggered by sensing the nine-tailed fox. Now that the demon fox had been vanquished, those who had tampered with the dragon veins suffered severe backlash. Their souls were instantly shattered on the spot. All perished with blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The dragon veins boiled, and the nameless mountain peak trembled gently. Immediately after, the rock walls cracked open. Within, scenes unfolded one after another. The inscriptions depicted the emperor's ritual offerings to heaven, culminating in a prophecy. The prophecy consisted of a single line. When the 9 provinces manifest, demons shall retreat. No specific date was inscribed, yet it documented events all conveyed through language. Many were unfamiliar with ancient script, yet those present had awakened to the mythical world. Merely observing the images and text, they instinctively grasped its meaning. Their expressions had all changed. Their ancient ancestors, thousands of years prior, had already foretold this era of chaos brought by demons and monsters. Such profound shock resonated only within this select group, never reaching the wider public. Yet as the auction reached this point, it had already drawn to a close. The authorities would never permit such a mountain peak to be sold to private hands, not even temporary usage rights. Amidst the crowd, a mysterious elder twirled his beard, a cold smile playing on his lips. He slowly turned and walked away, a jade pendant hanging at his waist. 2 characters were engraved upon it. Heaven's Secrets. Chapter 9, Wall Street Shockwaves. The abnormal events on Mount Kunlun sent shockwaves across the entire internet. And because of the live broadcast, there was simply no way to contain the news. In truth, those in power had been deliberating how best to handle the situation. Some suggested releasing limited information, given the unknown shifts occurring across the land. No one could predict the ultimate outcome. Others cautioned that this could spark widespread chaos and insisted on maintaining secrecy until the situation became clearer.
Ultimately, the decision was made to handle it with a cold approach. Experts from various fields stepped forward to debunk the rumors. Then a major entertainment scandal broke and the discussions gradually died down. Chen Xuan watched these scenes unfold, a faint smile curving his lips. The best way to suppress a hot topic is to create an even bigger one. Sensational news keeps popping up. Technology is booming, everything is thriving, the outlook is fantastic. Compared to those extraordinary spectacles, most people preferred to focus on their daily necessities. Suyu approached, a peculiar look in her eyes. Mr. Chen, an invitation has arrived. It's from Bernard, the Wall Street tycoon. He's the one who shorted Chen Group, causing our stock to plummet. Yet now he's inviting you and wants your help with his illness. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. This sudden turn of events did catch him off guard. Earlier at the auction, the appearance of the Knights Templar had revealed to him that mythical forces worldwide were steadily resurging. Was this invitation truly just about treating an illness? At Bernard's level of influence, much information simply couldn't be concealed from him. Mr. Chen, should I decline outright? Suyu asked, her own curiosity piqued. What on earth had gotten into Bernard to invite Chen Xuan for medical treatment? There was absolutely no way it was that simple. Heading to Wall Street might mean walking into a trap waiting for Chen Xuan. No need to refuse. Ask Bernard what strange illness he has. Better yet, send me some pictures or videos. I can take a look. If it's the kind of condition I suspect, I might actually be able to treat it. Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile. Suyu was momentarily speechless, her eyes widening in astonishment and confusion. Mr. Chen, you must think this through, it's Wall Street. She trailed off. Over half of Wall Street now harbored hatred toward Chen Xuan, especially since his departure had involved liquidating assets and cashing out entirely. Then came Bernard's short-selling attack on Chen Group, inflicting massive losses on those investors. Overnight, Wall Street was filled with cries of despair. They were practically itching to tear Chen Xuan limb from limb. Many even issued statements claiming Chen Xuan and Bernard had colluded. Chen Xuan cashed out and exited, while Bernard took over, executing a flawless operation. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Just send him a message. No need to worry. I'll be just fine. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Suyu couldn't fathom where Chen Xuan's confidence stemmed from, but knowing his character, she understood that if he dared to go, he must have made thorough preparations. In the end, she sent the message directly. The reply came almost instantly. When Suyu saw the video, her hands trembled slightly, and the tablet slipped from her grasp onto the desk. What is this? Is Bernard playing some kind of prank? Suyu felt a flicker of irritation. It was the first time she'd seen such a disgusting video, and what made it worse was how disturbingly clear and terrifying the footage was. Chen Xuan picked up the tablet. Watching the scene on the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. Bernard was now elderly, yet patches of snake scales had begun appearing on his withered skin. The scales were clearly visible, especially on his arms and legs, where the skin had turned a dark bluish black. Clear scale patterns were also visible on Bernard's face. It was clear the transformation was nearly complete. As Chen Xuan watched the video, a faint smile curved his lips. Just as I suspected. He found me because of these things. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly as she stared at Chen Xuan, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Having spent so much time together, she could naturally discern the difference in his tone. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. You're right. This world is changing. Spiritual energy is gradually reviving. Before long, the entire world will undergo earth-shattering transformations. By then, money will have lost all meaning, nothing more than worthless paper. The things I've done aren't meaningless either. Every item I've collected holds crucial importance, which is why I assigned you to handle them personally. He knew assigning Suyu to these tasks was somewhat like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Besides Suyu, he trusted no one else. Besides, Suyu possessed the capability. By noon the next day, Chen Xuan arrived at Bernard's estate. He had disguised himself once more, slipping in unnoticed. Bernard had hired the finest private physician, and his estate even housed a dedicated medical suite equipped with the world's most advanced medical devices. Upon learning of his arrival, he was escorted to the patient's room. Observing Bernard's current state, Chen Xuan immediately understood the issue at hand. Have everyone else leave. Bernard waved his hand, and the bodyguards escorted everyone out of the medical room. The intricate network of lines on his face grew increasingly distinct, his skin's outer layer already showing signs of hardening. His voice was hoarse. Chen Xuan, it's been a long time. I've heard about what happened to you. I even sought help from the Knights Templar. They sent a cardinal, but it was to no avail. He couldn't pinpoint where the problem originated either. I've taken holy water and prayed devoutly, but... Chen Xuan smiled faintly. But it only got worse, didn't it? How did you know? Bernard blurted out instinctively, his face twisting with bitterness. A last glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. If you can cure me of this damnable affliction, I swear to God, I'll give you anything you want. I'll even compensate you for every loss tenfold. He and Chen Xuan had always been business rivals.
Yet, in a strange way, they also admired each other. Seeing him now, Chen Xuan guessed who was behind it and understood his purpose. He murmured softly, "Even if I hadn't come, you wouldn't have died. But you'd likely have spent the rest of your life controlled by someone else, becoming their puppet. And as for who did this to you, guess who?" Bernard's pupils contracted. He knew he might have been set up, but he couldn't fathom who it could be. Chapter 10, The Divine Pillar. Chen Xian's voice remained calm as he stated, "Japan. The Yamata no Orochi." He uttered only a few words. Bernard understood. He had gathered extensive intelligence, especially in these turbulent times. Hailed as Wall Street's master trader, he controlled the economic lifelines of countless individuals. If someone controlled him, the consequences were obvious. Chen Xian murmured softly, "I can save you, but not without conditions. I need an item from your collection. I'll resolve your issue first, then you hand over the item. We'll be even." Bernard knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. That Chen Xian hadn't added any further demands, only requesting one item felt oddly peculiar to him. Given the circumstances, Chen Xian should have exploited his vulnerability to demand more. Yet Chen Xian acted contrary to expectations. "What do you want?" "The Dead Sea Scrolls stored in your safe," Chen Xian stated calmly. Bernard never imagined Chen Xian would make such a request. He couldn't fathom why Chen Xian would want that particular item. It was a collection he had acquired by chance. Though undeniably precious, its exact age still undetermined, it paled in comparison to his overall fortune. "Can you tell me what use it would be to you? You could have simply demanded more." Chen Xian smiled and shook his head. "Truthfully, I have no interest in money." Bernard's gaze grew even stranger. Though he didn't know why, he could only play along for now. "Fine, I agree." Chen Xian's smile broadened as he raised his hand, and the demon-slaying sword appeared in his grasp. The demon-slaying sword had already fused with his body, normally nurtured within his dantian, where it constantly restored its spiritual essence. When needed, a single thought could summon it forth. Bernard couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was already aware of the world's transformation and the emergence of numerous new humans. Yet witnessing Chen Xian's display firsthand still left him utterly stunned, his heart unable to calm. Chen Xian activated his Thunder God's Eye. Lightning flashed within his eyes, clearly revealing the shadowy form of a black serpent coiled around Bernard's body. The demon-slaying sword trembled slightly in his hand. Chen Xian moved with lightning speed, channeling spiritual energy into the demon-slaying sword as he swung it down. Bernard trembled violently with fear. He felt as though the blade might cleave him in two at any moment. The razor-sharp aura of the sword seemed to tear at his very soul. Yet in the next instant, the demon-slaying sword halted just before his forehead. The icy tip pressed against his forehead. He thought he heard a sound in the void, like the howl of a beast. The shadowy form of the black serpent was shattered, then absorbed. Yet Bernard's symptoms showed no sign of abating. Chen Xian drew out silver needles, piercing his Fengqi acupoint, and used spiritual energy to expel the poisoned blood from his body. The pitch-black blood dripped onto the floor. The floor corroded beneath it, releasing an intensely foul stench. Bernard's scales began to gradually vanish, and the black patterns on his face faded away. Though his body still felt weak, he could clearly sense a profound difference from before. Before, he had felt as if something heavy was wrapped around him, making even standing up difficult. Now, his movements were free once more. He rushed to the mirror immediately. Seeing the patterns and scales vanish from his body, he trembled with excitement. "I knew you'd be the one. You truly are from the mysterious East." Chen Xian had no time for idle chatter here. He had come to Bernard Manor undercover. After the Templar attack last time, swift action was essential. Strike and retreat immediately. Every extra second spent here meant increased danger. He wasn't confident enough yet to withstand modern firearms, so caution was paramount. Bernard retrieved the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls from his safe. Though only fragments, they clearly recorded a message. Bernard couldn't decipher the meaning of the script, but Chen Xian possessed spiritual energy and had studied such writing, ancient divine script. The records within revealed another crucial clue. July 23, 2025, the Supreme Heavenly God shall return to Mount Tai. I've taken what I came for. We're even now, Chen Xian declared before hastening away. Not long after his departure, Bernard was still reeling from the shock when a group of men in black burst in. They were from the NSA. Bernard knew these men well. He offered no resistance, allowing them to question him. They extracted every detail before activating the surveillance footage. The footage clearly showed Chen Xian wielding a bronze sword. With a single swing, the blade came to rest against Bernard's forehead. At that moment, Bernard's wound began to emit countless wisps of black mist, as if resisting. But the resistance was futile. He was easily severed. Those watching the footage exchanged glances, their eyes heavy with gravity. "Mr. Bernard, we hope you will forget everything that happened today. We will take the video hard drive and destroy it immediately." With that, they swiftly departed. Their visit today had been solely to verify one thing. Having obtained their confirmation, they saw no reason to linger.
Had this been an ordinary person, they likely wouldn't have survived. But Bernard was the god of Wall Street traders. If anything happened to him, it would surely cause massive turmoil. They could only warn him to keep quiet. Chen Xuan remained unaware of the events unfolding here. After the plane landed, however, he received a message. It was from Bernard. It contained only a single, cryptic warning. You're being watched. Be careful. Chen Xuan deleted the message and returned to his villa. He stowed away the Dead Sea Scrolls and sat in his study, eyes closed in deep thought. He too was wrestling with uncertainty. Now the countdown has reached its final 72 days. His gaze drifted toward the distance. Some things can't be delayed any longer. We must retrieve the items as soon as possible. Dawn had broken. The dawn's glow tore through the darkness. Chen Xuan arrived at the Yellow River region. His sole purpose for coming today was one thing: retrieving the divine needle of the sea. Time was running out, and a deep sense of urgency gripped his actions. He must get his hands on it. At the ancient ferry crossing of the Yellow River. This place had long since fallen into ruin. Had he not researched extensively, he would never have found it. Standing at the edge of the ancient ferry crossing, he arranged the prepared items according to the formation's layout. Once ready, he channeled his spiritual energy into the array. At that moment, he drew blood from his fingertip. A single drop of crimson blood dripped down, landing in the vessel at the array's core. The entire Yellow River seemed to boil over in an instant. Like the waters of the Milky Way, it surged backward. Chapter 11: The Celestial Mechanics Pavilion appears. Since ancient times, the Yellow River has been shrouded in countless mysterious legends. The surging waters of the Yellow River seem to descend like the Milky Way. Chen Xuan's divine consciousness suffered a tremendous shock. As the Yellow River's waters poured down relentlessly, his hands swiftly formed a magical seal. Divine Needle of the Sea, manifest. Water and fire knew no mercy. Just as the surging waters of the Yellow River were about to engulf Chen Xuan, they froze mid-air. The riverbed of the Yellow River reappeared. Beneath the surging mud, a flash of golden light erupted. Then, a colossal pillar pierced the heavens, rising from the earth. The ancient ferry crossing was rarely visited by people, precisely because of its danger and the constant threat of Yellow River floods that made accidents common. Thus, no one else witnessed this. The pillar soared into the sky before vanishing in an instant, transforming into a long staff that flew toward Chen Xuan and slammed down with a thud. Only then did Chen Xuan breathe a sigh of relief. He then continuously channeled magical incantations into the divine needle of the sea. After gaining preliminary control, he held the divine needle in his hand and uttered a single word. Shrink! The divine needle of the sea shrank to near invisibility according to his intent, then flowed along his meridians into his dantian. Chen Xuan's spiritual energy was now depleted, his face pale. Seeing the Yellow River waters surging toward the Taoist temple, he dared not linger, hastening his departure. After he departed, the Yellow River's waters swept over the area. The ancient ferry crossing was reduced to ruins, erasing every trace of his presence. After restoring his spiritual energy, Chen Xuan returned home and entered seclusion. His strength was still far too weak. As the spiritual energy of the world steadily revived, the air grew increasingly saturated with it, propelling his own power to a new level. Emerging from the basement, he washed away the grime that had accumulated on his body. At that moment, Suyu arrived, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Mr. Chen, there's an anonymous package addressed to you. It was left at the villa entrance, so I brought it back for you. The arrangements you requested have been completed. It was quite costly this time, considering the location. Chen Xuan didn't listen to the rest of the report. Instead, he took the package. His temples bore more white hair. This was an aftereffect of using the Thunder God's legacy earlier. Suyu gazed at the graying strands at Chen Xian's temples, her heart aching with concern. She wanted to say something, but Chen Xuan hadn't shared the recent events with her, only instructing her to handle matters. All she could do was strive to handle every task for him to the best of her ability. Chen Xuan opened the anonymous package to find a black sandalwood box inside. Inside lay only half a tortoise shell. Inscribed on one side of the shell was, "The dragon appears in the fields." Chen Xian's brow furrowed as he recalled an old rumor. The head of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion possessed a tortoise shell, and it seemed to be only half a piece. Could it be the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion? The mere thought of him ignited a fierce, murderous intent in Chen Xian's eyes. He also noticed the exhaustion in Suyu's eyes. He told her to rest first, to conserve her energy and recover her spirit. Only then could she better assist him in his affairs. Suyu never asked Chen Xuan what had actually happened. Chen Xuan carried the half-tortoise shell to the basement, where the river diagram and the Book of Changes materialized in his palm. He began his calculations through the river diagram and the Book of Changes. Yet barely a breath had passed. Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and then violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura grew weak, his breathing becoming ragged. Ignoring his internal injuries, his gaze immediately fixed on the hexagram. Mars guards the heart. It's you again. Chen Xian's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword, dormant within his dantian, shot out on its own.
Its tip pointed directly toward the Yinglong Mountains, trembling with increasing intensity.
Did you sense something?
His fingers brushed against the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword trembled lightly several times, as if responding.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, it won't be long.
He calculated the time in his mind. His foresight had granted him a tremendous advantage. He sat cross-legged in the basement, regulating his breath to heal his internal injuries. 2 days later, Chen Xian's internal injuries had fully healed. The task he had previously assigned Suyu was to establish a basic team here. They claimed it was for filming a movie. As the private jet touched down at Xuanyuan Airport, Chen Xuan gazed toward Mount Li, a faint smile curving his lips. Certain matters demanded accelerated progress.
He could not afford further delays.
Once his own strength was sufficient, he would surely soar to new heights. Meanwhile, in another mysterious location.
Real-time satellite transmission. Many people were now bustling about with urgency. They witnessed celestial phenomena once more. Whenever such celestial phenomena appeared, something momentous was bound to occur. This had almost become an immutable law. They were relentlessly pinpointing the location.
Looking at the satellite imagery from above, the direction of the Yinglong Mountains, the contours of the land, accompanied by gathering clouds and mist, revealed a pattern emerging here. At first, the pattern was somewhat blurred, but it grew increasingly clear as time passed. Even satellites were unable to capture the details within, as thick clouds obstructed their view. The cloud cover resembled the pattern of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish. The moment the pattern appeared, satellite imaging was severely disrupted. They immediately dispatched personnel to conduct on-site investigations. They dispatched teams to investigate what had occurred and why it had triggered such a monumental celestial phenomenon. Chen Xuan had already made advance preparations. The film crew was merely a makeshift operation. He himself boarded a helicopter and headed into the Yinglong Mountains. If he had to rely solely on his own 2 legs, who knew how long it would take him to reach his destination? Moreover, the crucial task was to ascend to higher ground. The Qinshi Huang Mausoleum was shrouded in layers of deadly formations, fraught with immense peril.
The slightest misstep could lead to grave trouble.
The best approach was to survey the land from above and locate the gate of life within the formations. The place of life was the black area within the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern.
When Yang reaches its peak, Yin emerges. When adversity peaks, fortune turns.
The Yin-Yang fish symbolizes the profound truth of the way of heaven. When the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum was first constructed, the sole path to survival lay precisely here.
Only here could he complete his formation arrangements.
What he was about to do might alert those above, but he could wait no longer. The great catastrophe drew ever nearer, leaving no time for delay. Every step he took was meticulously planned, leaving no room for error. Heaven has granted me a second chance at life. I must not repeat the same mistakes. The helicopter climbed steadily, reaching its maximum altitude. At this moment, it pierced through the cloud layer. By observing the clouds, Chen Xuan had already pinpointed the location of the entrance. The helicopter flew directly toward it. The humiliation he had endured now seemed insignificant. It was precisely beside the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor.
He instructed the helicopter to carry the others away.
His gaze swept over the rugged mountains and steep valleys, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
The shadow soldiers of 2,000 years ago, it's time to awaken. Chapter 12, Surging Killing Intent. Chen Xian's footsteps entered the imperial tomb of Mount Li, his gaze sweeping the surroundings.
His gaze finally settled on a specific location. A faint curve formed at the corners of his mouth. As he drew nearer to that spot, the river diagram and the Book of Changes slowly materialized from his palm, stirring the earth's vital energy. His footsteps halted. Both feet planted at the core of the Lishan Imperial Mausoleum. Golden light flared from the river diagram and Luo book, drawing forth the dragon vein's power.
Chen Xuan gently touched the dragon-shaped phantom formed by the dragon vein. A colossal force erupted between heaven and earth.
The dragon's shadow instantly dissipated, transforming into a golden halo that radiated outward. A commanding declaration echoed in his ears. In that instant, a figure clad in a black dragon robe stood atop the imperial tomb of Mount Li, like a mirage. Yet the voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. I have unified the 6 kingdoms, bringing the world under one rule. I have built the Great Wall to anchor the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, to guard our great Qin, and to protect our state. I, the first emperor, swear this oath here. While I live, I shall defend our borders, expand our territories, subdue the barbarian tribes, and establish the eternal foundation of our great Qin. When I perish, my spirit shall transform into a dragon's soul, blessing our Huaxia people with eternal prosperity. As the declaration faded, the roar of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses erupted.
Wind! Wind! A mighty gale.
Their momentum was terrifying, like facing a torrential hail of arrows. Chen Xuan bowed with clasped hands. Your Majesty, the first emperor.
The 9 provinces shall soon be engulfed in endless flames of war.
Your humble disciple, Chen Xuan, implores your Majesty to speak first and protect the great emperor of the 9 provinces.
The imposing figure in the heavens bowed his head slightly. Their gazes locked. Their gazes seemed to span millennia.
Chen Xuan instinctively felt boundless authority and majesty, his heart seeming to stop completely in that moment. After only a brief exchange of gazes, a voice echoed within Chen Xuan's mind.
The time is not yet ripe. With those words spoken, the figure vanished. The howling winds within the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li gradually fell silent.
Chen Xuan cast a deep, lingering glance in that direction, his gaze fixed on the silk cloth that had fallen into his hand. This was the clue left for him by His Majesty the First Emperor. Seeing the ancient seal script inscribed upon it, he carefully folded the cloth, bowed with clasped hands, and turned to leave without hesitation. Meanwhile, the developments here had captured the attention of many.
Online, it unleashed a tidal wave of shock.
One event after another unfolded before them, and many had come to believe the world was undergoing earth-shattering changes.
Most of these people had witnessed supernatural occurrences with their own eyes. But such information would soon be suppressed. No one knew the truth. Chen Xuan had already awakened countless shadowy soldiers, awaiting the opportune moment.
Several more days passed.
His phone vibrated softly. He glanced at the incoming message.
Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The message came from Bernard, who revealed the news in just 2 words.
Trap. Seeing those 2 words, Chen Xuan's brow furrowed. He didn't know what it meant. Just then, another message arrived.
The debt of saving my life is now settled.
A faint smile curved Chen Xuan's lips.
Though they were adversaries who once sought each other's destruction, as the biochemical world gradually revived, everything had changed.
He sent no reply.
He knew these were all virtual numbers. That Bernard would offer him a hint at this moment was already the height of kindness. Yet he had reasons he couldn't ignore. Suyu entered the room, her gaze lingering on Chen Xuan's eyes, which grew increasingly complex.
Mr. Chen, are you certain you really want to go? They must have figured out how to identify your disguise. I even suspect this is a trap, a setup specifically designed to lure you in.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly.
You can't get the tiger's cub without entering its den. What they've offered, I cannot refuse. Make the arrangements. The next morning, Chen Xuan dragged his suitcase off the plane. Night lights began to glow. London streets weren't as picturesque as he'd imagined, and this wasn't Chen Xuan's first visit.
He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the London auction venue.
The auction had already begun.
Chen Xuan scanned the entire room.
He stood at the very back, not even having a seat.
Yet he soon sensed many familiar auras among them. This was indeed a trap set specifically for him.
The next lot comes from the distant eastern Shang and Zhou dynasties, a bronze artifact.
The artifact is named the Kuei patterned vase. Friends from the flower planting family, take note, this treasure is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, gone forever if missed. The auctioneer shouted enthusiastically. His eyes darted around the room, searching for Chinese attendees.
Yet his gaze ultimately settled on Chen Xuan at the back.
Although they had invited numerous representatives from the flowering family tonight, only this one individual had ultimately attended. He didn't recall the man's name, nor had he seen his face before. At a moment like this, he could easily arrange for a few plants to be present. I adore Japanese treasures most of all. I'll offer 10 billion.
I'm equally fond of them. I'll offer 20 billion. The 2 men were locked in a bidding war, yet Chen Xuan remained utterly indifferent, showing no interest whatsoever. Moreover, their efforts were backfiring.
Beyond their own competitive bidding, no one else showed any interest in participating. This left the 2 stooges with nothing to do but stare blankly, their act becoming a pointless charade. He might be wealthy, but he wasn't a sucker. Besides, that money needed to be spent wisely. Even if the other side was trying to pull a fast one by deliberately arranging shills, he saw no need to waste money on a purchase. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the Kuei pattern vase. At 31 billion, it stands as the highest valued item auctioned thus far. Now, may we invite our lovely lady to transfer this treasure from my hands to the gentleman? The auctioneer's voice rang out with fervor.
But only the auction house staff knew they'd miscalculated.
Chen Xuan had exploited their lowered guard, slipping silently away into the crowd. When he reappeared outside, the Kuei pattern vase was now in his hands. This time, he didn't wait for the auction to conclude. He left the venue early. It was clear someone had deliberately set him up.
As he traversed the narrow alleyway, figures blocked his path ahead.
They stood atop white steeds, cloaked in crimson capes, clad in gleaming silver armor.
Their entire bodies seemed completely shrouded within the armor.
Their features were indistinguishable.
Yet an endless, icy killing intent radiated from them.
Chen Xuan sensed something and turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a towering black panther appeared, striding with elegant grace as it slowly approached. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky.
A distinct smile spread across Chen Xuan's face. He sensed the intent to kill emanating from both factions. Do you know why I've come to this alley? Want to know the answer? Don't rush, it'll be revealed soon. Chapter 13, Fragments of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon.
Chen Xuan had long guessed their intentions. Bringing out the Kuei vessel was nothing more than a ploy to lure him here. The myths were gradually resurfacing, and the news had conveniently reached him. With Bernard tipping him off in advance, this was clearly a trap. Naturally, he had to prepare countermeasures. He couldn't afford to react passively to all this. The Knights Templar showed no hesitation, swinging their silver-hilted cross-swords. Hooves crushed the fine rain. The cross-swords glowed with silver holy light. Murderous intent flared. Behind him, his Shikigami, a black cloud leopard, transformed its graceful stride into a ferocious pounce. Chen Xuan merely took a step forward. Little Lu Rin formation, activate. Golden patterns of the 9 palaces innate trigrams materialized, radiating outward from Chen Xuan's center. The layout had been prepared in advance. Upon entering the auction house, he had already sensed it. Buried beneath the auction house lay the severed tail of the Yamata no Orochi, sealed by a feng shui master, along with remnants of a blood sacrifice medium. Now, holding the kuei-patterned vessel, he formed a single-handed seal. After swift changes in detection, his finger pointed toward the heavens. Divine thunder. Strike. The dragon energy of the city of London's earth veins rebelled, yet it could not withstand the torrential thunderlight descending. Command. Chen Xuan changed his hand gesture, then pointed at the Shikigami cloud leopard. Boom! Lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, a bolt tearing through the black night. The black cloud leopard instantly disintegrated into a sky-filling cloud of dust. The members of the Templar Knights were human too. But they resembled a group of fanatical believers more than anything else. The kuei-pattern vessel in Chen Xuan's hands was now gradually awakening. The kuei-pattern vessel was forged from the essence of the thunder god Kuei Ox. The Taoist array, the minor Lu Rin formation, combined with the thunder summoning chant. The effect was astonishingly potent. What was originally an ordinary thunder summoning chant, amplified by the kuei-pattern vessel as a catalyst, directly unleashed the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. Chen Xuan could distinctly feel the toll it took on him. Silver lightning bolts, majestic and overbearing, flickered within the clouds. The Knights Templars' formation shifted, coalescing into a holy light shield capable of both defense and assault. The attack was imminent. Before Chen Xuan, the Kuei-Wen Zun shed its gilded trappings as thunderous light suddenly erupted. The lightning resonated with the storm itself. Thousands of bolts fell like rain. Rumble. The earth's veins channeled the power of the heavenly thunder. In an instant, it shattered the sacred light shield that had been hurled at it. Time seemed to freeze. Chen Xuan lightly tapped the Kuei-Wen Zun. Invisible ripples spread outward. The sound thundered, deafeningly loud. Yet the Knights Templar before him shattered like broken glass, slowly crumbling to dust. Not a single word was exchanged throughout the entire confrontation. Their methods were too familiar to each other. There was no need to hide, nor could they hide. Chen Xuan now knew their identities, the Knights Templar and those Japanese on Myoji. The Kimen Zun returned to his grasp. The divine artifact shed its mundane appearance, now shrouded in swirling lightning. Then, the text of the classic of mountains and seas, the eastern wilderness, emerged. The inscription read, resembling an ox, with a blue-black body and no horns, possessing a single foot, its roar echoes like thunder. Chen Xian's heartbeat quickened as countless insights into thunder cultivation surged into his mind. A faint smile curved his lips. He formed a spell seal with his hands. Thunder escape. In an instant, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing completely from the alley. Ordinary people who witnessed the spectacle all rushed over, instantly filling the inner space with a cacophony of noise. Even if someone tried to lock onto his aura to track him down, they would likely end up chasing a mirage. Chen Xuan swiftly returned to the capital city. News of his exploits had already spread throughout the circles of the mythic awakening movement. No one knew the true extent of his power. He knew the Knights Templar's 10 elite knights were no match for them, and this time they had dispatched over 20 men yet still returned defeated. As Chen Xuan read the news, a smile gradually spread across his face. Ignore them. We'll inevitably cross paths again, but my current priorities are far more urgent. Because there are more important objectives. Suyu refrained from asking what Chen Xuan's purpose was. For some reason, a faint voice within her heart kept telling her that she must choose to trust Chen Xuan. It was a woman's intuition. Mr. Chen, regarding the information I gathered for you, have you found any new leads? But I'm unsure if that item will actually be auctioned this time. They claim it's because the collector had an incident, and the item stored at his residence will now be put up for auction. The auction house can't guarantee the item is genuinely a treasure. Chen Xuan took the tablet. After carefully examining the images for a moment, a smile spread across his face. This foresight had opened up countless opportunities for him. Before the great catastrophe struck, he had to seize such opportunities while also ensuring everything else was properly handled. A sense of urgency had always weighed on his heart. Yet upon seeing this treasure, he gradually exhaled in relief. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had foreseen, progressing slowly but surely. And he, too, was gradually altering the course of the future through his own actions. 4 days later. Auction venue. This time, Chen Xuan felt no need to conceal his face. He took a seat in the front row. For the initial lots, Chen Xuan occasionally placed bids, merely participating in the bidding process. Yet each time, he failed to secure the item outright. Though he participated in numerous bids, he didn't purchase a single item, but he did make his presence known. It seemed he was making his identity known. In truth, many powerful families and conglomerates maintained connections with one another. Chen Xuan also had corporate holdings in this region. Many present recognized him as a financial benefactor. They had come here specifically for this charity auction. There was no malicious competition among them. When the final item was brought out, all eyes turned to it in unison. The auctioneer, wearing a gentle smile, announced in clear, precise diction, "This is the final item up for auction tonight, but our auction house is unable to authenticate its authenticity. According to our research, these bamboo slips were unearthed at a site once contested during the Warring States period. Its engraved content is a fragment of the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon. There is no reserve price. Bidding is open to all." Chen Xian's eyebrow twitched slightly. When it came to business, the Flower family undoubtedly held the upper hand. Uncertain of the item's authenticity, he decided against setting a reserve price, letting the bidding begin immediately. 10 billion. Chen Xian's calm voice echoed. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of other factions. At this price, he knew someone would follow suit immediately. And indeed, it unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. 200 million. The voice came from a private room upstairs. The auction house was massive, spanning 2 floors. Chen Xuan hadn't deliberately sought out a private room. After all, in just a few dozen days, the money would truly become worthless paper. Even as waste paper, it would be shunned. Chapter 14, Like a Different World. A faint smile played on Chen Xian's lips, yet the bid he shouted sent shockwaves through the entire hall. 100 billion. His gaze shifted toward the private room where the earlier conversation had taken place. The room fell silent. Even the auction house staff were stunned. No one had anticipated such a bid from Chen Xian. They'd seen bids double, but never one that doubled so dramatically. To spend 100 billion for an uncertain fragment? Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Chen Xian had already secured what he desired. Since it was a charity auction, he would spare no effort in supporting it. Besides, it contained something he needed that was the real priority. He was now in the capital city. He found a hotel, entered his room, and immediately locked the door from the inside. Then he fully activated the Kuei-1 vessel. Countless bolts of lightning flashed, seemingly poised to obliterate the shard entirely. But just then, a voice came from outside. "Excuse me, are you home?" Chen Xian walked over with a smile, offering a light handshake as a greeting. Then he heard the other person's plea. "Please save us, children." Chen Xian checked their pulses and found that most of the children were in relatively good health. 2 of them, however, suffered from some strange illness. This forced him to sue his son. Chen Xian approached him with the same rule-abiding attitude he had described. Coincidentally, Chen Xian now needed to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs and also acquire a refining furnace. Many had been waiting for the moment Chen Xian was finally alone. That very thought flashed through their minds as Chen Xian took a step forward. They were all stunned, their eyes wide. A fragment of bamboo slip in Chen Xian's hand suddenly burst into a searing golden light. And this is only the beginning. Well, at least I've managed to bring back a lucky charm. I just wonder if my son likes the local cuisine. I've already prepared everything for you, yet you left before I could serve it. He was merely teasing Su Yu. Balong couldn't hold back. Don't let Su Yu borrow tools to chop the aurora. Though I don't know the exact effects of this concoction you've brewed. But from now on, he's already got me hooked. A sensational zero-spirit aura appeared in the livestream. Earlier, many had been mocking him under their breath-whispered taunts that didn't escape Chen Xian's ears. But among this crowd, many had already formed their own opinions. Unfortunately, Chen Xian gave them no time. Back at his lodgings, Chen Xian carefully channeled his own spiritual energy. Preserving his own essence was already incredibly fragile. How could he possibly protect others? After days of study, Chen Xian finally identified the core issue. With a resolute determination, he tore apart the fragmentary text, each shredded piece landing in his hands. Chen Xian disliked dealing with such people the most. But just as he was about to speak, his cold voice echoed the recently heated topic. This rebirth was fraught with danger, stealing the inner peace of countless souls and planting seeds of ambition within them. Chen Xian also extracted everything hidden within the bamboo slips. He ground them meticulously. "We must cultivate our own strength," he declared. "Besides, the herbs aren't that valuable, they're just common medicinal plants." After half a month, Chen Xian suddenly snapped his eyes open. The alchemy furnace before him seemed poised to explode at any moment. "You won't escape." Chen Xian moved swiftly, but the torrential rain from the sky buried all the wheat completely, leaving no trace. "You needn't tell me where it is. But you can consider this place the 18th layer of hell." "The divine envoy? That's not even close." Before the meteorite, his status could rival that of the revered Kuei-1. Why court trouble? Chen Xian lifted his head haughtily. Everyone had already gathered outside the classroom. As light flickered, he felt that even if he couldn't make steamed buns, he should at least fight for his pride. He had improved by an immeasurable margin. If mom and dad knew he got such treatment at his factory, they'd be smiling in their sleep. Back then, my heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. Seeing you again feels like a lifetime has passed. The woman before him was none other than Chen Xuan's ex-girlfriend. This wasn't the first time Chen Xuan had felt this way, but today he could prolong her suffering all to intensify her agony. He had already extracted some images from her memories earlier, and those scenes made him feel like the world was turning upside down. He didn't want to linger in this moment for even a second longer. Chen Xuan escorted Suyu back to the taxi before turning his gaze toward her. What happened? You look terrible. Chen Xuan suddenly sensed something brewing in the sky. His heart trembled slightly as he guessed what it might be. He took several deep breaths, his heart trembling with utter shock. He never imagined he would actually find this item. In his previous life, he had heard tales of its formidable power. Truly, he had stumbled upon it by accident. Chen Xuan had successfully replicated the Divine Farmer's Cauldron. He had no time to waste, and he knew the Divine Farmer's Cauldron hadn't been destroyed, it simply hadn't yet seen the light of day. Once all the materials were gathered, Chen Xuan immediately began alchemy. Since it was a fragment, the information recorded was sparse. Chen Xuan resolved to throw every last bit into the alchemy furnace. After several consecutive attempts at inquiry, his heart remained utterly unmoved. Even if he understood the process, success wouldn't come overnight. Moreover, once the elixir described within these fragments took shape, Chen Xuan was still pondering these matters when he suddenly snapped to attention and leapt to his feet. But it was already too late. The alchemy furnace exploded. After several consecutive failures, most had triggered the alchemical tribulation at the final step. Across the entire capital city. Following this alchemy attempt, the 9-poison heavenly barrier manifested directly, silently merging into the smog. If this persists, it could lead to the extinction of all life in this land. That toxicity was no laughing matter. Chen Xuan hadn't paid much attention to the bone-eating powder after his failure, but when he turned back to look for it, the substance had vanished. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Meanwhile, elsewhere, they clutched the bone-eroding powder in their hands, their faces betraying uncontrollable excitement. With this in hand, they would find the mastermind. They would gain wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Yet the moment they handed it over, what awaited them was the abyss of death. The bone-corroding powder was then sent to the laboratory. Chapter 15, The Water-Repelling Golden Eye Pillar. Chen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the emergence of the Spirit Medicine Mutual Aid Society. The 9 poisonous heavenly mists no longer posed a significant threat, and as for the ancient plague ghosts that had appeared, they could only truly cause harm after a great catastrophe. An inconspicuous piece of news surfaced online. After Chen Xuan acquired exclusive exploration rights to the Yellow River's ancient course, some wondered why he would do such a thing. Was there really anything worth exploring there? Due to the emergence of the Medicinal Herb Mutual Aid Society and the recent surge in celestial anomalies, this topic failed to trend on social media and went largely unnoticed. Yet certain individuals have been watching Chen Xuan's every move. Upon seeing Chen Xuan's purchase of the Yellow River Ancient Channel exploration rights, they immediately set off. After instructing Suyu to secure that location, Chen Xuan had already set off. But someone had beaten him to it. Utilizing modern technology, they had already completed the surrounding exploration. News spread among the major factions. Standing beside Chen Xuan as they watched the surging Yellow River waters, Suyu reported in a low voice, "Numerous traces around here indicate someone has already explored this area and quite recently. Mr. Chen, now that we've acquired this site, should we deploy a professional survey team?" Chen Xuan shook his head. No need for an exploration team. Arrange for a salvage team directly. I already know what lies within. Suyu immediately went to make the arrangements. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged by the riverbank, waiting in silence. As dusk fell, he opened his eyes and gazed at the moonlight in the sky. The moonlight seemed to be sprinkled down from the moon's radiance. Only those with extraordinary abilities could see at the moon's radiance settling upon a specific spot at the river's bottom. Chen Xuan memorized the location, then shifted his gaze to a spot not far behind him. The hidden figure in the distance, upon being noticed, instantly fled. Terror etched itself upon its face. That brief exchange of glances felt like witnessing the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe toward him. Alas, though swift, his speed could not outpace the force of thunder. Snap! A flash of lightning erupted, and the man slowly collapsed to the ground, his thoughts fading away. Chen Xuan paid no heed to which faction the man belonged to. Since their presence had been discovered, he might as well salvage the wreckage openly. But before salvaging, one crucial task remained, otherwise, even a team of professional salvagers would meet their end. Spiritual energy surged within him as he stepped toward the Yellow River. When his foot touched the river's surface, it did not sink. Instead, he walked upon the water itself, heading toward the spot where the moonlight fell. As his form drew near, the Yellow River's waters began to boil. Dark mist swirled around him, gradually coalescing into the form of a black dragon. Half its body remained submerged beneath the river's surface, its head raised high, gazing down upon Chen Xuan with an air of superiority. Who dares to be so insolent? The voice was deep yet carried an eerie chill. Chen Xuan's demon-slaying sword flashed in his hand, but he quickly sheathed it, having recognized the creature's true form. He smiled faintly. The remnant soul of the River Lord? How do you know my identity? The black dragon showed no emotion, yet his words carried a hint of shock. Even with the awakening of transcendent power, such a formidable expert should not have emerged so swiftly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was gradually reviving, and the divine beings of old would slowly reappear in the mortal realm. Chen Xuan replied coldly, "It's none of your concern how I know. I came here today solely to break the seal on the water-repelling golden-eyed pillar. Are you going to stop me? How dare you?" The black dragon roared furiously, "By decree of the celestial court. Without the Emperor of Heaven's edict, it shall not be broken." Chen Xuan fixed his gaze upon the black dragon. The Kueiwen Zun materialized in his hand, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky, striking the black dragon in an instant. Arg! The black dragon let out an agonized howl. Its scales began to peel away, revealing the golden seal of the heavenly court's decree. "No wonder you tried to stop me. The seal was within you all along. The moment the seal is broken is the day of your demise. And your true form isn't even of the dragon clan, you're merely a vessel possessed by the remnant soul of the River Lord." Chen Xian's voice was soft, yet its clarity pierced the black dragon's ears. It tried to speak further. But in the next instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted across the sky. The seal was broken. Chen Xuan watched as strands of golden light gradually emerged from the depths below, yet he did not act immediately. Now was not the time to retrieve the water-repelling golden eye pillar. If retrieved prematurely, it would cause the Yellow River to overflow, leading to uncontrollable consequences. As the salvage team arrived, and the live streaming crew, thanks to the precise coordinates provided by Chen Xuan, the team's work proceeded smoothly. When they finally spotted the object using diving equipment, they too were stunned. No one could have imagined that such an enormous bronze pillar lay hidden beneath the Yellow River's depths. The salvage operation proceeded swiftly. With today's rapid technological advancements, the massive bronze pillar was gradually lifted out. And at that very moment, over the East Sea, suddenly, waves surged without wind, towering 100-meter-high waves churning violently. This eerie phenomenon left countless people in awe, especially the fishermen out at sea. They could see this situation from afar and hurriedly steered their boats to safety, though the wind and waves still affected them. Just as everyone assumed this was an abrupt extreme weather event, something seemed to burst forth from the depths of the sea. Looking up, they beheld a colossal dragon serpent soaring through the heavens. The dragon was bowing toward a specific direction. The fishermen were utterly dumbfounded. Could there truly be a dragon beneath the East Sea? The live stream topic was Yellow River salvage. Many were deeply curious, for since ancient times, the Yellow River had been steeped in countless tales of the uncanny. Bullet comments flooded the screen. Especially when the massive bronze pillar pulled from the salvage site appeared, the screen was flooded with a sea of comments. Who knew Chen Xuan would start exploiting his fame for fraud? I thought he spent billions on that auction just for charity, but now it seems he's no saint either. We thought the salvage team would find something valuable, but all they pulled up was fake special effects? It's definitely a fake special effect. How else could they produce such a massive bronze pillar? This bronze pillar must weigh at least 10,000 jin. Even with modern technology, salvaging it would be incredibly difficult. How did the ancients get it in there? For the ancients, bronze was money. The weight of this single pillar could equal a century's worth of copper mining. And that's not counting smelting and casting. You're telling me this massive pillar is an ancient relic? The live stream was flooded with abusive comments, even the professional official broadcast team getting thoroughly roasted. Yet within the Taoist forum, a different scene unfolded. The topic sparked heated discussions. One statement gained unanimous agreement. This artifact shall safeguard the nation's fortune for 3,000 years. Chapter 16, The Seven Stars Life-Prolonging Formation. The controversy over the fake salvage effects erupted online. The Dao Alliance forum thread was also posted online. People directly called them out, demanding an explanation. The Dao Alliance members responded with just one sentence. Believe it or not, what we say is none of your damn business. The Taoists' response made countless people laugh, prompting them to dig up the sex code of conduct, act without striving, govern in chaos, descend during turmoil, and shut the doors in times of peace. Even joining the Dao Alliance depended on one's karmic affinity. They lived by the motto of doing as they pleased. Chen Xuan was aware of this incident and suspected someone was deliberately stirring the pot. But he had no interest in getting involved in such trivial matters. He continued on his own path. With the countdown to the great catastrophe following the spiritual energy's revival steadily ticking away, certain matters no longer warranted his concern. After the water-repelling golden-eyed pillar was salvaged, it was sent to the capital. Chen Xuan did not return. Instead, he headed straight for the Yinglong Mountains. The demon-slaying sword was connected to the dragon veins. He sensed something amiss in its aura and followed the sword's transmitted message to the dragon vein source in the Yinglong Mountains.
At this point of the dragon vein, danger suddenly arose. He looked up at the sky. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze growing grave. He had already begun to suspect a certain possibility. Meanwhile, at the Illuminati headquarters, several figures gathered in a dimly lit chamber. We have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Even if it provokes the wrath of the Flower Nation, this must be done. They have discovered the legendary mythical artifact. The water-repelling golden-eyed pillar is of utmost importance. We must destroy their dragon vein to halt the rapid revival of spiritual energy. I agree. If we fail to destroy their dragon vein, they will grow stronger at an alarming rate. With mythical forces reviving, no one can rival the Flower family. Their mythical system is too powerful. They haven't even fully grown yet. We must nip this in the bud. I concur. This matter is settled. Even if it incites their fury, it must be done. All present reached unanimous agreement. The emergence of the water-repelling golden-eyed pillar had already driven them to desperate measures. Their next move was dangerously reckless. The slightest misstep could ignite a new confrontation. Since everyone agrees, I'll immediately send word over there. We'll say our space satellite malfunctioned and accidentally fired our newly developed laser weapon toward the Qinling Mountains. After taking action, we'll immediately apologize. Even if it provokes the anger of the Flower Nation, it's better than letting them fully recover. At worst, we'll offer some compensation. Right now, many of them still don't realize just how formidable the mythical revival truly is. Future technology will be nothing but a joke. After the true gods descend, they can crush that technology barehanded. Their eyes blazed with fervent light. At that very moment, someone rushed in to report. We've spotted a figure in the satellite feed that strongly resembles Chen Xuan. Hearing this, many present immediately turned their gaze toward the screen. The screen illuminated the dark room. Chen Xuan appeared on the screen not in video, but in a photograph. The image was somewhat blurry, but it was faintly recognizable as Chen Xuan. The satellite only dared to take a few photos. It couldn't keep its gaze fixed on that area for long, or it would surely alert the Chinese authorities. Should we proceed with the plan? Proceed. Chen Xuan's presence here is irrelevant. Though he possesses some power now, his spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered. His strength is limited. He can't withstand our laser weapons. Best to eliminate him while we're at it. I sense he will become the greatest obstacle to our divine descent in the future. They had already set the time. All that remained was to strike. Chen Xuan sensed a palpable threat. The dragon veins possessed spiritual essence, but no intelligence. He understood modern technology and knew how many people the Illuminati controlled. The man he had killed with thunder magic the night before retrieving the water-repelling golden-eyed pillar was from the Illuminati. They had been watching him all along and likely already knew why he was here. Seems you truly can't sit still any longer. Now he prepared to set his deadly trap. It required many elements, and though he sensed the impending danger, he still needed time to prepare. Shortly after he departed, the preparations were swiftly completed. Transporting these items required manpower. The rugged terrain of the Qinling Mountains made roads impassable, forcing them to rely on porters to carry everything in. And at that very moment, a crimson beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. The crimson beam struck the dragon vein instantly. Rocks exploded, and the earth shook violently. When Chen Xuan witnessed this, his eyes blazed with overwhelming fury. How dare you? His worst fears had come true. He had sensed earlier that severing the dragon vein was beyond human capability unless they set up a feng shui killing formation. Taoists would never allow such reckless actions. Yet now they resorted to the most brutal means. The equipment they had brought was now useless. Chen Xuan ordered the material transporters to leave everything behind and return immediately. In the room where the Illuminati's high-ranking members had gathered, seeing the effect achieved thus far, they all wore satisfied smiles. The dragon veins of the flower planting family are finished. Their spiritual energy revival will be delayed. Our Order of the Knights Templar will become the true, unrivaled first. They celebrated in triumph. They paid no heed to the flower family's furious retaliation. The entire world was watching. If the flower family took direct action, it would be seen as a reckless act of vengeance. The apology video had already been released, and their tone was genuinely sincere. This was meant to make the flower family swallow a bitter pill. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan had arrived at the mountain range ravaged by laser bombardment. The demon-slaying sword trembled, radiating a sorrowful aura. The dragon vein had not been completely severed, but now it felt faintly disconnected. A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. After closing his eyes and contemplating for a moment, he took out the divine needle of the sea and placed it at the fractured point of the dragon vein. Then, he arranged 7 lamps around it, corresponding to the positions of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. At Wuzhang Plains, Zhuge Liang used the 7 stars life-sustaining formation to forcibly prolong his life, only to ultimately fall to the heavens. Today, I shall use the divine needle of the sea as the erase core.
For the dragon veins of our flower planting family, I shall activate a new life-prolonging array, reshaping the very foundation of the dragon veins. Chen Xuan's voice was not loud, resonating only beneath the dragon vein. The divine needle of the sea anchors the core, while the seven-star life-sustaining formation serves as its support. Though the sun blazed overhead, yet in the heavens, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shimmered with light. Chen Xuan continuously channeled Lingli's essence into the formation. The 7 stars life-sustaining array slowly took shape. The power of the heavens was channeled, and the 7 stars of the Big Dipper bestowed their stellar energy, intertwining with the celestial force. Beads of sweat rolled down Chen Xuan's forehead as his face grew pale. Just a little more, but now my spiritual energy is gone. His spiritual energy was now completely depleted. Chapter 17, The Onmyoji of the 9 Chrysanthemums Sect. The last shred of spiritual energy within Chen Xuan had been completely drained. Zhuge Liang, a man of extraordinary talent, had attempted to borrow life from the heavens using the 7 stars life-extending formation, only to fail due to an unexpected mishap. Chen Xuan now stood drained of power, yet the array remained one step short. Without his spiritual energy to guide it, the power of the heavens and stars would cease its advance. With the 7 stars life-sustaining formation failing, the dragon veins would sever completely. The land of Zhonghua might appear unchanged on the surface, but the revival of spiritual energy would be severely delayed, and the awakening of the mythical system would be postponed. Then all manner of creatures would emerge. Demons and monsters would run rampant. Without sufficient power to resist, the flower planting family faces grave peril. His heart raced with urgency as his mind worked feverishly. Just then, a faint dragon's roar echoed from within the dragon vein. Then, Chen Xuan seemed to sense something. In the blink of an eye, the primal power of the dragon vein surged from beneath his feet. This was the last thread connecting him to the dragon vein, and now all its energy converged upon him. Spiritual energy surged rapidly toward him. The power of the celestial stars accelerated its circulation. The 7 stars life-sustaining formation was complete. A golden dragon-shaped phantom shot skyward. Dragon roars echoed through the air. It coalesced momentarily before the celestial satellite, then plunged headlong into the Earth's veins. Chen Xuan could distinctly feel the dragon vein's benefits. His strength surged, advancing by an entire major realm in that instant. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. Who would have thought there'd be such a benefit? This must be the dragon vein's reward to me. With the divine needle of the sea retrieved, the 7-star life-sustaining array buried here had lost its purpose. The dragon vein had reconnected and reshaped itself. It was now threefold stronger than before. Not only did he feel no weakness now, but the dragon vein's power had also helped him rebuild his foundations. This was a blessing countless sought but could never attain. As he stepped out of the dragon vein's vicinity, preparing to descend the mountain, he suddenly halted. He now stood within a valley, the only path leading away from the mountain. The air here was thick with yin energy, perpetually devoid of sunlight. It was the perfect breeding ground for creatures that shun the light. He sensed danger approaching. By the time he reached the spot, he knew he had walked into an ambush, for the entities surrounding him were all dark and malevolent. Come out! The demon-slaying sword appeared in his hand as his gaze fixed on a spot not far away. Within the tree shadows, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes slowly materialized. I didn't expect you to be so alert. The other spoke in stiff Japanese, his accent betraying him as a yin-yang master from the land of the rising sun. Chen Xuan studied the figure's attire. Though clad entirely in black, a single petal adorned the cuff of his sleeve. Are you from the 9 Chrysanthemums sect? Indeed, I come from the 9 Chrysanthemums sect. My purpose here today is to claim your head. And to utterly annihilate your soul. You stand as an obstacle on our path forward. You must be eliminated, reduced to a stepping stone beneath our feet. As the Onmyoji spoke, his hands moved ceaselessly, forming intricate hand seals. Beneath the surrounding tree canopy, bizarre and grotesque entities began to materialize. This was an artificially conjured procession of 100 ghosts. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. Had this happened earlier, he might have felt fear. His cultivation base remained stagnant, its spiritual energy yet to fully awaken. No matter how many ancient techniques he possessed, he couldn't wield them. But with the dragon vein restored, his cultivation had risen. His constitution underwent a profound transformation. With his renewed effort, the Thunder Duke could effortlessly eliminate the entire procession of ghosts. But doing so would only allow him to kill the Onmyoji standing before him. The Shikigami summoned by his opponent were certainly not solely his own offerings. Behind them, there were undoubtedly Shikigami borrowed from other Onmyoji. I hear that in your land, an Onmyoji can only contract one Shikigami. If that Shikigami is utterly destroyed, the Onmyoji's soul dissipates as well. A master of the Kyukyoku sect sneered, our Shikigami never truly die. Even if you kill them now, they will soon reassemble their bodies within our shrine. Are you ready to die? Countless dark shadows now swirled around Chen Xuan. The shadows were grotesque and twisted. They took all manner of forms, their eyes filled with endless greed, as if craving Chen Xuan's flesh and blood.
Chen Xuan offered a faint, mocking smile. I have one final question. I imagine you have time to answer it for me. You've already made a deal with the Illuminati, haven't you? The Illuminati knew I'd appeared at the Dragon Vein of Yinglong, which is why they accelerated their actions. You're the ambush prepared for the event that I survive. The expert from the Jiuzhou sect nodded with a smile. Correct. You've guessed right. To deal with you, we must unite. We must suppress your spiritual energy revival before it begins. Your mythical system is far too powerful, and we possess ample knowledge of your capabilities. If we fail to crush you in your infancy, once you fully awaken, we will forever crawl before you, never able to raise our heads. Chen Xuan also smiled. Seems you know your place after all. But you might be mistaken. The flowering nation never lacks extraordinary individuals. You see me as your greatest obstacle only because I oppose you. But you haven't yet encountered the flowering nation's true masters. Chen Xuan retained all the memories from his previous life. He possessed foresight. The top 3 masters possessed no such foresight, yet they still navigated the chaotic world and rapidly increased their strength, revealing just how extraordinary their innate talents truly were. Beyond their peerless natural gifts, they also possessed ancient legacies passed down through the ages. They too shone brightest amidst the great catastrophe. At this moment, Chen Xuan had already obtained the answers he sought. Glancing at the surrounding Shikigami, a mocking smile spread across his face. These demons and spirits in the hands of your Japanese onmyoji, they become gods? What a joke! You exploit the power of your own faith, constantly worshipping these demons and spirits so that even after they are destroyed, they can be reshaped. But what if I cast them into the Yinglong realm? Would they ever return from that endless void? That is where the most wretched demons truly belong. You lack the power to shatter the barrier between the two realms. The onmyoji of the QQ faction paled, daring not to delay any longer. A shrill voice erupted from his mouth. A procession of 100 ghosts. They surged toward Chen Xuan, radiating a sky-piercing aura of darkness. Chapter 18, Calculating the Dragon Vein Node. A mocking sneer spread across Chen Xuan's face as he swung his demon-slaying sword with sudden ferocity. Though he had not yet departed the Qinling Mountains, he could harness the power of the Dragon Vein here. The Dragon Vein's power surged at his command. Yin Yang Realm, open. As the sword sliced through the air, the heavens and earth shifted in color. The blade seemed to slice through the barriers of space, creating spatial fissures. The 100 ghosts emerging from the night procession all wore expressions of utter terror. It was too late to retreat. The Yin Yang realm had opened, and the ghosts were frozen in place as a tremendous suction force emerged. The ghosts were gradually sucked into the void. The caster's face had turned as pale as paper, and he couldn't help but roar in fury. No! Repair this spatial rift immediately, or the 9 Chrysanthemums sect will regard you as mortal enemies. Chen Xuan sneered mockingly, as if you wouldn't become my enemies yourselves. Who knows how many onmyoji will be utterly destroyed by this backlash, killed outright or at least gravely wounded. And you, the caster, will be the first to fall. As his voice faded, the night parade of 100 ghosts vanished completely. The Yin Yang realm slowly closed. At that moment, the master of the 9 Chrysanthemums sect began trembling violently. Blood spurted forth from his mouth as he pointed at Chen Xuan, struggling to speak. Chen Xuan gave a faint, mocking smile. Still got some threats to spout? You attack me first. Had you not come today, I wouldn't have sought trouble. But you chose to court death. Don't blame me for the consequences. With that, he turned and walked directly out of the Qinling Mountains. The 9 Chrysanthemums faction practitioner slowly collapsed to the ground. His pupils dilated, his mind filled with overwhelming shock. Deep resentment also filled his heart. The Yin Yang master dead. With Chen Xuan's departure and the sudden death of the Yin Yang master, the news swiftly spread back to the capital. When they received the news, their first reaction was utter disbelief. Chen Xuan had not only repaired the Dragon Vein but also temporarily concealed it. They knew repeating their previous tactics was now impossible. Besides, the Flower family wasn't a pushover. The previous incident of lasers being directed at the Qinling Mountains had already pushed the Chinese government to the brink of fury. If it happened again, they might suffer the consequences before the mythical realm fully revived. And now the situation was staring them right in the face. What exactly should we do? The Japanese onmyoji also perished at Chen Xuan's hands, yet Chen Xuan returned unscathed. Who says he's exhausted his power? At least 100 of our onmyoji suffered backlash, now possessed by malevolent spirits. Fewer than half can be saved. Don't you owe us an explanation and accountability? Hearing this, the temple representatives all lowered their heads slightly. They had no intention of offering explanations or saying anything. After all, this was a joint operation. They couldn't be solely blamed for the current predicament. The Illuminati member responded coldly, no one can execute a plan flawlessly. We too have suffered immense losses. At this point, he shook his head lightly. But I still have one more plan. But this task requires your onmyoji to carry it out. The 9 Chrysanthemums faction seethed with anger, on the verge of protesting, but ultimately swallowed their words. They knew they couldn't afford to provoke these people. Even if they collaborated, success was far from guaranteed. Besides, they too sought to confront the flowering family. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and grit their teeth as they demanded. What other schemes do you have? The Illuminati member laid out their plan. Upon hearing that their men wouldn't need to risk their lives, only that they had to find one person, this actually brought him some relief. If they had to risk their men's lives again, their remaining elite fighters might suffer casualties. That would render his position as leader meaningless. He'd be overthrown immediately. After finalizing the plan, they immediately set out to execute it. Meanwhile, the Illuminati member returned to report the matter. After brief deliberation, their leader produced an object. It was the prophecy of the reclining figure. His eyes burned with intense light. This artifact should allow me to foresee the troubles ahead. It is the most treasured possession of their Chinese clan. Over 1,000 years ago, they already foresaw everything happening now. A sacred white light emanated from his body, slowly infusing into the prophecy of the reclining figure. Closing his eyes, images began to form within his mind. Before he could fully comprehend them, a sudden chill swept over him. He snapped his eyes open, only to spurt blood from his mouth. The leader of the Illuminati suffered a devastating backlash. His eyes filled with stunned disbelief, his lips murmuring, "When frost melts the wood child, the monkey that gave me life dies by the eagle." Half a day later, Chen Xuan heard who had requested to meet him, his eyes brimming with confusion. Still, he made his way to the reception room. He had no ties whatsoever with those Japanese on Myoji. Yet he knew full well how formidable these men were. Unless absolutely necessary, he'd never want to stand against them. One might even say they were a bunch of lunatics. He forced a smile. "Sir, what might I do for you?" The Onmyoji returned the smile with an equally friendly expression, bowing slightly toward Chen Xuan before extending an inviting gesture. "Mr. Chen, we wish to invite you to join our collaboration. We intend to deal with Chen Xuan. You must be aware of how tyrannical his current position has become, and how he shows no regard for your feelings. If you're willing to join us and assist in our strategic planning, then you'll never have to worry about anyone targeting you on Wall Street again. Whoever tries to harm you, we'll protect you with everything we've got." Chen Xuan hadn't expected such words from them. He did indeed want to deal with Chen Xuan. Long ago, he had even sought to make Chen Xuan his mortal enemy. Yet, in the end, he hadn't acted not because he was soft-hearted, but because he knew he lacked the strength to do so. Chen Xian's grip on the conglomerate left him no opening to strike. Now, someone had suddenly come knocking, offering cooperation. His brow furrowed deeply. "Tell me your conditions. Is it merely cooperation?" The yin-yang master immediately broke into a smile. "Precisely. We simply need you to step back and utilize certain resources your city group has left behind here. It's to deduce the dragon vein nodes." Their plan was straightforward: exploit the resources Chen Xuan had left behind in the conglomerate to deduce the dragon vein nodes of the flower family. Chapter 19, The Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, the Truth. Meanwhile, atop Mount Hua, Chen Xuan gazed at the rising sun, sensing the purple qi emanating from the east. Pure spiritual energy slowly entered his dantian, and he felt the qi throughout his body circulating at an astonishingly rapid pace. This place truly is rich in spiritual energy. If not for all those matters, this would be the most suitable place for seclusion. At this thought, Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't stop now. Many matters still required careful, step-by-step planning. If he failed to complete his plans, when the primordial spiritual energy fully revived and the great catastrophe began, it might spell the downfall of the flowering family. Moreover, other major factions were already eyeing the flowering family greedily. He was certain he wasn't the only one making preparations. But he must exert every ounce of his ability. At the very least, he must ensure the flowering clan's spiritual energy fully revives, unlike in his previous life, where the energy never fully returned. By the time those demons and monsters emerged, he'd already exhausted all his strength fighting them. Where would the strength be left to confront the revival of other mythical beings? Recalling all that had transpired, his gaze hardened into unwavering resolve. He formed a spell seal with his fingers. His expression grew increasingly solemn. The dragon vein is neither mountain nor water, but the very essence of the people's vitality. Today, I, Chen Xuan, erect this monument here. Behind him stood the monument of merit, now fully erected. The time had finally come. The entire feng shui layout must be fully deployed, and this arrangement would influence events for generations to come. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, Chen Xuan had chosen to heed the words of the man from Japan. After a moment's hesitation, he finally resolved to. He began collaborating with the other party. Using data left behind by Chen Xuan and leveraging Wall Street algorithms, they began relentlessly calculating the dragon vein nodes of the flower family. If they could locate those dragon vein nodes and outmaneuver them with ingenuity, it would save them a great deal of trouble. They no longer possessed the means to forcibly disrupt the dragon veins. Their only recourse was to employ these algorithms to precisely pinpoint each dragon vein node locations that would be far easier to destroy. Chen Xuan had no idea what severe consequences his actions would bring upon the flower family.
All he could think of at that moment were the benefits the Japanese onmyoji had brought him. Yet they had no idea that the materials Chen Xuan had deliberately left behind were intentional. He knew that sooner or later, someone would use his records for their own calculations. So he deliberately planted flaws within them. Regardless of what those individuals sought to deduce, the ultimate outcome would be distortion. The river diagram and the Book of Lo were the very origins of all divination methods in the world. The world's earliest treasures of deduction. As the Japanese onmyoji pushed his calculations to their limits, an increasingly unsettling sense of wrongness took hold. Gradually, his mental state descended into a void. Within his calculations, he entered an infinite loop, as if completely trapped within his own psyche. No matter how Chen Xuan tried to rouse him, he remained unresponsive. An ambulance was summoned. Chen Xuan received the news swiftly. Although he claimed the conglomerate had withdrawn from Wall Street, Chen Xuan remained there, a sort of sleeper agent. But that man was utterly incapable of assisting him. But when he needed someone to handle matters, he didn't necessarily require that person's consent. Take this simulation, for instance. Chen Xuan had already sensed it. After all, these were the tools he had left behind, specifically for the person behind the scenes to conduct simulations. Once the simulation began, the influence he had embedded would cause the mind to spiral into an endless loop. Whether one could survive was entirely uncertain. Once the mind perished, it meant the soul's complete annihilation. To live again, one would need a deity to manifest in the mortal realm. Alas, the path to deities manifesting in reality remains an incredibly long journey ahead. And the colors of spiritual energy had only just begun to stir once more. Chen Xuan swiftly returned to the villa, where he sensed his left-behind artifacts being disturbed. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon his lips. Though I didn't witness it myself, I already guessed your outcome. The mastermind behind this must be furious. Whether it's the Illuminati or those Japanese onmyoji, one less enemy is one less to deal with. Chen Xuan felt no pity whatsoever for such people. Right now, he needed rest and to consolidate his current cultivation base. There were also crucial matters awaiting his attention. After all, he couldn't fight alone now. He needed to awaken certain individuals to aid him. And these people must appear soon. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he wasted no time. After solidifying his acupoints, he immediately brought Suyu to the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. The last time he had come here, he could have awakened them directly, but he hadn't done so. The first emperor had stopped him, saying only that the time was not yet ripe. Now, however, he needed assistance. He also needed someone to guard the dragon vein here, lest it bring immense trouble. If anyone truly deduced the location of the dragon vein's node and disrupted it, that would be the greatest calamity. The spiritual energy would fail to revive, and the awakening of their mythical forces would be plunged into an excruciatingly slow process. When the great catastrophe arrived, without enough individuals awakening their mythical powers, how could they possibly stand against those entities? Those demons inspectors hold no fear for modern weapons, let alone their elusive nature. Without a powerful force to protect their kin and safeguard the entire Chinese nation, their extinction would be imminent. Therefore, everything must be accomplished swiftly. Beyond that, there were other matters demanding attention. Chen Xuan was already quite familiar with this place, having entered the interior of the Lishan Imperial Mausoleum through another location. Suyu's face was filled with utter disbelief. She never imagined Chen Xuan could so effortlessly lead her into the Lishan Imperial Mausoleum. After all, this place had long been under the strictest security measures, making entry incredibly difficult. Yet, after winding through twists and turns, they had actually arrived here through a crevice on the mountaintop. Mr. Chen, look! There are paintings here. Chen Xuan walked over and examined the paintings closely, his face suddenly turning pale. A storm of emotions surged within him. He never imagined encountering such paintings here. The underground palace murals depicted everything with crystal clarity. His knowledge of history required little explanation. He was certain Suyu could recognize them too. This mural overturned his previous understanding of many things, and it could even be said to have overturned some connections within the mythological tales. He and Suyu exchanged a glance. I never imagined the truth could be like this. Should we photograph this place and reveal the truth to the world? Suyu asked. Chapter 20, The Grand Vision of the First Emperor. Chen Xuan carefully studied the entirety of the underground palace murals. In the end, he shook his head with a smile. I suspect we're not the first to come here, yet none of this has been leaked. That alone speaks volumes about the higher-ups' intentions. Many now claim that Japan itself originated from Su Fu, leading 3,000 young boys and girls there to establish a new lineage. In truth, they had inhabitants long before that, but those people were like savages, all of them tiny little people. His finger traced a section of the murals as he spoke. I've only just uncovered the truth of Su Fu's eastern voyage. He sailed with 3,000 children to subdue the Yamada no Orochi serpent, not to seek immortality. The first emperor was a man of immense vision and ambition. How could he have been utterly consumed by the pursuit of immortality? Such schemes wouldn't have fooled the first emperor so easily, nor could they have justified such vast treasures.
It seems the truth is undeniable. It's highly likely that spiritual energy was reviving back then. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty wouldn't have collapsed so easily after just 2 emperors. Even if Huai was utterly incompetent, the vast Qin army still stood ready. The stalwart sons of Qin stand united in national crisis that wasn't just empty rhetoric. Perhaps only the first emperor himself could answer these questions. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Though he didn't know what Chen Xuan had done, he was certain Chen Xuan wouldn't dare excavate the imperial tomb at Mount Li. Otherwise, no one could save them, they'd all be doomed. Besides, the first emperor had been dead for over 1,000 years, how could he possibly converse with them? That was absurd. Chen Xuan didn't reveal the truth to Su Yu outright. He believed the first emperor had already sensed his arrival. They were now advancing step by step deeper inside. After viewing the murals in the underground palace, they had reached the location of the terracotta warriors. These were terracotta warriors that had never been exposed to the outside world. Their bodies still bore vibrant colors. Had they not known the circumstances, they might have mistaken them for real people. Even Su Yu was startled. They were simply too lifelike. Chen Xuan hurried forward, scrutinizing the terracotta warriors closely. Soon, he spotted the problem, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Yu hurried over to join him, her eyes wide with awe. She never imagined such lifelike terracotta warriors could have been crafted during the Qin Shi Huang era. Such craftsmanship would be mind-blowing even by modern standards. And there were tens of thousands of them, perhaps even more. The surrounding terracotta warriors stood densely packed, like a vast army guarding the imperial tomb. But what Chen Xuan noticed wasn't the vastness of the scene. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the objects embedded within the eyes of the terracotta general. As he drew closer and examined them closely, he quickly discovered something that filled him with astonishment and bewilderment. But soon, it was as if he had thought of something. Fragments of the fluorescent star guarding the heart. I never imagined they would be placed within the eyes of the terracotta warriors. And this warrior already possesses the ability to connect with the purple star. Emperor Qin Shi Huang truly had remarkable skill. He soon discovered that among the 100,000 terracotta warriors, the eyes of several generals were all inlaid with meteorite iron. And they were all fragments of the fallen core of the fluorescent star. Now everything seemed to fit together. Yet without the first emperor's confirmation, Chen Xuan could never be entirely certain of his conjecture. He prepared to venture deeper inside. But at that very moment, he distinctly sensed something amiss, as if something was watching him. He instinctively turned his head. Immediately, he saw Su Yu. Her face was deathly pale, her body trembling slightly. Memories seemed to be forcibly awakening in his mind, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Though he had been staring at Chen Xuan's back the entire time, countless memories kept surfacing in his mind. Those memories were chaotic, interspersed with glimpses of ethereal landscapes. He shook his head vigorously, suspecting he might be hallucinating. Yet the memory images refused to be shaken off. Suspecting the air here might be toxic, he hurriedly tried to call out to Chen Xuan. When Chen Xuan turned back, he sensed something amiss with Su Yu. He suspected her identity might be different. Recalling how she had captured the Yin soldiers in his previous life. Was it truly only to protect that demon-slaying sword? Perhaps not. He pretended not to notice anything. After all, he himself had once fallen prey to illusions. He wanted to see how much of Su Yu's memories would awaken. If she could awaken her potential early here, it would bring him nothing but benefits, no drawbacks whatsoever. That would truly be a massive boost for him. And he trusted Su Yu would not lose control. He knew Su Yu's character too well. Even if her past memories awoke, they would never dominate her thoughts. Moreover, with her current mindset, those past memories would merely become distant recollections. The Chinese people have always believed that destiny is in their own hands, not in the heavens. Their willpower was exceptionally resilient. Chen Xuan was actually quite eager to see what memories Su Yu had awakened. He was watching Chen Xuan intently at that moment. Su Yu felt as though she were experiencing a hallucination, realizing the terracotta warriors had come to life. Especially the lead terracotta warrior, who had raised his hand as if to touch Chen Xuan. Without hesitation, Su Yu lunged forward to push Chen Xuan out of the way. He feared Chen Xuan was in danger. Chen Xuan, however, pulled Su Yu into his arms. "What's wrong?" Today, upon arriving at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, he had intended to tell Su Yu about the changes in this world. No matter how vividly words could describe it, nothing compared to the shock of seeing it with one's own eyes. So he needed Su Yu to witness the grandeur of this place firsthand, to see the terracotta warriors being forcibly awakened. Su Yu hadn't expected Chen Xuan to embrace her. Suppressing the flood of memories surging through her mind, she urgently cried out, "Behind you!" Chen Xuan didn't turn around, he had already sensed it. He had visited the imperial tomb before and knew the situation here. "Did you see the terracotta warriors come to life?" Su Yu nodded rapidly. "Yes, and he was about to attack you just now." A storm of emotions surged within Su Yu. Chen Xuan had clearly seen someone too. It was impossible for both of them to experience identical hallucinations simultaneously. Yet Chen Xuan wore a distinct smile. That wasn't an illusion. I brought you here today precisely to help you see the true nature of this world. Spiritual energy is steadily reviving now, and your memories are slowly awakening. Chapter 21, The Shadow Army Passes. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. She had initially believed everything that had just appeared was an illusion, but now she understood it was nothing of the sort. Now she finally understood why Chen Xuan had been collecting those things all along. Spiritual energy is reviving? Chen Xuan nodded, his expression turning grave. Exactly. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is steadily reviving. Many of the bizarre incidents circulating now are genuine, not mere rumors. It's just that some incidents have been suppressed. After all, no one wants such matters spreading like wildfire and causing panic. That would likely lead to enormous trouble. At this point, Chen Xuan sighed inwardly. But avoiding trouble hadn't worked. In the end, a massive problem had emerged anyway. He hadn't shared these details with Su Yu. Su Yu's memories had begun to return slightly. But those memories were merely fleeting flashes, not a complete awakening. His eyes were filled with confusion as he turned to look at Chen Xuan. After the spiritual energy revives, does that mean we can all become incredibly powerful masters, just like in the movies? I wasn't an ordinary person in my past life. How could you possibly know about my past? Chen Xuan shook his head with a smile. I don't know either. It's just a guess. Your fragmented memories likely contain clues about your subconscious identity, who you were and what your personality was like. I don't know the specifics either. But remember this, no matter what happens, always hold on to your current personality. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed by your past life's memories. Su Yu nodded quickly. I understand. I won't let those memories take over my dominant personality. I am who I am, no one can replace me. Chen Xian's gaze fell upon the terracotta warriors. At this moment, His Majesty the First Emperor had not appeared. This signaled that now was not the right moment to awaken His Majesty the First Emperor. But he needed to awaken these ghost soldiers, and the method was simple. The essence of living blood as the catalyst. What are you planning to do? Su Yu asked, puzzled. He sensed that whatever Chen Xuan was about to do was far from simple. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes as he spoke. No woman could help but fear such things, even Su Yu, who had awakened many fragments of her memories. But those were merely the beginnings of awakening. She hadn't truly mastered the power of her past life. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. I intend to lead these shadow soldiers out and enlist their aid in guarding something. I must rely on their strength, otherwise it will be difficult to accomplish what I intend to do. He didn't reveal his ultimate goal. Until success was achieved, any words spoken would be meaningless. Besides, he was merely laying the groundwork now. Even he himself did not know if it would ultimately succeed. Yet he believed in himself. With his foresight in this preemptive move, he had prevented anyone from severing the dragon vein of the Zhenghua family. He was certain of success, forging a path for his own future. The Shadow Army requires the essence blood of the living as a catalyst, correct? Su Yu suddenly spoke up. Chen Xuan turned with a start, realizing Su Yu had likely triggered fragments of her memories, or that the bloodline within her body was slowly awakening. The spiritual energy here was boiling, mingling with Yin energy to form a murky aura. Perhaps it was the stimulation of these energies that had brought about this change. Correct. It requires the sacrifice of a living person's vital blood. Otherwise, it cannot be activated. I came here once before, but His Majesty the First Emperor deemed the time not yet ripe. Today, since His Majesty has given no orders, I believe borrowing his nail should pose no issue. With that, he prepared to slit his wrist for the sacrifice. The blood sacrifice ritual itself was straightforward. However, it requires a significant amount of blood. Given his current constitution, it shouldn't pose any major issues. Just as he was about to act beside him, she stood directly before him. Her eyes held tenderness, and her voice trembled slightly. There's little I can do for you. Though I've awakened fragments of memory, they remain hazy, no cause, no consequence, just inexplicable recollections. And I bear them in your stead. I also feel like this might benefit me somehow. I don't know why, but I can't stand by and watch you get hurt or see you in danger. You've been laying plans all along. It can't be just for yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths. You're destined for great things, and this is all I can offer to help you. As she spoke, Su Yu stepped back abruptly, then slit her wrist, drawing a trickle of blood. Blood dripped steadily, falling onto the floor. At that moment, Su Yu couldn't help but tremble all over. It wasn't from fear, but as if something was about to erupt from within her. Chen Xuan witnessed this without a moment's hesitation. Indecision was never his nature. The faster he worked, the less blood Su Yu left behind. His fingers danced over the seals, his hands moving so swiftly they left after images. Shadow soldiers, pass through. Manifest. As the words fell, a howling gale erupted around them. Within the underground palace, the force was so intense it nearly knocked people off their feet. The blood sacrifice ritual completed, Chen Xuan hurriedly pulled Su Yu toward him. He wrapped the prepared bandages around her hand, helping to stem the flow of blood.
Suyu's voice trembled violently as she leaned against Chen Xian's chest.
Her tone was weak yet tinged with excitement. I think I've awakened my bloodline.
I don't know what kind it is, but I feel incredibly strong now, and my recovery abilities have improved significantly. After speaking, she raised her wrist. The spot Chen Xian had just bandaged was no longer oozing blood. Instead, the wound was slowly healing. Witnessing this, Chen Xian's face contorted with utter astonishment. A particular bloodline flashed through his mind. His eyebrows twitched violently. If it truly was that bloodline, then Suyu's identity. At this thought, he murmured a few words. You go out first. I need to discuss something with those shadow soldiers. They'll be appearing any moment now. Your constitution is still quite weak, and being around them won't do you any good. The aura emanating from the shadow soldiers could easily disperse the bloodline that has just awakened within you. Suyu had no other choice but to retrace her steps back the way she came. One last glance back revealed the surging yin energy, now like a black tide, gradually engulfing Chen Xian. Though her heart ached with worry, Suyu's greatest virtue was her obedience. She never asked a single unnecessary question. Though Chen Xian was engulfed within the black tide of yin energy, he suffered no harm. A distinct smile spread across his face. Come out. Chapter 22, Dunhuang. Within the underground palace of the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, endless black waves of energy seemed to solidify into tangible substance. The surrounding air thickened to an almost tangible density. A smile curved Chen Xian's lips as his immense aura pierced hearts like a sharp blade. He watched as the ghostly soldiers slowly emerged from the black waves. Though it was a surge of yin energy, it gave off an aura of majestic grandeur. Wind, gale. The black yin energy churned even more violently. The leading commander rode his warhorse slowly to Chen Xian's presence. He dismounted and knelt on one knee. All sounds abruptly ceased as the entire army knelt in unison. Only Chen Xian stood tall and unbowed. A faint smile touched Chen Xian's lips. I have awakened you to entrust you with a task. The 9 provinces now face pervasive peril. Our human race stands on the brink of collapse. I'm going with you to guard a dragon vein site in the 9 provinces to prevent petty thieves from causing damage. Suyu had already reached the surface, where she could clearly hear the underground palace's ascent piercing the heavens. She looked up at the sky. The clouds above were thick and impenetrable, completely obscuring all light. When this eerie weather phenomenon appeared, Suyu understood it was caused by the situation within the underground palace. She wondered what Chen Xian was discussing with those shadowy soldiers inside. Could there be danger? Just as worry filled her heart, Chen Xian emerged. A faint smile graced his face as his voice remained calm. Let's head back. Suyu didn't ask further, merely nodding with a smile. By now, the bandage on his wrist had been removed. She waved her jade-like wrist at Chen Xian. I never imagined that after my bloodline awakened, I would possess such abilities. My recovery ability has greatly increased. How much time has passed? That deep wound has completely healed, not even a trace of scarring remains. Moreover, I feel my strength steadily increasing. It's an increase I can distinctly feel. Chen Xian's smile broadened. This is a blessing. It will allow you to stand firm amidst the future upheavals of heaven and earth. And soon, when spiritual energy fully revives, it will be a great catastrophe. When that time comes, all living beings will undergo varying degrees of mutation. Humans will gradually evolve, either awakening their bloodlines to become extraordinary beings, or achieving spiritual awakening. When individual power can dominate everything, chaos will erupt across the land. Without a new ruling order, we'll be plunged into endless calamity and chaos. And with alien races lurking menacingly, the human race faces imminent peril. Suyu hadn't anticipated such dire consequences, her face betraying utter disbelief. So, we must stand against those alien races. Chen Xian nodded. You could say that. No matter what happens, I will always stand by your side to support you. As long as you need me, I will never leave your side. As Suyu spoke these words, her gaze was unwaveringly resolute. A fleeting glimpse of tenderness flickered deep within her eyes. Chen Xian's smile broadened. Thank you. The two exchanged a glance before departing from the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. Less than 2 days passed. Suyu hurried to Chen Xian's office, her eyes tinged with urgency. Having witnessed true supernatural power firsthand, and as the situation escalated, rumors were spreading like wildfire. A mysterious organization has emerged. They call themselves the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. They're spreading prophecies everywhere, and every single one has come true, whether it's celestial anomalies, disasters across the land, or strange transformations occurring in people. They pinpoint the exact time and location for every event. At first, no one believed them, but now many do. Because their predictions are just too accurate. Does the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion truly exist? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's brows furrowed deeply, and a subtle shift crossed his face. The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion? How come he'd never heard of this organization? Could it be that his very existence had triggered some butterfly effect, leading to the emergence of this so-called Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion? Had he altered the course of history, giving rise to such a faction?
1,000 questions swirled within his mind. His expression shifted. Suyu continued, "They mentioned you during their encounter. What did they say about me?"
Chen Xuan was equally puzzled and decided to ask directly. He was also curious about what they might have said about him.
Could it be about his past life? Or perhaps the benefits he had gained? Suyu replied, "They said you would journey to Dunhuang to retrieve the fragments of the river diagram and the Book of Lo. The fragments of the river diagram and Book of Changes are hidden in Dunhuang."
Hearing this, Chen Xian's brow furrowed even deeper. Now the river diagram and Book of Lo had brought him back to the time before the Great Cataclysm.
And were the fragments of the river diagram and Book of Lo truly hidden in Dunhuang? Was it true or false? He would have to go and see for himself. He also wanted to meet this so-called heavenly mechanism pavilion. He wanted to know what exactly they were planning.
"Book me a flight. I truly need to go there and see what they're up to."
Chen Xian's expression was grave.
He hoped this so-called heavenly mechanism pavilion wasn't some powerful force.
Moreover, they seemed to know a great deal.
They knew he needed the fragments of the river diagram and the Book of Changes.
They even seemed to know him intimately.
Unless he uncovered this heavenly mechanism pavilion, he felt as if a needle were constantly pricking him from behind. That prickly sensation on his back was unbearable.
Suyu voiced her concern, "Could it be dangerous?"
"They spoke with such precise language and mentioned you would go there to retrieve the river diagram and Luo book.
It feels like a trap."
Chen Xian smiled faintly. "Even if it is a trap, I must go. I cannot rest easy until I uncover the truth about them.
Moreover, I strongly suspect they may be part of the mythical forces.
There are things you don't understand yet, but once your memories and bloodline fully awaken, you'll naturally come to know them. These matters are crucial, there can be absolutely no mishaps." He didn't mention it now to spare Suyu's worries, for the truth was indeed grave. To say they were in imminent peril would not be an exaggeration.
The entire human race could become their enslaved puppets.
For the sake of all living beings, for the sake of the human race, there could be absolutely no room for error.
Knowing it was a trap, he still had to go. Suyu said nothing more, immediately booking a flight. By evening, Chen Xian had arrived in Dunhuang.
The prophecies released by the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion were made public directly, while the prophecy predicting Chen Xian's arrival to retrieve the fragments of the river diagram and Luo book was sent directly to Suyu's private email.
No one else knew of Chen Xian's itinerary. Chapter 23, The Ascension Diagram.
After arriving in Dunhuang, Chen Xian pondered the purpose behind being lured here. He skipped booking a hotel and instead walked straight into the surrounding neighborhoods. When the flying Apsara's murals of the Mogeo caves were discovered, this place had already become a tourist attraction, one that was protected, at that.
Many people came here. Chen Xian also wanted to see the murals at the Mogeo caves. Perhaps he might uncover something within them. He wasn't in a hurry.
Since the other party had lured him here, they would show themselves sooner or later. All he needed to do was wait quietly for their appearance. His gaze casually swept over several spots. It felt as if someone was watching him, but when he looked over, the crowd was too dense to pinpoint who it might be. After all, his power was still insufficient, otherwise, he could have pinpointed them with a mental sweep. But he was already here.
He was certain the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion wouldn't let him come here for nothing.
Deep within him, a premonition stirred, one that felt intensely vivid.
Even now, he had no idea where that premonition might lead. Could it truly be the fragments of the river diagram and the Book of Changes?
Lost in these thoughts, he had already entered the Mogeo caves. Gazing at the murals, he slowly approached the flying Apsara's painting. His expression turned utterly stunned. He had recognized what these flying Apsara's murals depicted.
Could this be the ascension diagram of ancient cultivators?
I never expected to see such things here. In my previous life, there were no legends about this place.
Why is that?
Chen Xian pondered this in confusion. What puzzled him most was that this ancient ascension painting was incomplete, the latter part was missing.
Was it deliberately destroyed, or was there another reason?
He studied the mural intently, gradually forming a decision in his mind. But with so many people around now, it wasn't the right time to act.
He walked through the area once more before departing. That feeling of being watched lingered.
He knew he'd been under surveillance for some time.
He walked to a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and carefully sensed the density of the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth. Calm mind, focused spirit. Come out.
Chen Xian looked toward a certain direction. But there was no one there. He began to doubt whether he was experiencing some kind of illusion. But such thoughts were quickly dismissed. With his current abilities, such an illusion was impossible.
Someone must have been there just now.
Or perhaps they had already fled.
Until the dead of night.
Chen Xian abruptly rose, swiftly forming hand seals as his gaze swept the surroundings. His form plunged directly into the earth.
5 elements escape technique. Even after he had departed,
a figure approached swiftly. Upon arriving, they confirmed Chen Xian had indeed vanished, leaving not a trace of energy behind. The old man's eyes darkened with shadow, and anger flared within them.
You actually let him escape. But since you've come here, you won't be leaving immediately. I refuse to believe I can't find you.
Chen Xuan had now arrived at the Mogao Caves. The night was deserted here.
He pulled out the items he'd casually bought while wandering around during the day. Yet even in this casual act, he was prepared.
His mind brewing, he lifted his brush and began to complete the flying Apsara's mural. The brushwork style of the Orchid Pavilion preface flowed effortlessly, a skill he had mastered in his previous life.
A distinct smile spread across his face.
His pace quickened steadily.
Only about half an hour had passed.
The final stroke was completed. He slowly stepped back a few paces.
Just as he had surmised, once the flying celestial mural was completed,
the spiritual energy in this place instantly surged like boiling water. Ordinary people might not perceive it, merely sensing a gentle breeze rising.
But Chen Xuan felt it acutely.
He now stood at the very core of this boiling spiritual energy, with all surrounding energies converging toward this spot.
Is it about to appear? He waited expectantly.
Sure enough, not long after, an array slowly materialized here. Mysterious patterns slowly emerged from the flying celestial murals.
It's the Ascension Array. Chen Xuan's smile grew wider. He now understood the person behind this had likely guided him here specifically to complete the painting. But how could they have known he possessed the brushwork of the Orchid Pavilion preface?
As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the Ascension Array seemed to stir something within him, causing Chen Xuan's heart to pound faster. The sensation pulling at him grew ever more distinct. From the very beginning, it wasn't the fragment of the flying celestial mural that had drawn him in, it was something else entirely.
Could it truly be a fragment of the river diagram in the Book of Lo?
Without hesitation, he followed his instincts and walked toward that direction. There was no barrier here, but Chen Xuan effortlessly cast the 5 elements escape technique, piercing through the stone wall and slowly sinking underground.
Another space lay beneath.
The entire chamber was empty except for a stone platform. Upon it lay a fragmentary scroll.
Upon seeing the scroll, Chen Xuan's face lit up with excitement. He walked forward slowly. Could it be that the prophecy of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets was meant to guide me to this fragment of the river diagram and Book of Changes? But if he knew such a precious treasure was here, why didn't he take it himself? Why leave it for me? Chen Xuan was deeply puzzled, yet he still approached.
After all, the fragment of the river diagram and the Book of Changes was what he truly needed. The fragment he carried was merely a small part. If he could gather them all, they would form the complete river diagram and Book of Changes, greatly enhancing his ability to divine the future and foresee crises. He stepped forward and picked up the fragment. Upon unfolding it, he saw what was written within. His pupils contracted sharply, and his face betrayed utter shock. He then closed his eyes and slowly infused his spiritual energy into the newly acquired fragment. Another fragment materialized upon his palm. As the energies of both scrolls merged, Chen Xuan swiftly completed the quantification of the river diagram and Luo book. In the very instant he refined the scroll fragments. The two fragments fused directly together. They then settled into the palm of his hand, slowly merging into his meridians and dantian.
As fragmented scrolls, the river diagram and the Book of Changes required constant nourishment with spiritual energy.
The longer they remained with Chen Xuan, the deeper their bond with him grew. Next time he sensed their aura, it wouldn't be as troublesome as today. He'd be able to locate them directly by following the sensation. Yet, contemplating the contents inscribed upon those scroll fragments weighed heavily upon his heart.
When will those prophecies manifest? Could the prophecies spoken by the master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets also stem from obtaining the fragments of the river diagram and Luo book?
Their divination skills are too formidable.
It's time to draw you out. Chen Xuan had made up his mind. Chapter 24, The Killing Calamity Upon Him. Chen Xuan's expression turned icy cold. Having seen the records within those fragments of the river diagram and Luo book, his heart grew heavy. The scroll contained only 12 simple words. 9 tripods sink, chaos reigns, Xuanyuan appears, the human emperor ascends. In his previous life, he had not witnessed the conclusion. Yet he had come to understand the purpose of those celestial immortals and gods of the heavenly court, to claim the incense offerings of the mortal world. The mortal realm would become their absolute domain.
The lofty immortals and Buddhas viewed the human race as mere ants. Humans felt no pity for ants, precisely because they had witnessed too much injustice and understood the cruelty of this world.
One immortal even took pleasure in the human race. They sought to amass immense merit from humanity. But where could such merit be found?
Then it could be artificially manufactured. In his previous life, Chen Xuan witnessed firsthand what true cruelty and darkness meant. Immortals and gods enlightened demonic beings, teaching them to revel in devouring humans, causing endless calamity upon countless human tribes. After slaughtering tens of thousands, immortals descended to annihilate the demonic tribes, and the merit naturally fell upon them. Humankind is the protagonist of this world. The three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, each follow their own path. The way of man, the way of earth, and the way of heaven, each with distinct roles. Immortals belong to the way of heaven and exist in a separate realm. The three realms are heaven, earth, and humanity.
When immortals enter the human realm, they disrupt the cosmic order. However, if they eliminate disasters, punish evildoers, and eradicate corruption for the sake of humanity, it is permitted and even merits divine reward.
The power of merit brings immense benefits, whether for cultivation or other pursuits. One bearing the golden wheel of merit commands respect even from the rulers of heaven. Heaven's way will never lightly forgive those who cause trouble.
The Tao of heaven, the Tao of man, and the Tao of earth possess no independent wisdom, only the operation of their respective laws. Immortals, however, possess wisdom.
To enhance their power, they first seek the vital energy of mortal life, followed by merit. The mortal realm will become a profit-seeking ground for immortals to harvest merit.
The human race will be confined like livestock, trapped in an endless cycle of suffering.
The peril facing humanity must be resolved. Chen Xuan had already achieved his goal by obtaining the fragments of the river diagram and the Book of Changes. Yet, he yearned to uncover the identity of the master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. If he could capture the master, perhaps he could extract further information from them.
When Chen Xuan reappeared on the streets, the city lights had just begun to glow.
He wanted to see if the other could predict his location.
But he was somewhat disappointed.
That sense of being watched never materialized, not once.
Does the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion lack the ability to divine?
If that were his only ability, he should have known my location long ago. Chen Xuan's eyes held a thoughtful gleam as he decided to simply wander around here.
He bought some snacks, seemingly admiring the night scenery.
Only after more than 2 hours did he sense someone watching him. He was now utterly convinced that the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's so-called prophetic abilities were nothing but utter nonsense. Perhaps he was an impostor prophet, or even a representative of the celestial immortals from the heavenly court on earth.
Chen Xuan even began to wonder. Could this fellow be another reincarnated soul from the future, just like himself?
As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his brows furrowed deeply. His curiosity grew even stronger.
What was the true identity of this master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion?
He ventured further and further into the wilderness, eventually reaching the outskirts of the city and entering the deserted desert region. The full moon hung high in the sky. Chen Xuan turned his head, his gaze falling upon a spot not far behind him. There, an old man had appeared. The old man appeared to be around 60 years old. He slowly approached Chen Xuan, his expression gradually growing solemn. Chen Xuan, I've wanted to meet you for quite some time, but never had the chance. Before the great cataclysm arrived, when spiritual energy had only just begun to revive, I recognized your extraordinary potential.
That's why I took notice of you long ago. My purpose in coming to see you today is simple.
By the time the old man finished speaking, he had already reached Chen Xuan. The distance between them was barely 2 meters. Chen Xuan wore a faint smile on his face, yet his heart was filled with icy coldness. The man before him had directly mentioned the impending great cataclysm.
Was it coincidence, or was this man also a born one? He received no clear answer, yet his heart held certainty.
The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion smiled. You shall be the savior of the human race in the future, the true human emperor. I sought you out today to aid your path to enlightenment. I possess a set of cultivation techniques that will be immensely beneficial to you, essential teachings for any human emperor. To impart these methods to you, I may even incur the wrath of the celestial gods of heavenly court. He raised a finger, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan, his expression a gentle smile. Chen Xuan, however, responded with a sneer. You intend to attack me, and with the soul-devouring art, no less. Your goal is either to alter my memories or to devour my soul entirely. With your current strength, you cannot devour my soul. That leaves only the option of tampering with my memories. The master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion wore an expression of utter disbelief, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan with astonishment.
He blurted out, how do you know about the soul-devouring technique?
This technique was supposed to emerge years later, bestowed by the celestial deities of the heavenly court.
Chen Xuan shouldn't have known about it. With spiritual energy only just beginning to revive, even possessing the extraordinary bloodline of a human emperor, he shouldn't have foreknowledge of future events. Chen Xuan replied coldly, I sense no power of divination within you. Therefore, you are not a true prophet. And now I'm curious, what exactly are you? Could it be that you've reincarnated from the future?
His words seemed like a jest.
Yet he witnessed the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's pupils contract violently.
Chen Xuan's form erupted in an instant, materializing directly before the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion.
He then slammed his palm into the opponent's Shanzhong acupoint. But
blood spurted from the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion.
Shock reverberated through his mind.
His expression was utterly incredulous.
With spiritual energy only just reviving, how could you possibly possess such power?
His heart was being battered by waves of shock as vast as the ocean.
Was he truly unstoppable? Was it the unfathomable will of heaven, or the awe-inspiring might of the human emperor?
Chen Xuan walked over slowly, his voice cold as ice. I don't wish to waste my time on you.
Tell me, when did you reincarnate? What will happen in the future? Don't even think about hiding it from me. Don't forget I hold the river diagram and the Book of Changes in my hands.
And here, I've found another fragment.
While some things cannot be fully deduced, I can still glimpse a hazy future. The master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets was now truly terrified. His voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Don't kill me. I know the future. Keeping me alive will bring you immense benefit. In the future, you will be slain by the demon god Qiyu. You are the first human emperor, yet you bear the mark of a fatal calamity. Chapter 25, The Peril of the Human Race. Chen Xuan knew full well how he had perished in his previous life. But this fellow before him was clearly exaggerating. A faint smile touched his lips, tinged with mockery, as he spoke in a detached tone. I actually revealed that you are a reincarnated being. That naturally gave me greater confidence in my deductions. I also know, 9 tripods sink, 8 desolations rage. Xuanyuan appears, the human emperor ascends. Hearing these words, the master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets' pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Chen Xuan to know so much. His expression darkened, and he understood that Chen Xuan had completely outmaneuvered him. To be called the first human emperor was no small feat. It was precisely Chen Xuan's emergence that had awakened countless members of the human race. They no longer believed the words of the gods and Buddhas, instead charging headlong against the myriad celestial beings. This confrontation raged on for a full 4 years, until Chen Xuan was slain by the demon god Qiyu, and the first human emperor fell. Heaven and earth mourned together. The human path grew desolate and faded. The second human emperor possessed the ability to unify the world, yet his own strength proved insufficient. Recalling all that had transpired, the master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets could not help but tremble. If Chen Xuan had foreseen all this, why did he fall at the hands of the demon god Qiyu? As if reading his thoughts, Chen Xuan spoke calmly. I've simulated countless scenarios. The only solution is to await the arrival of a reincarnated one. He is the sole hope for seeing the true path ahead. Countless immortals in the celestial court, the Buddhas of Sacred Mountain, all their deeds are but for the faith of the human race, for the sake of amassing more merit. They themselves are riddled with contradictions. No matter how fiercely they battle, it is always the human race that suffers in the end. After countless simulations, the outcome remains singular. The master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuan. He seriously suspected Chen Xuan was a reincarnated being from the future, just like himself. Yet, upon reflecting on Chen Xuan's actions, he ultimately dismissed that notion. If Chen Xuan were a reincarnated being, I would have come to plant seeds in the Dunhuang Mogao caves. Coming here means being watched by countless Buddhas of our Ling Mountain. Beyond that, there are the descendants of immortals. Chen Xuan's voice was calm, yet filled with boundless killing intent. There's no need to pretend in front of me. Even if you are a reincarnated being, the scent of the heavenly court's gods and Buddhas still lingers on you. You have chosen them, betraying the human race. What use are you now? Killing intent flared in his eyes. Moreover, the instant he struck, he had already channeled his spiritual energy into the heart meridian of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion Master. With the world's spiritual energy still not fully restored, death at this moment meant true oblivion. The soul would not even have the chance to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, but would instead dissipate directly into the void between heaven and earth. With the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man thrown into chaos, the wheel of reincarnation would cease its rotation. And in the chaos that would ensue, the greatest beneficiaries would be the immortals of the Celestial Court and the Buddhas of the Sacred Mountain. Those who truly understand Journey to the West would recognize the profound hypocrisy of the Buddhas of Ling Mountain. The incident at Lion Camel Ridge alone. This alone reveals Ling Mountain's ruthless cold-bloodedness, one might even call it brutal. Yet they knew precisely how to package themselves. Regarding the events foretold in the prophecy, Chen Xuan relied on his own deductions and the icy aura radiating from him to pierce the gaze of the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. At that moment, the master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets truly understood. Every sip and every peck in this world is predestined by heaven. This was his belief, yet now he discovered that human will could overcome heaven's decree. In the mortal realm, human will reign supreme. Even the way of heaven could not easily intervene. He had desperately wanted to crush Chen Xuan's defiant heart, but his attempt to alter fate had failed. Instead, Chen Xuan had seized the upper hand. Chen Xuan smiled coldly. If you have no prophecy, then you may die. The race wars of humanity pit them against either the myriad gods and immortals or terrifying demons. After the revival of myth, this is precisely why it is called the Great Cataclysm. The most terrifying entities are not the demons' inspectors, nor the mountain spirits, nor even the pets raised by humans. It is the myriad gods and immortals themselves. You and I are both of the human race. Why would you disregard the lives of your own kind? Chen Xuan's voice grew increasingly furious. The master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets shook his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. I may finally understand the true meaning of the human emperor. No wonder you will ascend to that exalted position within the next 5 years. And you've already stated that you can divine the future. Truthfully, I am also deeply curious about what the future holds. But I shall never have the chance to see it. My heart meridian has been severed by you, leaving me no hope of survival. The master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had never considered that Chen Xuan was also a reincarnated being. Yet one thought crossed his mind. That was reincarnation and the cycle of rebirth. Perhaps one day in the future, he might truly encounter Chen Xuan again after all, as the human emperor. Seeing through a person's destiny and their past and present lives was a simple matter. Chen Xuan's expression remained icy, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. He simply stared back at the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. The resentment in the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's eyes gradually faded, his voice trembling more noticeably. Your Majesty, the great cataclysm will soon awaken. Before that, the three realms heaven, earth, and humanity remain uninterrupted. Each operated according to its own laws. But when chaos erupted in the heavenly realm, the six paths of the underworld would close. Countless souls, left without a place to return, would gradually transform into malevolent spirits and demons. The earth realm will collapse first. Then the human realm. And this occurred less than a decade ago. The witch-demon war reignited its flames. In ancient times, the demonic tribes forged the witch-slaying sword using the essence and blood of the human race. History repeats itself. Chen Xuan cannot stand against those immortals and gods, and the demonic tribes are even more unrestrained. After uttering these words, the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion began to pant heavily. His heart meridian had been shattered by Chen Xuan. His former vigor had vanished. A single thought occupied his mind: perhaps he could still make some contribution to the human race. After all, he might still be reborn as a human through the six realms of rebirth. But could the human race truly still see hope? Perhaps he could alter this outcome. If he could restore the glory of the human race, his death would not be in vain. Chen Xuan, you are the future human emperor, but your time is too short. Like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, a mere 5 years is insufficient for you to restore the glory of the human race. Since the Zhou dynasty, mankind has styled itself as the son of heaven, yet the human way has fallen into decline. The return of the human emperor may be an opportunity. I hope you won't repeat the past. The remnants of Qiyu lie hidden within the Fujian mountain dwelling scroll at the National Palace Museum in Taipei. Before he could finish, his body began convulsing violently. His eyes snapped open wide as he strained to utter the final words. Chapter 26, The Chu State's Witch's Tripod. Chen Xuan closed his eyes slightly. The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets ultimately did not utter the final words. Yet two words lingered. Woodings. It was precisely these two words that seemed to drain every ounce of his being. Chen Xuan understood clearly in his heart that even without his earlier all-out strike, which had wounded the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's heart meridian, those words alone would have been enough to seal his fate. Though the mythical system had not yet fully revived, some immortals and deities had already awakened. Recalling the past, Chen Xuan let out a faint sigh. He gently brushed the eyes of the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. The man's eyes slowly closed. The backbone of humanity shall never bend. Farewell. Chen Xuan sighed once more and said no more. At that moment, the master of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion seemed like scattered grains of sand, slowly drifting away as a gentle breeze passed. His soul was utterly extinguished in that instant. Chen Xuan did not know if this was truly eternal oblivion, nor if he had entered the six realms of rebirth. His current cultivation level was insufficient to comprehend such profound matters. Without that level of power, he naturally could not perceive it. As Chen Xuan made his way back, even as dawn broke, he had originally intended to return directly to the imperial capital. But then his phone received a message. Whether by chance or not, upon reading its contents, his brows suddenly furrowed. The Chu State Witch's tripod had been stolen. The theft occurred in Xiangxi, stolen from within a museum. Though the message did not specify the reason for the theft, the fact that it had been stolen from a museum suggested the perpetrator possessed extraordinary abilities. With spiritual energy now resurgent, all manner of strange abilities could emerge. Ordinary technological means could no longer control the actions of such individuals. Initially, those who awoke mythical powers were called extraordinary beings, divided into factions. Some betrayed humanity for their awakened mythical strength. Others possessed extraordinary bloodlines yet refused to become traitors to humanity. It was precisely this group that continually clashed with the way of heaven. But the human race had been weakened for too long. During the Zhou dynasty, it was a clash between the way of heaven and the way of man. The Zhou emperor replaced the Shang dynasty because he gained the aid of all the gods and immortals. The price was that he proclaimed himself the son of heaven. Little did he know he had forsaken the backbone of humanity. From that day forward, there was only the son of heaven, no longer a human emperor. The prosperity of the human race is the prosperity of the human way. Now, humanity awakens once more. Spiritual energy steadily revives. This is a great catastrophe, yet also a great opportunity. Whether humanity can seize this momentum to challenge the heavenly and earthly Tao rests entirely upon the shoulders of the human emperor. Chen Xuan had already discerned these matters. Possessing the river diagram and the Book of Lo, he held the twin treasures once cherished by the demon emperor, the peerless ruler of the demonic realm. After the great god Pango split heaven and earth, the world faced endless calamities. Among them, the most renowned was the dragon phoenix calamity, the clash between the Tao and the demon.
The warlock demon calamity, when heaven and earth changed color. The investiture of the gods calamity, the righteous conflict between the Xiantiao and Jietiao sects. And the final minor calamity was the journey to the west calamity. This was not a calamity that should have occurred, it was a scheme orchestrated by the Tao and the myriad gods and Buddhas. These are merely rough outlines grasped by the higher consciousness, they cannot be fully confirmed, for no one can determine how much unknown lies within them. One cannot simply dismiss all the celestial gods and Buddhas as mere illusions. The establishment of the celestial court was the outcome of the moral conflict between the Xian and Jie sects. The true victor was only the way of heaven. On the second day, Chen Xuan arrived in western Hunan, silently approaching the vicinity of the Lost Museum. He could still distinctly sense the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Indeed, this is beyond human capability. I never imagined these mythical forces would revive so swiftly. Even now, amidst the surging spiritual energy of reawakening, mythical powers have already emerged. You must be here to prevent the birth of the human emperor. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the demon god Qiyu led 81 tribes to battle the Yellow Emperor in an attempt to stop the human race. He ultimately met a gruesome end, his body and head separated. But as a demon god and descendant of the shamanic tribes, how could he be so easily killed? Chen Xuan murmured to himself. His eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. In his previous life, he had actually located the sealed location of his adversary. Alas, his power had been insufficient. Had it not been so, the demon god Qiyu's plans would have been shattered, and all possibility of his return utterly thwarted. This time, he would not make the same mistake. The stolen witch's tripod was something he absolutely had to retrieve. He also wished to see what changes the faint clue left behind by the master of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion might bring. Even with the revival of mythical powers, precise control over such forces remained impossible. Once spiritual energy was used, its source could be traced. Moreover, Chen Xuan now possessed 2 fragments of the river diagram and the Book of Changes, granting him immense power of divination. Through his calculations, he had already deduced a general location. Once that location was found, he could follow the spiritual energy from the second star to the enemy's lair. No matter how much one alters their appearance, they cannot change their inherent aura or the essence of their soul. His investigation had already led him deep into the remote mountains and forests. His expression had grown grim. To proceed further would mean venturing into the overseas territories. What were those thieves after when they stole the Chu state's ritual cauldron? Is it to revive ancient myths? Or were overseas forces still plotting his downfall? Yet the hexagrams divined from the river diagram and the Book of Lo indicated his inevitable success this time. He had now reached a dock near the ocean. Surveying the densely packed containers around him, he followed his instincts to search. When he reached the innermost position, someone had already detected his presence. They attempted to carry the object away, but Chen Xuan intercepted them with effortless ease. The Chu State Witch's tripod stood about 1.2 meters tall, crafted entirely of bronze, weighing a staggering 1,000 jin. With modern technology, transporting it would be straightforward. For safety's sake, they had to operate discreetly. Legitimate cargo ships would never transport such an item. Even ordinary citizens' new bronze artifacts couldn't be bought or sold, let alone transported directly overseas. This forced them to wait patiently, knowing instant success was impossible. If discovered, it would truly spell certain death. Chen Xuan, noticing their nervousness, offered a faint smile. "Gentlemen, why the rush? Could it be you're hiding some shady business?" As he spoke, he had already approached the group. They didn't back down, their eyes instead blazing with overwhelming fury. "Who the hell do you think you are, meddling in our business?" They had been tense, but now they relaxed. Because they realized Chen Xuan was alone, he hadn't brought anyone else. What was there to fear now? At worst, they could chop him to pieces and feed him to the fish in the river. Chen Xuan, however, laughed aloud. "I'm meddling in this matter today, and you must hand over the Chu State Witch's tripod." Chapter 27, Regret. Chen Xuan walked forward slowly, his face still bearing a calm smile. Dealing with those extraordinary beings might prove troublesome. But dealing with this band of thieves before him was child's play. Moreover, in this location, he could easily erase all traces. The thieves had been trying to smuggle the item away secretly, so their movements were already concealed. With no surveillance cameras or witnesses nearby, this was the perfect moment to strike. The bandit leader's expression turned icy cold, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." As the words fell, the gang members drew their daggers and lunged at Chen Xuan. Not a single voice uttered a sound throughout the entire sequence. Their eyes held a cold, ruthless intent, clearly not the first time they'd done such a thing. A faint smile curved Chen Xuan's lips. "I intended to spare your lives. But since you choose the path to the underworld, I shall show no mercy." As they charged forward, Chen Xuan formed a seal with one hand and then struck out with a palm strike. A massive, invisible golden palm print materialized, slamming directly into the bandits. Boom! Boom! Over a dozen figures flew backward like swatted flies, crashing into the shipping containers behind them. The deafening sound stunned everyone, leaving them staring blankly at the scene before them. No one had expected to encounter an extraordinary being here today. They were all members of a thieves' guild. They had heard rumors of extraordinary beings appearing, especially recently they had encountered them several times. However, most of those individuals had been their employers. Now someone was blocking their attempt to take the treasure, and it was an extraordinary being. A single thought flashed through their minds. There was no escape. Chen Xuan slowly stepped forward, closing the distance to within 2 meters of the bandit leader. The smile on his face grew more pronounced. "Let's talk. I'm very curious to know who exactly hired you. I hope you'll tell me the truth." He didn't utter a single threatening word, merely gazing calmly at the bandit leader. Yet, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. The pressure made those around him tremble uncontrollably, as if mountains were crushing them, forcing their spines to bend involuntarily. The bandit leader knew his life hung by a thread. If he dared conceal anything, he might not live to see tomorrow's sun. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees before Chen Xuan. "Immortal, spare my life. I don't know who the employer is either. He simply transferred 1,000,000 rice knives to me and assigned the task. I never saw his face from start to finish. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. All the contact records are here. The client kept things secretive, didn't want us to know his true identity. That's common in the thief world. We're law-abiding folks, so we didn't press further." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out his phone and handed it to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan took the phone and scanned the contents, his brow furrowing slightly. The man was telling the truth. The communication history was crystal clear. Moreover, all the language used was foreign, though he could understand it. The transaction details and contact timestamps matched perfectly. Chen Xuan's eyes held a thoughtful expression as his voice remained calm as still water. "If this is all the information you can provide, then you might be in for some trouble. If you prove utterly useless, you'll be feeding the fish in the sea. I'm giving you a chance, you'd better know how to cherish it. Don't ever try to anger me." He knew exactly how utterly unscrupulous those bandit gang members could be. Chen Xuan had crossed paths with such people before. As his words fell, his aura erupted fully, his gaze sharp as blades. In that instant, every member of the bandit gang felt as if a blade pressed against their throats, as if the Lord of Death himself beckoned them. The threat of death made every one of them tremble uncontrollably. Some were so utterly broken they wet themselves on the spot. Transcendence had transcended the life-plane of ordinary mortals, representing an elevation of existence. When ordinary people faced them, it was like confronting gods. A single glance or the sheer pressure radiating from their presence could crush them with overwhelming mental anguish. "Immortal, please spare us. We truly had no idea," one of them cried out. Yet before his words had fully faded, Chen Xuan raised his hand and tapped the air lightly. Spiritual energy coalesced into a palm of power, descending from the heavens. Thud! The speaker was instantly smashed into the ground, reduced to a pulp so thick that even an iron shovel might struggle to scrape it up. The stench of blood filled the air. Everyone trembled in fear. They had now truly witnessed the opponent's capabilities. A single slap reduced a person to pulp, yet the perpetrator remained smiling, not a flicker of emotion crossing their face. Such a being likely thrived on mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. They were terrified, trembling all over. The bandit leader shouted even louder, "Immortal, though we don't know who they are, I can help investigate. Give me a few minutes." Chen Xuan nodded. The bandit leader hurriedly pulled out his phone to send messages. After waiting about 4 or 5 minutes, sweat beaded on his forehead and trickled down his face, his expression turning anxious. Not a single person he'd contacted had responded. Minutes passed, yet the messages sent seemed to vanish into thin air. How could they all ignore my messages? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Someone had replied. He hurriedly opened it. Upon seeing the contents, his eyes widened in shock, filled with endless terror, and he nearly dropped the phone. Chen Xuan read the message. "I know you've already obtained the Chu State Witch's tripod, but you shouldn't have investigated my identity. Every move you make is under my watch. Bring the artifact to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure every single one of your members joins those fools in hell." Chen Xuan had already guessed it. This must be the work of the extraordinary being behind the scenes. Even if these people managed to bring the artifact back, they likely wouldn't escape being silenced. He said coldly, "You won't get the chance to uncover his identity. Take your time on the road to the underworld, maybe they'll join you." The bandit leader gasped in shock. But Chen Xuan struck down with a palm. His spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal palm that crushed down upon them. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices. The final image before their eyes was Chen Xuan effortlessly lifting the Chu State Witch's tripod, then strolling away with casual ease. The 1,000-gene cauldron seemed like a mere toy in Chen Xuan's hands. And in the hearts of every member of the bandit gang, only one final thought remained: regret beyond measure. Chapter 28, The Millennium Pact. Though Chen Xuan hadn't uncovered clues to the mastermind behind it all, he could roughly guess who it was. It could only be the Knights Templar of the Illuminati, or those bastards on the island. Currently, only these factions persistently targeted the revival of the Flower Nation's mythical powers.
The mythical factions were divided into different camps. Who knows what fate awaits these two factions, now reduced to serving as lackeys for mythical beings? The human race is in decline.
But the barbarians don't understand. Chen Xuan held the Chu State Witch's tripod in his hands.
He certainly couldn't parade it through the streets. He had originally planned to call the branch office and have them send a vehicle over. But at that very moment, he suddenly felt a faint tremor, as if his soul had been gently stirred. Someone sought to communicate with his spirit. His gaze snapped toward the Chu State Witch's tripod beside him. A bold thought arose within him. Could it be the spirit of the artifact? His faintly stirred soul could sense the feeble power emanating from it, as if it might vanish at any moment, making communication itself a challenge. He placed his palm on the Chu State Witch's tripod, slowly channeling spiritual energy into it. The Chu State Witch's tripod began to vibrate softly, then slowly shrank. When it reached the size of a thumb, it hovered above Chen Xuan's palm, spinning in midair. A tiny human figure appeared upon it. Dressed in attire reminiscent of ancient Miao tribes, it possessed a delicate and beautiful face. "Thank you for helping me." Chen Xuan's eyes widened with surprise. "You're not the spirit born from the Chu State Witch's cauldron itself, you were artificially fused into it later?" He could sense it. Ancient artifacts might possess spirits, but true sentience was rare. Only the most supreme artifacts might possess such qualities, yet those existed solely in legend. Finding one was nearly impossible. In his previous life, he had never heard of any artifact spirit possessing such profound wisdom unless it was fused with the human soul. Human beings carried the essence of the human way. Ancient sages molded humans from clay, infusing them with the essence of the earth's primordial source. The soil used was the nine heavens breathing soil, along with the first gourd vine in the cosmos. The fundamental essence of humanity is, in truth, a fusion of beings from the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity. They are the world's sole unique race. From the moment of birth, they have been the favored children of heaven and earth. The human way emerged only with the birth of the human race. Even in ancient legends, it was said that the human way could govern the heavens. They support heaven above and tread upon earth below. Reaching the heavens to grasp the moon, delving into the underworld to explore its depths. In ancient times, the human race battled heaven and earth. In the War of the Gods, the sages themselves descended to battle, shattering the primordial continent into countless small worlds. The way of heaven calculated its course. The Zhou dynasty, calling itself the Son of Heaven, lowered its own status. The witch clan perished, the earthly way faded, and the earth goddess ceased her witchcraft. Lady Pingxin thus withdrew from worldly affairs. The human way began its decline. Yet with this unprecedented upheaval of spiritual energy revival, a great catastrophe looms for the human race. The human race lost its emperor of mankind, celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy steadily depleted, and all gods and Buddhas vanished from sight. They did not die, but entered a deep slumber. The celestial court clings to the way of heaven. Yet throughout history, countless have rebelled against the celestial court, yet only a handful have truly succeeded. The Buddhist sects of Ling Mountain were no better. The conflict between the Xin and Jie sects was, at its core, a struggle between humanity and the way of heaven. Chen Xuan pondered the truths he had uncovered in his previous life. His gaze fixed upon the spirit within the Chu State Witch's tripod in his hand. He did not let his guard down. "My name is Zhu. I come from the Miao tribe. Had you not infused me with spiritual energy, I might have vanished completely. It's a pity the Millennium Pact can never be fulfilled now." Chen Xian's eyes narrowed with confusion. What Millennium Pact? Zhu recounted the tale. Long ago, the demon god Qiyu led 81 tribes into a decisive battle against the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan. Commonly known as the Battle of Zhuolu. The demon god Qiyu possessed the bloodline of the shamanic tribe, being half human and half shaman. His father and brother were likewise. The shamanic tribe sought a way to return to the primordial continent, devising a plan: intermarriage with the human race. Only offspring born of two legs would be worthy to contend for supremacy in Central Plains. At that time, the human race was in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a period of great prosperity. Though the underground realms were governed by the ancestral witch Hetu, she had sacrificed herself to the cycle of reincarnation, becoming the matriarch of the underworld, Lady Pingxin. Thus, the underground realms could not intervene in human conflicts. This gave rise to the saying, "The earth goddess no longer practices witchcraft." Chen Xuan had already learned these secrets in his previous life. Whatever Zhu asked, he answered truthfully, and those words were later verified. Chen Xuan now understood why she had merged into the artifact spirit. "Zhu, do you wish to become human once more? I can help you." "Really?" Zhu's eyes brimmed with excitement as she couldn't help but leap onto Chen Xian's palm. Seeing Chen Xuan nod, her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with overwhelming excitement. "I have always wanted this. I want to be carefree. At the museum, I heard so many people talking about their lives now, but I couldn't communicate with them. Because I was too weak. I was so envious." Chen Xuan realized this little creature had likely been trapped for far too long. Having finally found someone she could communicate with, she became a bit of a chatterbox. But he showed no impatience, instead patiently explaining. The world is undergoing great upheaval. Spiritual energy is slowly reviving among mortals, but soon, a true catastrophe will strike. Joining the human race at this time is both a calamity and a stroke of fate. The slightest misstep could mean your soul vanishes forever. And you still choose this path? This current golden age might not even last 2 more months. These might be the final 2 months of this earthly sanctuary. Xuan nodded firmly without hesitation. I understand, but I still choose to return to the human race. Whatever the outcome, at least I can contribute my strength to humanity once more. Long ago, the demon god Qiyu and our Miao ancestral shaman Wu Ding forged a millennial pact. Yet that ancestral shaman was not one of the 12 ancestral shamans, but a descendant of the shamanic lineage. From the Hetu tribe. I share these secrets only with you, for upon entering the 6 realms of rebirth, they may vanish entirely into the river of time. The demon god Qiyu sought to lead our Miao tribe to compete for supremacy in Central Plains. We made a pact: should he become the human emperor, he would ensure the return of the shaman tribe to the primordial continent. Should we fail, the last bloodline of the shamanic clan must be preserved. Regardless of the outcome, the Miao must never participate. Instead, they must aid the human race, striving for a share of humanity's destiny, all to preserve the last bloodline of the shamanic tribe. Chen Xuan shook his head gently. Now, time has passed not merely 1,000 years, but at least 8,000 since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After the spiritual energy depleted, all divine artifacts gathered their primordial power, transforming into ordinary mortal tools. They await the revival of spiritual energy to reappear in the mortal world. Though you have fused with the witch cauldron, you cannot control its primordial essence. Chapter 29, Corpse Conjuring Technique. Zhu, you voluntarily merged with it to save your clan. In truth, you remain merely an auxiliary, not a true artifact spirit. The witch cauldron's fusion with human souls only drains your spiritual power endlessly. Ultimately, it will cause your soul to dissipate completely. Chen Xuan laid bare the truth. Spirit essences could only be born from divine artifacts gaining consciousnness on their own, or by infusing a living soul into them during forging. Once a divine artifact was complete, it could never be altered. Unless it is destroyed and reforged. Zhu's eyes flickered with disappointment, but soon brightened with a smile once more. She resembled an innocent little girl, utterly unaware of the world's wickedness. My soul hasn't dissipated yet, and I saved my clan. Brother Chen Xuan, may I call you that? Chen Xuan nodded. Of course you may. If we counted true age, you could be my great-grandmother. He was joking. Zhu shook her head urgently, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. Brother Chen Xuan, I want to start anew. Whatever contributions I make to the human race, they will be my own. 8,000 years have passed since then. That millennial pact we made back then, it might truly be meaningless now. The Miao tribe might. She trailed off, her heart filled with profound sorrow. So it still hadn't succeeded? Whether it was the human clan or the witch clan. After intermarriage between the 2 tribes, they had essentially become one. Chen Xuan murmured softly, now there are still the Miao people. Really? Zhu didn't wait for Chen Xuan's reply, bouncing excitedly in his palm. The tiny figure, not even as big as a thumb, seemed utterly. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. If you wish to go, I can take you to see them. Besides, we need to find something over there. Without that item, sending you back into the cycle of reincarnation might prove rather difficult. Zhu expressed her gratitude fervently. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly added, Brother Chen Xuan, I left some things in the witch's cauldron. I don't know what's engraved on them. When I inscribed them, someone told me that if anyone ever obtained the witch cauldron, I should pass on its inscriptions to them. Whether they're human or witch, they must learn it. Chen Xuan hadn't paid attention to this before. He hadn't examined the contents of the witch cauldron, preferring not to linger in that place. After all, dozens had died there, and signs of trouble would soon be discovered. Now, with a flicker of his thoughts, the witch cauldron expanded once more, its volume growing to a width of about 3 to 4 meters. Chen Xuan could now step directly inside. Inside, he saw patterns carved into the inner walls. The subjects depicted in those patterns felt strangely familiar to Chen Xuan, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Yet, he couldn't quite place them. He carefully sifted through all the memories of his past life. He was certain he had seen them before, yet the specific details eluded him. Until he spotted some fragmented cultivation techniques toward the back. Xingtian's dance of axe and halberd, he exclaimed in shock. He never imagined this cultivation technique originated from the witch's cauldron. He still remembered the terrifying destruction that person had wrought back then. After receiving the inheritance, though he remained aloof and often wandered off alone, he would always get involved whenever major events occurred. Yet his involvement was prone to misunderstanding. For the things he brought each time were truly terrifying, for he carried nothing but corpses. The corpses served him, and the stronger their power in life, the greater their strength became in death. Many powerful warriors even sought him out voluntarily, willing to die in battle only to be controlled by him afterward. The taciturn young man had only uttered a few words back then. I will never use heroes of the flower clan as puppets.
Heroes who die in battle deserve proper burial.
I dare not dishonor them. I only use those barbarian tribesmen. At worst, I'll slaughter them until rivers of blood flow.
The more of them die, the more corpses I gain.
The more corpses I gain, the stronger I become. Yet fate is cruel. He commanded thousands of powerful corpses, yet ultimately fell slain by a deity. That battle darkened the heavens and earth. Thousands of formidable corpses were reduced to dust. Yet the young man's corpse remained intact. Eyes wide with fury, blade in hand, he never fell until his final breath. His final gaze lingered with lingering affection upon the great wall stretching for 10,000 miles. None knew his true identity. They only knew he came from the lands of Yan and Zhao. Since ancient times, Yan and Zhao have been lands of sorrowful ballads. And that deity had fallen by Chen Xuan's hand. Chen Xuan finally understood why it felt so familiar. That nameless hero had drained his last drop of blood, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods in mortal form. Though ultimately defeated, he had bought enough time. He still vividly remembered arriving to find the deity in utter disarray, its massive form riddled with wounds, its divine power utterly depleted before he struck it down with a single blow from the Xuanyuan Sword. That was the first deity they had slain. Its head hung high, declaring war upon the heavens. Those scenes flashed relentlessly through Chen Xuan's mind. He remembered clearly it was the third year of the Great Cataclysm. The rise of the human race was inevitable. This was the finest opportunity, yet it was also the most tragic and darkest era. For countless lives must pave the way. If they failed to rise, they would forever become mere offerings for the gods and immortals. They might even become livestock raised for slaughter. Since humanity's birth, its backbone has been worthiness. The so-called theory of evolution is nothing but an absurdity. Nuwa mended the heavens, the sage created humankind. Thus was the human way established. First came the way of heaven, then the way of man, and finally the way of earth. He had never known what technique that nameless hero had cultivated, but upon seeing the engraved teachings within this witch's cauldron, he could only wonder why one would wage war carrying thousands of corpses. This is the corpse conjuring art. Derived from Xingtian's dance with axe and shield and the classic of mountains and seas, it was deduced from fragments of shamanic techniques. To cultivate the art of reanimating corpses, however, one requires a crucial medium. That was the Kuei ox drum. Now, 2 more items were added to his list of necessities. The Kuei ox drum. And the 9 songs from the Book of Songs. To help the Miao Maiden Azhu reincarnate, he must sever all ties between her soul and the shamanic cauldron. Only the 9 songs of the Chu Ci could accomplish this. Chen Xuan resolved to gather these 2 items upon his return. It wasn't a major undertaking, he knew exactly where to find them. If it was merely borrowing, there would be no issue, the Chu group had the standing for it. Yet the other oracle bone inscriptions recorded within caused his brow to furrow slightly. He studied them carefully. Though oracle bone script remains incompletely deciphered to this day, Chen Xuan, relying on his formidable mental strength and the keen intuition awakened by his spiritual energies revival, grasped the meaning of some passages. On the plains where deer chase, blood flows like floating pestles. Chapter 30, The Prophecy. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with confusion. How could the battle between the demon god Qiyu and the Yellow Emperor involve the Flame Emperor? The Yellow Emperor followed the way, but the Flame Emperor refused to heed him. Thus, they fought on the plains of Zhulu, where blood flowed so thick it floated the pestles. Chen Xuan had read the historical records and understood the meaning behind this passage. The blood that flowed in the field of Zhulu was so thick it could float logs. Chen Xuan could envision the scene, for a similar catastrophe had unfolded after the Great Upheaval. Blood flowing deep enough to float wooden pestles. Countless young men of the Hua clan charged forward, one after another, solely to protect the human race. The answers he couldn't find here, Chen Xuan believed, would eventually be resolved. But that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial matter was the current resurgence of myth. Celestial energies spread relentlessly, giving rise to extraordinary beings across the world. The news is likely impossible to contain for much longer. Meanwhile, in a certain location, within a brightly lit room, several elders sat with furrowed brows. Their eyes held deep concern. One of them suddenly spoke up, "The situation has become extremely dire. Excessive use of bioheritage has caused spiritual energy pollution. Demon beast-like plants have now appeared on the summit of Mount Zhongnan. Everyone, look at the large screen." The screen displayed all the scenes from the battle. A towering ancient tree seemed to have transformed into a demonic beast. Each branch was incredibly resilient, capable of striking rocks so forcefully that they shattered into flying fragments. Though its reactions were somewhat sluggish, the giant tree feared neither blades nor fire. Flamethrowers left only scorched black marks upon its bark. Human faces even appeared on its trunk. Fire inflicted pain upon it, eliciting agonized roars that pierced the eardrums, unsettling the mind. Those without awakened extraordinary powers would faint instantly. The old man said solemnly, "Besides this place, there are several other locations. Only the summit of Mount Zhongnan is the most severe. Because the demon-slaying sword once emerged here and was overused. Who possesses it now?" The group fell silent. They had their suspicions, but lacked sufficient evidence. The most pressing question now is whether we should continue using the divine artifacts left behind by the mythical lineage. Though these artifacts are unmatched in sharpness, they trigger excessive plant evolution. Worst of all is animal evolution. Not only have they awakened diverse abilities, but they've even developed intelligence. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. No one knew what decision to make. They had never encountered such a situation before. Their decision would determine the course of the future. A wrong choice could unleash unimaginable calamity. Suddenly, one voice broke the silence. Chen Xuan. All eyes instantly turned to him. The man spoke in a deep voice, seeking Chen Xuan might yield an answer. He has been relentlessly searching for all manner of divine artifacts. Moreover, once an item falls into his hands, our people have never found any trace of it again. It's highly likely he's completely refined them into himself. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the strongest extraordinary being now. Professional assessments confirm he poses no threat to our nation, silently bearing the pursuit of two major factions. Chen Xian's operation on Financial Street annihilated the Knights Templar of the Illuminati. In those arrogant overseas territories, the Templar Knights of the Illuminati, allied with the Japanese-style shrine maidens, were directly slain by him. His most recent strike occurred in the Yinglong Mountains. You all surely remember the satellite weapon, right? At these words, every face turned grim. They had suffered a bitter defeat in that affair. Yet the speaker's voice carried a hint of amusement. The Gaulish rooster allied with the white eagle, they appear victorious, but they remain utterly unaware that the dragon vein has been reconnected. They used the 7-star life-sustaining formation once deployed by Zhuge Liang at Wuzhan Plains. Zhuge Liang failed, but he succeeded. This proves he is no threat to our nation. He may well be the vanguard of our future generation. I propose we reach out to him. The others exchanged glances. The final consensus was to observe for now. They feared disrupting Chen Xian's upcoming plans. As members of the Flower family, with vast resources at their disposal, they could naturally investigate Chen Xian's whereabouts. Chen Xian seemed to be playing a grand chess game. This chessboard was vast. The divine artifacts they were searching for were fewer than those held by Chen Xian alone. Chen Xian remained unaware of the outcome here. Meanwhile, he had already located the 9 songs from the Book of Songs. What surprised him was how accommodating the museum had been. After a single phone call, they hadn't even mentioned any conditions. They simply let him take the item away. Though he didn't know why, he wasn't in the mood to dwell on it now. He took the item back to the villa. To see off Aji on her final journey. Brother Chen Xian, grandfather told me whoever can help me achieve complete liberation, I shall give this to them. Chen Xian watched as the soul slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth. It seemed as though some invisible force or law gathered the energy of the dissolving soul and channeled it underground. At the spot where Aji vanished, an object slowly materialized. Upon seeing it, Chen Xian couldn't help but wear a look of astonishment. He had truly misjudged her before. This girl was no fool at all. The best thing was saved for this moment. I never imagined it would be the Wu Xian astrological disc. This artifact might not be particularly renowned in history, but it held immense value for him. His river diagram and Luo book were primarily tools for divination. Unless he obtained all the fragments of the river diagram and Luo book, possessing the power of a world's mountains and rivers, the fragments could only be used for divination. After refining the Wu Xian astrological disc, he suddenly felt a surge of insight. Channeling his spiritual energy into the astrological disc, a faint image of the river diagram and the Book of Changes materialized in his palm. With the river diagram and Luo book as its core and the Wu Xian astrological disc as its foundation, the divination began. Chen Xian distinctly felt his spiritual energy being consumed at an alarming rate. Nearly all his essence flowed into the river diagram and Luo book. Within mere seconds, his own spiritual energy was depleted. Suddenly, a crimson glow flared. The depletion of spiritual energy ceased, and Chen Xian's gaze turned to the river diagram and Luo book. The divine hexagram had materialized upon the river diagram and Luo book. Upon seeing the content, Chen Xian's body trembled slightly. The river diagram and the Book of Changes revealed a blood-red prophecy: he who slays the gods shall ultimately be devoured by the gods. Could it be that the future's fate and outcome remained unalterable? Chen Xian's heart trembled, his emotions intensely complex. In his previous life, he had not become the true human emperor. It was precisely because of that nameless hero that he had slain the first deity, fulfilling the hexagram's prophecy. God Slayer. Recalling his ultimate fate in that past life, his downfall at the hands of the demon god Qiyu. Perhaps it fulfilled the latter half of the prophecy, devoured by the gods in the end. Chapter 31, Bloodline Awakening. Chen Xian's form trembled slightly. Within his heart raged struggle, hesitation, and unwillingness. He had changed so much. Could he still not escape his destined fate? No, there must still be a chance. I just haven't done enough yet. There are still 2 months before the great catastrophe. There must be time. Chen Xian's gaze grew increasingly solemn. Since his rebirth, less than 30 days had passed. Only when spiritual energy fully revived and the great cataclysm approached would the forces of the celestial court awaken. There was still time. This realization only strengthened Chen Xuan's resolve. He must rapidly elevate his own power before the heavenly court forces awaken. With foresight and relentless cultivation, he would be prepared when the mythical powers fully revived. We must demonstrate our strength to those people, even to the point where they dare not make another reckless move. Every day now is a countdown. How much longer could the bustling night scene outside the window last? Chen Xuan gazed at the river diagram and Luo book in his hands. The crimson glow upon them gradually faded, yet no further changes appeared. Evidence confirmed that another calamity awaited him. And if he failed to overcome this calamity, it would prove that even a god slayer would ultimately be devoured by the gods. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, he soon returned to the villa. There, he found Su Yu in his study. He approached silently, only to find Su Yu already asleep. She must have been waiting for him all along, but he had returned too late. He gently draped his suit jacket over Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes snapped open. Recognizing Chen Xuan, her guard instantly dropped, her gaze softening with tenderness. "Mr. Chen, you're back. I came to discuss something important with you, but I ended up falling asleep." Chen Xuan placed his hand on Su Yu's shoulder, preventing her from rising, and offered a gentle smile. "The author says it's just the two of us here. No need to be formal." Su Yu bit her red lips slightly, the tenderness in her eyes deepening. But recalling the changes she'd experienced these past few days, changes she could share with no one but Chen Xuan, she hesitated not a moment before speaking. "Ever since returning from the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, I've been having a recurring dream at night. In the dream, I was a maid tending to you by the banks of the Jade Pool, while you were the esteemed emperor." Su Yu bit her red lips slightly, a blush of shyness appearing in her eyes. Her voice was soft as water as she murmured, "In the dream, I longed to be with you forever, yet in the end, I ended up on the execution platform. Someone told me that immortals must renounce all earthly desires. But immortals are still human, why can't they have someone they love? Others whispered to me, it's because you are the mortal emperor. On the execution platform, 10,000 thunderbolts struck my body, yet I never regretted it. Only bitterness and obsession filled my heart. I severed my immortal form and cut all ties to immortality, all for the chance to meet you in the mortal world." As she spoke these words, tears glistened in Su Yu's eyes. Chen Xuan had long suspected Su Yu possessed a special bloodline. But he never imagined her past life was that of a fairy by the Yaoqi pool. Ancient myths abounded with tales of the Yaoqi fairies, the most renowned being the descent of the Nine Heavens mystic maiden. Even the Nine Heavens mystic maiden was merely a maid by the Yaoqi pool. Chen Xuan distinctly sensed a kind of empathy emanating from Su Yu. That emotion stirred an indescribable sensation within him. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and stood before her. He gently embraced Su Yu. "Your dream is a true experience from the past. Perhaps I am not the human emperor you seek." Su Yu shook her head, then clung tightly to Chen Xuan's waist, burying her face against him. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "Whether you are the human emperor or not, with you by my side, this life is enough." Chen Xuan raised his hand, and after a few seconds, gently stroked Su Yu's jet-black hair. His voice, however, had grown husky. "Are you truly certain you won't regret this?" Su Yu shook her head silently, lifting her exquisite, delicate face. Her eyes held nothing but tender affection. In the instant their gazes met. Their gazes seemed to traverse millennia, reuniting once more. Su Yu's eyes glistened with tears, slowly trickling down her cheeks. Chen Xuan reached out to gently wipe them away. But the instant his palm touched Su Yu's cheek, he suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of energy erupting from her body. A wave of shock washed over him. Bloodline awakening. Su Yu must have awakened her bloodline before, otherwise she wouldn't have felt those memories from the past. These past few days, she had been plagued by recurring dreams, all depicting scenes from her past. Why was her bloodline awakening fully now? He was puzzled, but he didn't ask further questions or disturb Su Yu. Su Yu clung tightly to Chen Xuan, her heart brimming with boundless sweetness, as if her deepest, most persistent obsession had finally been swept away. A warm, indescribable sensation washed over her body, instinctively following a unique trajectory. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized behind Su Yu. The Dharma form of heaven and earth. Chen Xuan's heart trembled. He truly hadn't expected Su Yu's bloodline to be so formidable. Having just awakened her extraordinary power, she had immediately manifested the Dharma image heaven and earth. She must be exceptionally skilled in the 36 heavenly stems arts. Su Yu's identity in her past life could never have been merely that of a maid by the Yaoqi pool. Perhaps her memories were not yet complete. What transpired in between, Su Yu had not revealed. Perhaps it had not appeared in her dream. Why did Su Yu ascend the execution platform? Why did someone tell her that immortals must not harbor human desires, and even if they did, choosing the mortal emperor was forbidden? Too many questions swirled within her mind. The awakening of Su Yu's extraordinary bloodline had drained her spirit. Leaning against Chen Xuan, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Chen Xuan gently lifted Su Yu, intending to lay her on the sofa. But her arms clung tightly to him.
With no other choice, he held her close in his embrace and gently laid her beside him. As he breathed in the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl in his arms and gazed upon her breathtakingly beautiful face, a faint smile curved his lips. Perhaps this was their destiny. Destined to meet in this lifetime. Chen Xuan had been on edge these past days. Now, holding the soft, delicate figure close, his nerves gradually relaxed. Before he knew it, he drifted off into a deep sleep. Since his rebirth into this life, he had replaced sleep with cultivation. He hadn't had a proper rest in a very long time. Though cultivation could bolster his spirit, the kind of exhaustion he felt required deep sleep to truly recover. Now, he had finally entered that deep sleep. As dawn broke on the horizon, sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Xuan's eyes stung slightly from the glare as he opened them, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window. Suddenly, he felt as though an entire lifetime had passed. He had clearly only slept for a short while, yet for some reason, it felt like an eternity had passed. The person in his arms still slept, yet his mind was already focused on another matter, one that demanded immediate attention, even urgency. Chapter 32, The Nine Provinces Cauldron. As Chen Xuan rose quietly, Suyu startled awake. Their eyes met. Suyu's lovely face flushed crimson to her ears. She scrambled up, her eyes brimming with bashfulness. Mr. Chen, just call me by my name from now on. We're no longer superior and subordinate, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. You asked for this yourself. Trying to back out now? A smile played on his lips as he gently ran his fingers through Suyu's jet-black hair. Suyu's feelings for him had grown silently, like rain nourishing the earth. Whether in her past life or this one, after so much giving, it was time for a return. I'll still call you Mr. Chen for now. I'm so used to it, it'll take time to change. But that won't affect our relationship. Besides, work shouldn't be influenced by personal feelings. Suyu reached out to adjust Chen Xuan's collar, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Chen Xuan, of course, cared little about such titles. He lowered his gaze to her exquisite features, lightly brushing her red lips before it swiftly deepened into a passionate kiss. Some outcomes were destined from the start. After a long while, the two finally pulled apart. Suyu felt her heart pounding wildly like a frightened deer. This couldn't go on. She wasn't just a decorative ornament, she was meant to be Chen Xuan's capable partner. Mr. Chen, the matters you assigned earlier are nearly complete. We've acquired over 900 tons of copper, all gathered in cities surrounding Mount Tai. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan gathered his focus, his eyes flashing with resolve. Arrange for the shipment to be sent to the summit of Mount Tai immediately. Transporting 900 tons of copper to the summit of Mount Tai will take some time. But make it happen as soon as possible. No expense spared. Whatever it takes, it must be completed within a month. Place it exactly where I've specified, and make arrangements with them. This is of utmost importance. After finalizing the arrangements, Suyu immediately set about making preparations. Chen Xuan, meanwhile, headed for Dragon Tiger Mountain. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, he met the current Grand Taoist Master. The old Celestial Master had heard much about Chen Xuan's affairs. Moreover, the current state of the Taoist sect was not ideal. They had long sensed the revival of the world's spiritual energy. Techniques that were once impossible to cultivate could now channel internal energy. Yet the results of cultivation were far from satisfactory. In some cases, practitioners were even less effective than the strange beasts occasionally appearing in the mountains. The beasts had grown more intelligent, while others had become savage, frequently attacking visitors who ventured up the mountain. There was a restricted area on Dragon Tiger Mountain where visitors were forbidden to enter. The Taoists residing there were all masters of genuine skill, and they preferred to avoid dealing with outsiders. Yet after the beasts began mutating, they all ventured deep into the mountains. They discovered something eerie. Upon receiving the findings, the Grand Taoist Master personally descended from the mountain. No one understood the five thunder orthodoxy better than him, and now he could effortlessly summon thunder and lightning. Master Taoist, I require the assistance of the Dragon Tiger deities to reforge the 9 provinces cauldron and suppress the fortune of the human race. And it would be best if the Tao Alliance of the world acted in unison. Suppression must occur across all 9 provinces to prevent petty disturbances. As the old Celestial Master listened to Chen Xuan's words, shock filled his heart, his voice trembling slightly. You wish to recast the 9 provinces cauldron? But do you know the consequences? Only the human emperor may reforge the 9 provinces cauldron. Otherwise, one will suffer backlash from the human way, minor injuries to the soul at best, annihilation of both body and spirit at worst. Chen Xuan nodded firmly. I wish to recast the 9 provinces cauldron. Even if it creates chaos, I am willing to pay the price. As the leader of the Taoist sect, Old Celestial Master, I trust you have gathered much intelligence. You must know just how perilous the 9 provinces continent has become. The Old Celestial Master hesitated for less than a second before nodding in agreement. They arranged to meet at the Mount Tai sacrificial site. He would lend Chen Xuan a helping hand. Finally, Chen Xuan journeyed to Mount Mao. Within its depths lay several Taoist temples, a place rarely found by outsiders. They were strictly off limits to visitors. Behind these Taoist temples lay several caves where cold winds howled year-round, places only the true masters of Maoshan could enter. The Maoshan True Immortal also pledged his aid to Chen Xuan. The final of the three Taoist mountains, Mount Lao, likewise agreed without hesitation. They practiced the way of nature, not revering heaven's way. The Taoist philosophy boils down to one principle: if you don't submit, fight. Others may teach you methods or directions, but Taoism teaches only two words: take it. Throughout history, which sect or creed has not faced annihilation? In the end, they merely rise again from the ashes. Except for Taoism. Look at the figures it has produced, and you'll understand what a formidable force Taoism is. In times of prosperity, they retreat to the mountains and forests. In times of chaos, they stir the winds of change, yet always for the sake of all humanity. Half a month. 900 tons of bronze have been transported to the summit of Mount Tai. This very spot is the sacred site of the Fengshan ritual. Tourism here has now ceased entirely, not because it was unprofitable, but due to the relentless emergence of strange beasts on the mountain. Whereas before these beasts avoided humans, now they frequently attack visitors. It seemed as though these beasts had gained intelligence. The ultimate consequence was a temporary closure to visitors. It was precisely at this time that Chen Xuan sought to transport some copper up the mountain, insisting these materials were solely for sacrificial rites. He also pledged to restore Mount Tai to its original state, ensuring no damage would be done. Initially, the local authorities were reluctant to agree. However, after a single phone call from higher-ups, everyone immediately complied. When the appointed time arrived, at the summit of Mount Tai, ordinary people had long since departed. The outer perimeter was guarded by burly men clad in black, each with an unwavering resolve in their eyes. All non-essential personnel had been cleared from the entire Mount Tai area. Upon the summit, dozens of Taoist priests stood, clad in robes of varying styles. The Grand Taoist Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the True Immortal of Mount Mao, the Taoist Master of Mount Lao. At this moment, all eyes were fixed intently upon Chen Xuan. Though Chen Xuan had revealed little, reforging the 9 provinces cauldron signified the descent of the human emperor. If Chen Xuan succeeded in reforging the 9 provinces cauldron to anchor the destiny of humanity across the 9 provinces, it would be an act of boundless merit. All preparations were now complete. 900 tons of bronze were placed in 9 distinct locations, aligning with the 9 palaces' positions. When Chen Xuan collected the mythical relics, he had a clear purpose in mind. Now was the moment to utilize these mythical relics. This was not a ritual to the heavens, but a standing atop Mount Tai, within the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. His voice carried unwavering resolve. With the primordial essence of the divine artifact and the quintessence of the 5 elements, we shall reforge the cauldron of the 9 provinces to suppress the destiny of the human race for 10,000 generations. As his words fell, the primordial essence of the 9 mythical relics nurtured within his spiritual contract was completely extracted. The scene that unfolded next caused countless hearts to skip a beat. Chapter 33, 9 Mythical Relics. The primordial power of the 9 mythical relics fused into the copper ingot. The quintessence of the 5 elements was slowly refined and fused into the 100-ton copper, gradually forming the shape of the 9 provinces cauldron. First to appear was the Jiuzhou Ding. Next came the Jiuzhou Ding. As the 9 tripods took shape, a violent wind suddenly arose. Clouds and winds shifted, gathering thunderous claps that seemed poised to strike at any moment. Chen Xuan remained unmoved, his spiritual energy erupting within. His spiritual energy surged to its peak, yet he stood atop the dragon vein of Mount Tai. The primordial essence of the 9 divine artifacts, combined with the power of the dragon vein, sustained an endless flow of spiritual energy within him, forming a perfect closed-loop cycle. The sky descended 10,000 miles. Space itself had transformed into a blinding white expanse. Human eyes were nearly blinded by the blinding lightning. The 9 provinces cauldron was fully formed and shot out toward every corner of the 9 provinces. The might of 10,000 thunderbolts struck Chen Xuan, only to be completely suppressed. The fortune of the human race began to gather upon Chen Xuan. He raised his head to gaze at the heavens. His gaze sharpened. The way of humanity manifests, the human emperor shall rise. Just 6 words. The 10,000 thunderbolts vanished without a trace. Chen Xuan felt as though a pair of eyes in the heavens were fixed upon him. The sensation was profoundly mysterious, and within him, a peculiar force began to coalesce. Now, that force seemed to connect him intimately with the human race of the 9 provinces. Countless memories swirled through his mind. He raised his hand lightly. The 9 divine relics within his dantian vanished, including the demon-slaying sword. Yet as he raised his hand, the summit of Mount Tai split open, and a sword slowly rose from within the mountain. The sword landed in his hand. Its front was engraved with mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. On the reverse side, several large characters were inscribed. Xuanyuan Sword. With a gentle flick of the blade in his hand, space seemed to tear apart. After a momentary distortion, a palm-sized bronze box appeared. Flying dragons coiled around it. During the Warring States period, legend held that whoever unlocked the secrets of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon could command the power of the world. Xian, the 9th and 5th, the dragon soars in the heavens, auspicious to see the great man.
Now, the secret has been unlocked. As Chen Xuan's voice faded away, the coiled dragon upon the bronze box let out a deafening dragon's roar. The azure dragon roared, as if it were a tangible entity. Finally, with the momentum of a dragon soaring through the heavens, its power reaching its zenith, it descended back into the Xuanyuan Sword. The human emperor is the ruler of this world. Naturally, he also commanded the world. The secret of the azure dragon's 7 stars had been unlocked. Time rewinds to a few minutes earlier. The 9 provinces tripod descended upon the lands of the 9 provinces, suppressing the fortune of the human race. Yet in the East Sea, towering waves surged and churned. Waves towered 100 meters high, bearing a force that seemed to threaten the very destruction of heaven and earth. This extraordinary phenomenon was immediately detected by satellites, instantly capturing the attention of countless observers. When they witnessed the scene unfolding on the satellite feed, every single person was stunned into speechless shock. For within the footage, a monstrous creature of extraordinary form had burst forth. Gigantic in size, it resembled a mountain. As it charged forth, it let out a roar so powerful it seemed to affect the satellite itself, leaving only a blurred image, its exact form impossible to discern. Yet wherever the monster passed, fish and shrimp in the river were churned up and floated to the surface. When the monster passed over the island, the vegetation on the island withered and died. This scene left countless witnesses speechless. Perhaps sensing someone watching it, the monster suddenly reared its head and unleashed a deafening roar toward the sky. The deafening roar seemed to tear the sky itself apart. The satellite was damaged beyond repair, unable to capture any further footage. No one knew where the monster had gone. Those who witnessed these images fell silent, issuing urgent warnings. Within mere minutes, the meeting reached a decision. The flower planting family immediately made a decisive call. Certain information needed to be released, better to guide than to suppress. The public couldn't be kept completely in the dark. They needed to be alerted, so that when disaster struck, they would know how to protect themselves. Many of the earlier scenes were broadcast. Satellite feeds broadcast live. Every television station showed the same scene. In the live footage, Chen Xuan held the Xuanyuan Sword aloft, pointing it toward the heavens. As long as this sword remains unbroken, the 9 provinces shall endure. I swear here, I shall revive the 9 provinces for the flower planting clan and protect its people. Should I fall, I shall transform into the dragon of destiny, guarding the land of the 9 provinces. As if in response to his words, a purple aura swept eastward for 30,000 li. This vision left countless spectators awestruck. Those watching the livestream were all shaken to their core, their hearts churning like raging tides. A single thought echoed in their minds. Mythology has come to life. Within less than 10 minutes afterward, the view count had already surpassed 1 billion. It wasn't just within China, the livestream had also reached overseas audiences. Current technology couldn't possibly create such massive special effects in a livestream. No one believed it was CGI. After all, this was broadcast on the most reputable television network today. If this were a special effect, it would be playing a colossal joke on everyone. No one dares to joke around with this television station. And it has been airing for such a long time. After the live broadcast came the rerun. After airing it 3 times in a row, the station finally returned to its regular programming. The entire internet was ablaze. Can you believe it? I'm starting to wonder if I'm even awake. It's not just you. I'm starting to wonder if I'm hallucinating too. If it weren't for the TV broadcast, I'd never believe it, mythology actually coming to life. I was completely dumbfounded watching it. Comments like these kept flooding the thread. In just half an hour, the number of replies reached a staggering 800 million. Some replies might be duplicates, but it undeniably proved the world's fervor. Meanwhile, atop Mount Tai, Longhu Mountain, relying on the celestial master, used the Jingyi alliance seal and talisman as a covenant to forge an alliance. Following in the footsteps of the human emperor, they sought to usher in a golden age for all humanity. Mount Mao presented the corpse summoning edict, commanding thousands of ancient corpses within its caves. Laozhan surrendered the fragmentary scroll of the sea creature's atlas. Each of these 3 Taoist mountains possessed unique magical arts. As chaos loomed on the horizon, they offered the most potent support. After everyone parted ways, the old celestial master sent him a message. Upon reading its contents, Chen Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. It showed satellite imagery of the very same monstrous creature that had burst forth from the fissure in the East Sea. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. The old Taoist master's voice message arrived. Upon opening it, a solemn voice echoed through the device. This creature bears a striking resemblance to a strange beast described in the ancient text classic of mountains and seas. Once I return, I shall thoroughly examine the ancient records and uncover the origins of this creature. I sense this strange beast will inflict immense casualties upon the human race. Chen Xuan had already recognized what this strange beast was. He pressed the voice message. No need to look further. This is indeed the strange beast described in the classic of mountains and seas, the Fey Beast. Chapter 34, Prophecy Fulfilled. Meanwhile, online, the situation continued to escalate.
Some had already recognized Chen Xuan's face. After all, he'd caused quite a stir before, with many labeling him a rich fool. But now, comparing the supernatural phenomena that had appeared before and after. What had once been mere rumor now became myth made real.
The reaction was intense.
Many were even shouting questions at Chen Xuan, demanding to know his true identity, whether he was the legendary figure from myth. Chen Xuan paid no heed to their questions. At that moment, he was meeting with several guests. These individuals possessed highly mysterious identities, each carrying a special credential. First, they verified their identities before Chen Xuan, then proceeded to a secret meeting room. They discussed matters at length. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's company website updated with just one sentence.
Countdown, 28 days. No one understood what this meant, though those who should know already did. Most remained shrouded in confusion and uncertainty. Meanwhile, overseas, within the headquarters of the Illuminati,
the elderly figure seated high above wore a grim expression.
I need answers. Why did the Flower family leak this information prematurely? Don't they realize the consequences once this becomes public?
Celestial anomalies, spiritual energy awakening, divine generals returning to the mortal realm.
Only the most devout believers may be spared. But the world is already utterly corrupt. How many truly faithful remain? If people learn of the impending calamity, chaos will erupt instantly. Guide overseas confidence. Make everyone believe this is a blunder orchestrated by the flower planting family. Claim it's an upcoming film mistakenly aired on television. The flowering nation won't offer much explanation. Their own answers are vague and ambiguous.
They're clearly just planting seeds of rumor to let ordinary people gradually accept it, but they're bound to fail. They'll end up shooting themselves in the foot. Those below could only nod in agreement. But what they feared most was that the other side might release even more evidence and materials. The elder seemed to sense the unease among the other core members. He coldly declared, "We must now complete the task the gods have assigned us." The failure to halt the revival of spiritual energy in the Flower family has greatly angered the gods. As the words left his lips, the core members seated below him on both sides paled visibly, their eyes filled with terror. The old man felt deeply satisfied with their reactions. His voice grew stern as he continued, "Though the gods are displeased, they have not punished us. Instead, they have entrusted us with a new mission. Should we fail again, the heavenly deity will surely question the sincerity of our faith. The divine wrath of the heavenly God is a punishment none of us can bear. I shall now reveal the details of this new mission." Not a single core member of the Illuminati present dared show the slightest negligence.
Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply upon receiving the message. The message came from Bernard.
He had saved the man's life, and they had agreed their debts were settled. Yet here he was again, sending timely information. Truthfully, he no longer cared about the Eagle family's assets. Only a small portion remained. Those individuals intended to exploit the financial markets to target his group. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he swiftly reached a decision. He would tell Bernard directly, withdraw the funds, or face the consequences. He himself set off for the Eagle family's headquarters. The night lights of Eagle family shone brilliantly, illuminating the Shidake headquarters. Chen Xuan arrived silently. After reviewing all the documents, you now understood their scheme. His mind was deep in thought. He did not linger here but headed straight for the exchange. The exchange had just opened. Chen Xuan watched the images appearing on the large screen as the fragment of the river diagram and Luo book slowly materialized in his hand. Yesterday, through Bernard, he had already uncovered the industries controlled by the Illuminati.
All of them were involved in the financial crackdown.
There would be no more courtesy, and it would also implicate many other industries, all of which belonged to the Eagle family.
The river diagram and Luo book invaded.
The computer algorithms were derived from ancient divination techniques.
Yet these methods could only perform the most rudimentary operations, worlds apart from the ancient divination techniques.
Chen Xuan manipulated the river diagram and Luo book, transforming the candlestick chart into an eerie Bagua array. The consequence of this transformation was that the capital shorting them suffered immediate backlash.
Financial markets began to destabilize.
Members of the Illuminati rushed to the scene the moment they received word, suspecting supernatural forces were at play. But they were still a step too late. Once massive turbulence erupted in the financial markets, it would trigger widespread unease among countless people. Panic would then spread further. Chen Xuan immediately disseminated the news. Many within the exchange waited anxiously.
Their initial reaction upon receiving the news was skepticism. How could someone turn to stone? And in broad daylight?
I think that news is fake. Some even say the bronze bull statue on Wall Street is weeping blood claiming its divine punishment.
Hey, man, you actually believe that?
I think it's all bull. If he really had that kind of power, he'd have turned into Superman by now, maybe even punishing those despicable evils at night. But I just have this uneasy feeling, like something's off. You know, I always trust my gut. Similar conversations were happening all over the place.
No one in the exchange dared buy stocks anymore.
Short selling backfired, turning into a vicious cycle. The Illuminati members were frantic. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before a financial earthquake struck, wiping out every penny they'd invested.
But at that very moment,
They suddenly felt a light tap on their shoulders. As if something had been triggered. They instinctively turned to look and saw a pair of eyes. Those eyes seemed to hold the most profound mysteries of the universe, leaving them momentarily spellbound.
Chen Xuan's method was simple. He made the Illuminati members suffer the backlash of their blood pacts.
The very piety of the Illuminati members was the greatest joke of all. Only the Knights Templar, deceived by their high command, would execute every order issued to them with unwavering loyalty, orders they would crown as divine will. Some were genuinely fooled into offering their most devout faith. But the majority acted for their own gain. And most of these individuals were core members of the Illuminati.
To firmly control them, the blood pact was essential.
It was precisely this situation that Chen Xuan exploited. A gasp erupted within the exchange.
Holy crap, how is this possible? The gods must be punishing these wicked souls. The prophecy has come true. Chapter 35, The Prophet.
The exchange echoed with waves of gasps, among which were the terrified expressions of numerous Illuminati members.
They strongly suspected Chen Xuan was behind this.
After all, the only one who opposed them was Chen Xuan. That was why they had brought in the Knights Templar, though their arrival had been delayed. Over a dozen Illuminati members now showed symptoms of skin petrification. Their eyes grew vacant, as if their souls had been utterly drained.
The petrification intensified across their bodies. No one dared approach.
Amidst the whispers of fear, someone suddenly shouted.
There's another prophecy.
The bronze bull statue on Wall Street will weep blood from its eyes.
Go see it now.
Almost everyone rushed out of the exchange. When they reached the bronze bull statue outside, they discovered in horror that blood was streaming from the bull's eyes, continuously dripping down. The blood slowly formed several characters.
Divine punishment on Financial Street.
With so many witnesses, the incident snowballed rapidly. It was precisely this incident that triggered a massive earthquake in the global financial system. Before the Illuminati could fully deploy their tactics, their entire operation crumbled. And they suffered the greatest losses.
After the incident, the elder of the Illuminati summoned everyone back to their headquarters. He was so enraged he erupted into a tirade.
Among the core members present, over a dozen were missing. Their skin had completely petrified, their consciousnesses trapped within their own mental realms.
Even the elder, resorting to papal authority, ultimately achieved nothing.
Not only had the financial losses triggered an earthquake in the financial world, but the disorganization of the core personnel was what truly pained him. His eyes grew dim with overwhelming fury.
It must be Chen Xuan.
No one else would use such methods against us.
Don't be afraid, this isn't divine punishment. The gods will protect us as we defeat this demon. Though his heart burned with boundless fury, he ultimately suppressed his rage. Our paramount duty now is the divine mission. Only failure to complete it will bring true divine retribution. Then no one will be able to save us.
The gods have granted us power, granted us everything. We are all children of the gods.
Yet among us, some heretics have infiltrated. It must be them who leaked the information.
But that is not the most pressing concern now.
The mission must be completed. Chen Xuan's matter can be set aside for now. Once we complete the mission, we'll devote all our energy to dealing with Chen Xuan. After repeated failures, they blamed every setback on Chen Xuan.
They deemed Chen Xuan too despicable and branded him a demon. As for the events unfolding here, Chen Xuan paid them no mind.
He knew these people must have ulterior motives.
As for what that purpose was, he hadn't managed to uncover any specific details. Bernard had merely been threatened by the Illuminati members and reluctantly joined the venture. But he was more cautious, so he tipped off Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan acted first, triggering the terrifying prophecy on Wall Street.
And now he had issued another prophecy. Since those fools cling so desperately to prophecies, let's give them something truly shocking. Chen Xuan was currently in the heart of Eagle Sauce's core city and hadn't left directly. Instead, he went to a certain company. He knew who the real owner behind the scenes was, but he had to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, the next time they collaborated with the Illuminati, who knew what trouble they might stir up. Moreover, although only 27 days remained until the Great Cataclysm, many areas still required funds. When the Great Cataclysm struck, wealth would become worthless paper. But for now, money could make the devil grind the millstone. It could solve 99% of problems. Beforehand, he had already used the Lian Shani to predict the cycle of the financial storm. Upon entering that company, he infused the lightning technique into the Bitcoin blockchain, forming the Thunder hash. This directly crippled the overseas digital currency system. And he had already prophesied these events yesterday. Overseas networks were flooded with endless pessimism. They sensed the financial system was on the verge of collapse, prompting countless individuals to dump their holdings as the financial earthquake intensified. It has even impacted the Chinese market. The impact isn't significant. It could be described as inflicting 10,000 casualties on the enemy while sustaining 100 losses oneself. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan used this company's website to publish a prophecy. This language was discovered beneath the exchanges on Wall Street, revealing a prehistoric civilization.
The excavation of this prehistoric civilization would unleash a colossal, earth-shattering revelation.
At first, many were skeptical. But as the prophecy unfolded step by step, turning into reality, skepticism faded. Overseas, chaos reigned, with new developments unfolding daily. Now countless people have gathered here, though no one knows who ignited the scene.
Those sent to maintain order were pushed aside by the crowd.
Then those people proceeded to dismantle the exchange, digging relentlessly downward.
Soon, they came upon something. It was a stone stele. The inscriptions were written in prehistoric script. Yet everyone who laid eyes on the stele inexplicably understood its inscriptions.
Every single one of them was utterly stunned, their minds churning with shock. "Hey, buddy, did you get it?"
I grasped some of it.
"It's the Mayan doomsday stone, engraved with the date of the apocalypse."
That's right. I can actually read these prehistoric symbols too.
Even though I've never seen these strange characters before, I somehow understand their meaning. Images of the Mayan doomsday calendar stone were uploaded to overseas networks, displaying hieroglyphics inscribed with the date July 23, 2025.
Many people grasped its meaning at a glance. Unrealistic thoughts began to surface in their minds. Could the apocalypse truly be approaching? Why else would such an eerie phenomenon occur? Yet no one provided them with answers. Meanwhile, in China, several elders gathered, their eyes filled with disbelief. That prophet is Chen Xuan. He warned us before taking action, and our people were prepared. That's why our losses were so minimal. Did he once again employ the artifact?
Silence fell over the group, for none of them had any idea what method he had employed. Such methods were simply too formidable. They had contacted the Taoists, but the Taoist faction, led by the Three Mountains, remained completely silent. Moreover, the Taoists who possessed genuine abilities were concentrated within the Three Mountains, seemingly engaged in some form of intensive study. At that moment, one of the elders received news, and his pupils contracted slightly.
He couldn't help but ask, is this a coincidence? Chapter 36, The True Plan.
The historical inscriptions left by the prehistoric civilization actually coincide with the day of the Mount Taifengtian ceremony. Several elders fell deep in thought. They were tempted to question Chen Xuan, but ultimately dismissed the idea. They had their own considerations. Cooperation was paramount now. Besides, premature contact might inadvertently affect Chen Xuan.
For now, they maintained silence.
Should Chen Xuan require their assistance, they would respond immediately.
If Chen Xuan succeeded, the flower planting family would emerge unscathed from this cosmic upheaval. It might not save everyone. At the very least, it would prevent utter devastation.
They had never considered uniting with those overseas. Those people were uneducated. Even if they laid everything bare and explained it clearly, those people might still stab them in the back. After all, they were deeply devoted to their beliefs. Most fools are like that. But the flower family is different. The deities of the flower planting family each belong to their own distinct pantheon. These celestial beings fulfill specific roles, and those who attain divine status have made significant contributions to the mortal realm. If the weather is favorable and crops thrive, it is heaven's blessing. When calamities strike, it is humanity overcoming the heavens. Meanwhile, in a distant land overseas, Chen Xuan remained in a hotel somewhere within Eagle Sauce's territory. He had now revealed his true form, and his purpose was simple: to test the members of the Illuminati. If the Illuminati found him immediately and moved against him, it would likely mean their target was him. But he doubted they would be so foolish. Though this was their stronghold and territory, the Knights Templar had already suffered 2 defeats at his hands. Would they dare to fight a losing battle? Moreover, his power had now surpassed previous levels by more than 1 tier. Dealing with those fellows no longer required divine artifacts. Relying solely on his own transcendent power, he could strike them down effortlessly. They haven't made a move yet. What could their purpose be? Chen Xuan stood before the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze sweeping over the eagle's nest scenery below. His brow furrowed deeply as his mind raced. Which major events that unfolded in Eagle Sauce's territory during his previous life were orchestrated by the Illuminati? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Chen Xuan turned to face the person entering. He detected no trace of supernatural power emanating from them. No extraordinary being could evade his perception now. Besides, deduction was his greatest strength. "Who are you?" The elderly man leading the group wore a well-tailored suit, his white hair combed immaculately. He exuded the refined aura of an overseas noble. It seemed as though the old man had perfected the very essence of aristocratic refinement. Standing with one hand behind his back and the other held before him, he bowed toward Chen Xuan, executing a textbook noble's curtsy. "Esteemed sir, I come from the Rothschild family. There may have been some misunderstanding between us, and I have come today to make amends. I humbly beg your forgiveness for our previous discourtesy." Chen Xuan hadn't expected these people to be from that family. That family possessed immense wealth, known as the Hidden First Family. They were also the foremost power overseas, the true grand family controlling the economic lifeline.
I'm surprised it's you who came to find me. Shouldn't the Illuminati, who are allied with you, be the ones to approach me?
The elderly man's face twisted into a bitter smile.
They've gone too far. Though they haven't yet threatened our family's survival, the power they've displayed is terrifying. The world is changing.
No one knows what it will become, but we know we were wrong.
We should never have entangled ourselves with the Illuminati. Sir, we are in awe of your abilities. We beg you to spare us this once.
The financial sector has suffered multiple shocks, and our family has incurred heavy losses.
Chen Xuan understood these men were crumbling under the pressure. Or rather, they could endure it, but the losses would only grow more catastrophic. They might even fall out of the ranks of the top families. No wonder these guys came knocking personally. They couldn't wait for the Illuminati to act. The Illuminati must be executing their plan.
His gaze fixed on the old man, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. You come begging for mercy, empty-handed? The old man felt helpless inside. He knew the man before him possessed extraordinary power, just like those Freemasons. Such individuals were untouchable now, and some among them had even awakened similar abilities.
But their power wasn't strong enough yet.
Having reached their decision, they immediately began preparations.
Seeking Chen Xuan for atonement was their first move. They couldn't afford to offend him.
Sir, we have brought an ancient scroll from our family's collection. We do not know what this scroll truly is, for we cannot decipher the inscriptions within. But I believe this scroll could be of use to you, sir. With that, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, someone outside the door presented an ancient golden box.
Chen Xuan sensed a heart-stopping aura emanating from the box, an aura imbued with the essence of profound darkness and malevolence. He had a vague idea of what lay within.
His heart stirred with anticipation. Yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. When the old man personally opened the dark gold box and presented the ancient, mysterious scroll before him, Chen Xuan's heart pounded wildly. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had suspected. The ancient scroll presented to him was called the Dead Sea Scrolls. He feigned mild interest, casually picking up the scroll.
This item holds some value to me, though not significant.
I accept the gift, but it falls short of settling our grievances.
But you can tell me what the Illuminati is up to. I need to know every single detail of their plans.
Tell me everything, down to the last detail, and then we'll settle our debts. The old man hesitated slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement.
There had never been any friendship between them and the Illuminati. Moreover, they had been forced into opposing Chen Xuan, suffering immense losses and harboring resentment.
Yet the Illuminati insisted the mission came first, setting aside his situation. The other side could afford to wait, but they could not. Upon hearing the plan, Chen Xuan understood the situation, and his heart was far from calm. For this matter was immense. So significant that even the Illuminati itself would suffer losses, though those people had brought it upon themselves. But this matter would affect the flower-planting family even more profoundly. Chapter 37, Crossing the Tribulation. Chen Xuan's brows knitted tightly. I never imagined they'd be this reckless. The Illuminati truly want to court death. Their so-called plan will only end in utter ruin. The old man said bitterly. Upon learning of this plan, we too thought them mad. After all, extraordinary powers now exist. Their power is formidable, capable of annihilating our clan with ease. We had no choice but to compromise. Yet their current scheme excludes us entirely. I count myself fortunate. Few know of the plan to summon Cthulhu. I implore you to keep this confidential online.
Otherwise, those madmen will surely trace the leak back to us.
Chen Xuan nodded.
Keep me informed of any developments. You may go now. Our debts and grievances are settled.
Hearing this, the old man finally felt truly at ease. He understood Chen Xuan fairly well, having crossed paths before as business rivals. With Chen Xuan agreeing to settle their debts, no major conflicts would erupt between them. After the old man departed, Chen Xuan saw no reason to linger. The matters requiring resolution were largely settled. That same day, he booked a flight back to the flower-planting family. He had no immediate plans to thwart the Freemasons' mad schemes. Instead, he needed to prepare his own side for any unforeseen complications. He had other matters to attend to now. Upon his return, the first person he encountered was Suyu. Suyu seemed off. Her body was unnaturally hot, and her face had flushed a deep crimson. The moment she saw Chen Xuan, she threw herself into his arms. I think I saw something, and it scared me. Suyu's body trembled slightly. He hurriedly channeled spiritual energy into her meridians, helping to stabilize the awakening bloodline.
The faintly emerging memory fragments unsettled Suyu deeply.
These weren't past memories, but glimpses of the future.
I can't grasp my current situation.
In my vision, I saw you standing before the divine statue at Eagle's house, directly summoning the power of heavenly thunder.
That scene was utterly terrifying. Thousands of thunderbolts fell, destroying heaven and earth.
The vision was fleeting, yet I felt as if I were losing something most precious. My heart ached terribly. As Suyu spoke these words, tears began streaming down her face uncontrollably.
Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat.
He held the person in his arms tightly, his voice trembling slightly. You've awakened the ability to foresee the future.
Perhaps that day will truly come. Human effort can overcome fate. Don't dwell on it. Our efforts now are precisely to alter the outcome of the future. Suyu nodded firmly. She felt the spiritual energy flowing from Chen Xuan into her meridians, gradually cooling the intense heat within her body. The boiling sensation in her blood had finally subsided. Her gaze met Chen Xuan's, filled with tenderness. No matter what happens, you must remember your life is the most important thing. Without you, my entire world would lose its luster. If sacrifice becomes necessary, I hope it's me before you. For I cannot bear to imagine a world without you. Hearing those words brimming with profound affection, Chen Xuan held the person in his arms tightly, lowering his head to seal those delicate, crimson lips with his own. Only 25 days remained until the countdown ended. Chen Xuan felt his spiritual energy fluctuating intensely. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it quickly gave way to a smile. He rose and strode straight toward the exit. Soon, he arrived at the rooftop of the tallest building in the heart of the metropolis. He had intended to escape the city's clamor and undergo his tribulation in an uninhabited place. But the heavenly tribulation would grant him no such respite. The moment his power reached the breakthrough realm, the tribulation descended. The purpose of the tribulation was to strike down those who dared defy the heavens. Humanity cannot overcome heaven. Ever since the Zhou Emperor humbled himself, the tribulations had grown increasingly brutal. Even many ancient Qi cultivators refused to elevate their vital energy too high, for facing the tribulation meant a countdown to death. At that moment, he lightly tapped his toes. His body landed atop the lightning rod. Above the demon city, where the sky had been clear and cloudless, dark clouds now began to gather. Within that layer of darkness, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless bolts of lightning brewed within. The sudden, eerie weather caught the attention of many, prompting people to step outside buildings and gaze upward. The entire sky above the metropolis was now shrouded in the dark clouds of the future, as if the heavens themselves had turned black. Many people instinctively reached for their phones or watches to check the time. Confirmation came, it was noon. Some live streamers immediately went on air. Can you all see this? I'm in the Demon City, and it's currently 12:27 p.m., yet the sky over the Demon City has turned dark. The sky is thick with dark clouds, lightning flashes wildly. Some cultivator must be undergoing tribulation. He was joking. And there were definitely plenty of similar streamers. They also noticed that the area with the most concentrated lightning was the skyscraper at the center. Mobile live streams couldn't capture such distant views. But some streamers took a different approach, launching drones into the air. They even brought professional streaming equipment outdoors, desperate to grab traffic first and go viral. Yet when the drone ascended higher, the footage it captured left countless viewers utterly stunned. The number of viewers in the livestream began skyrocketing. Within mere minutes, it had reached hundreds of thousands. Holy crap, is that even a person? How is he standing on top of that lightning rod? Could he be the legendary Taoist practitioner? Is someone really undergoing a tribulation? In just a short time, the news spread across the entire internet. Countless people flooded into the livestream. The streamer thought he was done, for this time his account might get suspended. He could swear to God this was absolutely real. He even wanted to get the drone closer. He even wanted to capture a clear image of the other person's face. This was undoubtedly a living immortal. A cultivator about to undergo the tribulation, wouldn't they become a true immortal after passing it? His heart pounded, his hands trembled. As the drone slowly approached, his voice echoed, "Everyone, I'm about to witness the true form of an immortal. If I anger the immortal, fellow cultivators, remember to give me a grand funeral. To let everyone see the immortal's true form, I'll listen too." The entire internet was abuzz. The drone had now drawn close enough to confirm beyond doubt it was a living, breathing human. Yet in the very next moment, Chen Xuan extended his hand and tapped lightly. The drone near him exploded instantly. Chapter 38, Heaven's Way Knows No Mercy. After the streamer's drone detected the immortal undergoing tribulation, numerous drones appeared over the demon city, all slowly closing in. Chen Xuan casually pointed a finger. After that drone exploded, the others dared not come too close. They feared their live streams would cut out, which would mean a massive loss of traffic. This scene played out clearly before every viewer watching the live stream. Earlier, some had speculated whether this might be a deliberate publicity stunt. But as Chen Xuan took action, such thoughts vanished from their minds. Modern live streaming equipment captured everything with crystal clarity. They couldn't make out Chen Xuan's face because it was obscured by spiritual energy. After a brief moment of silence, the entire internet exploded. "Damn, I'm uncultured." One holy covers it all. "Immortal, I'm bowing down to you. Does the immortal take disciples? A tribulation stage powerhouse streaming his tribulation? Our country actually has cultivators. It's over. We can't hide this anymore. Those overseas will surely discover how powerful our cultivators are." All sorts of comments flooded the live stream chat. All the streamers noticed one common thread: the higher-ups hadn't intervened. A deep sense of dread gripped their hearts. Many had already received warnings: never broadcast what shouldn't be broadcast. Use your own heads. Now, for the sake of views, they were willing to take the risk. But who could have imagined that the higher-ups weren't intervening anymore? Had the winds of change truly shifted? This only fueled their excitement further. At that very moment, a thunderclap erupted from the sky, crashing down abruptly. A dazzling silver lightning bolt, thick as a water bucket, descended like a silver serpent, striking directly toward Chen Xuan. At that moment, everyone's hearts clenched in dread. Such a colossal bolt of lightning, even if it struck a lightning rod, the rod itself might not withstand it. Yet Chen Xuan reached up with one hand and caught the bolt between two fingers. The lightning seemed to carry the power to split heaven and earth. Yet Chen Xuan stood immovable as a mountain. As he continuously channeled the thunder god's legacy, harnessing the journey of the celestial thunder, it relentlessly tempered every meridian in his body. Though he was indeed undergoing a tribulation, it was merely to reach the golden core stage. This was the minor heavenly tribulation of the 4-9. When shattering the golden core to form the infant soul and reaching the nascent soul stage, the minor tribulation of 5-9s would manifest. As for the great tribulation of the 9-9, that was the terrifying heavenly tribulation one faced only when shattering the void and achieving the body of an immortal. His cultivation had now surpassed the golden core stage. After obtaining the mythical relic, he gained clarity on his cultivation path and recalled memories from his previous life. The Qi cultivation stage serves to absorb and refine the essence of heaven and earth. It could also be described as an adaptation process. Once one fully adapts to the transformation of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, they can lay their foundation. The foundation establishment stage builds the foundation. A towering edifice rises from level ground. The stronger the foundation forged, the higher the limit of future cultivation. Chen Xuan used the 9 mythical relics as his foundational starting point, then combined them with the energy of the dragon veins and fused them with the imperial fortune of the human emperor. No one in this world possesses a more solid foundation than his. Following the foundation establishment stage lies the golden core stage. Forging the golden core meant stepping onto the path of the golden core Tao. The power of the heavenly thunder had been exhausted by him. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed enraged, unleashing torrential lightning that poured down relentlessly. Yet, it failed to inflict any harm upon Chen Xuan. The second bolt of heavenly thunder struck without giving Chen Xuan a moment to catch his breath. Chen Xuan likewise pointed his finger toward the heavens. The heavenly thunder passed through his fingertip and surged into his body. Wherever it traveled, his meridians shattered and then rapidly fused together. The inheritance of the thunder god allowed him to effortlessly transform that heavenly thunder energy into his own power. It was precisely this power that forged and unblocked every meridian throughout his body. Yet 2 bolts were insufficient. His foundation was too formidable. To connect the countless acupoints and meridians throughout his body and open the most crucial heavenly and earthly bridges, the run and do meridians, he needed even more heavenly thunder energy. The online world had now fallen completely silent. Those 2 bolts of heavenly thunder had shown them what divine power truly looked like. The livestream footage couldn't be faked. It was impossible to create such a grand virtual scene, especially with multiple angles capturing the event. Many drones were even knocked out of the sky by the lightning strikes. Now, they could only retreat far away. Fewer than 10 drones remained in the sky, as the streamers were cautious. Amidst this chaos, a larger drone ascended into the sky. Magic City Television synchronized the live broadcast. The thunderclouds seemed to form a realm of thunderstorms, with thunderclaps continuously crashing down. Comments flooded the live stream chat. This is absolutely terrifying. Drones thousands of meters away are being knocked down by lightning strikes. Only at 3 kilometers can you barely avoid the effects, but by then they're already out of sight. A true immortal undergoing tribulation. I'm going to seek the immortal as my master. Don't anyone stop me, I'm charging over there right now. Hey, friends in the Demon City, aren't you going to catch a glimpse of the immortal's true form? Haven't you thought about becoming his disciple? You could teach us after you're done, right? We're too far away to get close. This is an immortal, after all. What man doesn't harbor dreams of cultivating immortality? Friends, charge now. Beg the immortal to take you as disciples, then you'll escape mortal fate forever. Many online were just stirring the pot. They were convinced someone from the Demon City was in the livestream, deliberately trying to get others to stick their necks out. Their goal was clear: test whether the immortal would take disciples. If he did, they'd be willing to become his students too. But then one comment appeared, silencing the entire chat. Do you really think we don't want to go? We tried, but Hat Uncle talked us out of it. Uncle Hat said that if anyone dares to take a single step forward, his weapon won't discriminate. His purpose is to prevent anyone from disturbing the immortal during his tribulation. This is our flower family's immortal. Everyone must maintain order. Many netizens now held their tongues. Was it really about maintaining order? Clearly, they feared the weapon in Uncle Hat's hand. Just then, the 9th heavenly thunderbolt struck. Chen Xuan's fingers trembled slightly. His knuckles bore fresh wounds. The 9th heavenly thunderbolt was even more powerful. Its power equaled the combined might of the previous 8 heavenly thunderbolts.
Harnessing this immense force, it surged directly toward the heaven-earth bridge, causing the Ren and Du meridians to explode violently. Over 360 acupoints and meridians throughout his body connected, allowing the essence of heaven and earth to surge in. From this moment onward, every pore on his body could absorb the essence of heaven and earth. This was the benefit of unblocking all his meridians and acupoints. Yet the thunder in the sky had not yet dissipated. The minor heavenly tribulation of the 49th day comprised 36 bolts of thunder. Each thunderbolt that struck was more powerful than the last. Facing the heavens, Chen Xuan's face gradually broke into a smile. The way of heaven shows no mercy, treating all beings as straw dogs. It harnesses the power of heavenly tribulations to suppress the rise of the human way. Chapter 39, Rumors. As the 10th bolt struck, Chen Xuan caught it directly with his palm. Instead of absorbing its energy, he channeled the tribulation's lightning to etch intricate patterns onto his bones. This was one of the secrets of the Thunder God's inheritance. Carving patterns into his bones was akin to scraping bone to treat an injury. The agony endured was unimaginable. The footage clearly showed the shadows of Chen Xuan's bones revealed beneath the thunder. The lightning seemed to transform into a carving tool, leaving deep, indelible marks upon his skeletal structure. The 11th thunderbolt. The 12th. As the 36th bolt of thunder descended, Chen Xuan, drenched in blood, had completed the final engraving. At that moment, he soared skyward. The Xuanyuan Sword appeared in his hand. Open for me. The sword carried the power to cleave the heavens and split the earth. The dark clouds were cleaved apart, sunlight streaming through the rifts. The entire demon city broke free from the shroud of shadow. Chen Xuan soared through the air, the Xuanyuan sword in hand, pointing it skyward at an angle. What can heaven do to me? He did not know if the way of heaven possessed sentience, but now he stood between heaven and earth, the mandate of heaven upon him. Sunlight bathed his form, as if gilded in golden radiance. His figure was etched indelibly into the minds of countless people. The entire internet exploded. So badass. So badass, daring to ask heaven itself what it could do to him. Holy crap, even with the heavenly thunder upon him, he still dares to defy the heavens? Truly worthy of an immortal who's survived the tribulation. Utterly badass. Live chat comments flooded every streaming platform. Seeing the heavenly tribulation cease, Chen Xuan glanced at the surrounding drones, smiled faintly, and vanished instantly. Harnessing the power of 36 heavenly thunderbolts, the first 9 cleansed his being, forging an indomitable physique and unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, the 2 vital pathways connecting heaven and earth. The subsequent 27 bolts etched thunder patterns deep into his bones. The Thunder God's inheritance was now 1/3 complete. The totems of the 28 Thunder Generals, as recorded in the Cloud Scroll 7 keys, emerged upon his bones, granting him the skill, Instant Thunder Step. Immortals possess immortal arts shrinking the earth to an inch. With a single stride, he reappeared tens of thousands of miles away. Instant Thunder Step is essentially a scaled-down version of shrinking the earth to an inch. While it cannot instantly traverse tens of thousands of miles, it can at least transport 1 dozens of kilometers away. However, the energy drain on the caster is immense. The scenes that had just unfolded were already etched into everyone's minds. The entire internet erupted in a frenzy. The top 10 trending topics were now entirely dominated by this incident, with its popularity showing no signs of waning. The hottest post reads: Taoist friend endures tribulation, accidentally injures ally. Curious users click to view the details. Due to an overload of lightning energy, the electrical equipment in the tallest building of their financial district was damaged, causing a widespread power outage in the surrounding area. Countless people below were joking about it. The cultivator's tribulation was too rushed, they picked the wrong spot. Next time, remember to choose deep mountains or ancient forests. Never pick a bustling downtown area again. Remarkably, not a single one of these viral posts was deleted, all remained intact. At that very moment, within the most secretive research institute, many elders from the flower planting family gathered here, their faces bearing expressions of utter astonishment. Earlier, they had extracted residual substances from the accumulated remnants, hoping to discern differences between the lightning from the tribulation in the sky and ordinary, naturally occurring lightning. And they had indeed uncovered something. Using the particle collider to analyze the lightning residue, we discovered an unknown isotope. We still haven't figured out what it is. Moreover, I've just realized this substance can be absorbed by the human body. I want to conduct an experiment. The others rushed to stop him upon hearing this. The old man was a true expert in this field. They were all top-tier talents recruited from across the country, forming the newly established Supernatural Phenomena Research Group just days ago. Every member was indispensable. Each was an elite master in their respective fields. Yet the old man gently shook his head. I believe this endeavor must proceed. We must dare to hypothesize boldly and verify cautiously. Immortals absorb the energy of those thunderbolts during their tribulation. The lightning energy dissipating around them is relatively ordinary. Only objects struck by the heavenly tribulation lightning exhibit this unknown isotope. We can extract this substance. If we achieve a breakthrough in research, perhaps. He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear.
The others present couldn't help but light up with excitement.
If this were true, it would essentially mean cultivating through scientific methods. The very purpose of establishing the Supernatural Phenomena Research Group was precisely this. All members of the flower planting clan were blazing a trail never before trodden. If every member of the flower cultivation clan became as mighty as dragons, what a glorious era that would be. Their experiments continued. Yet overseas, dissenting voices have emerged. After witnessing the live broadcasts from this side, many now believe the legends of the flower family's divine beings to be true. They had always believed that the Chinese people all knew Kung Fu. The name of Kung Fu resonates powerfully across the entire world. But how could the flower family people deceive others by claiming their greatest strength isn't Kung Fu, but cultivators? Sword riding through the winds, vanquishing demons across the heavens.
The flower family spares no effort in misleading people overseas.
Earlier online, many people formed various Taoist hand gestures, and then thunder suddenly roared that was actually just thunder during a rainstorm, though it happened to be captured in a rather coincidental shot.
Yet many overseas observers believed it.
They began to think that immortals might truly exist in this world and that these immortals resided in China.
Now that this tribulation crossing livestream has surfaced, the overseas community has completely exploded.
This incident prompted the key members of the Eagle Nation to immediately convene a meeting.
Among them was the elderly figure from the Illuminati. He now serves as the Pope.
He had already made a decisive ruling. I've repeatedly instructed you to spread disinformation and prevent certain matters from being exposed. If they discover the truth, the world will be turned upside down.
You'll be left cleaning up that mess.
You must guide them to trust the Supreme Being. Do not let them believe in the gods of the flower planting family. Those gods are nothing but demons.
Those demons will come for us sooner or later.
After a brief discussion, the rumors had already reached the flower planting family.
An online war of insults erupted instantly. Overseas netizens felt duped, claiming the flower family was conducting experimental weather weapon tests. Modern technology was dismissed as divine beings undergoing trials. Their fury erupted in full force.
Chen Xuan received a mysterious call, its contents consisting of just one thing. Upon hearing it, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
Chapter 40, The Real Slap in the Face. Chen Xuan chuckled into the phone. Alright, leave this to me. I'll make sure those people learn what a real humiliation feels like.
After a few more words, he hung up. Deep down, he couldn't help but marvel at how truly formidable many researchers from the flower planting family were. Although they had captured that peculiar unknown isotope, they dared not absorb it, for it contained explosive thunderous power.
That force belonged to the heavenly tribulation. Few could withstand it. He relayed this information to his counterparts, allowing them to continue studying the unknown isotopes.
For there was another, milder isotope among them that could be absorbed. They could even harness modern technology to collect these isotopes and solidify them. Chen Xian's eyes held a thoughtful gleam. He had originally planned to attend to another matter, but now he altered his schedule. Recalling Su Yu's earlier prophecy, a faint smile curved his lips. He didn't know if that prophecy aligned with what he now intended to do, but he had to act on it because this matter was crucial. The slander from overseas forces and the relentless manipulation of ordinary people by Illuminati members. This future could very well pose immense trouble for the rise of the flower family. It was less about the rise of the flower family and more about the rise of the entire human race. Humanity had been suppressed by the ways of heaven for far too long. If the way of heaven continues, the cosmic energies will revive and the celestial court will manifest. At that time, certain immortals will use mortals as pawns, treating them as tools to amass merit and incense offerings. In their pursuit of such offerings, they might even permit certain medicines, and if sufficiently potent ones didn't exist, they would simply create them. In his previous life, there were many things he could not comprehend. Later, he came to understand. Those immortals who indulged demonic creatures to harm people turned the phrase 1,000 miles of barren land from mere description into a bloody, brutal reality. Once the demonic creatures became saturated with countless grievances, the immortals would then eliminate them. Heaven would bestow merit upon the immortals, allowing them to play the role of the righteous. Little did anyone know they were the true demons. There were many such immortals. Yet it cannot be denied that some deities genuinely remained neutral, and a few even consistently aided humanity, though they constituted only a tiny fraction. Moreover, the current objective is to obstruct them, even using the pretext of researching meteorological weapons to justify taking action against this region. Chen Xuan arrived at the capital city of the Eagle clan. This was also their core stronghold. Particularly the Statue of Liberty. A thunderstorm happened to be brewing at that moment. A smile curved Chen Xian's lips. When his figure reappeared, he had already positioned himself atop the statue. He immediately deployed a drone to ascend into the sky. The live stream broadcast overseas. Curious viewers flooded into the livestream, and many hosts received mysterious messages warning them that something truly astonishing was about to unfold. They immediately relayed Chen Xian's broadcast. Then, countless viewers witnessed Chen Xuan holding a lightning rod aloft. As thunderbolts struck the sky, he channeled the lightning directly into the rod, his own form now shrouded in crackling electricity. Like the god of thunder descending. The thunder was too blinding, and the helicopter was too far away. Getting closer risked damage from the thunder's influence. Thus, no one could discern his features. Overseas audiences finally erupted in excitement. They were thrilled. Though they had no gods overseas, now a god had descended. Their thunder god. Countless live streams flooded with two words. Thunder god. They believed their thunder god far surpassed that so-called deity from the flower-planting family. That deity had been struck by lightning, while their god caught lightning bare-handed. And he did so atop their very statue, a sign that the thunder god had fully descended into the mortal realm. The Illuminati were utterly bewildered. They had received no divine decree foretelling the thunder god's premature descent. The gods had once told them that the mightier a deity, the later its arrival. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world was still insufficient, and the spatial barriers were too fragile. If a powerful deity descended, it could shatter the fabric of space, leading to catastrophic consequences. So why had the thunder god appeared? The Eagle brand media outlets were now utterly electrified. They were frantically reposting the livestream. After all, thunderbolts kept crashing down while that figure stood holding a lightning rod, absorbing the electricity. The lightning energy surging through his body grew increasingly dense. From afar, he resembled a human lightning tower standing there. The Illuminati ultimately chose to provide an answer, using the thunder god as their propaganda. The entire media landscape erupted in excitement, with propaganda flooding every channel. Seeing this spectacle, the flower-planting family also joined in the promotion. This publicity campaign left the Eagle family utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom what the flower family was up to. After all, their own thunder god was clearly more powerful bare-handed lightning catcher, with bolts coiling around his body. Didn't the flower family fear being outshone? The Pope of the Illuminati sensed something amiss and tried to halt the campaign, but it was too late. Just as the overseas conflict reached a boiling point, the thunderstorm ceased. It was severed by the lightning-wrapped figure, who cleaved the dark clouds from the sky with a single sword strike. Pointing his blade toward the heavens, he declared in flawless Flower Nation language, "You overseas deities, I await your descent." Then Chen Xuan's figure appeared on the live broadcast screen. His face had changed. No one could recognize his true identity, yet everyone knew instantly that this was no foreigner. He was unmistakably from the flower-planting family. Chen Xuan flashed a faint smile at the camera. "I am a true son of the flower-planting family. I simply cannot stand the nonsense you've been pulling over there. If I can cleave the heavens with a single sword, I can slice through your so-called sea fortresses like tofu. Try me if you don't believe it." With that, he soared through the air, swinging the Xuanyuan sword with blinding speed. A terrifying golden sword beam sliced through the divine statue. It sliced clean through the waist, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Chen Xuan laughed heartily before vanishing from sight. The livestream fell into complete silence. Everyone was utterly stunned. Especially those overseas viewers. They had believed this was their thunder god, one far mightier than that cultivator from the flower-planting family. Only now did they realize. The thunder god they had revered was actually that cultivator from the flower-planting family. The shock of that revelation sent shivers through their very souls. Their spirits wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Not even a single comment appeared in the chat. Meanwhile, the flowering nation was utterly ecstatic. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. "I always wondered why our country promotes their overseas livestreams and in such high definition. Now I get it. Our mom really knows how to play the game. You're absolutely right. Mom just delivered an invisible slap right across their faces. Those guys are probably reeling from the shock right now." Chapter 41, The Tiger Seal of the Shadow Army. The entire internet was buzzing with excitement. The eagle-eyed folks over there nearly blew a fuse. They called us directly, but we told them cultivators aren't under their jurisdiction. The Illuminati were so furious they were pounding their desks. Yet deep down, they knew they had to accelerate their plans. They couldn't let the flower-planting family grow any more arrogant. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's live-stream video showing him holding a lightning rod to catch lightning with one hand remained pinned to the homepage. Its popularity has even surpassed his previous tribulation-crossing video. Endless hilarious memes flooded the internet. Chen Xuan consolidated his golden core cultivation and prepared certain matters. At that moment, satellite imagery captured eerie scenes in the sky. The terracotta warriors had actually moved. Every single one had turned collectively toward Mount Li. Numerous scholars rushed to the site immediately, eager to uncover what had transpired. Even Chen Xuan received a call. However, Chen Xuan did not go. He understood what was happening. Numerous experts eventually reached a conclusion. The first emperor's mausoleum concealed a colossal secret. It was highly likely a temporal paradox. This conjecture sent shockwaves through countless minds. For it implied a terrifying truth. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's message on the group's official website changed once more. Countdown, 22 days. Many couldn't fathom its meaning. Some inquired, but Chen Xuan remained silent.
He only informed a select few, instructing them to prepare accordingly. At this moment, within the imperial tomb of Mount Li, numerous experts had gathered here, determined to continue their exploration. The imperial tomb of Mount Li, sealed for many years, was now being reopened. They sought to uncover the truth, but the speculation was too terrifying. But soon, they found themselves in a massive predicament. They even found themselves unable to locate the entrance at all. Through modern technology and scanning, they discovered that beneath this imperial palace lay another world entirely. Beneath lay oceans, mountains, and lakes, resembling a miniature version of the 9 provinces. They had once speculated about the conditions below. Now, through advanced technology, they glimpsed a rough outline of vision that sent shockwaves of awe crashing through their hearts. Something's down there. Someone shouted, though it was unclear who. All the experts gathered around, and immediately they saw a bronze edict tablet unearthed from the underground palace. Every person present was a true expert, instantly recognizing the content inscribed in the seal script and unconsciously reciting it aloud. I, the Emperor, have unified the 6 states and brought the world under one rule. I have built the Great Wall to secure the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, to guard our great Qin and protect our state. I, the first Emperor, swear this oath here. While I live, I shall defend our borders, expand our territories, subdue the barbarian tribes, and establish the eternal foundation of our great Qin. Should I perish, my spirit shall transform into a dragon's soul, blessing our Huaxia people, ensuring our nation's eternal prosperity. This oath, let the sun and moon bear witness, let heaven and earth be the judges, let all immortals, demons, gods, and spirits hear it. As the expert recited these words, everyone present seemed to hear a different voice. As if transported back to the moment the first emperor made his proclamation. The oath thundered, shaking the heavens and earth. As if transported to another dimension. When Chen Xuan received the mysterious call and heard about the imperial edict engraving, his eyebrows shot up. His voice remained calm as he said, the candle dragon was actually established as a contract to suppress the 12 ancestral wizards. Search your surroundings, there should still be soldier tiger charms. Or I can go find them myself. After receiving confirmation, Chen Xuan personally journeyed to the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li. He never imagined experts would uncover these artifacts. News of this spread like wildfire. After all, the matter was significant, involving many people. The plan to redevelop the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li came to an abrupt halt, with subsequent procedures halted. All because Chen Xuan had revealed the truth to them. Yinglong had buried the 12 ancestral wizards there to suppress them. What exactly lay beneath the earth, Chen Xuan did not know, but further excavation could not continue. Perhaps it was because the time had not yet come, as the first emperor himself had once told him. Now, many within the flower planting clan placed profound trust in his words. Everything he did was for the future of the human race. The true highest echelons of the flower planting clan had come to know he was the future human emperor. His destiny was inextricably intertwined with that of the entire human race. And in Chen Xuan's eyes, the human race meant only the flower family. After arriving here, the experts had already departed. Chen Xuan sensed something amiss, as if someone had been watching him when he approached. Yet no one could have been present, for he would have sensed their aura. As a golden core cultivator, detecting transcendent beings was effortless for him now. The mythical revival was steadily unfolding, and many were rapidly increasing their strength. Yet no matter how powerful they became, they could never surpass him. When it came to the mythical system, the flower family reigned supreme. Countless individuals were already showing faint signs of awakening within their bloodlines. Only 22 days remained until the countdown ended. In the previous era, the revival of spiritual energy in Huaxia was disrupted when the dragon veins were destroyed, causing a gap in the spiritual energy revival. When the true mythical revival commenced, humanity's strength had not kept pace, leaving the human race on the brink of peril. Chen Xuan threw himself into the fray, single-handedly confronting the demon god Qiyu. Yet his sacrifice ultimately sealed the outcome. At that time, he had only just entered the Golden Core stage, 5 years after the Great Cataclysm. Now, before the Great Cataclysm had even begun, his strength had already reached the Golden Core stage. He felt no confusion about the future. His sole desire was to lead the human race onto a path of glory. The complete rise of the human race. No longer suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The Yinglong tiger seal had fallen into Chen Xuan's hands, as if possessed by a spirit of its own, or perhaps because it had been personally bestowed by the first emperor. He arrived here without even seeking the Yinglong tiger seal. It materialized in the void before him. With a mere wave of his hand, the Yinglong tiger seal materialized in his grasp. His gaze fixed upon the depths of the imperial tomb, his eyes growing ever more resolute. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I shall not disappoint you. Receiving no response, Chen Xuan paid it no mind and turned to leave the imperial tomb of Mount Li. With a single stride, he materialized above the void. The Yin soldier tiger seal in his hand, fueled by a steady infusion of spiritual energy, activated completely. Above the capital of the Qin dynasty, now the city that never sleeps, a celestial map slowly materialized. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone most brilliantly. Yet their arrangement gradually shifted.
The handle of the Big Dipper pointed toward a specific location, the Yunmeng Shuidi site. This celestial anomaly drew widespread attention, though most failed to grasp its significance, dismissing it as a mere natural spectacle. Now, as the internet was flooded with videos of the tribulation, this natural spectacle drew little attention. Yet in the Footbasin region, someone observed the night sky and trembled with excitement. They hailed from the Tsuchimikado clan.
Everyone, our opportunity has arrived. Chapter 42, The Eight Gates Golden Lock Formation.
Chen Xuan retrieved the Yin Soldier Tiger Seal and raised his gaze toward the heavens. He had long sensed someone watching him, and now he had found the source likely observing via satellite. That faint, elusive sense of being watched stemmed from their inability to discern his true form. A faint curve touched his lips, his expression tinged with scorn.
Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Far from retreating, he instead chose an elevated spot. Crossing his legs in meditation, he absorbed the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth. His divine sense spread out, and through the Yin Soldier Tiger Seal, he began to lay out his formation. His seated position fell within the boundaries of Mount Li, and his divine sense could only reach the terracotta warriors within the underground palace. Other areas were shielded by arrays, blocking his perception and preventing him from investigating their conditions. But this was sufficient. The Tsuchimikado clan, stationed at the basin, had long prepared their arrangements. They had been lying in wait for an opportunity and were now rapidly gathering forces in this direction. Their contingent this time was large. Every single one was an elite member of their respective families. Through their connections within the clan, they learned that Chen Xuan had not left the high ground and began making preparations with deliberate calm. They fought using contracted shikigami, and now every shikigami bound to them was unleashed. A chilling wind howled around them, and the very fabric of space began to warp under the weight of dark energy. Like rolling black tidal waves, they closed in on Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, today is the day you meet your end. Hand over the Yin Soldier Tiger Seal, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. The black tidal wave formed from gathered energy now encircled Chen Xuan. From within the dark aura emerged a man, standing about 5 feet tall. He wore ancient black samurai armor, a katana in hand, with only his eyes visible. Those eyes burned crimson, radiating savagery and murderous intent. Chen Xuan looked at him and said indifferently, "A dog of the Tsuchimikado clan? You dare speak so insolently even as death approaches? You insult my Tsuchimikado clan. Today, I shall make you endure the most excruciating torment imaginable. My shikigami will tear your soul to shreds and devour it, condemning you to eternal torment." Noisy! Chen Xuan uttered only 2 words. Yet those 2 words felt like the gravest insult. The black-clad warrior seethed with fury. Standing 7 or 8 meters away, he drew his katana and pointed it at Chen Xuan. Kill! A rolling black wave surged forward. A procession of 100 ghosts, formed by shikigami, charged straight at Chen Xuan. A cold, sharp curve lifted at the corner of Chen Xuan's mouth as he spoke calmly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The black warrior's expression shifted slightly, a deeply unsettling premonition gripping his heart. Just as he tried to order all the shikigami to retreat, it was already too late. The procession of spirits was far more than 100 ghosts. It comprised the very core of the Tsuchimikado clan. To eliminate Chen Xuan and seize the Yin Soldier Tiger Seal, all their elite forces had converged here. Yet, just as they closed to within 2 meters of Chen Xuan formed a hand seal and uttered a single word. "Rise." A black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared beneath his feet, slowly rotating with him at its center. One chi gives birth to the 2 instruments give birth to the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. The high ground he occupied became the array's core. The entire Mount Li was enveloped within the 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. The earth trembled faintly, and a distant sound began to emerge. The black warrior's pupils contracted sharply as an intense sense of danger gripped his heart. He strained his ears to listen. Wind, wind, a great wind. The sound grew clearer, and the black warrior's gaze focused on the things emerging around them. They were terracotta warriors. The clay warriors, wielding bronze halberds, formed an 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation, appearing at 8 cardinal points to encircle them. This can't be possible," the black warrior muttered to himself. An overwhelming sense of danger jolted his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind Chen Xuan's words. Indeed, they had been waiting for them for a long time. The trap had been meticulously laid. Chen Xuan had used himself as bait, waiting for them to walk straight into it. Every man here was an elite of their clan. If all were lost here, their clan's strength would plummet dramatically. And he couldn't fathom how those clay figurines had come back to life. His gaze snapped back to Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with unshakable shock, his voice trembling even more violently. "How did you do it?" Chen Xuan merely smiled faintly, still seated cross-legged on the ground without moving an inch. His gaze held a trace of contempt. "You're not worthy of knowing. Now, have you decided how you want to die?" Members of the Tsuchimikado clan hiding among the 100 ghosts stepped forward. "I hope you die with some dignity." The terracotta warriors, bronze halberds in hand, marched in perfect unison with each step. Their mouths chanted, "Great wind!" The waves of yin energy formed by the night parade of 100 ghosts were now being compressed inward, bit by bit. Chen Xuan, you're surrounded. If you order those terracotta warriors to withdraw now, we'll spare you. Otherwise, we'll all go down together. The black warrior's eyes blazed with savagery, his expression bordering on madness. He was still prepared to fight to the death. Chen Xuan merely smiled, his expression laced with scorn. I'll remain seated here. Go ahead and strike. If you can break through the defenses surrounding me, I won't just let you leave, I'll hand you over to do with as you please. The black warrior sensed this might be his final hour. The madness in his eyes erupted completely. His katana swung fiercely toward Chen Xuan. Now, only a fight to the death remains. To catch the thief, first catch the king. If we break through Chen Xuan's defenses and capture him, we still have a sliver of hope. We absolutely cannot let all of Tsuchimikado's elite fall here. With his furious roar, a figure gradually materialized within the surging blacking energy, a vicious procession of 100 ghosts charging directly at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan stood immovable as a mountain, showing no intention of evading. The black warrior's blade slashed through the air with a piercing whistle, as if tearing space itself apart. Yet, when it was still about 2 meters away, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall of light. The black and white Tai Chi diagram continued its slow rotation. The powerful assault vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving not a ripple. The faces of every elite member of the Tsuchimikado clan paled. Their strongest warrior, fused with his Shikigami, had unleashed their most devastating strike, yet it hadn't even ruffled the hem of Chen Xuan's robe. Their hearts sank to the depths. Retreat! The black warriors knew they were likely doomed today, but escaping one by one was better than perishing together. Yet when they faced the terracotta warriors, they understood the true meaning of despair. The bronze halberds in the terracotta warriors' hands became merciless reapers. Those terrifying, vicious Shikigami crumbled before them like paper, torn apart with a single swing. Their souls were sucked into the bronze halberds, leaving them no chance to return. Terror gripped every heart among them. Chapter 43, Mass-producing 5 Thunder Talismans? Over 100 elite members of the Tsuchimikado clan stood powerless within the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. The Shikigami they once deemed invincible were now torn apart as easily as paper, their souls sucked into the bronze halberds. The losses extended beyond the clan's elite. Even the Shikigami venerated for millennia were destroyed. Their wails of terror and despair were more horrifying than any night parade of 100 ghosts. The black warrior barely parried an attack from a terracotta warrior, but was severely wounded and sent flying backward. Blood spurted from his body before he even hit the ground. What kind of monsters are these? He couldn't fathom how many of these endless terracotta warriors there were. At least 100,000? These terracotta warriors alone could annihilate every last force in their domain. The Tsuchimikado clan was fighting a losing battle, and they bitterly regretted their actions. Chen Xuan remarked indifferently, "If you want to know why, go ask the King of Hell. Almost forgot you have no right to meet the King of Hell, nor to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Your soul will be torn apart completely, condemned to eternal torment without redemption. This is the very method you so often employed." His voice was utterly calm as he watched the elite of the Tsuchimikado clan gradually perish, his expression unchanged. Black warrior lay on the ground, utterly despairing. His bones were shattered in multiple places. The Shikigami clinging to him trembled violently from sheer terror, while excruciating pain contorted his features. He watched helplessly as the terracotta warriors drew nearer. Suddenly, he noticed something. Within the pupils of the terracotta warriors, images were reflected. The images caused his pupils to contract violently, making him forget the pain in his body. He seemed to see countless formidable terracotta warriors, led by Chen Xuan, battling the terrifying demon god Qiyu. Beneath their feet, rivers of blood flowed. A veritable sea of corpses and blood. Each strike from the demon god Qiyu unleashed terrifying power, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Only now did he truly understand his mistake and that his entire Tsuchimikado clan had been wrong. Chen Xuan was the commander of those terracotta warriors, a man whose power was truly terrifying. The demon god Qiyu was a being comparable to their own Yamata no Orochi, yet Chen Xuan fought him to a standstill. Ha 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 ha. We were all wrong. We were all so wrong. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased as the bronze halberd of a terracotta warrior pierced straight through his heart. Over 100 elite warriors of the Tsuchimikado clan, a procession of 100 ghosts at night dead. Though this incident was never officially disclosed, cultivators of spiritual energy within the Taoist sect sensed the disturbance. When they arrived at the scene, however, they found little evidence of the extraordinary. Only a disturbance in the dragon vein of this land lingered. Leading them was Zhang Qingxiao, the current celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain and disciple of the old celestial master. After the old celestial master led the older generation of Taoist masters to accompany Chen Xuan in casting the 9 tripods atop Mount Tai, he returned with profound insights and announced his seclusion. None of them could fathom what had transpired. The elder generation of the Tao Alliance's 3 mountains had simultaneously entered seclusion. The 9 tripods anchored the 9 provinces and the fortune of the human race soared.
Bathed in spiritual energy, they gained the fortune of the human race upon themselves, reaching a critical moment of breakthrough.
Yet the next generation remained unaware.
Especially now, as the current celestial master, Zhang Qingxiao, glared at the others around him with anger in his eyes.
It's confirmed Chen Xuan, no doubt.
Only he possesses the Xuanyuan Sword.
How dare he activate the Dragon Vein's power without authorization? What exactly is he trying to achieve?
The others exchanged bewildered glances, none comprehending the underlying cause and effect at play. The Dragon Veins represented the very foundation of the 9 provinces. To activate them without authorization invited the collective wrath of all, for the power of the Dragon Veins affected every human cultivator. Yet they remained ignorant of what had transpired here, sensing only a thick, oppressive aura of Yin energy. They could find no explanation. Zhang Qingxiao, the current celestial master, sensed a great calamity approaching. Especially with the old celestial master and the elders of the Tao Alliance collectively secluded in meditation, he too felt a sense of urgency. After deliberating with the elders, he resolved to establish the great celestial sacrifice to test the next generation. The position of celestial master could not tolerate any error. It was the very legacy of Dragon Tiger Mountain. With the cosmic order shifting ceaselessly, no one could predict what the future held. He prepared to pass on the celestial master's position, confronting the calamity himself. As the foremost leader of the righteous path, Dragon Tiger Mountain initiated the first great Taoist contest. All practitioners of the Taoist tradition were invited to participate in the great celestial ritual. The news spread like wildfire. All Taoists were in an uproar. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master's office. Even to gain recognition from the Celestial Master's office was an unparalleled honor. Though Dragon Tiger Mountain held unquestioned authority as the Taoist vanguard, many were not driven by ambition for the Celestial Master's seat. They sought neither fame nor glory, but to emerge as rising stars within the Taoist order. Chen Xuan also received this news. His brow furrowed slightly as a possibility crossed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed it. At that moment, he was experimenting with something else entirely. Before him lay several items, specially crafted paper, a brush, and uniquely formulated ink. Without any deliberate concentration, he dipped the brush into the unique ink and drew the 5 thunder talismans upon the paper. As the final stroke fell, he distinctly felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging into the paper. It worked. Just as I expected. Even without my own spiritual energy to assist, I can still create the 5 thunder talisman. It just requires slightly more precious materials. By combining modern technology with the techniques of the Mystic Alliance, we can now mass-produce 5 thunder talismans. The printer, already prepared, was loaded with ink made from that special material. The paper, already cut to size, was loaded into the printer. The power was switched on. The sound of clattering echoed. After about 10 seconds, a 5 thunder talisman emerged. The essence of heaven and earth converged within the support. Chen Xuan took out the talisman and approached the window. Outside, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays blazing down. Holding the talisman between 2 fingers, he chanted the invocation. Yet, instead of channeling spiritual energy, he fixed his gaze on a nearby tree and flicked his fingers lightly. The talisman shot forth like a sharp blade. Boom! The tree trunk, thick as a bowl, was instantly reduced to charcoal, with faint flashes of lightning still flickering on its surface. A faint smile curved Chen Xuan's lips. This was achieved without channeling spiritual energy. If he infused the talisman with his power, it would strike with pinpoint accuracy within hundreds of meters. He pulled out his phone and dialed that special number. The call connected almost immediately. Why the sudden call? Is something wrong? Chen Xuan replied calmly, I have a good opportunity, but it requires a large quantity of materials. No matter the price, I'll buy everything I can get my hands on. I can use these materials to mass-produce 5 thunder talismans. What did you say? Are you certain you can mass-produce 5 thunder talismans? Chapter 44, The Great Celestial Ritual. Chen Xuan answered with absolute certainty, that's right. We can indeed mass-produce 5 thunder charms, and their power will be 300% greater than ordinary ones. However, those materials require bulk purchases. While ordinary people can use them, their potency will be diminished. For those possessing spiritual energy, using the 5 thunder talismans amplifies their power. The stronger the practitioner, the greater the effect unleashed. A few seconds of silence followed on the other end of the phone before a voice trembled slightly. Send me the list of required materials directly. I will spare no expense to procure them, even mobilizing the entire nation's resources if necessary. Chen Xuan's face broke into a clear smile. Such trust truly moved him. He shared this method with him. I utilize the Tesla coil principle to create paper capable of channeling talismanic energy. Special ink cartridges are loaded into the printer, producing a 5 thunder talisman in just over 10 seconds. And through my experiments, I've confirmed it works flawlessly. This method must remain under the control of the core intelligence. Under no circumstances should it be disclosed. Furthermore, the procurement of materials must be expedited. Only 18 days remain until the great catastrophe.
After securing the promise, the other party sprang into action immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was also procuring materials, though his efforts were far more discreet. He used his subsidiary companies to acquire the supplies, as he alone could never consume such vast quantities of 5 thunder talismans. These 5 thunder talismans were primarily intended for those of lesser power. At his current cultivation level, he could summon heavenly thunder with a single finger seal. Moreover, he could apply the same principle to craft other talismans. This represented a revolutionary advancement for all talismans. Manually drawing talismans required burning incense, bathing, and fasting for 3 days, demanding complete devotion. Guided by spiritual energy, even a golden core cultivator could produce no more than 100 talismans before exhausting all their spiritual power. Those newly cultivated at the chi refining stage could only draw 2 or 3 talismans. Foundation establishment cultivators could increase this several-fold, yet still not exceed 10 talismans. The power of the Thunderbolt talisman was determined by the caster's strength. However, talismans created using this special method possess 300% greater power than the 5 Thunder talisman conjured by Chen Xuan at the Golden Core stage. Equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator's talisman, each 5 Thunder talisman packs the destructive force of a full strength strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. The news remained tightly contained, known only to the core members of the organization. They even convened a meeting to discuss how much material to acquire. The final decision was to exhaust all financial and material resources for acquisition, even if it meant being seen as a sucker. A great catastrophe was imminent, and soon those riches would be worthless scraps of paper. What truly mattered were supplies. Preparations had long been underway, with supplies being shipped to the flowering family from numerous overseas locations. It wasn't just the flowering family preparing. Eagle Chicken's family was also making preparations. The eagle and the Gallic rooster, bound by common cause, had learned of the impending divine intervention. Various omens had already manifested, and the mass emergence of extraordinary beings had convinced them this was indeed the case. When the world undergoes earth-shattering changes, they still place value on wealth. They spare no effort in acquiring supplies. Many people in various regions were grinning from ear to ear, viewing this as a clash between the Flower family and the Eagle clan, a battle where they stood to gain as the third party. Little did they know that these very supplies would become their lifeline in the days to come. All this unfolded silently, unnoticed even by ordinary people who sensed nothing amiss, merely noticing prices rising across the board. In China, it's manageable. People might grumble a bit, but the price hikes aren't steep. They simply blame it on overseas meddling, and everyone unites against a common enemy, even silencing their complaints. While they could usually vent their frustrations however they pleased, the moment overseas forces threatened to cause trouble, domestic conflicts were completely set aside. They would turn their backs to each other and unite against the common enemy. That's the cohesion of the flower planting family. It's wisdom passed down for millennia by our ancestors. Our ancestors long ago established this principle: no matter how much internal strife we have, it's all within our own pot. But if any foreign power dares to flex its muscles before us, we unite as one against the outside world. And today, the Chinese nation stands more united than ever. Chen Xuan arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain today. He had intended to seek out the old celestial master, but instead encountered the current celestial master, Zhang Qingxiao. Though the grand celestial ritual had yet to commence, Dragon Tiger Mountain was already bustling with activity. Taoists from all corners had taken up residence in the celestial master's mansion. Chen Xuan's arrival drew no attention from them. He now stood within the grand hall of the celestial master's residence. Besides him were several fellow disciples of the celestial master's residence, all of the same generation as the current celestial master. Their gazes fixed on Chen Xuan, their expressions grave. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes brimmed with doubt. Chen Xuan, my master is in seclusion. You know how crucial this period is. Disturbing him rashly could lead to spiritual backlash. Since you've come to Dragon Tiger Mountain, I wish to ask you something. Why did you secretly activate the dragon vein? Chen Xuan understood the implication the moment he heard the words. This was an accusation. A calm, detached smile spread across his face. Who told you I activated the dragon vein's power? We observed celestial phenomena at night and detected unusual activity at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. We rushed here immediately and sensed dragon vein fluctuations there, along with a massive convergence of yin energy. There were also signs of battle in the surrounding area. On that day, you were the only one nearby, and you wielded the Xuanyuan Sword, a blade capable of effortlessly harnessing the dragon vein's power for your own use. Now is the critical period of spiritual energy revival. Your manipulation of the dragon vein's power could severely disrupt this process. If our nation's spiritual energy revival lags behind the rest of the world, it will weaken the strength of every pillar within our entire nation. His gaze grew icy cold, his heart filled with rage. The power of the dragon veins was to be used only in moments of existential crisis for the entire race. Under no other circumstances should it be activated. This was a rule established by the ancient cultivators' ancestors. To use it lightly would bring severe consequences.
Chen Xuan shook his head with a light chuckle, his voice calm and detached. The dragon vein power you sense did not originate from my activation of the dragon vein itself, but from the dragon energy within the 9-5 sovereign. What I borrowed was merely the power within the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li, not the dragon vein itself. What I faced were over 100 elite warriors of the Tsuchimikado clan. Those elites have now been reduced to dust, and the Shikigami they worshipped for 1,000 years has had its soul devoured.
These words sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd.
They exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. They had all dealt with the Tsuchimikado clan before. Ordinary people could never comprehend the true brutality of the mystic sex conflicts. Chapter 45, Tracing the Origins of Thunder Magic, the Old Celestial Master.
Is this true?
Zhang Qingxiao asked, his brows furrowed. Chen Xuan replied calmly, I have no reason to deceive you. Moreover, I only wish to utilize the consequences of the dragon vein's power.
Unless absolutely necessary, the dragon vein spirit must never be used lightly.
Within the Yinglong Mountains, the dragon vein was nearly severed by outsiders. I used the 7 stars to prolong my life, reconnecting the dragon vein and harnessing the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper to conceal it underground. Today, the power of the 9 provinces' dragon veins in Zhonghua surpasses that of overseas realms by dozens of times.
This explains why you perceive such rapid shifts in the cosmos.
I have anchored the 9 provinces' tripod to stabilize the land, causing the human race's fortune to soar.
More prodigies will emerge in the coming days.
As for my own strength, it surpasses even the Grand Celestial Master of your Celestial Master's office by an entire realm.
His words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly.
Zhang Qingxiao, in particular, stared in utter disbelief. In everyone's perception, the Grand Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain was the undisputed pinnacle. His power was so formidable that none dared to look him in the eye. Now, the Grand Celestial Master was preparing to break through once more. Now Chen Xuan was telling them his strength surpassed that of their Grand Celestial Master by an entire major realm.
How could they possibly believe it?
Chen Xuan replied calmly, I'm referring to the realm your Grand Celestial Master will reach after his breakthrough. He should attain the Foundation Establishment stage, with the Golden Core stage being the next realm beyond that.
I am currently at the Golden Core stage.
The moment these words left his mouth, every person present furrowed their brows. The awe in their eyes vanished, replaced by disdain.
Did he truly think they were fools?
Zhang Qingxiao's face darkened as he said, Chen Xuan, since you're so powerful, dare you take a single blow from me?
If you can emerge unscathed, then I'll believe your words.
It's not that we doubt you, but what you're saying is simply too outlandish. The Golden Core stage is a realm that only exists in legends.
Do you truly believe yourself to be that immortal who passed the tribulation?
They had heard about the videos circulating online days ago, and the tale of the tribulation surpassing immortal had left them deeply shaken.
But no one believed it could be Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan was only in his 20s. Even if he had begun cultivating from the womb, reaching the Golden Core stage was impossible. Golden Core cultivators were practically terrestrial immortals. 2,000 years ago, when spiritual energy was still abundant, ancient cultivators faced immense difficulties in reaching the Golden Core stage.
To break through the Golden Core, one had to endure the heavenly tribulation.
Failure to survive that tribulation meant being reduced to ashes. Chen Xuan knew they wouldn't believe him, so he would prove it through strength. After all, the Dragon Tiger Mountain lineage was crucial. It was the foremost authority in Taoism. He would need their cooperation for many matters in the future. His voice remained calm as he said, you may directly unleash the Dragon Tiger Mountain's inherited thunder technique. It is your most potent attack. Having become the mountain master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, you should be most proficient in thunder arts.
Zhang Qingxiao nodded, though inwardly he seethed with irritation.
Even now, Chen Xuan dared to put on airs before him. Though displeased with Chen Xuan's tactics and even suspecting his words might be false, he wouldn't truly harm him. After all, having gained the recognition of the Xuanyuan Sword, Chen Xuan couldn't be a truly wicked villain.
Since you agree, let us begin. Let's head outside the main hall.
Chen Xuan had originally suggested proceeding right here, confident that Longhu Mountain's inherited thunder magic couldn't harm him. But as a guest, he would defer to the host's wishes. Outside the main hall, Chen Xuan flickered his hand, revealing the Kueiwen Zun. His voice remained calm and detached as he said, proceed with your attack. Once you've finished casting your thunder technique, I'll tell you something. One of the reasons I came here today. Zhang Qingxiao showed no hesitation. He was never one to drag his feet. He immediately began forming hand seals, channeling the spiritual energy within his body. After a full 5 or 6 seconds, he finally pointed at Chen Xuan. Thunderfall. Thunderous light erupted across the sky.
Chen Xuan neither dodged nor flinched, gently raising the Kueiwen vessel in his hand.
Thunderbolts as thick as arms struck the Kuei pattern vessel, yet not even a ripple formed. They were swallowed whole. The Kimen vessel merely flickered with a faint trace of lightning before returning to its original state.
The scene before them left everyone utterly dumbfounded. They distinctly felt the tremors within their spiritual energy.
Zhang Qingxiao, in particular, felt a thread connecting his consciousness to the thunder technique he had just unleashed. Had Chen Xuan not deliberately held back, releasing that sliver of Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense, the young man's soul might have suffered injury.
Moreover, the faint lightning that had flickered across the Kueiwen Zun, enveloping Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense, was deliberately orchestrated by Chen Xuan.
Without his intervention, not even the slightest spark would have appeared.
Zhang Qingxiao's mind churned like a raging sea.
He could scarcely believe this scene was real. His most powerful attack had been effortlessly intercepted by Chen Xuan. Had Chen Xuan not held back, he would undoubtedly be gravely wounded now.
A distinct smile spread across Chen Xuan's face. Do you believe me now?
As his words fell, the imposing aura of a golden core cultivator instantly unfolded. The others present, all of the same generation as Zhang Qingxiao, felt their breath catch and their hearts skip a beat upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Xuan. They stared in stunned disbelief. Earlier, their perception had been unclear. They'd only sensed Chen Xuan effortlessly blocking the Celestial Master's attack with the aid of the Divine Relic. But now, they truly grasped the sheer magnitude of his power. His mere presence alone made them feel a deadly threat, as if they were mere ants facing a celestial deity. Zhang Qingxiao's inner turmoil raged like a storm, his mind still unable to settle. After a long moment, he took several deep breaths and forced a bitter smile.
I believe it now.
Chen Xuan withdrew his imposing aura and stated calmly, actually, the thunder talismans of the Jingyi school trace their origins back to the 8 trigram formation of Fenghe from the time of the Yellow Emperor, from which the 5 thunder orthodox method evolved. Had this been said earlier, Zhang Qingxiao and his companions would never have believed it. But now they believed it. Especially given Chen Xuan's own power, the awe-inspiring presence he commanded, and the mythical relic in his hand, all the evidence was laid bare before them. To doubt it now would be sheer folly. What they never imagined was that the origin of the thunder talismans could be traced back to the 8-array diagram of Fenghe from the Yellow Emperor's era. Chen Xuan pulled out a 5 thunder talisman from his robes and handed it directly to Zhang Qingxiao.
Examine this talisman. How does it differ from the 5 thunder talismans you draw?
Zhang Qingxiao took it and examined it closely, his expression growing increasingly stunned.
Chapter 46, The Patriarch of Mount Mao.
Zhang Qingxiao could already sense the thunderous power contained within the talisman. His brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar.
Is this the 5 thunder talisman you drew?
The thunderous power within this talisman leaves me in awe.
My own 5 thunder talisman doesn't even possess 1% of its strength.
Seeing his misunderstanding, Chen Xuan chuckled softly and shook his head.
Look again. Perceiving its power is only one aspect. You haven't yet discovered my other purpose. Observe carefully what makes this talisman different.
Zhang Qingxiao felt puzzled, but he followed Chen Xuan's instructions and scrutinized the talisman for any unusual features. Soon, he discovered the problem.
He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" The others immediately gathered around and quickly saw the problem too.
Incredulous horror filled every pair of eyes, their hearts churning like storm-tossed seas, unable to settle for a long time. Instead of the expected mixture of cinnabar and essence blood, they saw only a peculiar substance, one that likely accounted for the talisman's explosive power. A burning desire filled each of their hearts. If they could uncover the formula for this material, it would greatly enhance the strength of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist sect.
Dragon Tiger Mountain's greatest strength lay in thunder magic.
Thunder magic was their most formidable offensive weapon. Now that Chen Xuan had devised an even more formidable method of drawing thunder spells, their hearts surged with excitement.
They were tempted to ask Chen Xuan, "How did you accomplish this?" Yet every sect guards its core secrets. Though Chen Xuan didn't know which sect they belonged to, asking outright about another's core secrets was an extremely impolite act. If they encountered someone petty, it might even lead to a fight.
Chen Xuan saw the longing in their eyes and smiled faintly. "If I told you this was a talisman printed in just over 10 seconds using a printer, would you believe me?" The group's expressions shifted from stunned confusion to palpable frustration.
They couldn't even muster anger. Though they felt Chen Xuan was toying with them, his undeniable power left them in awe.
Besides, what they truly desired was to obtain talismans crafted from such special materials.
A few taunts wouldn't anger them, especially since Chen Xuan's words sounded more like a joke. Chen Xuan had already instructed you to bring the items over. The printer was right inside the main hall.
He walked straight into the main hall, plugged it in right in front of them, and pressed the print button.
Only a dozen seconds passed.
Zhang Qingxiao and the other disciples froze in place. They stared blankly at the 5 thunder talismans printed beneath the machine, utterly dumbfounded. Only now did they truly grasp the reality. They had assumed Chen Xuan was joking with them, only to discover they themselves were the laughingstock. He had genuinely invented this talisman that fused modern technology with the Dao Alliance's thunder techniques.
And its power was terrifyingly potent.
A storm of shock surged through each of their hearts.
Today had delivered too many shocks, leaving them numb to the point of numbness.
Chen Xuan printed several more talismans in succession, handing one to each of them. "Compare these to the talismans I showed you earlier."
"What's the difference?" The group stared at the 5 thunder talismans in their hands, their faces still blank with utter bewilderment. Zhang Qingxiao, true to his reputation as a Taoist master, was the first to react.
His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Chen Xuan, his voice trembling.
Master Chen, you came here, could it be that? He hesitated, unable to voice the rest. But he had already grasped the issue. Especially when he recalled how he had doubted Chen Xuan relentlessly just moments ago. Now, Chen Xuan had presented this fusion of technology and Taoist arts, and it seemed he intended to bestow it upon them. This made his face burn with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. In his 50-plus years of life, he'd never been so thoroughly humiliated. At the same time, he secretly admired Chen Xuan's magnanimity. Not only did he choose not to hold past grievances against them, but he was now offering to teach them such extraordinary techniques. Chen Xuan smiled. You guessed correctly. I came today specifically to teach you this method. But remember, its knowledge is strictly limited to just the few of you. Not even your core disciples may learn it. Yet you can swiftly mass-produce these talismans. I've brought ample materials preparing for future needs. Only 16 days remain until the great catastrophe time is running out. When that day comes, calamities will truly erupt across the land. Zhang Qingxiao bowed deeply in Taoist etiquette. Layman Chen, I swear here and now in this age of chaos, I shall descend the mountain to rescue the people from the flames without the slightest delay. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, reaching out to help Zhang Qingxiao rise. Another reason for my visit is to ask whether you would be willing to share the methods for crafting the 5 Thunder Array talismans with the Mao and Lao Mountains? If you agree, I shall personally gift them a batch of materials and impart the techniques to them. Zhang Qingxiao replied with a smile, of course it is possible. All Taoist schools are one family under heaven. Though our Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianchi Palace is renowned for its thunder magic, Mount Mao and Mount Lao also possess thunder magic traditions. They too know the 5 thunder divine incantations. Especially Mount Mao, which excels in talismanic arts. Chen Xuan had come precisely for this purpose. After all, the 5 thunder talismans were Longhu Mountain's signature skill. Arbitrarily passing on someone else's talisman techniques to others would be extremely impolite. If Dragon Tiger Mountain refused, he would have to study the talismans of Mount Mao instead, a waste of time for him. Very well then. Then I shall take my leave. I still need to visit Ma Shan. Truthfully, you could also use this method to study other talisman techniques. I've already explained the principles to you, it's not particularly difficult. While Ma Shan is the true master of talismanic arts, I believe Longhu Mountain is no slouch either. Zhang Qingxiao watched Chen Xuan depart, his heart filled with profound admiration. Then, as if struck by an idea, he contacted the head of Ma Shan directly. I suggest you prepare a grand welcome for Chen Xuan. There will be a tremendous surprise awaiting him. Besides, you owe Longhu Mountain a significant favor. Don't forget to attend the Luotian Grand Ritual when the time comes. Chen Xuan soon arrived at Ma Shan. His visit served another purpose. He disliked owing favors, especially those within the Taoist community. The Taoist path emphasized following nature and acting according to one's heart. If something displeased him, he would act without hesitation. In times of peace, they retreat to the mountains to cultivate. In times of chaos, they descend to save the world. Their knack for stirring trouble was second to none. Owing a favor was never something easily repaid. And what he needed was equally vital to Mount Mao. Chapter 47, Battle Soul. When Chen Xuan arrived at Mount Mao, the sect leader was already waiting for him. After exchanging pleasantries, the abbot expressed curiosity about Chen Xuan. Earlier, several senior masters from Mount Mao had journeyed to the peak of Mount Tai. Upon their return, they immediately entered seclusion, informing the others only that they had gained profound insights and were on the verge of breakthroughs. This news filled the entire Mount Mao with immense joy. Before Chen Xuan's arrival, the current celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain had personally instructed him to extend the warmest hospitality, promising substantial rewards in return. He couldn't help but wonder what those benefits might be. Chen Xuan produced the 5 thunder talismans and revealed to the Ma Shan sect leader that these talismans were printed directly from a printer. The shock sent waves of astonishment crashing through the Ma Shan sect leader's mind. He had never imagined talismans could be produced so effortlessly. Layman, is this truly possible? Besides the 5 thunder talismans, can other talismans be printed directly as well? If so, our Mount Mao sect excels most in the art of talismans. Being able to print other talismans through a printer would exponentially enhance our capabilities. His heart was now filled with excitement and delight. Though he had doubted the truth of this matter before, recalling the words of the contemporary celestial master, he was now 90% convinced. The only unknown was what conditions would be required to print other curses. For the entire Mount Mao sect, this would be a true revolution. Their power would multiply exponentially. Chen Xuan smiled. Master, the other steps can also be done with a printer. But there's one thing I should mention, printing those talismans might require some research on your part. I merely set an example. The 5 thunder talisman is the most difficult talisman to draw by hand, yet it can be printed. How much easier it will be for others. With dedicated research, success is certain. The master of Maoshan was now overcome with excitement beyond words. Especially after witnessing the talisman being printed directly from the printer, his heart trembled with exhilaration. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Chen Xuan. He desperately wanted to ask if Chen Xuan could teach them this technique in detail, which would also help him advance his own research. Chen Xuan understood his meaning. Without hesitation, he shared the entire process of talisman research and its underlying principles with the Mao Mountain sect leader. In truth, integrating modern technology with mystical arts is entirely feasible. It just needed someone to blaze the trail to pioneer the way. The Maoshan sect leader's regard for Chen Xuan soared at that moment. Yet he also knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. A look of awkwardness flashed in his eyes. Layman, I know you didn't come here without ulterior motives. Speak plainly. If I can assist, I won't hesitate. Moreover, my great-uncle once told me during his seclusion, should a layman like you visit, whatever conditions you present must be granted. Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion. With the founder of Mount Mao's blessing, matters would likely proceed much more smoothly, avoiding major conflicts. After carefully choosing his words, he smiled and said, Master, I have indeed come bearing an unreasonable request. I require an item belonging to your Mount Mao sect. Within this item lies a sealed soul. What I truly seek is the soul within. Rest assured, I will not use it for any nefarious purposes. The Maoshan sect leader's heart lurched. Certain things were the very foundation of their sect. They excelled at corpse driving and exorcism, and possessed some martial arts skills. Their true foundation, however, lay in the ancient corpses within the Maoshan caves. These bodies had been thoroughly refined by them. When the elders of Maoshan passed away, their refined corpses were left within the caves, ready to be summoned at any time through sorcery to aid in battle. Beyond the ancient corpses, there were also sealed souls. These spirits were mostly prominent figures in their lifetimes. Unwilling to enter reincarnation and having committed no heinous crimes, they willingly became protective deities and Taoist soldiers for Mount Mao. Guardian soldiers is merely a title. Another rumor suggests that the practice of divine possession actually invokes these very souls to take over a medium. He felt somewhat conflicted now, but seeing the printer Chen Xuan had brought him the method for crafting the 5 thunder talismans, he had taught them this immense benefit offered without reservation. To refuse now would be words even he could not bring himself to utter. Layman, what exactly do you desire? I need to discuss this with my fellow disciples. Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment, cutting straight to the point. I require the battle soul of Bai Qi, the god of war. The word struck the head of the Maoshan sect like a thunderclap. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. Indeed, this visitor came with no good intentions. The battle soul of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, was of paramount importance to the entire Maoshan sect. Indeed, it was one of their very foundations. Chen Xuan now demanded it outright. Even with such an immense benefit offered, they were unsure whether to agree. Might I consult with my fellow disciples, layman? This matter is too weighty for me to decide alone. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile. His relentless pursuit of offering those benefits to the Maoshan sect leader was precisely for the soul of the god slayer Bai Qi. It held immense significance. After consulting with his fellow disciples, the head of the Maoshan sect ultimately agreed. After all, such generous offerings had already been presented. Refusing now would be too late. When the Mao Mountain sect leader returned, he held the soul-sealing urn in his hands, his eyes filled with reluctance. Layman, I implore you to treat the god of war well. Chen Xuan nodded solemnly. Thank you. I shall not disappoint. The head of the Maoshan sect reminded him, Layman, though we have agreed to entrust the battle soul of the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, to you, we must also obtain his consent. Should he consent, we shall certainly offer no further obstruction. If he refuses, we won't force the issue. Chen Xuan understood the implication, and a distinct smile spread across his face. The last thing he feared was Bai Qi's refusal. Of course it's acceptable. I won't force the issue either. The master of Mount Mao ordered the doors of the grand hall closed. He then performed a series of intricate hand seals, releasing the talismanic seals binding the soul jar. Then, a towering figure with an overwhelming aura slowly materialized. His presence commanded respect without anger, merely standing there exerted immense pressure, a pressure that struck at the very core of one's spirit. Chapter 48, The Lingyu Clan. The battle spirit of Bai Qi, the god of war, fixed its gaze upon Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was the reincarnation of the human emperor, possessing the destiny of the human race, a true sovereign of mankind. The moment their gazes met, the spiritual pressure weighing upon Bai Qi vanished instantly. God of slaughter, I require your aid in accomplishing a task. The battle spirit of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, bowed slightly, commands of the human emperor. In truth, he had already sensed the aura of the first emperor emanating from Chen Xuan. Even if Chen Xuan were not the human emperor, he would not refuse. Having earned the recognition of His Majesty the First Emperor, Chen Xuan was undoubtedly worthy of his support. In fact, he himself yearned to meet the First Emperor, for he had lingered here long enough. With the primordial energies of heaven and earth steadily reviving, even within the soul-sealing vessel, he could sense it clearly. Though now a battle soul, his own strength was formidable. He had reached the late foundation establishment stage. A smile spread across Chen Xuan's face. Then you shall reside within this artifact. I shall make the journey. The god of slaughter, Bai Qi, entered Chen Xuan's artifact without hesitation. After bidding farewell, Chen Xuan descended the mountain and headed straight to the airport, boarding a private jet bound for Laoshan. The Laoshan sect master had also received a call from the Dragon Tiger Mountain celestial master, learning of Chen Xuan's impending arrival. He waited for a long time before finally seeing Chen Xuan in the afternoon. His attitude was even more warm and welcoming. Chen Xuan likewise handed over the printed talisman scrolls to them. Since the goal was to strengthen the Dao Alliance's power, he held nothing back. He then stated his purpose. Without hesitation, the Laoshan sect leader ordered his men to retrieve their most treasured possession. The Starship's Guide, obtained during Zhang He's voyages to the western seas, contained the coordinates of the trident of the sea god of Atlantis. Others might not grasp the significance, but Chen Xuan understood it perfectly. Upon seeing the detailed coordinates within, his purpose for this visit was already fulfilled. Thank you for showing me this, Master. I have some matters to discuss with you first. The Laoshan sect leader had assumed Chen Xuan would request the map and had prepared to hand it over. Yet Chen Xuan merely glanced at it. The sect leader, having revealed only this single map, had unexpectedly gained something of immense value. Feeling somewhat indebted, he promptly thrust the map into Chen Xuan's hands. Layman, you gifted us Laoshan's precious incantations, filling a crucial gap in our knowledge. I'm profoundly grateful. If you refuse this map, I wouldn't dare face my fellow disciples. By the time Chen Xuan departed, the painting was already in his hands. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The people of Laoshan were truly straightforward. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding the basin. In the undersea world, sewage discharge had caused numerous mutations. Deep within the ocean trenches, seismic activity had opened a fissure. This crack seemed to lead straight to the Earth's core, allowing seawater to surge in and connect with the subterranean depths. Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the trench. His upper body was human, though hideously ugly, with sharp teeth and clawed hands, while his lower half was a fish tail. His size was not particularly large, comparable to that of a human. Suddenly, a massive fish swam by so large it rivaled a shark, only to be effortlessly torn apart by the merman, who began devouring it raw. An expression of profound enjoyment spread across its hideous face, as if savoring a cherished memory. Following him, other merfolk slowly emerged from the ocean trench. The male merfolk were hideously ugly, while the female merfolk were strikingly beautiful, though equally equipped with razor-sharp teeth. When they opened their mouths wide, the corners stretched back to their ears. The constant discharge of sewage into the sea from the footbasin had awakened the merfolk tribe. The merfolk were recorded in the sands of time as the Lingyu clan. Though dwelling in the sea, they could briefly fly through the air. With human faces and limbs, they were half man, half fish, possessing formidable attack power. They delight in luring sailors, dragging them into the sea to devour them piece by piece. Though mermaid legends abound since ancient times, most depict female mermaids enchanting sailors. The true accounts in the classic of mountains and seas reveal them as savage creatures. Humans have engaged in numerous battles with the Lingyu tribe. Though appearing half human, half fish, they possess not a shred of humanity, proving far more savage than beasts. Suddenly, everyone looked up toward the sea surface. Two female mermaids swam toward the surface at incredible speed. As they surfaced, they spotted a cruise ship gliding slowly by. From their mouths flowed a song of extraordinary beauty and melody. The song was gentle yet piercingly penetrating, drawing the attention of those aboard the ship. The passengers on the cruise ship noticed the mermaids nearby. Unable to see their tails, they only saw the upper halves of their human forms and mistakenly thought they were two women adrift at sea. The ship came to a halt on the surface. They were the very vessels of the foot basin. Seeing such beautiful women, all eyes lit up. After chattering excitedly, they tossed down a life ring. However, the two mermaids had no idea what it was and showed no intention of approaching. They simply floated on the sea. Several crew members from the footbasin boat couldn't resist the sight any longer and jumped straight into the water. But after they plunged in, there was no sound, only a splash. Sensing something was wrong, those above immediately sent more men to search for survivors. Yet again, they found no response. Soon, however, they saw it, patches of blood spreading across the water's surface. At that moment, they finally sensed something was terribly wrong. Don't go into the water. Those two women are dangerous. Get the weapons. I refuse to believe there could be monsters down there. Even if there is a monster, I'll shoot it to pieces. The harpoon was brought over and aimed directly beneath the surface, but nothing was found. The captain's gaze turned fierce as he fixed it on the two mermaids. Get back on the boat immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The mermaids continued their beautiful song. The captain had no room for such thoughts now. He bellowed, "Die." As the words left his mouth, the harpoon gun's trigger was pulled. The spear darted toward the mermaids with lightning speed, a silver streak slicing through the water. But the mermaid's reflexes were even faster. She plunged directly into the sea, and this time, everyone on board clearly saw her beautiful fish tail. Countless people were stunned into silence.
Even the captain's eyes widened in disbelief, but it was quickly replaced by uncontrollable excitement and joy. No one had imagined they would actually see a mermaid on this voyage. It shattered their beliefs. They had always thought such creatures were mere legends, fairy tales. Now, it was standing before them in the flesh. Chapter 49, The Missing Vessel. It's a mermaid. Quick, don't let it escape. If we can capture just one mermaid, we'll be set for life. No more enduring the sun and wind at sea, no more risking our lives sailing the oceans day after day. The crew was all excited, some even going mad. Some even leaped into the sea. But after plunging into the water, they left only a splash behind. A dozen harpoons were aimed at the spot where the mermaid had been, searching meticulously. No one dared enter the water now, yet they failed to notice that on the other side of the ship, a dozen male mermaids had clawed their way onto the hull and were scrambling upward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the two mermaids occasionally surfaced, drawing everyone's attention. Soon, the people on the ship saw the smiles on the two mermaids' faces so beautiful it felt suffocating, utterly unaware of the danger approaching. Anyone who stepped onto the deck would chatter excitedly, shouting in awe. But none of them ever considered why mermaids would appear in this place. Nor did they remember the crew members who had jumped into the sea still missing, with no sign of life or remains. There! Attack directly! Bring back the dead bodies if you can't bring back the living. The captain's eyes glowed red with fury. The chance to make a name for himself was now. Yet the moment he shouted the order, a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it, but as his hand rose, his vision flipped upside down. He saw a headless corpse staring back at him. His final thought was, how could this corpse look so much like himself? Blood spurted forth. The commotion drew the others' attention, and screams erupted. A dozen merfolk launched their slaughter. Even the sharp harpoons couldn't pierce the merfolk's defenses. They stuck into the merfolk's bodies only to be bounced off by a thin layer of skin on the surface. This sight sent them into a blood-curdling frenzy. The merfolk were savage beyond belief. Some ripped open their victims' bellies. Then they devoured their victims. Some crew members, driven mad by terror, leaped directly into the sea. But upon hitting the water, they realized with horror why those who jumped into the sea vanished without a trace. For the sea teemed with mermaids, so numerous they were impossible to count. The cruise ship was soon clawed open, slowly sinking into the sea. No one knew what had happened. Without even sending a distress signal, it sank to the ocean floor. Those who had hoped to hide aboard the ship now faced a choice: suffocate to death or attempt escape. But the latter proved far more terrifying. A carnage feast unfolded right here. When Chen Xuan received the news, his brows furrowed tightly, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Ships disappearing in large numbers? Even some of the frigates guarding the basin are gone? But my first thought was that the sea monsters had awakened. After the Great Cataclysm, the oceans became even more forbidden territory for humans. Too many creatures dwell there, mutating to varying degrees after absorbing spiritual energy, especially near the foot basin. They frequently discharge sewage into the ocean. Thus, the coastal areas suffered the worst devastation. Even those living near the shore vanished frequently. Suyu's eyes now held a strange gleam. Could it be sea monsters? With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth steadily reviving, the ocean will grow increasingly unsafe. The emergence of monsters wouldn't be all that surprising. Chen Xuan nodded. I've guessed what it might be: mermaids. Mermaids? Suyu stared in disbelief. Do mermaids truly exist in this world? They do exist, and they were discovered long ago by ancient people. Take the Lingyu tribe recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. That's no beautiful legend or romantic tale, but a bloody reality. The Lingyu tribe is inherently vicious and extremely aggressive. Within their territory, any creature becomes their prey. They possess the form of half human, half fish. After hearing Chen Xian's words, Suyu felt her little brain couldn't process it all. In legends, mermaids were always depicted as stunningly beautiful, appearing in fairy tales as symbols of beautiful love stories. Chen Xuan chuckled. Are you thinking of those romantic tales? But think carefully. In the ancient historical records passed down, when have such love stories ever been recorded? Unless it's some strange tales where mermaids fall in love with humans. Maybe some Lingyu tribe members do develop feelings for people, but more often than not, they see humans as food. It's one of their dishes. Would you fall in love with a dish? Our ancestors recorded long ago that these creatures are extremely vicious. Upon sighting one, flee immediately without hesitation. Any species worthy of inclusion in the classic of mountains and seas couldn't possibly be simple. Suyu pondered carefully. It seemed true enough. Not a single species recorded in the classic of mountains and seas was simple. If mermaids were included in the records, they must possess extraordinary qualities. But she quickly caught on and asked doubtfully, how do you know? It must be the Lingyu tribe, right? Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Among the images released online, the final frame transmitted to the Silent Realm had been captured by satellite. Though not entirely clear, it hinted at something amiss. Others might not consider this possibility, but Chen Xuan possessed deep knowledge of the Lingyu tribe. After all, in his previous life, he had fought against this species. Those creatures were extremely troublesome, preferring to attack in swarms.
They had even risen to become one of the ocean's dominant species.
The ocean was far more complex than land, teeming with countless creatures whose diversity dwarfed that of terrestrial life.
Yet the Lingyu clan had carved out a niche for themselves there.
The sheer terror of such a species was beyond imagination.
He pointed to a spot on the screen. Look here, doesn't that resemble a fish tail?
Suyu scrutinized it closely, her pupils suddenly contracting.
It really does look like one. Without careful scrutiny, one wouldn't suspect a thing.
Even if they saw it, they'd never associate it with a mermaid, just assume it's a fish caught during salvage operations.
Chen Xuan's expression grew grave. Unless absolutely necessary, never venture into the sea again. Even submarines can't escape their attacks.
Their weapons are claws shaped like human hands, with long, razor-sharp nails that can slice through steel with ease.
Chapter 50, The Stone Steel.
The internet, which had only recently calmed down, erupted once more.
As more ships vanished without a trace, numerous investigators were dispatched only to return empty-handed.
Even the ships sent to investigate vanished without a trace. However, they did transmit back some eerie messages.
The voices seemed to carry utter terror, repeatedly screaming about monsters.
This incident sent shockwaves through countless people, especially the high-ranking officials of major factions. They knew the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The ships sent for initial investigations grew larger and larger, yet they still vanished without a trace in that region. This time, however, the messages they relayed were unmistakably clear.
Mermaids. This discovery sent shockwaves through countless people. With concrete evidence in hand, they no longer feared sending living personnel into the area for fear of attack.
Instead, they dispatched unmanned submarines. This time, the entire mission was recorded. And it was transmitted in real time. When countless people witnessed the dense swarm of mermaids with their own eyes, their scalps tingled.
Yet, upon receiving this intelligence, the investigators chose not to disclose it publicly. Navigation meant income for them, and as long as they avoided provoking these creatures, they believed no major trouble would arise.
At worst, they could simply navigate around the area. Chen Xuan also received a copy of the footage sent to him by that mysterious figure.
He understood the warning, stay away from this area at all costs.
Chen Xuan had previously warned them against investigating this phenomenon out of curiosity, for it was too terrifying. They had acquired this footage by purchasing it from overseas sources.
Overseas, those people would sell anything for money.
Besides, with so many people having seen the footage, the information couldn't be perfectly concealed anyway.
They might as well sell it outright.
Supplies were being continuously shipped to the flower planting family. While sea transport had once been the most economical route, it had now been halted by the flowering family, forcing the use of transport aircraft instead.
The flowering family wouldn't risk their own people.
As more people ventured there, they discovered an ancient underwater tomb complex in the surrounding area.
This news sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of the flowering family.
For the underwater tombs were inscribed entirely in seal script, a writing system belonging to the flower family. But now, no one dares to excavate the densely packed mermaids surrounding it. It's nothing short of a nightmare. The matter reached an impasse.
The Foot Basin people did venture there, only to meet their end as fish food.
Chen Xuan received another mysterious call, inquiring if he could undertake the excavation. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan revealed how to subdue the tomb fish tribe. Naturally, the Illuminati learned of this too. With the existence of the tomb brought to light, all eyes turned toward it. Only the flower family proceeded quietly. Chen Xuan warned them that the ancient tomb would undoubtedly be filled with traps and mechanisms, advising they send only the most capable individuals. Just 2 days passed, leaving a 15-day countdown until the Great Cataclysm. The contents of the bamboo slips were photographed, and the images were transmitted to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. The ancient seal script on these bamboo slips records certain events. The mythical Panglai Island was actually an ancient demonic prison, while the constant discharge of sewage from the foot basin has damaged the ceiling array, creating a fissure. The Lingyu tribe likely escaped through these cracks. Unless one enters personally, no one can know the exact situation inside. A moment of silence followed on the other end of the phone. Should we retrieve these bamboo slips? After a moment's thought, Chen Xuan dismissed the idea. Forget it. They're merely records. The bamboo slips themselves hold little value and won't serve any significant purpose. I'll make the trip myself to investigate the situation there.
Caution is paramount in all matters. It's not worth risking lives for bamboo slips. If I'm not mistaken, this undersea tomb is guarded by merfolk.
Even if you possess items that repel them and they won't approach, bringing anything out could lead to unpredictable consequences. After finalizing their plans, Chen Xuan arrived at the coast and set sail in a yacht toward the deep sea. Soon after, he entered the submarine. Even without the Lingyu tribe, he needed to traverse the Malayana Trench. It held what he sought. Upon arriving at the location, Chen Xuan sensed a barrier surrounding the area. Emerging from the submarine without any diving equipment, his current cultivation had granted him the ability to breathe internally. While he couldn't remain in the deep sea indefinitely, he could certainly sustain himself for several days. He formed a spell seal with his fingers and struck the formation. The barrier shattered, revealing a completely new scene before Chen Xuan. The submarine's cameras recorded the scene, transmitting it live to those watching from behind the scenes. Just as Chen Xuan had anticipated, there stood a sea salt stele left behind from the era of Yu the Great's flood control efforts. Engraved upon it were tadpole script characters proclaiming the homage of myriad demons. It was now certain beyond doubt, this was the domain of the ancient demonic tribes. According to mythical legends, there were 3 immortal islands in Panglai, one of which was the residence of the Eastern Lord, the foremost male immortal. The ancient demonic tribes had begun their gradual revival ahead of schedule. The place he now stood had once been one of their domains, known as the Demon Ruins. Chen Xuan suddenly sensed a hint of danger. His gaze darted toward the depths of the Demon Ruins. He hadn't completely destroyed the formations here, he had only shattered the surface illusionary array. He had caused no real damage to the formations here. If he left, the illusory array would gradually restore itself. Yet now, he sensed something watching him. His heartbeat quickened violently. If he were alone here, he might have investigated further, for whatever it was did not instill a sense of mortal danger. But behind him lay a submarine. He raced back to the submarine at top speed. Withdraw immediately. Shortly after watching them depart, Eagle's fleet arrived nearby. The illusionary array hadn't fully regenerated yet, and they had already detected this location. Originally, they had set out to find those mermaids. With the strength of their 7th fleet, dealing with the mermaids should have been no trouble at all. They arrived with great confidence. But now, upon detecting a new location, they immediately halted their voyage. The unmanned submarine slowly descended, capturing footage of the stone tablet. The tadpole script engraved upon it was utterly incomprehensible to them, and they had no clue what it meant. But they were seasoned pirates by now. Their first instinct was to rip the stone tablet out of the ground. Steel cables were looped around it, and the crane strained relentlessly. The cable stretched taut, pulling the massive ship downward at an angle, yet the stone tablet remained stubbornly immovable. Stop! You fools! Do you want to drag my ship into the sea? Chapter 51, Flood. The crewman operating the crane was berated by the captain, his face splattered with spittle. His expression was utterly dejected as he muttered, "I didn't keep operating it. The ship's being dragged downward for some reason, already listing heavily, but I truly didn't." His words fell on deaf ears. Instead, he received 2 sharp slaps across the face, silencing him instantly. His heart filled with terror and doubt, his gaze drifting involuntarily downward. What kind of monster lurked in these depths? The captain and his crew were still figuring out how to haul up that stone tablet. But just then, the same sailor let out a startled cry, sending a chill through everyone present. Seeing it was him again, the captain showed no mercy, delivering a sharp slap. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed loudly. "What the hell are you screaming about? Can't you hear we're discussing important matters? If you keep making that noise, the moment we return, place your resignation letter on my desk." But after the captain finished speaking, he noticed the sailor's entire body shaking violently, as if he'd witnessed some unimaginably terrifying sight. Following the sailor's gaze, the captain soon couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Beneath the water's surface, the shadow of a colossal creature glided past the hull. Once again, it had struck the cable they were dragging 10 times over. The ship tilted instantly, throwing everyone off balance before they could react. Screams erupted in waves, each cry carrying a palpable threat of terror. As the shadow swam past beneath the surface, many witnessed it firsthand, seeing just how immense it truly was. It was larger than all the ships in their entire fleet combined. The fleet's supreme commander issued the order. "What the hell is that monster? Activate our reserve weapons and attack it now." At that moment, their entire scene was captured on camera. Satellites in orbit captured the scene. The Flower family also witnessed this scene, synchronized to Chen Xuan's phone. Chen Xuan remained inside the submarine. Upon first glimpsing this thing, his pupils contracted slightly as he realized what had been staring at him earlier. "Did you order our immediate evacuation because you spotted this monster?" the commander beside him asked. Chen Xuan nodded. "We hadn't spotted this creature earlier. It's called a Yingyu, documented in the classic of mountains and seas, Eastern Wilderness. It has the body of a fish but grows a pair of wings, enabling it to fly above the water. Its attack power is formidable, and it can manipulate water currents. Wherever the Yingyu appears, floods inevitably follow. Eagle Sauce's fleet is finished." As if to prove Chen Xuan's words. After being struck by sonar weapons, the Yingyu seemed utterly enraged. It leapt out of the water, its colossal form obscuring the sky as it soared over the fleet. As it descended, one of the ships was swallowed whole in a single gulp. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly stunned. Who could have imagined such a monster lurking beneath the waves, capable of swallowing a ship whole? Did it not fear indigestion? Such bizarre thoughts flashed through their minds. But such thoughts lasted only a fleeting moment before being cast aside. The monstrous fish leapt from the water once more. Countless weapons locked onto it. Weapons firing over 10,000 rounds per minute assaulted the fish.
Yet not even a single scale was cracked. Those powerful weapons slammed into its scales, leaving only a few black marks at most, utterly unable to breach its defenses. Everything was recorded by satellites. Those witnessing this spectacle were certainly not limited to the Chinese and Americans. They had originally set out to find mermaids, and this discovery initially thrilled them. But soon, terror took hold, and now they were being devoured one after another. The mermaids seemed like a bottomless pit, devouring the entire fleet piece by piece, leaving no escape. In their panic, some chose to jump into the sea to escape, ironically gaining a chance at survival. Compared to the entire fleet, humans were minuscule. Against that monstrous fish, their bodies were smaller than a single scale on its body. Such a terrifying spectacle silenced countless souls. Chen Xuan ordered the submarine to retreat immediately. Had he been alone, he could have easily slain the Yinyu with his sword. Yet even the battle's aftershocks threatened to damage the vessel. He was responsible for the lives of his comrades. In less than 2 minutes, the sea surface had calmed to a mirror-like stillness. The Seventh Fleet vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yingyu hovered low over the water for a moment before plunging deep into the sea, vanishing completely. After returning to shore, Chen Xuan gazed out at the ocean depths, watching layer upon layer of waves surge toward the shore. The fleet personnel were now utterly bewildered. Today's weather forecast hadn't mentioned any waves, yet towering waves now surged across the sea, crashing toward them, some reaching heights of over 100 meters. This phenomenon was certainly not confined to their stretch of coastline. Other coastal areas, especially the small basin region, were experiencing similar devastation, and it was far worse there. A tsunami had struck the shore. The moment Chen Xuan witnessed this spectacle, he knew Yingyu was behind it. His expression turned icy. He immediately ordered everyone to retreat, then began deploying formations along the coastline. The formation was incredibly intricate and troublesome to set up, as it had to encompass all areas near the ocean. If they couldn't freeze the waves in place, every coastal city would likely be swept away by the tsunami. The resulting property damage might be secondary, what truly mattered were the lives lost. As the tsunami neared landfall, Chen Xuan drew forth a divine sea anchoring needle nurtured within his dantian. The divine needle of sea calming appeared before him, suspended in the void. Chen Xuan formed a series of intricate hand seals. Go! The divine needle soared into the sky, then crashed heavily onto the shoreline before slowly expanding. The divine sea anchoring needle, weighing 8,000 jin, now reached a diameter of 1 meter and soared to a height of 100 meters. The surging tidal wave froze in place. The tsunami gradually receded, the towering waves transforming into gentle currents that trickled back into the sea. In the depths, waves still raged. Nearby, the waters were calm and still. Countless witnesses were utterly stunned by the spectacle. Especially when the divine needle of the sea appeared, countless minds conjured the image of a divine being, the great sage equal to heaven, Xuanyuan. Chen Xuan paid no heed to others' thoughts. His formation was now complete, and he must reenact the Great's flood control. Otherwise, the 9 provinces would remain perpetually flooded. Even Yingyu's death could not alter this fate. Chapter 52, Global Attention. The classic of mountains and seas recorded that wherever the Yingyu appeared, floods would follow. Now, towering waves crashed against the shore, yet upon encountering the divine pillar of the sea, they were all held back. Beyond the coastline, 100-meter-high waves churned ceaselessly, perpetually unable to breach the divine sea anchoring needle's barrier. Chen Xuan could not leave the divine sea anchoring needle here indefinitely. He had now completed all preliminary arrangements. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and a cold smile curved his lips. His fingers flashed through a series of intricate hand seals. Within mere moments, his golden core raced through his body, consuming spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Formation activated. The entire landscape of Zhenghua erupted into fury. Beyond the coastline, towering waves hundreds of meters high surged relentlessly toward this location. It seemed as though the entire world was about to be engulfed by the towering, terrifying waves. Countless witnesses bore witness to this spectacle, especially the satellites monitoring the skies above. Yet strangely, no matter how violently the waters churned and boiled, they failed to damage the surrounding structures. Ships on the open sea had long been smashed to pieces. The flower-planting nation had prepared in advance, with all vessels docked securely within harbors, yet even they suffered some damage. However, a massive problem arose overseas. Waves towering 1,000 feet high crashed directly onto the shores of the Fujian family's coastal area, causing seawater to surge inland. Coastal structures collapsed in an instant, overwhelmed by the surging sea's overwhelming force. The entire world was engulfed by this colossal wave. Hundreds of meters high, it surged madly toward the city's edge as seawater relentlessly flooded back. No one understood what was happening as the entire world suffered in this catastrophe. At that moment, Chen Xuan's hand seals shifted once more. The divine needle of the sea, like a pillar supporting the heavens, split into illusory shadows that struck several vital points of the coastal region. Those illusory shadows resembled mirages, yet upon striking the rivers and lakes, they sent up tremendous splashes. As the mirage-like shadows descended, the boiling, churning surfaces of lakes and rivers instantly calmed. Chen Xuan soared upward, landing directly atop the divine needle. Gazing into the distance, the smile on his lips grew ever more pronounced. Yingyu had already departed from the coastal area. The mere appearance of the divine needle of the sea was enough to strike fear into any foe. Meanwhile, in the footbasin, an emergency meeting commenced. This cannot continue. Otherwise, our entire footbasin will face catastrophic disaster. The casualties are too severe now. We must find a solution. We have no choice but to resort to that method. But if we resort to that method, it'll be like announcing to everyone that we. The sentence trailed off, yet its implication was crystal clear. The others exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Some things could indeed be exposed after all, the survival of the entire basin was at stake. All coastal cities now faced catastrophic devastation, suffering immense losses. The Eagle's garrison here had been completely washed away by the sea, and the ships were now being swept back into the ocean, as if the heavens had collapsed. Once the decision was made, the order was issued immediately. As the world watched, 9 bronze cauldron apparitions suddenly materialized in the sky above a bay in the footbasin. These illusory bronze cauldrons seemed visible from every corner of the globe, instantly drawing attention to this location as satellite monitoring froze in place. In the flower-planting nation, countless people leapt to their feet upon seeing the 9 bronze cauldron apparitions. The footbasin is courting death, daring to steal our flower family's treasured heirloom. Just wipe them out. Keeping these bastards alive is a colossal disaster. Before we kill them, we must retrieve the treasures. These are legacies left by our ancestors. If we fail to reclaim them, we'll have no face to meet our forebears. Unlike the boiling fury within the flower family, everywhere else was gripped by utter shock. After the bronze cauldron's phantom appeared, the towering tidal wave could no longer crash onto the land, as an invisible protective barrier had formed. Chen Xuan witnessed this scene too, and he instantly understood what was happening. When he had reenacted the Great's flood control efforts earlier, he had redirected the floodwater's destructive force, with the basin area bearing the brunt of the damage. Just as he had anticipated, Bin could hold back no longer and unleashed his ultimate move. The divine needle of the sea returned to his grasp, nestled within his dantian to continue nurturing its power. He paid no further heed to the world's surging waves, they held little consequence for him. Though he was the human emperor, some were not truly human. The flower clan alone possessed pure human bloodlines. As for the others, they could only be considered half-human. Upon his return, he immediately headed for the Qinling Mountains. Suyu had already made preparations for him. Beneath the mountains lay a naturally formed space. The chamber housed numerous devices, its swift construction made possible only with assistance from above. What he must persevere with here was of utmost importance. Suyu gazed at Chen Xuan, her eyes filled with confusion. What exactly are we building here? And why are we collecting so many blood samples? Chen Xuan's face broke into a clear smile. I'm establishing a mythic gene bank. It will allow us to screen for ancient bloodlines within individuals, enabling us to focus our attention on those who possess them. Its purpose may not be apparent now, but it will prove crucial in the future. Suyu pointed toward the Book of Songs nearby, her confusion deepening. Then what about these? The preserved Book of Songs corresponds to ancient clan bloodlines. Their records are contained within. The blood samples collected earlier, in collaboration with those above, were to locate their descendants. That will be the true foundation. Chen Xuan's ambitions extended far beyond this. He was laying plans on multiple fronts, some areas requiring assistance. The higher-ups offered no obstruction, granting direct support and clearing every obstacle along the way. Especially after witnessing the reenactment of the Great's legendary flood control efforts against those towering waves, Chen Xuan proposed a new initiative. Shortly after sending the proposal, a 2-word reply arrived. Approved. As he gazed upon those 2 characters, his eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. It was in times of crisis that the indomitable spirit of the flower-planting family truly shone through. The Chinese people's strength never stemmed from mere luck, but from the inherited will of their ancestors. Legends like Yinglong moving mountains, Jingwei filling the sea, and Hui shooting the sun all demonstrated this powerful spiritual legacy. This land's current prosperity was earned through the relentless efforts of generations past. Without the ancient builders constructing irrigation channels, without the Great taming the floods, this land would never have flourished. Today, these fields could even be called the granary of the entire world. Yet long ago, these very lands were barren wastelands. The legacy of our ancestors will endure unbroken. Chapter 53, The Zhang Hui Bells. Long before this, Chen Xuan had been orchestrating a plan one he had never shared with outsiders, not even Suyu knew of it. Using an ancient artifact as its core, he had refined countless pieces of steel into a mock-up of a great ship. This vessel was the legendary Ark of the Apocalypse, engraved with countless array patterns. As the essence of heaven and earth continually revived, the Ark grew ever more perfected. Chen Xuan had been consumed by this endeavor, and now, the culmination of his efforts was finally manifesting. As panic gripped the entire world, the Doomsday Ark emerged from the sea, its colossal hull obscuring the sky. Even the largest aircraft carrier in the Eagle Swan family paled in comparison, appearing utterly insignificant beside it. It was like comparing a sesame seed to a watermelon.
As the colossal vessel cut through the waves, the 1,000-meter-high tidal waves churning across the sea surged past it, utterly unaffected. Satellite imagery captured the scene, leaving everyone utterly stunned. They couldn't fathom how this was possible. Who could have built such a colossal vessel? It was too immense to even be called a ship, more like a floating landmass. Yet it was unmistakably man-made. Who in the world could possibly construct such a colossal entity? The moment this thought crossed everyone's mind, their first instinct was to think of China. Only the flower planting family possessed such formidable manufacturing capabilities, especially in regions battered by towering waves. The first call went straight to the flower nation, pleading for help. The flower family, however, offered an ambiguous response. This does not belong to our country. It is privately owned. We are unable to help, so we can only say we're sorry. We will try our best to communicate with the owner and urge them to provide assistance. The words were well chosen, but anyone could hear the underlying message. The flower family's message was simple: since it wasn't their property, they had no authority to decide, but they could help mediate. As for the outcome? Just wait and see. Chen Xuan immediately posted a message on the company website, containing only a brief sentence. The Ark of the Apocalypse, riding the waves to protect the flame of human civilization. Originally, no one knew who had created this thing. They had guessed it was the flower planting family, but without concrete evidence, and since the flower planting family had stated it had nothing to do with them. Now, the true originator had emerged. Simultaneously with the website's announcement, major television networks immediately began broadcasting the news, while countless online posts surged with fervor. Chen Xuan casually filmed a video capturing the scene atop the Doomsday Ark. Facing kilometer-high tidal waves, the Ark of the Apocalypse remained utterly still, anchored upon the ocean surface. As the colossal waves crashed against it, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize at the very moment of impact, deflecting the force entirely. The vessel itself remained completely unaffected, not even a flicker of motion. At the very heart of the most devastating, towering wave, the Doomsday Ark remained steadfastly anchored. This scene stunned countless people. The company's official website nearly crashed under the flood of traffic as countless celebrities and wealthy businessmen scrambled to obtain an invitation. Rumors also spread that the apocalypse was imminent. This rumor wasn't entirely without basis. The flowering nation had begun subtly releasing information, such as reports of anomalies occurring everywhere, both overseas and within the flowering nation itself, all of which had been verified. Images of cataclysmic natural disasters and terrifying giant beasts were released. It was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Countless people now firmly believed the apocalypse was imminent. Overseas, especially, billionaire tycoons were lining up not for their fortunes, but for a ticket off this planet. They too hoped Chen Xuan would spare their lives, preserving the human race's flame. The matter grew increasingly chaotic. In the end, countless people flew to the flower planting family. Their first priority upon arrival was to seek an audience with Chen Xuan, but they were blocked by those in authority. Chen Xuan refused to meet them, leaving behind a single statement. To see Chen Xuan, you must first demonstrate sincerity. What difference is there between coming empty-handed and demanding peace, or writing a blank check? Though the Doomsday Ark is vast, its capacity is extremely limited. We must not only preserve the human race's flame but also protect numerous animal species and store vast knowledge reserves. When the apocalypse passes, humanity must rebuild its homeland. Therefore, the selection of personnel is extremely stringent. Even among the Japanese, only a select few can board. Including these administrators themselves without unique skills or significant contributions, they too will remain outside, sharing the world's fate. Countless individuals racked their brains, devising every possible scheme to secure an audience with Chen Xuan. One individual did come bearing an offering. What he produced was the Zhang Hoi chime bells, undoubtedly genuine. As an overseas figure, he had brought this artifact solely to secure an audience with Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan did indeed meet with him. What transpired between them remained unknown to others, but it set an example for everyone, making it clear that gaining an audience with Chen Xuan was no simple matter. First, one needed a stepping stone. Without even seeing Chen Xuan, obtaining a ticket was out of the question. Facing life or death crises, they had nothing left to lose. Especially in the flood-ravaged regions, many had descended into desperation. They offered up their finest technologies or most precious possessions, all for a single glimpse of Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's hands moved swiftly across the machine's controls. This machine was a 3D printer utilizing modern technology, but powered by a temporary crystal formed from spiritual energy, a convergence of spiritual essence. In truth, within the Earth's veins, certain jades had begun to mutate, forming entities akin to spirit stones. This transformation was nurtured by spiritual energy, and such mineral veins were gradually taking shape across the 9 provinces continent. Had he not feared that excessive mining would deplete the spiritual veins, Chen Xuan would have begun excavating long ago. He had only extracted a small portion to construct this printer. Siyu stood beside Chen Xuan, watching the printer produce the Zhang Hoi chime bells. I never imagined this unique printer possessed such incredible capabilities.
It's utterly lifelike. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd suspect this replica was the genuine article. This replication capability is beyond belief. Chapter 54. The moment has come. Chen Xuan's face broke into a smile. After all that time spent carving, it was finally complete. His gaze shifted to Suyu as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lifted her head to meet Chen Xuan's gaze, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Their deep gaze lingered for a long moment before Chen Xuan tilted his head slightly, their lips meeting. When they parted, Chen Xuan immediately activated the printed Zhang Hui chime set, playing the 5 tones for healing diseases chapter from the Huangdi Aging. A sonic barrier formed before them. His smile grew broader, though it can't compare to the genuine Zhang Hui chime bells. Its power is only 1% of theirs. It's sufficient. This too is a formidable auxiliary method. Replicating the Zhang Hui chime bells can be done right here. The more we create, the better. Simply infuse them with spiritual energy to play, and they'll produce the same effect as now. Moreover, the stronger your abilities, the more powerful the sound barrier becomes. Suyu's eyes gleamed with admiration as she nodded lightly. But then, as if remembering something, she quickly added, "Oh, right, someone requested to meet with you earlier. They mentioned wanting to collaborate with you on developing the spiritual energy monitoring network. They said the materials you sent them already contained preliminary algorithms, but their research has hit a roadblock." Chen Xuan already knew who it was. The message had indeed come from them. Emerging from the underground base, he entered the conference room. He saw the elderly man seated there. Though advanced in years, he appeared remarkably vigorous, especially his eyes, which gleamed with palpable excitement. "You must be Mr. Chen? Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Chen Xuan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the elder. "Elder Ren, are you stuck on the base station construction aspect? You truly see everything. We've already cracked the Hetu Luoshu algorithm you invented, but we've hit a snag with the base station construction. We used the data you provided for the base station setup, but in the end, it didn't work. Nothing registers at all. We suspected a step might be flawed. After extensive checks, we pinpointed the issue lies in the construction itself, as if something is fundamentally wrong, yet we can't pinpoint the error." Chen Xuan understood the situation. There was still time before the spiritual energy fully revived. The materials he provided were extremely detailed, and one crucial element required was spirit stones. Since the goal was to monitor spiritual energy, spirit stones naturally served as the core power source. "Master Rin, the jade stones you used might be incorrect. The jade is this type. I call it spirit stone. The fluctuations of the world's spiritual energy resonate with the spirit stone, forming a core means for our construction calculations. Do not mine these jade stones on a large scale. It will have a tremendous impact in the future. Mining a small amount might not cause any issues. I'll arrange for supplies to be delivered to you. Once you return, conduct thorough testing. Establishing a spiritual energy monitoring network via 5G base stations is imperative. The impending catastrophe is profoundly linked to the revival of spiritual energy." Old Ren harbored some doubts. At his level of influence, many matters could not be concealed from him. He was privy to numerous pieces of information such as the spiritual energy revival and the impending cataclysm. For the sake of the entire nation, he was prepared to invest without reservation. Yet he remained puzzled. "Mr. Chen, I don't quite grasp the purpose of establishing this spiritual energy monitoring network through base stations. Is it merely to detect areas with concentrated spiritual energy?" He felt that if that were all it was for, it seemed rather inappropriate. More manpower and resources should be directed toward other areas. Chen Xuan understood the elder's thoughts and smiled. "It's quite simple. Once the monitoring network is established, if spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly occur within the city, we can immediately investigate. It will either be a supernatural beast or an extraordinary being clashing with humans. Moreover, it allows us to promptly identify the source of disasters externally and make corresponding preparations. You could think of it like predicting earthquakes. While we can't immediately prevent casualties, we can minimize them. Issuing early warnings and assessments offers us immense advantages." Only now did Elder Ren grasp the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. Clutching the spirit stones Chen Xuan had given him, he hurried back. Chen Xuan had been orchestrating this all along. The documents he distributed had indeed caught Huawei's immediate attention. Had the other party failed to take it seriously, he would have found a way to contact Elder Ren. Today marked their first meeting. There was no pretense or empty courtesy, only a shared commitment to future collaboration. Just then, Chen Xuan's phone buzzed with a new message. Reading its contents, a faint smile curved his lips. The timing felt just about right. "It's time to begin. It's time for you to hand over what you have." Across various locations, voices were already rising in heated arguments. Their original plan had been to unite their forces, suppress Chen Xuan, and force him to hand over the Doomsday Ark. But before the plan could take shape, it had already been stillborn. They had indeed intended this course of action, but the Flower family had already laid all their weapons bare at their doorstep, activating their most urgent contingency plan, presenting a stance ready to fight to the death against anyone. At this critical juncture, human nature prevailed, all chose to back down.
They didn't want to die, and they certainly didn't want to fight to the death against the Flower family.
To fight now would spell global catastrophe. The Flower Nation was no longer the nation it had been a century ago.
Today, they had not only risen but transformed into a coiled dragon, unleashing a relentless stream of cutting-edge technologies, each one displayed before the world.
They witnessed the true meaning of concealing strength. That advanced technology left them utterly dumbfounded. Sixth-generation fighters, supercarriers, and hypersonic weapons, 10 of them launched simultaneously toward oceans across the globe. The resulting 1,000-foot waves were more terrifying than any tsunami. This was true deterrence, silencing every voice of defiance. The Flower Nation clearly intends to protect Chen Xuan. Any attempt to act is utterly impossible.
Moreover, the Doomsday Ark is now anchored at the very heart of those towering, terrifying waves.
Who could possibly get close?
They weren't without attempts sending submarines and aircraft only to have their positions obliterated before reaching the center. Only now did everyone realize how utterly insignificant humanity was before the might of heaven and earth. That profound sense of helplessness felt like a dagger plunged deep into their hearts. The only viable option now was to secure passage aboard the Doomsday Arkansas. They wanted to survive and bring their families with them. Leaders from every faction gathered, racking their brains for solutions. Chapter 55, Dunhuang Flying Apsara's Murals. Eagle Sauce was the first to propose a suggestion. Earlier, someone presented the Zhang Ho Yi chime bells to Chen Xuan. After he left, facial analysis suggested he likely secured a ticket.
We could also offer something in exchange. Don't bring out the genuine mythic relics.
Only offer some treasures from their Chinese family. The mythic relics must be preserved. The others nodded in agreement.
They knew the Chinese would be reluctant to part with those treasures.
Though these treasures had originally been plundered from the Flowering Nation and rightfully belonged to them, forcing them to relinquish them felt worse than having their hearts ripped out. Yet now, they had to offer something in exchange.
Otherwise, how could Chen Xuan possibly let them board the ship so easily? Just as they debated what to offer,
suddenly, someone spoke up. Chen Xuan's company website has released a message.
Everyone immediately pulled out their phones to check.
They were now highly attentive to Chen Xuan's company, expecting another countdown update.
But upon seeing the newly released content, their eyes widened in disbelief.
The mythical heritage list.
What does this mean? Is he demanding we hand over all the mythical relics? He can forget it.
The Eagle clan members leapt to their feet, eyes blazing with fury. They knew full well the power these artifacts held. Possessing them allowed transcendent beings to unleash 1,000% of their combat strength.
They might even attain god-like power.
The Light Convergence had warned him not to believe in the coming apocalypse.
The current cataclysmic upheavals were merely the beginning of cosmic shifts. The dawn of a new era drew near.
At most, only a dozen days remained. They had heard that the new era would fully unfold and they would become the children of the gods.
No one was foolish.
Though the Illuminati's propaganda was polished, these were genuine world-class elites, leaders of major factions.
How could they be slow-witted?
They agreed readily in public, but behind closed doors, they began their own deliberations. Now, upon seeing Chen Xuan's revealed list of mythic legacies, their fury erupted completely, yet it was nothing but impotent rage.
Chen Xuan has gone too far. How dare he covet our mythical relics? They don't belong to those flower-growing folks. What right does he have to claim them?
The crowd fell silent. Some muttered half-hearted agreement, their voices barely audible.
Exactly. We absolutely cannot give him our things.
I wholeheartedly agree with your stance. Everyone was calculating how many items from the mythic relic list they possessed and how many ship tickets they could secure by offering them up.
The meeting concluded without resolution.
Eager to secure seats early, they hastily wrapped up the discussion and immediately contacted Chen Xuan. Suyu held her tablet, a smile spreading across her face as her eyes crinkled into crescent moons.
The Gull Rooster Museum is returning the new sky repairing stone. They're asking how many seats we can give them in return? And they're contacting me discreetly, asking if we can keep it confidential.
They want to quietly return the artifact to us, but they demand at least 20 seats guaranteed. Chen Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Tell them this, hand over the new heaven mending stone, and we'll give them 10 seats.
Not a single one more. That's our bottom line. If they present mythical relics of equal standing, I might consider adding more. Create a sense of urgency.
Make them feel that seats are genuinely scarce here. Hint that it's first come, first served. Those who arrive late might not get a seat even if they present mythical relics.
Suyu's smile broadened. Aren't you afraid they'll all collectively go silent?
Chen Xuan's smile widened, his reply as firm as ever.
Not at all. Human nature is laid bare in them. They fear death. Even knowing this might not be the real apocalypse, they won't dare gamble. Lose that gamble and they lose their lives.
Besides, they're accustomed to being at the top leaders of major factions.
If they want to survive, to keep their families alive, they must pay the price.
And in their minds, it's pure business logic. They give us goods, we give them seats.
It's only fair. Now it's just a matter of haggling. Suyu nodded. Alright, I'll go negotiate with the Gaulish immediately. Start by pushing them down to just 5 seats. We should be able to work it up to 10 in the end. With that, she prepared to contact those individuals. Her tablet buzzed with another message. She visibly paused, then her smile broadened. Someone has secretly delivered the Dunhuang flying Apsara's murals, seeking 3 seats. That shows genuine sincerity. Granted to them, consider it 1,000 gold pieces for horsebones. Chen Xuan's lips curved upward. Indeed, some clever individuals understood what needed doing. First, they send the item to demonstrate sincerity. Then, they surely receive preferential treatment. If they actually seize the item, they lose credibility. Who would dare entrust anything to them then? Those who rise to lead factions are indeed clever. A gleam flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes upon seeing the Dunhuang flying Apsara's murals. He must journey to the Dunhuang Mogao caves. The formations there could unlock the defenses completely, and the flying Apsara's murals were the core component. Now that the core had been recovered, it needed to be activated immediately. This matter takes top priority. Just as Chen Xuan prepared to depart, he was intercepted. He was somewhat surprised to see the person approaching. Second uncle, I never expected you to return alive. Well done, this is quite unexpected. His words were as cold as ice blades. Chen Xuan's expression was deeply awkward. His return had only been possible because those people had released him early, explicitly instructing him to speak favorably of Chen Xuan upon his return. Especially after learning of the current situation, he was utterly stunned. He never imagined Chen Xuan could achieve such monumental success, so much so that those in power were willing to confront the entire world for him. Now, he could only bow and scrape. Xiao Xian, no matter what, I'm still your second uncle. We share blood ties. Broken bones may heal, but the tendons remain connected. What you said earlier was a bit harsh. If you don't like it, don't listen. Chen Xuan harbored no affection whatsoever for Chen Xuanian. He had always opposed him and constantly coveted the company. Chen Xuan had once made concessions, clinging to the bond of blood. But while Chen Xuan treated him as family, Chen Xuanian wanted him dead, and by the most despicable means. After multiple assassination attempts, he finally uncovered the true mastermind. He hadn't killed Chen Xuanian only because they shared the same blood. Chapter 56, Uncle's Betrayal. Chen Xuanian's smile was painfully awkward. Xiao Xian, the past is behind us now. Your uncle has come to understand the mistakes he made. Could you please forgive me? I promise never to cause you trouble again. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. After all, we are family, blood is thicker than water. In this turbulent world, where unrest rages everywhere, our survival depends on having someone. Chen Xuan knew exactly where he was going with this. He snorted coldly, you should count yourself lucky I'm not making trouble for you. Don't try to show off in front of me. If you push me too far, you might not live to see tomorrow's sun. Get lost. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Xuanian watched Chen Xian's retreating figure, his expression growing increasingly twisted. His eyes burned with a hatred unlike anything seen before. I'm your uncle. How dare you treat me this way? This family business should have been mine to inherit. Why was it handed over to you? That old fool was biased back then. If not for his favoritism toward you, this company should have been mine. His teeth nearly ground to dust. Given Chen Xian's current attitude toward him, even if he humbled himself and begged for mercy, it would likely be futile. And he wanted to live. He didn't want to die. The world was shifting dramatically, and the apocalypse might truly be upon them. The Doomsday Ark was built with their company's money and effort, yet now he had no place on it. The more he thought about it, the more resentment filled his heart, twisting his mind. He still had access to some company documents and had pieced together what Chen Xuan had likely done. He wasn't stupid, after all. Sometimes he was quite clever, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand toe-to-toe with Chen Xuan for so long. After pondering for a moment, he thought of a place. He still held high-level access to the company's systems, privileges that hadn't been revoked. His resolve hardened as he recalled the words the Illuminati had spoken to him before. If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wait for your death. Just 2 days later, when Chen Xuan rushed back, he received devastating news. His face turned as cold as frost, his brows furrowed tightly. Su Yu's eyes held regret. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I failed to revoke his high-level access. He managed to infiltrate the Yinglong base and steal the blood samples. It's just strange. He was injured while counting the samples, but the blood he left behind wasn't pure Dunhuang bloodline. After matching it, we discovered it belonged to Chen Xuanian. Chen Xuan froze, his brow furrowing deeply. Not from the Dunhuang bloodline? Su Yu handed over the test report. Correct. Genetic analysis shows he carries Neanderthal mixed genes. This blood might not even be his. Perhaps he's deliberately misleading us. Did the surveillance detect anyone else entering? Chen Xian's frown deepened, his brows knitting into a deep V shape. Unconsciously, he recalled the words his grandfather had imparted long ago. He harbored a suspicion Uncle Heir's capabilities weren't actually much inferior to his own.
It was just that Uncle Air had an extremely narrow-minded personality, was overly ambitious, and prone to reckless actions. Yet, he also possessed the necessary skills and abilities. He had always believed that these character flaws would prevent second uncle from ever truly taking control of the entire group. Now, carefully recalling what his grandfather had told him, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Bring all the surveillance footage here. I'll review it personally." Suyu immediately retrieved the previous surveillance footage. She watched as Chen Xuanyuan sneaked into the base, using his access to the company's highest-level permissions to see the position of every guard. He also identified the security vulnerabilities. The base was layered with security checkpoints, yet the number of guards deployed was insufficient. With current technology, it was virtually impossible for an intruder to remain undetected. Whether through thermal imaging or other monitoring methods, any unauthorized presence without a base pass would be detected instantly. But Chen Xuanyuan possessed one of the company's highest-level access permissions, so the base naturally didn't treat him as an outsider. This was another flaw in the intelligence security system. Chen Xuanyuan modified the automated system and simultaneously reviewed the surveillance footage. Slowing the footage down to 32 times its original speed, he observed Chen Xuanyuan accidentally smearing blood on a nearby glass panel while collecting a blood sample, leaving several droplets behind. Confirmed. This is his blood sample. I always assumed he shared the same bloodline as me, but now I realize that was a misunderstanding. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Chen Xuanyuan's eyes as his decision solidified. At that moment, Chen Xuanyuan's flight touched down. Before he even exited the terminal, he spotted several waiting vehicles. A dozen men in black suits immediately surrounded him. "Are you Chen Xuanyuan?" Yes, it's me." "Who are you?" Chen Xuanyuan's voice trembled slightly, sensing the hostility emanating from the men before him. Smiles spread across their faces. "Good. Come with us. We're from the Illuminati. Our leader has been waiting for you for a long time." Upon hearing their affiliation, Chen Xuanyuan felt a momentary relief. Yet, a wave of unease washed over him. The items he carried were crucial. What if they took what he had and then eliminated him to silence him? But he was cornered. This was his only option. This could also be seen as his pledge of loyalty. Soon, the vehicle arrived at a secret base. Upon entering, they saw an elderly man waiting there. The old man wore a kind smile. "You've worked hard. You may now hand over the item directly to me. I swear by my faith that I will fulfill the promise I made to you." Chen Xuanyuan knew these men were fanatical believers. Swearing by their own faith carried more weight than any other guarantee. He immediately produced the item. When the old man saw the blood samples, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of savagery. "Is this what you came to deliver? Why does the majority of the blood samples here belong to our overseas people? This is not what I requested. I demanded blood samples from your Chinese people. What you've given me now displeases me greatly. You have failed to fulfill your promise, so I see no reason to honor mine." He was furious, seething with rage, feeling utterly deceived. Obtaining blood samples from their side was no difficult task. With a single order, collecting as many samples as desired would be effortless. Now that he'd turned Chen Xuanyuan against them, this was the result? Chapter 57, One-Day Countdown. Chen Xuanyuan's face drained of color, his entire body trembling slightly. He shook his head frantically. "Impossible. I don't know Chen Xuanyuan. I went to steal the blood samples. Besides, he forgot to erase my identity from the system, which is why I could steal it out so smoothly. There's no way it's just blood samples from overseas intelligence. I saw his files with my own eyes, they're all bloodline samples from the Flower family." Deep down, he even wondered if this old man had deliberately set him up to seal his fate. Fear surged relentlessly within him. The old man glared at Chen Xuanyuan with savage intensity, yearning to flay him alive and send him to the stake. Yet in the end, he abandoned that thought. He snorted coldly and flung the blood sample onto the ground before Chen Xuanyuan. "Open your dog eyes wide and see for yourself if I'm framing you." His rage boiled over as he gritted his teeth. "Chen Xuanyuan is cunning. He likely planted your identity as a trap, forcing us to test these samples. His schemes concern the future of your Zhenghua family. Do you really think he'd let you succeed so easily? It seems I underestimated him." Chen Xuanyuan stared at the documents, his hands trembling slightly. The names listed could not possibly belong to the Huaxia family. Could he really have been deceived? He refused to accept it, his heart burning with rage and resentment. Could I truly be inferior to Chen Xuanyuan? That old man isn't being biased, he just saw that I couldn't match Chen Xuanyuan. But how could that be? I'm stronger than him. I'm his uncle. The company should have been handed over to me, not him. The old man observed the resentment churning within Chen Xuanyuan, a strange smile suddenly spreading across his face. This man was indeed worth keeping around. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Xuanyuan stared at all the data on his tablet, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. His eyes were filled with profound worry. Time was still too short. Though many preparations had been made in advance, whether they could alter the course of events remained uncertain. With only days left before the great catastrophe, disasters of varying severity were now erupting across the land.
Earthquakes, in particular. In just over 10 days, more than 20 earthquake epicenters had been recorded.
Though those in charge had made advanced preparations and were continuously implementing plans in coordination with him, the problem remained: human resources were ultimately limited.
What must come will come.
Since we cannot prevent all harm, we must strive to minimize it, choosing the lesser of two evils.
Some things must be abandoned.
Chen Xuan closed his eyes and sighed before proceeding with the remaining preparations. At this moment, he dared not rest for even a moment. His spirit was utterly exhausted, allowing only brief respites between relentless, frenzied activity. The future of the human race weighed upon his shoulders like a colossal mountain, leaving him no room for rest.
He had to ensure every single detail was prepared to perfection.
His goal was to act with a clear conscience, not to look back on those critical days and regret what he hadn't done well.
Time ticked away. Only one day remained until the countdown.
Before dawn broke, Chen Xuan had already reached the summit of Mount Tai. It wasn't just flower country. Natural phenomena of varying intensity erupted across the globe, erupting in collective upheavals, especially from the land of kangaroos. That land teemed with all manner of venomous creatures. In just a few days, the death toll soared into the millions. The Eagle Nation was also overwhelmed with its own crises.
Volcanoes erupted in Yellow Mountain Park, and fires raged uncontrollably, destroying countless homes.
Simultaneously, the floods and fires there had almost formed two distinct boundaries. It was truly a case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. The Gaulish fared little better, suffering even greater calamities. Their iconic iron tower collapsed due to the earthquake, leaving a deep chasm beneath it that seemed to part their land like a center parting in hair. Yet the strangest situation unfolded in the footbasin. Whether due to the appearance of those 9 bronze blood shadows or not, while they too suffered some natural disasters, the calamities were not severe. Compared to the Eagle Nation, they'd only suffered minor scrapes, while the Eagle Nation had been shattered to the core. The kangaroos suffered the worst. Already sparsely populated across vast lands, their numbers dwindled further. Venomous creatures now lurked menacingly. Spiders as large as water buckets, their bodies brimming with venom, spewed threads as corrosive as sulfuric acid.
In some places, entire towns were shrouded in their deadly webs. Countless disasters erupted, worldwide floods raged relentlessly, fires burned unceasingly. The entire planet seemed to be undergoing a violent transformation, its spiritual energy growing ever more potent.
Animals, already intelligent, gained sentience and began a frenzied revenge against humanity. Yet some animals remained gentle, like domesticated cats and dogs who, even after gaining wisdom, still coexisted peacefully with humans. However, the ferocious beasts kept in captivity in certain places suffered the same fate. It was no exaggeration to say they were impervious to blades and bullets. Chen Xuan now stood atop Mount Tai, his gaze fixed on the first rays of dawn piercing the horizon.
Purple chi rises in the east.
The vast lands of Zhonghua suffered numerous disasters, but with a spiritual energy monitoring network jointly developed by him and Elder Run, evacuations were immediately organized in areas where spiritual energy began to boil. Casualties were minimal, with most damage confined to structures and geographical alterations.
Deep mountain regions were now devoid of human presence.
Even villages had evacuated their populations to gather in towns, initially justified as urbanization. Gradually, however, people began to notice something amiss. Particularly concerning was the heavy military presence stationed in every town, maintaining strict security.
A storm was brewing. Even ordinary people could feel the oppressive tension in the air. Overseas, chaos had already erupted, with scenes of disorder unfolding daily across various beautiful landscapes. Yet within Zhonghua, though nerves were stretched taut and no one knew what was about to happen, there was no chaos. Prices began to rise, but no looting occurred. Major supermarkets remained well stocked, every residential compound had personnel managing it, and the occasional minor conflict flared up without causing any real harm. The entire nation operates like a finely tuned machine, slowly beginning its motion. As the first rays of dawn touched the summit of Mount Tai, the live broadcast commenced. Simultaneously broadcast across all major television networks, the live feed appeared on screens everywhere. Everyone in Zhonghua was puzzled. What was this about? Were they finally going to reveal the reason? Chapter 58, Humanity Must Prevail. Every media outlet and television network across the flower planting family broadcast the live footage. This event also drew intense attention from overseas. They too were curious about what Huaxia intended to do. They had never done anything like this before. The last time a similar incident occurred, it was because Huaxia and Eagle Lady had gotten into a dispute. Whenever Flower Nation and Eagle Nation clashed at sea, their fleets would prepare farewell letters in advance, and on those days, television stations would broadcast cartoons instead. It was as if a national war was about to be declared, yet online platforms still offered various entertainment programs and games. But what was unfolding now? Games and all forms of entertainment had ceased. The internet was now dominated solely by this live stream. Everyone was watching.
Especially on the streets, any screen connected to the internet was synchronized to broadcast the live feed, showing the same scene unfolding in real time. Chen Xuan's silhouette appeared on the screen as the first rays of dawn fell upon him.
That silhouette is so handsome. Who is he? Why is he in the live feed? He doesn't look that old, and this seems to be the peak of Mount Tai. What's he trying to tell us? This feels like something big, so big even our mother can't handle it. Even if mom can't handle it, we're still here. No matter how big the crisis, all of us in our great nation will shoulder it together. Mom has protected us for so many years, it's time for us to step up. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Each generation has its spirit. We old-timers will lead the charge. When we're gone, those under 35 can take over. If they're gone too, then it's time to consider the 18-year-olds. A flood of opinions poured forth. Yet not a single voice expressed pessimism. Overseas observers were utterly bewildered. Even a fool could see that something monumental was unfolding, something so immense it felt like the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Many of them had long since broken down emotionally, some were frantically searching, others were scrambling to grab whatever they could. Human nature was laid bare in all its ugliness. In stark contrast, the Chinese people stood united, their spirits high as they faced the disaster together. Not a single voice of dissent was heard at this critical moment. All stood united as one. They felt both envy and resentment, complaining bitterly about why their own people lacked such unity. They wished they could be born into the flower family. Especially the leaders of various factions, their faces were as still as water, their hearts filled with both fear and awe. In their eyes, the flower family had always been an anomaly. While they occasionally clashed and attacked one another, they always pulled together as one when disaster struck or trouble arose. How did they manage this? Countless faction leaders racked their brains in vain, ultimately arriving at one conclusion: Flower Nation was a nation disguised as civilization, its culture deeply ingrained in the very bones of every citizen. As for those traitorous spies, perhaps they were not purebred. The sun rose slowly, as if one could truly witness the purple aura rising from the east between heaven and earth. Many viewers watching the live stream initially thought it was an illusion, but soon they couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Even the constant stream of comments vanished completely in that moment. Where the sunlight touched, a purple aura truly emanated from the east, spreading boundlessly across the horizon. Purple mist rising 30,000 li, a sign of a sage's emergence. Chen Xuan raised both arms, and 9 divine artifacts appeared around him. The 9 divine artifacts revolved around him. In the sky, stars that should have faded with the sun's emergence instead began to reappear one after another. Sun and moon coexist in the same sky. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had never been witnessed throughout the ages. The entire internet erupted. Those watching the livestream rushed outside with their phones. Only atop Mount Tai, where the assembly of painters stood, did the entire sky above them display the phenomenon of sun and moon sharing the heavens. Those who strained their eyes could even glimpse the purple aura rising from the east, stretching for 10,000 miles. They collectively erupted in excitement. Is our nation finally about to witness the emergence of another sage? Whenever our nation faces calamity, a sage always emerges to lead us out of darkness and into the dawn. Sun and moon in the same sky, purple mist stretching 30,000 li, our nation shall endure forever. Meanwhile, astronomers studied this bizarre celestial phenomenon, especially those abroad, freely observing the stars through telescopes. But they soon discovered this bizarre celestial spectacle appeared only above the flower planting family's skies. It was most pronounced atop Mount Tai. Were it not for the constant evidence and videos shared by Chinese stargazers, they might have dismissed it as CGI. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the online comments. His eyes blazed like torches as he gazed upward toward the heavens. Mars had reached a specific trajectory, a sign of great calamity. Surrounded by the 9 divine artifacts, the spiritual energy within his golden core surged wildly. The stars in the sky gradually formed 3 distinct constellations. Even under the blazing sun, they remained crystal clear, constantly flickering. Among them, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone most brilliantly. The 28 mansions centered around the Big Dipper shone with particular brilliance, especially the purple star, whose radiance was dazzling. The 12 zodiac constellations appeared faintest, yet still emitted a faint glow. On the live stream, commentators began explaining the Big Dipper, ruled by the warlike star of destruction, with other stars as its attendants. The purple star was the dwelling place of the purple star lord, a sign of slaughter. It seems our entire nation is destined for war and unprecedented upheaval. Yet amidst this chaos, a sage shall emerge. With the purple star as its center, amidst the slaughter, the human emperor will descend. With the human emperor's emergence, the human way shall flourish. Compared to the constellations of our Chinese zodiac, the 12 signs of the zodiac are utterly weak. They may be utterly destroyed in this great event. The slightest misstep could lead to a cataclysmic collapse. Countless comments flooded the live stream. If my £100+ are needed, I'll charge forward without hesitation. For our nation, I'd sacrifice my life without a second thought. We follow whatever Mother says. But now, Mother can't handle this alone, we need to unite. We mustn't cause trouble, obey commands, and avoid reckless actions. Mother would never abandon any of us. Exactly. Follow orders first. Our wisdom, passed down for millennia, is far greater than us. Just listen and do as we're told. All we need to do is prepare to fight with everything we've got, to forge a glorious future for our Zhonghua family. But slowly, only one phrase remained. No regrets for being born in China. Chapter 59, Look. What are those monsters doing? The entire flower planting family ignited like a spark, setting the prairie ablaze. It seemed to awaken dormant genes deep within their bones, kindling a blazing fire in their hearts and making their blood boil. Overseas observers could scarcely fathom how the flower planting family achieved such unity, spontaneously aligning under command, with not a single soul causing trouble. Amidst such cosmic phenomena, they showed no fear, only fierce resolve. The entire world fell silent, pondering just how terrifying the Chinese nation truly was. How had they failed to notice this before? Some even wondered, is it too late to mend relations now? The Mount Tai ritual continues. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation received an image. This image had actually been sent to them by the flower planting family. Upon seeing the scene depicted, they couldn't help but rise to their feet, their faces betraying utter disbelief and shock. How is this possible? That's Mars. How could such a thing happen there? Could it be that Mars was once a place belonging to the gods? The image was a photo transmitted back by the Mars probe, revealing a crack at the summit of Olympus Mons that exposed a relief of the ancient Greek pantheon. They didn't know what it meant, but a terrible foreboding gripped their hearts. They even began questioning whether the Illuminati's claims held any truth. Could the gods truly regard them as their subjects? Put yourselves in their shoes, would they consider mere ants their own people? Unease and dread spread through each of their hearts. They longed to emulate the Chinese people, whose hearts burned with fervor as they united to confront impending calamity. Yet that very fervor was absent from their very bones. Yet they had no idea what kind of education the flower family had been exposed to since childhood. Their ancestors had long engraved perseverance deep into their very bones. From childhood, they learned myths like Yinglong moving mountains, teaching everyone that when faced with hardship, one must not flee but confront it head-on. Even the sun in the sky had Hui, the mighty archer who dared to shoot it down. The story of Jingwei filling the sea teaches us to charge forward with courage, even when faced with the impossible. Countless tales passed down through generations embody the wisdom of our ancestors. After the Mount Tai function ceremony concluded, Chen Xuan returned to his residence. There, he found Suyu. Suyu was in a terrible state, her face as pale as paper. The moment she saw Chen Xuan, she threw herself into his arms. Her voice trembled as she said, "I've recovered my memories from my past life, memories from the Queen Mother of the West. And those memories have been projected onto the Kunlun mirror." As she spoke, Suyu produced the Kunlun mirror, rapidly channeling spiritual energy into it. Scene after scene began to appear upon its surface. Though silent, the images were crystal clear. In his previous life, Chen Xuan had been beheaded by the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan's pupils contracted slightly, but he soon broke into a smile. So what? The celestial court belongs to the way of heaven, while the mortal realm belongs to the way of man. Their very presence here is an act of usurpation. Suyu pressed her red lips tightly together, her voice carrying an unprecedented resolve. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side. Even if it means facing death together, I would do so willingly. Chen Xuan held the person in his arms tightly, a smile spreading across his face. So you're saying we're definitely going to die? If it truly comes to that, the entire human race will likely face utter ruin. I will not allow that to happen. Suyu nodded firmly. I'll stand by your side through it all. No matter how daunting the obstacles, I believe you will succeed. Only a few hours remained until the countdown reached 0. Chen Xuan and Suyu slept in each other's arms. As the final moments ticked away, Chen Xuan awoke. He stood atop the highest rooftop, his gaze fixed directly upon the land of Mount Tai. At that very moment atop Mount Tai, the Mount Tai function altar suddenly shattered without warning, a fissure from the 9 netherworlds piercing through the earth's core. Roar! A monstrous, eerie roar echoed out, carrying a terrifying, soul-shaking ferocity. Satellite footage immediately locked onto the scene. Countless people watched in horror as the monstrous creature slowly crawled out of the fissure, their hearts pounding even through the screen. Those versed in ancient mythology immediately shouted its name. Tu Wu. The exclamation was tinged with dread. Many didn't know what the word meant, or had never even heard it before. The voice of the mythologist trembled as he explained, one of the 4 great monsters recorded in ancient texts, renowned alongside the Tao Tai. The Tugu possessed the physique of a tiger but the fur of a canine, with long hair. Its face resembled that of a human, its mouth filled with tusks like a wild boar, and its tail measured 18 feet in length. As recorded in Xuanyuan, the 18th year of Dunhuang, Xuanyuan had an unworthy son, incapable of being taught, ignorant of speech. When admonished, he remained stubborn. When left alone, he grew obstinate. Arrogant and cruel, he defied the virtuous, disrupting the natural order. The people of the world called him Tu Wu. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Perhaps they weren't entirely clear on the details, but when it came to one of the 4 great beasts of ancient lore, renowned alongside the Tao Tai, This description couldn't be more vivid. Moreover, this creature was the very embodiment of incorrigibility. Crucially, it didn't appear nearly as small as the records described, if not 8 feet tall, then at least 5 or 6 meters. Yet now it loomed as a colossal beast. Its head alone was comparable to a heavy truck, and a single strand of its fur likely measured several meters long. During the earlier spiritual energy awakening, the mutated beasts in the forests defied conventional firearms. But this colossus, one of the 4 great monsters of ancient lore, was a true scourge beyond compare. Suddenly, shrieks erupted from outside. Everyone rushed outside. Above them, a blood-red cloud had materialized in the sky, churning ceaselessly like a towering sea of blood. The entire world seemed shrouded in an endless, terrifying pressure, as if an invisible giant hand was crushing everyone's hearts. This celestial anomaly signaled the full onset of the great catastrophe. Less than 10 minutes later, another anomaly appeared within the fissure atop Mount Tai. The surveillance screens clearly showed other creatures emerging from the fissure. The scholar specializing in ancient creatures turned deathly pale. The black water serpent and Zhuyan, both ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Have all the monstrous creatures documented in that text been unleashed? He dared not imagine the terrifying consequences if these beasts were to attack. Although many people in that area had already been evacuated, he still had men stationed there to guard against any sudden developments. Look! What are these beasts doing? Chapter 60, The Great Cataclysm begins. Satellites in the sky continuously captured images of this location. A towering, sky-obscuring aura of savagery appeared. All manner of monstrous beasts soared into the air, spreading toward a single direction as if intent on devouring the entire earth. Beyond the first barrier, Chen Xuan slowly lifted his foot and stepped forward. Each step landed upon the void, as if invisible steps formed beneath his feet. The defenders stationed here watched in stunned silence, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. The shock within their hearts was beyond words. It was too astonishing. They had witnessed a true immortal. Though they had long known they were no longer facing humans but all manner of ferocious beasts, they never imagined their savior would be a divine being. Behind him, silence reigned, yet a million defenders stood guard. Chen Xuan stepped forward, ascending to a position above the fray. His gaze fell upon the monstrous beast that obscured the sky. Especially the leader, the Tugu, let out a ferocious roar and charged toward him with overwhelming ferocity. This scene was projected clearly everywhere. Their faces had turned pale. Before these monstrous beasts, Chen Xuan appeared minuscule, like an ant beside an elephant. Can he handle this? Whether he can or not, we must aid him first. Fire all weapons relentlessly, carpet bomb them. Even if we can't kill those things, we must reduce the pressure on Chen Xuan. Various weapons rapidly ascended into the sky. The earth was shrouded in smoke as countless weapons slammed into the swarm of beasts. Yet even the most powerful weapons inflicted only superficial wounds upon them, only serving to enrage their savagery. Our newly developed weapon has power nearly equivalent to a mushroom bomb, yet it's radiation-free. How can it inflict such minimal damage on these beasts? How is that possible? It generates temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, coupled with immense explosive force. Yet it merely slows their pace slightly. What kind of monsters are these? Despair nearly overtakes everyone's resolve. Chen Xuan did not intervene. He had long known this outcome. The same scene had unfolded in his previous life, when they had reacted in haste. All life within a 1,000-mile radius was being devoured, the destruction spreading relentlessly outward. The extraordinary beings fought desperately, sacrificing countless lives just to form a fragile defensive line. Constant retreats had driven the human race into a corner. Just as despair gripped every heart, the beasts charged forward, closing to within 1,000 meters of Chen Xuan. That 1,000-meter distance was but a blink for those monstrous beasts. Yet they sensed the threat emanating from Chen Xuan, their vicious eyes all fixed upon him. Chen Xuan immediately summoned the 9 provinces cauldron. The cauldron's surface revealed the totem of Yu the Great controlling the floodwaters. The totem surged and churned, as if the scene had come to life. Centered around the 9 provinces cauldron, a golden light seemed to erupt. The light spread out in an instant. Centered around the 9 provinces cauldron, it formed a golden barrier. Though appearing as a thin layer of light, it was exceptionally sturdy. The primordial beast, radiating overwhelming malevolence, collided with the light barrier, causing only a faint ripple. It could not breach the barrier at all. This scene felt like a ray of light piercing the depths of despair for those who witnessed it. At that moment, Chen Xuan's brow suddenly furrowed. His gaze shifted toward the summit of Mount Tai. From the depths of the 9 netherworlds connected to the summit of Mount Tai, the sound of war drums echoed. Chen Xuan knew these battle drums all too well. He had heard them countless times in his previous life, and even as his life ended, their relentless beat had echoed endlessly. Demon God Qiyu. Is your remnant soul about to awaken? Chen Xuan's gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his expression growing increasingly grave. The great cataclysm is truly about to begin. As if to validate his words, the entire planet began to tremble softly the moment his voice faded. Countless people felt the ground beneath their feet shake. Just as everyone thought an earthquake was coming, they bizarrely realized the tremors followed a distinct pattern. Cracks began appearing in surrounding structures, prompting everyone to flee to open ground. The cracks in the structures widened steadily, yet without the terrifying intensity of an earthquake. Everything seemed to unfold slowly, as if the ground itself were gradually expanding. This eerie sensation wasn't felt by just one person, everyone experienced it. The most obvious example was the space between two buildings. Though the structures crumbled and shattered, their relative positions remained unchanged. Yet they gradually realized the distance between them was stretching from 5 meters to 10 and still expanding. Standing firmly on the ground, they could even feel the space between their feet steadily widening. We haven't moved a step, so how could this be happening? Could the planet be expanding? Impossible. This must be some kind of cosmic anomaly. Could a monster be emerging? No one would deny the existence of monsters now they had witnessed them with their own eyes. At that moment, alarms sounded across the land. The signs of the great catastrophe were unmistakable and unfolded slowly, granting everyone ample time to flee. Chen Xuan had previously communicated with those in authority and shared his prophecies. Now, most people lived far from skyscrapers and had prepared tents along with all essential supplies. A sense of dread toward the unknown gripped every heart. Speakers across the land continuously broadcasted messages. There is no need to fear, no need to worry. The world we inhabit is constantly expanding, meaning our resources will only grow. Within the grand scheme of this future world, there will surely be a place for us. Similar broadcasts echoed across the land, offering solace to those gripped by fear and anxiety. They carried supplies to every corner, distributing them tirelessly. Even before the disaster struck, supplies were already in place. Each family unit received a tent. The food, while not gourmet fare, was certainly sufficient to prevent starvation. And this transformation was only just beginning. It wouldn't last long. While the Flower family had prepared, the same could not be said for overseas. Some had already warned them to take precautions and not sit idly by. Yet no one was willing to believe it. They dismissed it as alarmist rhetoric from the Flower family. How could a planet possibly expand and grow larger? Unless it was about to explode. Chapter 61 is this. Medusa from mythology? Those who ignored the warnings now faced the consequences. The taller the buildings, the faster they collapsed. The entire planet expanded and grew, its volume increasing by an immeasurable multiple so rapidly that no one could even begin to calculate it. The collapse of structures occurred without earth-shattering explosions or mountain-shaking tsunamis. The mountains seemed to grow ever taller and more expansive as the ground itself expanded. Humans felt like ants once living on the planet, now experiencing this sensation. Even the plants seemed to undergo mutations, especially certain trees that shot skyward. What were once as thick as a bucket now stand over 3 meters in diameter, soaring into the clouds, at least 100 meters tall. Even wild grasses began to grow wildly, with individual blades larger than a human. As the planet continued to expand, the sea seemed to be shrinking. At this moment, within a mountain range, peaks slowly rose from the earth, their ascent accelerating with each passing moment. The world's tallest peak was swiftly surpassed before its eyes, its ascent accelerating even further. As the earth's veins expanded, the mountain peak soared to a staggering 10,000 zhang in height. This was none other than Mount Kunlun. The landscape matched the descriptions in mythical tales, perfectly soaring into the clouds, shrouded in ethereal mist. Gradually, all manner of mountain beasts began climbing around Kunlun Mountain. Beyond that, over the boundless East Sea, a patch of land gradually emerged. This landmass steadily expanded, revealing the true form of the earth that had once been concealed within a spatial interlayer. That's the mythical island of Panglai from ancient legends. Su Yu exclaimed. At that moment, he too was watching the satellite imagery alongside Chen Xuan. The island spanned tens of thousands of miles, yet the entire planet was undergoing such drastic changes that its volume had expanded beyond measure. The satellite footage grew increasingly blurred. When Chen Xuan saw this, he placed the tablet on the table, closed his eyes slightly, and sighed softly. The feed is about to cut out. Just as he predicted, the next frame instantly turned into static. Su Yu whipped her head around, disbelief etched in her eyes. How could you foresee this so clearly? Are you hiding something else from me? Chen Xuan merely smiled faintly. He couldn't very well tell Su Yu that he'd experienced this firsthand in his previous life, which was why he knew it so well. Yet remaining silent might wound her heart. There should be no secrets between them now. Yet the secret of his rebirth instinctively chose to remain hidden. Hesitating slightly, he revealed the river diagram and the book of changes in his palm. These are my mythical relics. In the myths, they belong to Emperor Jun of the Demon Court as his companion artifacts. Legend has it that the river diagram and the book of changes formed their own world. Unfortunately, they were scattered. If we could reunite them, perhaps we might truly glimpse the hidden world of mountains and rivers within. Su Yu's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. A thought struck her, and she immediately asked, "We made preparations in advance, yet there were still casualties. Perhaps they brought it upon themselves." Despite repeated warnings, they refused to leave. But we couldn't reveal the truth directly, it would cause unnecessary trouble. And we certainly couldn't forcibly remove them. Now that something has happened to them, no one will go to help.
After all, we're barely managing to take care of ourselves.
Those people will pay the price for their actions. But I'm even more curious, what about those overseas?
Suyu asked this because she had been responsible for communicating with certain parties, explicitly telling them to quickly devise contingency plans for the impending disaster.
But in the end, she was met with scorn. She still remembered this incident clearly.
After being mocked, she simply relayed the message to her superiors, letting them handle the communication. The outcome remained unchanged. Now he was even more eager to see what those people were like. Chen Xuan picked up his tablet, entered some code, and soon established contact with certain satellites in orbit. These satellites weren't the small ones her company had launched into orbit, but rather coarse satellites belonging to the Zhenghua family. The image was blurry, but he could make out the general outline. The video feed was slow and choppy, however, as if it kept cutting out.
It's the same everywhere in the world.
Those once proud structures have all been reduced to ruins. But next, you'll see the situation they're facing. I once instructed you to warn them to seek refuge from the disaster as quickly as possible, especially regarding their divine statue. That object will become the vessel for certain mythical beings. Those powerful mythical beings cannot manifest their true forms directly at this time, but they can project fragments of their divine consciousness, especially those overseas entities. They've been waiting impatiently for this moment.
At first, Suyu didn't understand what this meant.
Watching the images on the screen, her pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The iconic Statue of Liberty in Eagle Land was gradually transforming. Snakes appeared atop the statue's head, resembling hair, while the statue itself gradually transformed into a serpent-headed, human-bodied form.
This is Medusa from mythological legends? Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. There's another image.
He zoomed out the footage, settling on a view of the financial district. Once the world's most prosperous financial hub, it was unrivaled globally. Yet now, a colossal monster had emerged within this financial realm. The creature resembled a human form, though it was merely that of a man green-faced with fangs, massive in stature, and robustly built. Standing over 100 meters tall, each stomp sent dust billowing from the ruined buildings beneath its feet. With each stomp, the ground seemed to shift as if the heavens were turning upside down. These humanoid monsters are called titans, a species from overseas mythology. Their stomping is their innate skill, war stomp. Chen Xuan explained, his expression impassive.
Compared to these things, the myths and legends of the flower planting family were truly terrifying. He sent out a message.
Soon, the scene shifted.
Now they found themselves in a desert landscape.
There, the towering pyramid slowly began to transform, growing even taller than before, its entire surface seeming to shimmer with a metallic sheen.
A blinding laser beam shot forth from the pyramid's apex.
The laser struck a terrifying monster, a sphinx.
Suyu witnessed it all with her own eyes. They weren't the only ones witnessing it.
Countless elites and leaders from various factions were present, their faces already drained of color, filled with profound regret for not heeding the advice sent by the flower planting family back then. But now, it was too late for regrets. At that very moment, Chen Xuan transmitted a message. His words became a precise prophecy. Prepare yourselves. The technology we once took pride in will soon become useless. The message swept through their minds like a tornado, leaving them frozen in place.
Chapter 62, The New Era of Darkness. The flower family had long been forewarned by Chen Xuan and knew many things would become utterly useless.
The supplies they had purchased in advance were now fully stocked and ready. Many had previously mocked the flower family for hoarding everything, especially resources, buying them up unconditionally at prices several times lower than market value. The entire world had frantically shipped goods to the flower family, but now they truly understood the meaning of regret.
Overseas critics flooded websites condemning the flower family.
They demanded the flower family return everything they had acquired, threatening direct attacks on the Chinese side if their demands weren't met. They declared that if the flower family couldn't survive, neither should the Chinese family. Everyone would go down together. These people were nearly driven mad, yet when Chen Xuan received this news, he merely sneered in disdain. The flower family had anticipated such a situation, but they trusted Chen Xuan. The internet was flooded with news, and everyone now understood what true terror truly meant. Only the flower family sharpened their blades, yearning to restore their former glory. The outrageous temptation of a single page kept brewing in everyone's hearts. Even ordinary people sensed the impending clash of arms, let alone those in the upper echelons.
Amidst this eerily tense atmosphere, the internet collapsed completely. Electronic devices ceased functioning entirely. Computers, phones, and all systems went dark almost simultaneously.
Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, satellites began plummeting from the sky. Objects plummeted into the ocean, churning up massive waves. Some satellites were devoured by monstrous beasts leaping from the sea upon impact, while others crashed into the ground like artillery shells. Though the internet was gone, everyone suddenly understood what was happening. All electronic devices became useless junk.
Even weapons couldn't fire gunpowder, as if they'd completely lost the ability to ignite. Weapons were worthless, no better than a knife. Humanity had been thrust back into the age of cold steel. This event triggered massive chaos everywhere, and the flower planting family was no exception. While people varied greatly, those seeking to stir trouble were numerous. They underestimated the nation's preparedness, however. Those who dared to stir trouble faced severe punishment immediately. And they truly witnessed the power of the flower planting family. All their imported weapons had become useless, yet the flower family wielded new arms weapons they couldn't even identify. These took the form of crossbow bolts that unleashed terrifying explosive force upon impact. Some even wielded talismans when cast. They unleashed thunderous strikes that surpassed previous weapons in power. Without internet access, information couldn't circulate quickly, yet disturbances across the land were swiftly quelled. This made those who sought to stir trouble understand the true meaning of the flower family's power. Their confidence was restored once more. Soon, the flower planting family discovered something extraordinary: devices resembling those from the earliest days, constructed using spiritual energy. First came 3D printers, followed by spiritual energy monitoring networks and computers crafted from rare materials. However, due to the scarcity of these materials, only a few units were deployed in each location. Individuals had no opportunity to use them. Perhaps as the cosmic upheaval fully concluded, new products would gradually emerge to replace the original technological devices. But for now, everyone had returned to the age of cold weapons, starting from the same baseline. As the planet continued to expand, the global landscape underwent a complete and earth-shattering transformation. The oceans have become completely off-limits to humanity. Within the mountainous and forested landscapes, all manner of formidable and terrifying beasts have emerged. Some of these creatures are as large as the original heavy trucks. The 9 provinces are protected by the golden barrier Chen Xuan has established, preventing the monstrous beasts from the classic of mountains and seas from entering. However, the beasts that have mutated within the 9 provinces themselves are now known as demonic beasts. The homeland of the Zhenghua clan had been utterly transformed. Massive steel walls now encircled their settlements, making it nearly impossible for beasts to breach the defenses. As for the domesticated pets, most have now been sent to centralized management facilities. Those deemed useful to humanity are kept, while those deemed useless are immediately exterminated. And this was merely the beginning. Chen Xuan knew the true trials lay ahead. When one's power reached terrifying heights, ambition inevitably took root. When those around you seem as insignificant as ants, your mindset inevitably shifts. If one cannot control their power, they become its puppet. Human genes began to awaken, or rather, evolve. The blood sample repository Chen Xuan had once created now played a crucial role, precisely locating each individual. Ordinary people, upon exposure to the spiritual energy following the Great Catastrophe, began to undergo gradual mutations. Extraordinary abilities of all kinds began manifesting in people. Most manifested mythical powers like controlling wind and rain or shooting down the sun like Hui. Those whose awakening failed, however, underwent immediate mutations, transforming into zombie-like monsters. There was no contagious virus, only indiscriminate attacks, killing anyone in sight. Prepared in advance, they kept watch over each other. First, within the group, the spirit stone veins Chen Xuan had previously ordered to be excavated began massive mining operations. Spirit stones were distributed to everyone, allowing them to instinctively absorb the spiritual energy. After absorbing the spiritual energy, the transformation process became smoother. The abilities gained after awakening varied from person to person. Ordinary people absorbed the spiritual energy released by the cataclysm, gradually awakening their genes. The time is almost right. Chen Xuan glanced at his wristwatch. The mechanical timepiece remained unaffected, as it contained no electrical components. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He stepped onto the street. Chaos erupted. Members of the group were scattered throughout the area, instantly eliminating any monsters that appeared without the slightest mercy. Chen Xuan joined the fray, watching as the monsters burst forth from within, drenched in blood. With a mere flick of his finger, they exploded on the spot. The apocalypse had fully arrived. The Great Catastrophe had fully commenced. This event signaled the end of the planetary anomalies and the imminent arrival of the true Dark Age. Whether a glimmer of hope could emerge from the darkness of this age depended entirely on the human race of the 9 provinces continent. As long as humanity endured, the human way would never perish. Chapter 63, The First Meeting. Chen Xuan had now met a mysterious figure, someone he had frequently spoken with over the phone. The elderly man appeared to be around 60 years old, and at this moment, his body radiated fluctuations of extraordinary power. He had fully awakened his genes. His evolution followed the path of Hui's sun shooting lineage. Spiritual energy automatically coalesced into arrows, which he could fire at will. Monsters that had just failed their awakening would be instantly obliterated. Except for those of pure Yinhuan lineage, all other bloodlines would undergo varying degrees of mutation. Some might transform directly into beast-like monsters. Some transformed into zombie-like beings, utterly devoid of reason. Among them, some retained their sanity, yet they too became monsters, driven by endless bloodlust as they attacked those around them. A colossal force commenced suppression. Battles erupted everywhere. Within the collapsed ruins of houses, monsters lurked in every conceivable hiding place. Chaos engulfed the Iron Wall. This state of chaos lasted for 2 or 3 full days. It was during this time that Chen Xuan encountered the mysterious figure. Their first meeting revealed the mysterious figure to be an elder of the Flower Clan, someone he had only seen on television before. "Elder, I never imagined you would personally come to Ningjing. I am deeply honored." At that moment, Chen Xian's eyes held nothing but profound reverence. The Grand Elder smiled as he shook Chen Xian's hand, sighing, "We are truly fortunate to have trusted your words. Without your advance warning and the time it gave us to prepare, we might indeed be plunged into chaos right now. This cataclysmic shift in the heavens and earth is indeed a great calamity, utterly hostile to the human race. Especially those beasts. Had we not fortified our steel walls against their earliest mutations, I'm certain they would have breached the city. Without those sturdy structures, humanity would have had almost nothing to defend itself with. I personally dealt with one mutated beast. It was far more terrifying than the human mutations. Beasts possess incredibly powerful physiques and innate divine abilities, while we humans have nothing, only the genetic sequences left by our ancestors. In myth and legend, humanity was created as profoundly weak. Now, our vulnerabilities are laid bare." Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "But our human race possesses innate talents unmatched by any other forest race. Though our lifespans are brief and our foundations fragile, our cultivation speed surpasses all other beings. The legendary mythical creatures are immensely powerful, but they achieve it through eons of slow cultivation. We, though late starters with weak foundations, can overtake them and attain the human path. In truth, we are the most terrifying beings in this world. Even the way of heaven seeks to destroy us, fearing we might completely seize its dominant position." Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened abruptly. Though his heart harbored pessimism, he dared not show it. Yet he never expected Chen Xuan to possess such unwavering confidence. A smile spread across his face. "You speak truly. Our human race strives ceaselessly, battling heaven and earth, a joy without end." The two discussed many things during their meeting, including future developments. Chen Xuan was now the true human emperor. His imperial destiny was now permanently imprinted upon his soul, and his bloodline had awakened. The 9 divine artifacts he possessed now lay dormant within his dantian, nurturing him. His power was inextricably linked to the fortune of the human race. The stronger the human race's destiny, the more terrifying his power became, and the faster his cultivation progressed. He was protected by the human Tao, though it remained dormant, still slumbering due to being suppressed by the heavenly Tao for far too long, leaving its power insufficient. The current situation was sufficient. He would not involve himself in ordinary battles, for it was utterly unnecessary, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After their conversation, many things changed, especially after eliminating the mutated humans within the city and thoroughly purging those monsters. Their gaze then turned outward. Beyond the steel walls, countless beasts roamed. These beasts had fully mutated into ferocious beasts, while others became demonic beasts. The demonic beasts retained some rationality, but the ferocious beasts had completely lost their minds, becoming killing machines that attacked all living creatures. Much like the awakening of human genes, some beasts succeeded in their awakening, becoming demonic beasts endowed with a measure of intelligence. Others, however, failed in their awakening and became savage beasts. The ferocious beasts possessed immense strength, fearing neither death nor pain. Upon sighting any living creature, they would pursue relentlessly until victory or death. Every day, the human race observes these beasts from atop their city walls. Though the beasts sought to storm the city, they could not breach the iron walls. Instead, they were instantly torn apart by the 5 thunder service or a hail of explosive arrows. Now, humans who have awakened various extraordinary powers are showcasing their innate talents. Cultivation continued unabated. After more than half a month, the power of technology re-emerged. This time, however, it was a fusion of technology and the Mystic Alliance. It resembled a mobile phone, but connected to the human mind, creating a virtual world. Only those who had become extraordinary beings could use it. Ordinary people were utterly incapable of using it, as it demanded immense mental energy. They might only manage to enter the mental realm for a few minutes at most. Only the extraordinary could persist for extended periods, much like the old way of accessing the internet. When this thing appeared, countless extraordinary beings began flocking to it. Having grown accustomed to their lives with technological smartphones, the absence of phones now made countless people feel profoundly bored. In their boredom, they turned to cultivation. Now, with this device capable of connecting to the internet, extraordinary beings wishing to purchase it could only exchange various materials for it. These materials weren't particularly difficult to obtain, they were simply ferocious beast bones and special ores. These ores surfaced on the planet's surface after the cataclysm, but they were also found in the very places where those ferocious beasts preferred to dwell. Once this situation arose, countless extraordinary beings began secretly scaling the city walls. Especially those possessing Hou Yi's mythical ability to shoot down the sun. Their exploding arrows proved to be the ultimate weapon, and their teamwork was exceptionally well coordinated. Many formed teams, secretly scaling the walls to hunt for materials. Though each city's lord was seasoned and turned a blind eye, adventurers still ventured forth. The human race now stood on the brink of peril. To forge a stronger future, struggle and sacrifice were inevitable. This was unavoidable. Mobile phones began to proliferate, connecting to the 5G spiritual energy monitoring network previously laid out. As more extraordinary beings adopted the new phones, they nearly overwhelmed the spiritual network world. Unlike the original internet, the current network felt almost too simplistic. Chapter 64, The Buddha Master. Chen Xuan was the first to possess that special phone. He had previously arranged for his company to research it, leveraging their unique advantages in this field. Now, the mental network was fully operational. The more users there were, the more stable the network became. Social order was now teetering on the brink of collapse, and the old laws were no longer effective. For they could not restrain those who possessed extraordinary abilities. With the collapse of the old social order came a new one where might reigns supreme. But the strongest is Chen Xuan. Following him in the second tier are the original flower cultivators faction. They were the earliest to prepare. The Taoists have maintained comparable strength all along, though their numbers are insufficient. The new order was fundamentally shaped by them. Chen Xuan received news from the Grand Elder. At this moment, Chen Xuan was in the demon capital. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. A black market has already emerged. But it's only natural. Today's operators need cultivation resources and all manner of supplies, so transactions are inevitable. If harmless, normal transactions can be tolerated, at least turning a blind eye. But if they stir up too much commotion, it must be suppressed. After all, this effectively sends a signal. After reaching an agreement, Chen Xuan set out for the black market. Upon arrival, he was immediately intercepted. The man wore plain clothes, yet his eyes betrayed a savage glint. Clearly, this enforcer had blood on his hands. Hold on. Not just anyone can enter here. At the very least, you must first demonstrate your strength. If you lack the strength, then get lost. This era has changed long ago. It's no longer a world for ordinary people, but a realm for the extraordinary. To enter, you must first prove you're an extraordinary being. If you lack that strength, get out now before someone kills you and you don't even know how it happened. Chen Xuan didn't get angry. He simply pulled out a spirit stone. The spirit stone hovered above his palm. The guard smiled. So you're an extraordinary being too, and you possess spirit stones. Excellent. You may enter. Once inside the market, remember not to cause trouble. Our Buddha Master rules here. Provoke him, and the consequences will be dire. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Buddha Master is immensely powerful. Few can match him. He's at the peak of the Great Foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan felt a pang of surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter a peak foundation establishment cultivator so quickly. A distinct smile spread across his face. Alright, I'm just going in to browse out of curiosity. I wonder what a cultivator's black market looks like. The newly constructed buildings here were almost entirely built using materials salvaged from old, abandoned houses. Instead of shops, they operated like open-air stalls. Everyone displayed their goods openly, trading freely. However, setting up a stall required paying spirit stones. Spirit stones had replaced the original monetary system. No ordinary currency was accepted, nor gold or silver, only spirit stones. Now, all spirit stone veins were monitored by the Spiritual Energy Surveillance Network and controlled entirely by the flower planting family. To obtain spirit stones, one had to either mine them secretly or sell materials to shops operated by the flower planting family. Only through these means could one acquire cultivation resources. Attempting to seize them by force was nothing short of suicide. Chen Xuan observed that the materials traded here were mostly sourced from ferocious beasts, with some being rare medicinal herbs. After the Great Cataclysm, everything changed. Even transcendents couldn't predict the purpose of these materials. Now, one could only rely on intuition. Some herbs might even produce potent toxins when ingested, yet they would stir an irresistible urge to consume them. Due to all manner of bizarre phenomena, countless lives were lost. Chen Xuan observed his surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly. Amidst this chaos, a transaction was taking place. It was a large house, clearly built not long ago. The aura radiating from it carried the scent of fresh building materials. When he tried to enter, he was stopped. However, after presenting a spirit stone, he was allowed inside. Inside, most were girls between 14 and 19 years old. They shared one common trait: each was exceptionally beautiful, with stunning figures. Ladies and gentlemen, if you find someone you like, simply pay 3 spirit stones and you can take them away immediately. From that moment on, they belong to you. None of them have awakened any extraordinary abilities. They are ordinary people. Controlling them is effortless. And with the world in such chaos, who would bother with such trivial matters? Things you dared not do before? Now you can let loose completely. Forget about old laws. We've become extraordinary beings. That means we're destined to rise above others. The words from above were highly inflammatory. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes.
As expected, no matter the era, such scum never cease to exist. Wherever there are people, there will be parasites. These individuals weren't mere parasites, they were worse than beasts. Ordinary people were the cradle of cultivators, especially in the future. Children born now absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth early on, granting them extraordinary innate talents from birth. Yet they still fell short of the first generation of genetically awakened individuals. Only the first generation possessed the most powerful bloodline inheritance, genetic awakening through natural means. The girls' eyes were filled with terror and unease, some even glaring at the speaker on the stage with hatred burning in their eyes. At that moment, Chen Xuan walked forward slowly. His voice was calm and detached. May I ask how these individuals came to be here? Did they voluntarily sell themselves, or did you force them? The speaker looked at Chen Xuan, sizing him up from head to toe. Sensing no trace of extraordinary power emanating from him, the man frowned. Ordinary people? Someone immediately stepped forward to whisper a few words. The man on the platform couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dude, your thinking is way outdated. This is the new era, the Great Cataclysm period. You know what the Great Cataclysm means? Everyone's got their own problems to deal with. We possess immense power now. Even those above us are trying to win us over. And our Buddha master is exceptionally strong, having reached the peak of foundation establishment. Do you know what foundation establishment stage perfection means? Dealing with chi cultivation stage novices? It's like swatting flies with one slap. I've already entered the foundation establishment stage myself. I'm the strongest expert under the Buddha master, his right-hand man. Chapter 65, Mythical Relics. Making those ordinary people obey us is incredibly easy. Though we sold them, we also gave them a way to survive. In these chaotic times, beauty itself is a curse. Judging by your demeanor, your strength isn't weak either. At least, I can't see through your cultivation level. If I'm not mistaken, you should have also reached the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, his gaze fixed on the speaker on the stage. Since you're a foundation establishment expert, you're qualified to know my codename. You may call me Black Wolf. Black Wolf stepped before Chen Xuan, a broad smile lighting his face as he extended an olive branch. He chuckled, bro, we're in the middle of a major catastrophe now. Don't get bogged down by moral concepts, they'll only hold you back in the end. Haven't you heard the saying? Chen Xuan inquired, what saying? Kill the saints first in the apocalypse. Buddy, you're not a saint, are you? His smile grew even brighter as he spoke. Chen Xuan shook his head with a smile. Of course not. I only seek a clear conscience and enjoy doing as I please. Do whatever you want. Black Wolf gave him a knowing look and chuckled softly, we've got even more top-tier stuff here. Wonder if you'd be interested in joining us? As long as you join us, you can do whatever you want with beautiful girls like this. Even if you play a few to death, it's no big deal. Ordinary people are the last thing we lack here. And those ordinary people who haven't undergone genetic mutations? They'll be nothing but ants before me from now on. Who cares about the lives of ants? In the future, the extraordinary will rule this world. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. You're right. The future belongs to the extraordinary. But ordinary people are the cradle from which extraordinary beings are born. Don't forget we were once ordinary people too. We cannot be controlled by power and become its puppets. I may not be a saint, but I won't stand idly by and watch my race descend into such lawless chaos. Otherwise, it will be another 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. What do you mean? Black Wolf's brows furrowed. Had he not sensed the man's strength matched his own, he might have already struck? The other clearly had no interest in being co-opted and was instead preparing to fight. Chen Xuan raised his palm, forming a thunder spell seal. Can't you see? I intend to kill you. As the words fell, thunder roared like divine wrath descending from the heavens. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel smashed through the building's roof and struck the Black Wolf squarely on the head. Before Black Wolf could utter a word, he was instantly incinerated into ash by the lightning strike. Everyone present stared in stunned silence. Though they hadn't expected Chen Xuan to act so abruptly, without the slightest warning. Chen Xuan turned to look at the others, especially those who had been preparing to hand over spirit stones moments ago. Terror spread across every face. His voice was calm as he said, it's true that order has collapsed now, but don't think you can act lawless. The collapse only applies to knowledge. Even though transcendents possess immense individual power, they are not entirely without constraints. Without rules, there can be no order. Transcendents naturally have their own constraints. The foremost rule is this, you cannot indiscriminately slaughter innocent commoners. Those who kill shall be killed. Transcendents are still human. Chen Xuan could easily imagine that if such heinous acts occurred in this black market, countless similar atrocities lurked in the unseen corners. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. This is unavoidable. What must be done is to root out the vermin lurking in those shadows. They must be made to understand the grave consequences of such actions. The commotion had drawn the attention of others. Within this black market, no matter how deep the grudges, mutual attacks were forbidden. It was their rule. Yet now, someone was openly wielding thunder magic here. The enforcers rushed over immediately. When they saw Chen Xuan standing alone, they immediately surrounded him. The traitors pointed their fingers at him.
This has nothing to do with us. It's all this guy's doing. He killed your black market people. He took out Black Wolf first, and now he's talking about some new order? He's probably from one of the teams, here to cause trouble. The traitors feared Chen Xuan would record their identities, inviting retaliation from the group. Now they too wanted Chen Xuan dead. Black Wolf's death drew no further comment from others. After all, he had been the Buddha Master's right-hand man, yet he'd been struck down in a single lightning strike. Approaching him would likely be suicide. Chen Xuan said indifferently, "No need to fear. I won't harm you. I'm waiting for your Buddha Master to arrive. I'm quite curious about this Buddha Master of yours. Possessing extraordinary talent, yet he established this cultivation black market. If it were merely a marketplace for transactions without all this chaos, I might turn a blind eye. His mistake was allowing his right-hand man to commit such heinous acts. Whether we're extraordinary beings or not, we're still human. And I'm no saint either. I just can't stand seeing my own kind bullied. When I witness such injustice, I naturally must intervene." Chen Xuan wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. As the current human emperor, he absolutely couldn't allow the order of the human race to collapse completely. If transcendents were to look down on ordinary people as mere ants, the fortune of the human race would surely decline. Do not underestimate ordinary people, they are the very source from which transcendent beings are born. Every surviving human was a precious asset. During the Great Cataclysm, 1/3 of humanity failed their genetic mutation trials. After the thorough purge, those who remained were the future hope of the human race. Suddenly, Chen Xian's gaze shifted toward a distant spot. A golden lotus blossomed there, floating closer from afar. When it arrived before Chen Xian, it revealed a plump monk. Dressed in monastic robes, he sat atop the lotus platform. The lotus platform was clearly a mythical relic. It could also be called a magical artifact. Now he understood why this fellow had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It was through harnessing the power of a mythical relic. A faint smile curved his lips. "Are you the legendary Buddha?" "Indeed, it is this monk. Why are you causing trouble here without cause?" Even the Buddha gets angry. Beware the wrath of the Buddha's wrathful gaze. The monk's face bore a gentle smile, yet his words were icy cold. Though smiling, his intent to kill was already evident. Chapter 66, Slaughtered by the Sword. The Buddha Master's gaze fixed on Chen Xuan, his eyes growing colder by the second. Though he couldn't perceive the other's cultivation level, he felt no sense of danger whatsoever. After becoming an extraordinary being, he had completely let go of his former self. He used to spend most of his time before the Buddha. Now he realized that life of asceticism simply didn't suit him. When he seized this mythical relic from the old abbot, he slaughtered every last soul in the temple. Fleeing to this demonic metropolis, he established a black market for cultivation. Initially, few traded here, but with his right-hand man, Black Wolf, assisting him, he began trafficking exceptionally beautiful young girls. He further stirred up certain individuals, planting seeds of desire within their hearts. Now those people had become his followers. His influence continues to spread, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Few can stand against him. He'd heard that some factions wanted to approach him, offering him a place among them. He'd refused. Those factions would inevitably come looking for trouble. He now intended to use his formidable strength to drive them out entirely, making this territory his own. His cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace, and it wouldn't be long before he achieved the Golden Core stage. Reaching the Golden Core stage would mean truly standing at the pinnacle of power. "Kid, didn't you hear me speaking to you?" Chen Xuan had been observing the golden lotus left behind by the Buddha Master. The lotus pedestal radiated Buddha's light, yet it also emitted a trace of aura that filled him with profound revulsion. That aura affected the Buddha before him, or perhaps it was the result of his own thoughts. He spoke calmly, "I feel there's nothing left to discuss with you. Scum like you deserve nothing but swift execution." Everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. It had been rumored that the Buddha Master's cultivation had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The Buddha Master had deliberately spread this news to avoid impulsive confrontations with others. His current priority was cultivation. With a steady supply of spirit stones, his cultivation level was rapidly soaring. If possible, he wanted to avoid conflict with the higher-ups of the flower family. His primary focus was on elevating his own strength and cultivation. One's own cultivation was the foundation. Only when one's personal power reached an extremely formidable height would they gain greater influence. He was navigating the higher-ups of the flower family, but he never expected some upstart to suddenly appear, daring to stir trouble here and even killing his right-hand men. This enraged them to the extreme. "You have some nerve. Now taste the Buddha's wrathful gaze." As he spoke, he rose directly from the lotus platform and charged toward Chen Xuan. His body was purified for battle, both palms glowing golden. Mighty Vajra palm. His palms carried the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, slamming toward Chen Xuan's face. The sheer ferocity of the strike caused every face in the room to pale.
If struck by this palm, one would likely die without knowing how, possibly reduced to mincemeat instantly. Chen Xuan wore a calm smile, not even bothering to defend himself. He simply watched as the palms closed in. Everyone thought Chen Xuan must have been scared out of his wits. A single thought surged through their minds. This kid is probably going to die. Yet the scene that unfolded next made their eyes widen in disbelief. Mouths hung slightly agape, the scene fell into a deathly silence. As the mighty Vajra palm struck the air just inches before Chen Xuan, a layer of invisible defense materialized about 10 centimeters before him. The palm strike collided with it, generating a massive shockwave. Sand and stones flew everywhere, while dust swirled up from the holes in the collapsed roof. Even those standing close were sent flying by the shockwave, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. This terrifying display left everyone utterly stunned. Especially the Buddha master. He knew he had just unleashed his full power, with no intention of wasting any more time. Yet he never imagined. His full power strike hadn't even breached the opponent's defenses. Who are you? He withdrew his palm, slowly retreating step by step, a look of genuine fear creeping onto his face. Since the Great Cataclysm, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. In the past, nearly every formidable opponent he encountered was defeated in a single move, causing his ego to gradually swell. He even began to entertain thoughts of challenging the higher-ups of the flower planting family. Now, Chen Xuan's appearance poured a bucket of cold water on his inflated ambitions, extinguishing them completely. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. You're not worthy of knowing my title. You, this Buddha-like figure, must have some connection to those myriad celestial deities, right? That lotus dharma platform must be the link between you. I'll take it, but I'll strip it of its essence and destroy it completely. Keeping it would only be a curse. The human race strives ceaselessly. We need no aid from those myriad gods and Buddhas. We shall overcome all calamities ourselves. At this moment, Chen Xuan's guard was already up. With a traitor like the Buddha Lord already emerging, might similar betrayals occur elsewhere? That lotus dharma platform was no mere coincidence. It was indeed a mythical relic, yet it originated from the very gods and Buddhas themselves. He even suspected it had been deliberately left behind by them. The Buddha master's heart was filled with dread, his expression shifting constantly. Though I don't know who you are, I sense you must have connections to the higher-ups in the flower family. Did they send you to deal with me? I merely dealt with a few ordinary people. What significance could such common folk possibly hold? I've only eliminated 1,000 or so. The lives of those ants, could they possibly compare to a single extraordinary being under my command? If you spare me, I'll join the flower family. I swear to assist you wholeheartedly from now on, with no further ambitions. Chen Xuan smiled, his expression dripping with scorn. He slowly advanced forward. The Buddha master seemed to sense something, his expression growing increasingly panicked. He activated the esoteric Buddhist hand seals, causing the lotus platform to shoot directly toward him. Leaping onto it, his face twisted into a grimace. Don't push me. If you still intend to attack me, then we'll both go down together. You have no idea the true power of the celestial gods and Buddhas. Everything you've done is at the behest of that Buddha. He told me to act without restraint, to disregard the thoughts of mortals. Chen Xuan had long anticipated this outcome, his expression growing colder by the moment. Then tell that Buddha behind you right now he'd best not show his face in the mortal realm. Otherwise, I shall strike him down with my sword. Let him remember I am the human emperor. Chapter 67, The Order of Light, Genetic Enhancement Fluid. The Buddha's expression turned utterly horrified, especially upon seeing the Xuanyuan sword in Chen Xuan's hand. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. No! The moment those two words left his lips, the razor-sharp blade of the Xuanyuan sword met him. Before he could react, the blade descended, cleaving him clean in two. The lotus dharma platform remained intact, though its glow had dimmed. As if possessed of its own sentience, it attempted to flee. Trying to run? Chen Xuan reached out, snatching the lotus platform toward him. He formed a spell seal with his hand, harnessing the power of the 9 divine artifacts to suppress it, directly extracting its primordial energy. Golden light gathered in his palm as the lotus platform lost all its luster, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. Chen Xuan surveyed everyone present, his voice cold as steel. I won't repeat myself. Some deserve death, and I won't show mercy. Know this, though the old order has fallen, a new one is rising. As he departed the black market, the entire place ran red with blood. As an emperor, he could easily discern the aura of grievance and karma clinging to those individuals. He had no patience for their empty words. Anyone bearing such an aura had undoubtedly taken lives, and not just a few. Meanwhile, overseas, chaos reigned supreme. The flower family had established its own order, and the overseas world had its own order too, one where might ruled supreme, and the extraordinary stood above all ordinary people. The Illuminati, in particular, now ruled the entire Eagle nation with an iron fist, having completely abandoned any moral constraints or basic humanity. Chen Xuan had just returned to the villa when he saw someone waiting. His brow furrowed slightly. It was his cousin, Chen Xuan, also the daughter of Chen Qinian.
What brings you here? He sensed a faint aura emanating from Chen Xuan, but it didn't resemble that of an awakened extraordinary being from the flower planting family. The abilities she wielded were peculiar, and without her making a move, he couldn't fully identify them. However, he recalled Chen Xuanyuan's foreign bloodline. As Chen Xuanyuan's biological daughter, Chen Xuan must also possess that bloodline. Perhaps she had awakened the power of that foreign lineage. He chose not to reveal this now, instead watching quietly. In many ways, Chen Xuan mirrored Chen Xuanyuan's character, self-serving and opportunistic, driven solely by the desire to seize control of the entire Chen group. She had always been at odds with him, though he had never taken her seriously. Chen Xuan stood up, forcing a smile, her eyes filled with complexity. Cousin, I just received news I sent out. Overseas researchers have developed a gene-optimizing solution that can transform ordinary people directly into gene warriors equivalent to the bloodline awakened extraordinary beings we have here. My father and the Illuminati have reached an agreement. They want to trade the gene optimization fluid for the fragments of the river diagram and book of changes. They're even willing to hand over the formula directly to you. The deal can happen anytime you're ready. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. What exactly did they want with the river diagram and book of changes in his possession? The river diagram and the book of changes were mythical relics, regarded in legends as the most supreme innate treasures. They were the companion treasures of the demon Emperor Jun. Now they wanted him to hand them over for an exchange? What kind of joke was this? Still, he didn't refuse outright. Few besides him had ever seen the genuine river diagram and Luo book, and he needed to ascertain the other party's true intentions. Can you represent the Illuminati? Chen Xuan nodded immediately. My father represents the Illuminati, and I serve as the intermediary messenger. There isn't actually that much conflict between us. You're my cousin, we belong to the same family, blood relatives within 3 generations. We're like branches of the same tree, connected by flesh and bone. In this time of great catastrophe, our entire family should unite and cooperate. We shouldn't hold grudges from the past. Chen Xuan listened silently, offering no reply. Chen Xuan clenched her jaw in frustration. Chen Xuan remained as aloof as ever, treating her with utter disregard, his haughty demeanor unchanged. If it weren't for grandfather's favoritism, the position of group chairman would never have fallen into Chen Xuan's hands. That position should have been her father's. Cousin, let bygones be bygones. We're now in the dark new era. You've proclaimed yourself the human emperor. The flower family neither approved nor opposed it, likely an attempt to win your favor. But have you considered what happens if they ever truly grasp the extraordinary power of the flower family? They won't tolerate you then. No one sleeps soundly on another's bed. The flower family can only have one voice. Chen Xuan chuckled inwardly. So this was the beginning of sowing discord? His expression remained utterly unchanged. He had already met with the Grand Elder, who had even suggested he take charge of the situation, a proposal he had declined. Though he was the current human emperor, he had far too many responsibilities to manage the entire situation, and frankly, he lacked the experience. The Grand Elder's vision had left him deeply impressed. He was one of the few people Chen Xuan truly respected. Chen Xuan, still pleased that her words had swayed Chen Xuan, whispered, Cousin, we can strike a deal right now. My father represents the entire Illuminati, and he sent me to discuss this matter with you. If you can secure the formula for the gene-optimizing solution and make it available to ordinary people, though there's a failure rate, and failure turns them into monsters, the success rate is remarkably high. Those ordinary people who wish to become extraordinary beings will have no choice but to bow down to you. You can use the gene-optimization liquid to rule over more extraordinary beings. Then you'll hold greater sway, and no one will dare to touch you so easily. Far better than struggling alone. Chen Xuan's face softened into a faint smile. We can make a deal. But first, you must present the formula. I need to verify that this gene-optimizing liquid is genuine. Otherwise, if I hand over the fragments of the river diagram and the book of changes only to receive a fake formula, it would be a loss. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed. This negotiation outcome had been anticipated. Cousin, this is in the flower family. If you renege, the Illuminati won't be able to touch you either. Besides, they've already figured out your character. While you're not the type to break your word, your promises only hold weight with those within the flowering family. For outsiders, your commitments are unreliable. Then how should we proceed with the deal? Chen Xuan countered. He had a rough idea in mind, but wasn't sure if his guess was correct. He genuinely desired the gene optimization fluid. He had to admit that overseas nations were indeed at the forefront of genetic research. Chapter 68, The Knights Templar of the Illuminati. Chen Xuan presented the plan she had prepared. Cousin, we can establish a mental contract. Should either party violate it, they shall face eternal damnation. Chen Xuan chuckled softly and shook his head. Fine, I'll make a mental pact. If the gene optimization formula you teach me is genuine, I'll hand over the mythic relic to you immediately. A mental contract with you means nothing. Who knows if those overseas folks won't just use you as cannon fodder? I don't trust their word. The descendants of a band of thieves hold no trust in my eyes. This was precisely the outcome Chen Xuan had anticipated. She knew Chen Xuan would never foolishly agree to a mental pact, and she feared being discarded by the Illuminati like a worn-out shoe. Fine, it's settled. I'll contact them immediately. Chen Xuan returned to his study and retrieved an item he'd acquired at the black market today. He had slaughtered every member of the black market that day. Those men had followed the Buddha master in committing every conceivable evil. Chen Xuan showed them no mercy, not even a shred of pity. Now he brought out the item. Shimen Duanjia. Replacing the Hetu and Luoshu fragments with you? Those overseas individuals won't be able to tell the difference. But I'm genuinely curious, what exactly are they trying to accomplish? A faint smile curved his lips as he recalled the Illuminati's previous plan. Their previous summoning attempt had likely failed, resulting in immense casualties. This incident occurred in a previous era as well, only coming to light years later. Now that they have discovered the Eastern Sea demon ruins, they may be attempting to summon the monsters within directly. If not for this purpose, there would be no need for the river diagram and the Book of Changes. The first to establish the celestial court was the demon Emperor Jun. His companion treasures, the river diagram and the Book of Lo, exerted immense control over the demonic clans. Later, the river diagram and the Book of Changes fell into the hands of the human Emperor Fuxi, who used them to deduce the primordial 8 trigrams. Implying the river diagram and the Book of Changes could effortlessly break the seal on the Eastern Sea demon realm. Moreover, by channeling spiritual energy to unleash their might, they could deter even the most mutated demonic beasts from attacking. Most crucially, the river diagram and the Book of Lo still carried the essence of the demon emperor. With this in mind, he first manifested the river diagram and Luo book in his palm, then placed them atop the fragment of the mysterious gates of escape. Subsequently, he harnessed the mythical primordial power of the river diagram and Luo book to deploy an illusionary array. Even he could not easily discern its secrets. To integrate such a mythical relic into oneself, one must first break through its illusionary array, a feat not within everyone's grasp. Overseas scholars couldn't even decipher their own Chinese characters, let alone study the primordial 8 trigrams. The transformation of Shimen Duanjia and the primordial 8 trigrams. Chen Xuan had already contacted Chen Xuanian through the mental network. Cousin, we can make the deal now. Chen Xuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you likely intend to use the river diagram and Luoshu to open the Eastern Sea demon ruins. You might not know this, but it doesn't matter, you can tell them directly that the place they've seen isn't the real Eastern Sea demon ruins at all. I can provide them with coordinates. Whether they believe it is up to them. Also tell them this: back when floods ravaged the entire world to varying degrees, why did only the footbasin remain unaffected? Do they recall the illusory image of the 9 provinces cauldron that appeared above them? The 9 provinces cauldron suppressed the Eastern Sea demon ruins. To break the formation, it won't work where they found it. They must go to that coordinate location. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. She knew nothing of this matter, only the transaction details her father had passed on. Cousin, if you knew all this, why did you hand over the river diagram and the Book of Changes to them? Chen Xian's face softened into a faint smile as he replied calmly, because I already possess the Xuanyuan Sword. With this artifact in hand, I am the human emperor. You know the state of the 9 provinces. A new order has been established, but its architect is not me, it is the flower family. The flower cultivators hold their own beliefs and won't be easily swayed unless the existing order collapses once more. I intend to use the ancient beasts within the Eastern Sea demon ruins to wear down the flower cultivator's strength. When that order finally crumbles, I shall step forward and command the world in the name of the human emperor. Chen Xuan wasn't sure whether to believe Chen Xian's words, but since he had already established a spiritual contract, betrayal seemed unlikely. Breaking a spiritual contract targeted one's very soul, with consequences too horrific to contemplate. Chen Xuan handed the fragment of the Mysterious Gates Escape Manual to Chen Xuan, and in return, he obtained the formula for the gene optimization solution. He immediately handed the formula to the Grand Elder. His company's research into genetics was not sufficiently advanced. He had merely established a genetic blood sample database to screen for bloodlines inherited from ancient lineages. To actually produce the gene optimization serum, he still needed the expertise of those former scientific luminaries. Within half a day, word reached the Grand Elder: the formula was genuine. However, ordinary individuals who consumed it had only a 70% chance of awakening extraordinary abilities. A 30% chance could lead to death, like celestial energies entering the body, transforming into a monster before awakening was complete. Altering one's genetic sequence invariably brought terrifying consequences. Yet for them, the potential benefits were immense. Ordinary people's survival odds in this world were pitifully low. Whether to take the gene enhancement solution was entirely voluntary, it all came down to who dared to gamble. Chen Xuan believed many would gamble with their fate. Survival was too harsh for ordinary people. Mutated beasts roamed everywhere, and even cities weren't truly safe. The sewers teemed with all manner of mutated venomous insects. While a bite might not kill an extraordinary being instantly, it would certainly cause an ordinary person to die on the spot.
For now, their top priority remained rapidly producing gene-optimizing liquid.
Only after stockpiling sufficient quantities would they consider public release.
After Chen Xuan obtained the fake river diagram and Luo book, she relayed the news to Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan promptly relayed every word Chen Xuan had spoken.
Upon receiving the intelligence, the Pope of the Illuminati harbored doubts.
He couldn't discern whether Chen Xuan's earlier statement was truth or deception, but that didn't deter them from proceeding.
Once the Eastern Sea demon ruins were opened, no one could predict what ancient monstrous beasts might surge forth. He certainly wouldn't risk his own life to find out. Chen Xuan was no fool either. He had no desire to court death.
The task was entrusted to the Knights Templar of the Illuminati.
100 men were assembled, and they set about constructing a human-powered sailboat. With all electronic equipment rendered useless, only the most primitive human resources could be utilized.
Chapter 69, The Eight-Headed Serpent.
100 Knights Templar of the Illuminati, accompanied by thousands of ordinary people, sailed primitive motor sailboats to the location where the East Sea demon ruins had once been discovered. Yet no matter how they manipulated it, neither the fake artifact nor the Tolo book elicited any reaction. Far above in the sky, the Pope sat atop his floating fortress. His gaze sharpened as he observed the situation below, his brow furrowing deeper by the moment.
Could Chen Xuan have been telling the truth? Is this not the true location to unlock the Eastern Sea demon ruins? Try again.
After waiting for roughly half a day, nearly all 100 members of the Knights Templar were utterly exhausted. Their spiritual energy had been drained completely, yet still, nothing had happened. The counterfeit river diagram and book of low radiated potent demon emperor energy, and the mutated beasts simply refused to attack them. Even the most vicious beasts kept their distance. None of them doubted the authenticity of the Hetu Luoshu fragment. They only suspected they had chosen the wrong location. Since their efforts had failed, they decided to head directly to the coordinates Chen Xuan had provided. They wanted to see if that location was correct. By the time they arrived, half a day had passed and night had fallen. The sea was calm and still. 100 members of the Holy Knight Order sat encircling a fleet of ships. Though powered by human sail, the vessels were constructed large enough to rival the scale of previous fleets. The Pope, perched atop the floating fortress, watched intently, his eyes fixed and unwavering. They were now extremely close to Japan. The world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Basin, ever ambitious, would never obey their commands again. If they appeared here and were discovered by Basin forces, trouble was inevitable. They might even be utterly annihilated on the spot. Thus, their movements were cautious and deliberate. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into the fake river diagram and Luo book. At the coordinates provided by Chen Xuan, they chanted the incantation. The chanting persisted until a beam of light descended from the heavens. The power of the moonlight descended upon the sea surface, connecting with the fake river diagram and book of changes. The tranquil sea suddenly stirred, waves rising without wind, churning and boiling like boiling water. The fleet swayed precariously, yet every face wore a look of astonished delight. All eyes were fixed on the floating counterfeit river diagram and book of changes, anticipating what would follow. They were all fanatical believers, willing to die for the Illuminati. The sea raged ever fiercer. Though their ships were large, they were capsized by the fury of the waves, sinking into the depths. The Knights Templar members, possessing spiritual cultivation, survived. As for the common folk, lives were being claimed relentlessly amidst the towering, terrifying waves. The raging waves lasted less than a minute before a monstrous, grotesque head slowly emerged from the river. Each head measured at least 10 meters in diameter, its vicious vertical pupils fixed on everyone present. The Templar members were now terrified beyond words, too afraid even to splash on the surface, allowing the sea to drag them down. Yet once submerged, they discovered the head floating on the surface was merely one of many. Beneath the surface lay a giant serpent with 8 more heads. A few words flashed through their minds. Yamata no Orochi. How could they have summoned this monster? That was their final thought before the 8 heads, like a whirlwind, sucked them straight into its maw. The fleet had already been swallowed whole. The Pope watched the scene unfold nearby, his pupils contracting violently as an expression of utter disbelief spread across his face. He witnessed the Yamata no Orochi swallow the river diagram and the Luo book hole before plunging into the ocean depths. Only now did he comprehend. Chen Xuan, you dared deceive me. The river diagram and the book of changes are fake. No demonic beast would dare show disrespect to them. Though the Yamata no Orochi is also a mythical creature, it absolutely wouldn't act recklessly. There's only one conclusion: Chen Xuan fabricated a fake river diagram and book of Lo, and even gave a false coordinate. As he pieced it all together, rage nearly burst his lungs. The floating fortress drifted away slowly. Staying any longer would likely make it a target for the Yamata no Orochi's attack. The rage boiling within him had long since reached its peak. He was capable of making an utterly reckless decision. Upon returning, he would immediately gather the elite of the Illuminati, boarding the floating fortress with every last one of them. When they learned you intended to confront the Flower family, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't fathom why the Pope was so enraged. Chen Xuan had long anticipated this outcome, feeling a pang of regret.
The fragment of the Mingdong Sutra, though a counterfeit he had forged using the powers of the river diagram and the Book of Changes, was still a valuable artifact. It was a pity that the Yamada no Orochi had swallowed it whole. At least he had managed to bring back 100 members of the Knights Templar a small consolation prize. He also foresaw what those fellows would do next. Though they had established a spiritual contract through their transaction with him, that thing held no sway over him whatsoever. He was, after all, the human emperor. Even ancient sages dared not act against the human emperor, let alone a mere spiritual contract which could be seen as an evolution of the heavenly oath. The heavenly way held no sway over him indeed, this human emperor stood as an equal to the heavenly way itself. Even the old pope might jump over walls in panic. He had now arrived at the East Sea. Few humans remained stationed here. A golden barrier protected the area, deterring even ancient beasts from attacking. This barrier drew its power from the fortune of the human race. Any attack by these beasts would rebound upon them, inflicting wounds that were extremely difficult to heal. This barrier temporarily shielded the 9 provinces from the ancient beasts' assaults. Yet the human race feared nothing, for though the bloodlines of those from across the seas were impure, they still possessed a measure of human power. It unfolded exactly as he had predicted. The floating fortress moved with incredible speed, bolstered by mythical power. Wherever it passed, it faced no attacks from the beasts. Chen Xuan, get out here. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will directly attack your barrier and plunge the entire Jiuzhou continent into the encirclement of ancient beasts. Behind you stand countless compatriots. Do you truly wish to drag them all to their deaths alongside you? The voice belonged to an archbishop. The Pope himself hadn't come, he needed to remain at the headquarters of the Illuminati. He had only instructed this archbishop to teach Chen Xuan a lesson. The archbishop arrived and immediately bellowed his warning to make it clear to all that if Chen Xuan did not come forward, the entire Jiuzhou continent would suffer. Chapter 70, Fingdu. Chen Xuan stood within the golden barrier, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You must be one of the grand archbishops of the Illuminati, right? Your rank must be cardinal level. Your pope uses you as a pawn, and you actually dare to show up? Aren't you afraid you won't make it back alive? The cardinal snapped coldly. Chen Xuan, you are despicable and treacherous. You broke your promise and gave us a fake item in exchange for our deal. Today, we will seek justice. As he spoke, he noticed numerous extraordinary beings appearing along the coastline. A spear slowly materialized in his hand, crackling with thunderous sparks. His gaze locked onto Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, I know you won't come out willingly. Now, I'll show you our power. The holy spear in my hand is the weapon of one of our supreme gods. Breaking through your barrier is child's play. Holy spear, strike. He had never intended to negotiate, he only sought to provoke conflict. Moreover, he didn't believe he could lose. With the holy spear in his grasp, who could possibly stand against him? His attack came with blinding speed. Though he stood atop the floating fortress Eden, in the blink of an eye he had already arrived before the barrier. The holy spear in his hand struck out, carrying the overwhelming might of a colossal tidal wave. Chen Xuan had long been prepared. In the blink of an eye, the divine needle of the sea, nurtured within his dantian, materialized in his grasp. The divine needle materialized outside the barrier, directly intercepting the spear strike. He then hurled it into the sea. Immediately, towering waves surged upward, coalescing into a dragon formed entirely of water. The dragon seemed tangible, each scale clearly visible as it opened its mouth and let out a roar. The sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. Those with lower cultivation bases were already reeling, their vision darkening and dizziness setting in. The cardinal's face twisted in horror. He sensed the colossal power of heaven and earth coursing through the dragon. His pupils contracted sharply, his face contorted with disbelief and terror. He didn't even have time to speak. The dragon plunged into the sea, only to emerge once more beneath the floating fortress. Opening its gaping maw, it swallowed the entire structure whole. The core members within the fortress, along with their Templar knights, were unable to unleash their attacks before being swallowed whole into the dragon's belly. Though the dragon was merely a manifestation of Chen Xuan's sea-anchoring divine needle, it possessed overwhelming power. Those swallowed were instantly torn to shreds by the water-based laws formed by the dragon. Now crimson, the dragon's eyes fixed on the cardinal. The cardinal immediately fled, but his speed was too slow. Before the dragon, it was utterly insignificant. Though he could briefly fly through the air, his speed was far slower than the dragon's. Dragons ride the clouds, tigers ride the wind. The dragon was also a dragon. A piercing scream echoed from the distance as the holy spear plummeted into the sea. The dragon seized it in its jaws and soared toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan reached out to take the spear, examining it closely for a moment before a faint smile touched his lips. The holy lance of Longinus from overseas myths and legends, it is indeed intriguing. But compared to the mythical relics of the flower-planting family, it still falls far short. His gaze shifted beyond the coastline, his voice growing colder. The waters of the flower-planting family shall not tolerate the anchoring of the cross. Dare to come, and you shall die. With that, he turned and walked away.
Behind him, the dragon-like creature dissolved into the sea, sinking back into the waves, while the divine needle of the sea flew into Chen Xuan's dantian. Chen Xuan had reached the golden core stage, enabling him to wield mythical relics with ease. Moreover, each use imposed little burden upon him. Especially the words he had just spoken. Countless extraordinary beings couldn't help but be moved by them. A surge of fervor boiled within their hearts. Whether extraordinary beings or not, they were first and foremost members of the flowering nation. The legacy and teachings passed down by countless ancestors had instilled in them that, no matter what, the flowering nation would always be their roots. Even if they fought amongst themselves, the moment barbarian invaders crossed their borders, they would unite against the enemy. This was the cohesion of the flowering nation. Within the mental network, someone harnessed their formidable psychic power to etch this scene into the network's fabric. Every extraordinary being who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their blood boil. No regrets for being born Chinese in this life and the next, I shall be Chinese again. This phrase spread across the entire nation, igniting an unprecedented surge in unity. Chen Xuan and his companions were etched even more deeply into their memories. Was this the human emperor of the present age? Truly majestic. All traces of pessimism about the future vanished, as if a powerful shot of adrenaline had been injected into their veins. The flowering nation underwent profound transformations. Recently, the Demon Suppression Bureau emerged, composed entirely of extraordinary beings dedicated to combating the demonic beasts appearing across the nation. Newly established, it had branches in every district, gathering extraordinary beings' formidable power like never before. Although the demon capital where Chen Xuan resided wasn't the headquarters, it was the strongest gathering place for elite practitioners outside the main base. Though he hadn't formally joined, the Grand Elder had made an exception for him. Now, he could effortlessly command any member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Yet Chen Xuan knew all too well that far greater troubles lay ahead. The great calamity had only just begun, and trouble would soon follow. Deep down, he harbored a lingering unease. The most terrifying threat wasn't the surging, primordial beasts. Those were visible and tangible, lurking menacingly beyond the barrier. What truly troubled him was the 9 netherworlds. The rifts of the 9 netherworlds were gradually shifting and expanding as the entire planet grew, spreading ever wider until they connected to the subterranean realm of the 9 netherworlds. That was Fengdu. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Chen Xuan had already relayed the news. A storm was brewing over the entire mountain city. No one knew what would happen next, but an oppressive weight hung heavy in the air. The first batch of gene-optimizing serum experiments had been conducted in the mountain city. Now, without the high-tech supply chain, production couldn't keep up. The first batch yielded only a few thousand doses. As the Grand Elder had informed Chen Xuan, the success rate hovered around 70%. Those who succeeded all joined the Demon Suppression Bureau. Though the Mountain City Demon Suppression Bureau's strength couldn't match that of the capital or the Demon Capital, it had grown unprecedentedly powerful, second only to headquarters and the Demon Capital. And today, the 9 netherworld fissure spread to Fengdu. At midnight, a vast black mist began to seep from the earth. The entire mountain city was enveloped within it. Many who touched the mist felt an overwhelming chill run through their bodies. Even those with supernatural abilities were no exception. Their hands ached intensely, as if plunged into an ice cave. Chapter 71, 10,000 wicked ghosts enter the mountain city. Only a handful knew the truth. They were currently gathered in the conference room, their expressions grave. They immediately issued emergency orders, silently praying that Chen Xuan's words would not come to pass. Their prayers proved futile. From the land shrouded in black mist, a bone-chilling, blood-curdling howl gradually echoed out. The sounds were inhuman, yet their meaning was clear. Ordinary people would have been terrified out of their wits upon hearing them, while even extraordinary beings felt their hair stand on end. Every single one of them was trembling with fear. Within the black mist, strange figures slowly began to emerge. They resembled humans, yet their forms were undeniably composed of that sinister aura. Damn it, Chen Xuan was right. The 9 netherworld fissure connects to Fengdu. There are more than 10,000 of these fiends. They've already entered the mountain city. This is a challenge to us. All members of the Demon Suppression Bureau must eradicate these fiends. We protect countless citizens. Until we fall, we cannot allow harm to come to them. Simultaneously, all transcendent beings are ordered to join the battle. Any weakling who dares to flee will face consequences afterward. One order after another was dispatched. News of the 100,000 fiends invading the mountain city exploded across the psychic network. Every soul felt a chill run down their spine. They feared fierce demonic beasts, but when it came to ghosts, who among them did not tremble? Moreover, no one had ever seen such creatures before, nor knew what form they might take. The unknown was the most terrifying. When a powerful practitioner transmitted memories condensed from psychic energy into the psychic network, it immediately caused an uproar. Chen Xuan also witnessed this video. In the footage, an extraordinary being gasped for breath, clutching a dagger dripping with blood, his own blood. Only by gathering the most potent, yang-infused blood from the tip of his tongue could he wound those malevolent specters.
Yet the evil spirits were formless and insubstantial, as if completely invisible. Only when one drew near could a faint chill be sensed. "Have you seen my ball?" The voice echoed faintly, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it, their hairs standing on end. The extraordinary being spun around abruptly, thrusting the dagger forward. The blade, coated in the blood from the tip of his tongue, plunged directly into a tiny figure. The tiny figure let out an excruciatingly shrill scream, piercing through eardrums and making heads spin. The extraordinary being staggered, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood was already trickling down from the wound near his ear. He stabbed wildly with the dagger in his hand. But by the second strike, the small figure had vanished. The instant the figure reappeared, its true form was revealed to all. It resembled a child, but its mouth was split wide open, stretching all the way to the back of its ears. Its gaping jaws revealed sharp, black fangs. When it attacked earlier, it had opened its mouth wide, clearly intending to bite off the extraordinary being's head. The extraordinary being fought with extreme difficulty, ultimately destroying the evil spirit at the cost of severe injuries and near death. He himself was nearly spent, using his last ounce of mental energy to compile this video and transmit it to the mental network before falling into a deep coma. More messages followed. The extraordinary being had been rescued by an ordinary person. This news left countless people feeling desolate. Many now claimed ordinary people were utterly useless. Compared to the puppeteers, they were as weak as ants, easily crushed with a single finger. Some argued that the extraordinary should be held in high esteem, not compared to ordinary people. They should exist in two separate systems, with the extraordinary standing above the ordinary. After all, it is the extraordinary who protect this world. This proposal gained widespread support, primarily from the extraordinary themselves. Ordinary people now have extremely limited access to the mental network, barely lasting a few minutes before feeling mentally exhausted. They were all deeply pessimistic. Yet after the Demon Suppression Bureau was established, it overturned this entire debate with a single statement. Ordinary people are the cradle that gives birth to extraordinary beings. They are our fellow kin. To disregard, belittle, and trample upon our own kin, where lies the moral baseline? This statement resonated deeply with many. The people of Zhonghua are kind-hearted. Even after becoming extraordinary beings, while some undergo changes in their nature, the majority control their powers rather than being controlled by them. Now, this news has left countless people stunned. They never imagined that the extraordinary ones were still ordinary people. How could ordinary people have the courage to face such a situation? After all, ordinary people exposed to that energy would suffer severe illness at best and death at worst. The Demon Suppression Bureau released an announcement. Within a mere hour, 2,142 transcendent heroes sacrificed their lives, while 13,000 ordinary citizens perished. Only 1/10 of these deaths resulted from being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of malevolent spirits. The remaining nameless heroes perished while attempting to rescue transcendent beings, unable to resist the energy themselves. They then released several psychically condensed memory videos. All were first-person perspectives. An elderly man leaned against a wall, forcing a grim smile onto his face, which had grown as pale as paper. His aged voice trembled feebly. "Young man, I'm just an ordinary person. All I can do is buy you time with my own life. You must leave now. If that demon wants to devour someone, let it devour me first. Just avenge me later. Go now." There were many similar videos. These ordinary people risked their lives solely to ensure more extraordinary beings survived. Deep down, everyone knew the extraordinary were the future. In this great catastrophe, ordinary people are truly nothing but a burden. One video after another surfaced. Those who once advocated for extraordinary beings to dominate ordinary people now blush crimson. Shame gnaws at their hearts. The Demon Suppression Bureau released these videos to transform the mindset of all extraordinary beings. They asked themselves, could they sacrifice themselves to save a stranger? Even if that stranger was protecting the entire mountain city, not everyone possessed such courage. Over 10,000 lives were lost in just 1 hour. Yet more ordinary citizens were now joining the resistance. Countless eyes were filled with tears, and many extraordinary beings rushed to the mountain city without delay. Beyond the mountain wilderness lurked many ferocious beasts, yet they could not stem the tide of extraordinary beings gathering in vast numbers. When one region is in distress, all others come to aid. In less than 2 hours, nearly the entire mountain town Demon Suppression Bureau had fallen. Those who remained clung to their posts, their hearts heavy with understanding. 100,000 evil spirits were too many. Too many for them to bear. The Spiritual Energy Monitoring Network had pinpointed the areas where these fiends appeared, allowing for the timely evacuation of ordinary citizens, though some inevitably slipped through the cracks. But the front lines were still held by the extraordinary ones. Chapter 72, Ghost Market of the Mortal Realm. Only after seeing those videos did everyone grasp the horror of the great cataclysm. Countless eyes filled with tears as people poured in from all directions. Truly, when one region is in distress, all others come to aid. At that moment, Chen Xuan stood atop Huaxia cave, making final preparations. Certain actions could only be performed once sufficient energy was gathered. With both extraordinary beings and ordinary people suffering casualties, his heart grew heavy. Countless malevolent spirits surged forth relentlessly. Though the number of transcendent beings was substantial, they could not match the ceaseless tide of evil spirits.
It felt as if the nine hells had unleashed demons suppressed for millennia, while the world's transcendents fought desperately to the bitter end.
Chen Xuan felt his phone, connected to the virtual network, vibrate.
He saw the message displayed. It was a call from the Grand Elder himself.
Have you completed your task? Chen Xuan sighed softly. We need to hold out for just a few more minutes. All preparations are now complete. We only await the gathering of Yin energy. I've already drawn it toward us. Is the defense line over there about to collapse?
The Grand Elder sighed helplessly. The casualties are too heavy.
Every minute brings numbers too staggering to ignore. 3 minutes. Chen Xian's reply was decisive.
He then directly deployed the 10 absolute array, with the central focus being the fragment of Qin Jian's Sunbook.
Viewed from above, countless black terracotta warriors materialized around him. Combined with the Yin soldier tiger seal, they instantly formed the 10 absolute array.
The formation was designed to prevent the malevolent spirits from escaping.
Though powerful, the evil spirits could not withstand the true Yin soldiers. However, he couldn't reveal his base prematurely.
Otherwise, once the evil spirits emerged, they would immediately hide among the living, causing even greater trouble later. Only by firmly confining all the evil spirits here, holding them back in one place to prevent escape, could they be dealt with later when his power grew stronger.
Once the 10 absolute array was complete, the surrounding Yin soldiers drew all Yin energy into their bodies.
Standing there, they resembled stone terracotta warriors, revealing not a single trace of their true nature.
Chen Xuan finally completed the final step, a cold expression crossing his face.
This time, he did not wield the Xuanyuan Sword. As the blade of the human emperor, using it for the next action would cause all the Yin energy to scatter.
The demon-slaying sword, however, had no such limitation. All the spiritual energy within his golden core converged into the demon-slaying sword.
He aimed it at a specific spot and brought it down with a fierce strike.
Open. The surging Yin energy, churning like a black wave, was cleaved cleanly in two.
A towering gate, piercing the clouds, formed in the gap between the two halves.
3 characters carved on the door. The gates of hell.
Meanwhile, atop that defensive line, all the extraordinary beings were on the brink of despair.
Endless waves of malevolent spirits surged forth from the 9 hells, now charging at them with frenzied abandon. They no longer bothered to conceal themselves, attacking like starving tigers pouncing on prey.
The defense had already collapsed in places, and the fiends were trying to pour into the mountain city through those breached corners.
Despair gripped everyone.
Only one thought remained in their minds. It's over. The mountain town they had fought so desperately to protect was about to be overrun by countless fiends.
Behind them lay their parents, brothers, wives, and children. Were they truly to stand by and watch the entire mountain city fall?
Just as the demons were about to pour through the breached section of the defenses, a group clad in olive-green uniforms charged forward. They were ordinary men, yet they showed no sign of retreat.
With an unyielding spirit, they marched toward certain death. This scene shook everyone to their core.
They carried no weapons, only blades stained with their own blood from their own tongues. These blades could only inflict minor wounds on the fiends, barely delaying them for seconds. Yet they charged forward relentlessly, hoping only to buy a few seconds for the extraordinary beings to reinforce the breached section.
Just as everyone believed their lives would end in that moment.
Suddenly, all the demons halted their assault, as if obeying some command.
Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding wildly, unsure what these creatures intended.
From the depths of the 9 netherworlds, Yin energy surged forth, rapidly converging toward a single direction like a raging torrent rushing away.
The black mist surged like tidal waves, boiling and receding endlessly. Everyone watched the scene in silence.
After a long moment, they suddenly snapped out of it, erupting into countless cheers.
The pressure now fell upon Chen Xuan. The 10 absolute array was struck by the Yin energy.
Some of the Yin soldiers and terracotta warriors twitched their fingers, bloodshot eyes flashing, but the Yin soldier tiger talismans suppressed them, and they quickly calmed down. All the Yin energy surged into the ghost gate. The malevolent spirits followed, sensing a great opportunity there, one even more tempting than the humans themselves. Without hesitation, they charged in, utterly without reservation. The ghost gate allowed entry but no exit. Countless malevolent spirits discovered the deception only after entering, finding themselves trapped within a void-like space. They roared, desperate to break free. The rolling Yin energy threatened to corrode the very fabric of heaven and earth. Chen Xuan felt the spiritual energy within him constantly boiling. The ghost gate's ascent was stirred by his own laws. If he couldn't stabilize this knot, all his efforts would be in vain. A talisman lantern rose in his hand. The talisman lantern rose slowly like a sky lantern, its ghostly blue flame burning beneath the banner. Yet as it drifted toward the stilt houses of Huaxia, its ascent halted. The lanterns settled, one on either side, as if hung before an ancient doorway. The lofty stilt houses above now appeared somewhat ethereal. Chen Xuan exhausted all his spiritual energy, forcing the illusory space of the ghost gate to slowly merge with the stilted houses. His face had grown slightly pale from the excessive drain on his spiritual energy. His demon-slaying sword plunged downward with sudden force. Hold! The ghost gate seemed to solidify into a tangible form, no longer requiring his spiritual energy input. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But this was merely the beginning. He immediately produced the Yin Soldier Tiger Seal. 10 Absolute Array, activate. Countless terracotta soldiers marched in formation, spears raised, stepping into the ghost gate. They relentlessly compressed the encircling perimeter. Those malevolent spirits were exceptionally bloodthirsty when confronting transcendent beings. Yet when confronted by the terracotta ghost soldiers, they instinctively retreated, as if fear and dread were etched into their very eyes. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly restoring his spiritual energy. The ghost market in the mortal realm can contain those malevolent spirits from breaking out. It serves as a formidable defense line. Combined with the 10 absolute arrays and the shadow soldiers guarding it, no major disturbances should arise in the short term. At this moment, he could finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Connecting to the network, he saw the entire system abuzz with activity. Chapter 73, Jingyi Alliance's Symbol of Authority. This was the first time the network had been so abuzz since the Flower family constructed the new mental network. Especially that final scene as the 10,000 malevolent spirits departed with the dark tide of Yin energy had sent shivers down countless spines. Below, posts kept flooding in, demanding answers about what had transpired. Transcendents, capable of prolonged presence within the network, had been monitoring events in the mountain city all alone. The situation grew increasingly dire, filling them with sorrowful foreboding that the mountain city might not be saved. These were the subjects of countless painters. Yet now, this sudden reversal left them all staring wide-eyed. What on earth is going on? Why has this situation arisen? Where have those evil spirits gone? Has anyone gone to investigate? We need a clear answer now. If those demons have gone elsewhere, could they pose a threat to other places? First, every city's Demon Suppression Bureau must remain on high alert, ever vigilant to prevent a repeat of what happened in the Mountain City. To be fair, the defenses in Mountain City truly opened our eyes. We witnessed the tragic yet heroic sacrifice of ordinary people. Who says ordinary people are useless? Some claim transcendent beings should be above common folk. Does anyone dare say that now? Though we're all extraordinary beings with immense power, let's not forget we were once ordinary people too. Besides, I hear they've developed incredibly potent gene serums now. Ordinary people who take those serums can become extraordinary beings themselves. Sooner or later, we'll all be standing on the same starting line. Discussions of all kinds float endlessly. Amidst this, a post suddenly appeared. Ghost Market of the Mortal Realm, 100,000 wicked spirits imprisoned here. The post instantly drew countless onlookers. Though they didn't know who had posted it, they witnessed the horrifying scenes within the video. Though the location remained unknown, the sheer horror of the scene sent chills down their spines. 100,000 malevolent spirits writhed and twisted within, their forms distorted and grotesque, as if they might burst through their confines at any moment. Faced with this horrifying spectacle, countless people felt their hearts race with fear, desperately wanting to strengthen themselves. Beneath the video, a comment appeared. It was simple and concise, yet resonated deeply with countless viewers. I once believed my power was formidable, surpassing countless ordinary mortals. To common folk, I possessed godlike strength. My ego grew inflated, leading me to dismiss ordinary people as inferior to the extraordinary, as if we were inherently superior. But today's events shattered my worldview and revealed just how insignificant I truly am. Facing those ordinary people who charged forward to their deaths with such courage, I realized I fell short of them. At least I couldn't do a charge forward knowing certain death awaits. And what I wish to say goes far beyond this. Our power may seem formidable, but that's only when compared to ordinary people of the past. Yet how many ordinary people remain today? We face countless vicious demons and monsters. If we cannot unite and rapidly enhance our strength, we will be crushed and obliterated by the overwhelming tide of change. The human race must strive ceaselessly. Even amidst the great upheavals to come, we must secure our place in the world. Otherwise, our descendants will face endless crises and hardships. They might even be treated as beasts to be caged. The human race shall endure forever. It was precisely this post that jolted countless souls awake. Though the extraordinary beings had grown arrogant after attaining immense power, they now truly grasped the gravity of the situation. They must abandon hubris and instead relentlessly temper themselves to safeguard the human race. The human race must strive for self-improvement. When I saw the discussion unfolding here, a faint smile touched my lips. The video was his upload, but the subsequent posts whose authors remained unknown resonated deeply with countless readers. From the 9 hells, malevolent spirits rampaged, invading the mortal realm solely to slaughter humanity. This battle had finally jolted them awake. Chen Xuan felt certain matters demanded his attention. After informing the second elder of the situation, he made his way to Dragon Tiger Mountain. When Zhang Qingxiao saw Chen Xuan, his former arrogance vanished completely.
His expression was profoundly respectful, his eyes filled with reverence. Master Zhang, I've come to ask about the progress of your talisman research. Scientists have been quietly researching the changes brought by spiritual energy and spirit stones. The phones we use today harness spirit stones as their power source. Aircraft have lost kinetic energy, one reason being the electrical systems and another being the energy source. Fuel oil has lost its original function, but the temporarily supplied spiritual energy can replace its original role. All industries are gradually recovering. Future phones may no longer require psychic energy, making them accessible to ordinary people. In this battle against the 100,000 Nine Netherworld fiends, the 5 Thunder Talismans played a crucial role. Yet, there were still insufficient talismans. They could only wound the fiends, not utterly annihilate them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Though he had been quietly conducting research all along, the problem was that even if he managed to figure things out, he was currently only beginning to grasp some of the underlying principles. The fusion of science and mysticism produced astonishing results. Chen Xuan had already guided him over the threshold, yet he himself had made no progress. I've been researching relentlessly, but so far, aside from the 5 Thunder Talismans, none of the other talismans have been successfully printed. I've experimented with numerous alternative materials as printing inks, yet still no success. I've experimented with numerous substances, applying the principles of the 5 elements and the way of yin and yang, but the results have been minimal. Only one cleansing talisman succeeded. Chen Xuan took the cleansing talisman, his lips twitching slightly. This talisman's sole function was to remove dust and grime from one's body, utterly useless except for sparing the effort of bathing. He had previously sent over the printer for the 5 Thunder Talisman and explained its principles and design specifically to inspire Longhu Mountain. He wanted them to study Longhu Mountain's most powerful talismans. Particularly the Jingyi Alliance's record of majestic talismans, which contained countless formidable talismanic techniques. The 5 Thunder Talisman was merely a low-grade talisman within it. Even the high-grade talismans required a golden core cultivator to draw just one. If they could use the printer to directly print these talismans using technology, why would they need to sacrifice countless extraordinary beings to deal with that evil ghost? Tens of thousands of talismans could wipe it out completely. Zhang Qingxiao clenched his teeth tightly. His resolve was set, and he had already guessed the purpose of Chen Xuan's journey. Chapter 74, Taoist in Turbulent Times, backed by sword, saving the masses. Zhang Qingxiao's face bore a look of guilt, yet his eyes held unwavering resolve. I saw the crisis engulfing the mountain city and wanted to rush to its aid, but the distance was too great. I simply couldn't arrive in time. In times of prosperity, Taoists close their doors to visitors. In times of chaos, the Lord Laozi bears his sword to save the masses. This is what we Taoists ought to do ultimately, it is to rescue the world from the fires of calamity. Seeking the Tao heart, one can naturally face one's conscience without regret. I intend to use a printer to reproduce all the Jingyi Alliance's protective talismans and distribute them freely to those in need. Yet I ultimately failed. Clearly, I was inadequate. Had I entrusted you with the Jingyi Alliance's talismanic symbols beforehand, the disaster in the mountain city would not have claimed so many lives. I am filled with remorse. As he spoke these words, he turned and walked back inside. Chen Xuan said nothing more, sighing softly within. He had already given Zhang Tianchi the opportunity, yet Zhang Tianchi had failed to figure it out. It was actually a very simple matter. Perhaps it wasn't difficult for him personally, but Master Zhang had limited exposure to such matters. He'd gotten bogged down in unnecessary details. Moreover, he didn't understand the other captives well enough to grasp the underlying principles, making it difficult to utilize various materials for printing. When Zhang Qingxiao emerged once more, he held an ancient text in his hands. He held it reverently in both hands and presented it to Chen Xuan with utmost solemnity. This is the untransmitted secret of our Dragon Tiger Mountain. But now, for the sake of all living beings, I am willing to reveal this hidden knowledge. The old Taoist master is in seclusion. Once he emerges, I believe he will support my decision. If no one else does, then I alone will bear the burden of this transgression. Chen Xuan accepted it with both hands, his expression solemn. Thank you, Celestial Master Zhang, for your selfless contribution. Once I've mastered the printing techniques for all the talismans, I will personally return the Jingyi Alliance's talisman compendium with both hands. His promise reflected his true intentions. He never intended to keep this compendium of talismans for himself. Though it was Longhu Mountain's closely guarded secret, it held little practical value for him. His sole purpose was to enhance the combat prowess of transcendent beings. Moreover, he had too many tasks ahead to spare much thought for this place. Besides him, even if others came to Dragon Tiger Mountain, they wouldn't be able to obtain it. Zhang Qingxiao's heart was filled with complex emotions. He had initially wondered why Chen Xuan would bestow such a tremendous benefit upon him without reason, but gradually, he came to understand. Once he grasped the underlying principles, he threw himself into relentless, day and night research. The problem was, he couldn't figure it out. He had witnessed every disaster that had befallen the mountain city. Especially the videos, each one struck a deep chord within him.
Though he felt a twinge of reluctance at relinquishing Kunlun Mountains' untold secrets, he ultimately thought of the common people of the world. He could only sigh softly. He blamed only his own inadequacy. Upon returning from Dragon Tiger Mountain, Chen Xuan handed the items over to the specialists tasked with researching this field. These individuals were largely dispatched by the Grand Elder true experts whose purpose was to assist him. They had already thoroughly mastered the knowledge and even used spirit stones to invent power supply devices similar to those of the past, enabling the surrounding equipment to operate. This included numerous devices requiring electrical power. After simple modifications, the electricity was converted into spiritual energy. Replacing circuit boards with array formations surprisingly yielded identical results. However, the output remained relatively low. Now, by substituting spirit stones for large-scale power equipment, a new generation of products blending technology and mystical arts had emerged. Chen Xuan examined the tablet before him and discovered it was vastly superior to its predecessor, particularly in processing speed, now immeasurably faster. This filled him with awe. Truly, the flower planting family was brimming with talent. Vehicles, aircraft, ships, and cannons all now ran on spiritual energy as their power source. However, many areas had become off-limits to humans. The beasts that hadn't fled the deep mountains were now focused on cultivation. With spiritual energy newly revived and the great catastrophe only just concluded, all living beings were racing to strengthen themselves, demonic beasts included. Except for mindless beasts, all demonic creatures had retreated to their own territories. Once their power grew strong enough, they would inevitably emerge to wreak havoc. Chen Xuan had long completed his preparations, with numerous arrangements already in place. Yet even his meticulous plans faced unforeseen complications. For instance, the printing technology he entrusted to Dragon Tiger Mountain had failed to materialize. The demon city bordered the sea, where most extraordinary beings gathered. They dared not venture too deep, relying instead on wooden boats. Yet when they beheld the iron-hulled steamships, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't it agreed that satellites would fall and electronic devices would cease to function? Why were these iron steamships appearing? The extraordinary beings immediately transmitted the mentally imprinted video into the psychic network. The source of the problem was soon uncovered. A new topic erupted across the network, the Spirit Stone energy storm. Everyone now understood that Spirit Stones had replaced the old powers, and all Spirit Stone veins were under the control of the flower planting family. Only now did they truly grasp the extraordinary foresight of the flower planting family. Though the old order had collapsed, a new one was emerging. Moreover, as various industries recovered, many ordinary people no longer needed to expend their mental energy to access the mental network. The mental network had instead become a domain reserved for the extraordinary. After the ordinary network was restored, vehicles gradually increased on the streets. Those vehicles, however, were unfortunately beyond the means of ordinary people. Extraordinary beings who joined the Demon Suppression Bureau received spirit stones as monthly compensation. Those extraordinary beings who did not join the Demon Suppression Bureau had to hunt ferocious beasts and rely on materials to obtain spirit stones. Spirit stones were categorized into low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade varieties, with the legendary supreme-grade spirit stones existing as well. The purchasing power of a low-grade spirit stone equaled 1,000 units of the old order. 10 low-grade spirit stones equaled 1 medium-grade spirit stone. 10 medium-grade spirit stones equal 1 high-grade spirit stone. Legendary supreme spirit stones, however, are priceless and virtually unobtainable. This is because such supreme stones offer immense benefits for cultivation, absorbing the purest essence of spiritual energy. "Mr. Chen, someone's here to see you." Su Yu knocked on the door. Though they were now a couple and their relationship was steadily deepening, their formal address remained unchanged. Chen Xuan emerged from his study, and Su Yu helped him adjust his clothes. "It's an old Taoist priest. I don't know his background, but he's waiting outside and says he has urgent business with you. I'll go see him." Chen Xuan headed outside. When he saw the figure standing before the villa, his eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 75, The Contemporary Human Emperor? "Master Mao, when did you arrive in the demon capital?" Chen Xuan smiled as he ushered the man inside. The visitor was none other than the head of the Maoshan sect. Following Chen Xuan into the study, the master of Maoshan cut straight to the point. "I heard you visited Dragon Tiger Mountain?" Chen Xuan nodded. "That's correct. There were matters requiring Master Zhang's assistance. Presumably concerning the Zhengyi Alliance's authority symbol record?" The Mao Mountain leader cut straight to the point, a smile now spreading across his face. Inside, however, he sighed silently. Chen Xuan had sought out Dragon Tiger Mountain but not him. Now, he had practically delivered himself to the doorstep. Certain forces must unite the Taoist sects, for instance. If the Taoist factions continued to fight among themselves amidst the future cosmic shifts, they might face even greater calamities. Thus, they must unite. All Taoist sects under heaven are one family. Since Dragon Tiger Mountain had already contributed its untransmitted secrets, he naturally could not lag behind. Moreover, he needed Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan is the future true human emperor. By assisting the human emperor in securing peace throughout the realm, they too will share in the glory.
You are the future human emperor.
Now, seeking a karmic connection, I present our Mao Mountain sect's treasured artifact, the Corpse Conjuring Order. Our ancient records of Mount Mao state it was once a sacred land of divine connections, now rich with spiritual energy. Within the caves of Mount Mao lie the zombies subdued by our generations of patriarchs, the very foundation of our Mount Mao corpse-driving lineage.
Should you ever require them, the human emperor may retrieve them at will.
With the Corpse Conjuring Order in hand, no disciple of Mao Shan will stand in your way.
They will even offer their full assistance. Should the human emperor issue a command, none dare refuse. Chen Xuan hadn't expected the Mao Shan patriarch to be so direct.
He understood what this so-called fate entailed, yet he had always held the Taoist sect in high regard. Now, every extraordinary power was of paramount importance.
The Taoist sects held particular weight.
As the two were conversing, Suyu knocked on the door once more.
Mr. Chen, another elderly Taoist master is at the door, requesting to see you. The two exchanged a glance. The head of the Mao Shan sect couldn't help but chuckle. It must be the immortal from Laoshan. That old fellow has arrived too.
His purpose is likely similar to mine, though I'm still unclear on exactly what they're here for. After all, both our Dragon Tiger Mountain and Mao Shan have our own foundations. Those Laoshan immortals rely entirely on themselves, they dislike relying on outside forces. That's why their senior masters didn't pass down much of their lineage to them.
Chen Xuan ushered the visitor inside. It was indeed the Laoshan immortal. The Laoshan immortal hadn't expected the Mao Shan sect leader to be present as well.
Yet his face showed no awkwardness, only a broad smile.
You old codger beat me to it, but since you're here today, I'll share my research and let you witness my prowess.
The three Taoist mountains each had their distinct ways, and while they occasionally debated differences in Taoist practices, they stood united when facing matters of great principle. The Laoshan immortal immediately produced the object in his hand.
I've been studying Zhang He's starship's glorious survey and have pinpointed the coordinates of Atlantis. I've confirmed them beyond doubt.
The words struck like a thunderclap, causing the head of the Mao Shan sect to widen his eyes in disbelief.
His eyes betrayed utter disbelief. How can you be certain?
The Laoshan immortal smiled smugly.
Of course, there are various supporting evidences.
Some of them are even recorded in your own Mao Mountain archives.
You can directly cross-reference them with the ancient texts left behind by your lineage. Human Emperor, these are insights passed down by our Laoshan predecessors. One ancient text describes a cultivation system, though I cannot confirm its authenticity.
I used to dismiss it as mere fabrication by our predecessors.
I even wondered, if such formidable cultivators existed in the mortal world, why didn't they reveal themselves?
But after the revival of spiritual energy, I realized how narrow-minded my thinking had been. As he spoke, he produced the ancient text. Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it. It was the Laoshan true teachings.
According to myth and legend, the Laoshan sect's lineage should trace back to the supreme lord of the human teaching. Yet later, sects diverged, each developing distinct philosophies.
The Laoshan true teachings documented the cultivation methods of ancient Qi cultivators.
It also contained an extremely detailed breakdown of cultivation realms.
Chen Xuan had seen how these cultivation levels were categorized in his previous life, but he hadn't yet clearly defined them.
Extraordinary beings only knew their own strength, lacking a precise classification system. From today onward, a system of strength classification begins.
Thank you, Laoshan True Immortal.
After seeing the two off, Chen Xuan began writing. Certain things must be made public.
This was also to enhance the strength of transcendent beings. As for whether those overseas might see and secretly learn these techniques, he had no worries whatsoever. These cultivation systems and methods could only be practiced by those with pure Dunhuang bloodlines.
Those of other bloodlines attempting cultivation would only meet a fate of internal energy backfiring. Soon, he had integrated them all.
He possessed his own Qi breathing technique, distinct from other cultivation methods due to his human emperor bloodline. What he required was the fortune of the human race. The stronger the human race grew, the faster his own power would increase. Or rather, the greater the contributions from his residents, the more dramatically his own strength surged. He had now reached the golden core stage, the first person in the entire world to cultivate to this level. At least for now, no other expert had attained such a realm. At most, others had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage.
The announcement sent shockwaves rippling across the entire network.
The art of breathing in and out spiritual energy.
Essential knowledge for cultivation beginners. After these two posts went live, the entire internet was watching. Those who hadn't received the news immediately logged online.
The gene optimization solution carried a 30% failure rate, and failure would transform one directly into a monster.
Chen Xuan's published breathing technique, however, carried no such danger.
Yet it was explicitly stated that only those with pure Dunhuang bloodlines could cultivate it.
The subsequent essential knowledge for cultivation beginners elaborated in detail on the former glory of the Dunhuang bloodline.
It also established a clear hierarchy of power levels.
Only then did everyone gain a clear understanding of what it meant to be extraordinary. Transcendents were essentially individuals who had awakened their bloodline akin to the innate talents of demonic beasts. Awakening granted only the most basic applications, but the breath control technique revealed how to grow stronger. The path to growth lay before them. If they still didn't know how to cultivate, they were truly fools. In just 1 hour, the post's view count had already reached 50 billion. This was the mortal cultivation system he had personally established. Online, he was now directly hailed as the contemporary human emperor. Chapter 76, revealing the spirit chi breathing technique. The entire internet was in an uproar. Countless comments flooded beneath the post, all expressing gratitude to Chen Xuan, the contemporary human emperor, for his gift. I never imagined we could develop a cultivation system like this. Since the human emperor personally bestowed it upon us, our deepest gratitude belongs to His Majesty the human emperor. The cultivation system is now crystal clear. I'll be watching to see who becomes the first to pass the tribulation. There was once a cultivator who underwent the tribulation, but accidentally damaged a skyscraper in our demon city. That cultivator is now fully enlightened, none other than our most beloved human emperor. When will the human emperor emerge to meet with us? Whatever the human emperor requires of me in the future, I shall gladly lay down my life to strive for the relentless self-improvement of the human race. A constant stream of posts scrolled endlessly below. Without exception, every single one praised Chen Xuan. The cultivation system was also clearly labeled. The initial stage was Qi cultivation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After mastering the 10 layers of Qi cultivation, practitioners enter foundation establishment, where they solidify their foundations. Those with awakened bloodlines gain unique advantages during this stage, as their fixed bloodline attributes grant distinct powers. The spirit Qi breathing technique, however, could accommodate all attributes. Beyond foundation establishment lies the path of condensing one's own spiritual energy into the Dantian, entering the legendary Golden Core realm. Shattering me to form the infant spirit allows one to achieve the nascent soul realm, enabling flight through the skies faster than even riding a flying sword. Above this lie the split soul stage, the merged body stage, the tribulation crossing stage, and the great perfection stage. Beyond this, there is no so-called tribulation ascension. Instead, one attains the realm of a human immortal. Chen Xuan's published stages only reach this point. He himself knew well that beyond this lay an entire cultivation system for immortals. Especially in myth and legend, many immortals possess terrifying power. The mortal-immortal realm was merely the beginning within the ancient mythological hierarchy, it barely registered among the ranks of mortal realms. However, it would take a very long time for those mythical beings to awaken. The human race could fully utilize this period to strive diligently and grow stronger. They were not without hope. Cultivation progressed step by step. Many were already brimming with excitement, especially ordinary people who shared their cultivation insights online. I'm truly grateful to my ancestors for the bloodline they passed down. As a pure Dunhuang descendant, within just half a day, I've already felt a constant flow of energy circulating within me. Before, my body was suboptimal, and after the great cataclysm, I felt utterly weak. But now, I feel like I could punch a bull to death. Why can't I cultivate? I'm also pure Yinglong bloodline. Is it just because I live overseas that I can't cultivate? You have no idea how insane things are overseas right now. I dare only hide in the sewers during the day and only venture out at night to scavenge trash to fill my stomach. Why can't I cultivate? The subsequent comments had countless people laughing. Didn't you read the post, OP? Only pure Yinglong bloodlines can cultivate. Looks like you're not pure enough. No wonder you fled overseas, just stay put over there. People always say the moon is rounder and the air sweeter overseas. I just laughed. I doubt we're even on the same planet. Now you can laugh to your heart's content. Now the people of flower planting family have seen through the situation. They've restored their internet as before, and life is as convenient as ever. But overseas, chaos still reigns. Over there, moral constraints are practically non-existent. Those with extraordinary abilities are treated as superiors, free to act with impunity toward ordinary people. The slightest misstep meant injury or death. The overseas lands have laid bare the true nature of humanity in all its ugliness. After seeing those posts, Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Though he was the human emperor, he only recognized those of pure Yinglong bloodline as true descendants. As for those with impure blood, they were barely considered part of the human race. The world now spanned a vast expanse, easily 10,000 times larger than the original planet, and that was a rough estimate, given the impossibility of launching satellites into orbit. Satellite modification was no simple task. It involved far too many precision components. Even if suitable energy sources were found, developing the technology within a short time frame was impossible. For now, humanity could only explore the planet's transformations through the most primitive methods. With much technology rendered useless, population became the greatest resource. In many regions, the threat of failed awakening monsters remains unresolved to this day, reducing entire cities to ruins. Especially the white elephant adjacent to them. In those high mountain regions, a golden barrier holds them back, yet numerous humanoid monsters still roam the surrounding areas. It's obvious where they came from.
The white elephant is nearly utterly ruined. Though their population surpasses that of the flower family, they suffered the most devastating losses during the cataclysm. 80% of their people failed their bloodline awakening, transforming into monsters afterward. Those ordinary citizens who didn't awaken their bloodlines found themselves living in a living hell. Before the internet collapsed entirely, their distress signals flooded every corner. Now, only Flower Nation retained functional internet access. The Eagle Nation had also figured out how to utilize spirit stones, but they refused to apply this knowledge to improve civilian life. Instead, they used it solely to solidify their ruling position. They upheld the supremacy of the extraordinary. The entire Flower Family Nation plunged into a cultivation frenzy. Many overseas individuals have obtained cultivation manuals, but when they look at the breathing and exhalation techniques, their heads spin in confusion. Many characters were untranslatable, their scripts too obscure. Who can tell me how to actually cultivate this? Chen Xuan, this so-called human emperor, clearly excluded us. Has anyone actually succeeded in cultivating the breathing and exhalation technique he released? The others seated around the conference table all shook their heads. Only one of the archbishops spoke softly. I did observe 2 practitioners from the flower planting clan succeed. Yet when we attempted to practice according to their explanations, some suffered backfire. And it was severe, their sacred energies were relentlessly eroded. They're now crippled. Chen Xuan wasn't exaggerating. This cultivation method isn't suited for us. The Pope frowned deeply. The flowering family is now popularizing their cultivation system, while we in the Illuminati have long possessed the cultivation methods passed down by Archangel Seraph. We must now discuss whether to impart these methods to the common people. Our overall strength already falls short of the flowering nation. Now that they've ignited this cultivation frenzy, if we fail to keep pace, we will only grow weaker. When the Archangel descends, he will surely harbor resentment toward us. Yet if we release the cultivation methods, those flowering nation people might secretly learn them. They've concealed the cultivation methods all this time to permanently secure their status. Yet the flower family defied expectations by openly revealing cultivation techniques, and ironically, they themselves remain incapable of practicing spiritual energy cultivation. This reality gnaws at them. Chapter 77, Fear of Latecomers Overtaking Them? The Pope of the Illuminati seethed with fury, grinding his teeth. This is all Chen Xuan's fault. If not for him, how could we have ended up in this unsolvable predicament? Does he not consider his own standing? Does he not fear being surpassed by those who come after him? The others fell silent, none daring to speak. They too were puzzled. Why did Chen Xuan possess such audacity? That spirit chi breathing technique seemed basic, yet it allowed continuous cultivation. They even felt the name itself was too understated. Choosing something more flamboyant and imposing wouldn't have been out of place. The flower planting clan is forcing our hand. Then release the cultivation methods. What we need is the power of faith. They cultivate themselves, their strength doesn't grow as fast as ours. But releasing the cultivation method requires conditions. It must be for those with unwavering faith. Their research yielded results. Meanwhile, the entire flower cult network was in an uproar. Now, the first thing people ask upon meeting is, did you cultivate today? Has your cultivation realm advanced? This had become commonplace. Before, people would ask, have you eaten? Now it's completely different. The entire flower cultivation clan is thriving, and Chen Xuan could even sense the rising fortune of the human race. But he hasn't let his guard down because of this. The trials have only just begun. At that moment, disturbances arose in the North Lake region. Upon receiving the most reliable intelligence, he rushed there immediately. Now, it wasn't just his own efforts, the entire Demon Suppression Bureau provided him with intelligence. In the North Lake region, where the imprint of the Divine Farmer's Cauldron had once been unearthed, certain mythical relics would not appear prematurely. Treasures gathering dust were divine objects concealing their true nature. Before their destined time, these mythical relics appeared as mundane objects in this world, perhaps stones or unremarkable items that one might not even recognize if placed before them. The chief administrator of the North Lake Demon Suppression Bureau now accompanied Chen Xuan to the site of the original discovery. Anticipation flashed across his face. Human Emperor, the disturbance originated precisely here. There is a stone cauldron nestled between those peaks. We consulted the county annals, yet found no records of it. All we know is that this cauldron appeared out of nowhere. Ancient villagers, believing in divine beings, have been offering sacrifices here ever since. The exact era remains unknown. Chen Xuan climbed step by step to the sacrificial site. When he saw the stone cauldron, his pupils contracted slightly. The only thing unearthed before had been a replica of the Divine Farmer Cauldron, which had taught him much about alchemy. Who could have imagined that the very cauldron used by Shinnom to taste hundreds of herbs and refine elixirs? It was merely an ordinary stone cauldron, placed right in the most conspicuous spot. He stepped forward, took several incense sticks, then bowed low. First bow, the incense and candles ignited spontaneously. The second bow caused the stone cauldron to tremble. The third bow sent a blaze of radiance shooting skyward. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, the blinding radiance piercing the sky. The director of the North Laketown Demon Suppression Bureau felt his pupil's contract violently. Though his cultivation had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, in this moment he sensed the fortune-boosting aura emanating from the rays. His power was rapidly solidifying. Though he hadn't broken through immediately, he was now within 3 stages of achieving it. His heart surged with excitement, for he knew this must be the mythical relic Chen Xuan had spoken of.
Chen Xuan inserted the incense into the incense burner.
Before him, the stone cauldron slowly rose into the air. Over 2 meters in diameter, the stone cauldron emitted countless rays of light before slowly rotating and gradually shrinking. It then flew directly into Chen Xuan's hand.
Chen Xuan sensed a profound consciousness emanating from within the divine farmer's cauldron.
Shen Nong, who tasted hundreds of herbs, had left behind an ocean of knowledge. At this moment, it felt as though all that vast wisdom was being poured into his mind at once. His body froze in place. Had anyone launched a surprise attack then, they could have gravely wounded him in an instant. After a full quarter of an hour, the infusion of knowledge finally ceased. He received a prophecy, and his expression shifted.
"Thank you, Director General.
I have more pressing matters to attend to now. I also need your assistance in arranging a private aircraft to the Yellow River path.
Major trouble is certain to erupt in the southern river region. If not resolved promptly, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the Great Cataclysm, the Yellow River's waters descended from the heavens, rushing forth never to return. Even before the cataclysm, the Yellow River's torrent had been a magnificent sight.
But now, with the planet expanded 10 million times over, its raging waters nearly severed the 2 banks entirely. The river truly seemed to flow down from the heavens, connecting directly to the Milky Way. Within the Yellow River's waters, countless strange beasts had mutated. Though specialized aircraft could now fly, they paled in comparison to the celestial beasts. Some eagle-like creatures even matched the planes in flight. However, they still retained their primal instincts, hesitating to attack objects larger than themselves. But this rule did not apply to certain beasts. Take the former falcons, for instance. Not only have they grown larger in size, but their speed has also increased, reaching supersonic levels at the very least. Every flight is fraught with grave dangers. But I couldn't afford to dwell on such things now time was pressing. Regardless of whether he bore the destiny of the human emperor, no reckless beast dared to trouble him. His flight proceeded exceptionally smoothly, bringing him to the Yellow River region. Gazing upon the ceaselessly churning Yellow River, he felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Numerous extraordinary beings still gathered around the area. The beasts dwelling within the Yellow River rarely ventured ashore, much less attack the human tribes along its banks. Everything appeared calm and peaceful. But Chen Xuan knew this was merely a surface illusion. A child of 8 or 9 dashed to the riverbank. This area lay in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, where the currents were less turbulent. The banks were actually tolerable for people to enter the river. The water flowed gently, and the water quality was relatively clear. Moreover, with no attacks from beasts, it is a rare sanctuary. Leave immediately. The child startled at Chen Xuan's words, but anger quickly replaced the shock, flaring in his eyes and spreading across his face. "Big brother, why can you step into the Yellow River, but I can't? You're just picking on a kid." Chen Xuan frowned. He had no patience to reason with this child now. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the boy's parents. The parents also looked at him with puzzled expressions, utterly baffled. The man before them didn't seem like the type to cause trouble deliberately. Could there be some issue? But with so many people here, any trouble should have been noticed long ago. Chen Xuan sensed the shifting currents of the Yellow River. The golden core within his dantian swirled, spiritual energy surged into his throat, and his voice boomed like thunder. "Everyone evacuate immediately." Chapter 78, The Yellow River's waters descend from heaven, never drink them. Countless eyes turned toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's voice was icy. "The Yellow River's waters come from the heavens, originating from the Milky Way. You've all heard of the Milky Way's waters, 3,000 weak waters where feathers cannot float. Falling in means certain death, with no chance of rescue. Are you truly determined to step into it?" His words caused many to retreat immediately. In the past, some stubborn souls might have argued back, but after the Great Catastrophe, the people of Zhenghua had learned to protect themselves. Heed the warning. Heeding advice not only ensures a full stomach but also keeps you alive. They all left the Yellow River's waters. And at that very moment, the sky seemed to connect with the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, and the waters of the Yellow River truly linked to the realm of the Milky Way. Truly fulfilling this saying. The great river's waters come from the heavens, rushing forth never to return. The water cascading into the Yellow River shimmered with dazzling silver light, as if the celestial Milky Way itself had been reflected into its depths. Chen Xuan stood within the Yellow River, feeling immense currents pulling at him as if to drag him down. His current modifications could barely resist the force. He needed to comprehend the peril this celestial water posed. If this truly were the Milky Way flowing down from the heavens, the entire planet would likely be eroded by its waters. What now flowed was merely a faint trickle from that celestial river. This weak water could also be understood as a unique toxin. And this toxin was exceptionally ruthless and terrifying. The young boy Chen Xuan had previously circled now spoke up, so I lost a feather from a wild beast that was stuck to my body.
The feather sank instantly upon hitting the river's surface.
This sight caused countless pupils to contract violently.
Some were conducting experiments.
They grabbed small creatures from the riverbank and tossed them into the calm, slow-moving sections of the Yellow River, yet they too sank instantly.
Others tossed branches into the water.
Whether dry twigs or fresh wood, they sank instantly upon contact, showing no buoyancy whatsoever, as if something beneath the surface was dragging them down.
Beneath the Yellow River's surface, countless waves churned ceaselessly. Within them, one could even glimpse underwater monsters stretching dozens of meters long. Those beasts had undoubtedly transformed into demonic creatures, yet now they seemed to be pulled by some strange gravitational force, sinking directly toward the riverbed. Their location was at the very headwaters of the Yellow River. The water here wasn't yet as murky as downstream, yet what they witnessed sent a chill through every soul. Could this truly be the waters of the Milky Way? It must be. But why can he stand in the river without being pulled under? Many wore expressions of bewilderment. Chen Xuan took another step forward. Beneath his feet, the Yellow River's waters spread out.
Yet when he stepped forward, his foot landed on the water's surface without the slightest sign of sinking. Chen Xuan held the Xuanyuan Sword in his hand, his expression still as cold as ice. The poison of the weak water consumes the soul and corrodes the bones. The Yellow River's waters come from the heavens, they must never be drunk. All rivers connected to the Yellow River must be diverted. Drinking this water will condemn one to eternal damnation, shattering even the soul itself. His words struck like a thunderclap, pounding relentlessly upon their hearts. The news spread at lightning speed. Now that the network was restored, everyone could see the consequences of Chen Xuan's actions. Yet the Yellow River nourished the people on both banks. Blocking its tributaries was no simple task, and many remained unaware of the urgency. The poison of the weak water was impossible to undo. Chen Xuan had anticipated this very scenario. Even the extraordinary ones were now poisoned, stripped of their dynamic abilities. Ordinary people fared even worse, collapsing into unconsciousness on the spot. Along the Yellow River's banks, millions now suffer the poison of the weak water. The news spread across the network.
Many recognized Chen Xuan, and in an instant, countless messages erupted.
Many hoped Chen Xuan could lend a hand to those millions, at least sparing their lives.
The news instantly ignited fervent discussion, as countless others also yearned for the survival of their fellow citizens.
Chen Xuan had stood in the water earlier specifically to collect the weak water toxins from the Yellow River. Now that the toxins had been fully collected, he returned to his own location. The Jiuzhou Ding appeared in his hand, and all the familiar toxins were gathered into it.
And in that instant,
a phantom of a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas materialized upon the cauldron. The apparitions roared like dragons across 10,000 miles and swallowed the world like whales, drawing all the weak water toxins into their maws before directly refining them.
Chen Xuan's pupils contracted slightly.
In his previous life, he had failed to resolve the Yellow River's flooding, leading to countless deaths. Ordinary people, especially, depended on water sources. The Yellow River's waters had even seeped into the groundwater everywhere. Without water, people were as good as dead. Now, he refused to let history repeat itself.
So that's it. This Milky Way water isn't the true weak water toxin at all, it originates from the monstrous beasts of the classic of mountains and seas. His expression turned icy cold.
The best way to counter these mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas was to use the Jiuzhou Ding to absorb all the toxins polluting the water sources. Having just returned, he must now hasten back to the Yellow River region.
Countless people in the flower planting family were praying incessantly, hoping those along the Yellow River's banks could turn danger into safety.
They also implored the current human emperor to resolve this catastrophe. Otherwise, the number of victims would far exceed 10 million. Ordinary people suffered the most, and their numbers kept growing exponentially. Within a single day, the toll had already reached 200 million.
200 million people, an unimaginably vast population. Especially in this era of great upheaval, the flower family strives to preserve every member of their clan. Yet the sudden shift in the cosmic order leaves everyone utterly powerless.
As the Grand Elder stared at these figures, a profound sorrow welled up within him.
Could it be that the ancient belief that man could conquer nature was nothing but a fantasy, truly unattainable?
The Yellow River disaster alone had caused such immense casualties.
He desperately wanted to call Chen Xuan.
But he knew Chen Xuan likely couldn't stop it either, otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered everyone to evacuate the Yellow River banks.
He didn't want to add to Chen Xuan's burden. Countless people online were frantically pleading for the human emperor to turn the tide.
Faced with this situation, everyone had already succumbed to despair.
Their last hope rested on the human emperor.
When Chen Xuan arrived once more, the drones in the sky captured his figure. Step by step, he walked onto the surface of the Yellow River. The turbulent, boiling waters of the Yellow River, upon his appearance, seemed to transform into docile lambs. They no longer possessed any boiling force, instead growing increasingly calm. Behind Chen Xuan loomed the faint, shimmering silhouette of the divine needle of the sea.
As he reached the surface of the Yellow River, spiritual energy gathered within him. The divine farmer's cauldron was summoned. All hearts were filled with awe and constant prayer. The human emperor was their last remaining faith. Chapter 79, The Awakening of the Divine. Chen Xuan unleashed the full power of his golden elixir spirit energy, clearly sensing the human race's willpower. His power surged steadily, filling him with immense delight. This timely blessing would enable him to better counteract the demon beast's poison. His own cultivation had leaped from mid-golden core stage to full golden core stage. He was but a single step away from shattering his golden core to form a spirit embryo. His focus now lay not on sustaining his own power, but on whether he could use the Jiuzhou Ding to refine away all the impure toxins. The divine farmer's cauldron spun atop the Yellow River. Within the Yellow River's waters, wisps of blackish-gray energy slowly gathered toward the cauldron, as if being drawn out layer by layer. Time passed slowly. Chen Xuan's own strength rapidly depleted. Along the riverbanks, many people were slowly regaining consciousness. Some were broadcasting their entire condition live. From their bodies, strands of dark gray mist were being extracted. This extracted mist was identical to the mist being drawn from the Yellow River. At that moment, everyone erupted in complete uproar. They knew this was the human emperor granting them his inner voice. Over 200 million disaster victims were fully awakened. Seeing Chen Xuan standing pale-faced upon the Yellow River, their hearts were utterly moved to tears. Long live the human emperor! Someone sent this message, and everyone else echoed it in the comments below the video. The Grand Elder's call reached Chen Xuan. But Chen Xuan was utterly unable to answer. He was now wholly immersed in the refinement process. A phantom of a strange beast had already appeared on the Jiuzhou Ding. The phantom beast relentlessly devoured toxins as it refined them. Time ticked by second. The entire flower cultivation clan prayed for the human emperor's safety, channeling countless thoughts into Chen Xuan's being. Chen Xuan finally broke through the final barrier. His dantian suddenly trembled. The golden core spun rapidly. After 9 more rotations, cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks shimmered with brilliant starlight before slowly splitting open. Countless fragments fell to the bottom of the dantian, only to rise again as multicolored light, accompanied by a radiance that seemed to illuminate the entire dome. Within the dantian, a human form slowly materialized. It was his nascent soul. Shattered, born as a. Chen Xuan's power surged dramatically as spiritual energy rapidly flowed into him. The toxic waters of the Yellow River, flowing backward like a galactic poison, were all sucked into the Jiuzhou Ding at that moment. Those with keen eyes noticed that something else seemed to be drawn in as well. Chen Xuan knew it was the strange beast, the very source of the toxins. Having now contained the very source within, Chen Xuan felt utterly drained, body and mind, despite having reached the nascent soul stage. After his departure, the internet erupted in a frenzy. Everyone now understood the human emperor had exhausted himself to save over 200 million human lives. This event brought the artists together like never before. The position of the human emperor was further solidified. Chen Xuan could distinctly sense the human race's fortune growing ever more potent around him. Time passed slowly. In just about 3 days, Chen Xuan had fully consolidated his cultivation. Yet, he could only think of the even greater troubles ahead. Perhaps this was the moment when the human race would face its true trial. On the 5th day, at the Mount Tai sacrificial site, the barrier suddenly shattered. The golden barrier tore apart like a colossal sword, revealing the ethereal form of the southern heavenly gate above. Upon the southern heavenly gate stood the 4 divine generals, flanked by 100,000 celestial soldiers. Above them all stood the supreme heavenly emperor. This apparition resembled a mirage. Yet the golden barrier shattered like rotten wood, offering no resistance whatsoever, as effortless as tearing through a sheet of paper. This scene seemed to be clearly transmitted into the eyes of every person. Even those who did not witness it firsthand formed similar images in their minds. Everyone stepped out of their dwellings, gazing toward the land of Mount Tai. Chen Xuan naturally sensed it too, though no such image appeared in his mind. It wasn't that the heavenly court's inhabitants didn't wish to do so, but rather that they were incapable. He was the human emperor of this era, standing on equal footing with the heavenly court's sovereign, the supreme heavenly emperor. Online forums exploded with activity, especially the voice echoing within their minds. The divine domain of the supreme heavenly emperor spread across the globe. Mortals who overstep their bounds shall face heaven's punishment. No one knew what this so-called divine punishment entailed, yet no one dared defy it. Upon learning of this situation, Chen Xuan knew trouble had arrived. He certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for disaster. Besides, he had already made his plans in advance. Mount Tai was the sacred site of the Fengshan ritual. He gripped the Xuanyuan Sword directly. The sword's divine radiance dimmed, as if it had lost all its luster, turning into nothing more than scrap metal. He could not allow the power of faith to crumble. The human race should have its own faith. Not in the myriad gods and Buddhas, but in their own ancestors. They should only believe that man can conquer heaven. He had now reached the sacred site of Mount Tai's imperial sacrifice.
Step by step, he ascended beneath the shadowy form, then raised his gaze to the heavens. This scene was broadcast live. Countless people witnessed it with their own eyes. Chen Xuan held the Xuanyuan Sword in his palm, his voice calm yet carrying boundless authority. Supreme Heavenly Emperor, you preside over the celestial court but hold no authority over mortal affairs. This is the realm of mortals. If any transgression exists, it is yours. The way of heaven and the human realm stand as equals. Your unauthorized intrusion into the mortal world is itself an act of usurpation, yet you dare to turn the tables. Do you truly believe this human emperor is merely a figurehead? As the words fell, the Xuanyuan sword in Chen Xian's hand sliced clean through his palm. No blood dripped. After absorbing Chen Xian's blood, Chen Xian's voice grew colder. With my blood, I shall reforge the splendor of Xuanyuan. What have I to fear from all the gods and Buddhas in heaven? The path of humanity we shall walk ourselves. No matter the hardships and trials, we shall forge our own path with our own hands. We believe only in man's triumph over heaven. You gods and immortals, retreat beyond your 36 heavens. The human race shall strive ceaselessly. Dare you tread upon our domain, and we shall reduce you to ashes, leaving not a trace of your divine essence. Chen Xian's Xuanyuan sword, bathed in moonlight, pointed diagonally toward the heavens. His vow seemed to receive a response from the heavens themselves. An invisible force surged toward the heavens. The ethereal image in the sky instantly shattered under the impact, causing the blood of every member of the flower-planting clan to boil. When the celestial court's phantom had first appeared, countless souls had felt oppressed, as if their very beings were being suppressed, a sensation akin to being caged. But with Chen Xian's appearance, sword pointing at the heavens, confronting the celestial court with the bearing of a human emperor. The belief ingrained in the bones of the flower-planting clan since ancient times was, man conquers heaven. It was precisely this indomitable spirit, combined with the collective faith of countless souls, that reforged the Xuanyuan sword, pointing it toward the heavens. This scene sent the internet into a frenzy. Countless Chinese people were energized beyond measure in that moment, leaving only one vow: to follow the human emperor to the death in his quest to conquer the world and confront the myriad gods and immortals. Chapter 80, The Mythic Era. The online livestream drew countless viewers. The concentrated faith of the flower cultivation clan propelled Chen Xian's power to soar. His golden core cultivation neared breakthrough. With a single stride, he vanished into the sky. Yet his voice echoed through the livestream, reaching every corner of the flower family. From this day forward, the mythical era begins. This is no blessing. For our human race, the path ahead is fraught with thorns and obstacles. But we humans never surrender. The path of humanity we shall walk ourselves. Though Chen Xian vanished from the livestream, comments poured in like snowflakes. From this day forward, we have truly entered the mythical era. Never did I imagine that immortals and gods truly existed in this world. It reminds me of the ancient myths passed down through the ages. Who would have thought that the very gods we worshipped were enemies of our human race? The Supreme Heavenly Emperor seeks to confine us humans. But our race will never yield. We would rather stand tall in death than live on our knees. Truth be told, I'd rather die than be treated like beasts, confined within these borders to be slaughtered at the whim of those celestial beings. We are the human race, a race that stands tall and proud. Man conquers heaven. The human emperor will lead us to drive those celestial beings from the mortal realm. The mortal realm belongs to the human race. Those gods and immortals should crawl back beyond their 36 heavens. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. Yet all voices echoed the same resolve: the human race would never yield. Deep down, everyone understood, if humanity truly yielded, they would become nothing more than caged pigs, their lives no longer their own. This was a matter concerning all humanity beyond good or evil, a struggle for the survival of their race. Even the wicked refused to be caged, much less become lambs led to slaughter. The unity at this moment was stronger than ever. Many overseas viewers witnessed the live broadcast, their hearts shaken to the core like the surging, tumultuous river. They all wanted to ask, why is there no human emperor overseas? Would the human emperor accept the overseas members of the human race? Many bypassed the great firewall to ask these questions directly in the livestream chat. They too were human, yearning to become subjects of the human emperor. Yet few paid them any mind. The flower-planting family has been the true lineage since ancient times. The pure bloodline of Yin and Huang originates entirely from the flower-planting family. As for those overseas, throughout the history of the flower-planting family, there is only one term for them: barbarians. Some historical records even referred to them as alien races, and these were the more polite terms, after all, being recorded in official histories. To control the thoughts of those people, the Illuminati went so far as to impose a complete internet blockade, severing their networks from any connection to the flower family's side. The Koreans took it a step further, declaring themselves descendants of the Yamata no Orochi serpent. They are not human beings, but the offspring of gods. Yet countless people believed this, especially when their royal family members personally testified, as if they'd been brainwashed. Chen Xuan returned to the villa. The surging spiritual energy within him no longer felt suppressed. Entering the underground cultivation chamber, he immediately began his seclusion.
The spiritual energy gathered by the power of faith surged continuously toward the golden core. The golden core spun rapidly. Above his head, the spiritual energy formed a funnel-like tidal wave. When the spiritual energy reached its peak concentration, cracks appeared on the surface of the golden core. Rainbow-colored radiance shone from within the cracks. The radiance grew ever brighter. In mere moments, the golden core shattered with a thunderous boom. All the spiritual energy surged like a tidal ocean, boiling violently within his dantian. Then it began to coalesce once more. A tiny figure coalesced from the energy within his dantian. Shattered, infant-born. He had now reached the nascent soul stage. After consolidating his cultivation, Chen Xuan stepped out of the underground training chamber. Suyu hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. "How long has it been since I entered seclusion?" Chen Xuan asked with a smile. 9 days. Suyu's delicate jade-like fingers brushed across Chen Xuan's cheek. The worry in her eyes had vanished, replaced by boundless tenderness. Though they had been apart for only 9 days, to him it felt like centuries had passed. And within those 9 days, much had transpired. Chen Xuan reached out and embraced Suyu, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I've caused you worry." His breakthrough was imminent, and his cultivation was nearly beyond his control. Without further explanation, he had entered seclusion. 9 days must have filled Suyu with unbearable worry. Suyu shook her head gently. "As long as you're safe and sound, that's all that matters." They embraced, feeling each other's heartfelt emotions. Their souls seemed to communicate, words unnecessary. But then, a vibration sounded from Suyu's body. A text message arrived. Upon reading the message, Suyu's expression shifted slightly. "A mysterious person contacted you earlier. They knew you were in seclusion and were very concerned. They didn't reveal their identity. He just calls a few times every day." Chen Xuan recognized the familiar number the moment he saw it. He took the phone and pressed to answer. A hoarse, aged voice sounded with concern. "Has Chen Xuan not emerged yet?" Chen Xuan detected a sense of exhaustion in the voice and immediately replied, "Elder Chen, I just emerged from seclusion when your call came through." "Is there something important?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before a voice filled with surprise came through. "You might not have seen the trending topics online yet. Check them first to see if there's any way to resolve this. If there's no solution, then we'll have no choice but to escalate the suppression efforts of the Demon Suppression Bureau. We must exhaust every means to exterminate every last one of those demons and monsters." Chen Xuan already guessed what it was about. After hanging up, he immediately opened the trending topics. What he saw there. The top 5 trending topics were all supernatural incidents, especially the first one. Its content was utterly horrifying. A person who had been dead for days had somehow come back to life, returning home to live with their family. It was initially believed that the cleansing of the heavens and earth's spiritual energy had caused the family member to be resurrected. Soon, horrifying events unfolded. The resurrected family members revealed their monstrous true forms, attacking their own kin and devouring them completely. Moreover, they carried a toxin that rendered victims unconscious, leaving them like living vegetative states. Yet their senses remained intact, forcing them to watch helplessly as they were devoured. The psychological torment of watching one's own family members devoured piece by piece was beyond imagination. Yet this was not an isolated incident. It was happening simultaneously in numerous locations. The Demon Suppression Bureau mobilized swiftly, yet they couldn't conduct a full investigation. After all, those affected by the toxin were utterly defenseless. This has led to the difficulty of the operation steadily increasing. These living dead retain their minds, knowing how to evade and conceal themselves. Suyu's voice trembled slightly. "The top trending news is the most terrifying. Countless undead now lurk among the living. No one knows their true purpose. They even murdered their own kin first." Chapter 81, Survival Guide. Chen Xuan's voice was solemn. "They are not the living dead, but corpse demons. Shikigami are formed from condensed malevolent energy. Resentment gives birth to their souls, which then possess the corpses of the deceased. They can even access the memories of the dead, making them extremely troublesome. Finding them is simple. Just use a Dragon Tiger Mountain exorcism talisman to verify their presence. Even ordinary people can deal with corpse demons. Moonflower, black dog's blood, child's urine, or a peachwood sword over 10 years old can easily subdue them. Shikigami fear the purest essence of yang energy. Even raising a rooster at home would prevent such occurrences." Suyu swiftly recorded every word Chen Xuan spoke. The solution seems straightforward. It's just that the right approach hasn't been found. Now ordinary people can self-inspect, especially those close to them, and completely eradicate all these corpse ghosts. Chen Xuan shook his head. "It's not that simple. Corpse demons are born from the of heaven and earth, condensed by malevolent energy, and they will keep appearing endlessly. The best solution is cremation. Leave not a single corpse behind. But beyond humans, other creatures like beasts and demons can also spawn ghouls. Especially powerful demons. Their bodies don't decay after death, making the ghouls they manifest truly terrifying. However, corpse demons embody the ultimate yin and evil. To counter them, one only needs the ultimate yang.
Based on the first recorded entry, we can compile a survival guide for the mythic era.
Chen Xuan paused here before opening the second trending topic. The content made him frown. There are actually people who worship evil gods, even merging the avatars of these evil gods into their own bodies? That's nothing short of courting death. Evil gods differ from those utterly and utterly evil ghouls.
They can completely hide within a person's consciousness, making them difficult to detect.
Yet there is one thing that can suppress them. What? Suyu asked urgently. The righteous spirit of the universe. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Suyu paused, instinctively asking, where does righteous energy come from?
By studying the works of our sages.
Even if one lacks righteous energy themselves, these texts can easily expose the heretics. They become agitated and prone to rage, even losing control entirely.
The sages of our race have already paved a path for us, we simply haven't known how to utilize it.
Next up are several other trending topics. Rather than supernatural occurrences, they are more accurately described as products of the spiritual energy revival. Following the revival of spiritual energy, all living beings underwent transformation.
Humans have discovered paths of cultivation, while demonic beings absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon to strengthen themselves through spiritual energy.
Yet most demons are bloodthirsty, and those who remain lucid are exceedingly rare. Most of these demonic beings are neutral.
They won't aid the human race, instead, they retreat deep into mountains and forests, unwilling to be drawn into the conflict between races.
9 days have now passed, yet the internet remains ablaze with heated discussions on every conceivable topic.
But when they saw the Mythic Era survival guide, everything erupted. Peachwood aged over 10 years became a hot commodity. Glutinous rice was sold out everywhere. If a household had a young boy, neighbors would keep a close eye on him, offering all sorts of drinks in hopes of obtaining a sample of his urine. The writings of ancient sages became mandatory memorization material. Overseas, however, many were in a bind. Unable to decipher the ancient texts of the flower-planting family or grasp their language pronunciation, some suggested reading the Bible instead. It did have some effect, but it was negligible. The Illuminati publicly declared that the lack of effectiveness stemmed from insufficient believers and inadequate faith in God. Chen Xuan understood the truth. Compared to the immortals and deities beyond the 36 heavens, this so-called God was nothing more than a minor player.
Precisely because their power is insufficient, they manifest first.
Meanwhile, the Mythic Era survival guide shattered reading records, surpassing 1 trillion views. One reading was insufficient, each passage must be deeply engraved. Chen Xuan summarized the survival guide, adding a note at the end, some omissions remain, to be gradually supplemented in the future.
At that moment, he set foot directly upon Dragon Tiger Mountain.
Within the mountain's protective array, Zhang Tianchi frowned deeply. He sensed the array's inadequacies, especially given the utterly humiliating incident that had occurred on Dragon Tiger Mountain. His missing junior disciple had suddenly returned, and even he hadn't detected anything amiss.
The protective array had given no warning.
Only when online discussions erupted did he grow wary, immediately reciting the ancient sages' writings. He discovered the individual was actually a host for an avatar of a demon god.
He himself sustained minor injuries before finally exterminating the intruder.
That fragment of the demon god's malevolent intent was also annihilated by the righteous energy emanating from the ancient texts.
They possessed a unique copy of the ancient sages' writings here.
Only by harnessing the righteous energy within could they easily eliminate the threat, otherwise, it would have only invited greater trouble. Now, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body, performed the hand seals, and chanted the incantation, invoking the 5 thunder righteousness technique. Thunderbolts descended from the sky.
Ripples spread through the mountain guarding array like waves on water. We can confirm the mountain guarding array is intact, but why did it fail to stop those demons and spirits?
Dressed in purple robes, he stood before the crowd, his brow furrowed so deeply it seemed knotted into a knot. At that moment, Chen Xuan arrived, stepping through the air. The crowd's faces lit up with surprise and delight at the sight of him. Especially Zhang Tianchi, who knew Chen Xuan's power well, the one who reforged the Xuanyuan Sword and, wielding the power of faith and the authority of the human emperor, had stood toe-to-toe with the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Though the Supreme Heavenly Emperor had not truly descended, even a mere phantom bore the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth.
We pay homage to the human emperor. Master Zhang led the Taoist masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain in a deep bow of reverence.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly.
No need for formalities. I come today to discuss a matter. The human emperor may speak.
Zhang Tianchi, never one for formalities, immediately adopted an attitude of readiness to receive orders upon hearing Chen Xuan sought his counsel. It wasn't that he sought to curry favor with Chen Xuan, but rather for the sake of all humanity. The human emperor embodied the entire human race, embodying the collective destiny of all humanity. While anyone might commit acts harmful to humanity, the human emperor never would. This was a form of reverence. Chen Xuan glanced at the mountain guarding formation and suddenly smiled. Earlier, you tested the formation's defenses with the 5 thunder righteousness technique, yet failed to achieve your desired outcome.
Zhang Tianchi hurriedly nodded, hesitating to speak.
Chen Xuan drew forth the Xuanyuan vessel and strode directly to the core of the mountain guarding formation. He placed the Kuei pattern vessel within.
You may attempt the 5 thunder array once more.
Zhang Tianshi immediately summoned the heavenly thunder. The power of the heavenly thunder struck the formation. Ripples spread out from the mountain guarding array, but these ripples carried strands of lightning that then fed back into the formation itself.
The onlookers stared in stunned silence. Chen Xuan murmured softly, the mountain guarding array actually lacks its core foundation.
If I recall correctly, you still have a piece of lightning struck wood here.
It could perfectly replace the Xuanyuan vessel. The effect might even be better. The mountain guarding formation is rooted in the 5 elements, manifesting wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Thunder is the ultimate yang, the ultimate force. It can repel all evil entities. Chapter 82, Thunder roars, dragons and tigers stir.
The Celestial Master's mansion truly held many treasures, including the lightning-struck wood Chen Xuan had mentioned. And it was a 1,000-year-old core from a lightning-struck tree. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Grand Taoist Zhang immediately instructed his junior disciple to retrieve the item and place it within the core of the mountain guarding formation. Then, a thought struck him, and he requested, the mountain guarding array of the Celestial Master's mansion has multiple flaws.
Might we ask your Imperial Majesty to lend us a hand in repairing it? Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Certainly, why not? His very purpose in coming was to resolve matters, the rampant corpse demons and the chaos wrought by the demanded action.
The Tianshi Palace's talismans could play a crucial role, and to make the 5 Thunder righteous method public, he naturally needed the palace's consent. Zhang Tianshi's request now came at the perfect moment.
Thank you, human emperor.
Zhang Tianshi bowed solemnly in gratitude. With the current cosmic upheavals, the mountain protecting array was vital to safeguarding the Dragon Tiger Mountain's foundations.
Restoring it was an urgent necessity.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly.
Once I enter the formation, unleash your most potent heavenly thunder upon it. I shall be the one testing its limits.
The mountain guarding formation must not only defend against the most and most evil forces, but also withstand fierce assaults. And the mightiest attack in this world is the art of thunder. As his words faded, he materialized at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
At that moment, the entire mountain guarding array activated.
Chen Xuan took a single stride forward. At the mountain gate, the 9,900 steps of the Tianshi staircase flickered with thunderous light.
Each step bore an engraved fragment from the Jingyi Ritual Sutra. Faint lightning flickered within the array.
As Chen Xuan stepped onto the stairs, the Celestial Master staircase seemed entirely enveloped in lightning. With each step, he advanced as if treading upon a celestial ladder. From afar, it appeared as though he was floating in midair, with thunder and lightning raging relentlessly beneath his feet. The area of Dragon Tiger Mountain enclosed by the Grand Formation was their true core, off limits to tourists. However, visitors need only climb Dragon Tiger Mountain to reach the Taoist temple ahead, from which the entire site could be seen at a glance. At that very moment, a tourist stood atop the mountain, witnessing this scene unfold before her. Her red lips parted in stunned silence, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Inside her livestream, however, the atmosphere erupted into complete frenzy. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Each step ascends to heaven, lightning dancing wildly beneath their feet, truly like immortals among mortals. Such words drifted across the live chat. Only then did the tourist streamer snap out of her daze, immediately pointing her phone camera at the figure. Folks, that figure looks familiar, like I've seen them somewhere before, but I just can't place it. Have any of you seen them? The tourist streamer's face flushed slightly with excitement. Today, they had encountered a true miracle. The livestream's viewership was bound to skyrocket. Chen Xuan, now at the nascent soul stage, could hear the female streamer's shrieks clearly despite the distance of an entire mountain range. He simply chose to ignore her. He had already climbed halfway up the 9,900 step Celestial Master staircase. With his current strength, he could easily break through the mountain's protective array head-on. This was only because the spiritual energy had just begun to revive. Give him a few more years, and he could dismantle this defensive formation with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, that tourist streamer was broadcasting every moment of this scene. Simultaneously, he raced down the mountain, desperate to catch up. But no matter how fast he ran, the surrounding space remained unchanged, constantly circling back to the same spot. The internet was already in complete uproar. Having read survival guides from the Mythic Era, they instantly recognized the situation. This was artificially induced spatial folding. Seeing it was futile, the tourist streamer retreated. Yet as he retreated, he remained completely unaffected. He aimed his phone camera at the figure climbing the mountain. The figure moved as if on level ground, its pace unabated. By the time the tourist streamer had spun around, it had already reached the halfway point up the mountain. At that very moment, Master Zhang knew the moment had arrived. He drew forth the purple gold thunder talisman in his hand. He chanted incantations to imbue it with power, then summoned the purple gold heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder crashed down from the sky, breaking through the array's defenses and striking toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan held the kuei pattern vessel in one hand while scattering 9 copper coins with the other, arranging them around him according to the 9 palaces formation.
In an instant, the minor heavenly lightning pool formation took shape.
The purple-gold heavenly thunder crashed down, only to be channeled directly into the kuei pattern vessel.
The surface of the kuei pattern vessel manifested the illusory form of the thunder beast kuei ox from the classic of mountains and seas.
The phantom rose into the air, opening its mouth to swallow the thunderlight whole. Witnessing this spectacle were not only the tourist streamer but also the Taoist practitioners atop Dragon Tiger Mountain. Before them, it was as if a thunder tribulation had descended upon the world.
Chen Xuan seemed like the one undergoing the tribulation, his aura overwhelming and his might terrifying.
The contemporary celestial master dared not let him continue, lest the mountain's protective array be shattered. As Chen Xuan reached the summit of the 9,900-step celestial master staircase, the mountain guarding array closed. All eyes were now fixed upon Chen Xuan. Meanwhile, in the rear mountain area, the Taoist novice's face paled, his eyes brimming with disbelief, especially upon seeing the sword hanging on the wall before him. He murmured to himself, unable to contain his shock, "The sword of the 63rd celestial master of Shangqing Palace, who entered seclusion a century ago, has spoken of its own accord."
Could it be that the 63rd celestial master never ascended? That he still walks among the living? At that very moment,
inside the celestial master's hall, the incense smoke rising from the burning censer no longer drifted gently upward.
Instead, it gathered in the air.
Gradually, it formed a line of characters.
"Not of my lineage, how can you command the thunder?"
The Taoist novice, already trembling with fear, let out a startled cry and froze, momentarily unable to react. His cry of alarm echoed through the chamber. Not everyone was observing the repair of the mountain guarding array. The Celestial Master's Hall was one of the forbidden areas of Dragon Tiger Mountain, guarded by Taoist priests of the same generation as the current Celestial Master. When the disturbance occurred here, they had rushed over immediately. Seeing the situation inside the hall, their expressions changed abruptly. The current Celestial Master, Zhang Xingwei, had received the signal from the Celestial Master Hall and dared not delay. Having just received guidance from Chen Xuan, he had no time to make preparations and rushed there at top speed. Yet halfway there, he abruptly halted. Chen Xuan followed closely behind. Though unaware of the cause, he sensed faint traces of demonic energy seeping out.
Demonic energy easily corrupted the human heart.
To sense such potent demonic energy within Dragon Tiger Mountain was no trivial matter.
Taoist Master Zhang sensed something amiss.
Forgetting the situation at the Taoist Master's Hall, he hurried to the very heart of the Taoist Master's residence, where the demon sealing well was sealed. Black mist continuously seeped out from within the demon-suppressing well.
Chains encircling the well walls emitted a sapphire gold glow, trapping the overflowing black mist within.
Any stray wisp that escaped was instantly dispersed by the radiant light.
How could this happen?
Zhang Tianshi's pupils contracted sharply as he hurried forward to investigate.
Chen Xuan also approached.
Seeing the chains on the well walls engraved with the Wind Minister's 8-array diagram, a possibility involuntarily crossed his mind, and his expression grew extremely grave. Master Zhang, the legacy of the 8-arrays diagram of the Wind Minister originates from the Qin dynasty.
Could the entity sealed within this demon sealing well also hail from that era?
Chapter 83, The Cloud Engraved Heavenly Steel.
Hearing Chen Xuan's question, Zhang Tianshi shook his head with a bitter smile. I cannot say. Records concerning the demon sealing well are scarce and fragmentary.
The truths he knew in his heart were not suitable for sharing at this moment.
Online, the visitor's live stream footage was being replayed endlessly.
Countless people, upon hearing the news, immediately flooded into the livestream. Seeing the lightning flashes over Dragon Tiger Mountain, the chat exploded with astonishment. The recorded footage shot straight to the top of the trending list.
Shocking. Dragon Tiger Mountain Tribulation Live.
The eye-catching headline drew countless gazes.
Yet some began to notice something amiss. The tribulation clouds hovering over Dragon Tiger Mountain bore an uncanny resemblance to the plummeting curve of the Dow Jones Index. This discovery sparked speculation among countless onlookers.
The abnormal activity at the demon sealing well gradually subsided, returning to calm. Zheng the Taoist master breathed a long sigh of relief. Had this continued, who knew what consequences might have unfolded? At that moment, he felt a faint warmth in his sleeve.
Unable to resist, he reached in and gave it a gentle shake.
The Jade Book of Five Thunders appeared within his sleeve, bearing a blood-red annotation. On the 23rd day of the 7th month in the year of Jiachen, the Thunder Arts shall return to Xuanyuan. He murmured the annotation aloud, his gaze instinctively turning toward Chen Xuan.
Was this all predestined? Moreover, the day of the Mount Taifengtian ceremony drew ever closer.
The turmoil within his heart surged like boiling river waters. As if pondering something profound, he finally made up his mind.
Human Emperor, regarding certain matters concerning Dragon Tiger Mountain, you may need to investigate them personally.
That place is one of Dragon Tiger Mountain's forbidden zones. You must personally break those restrictions to uncover the truth.
The Tianshi Palace of Dragon Tiger Mountain has actually been safeguarding those forbidden zones.
To this day, no one has broken the restrictions. Chen Xuan's eyebrow arched and a smile gradually spread across his face. In that case, I shall go myself. The two approached the mural depicting the Forbidden Zone. Chen Xuan studied the images etched into the stone walls. As he approached slowly, inspiration struck. He pulled out his phone and angled the flashlight upward. This mural was titled All Paths Return to the Source. Yet it held another secret. When the flashlight was angled upward, the hidden original text of the Grasping the Mysteries Sutra appeared on the surface. Zhang Tianzhi stared in utter astonishment. He had never imagined that this stone wall depicting the return of all methods to the source was merely a projection. A fragment of the river diagram and Luo book slowly materialized in Chen Xuan's right palm. Combining it with the original text of the Grasping the Mysteries Sutra, he deduced something astonishing. Master Zhang, if I told you that the Jingyi thunder symbol is a simplified version of the Kuei-Niu battle drum score used by the Yellow Emperor during his war against Qiyu, would you believe me? And based on the records here and my deductions, the thunder arts actually originated from the Yellow Emperor's general, Bong Ho. Each piece of news struck Zhang Tianzhi like a bolt from the blue. He still couldn't quite process it. Chen Xuan had deduced another crucial fact: this place was not the true Forbidden Zone. He too sought to verify his suspicions, heading straight for the gates of the Great Hall at Shangqing Palace on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Tianzhi had no idea what Chen Xuan intended to do. All he saw was Chen Xuan piercing his finger, human emperor's blood gathering at his fingertip. Chen Xuan's finger traced cloud script characters in the void. The ensuing reaction drew Taoists from across Dragon Tiger Mountain rushing to the scene. Outside the Grand Hall of the Shangqing Palace, the ancient steel resonated, faint golden ripples surging across its surface. Amidst the pale golden ripples, the inscriptions on the steel began to reorganize and transform, gradually revealing new characters. The Yellow Emperor's Yin Fu Jing. All who witnessed this were utterly speechless, their faces etched with disbelief and awe. Yet the spectacle did not end there. At the base of the ancient steel, a bronze gear assembly suddenly appeared. No one could have imagined such a scene unfolding. Bronze gears were supposed to be a modern invention, yet here they were on an ancient steel outside the Upper Clear Palace, dating back at least to before the Qin dynasty. How could such intricate bronze gears possibly exist? Everyone's minds felt as if they had frozen in place. Only Chen Xuan could see clearly. He stepped forward again to examine it closely. The mercury pump mechanism unearthed from Qin Shi Huang's tomb. The bronze gear assembly at the base of this ancient steel is identical. This statement left everyone present utterly speechless. Their minds couldn't help but conjure images of the majestic grandeur of the first emperor's tomb. Their hearts churned like raging seas, leaving them dazed for a long time. Chen Xuan's doubts only deepened. Certain questions had long remained unanswered within him, yet here at Dragon Tiger Mountain, they only deepened his confusion. It felt like untangling a tangled ball of thread. The connections seemed impossible to discern. If only he could find a single thread, even the most tangled knot could be untangled. As he pondered this, a sudden, crisp ringing of swords echoed through the air. The others present heard it clearly too, instinctively looking in the direction the voice came from. Chen Xuan did not recognize that sword. But the other Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain paled instantly. They recognized the sword's origins, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Today's shocks had been too many, so many that their hearts felt they could scarcely bear it. Grand Taoist Zhang exclaimed in shock, the sword of the 63rd Grand Taoist. How could it be flying through the air like this? The sword, hurtling toward him at incredible speed, was instinctively caught in his hand. The blade trembled incessantly, and he felt as though he sensed something. His gaze shifted toward the distance. There lay the sealed meditation chamber. The 63rd Celestial Master had entered seclusion and never emerged. No one knew the exact circumstances, and nearly a century had passed since. Within the chamber, a resonance drew them both. But at that very moment, the ancient steel outside the Shangqing Hall suddenly shattered. The crowd instinctively began to retreat. Though they were all cultivators and feared no injury from the shattering stone, the sight of the ancient pre-Qin Shi cultivators remained still startled them. They had thought that after enduring so many shocks, nothing could startle them anymore. Yet the scene before him radiated eeriness at every turn. The remains of the pre-Qin Shi Gong practitioner clutched bamboo slips to its chest. The bamboo slips were remarkably well preserved. Chen Xuan stepped forward, picked up the bamboo slips, and read aloud the inscription etched upon them. The ancestral dragon burned the books, leaving only the thunder arts and dragon tiger arts. In the pre-Qin era, the most powerful practitioners were the Qi cultivators, many of whom were Taoist priests. As he read those words aloud, the tremors within the forbidden grounds of Dragon Tiger Mountain grew increasingly pronounced. Zhang Tianzhi, no longer able to wait, rushed Chen Xuan to the site at top speed. Upon arriving at the site, they discovered the murals within the Forbidden Zone had changed. The Forbidden Area murals depicted Zhang Daoling kneeling before the statue of the Yellow Emperor, holding what was believed to be the 5 bushels of rice scripture, but was actually a fragment of the Wind Minister's 8-array diagram. These alterations revealed the origins of the Tianzhi Palace on Dragon Tiger Mountain.
Zhang Daoling was the first-generation celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
Chen Xuan gazed at the murals, gradually sinking into deep thought. When the others finally snapped back to reality, they realized the strange phenomena had vanished. Yet the surging thoughts within their hearts remained restless for a long time.
Chapter 84 Sudden Developments. Chen Xuan felt perplexed. According to historical records, Zhang Daoling, the first celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, was the 8th-generation descendant of Zhang Liang of the Western Han Dynasty and one of the principal founders of Taoism.
The mural depicted Zhang Daoling paying homage to the Yellow Emperor.
Was he kneeling before a statue, or before the last of the three sovereigns, the human sovereign?
After the three sovereigns came the human kings, who gradually fell prey to the schemes of the Tao. The information conveyed by this mural was too vague and required further verification. Perhaps the most mysterious demon sealing well on Dragon Tiger Mountain held the answers. Even the current celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain does not know when this place was built, but it must predate the Qin dynasty. When Qin Shi Huang burned books, Longhu Mountain alone was spared, even preserving the Thunder Hair.
The first emperor's tomb holds hidden mysteries, though we cannot yet enter it.
One thing is certain, even if he did not transform into a dragon soul, he continues to silently protect the 9 provinces. Taoist Master Zhang had already devised a plan to repair the weaknesses in the mountain's protective array, and he felt deeply grateful to Chen Xuan.
By the way, what brings the human emperor here? What instructions does he have for us?
Chen Xuan had aided Dragon Tiger Mountain, and now it was time for them to repay the favor.
All eyes turned to Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly. I wish to borrow Longhu Mountain's Zhengyi Thunder technique and disseminate it throughout the 9 provinces. Though Longhu Mountain possesses a protective mountain array, it still faces disturbance from evil deities, leaving the common folk of the 9 provinces even more vulnerable. The Zhengyi Thunder technique, along with the cloud script inscriptions on the ancient steel, can be drawn even without any magical power merely by concentrating one's essence, energy, and spirit. While it cannot destroy the avatar of the demon god, it can suppress the undead. Moreover, various malevolent spirits will emerge in the future. These invisible, intangible evils are the true terror, and they excel at corrupting human hearts. The cloud script inscriptions on ancient steels can only be wielded by those with extraordinary innate talent. When drawing the Zhengyi Thunder technique, channeling essence, energy, and spirit draws in the celestial and terrestrial qi, which automatically merges into the strokes. Once this technique spreads throughout the 9 provinces, those spirits and specters will have nowhere to hide. What truly makes these entities terrifying is not their inherent power, but their ability to conceal themselves. Zhang Tianchi hesitated briefly before clasping his hands in a Taoist salute. Human Emperor, at the founding of the Taoist path, our ancestors declared, in times of chaos, we unsheath our swords to save the masses. In times of peace, we close our doors to visitors. I should offer the Zhengyi Thunder arts without hesitation, but I must first seek permission from the 3 pure ones and report to our Taoist ancestors.
Chen Xuan understood the implication immediately.
The so-called consulting the 3 pure ones was essentially offering incense to inform the Taoist ancestors enshrined in the Hall of the 3 pure ones. A smile spread across his face. This was essentially a direct agreement, merely requiring the observance of formality. Very well, I shall wait here. Zhang Tianchi gathered all the Taoist priests of Dragon Tiger Mountain before the 3 Purities Hall, offering incense to seek permission. After the rituals concluded, he turned his gaze toward his fellow disciples present, his disciples, and finally his great disciples standing at the rear. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, our Dragon Tiger Mountain Patriarch has declared, in times of chaos, the old Lord bears his sword to save the masses. Now, the people of the 9 provinces of Zhonghua suffer in dire straits. They require the Zhengyi Thunder arts of Longhu Mountain and the ancient inscriptions of the cloud-scripted steel. Having sought the guidance of the 3 pure ones, I now prepare to bestow these thunder arts upon the world. For his own disciples and their descendants, there was no need for formal consultation. This was merely a notification. 3,000 Taoist priests exchanged glances, yet none spoke. Their first thought was, if they were in the celestial master's position, what choice would they make? They chose to follow their true hearts. Taoist cultivation is about clarity of mind. Indecision is futile. Thus, none voiced dissent. At that moment, Zhang Tianchi also smiled. He believed his venerable ancestor would have made the same choice here. On Dragon Tiger Mountain, securing a chance at survival for all living beings was the ultimate virtue. Just as he was about to give Chen Xuan a direct answer, he suddenly froze. He sensed an aura extremely familiar yet overwhelmingly powerful erupting from the rear mountains. Immediately following, the sword of the 63rd Celestial Master shot toward him in an instant, like a flying sword from myth and legend, striking directly at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's location was already within the sacred grounds of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Outsiders were absolutely forbidden to enter this place. Though the sword appeared to be made of ordinary iron, it radiated an unparalleled, razor-sharp brilliance. Zhang Tianchi's expression changed drastically. Daring not to delay, he urgently activated the Divine Thunder Tribulation Array. At the eastern position of the Liverwood Azure Dragon, the array's core foundation was constructed from a 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree. In conjunction with the divine thunder tribulation array, a 100-meter-long thunder dragon formed in the void. The thunder dragon roared with a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, plunging toward the flying sword. Master Zhang and the mountain guarding array were one in thought. Holding the celestial master's staff, he was the very core pivot of the array. Though it seemed slow, it all happened in an instant. Now a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, his reaction speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet when the flying sword collided with the thunder dragon, the flying sword pierced straight through the thunder dragon's body as if it were a punctured balloon. The divine thunder tribulation barely took shape. Yet that flying sword demonstrated even more astonishing speed, already arriving before Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan had long sensed the divine consciousness carried by the flying sword. Someone was manipulating it from behind. If he remembered correctly, the Taoist novice from Dragon Tiger Mountain had mentioned this was the personal sword of their 63rd generation celestial master. Yet now, it was targeting him without provocation, striking with a lethal blow. His expression turned cold as a suspicion began to form in his mind. The flying sword halted inches from his face, hovering just over 10 centimeters away. For a powerful cultivator, such proximity was tantamount to offering one's neck for slaughter. Though it was a killing move, it wasn't meant to be a one-hit kill. Otherwise, he could have destroyed the flying sword instantly. The sword's material was still ordinary, but years of being imbued with the Taoist celestial master's vital essence had awakened its spirit, elevating it to a magical artifact. Chen Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, maintaining his composure. Yet his voice was as cold as ice. Is this all the meager cultivation you possess? These words seemed to provoke the flying sword's master. The flying sword advanced another few centimeters, poised to pierce Chen Xuan's skull at any moment. Every Taoist on Dragon Tiger Mountain paled visibly, and Grand Taoist Zhang's eyes bulged with fury. Chen Xuan was the son of heaven. If anything happened to him on Dragon Tiger Mountain, the entire sect would become criminals before the 9 provinces. At that moment, from the rear mountains of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a formidable aura grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward. His hair and beard were entirely white, appearing as if he stood at the edge of the heavens. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Chen Xuan. The flying sword, seemingly sensing its master's approach, emitted a soft, joyful chirp. Upon seeing this man, every Taoist priest on Dragon Tiger Mountain couldn't help but widen their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief and shock, especially Zhang Tianchi. He even forgot to rush over immediately. Chapter 85. One thing subdues another. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the fierce aura emanating from the man before him who clearly regarded him as an enemy. He hadn't expected such a hidden master to exist on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Judging by Zhang Tianchi's reaction, it was clear he too was unaware of this master's existence. A thought flashed through his mind. He summoned the Kuei pattern vessel, channeling spiritual energy into it. Above the void, the phantom image of Xingtian wielding his axe and halberd materialized, unleashing a torrent of murderous aura that swept toward them. The flying sword trembled violently, straining forward yet unable to advance an inch. Chen Xuan uttered a single word. Battle! Merely the battle intent within his heart solidified into tangible force, propelling the flying sword forward. Cracks had already appeared upon its surface. Far across the seas, the bronze bowl atop the financial district flickered with the phantom image of Xingtian's head. This supernatural occurrence instantly drew the attention of countless people. Chen Xuan remained unaware at that moment. His expression remained cold and composed as his gaze fixed upon the figure standing in the void. The figure lunged toward him once more. Chen Xuan had already withdrawn his flying sword, using it again would surely shatter it into pieces. Yet, something new appeared in his hand. Upon recognizing this object, Chen Xuan suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He had already guessed the identity of his opponent. The Yangping Jidu Gong seal was a sacred artifact of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The figure, holding the Yangping Jidu seal, pressed it directly toward Chen Xuan's brow, intending to obliterate his consciousness. Battle intent surged within Chen Xuan as he stepped forward. Merely relying on the protective aura of the human emperor's destiny, he repelled the opponent. His body flipped mid-air, landing with a slightly disheveled appearance. The figure revealed its true form. His hair and beard were snow white, yet his features remained those of a youth. His voice was as cold as ice as he demanded, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the forbidden grounds of our Dragon Tiger Mountain?" Zhang Tianchi finally snapped out of his daze at this moment. He rushed forward urgently, positioning himself between Chen Xuan and the stranger. He first bowed to Chen Xuan apologetically, saying, "Your Imperial Majesty, please forgive me. My great-uncle did not know your identity." His gaze then darted to the 63rd Celestial Master, Zhang Shozhua, his frustration palpable. A misunderstanding had arisen, like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. He hastily explained the events that had transpired. "I am Zhang Shozhua, the 63rd generation Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. For my earlier offense, I humbly beg the human emperor's forgiveness." Zhang Shozhua apologized decisively. Moreover, he had just made a tentative move. He was no match for this opponent. Continuing the fight would likely end badly for him. Yet, the thought of the human emperor's emergence caused his heart to tremble uncontrollably. The 62nd Celestial Master, sensing impending doom, expended his lifespan and all his cultivation to cast a divination for Dragon Tiger Mountain. The oracle's revelations were known only to him, the 63rd successor. Their profound implications were not to be shared with outsiders. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, his voice calm. Since it was a misunderstanding, resolving it is sufficient. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Hearing this, Zhang Shozhua hurriedly bowed deeply. My fault, earlier I acted without discerning right from wrong.
This item is handed over to the human emperor as an apology.
As he spoke, he held the Yangping Jidu Gong seal in both hands, his demeanor utterly sincere.
Chen Xuan, however, frowned.
The Yangping Jidu seal was indeed useful to him, but it was a sacred artifact of Dragon Tiger Mountain, passed down by the first Celestial Master.
What possible motive could Zhang Shozhua have for suddenly offering him such a precious treasure?
As doubt clouded his mind, Zhang Shozhua's face broke into a smile. Human Emperor, I am the 63rd Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. I sealed myself away for 100 years, waiting solely for your arrival. Some matters cannot be revealed now, but you will understand in time.
There is another matter requiring our Dragon Tiger Mountain to act.
His gaze shifted to the current Celestial Master as he spoke. Xiao Qingwei, lead all of Dragon Tiger Mountain immediately to chant the Yellow Court. Though Zhang Tian sure didn't know the reason, since his great uncle had spoken, he could only obey.
All the Taoist priests began chanting at once. Reciting the Yellow Court was part of their daily morning and evening rituals, so they knew it by heart. As their clear, resonant voices filled the air, a faint, shadowy form gradually materialized in the sky. The source of this vast apparition was none other than a modern aircraft. Within the aircraft, an object flickered with lightning like light. Chen Xuan recognized the manuscript formed by the lightning and his eyes widened in astonishment. It's actually a rubbing of the Cloud Seal Thunder script. Someone intends to smuggle it overseas. As the phantom image receded, the aircraft's registration number became visible. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number of the Grand Elder. Once the call connected, he swiftly relayed the situation. The aircraft immediately began its return flight. Someone had already implemented the swiftest countermeasures, and the most advanced fighter jets were launched at that very moment. Watching the shadowy figures gradually transform, Chen Xuan felt his heart ease. The Cloud Seal Thunder script absolutely must not leave the flower planting family.
This artifact complements the Zhengyi Thunder arts perfectly. Zhang Shozhua's face softened into a smile. Human Emperor, you need only hold the Yangping Jidu seal and channel the power of the Human Emperor's mandate to witness certain visions. Only the Human Emperor's destiny can unlock the true power of the Yangping Jidu seal. Moreover, it contains information left behind by the first-generation Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
But this information can only be seen by the Human Emperor.
Chen Xuan hesitated no longer and took the Yangping Jidu seal. Yet the moment his hand touched it, the demon sealing well erupted with a sudden black thunderstorm. From its depths came the voice of Eagle Sauce's family, tinged with terror, almost like a shriek. He could only catch faint fragments of the sound, unable to discern its meaning. Yet he knew beyond doubt that this language belonged to the Eagle clan. How could a foreign language emerge from the bottom of the demon sealing well, sealed for untold centuries? Only Zhang Shozhua could possibly provide an answer. Zhang Shozhua lowered his voice, addressing only Chen Xuan. There's a plane wreckage right now on the 7th level of the demon sealing well. As for why it's there, I have no idea. Chen Xuan showed no anger. If the other party chose not to explain, there must be a reason. Moreover, many things about himself defied explanation, so his curiosity wasn't particularly intense. Curiosity could kill not only cats, but people too. Some things simply had to be done. Besides, this was likely left behind by Zhang Shozhua, the founding grandmaster of the Dragon Tiger sect. He too wanted to know what clues had been left for him within. As if reading Chen Xuan's thoughts, Zhang Shozhua immediately said, I'll arrange a quiet room for you first. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. All right. A few minutes later, the room was found. It was where the current Celestial Master resided. This place was undoubtedly secure. Once inside, scanning his surroundings carefully, he sensed no one else within 100 meters. Chapter 86, The Merit List. Chen Xuan's cultivation had now reached the nascent soul stage, allowing his divine sense to clearly perceive any fluctuations in energy around him. He channeled the Human Emperor Qi into the Yangping Jidu Merit Seal. The Yangping Jidu Merit Seal slowly rose into the air, radiating a golden glow. The light intensified to its peak, then exploded outward, revealing a luminous screen. Within that light screen, an illusion of Zhang Daoling and the Yellow Emperor playing chess appeared. The placement of the pieces on the chessboard corresponded to the coordinates of the 2025 supernova explosion. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. He was now utterly certain Zhang Daoling, the first celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, was absolutely not a man born during the Western Han Dynasty. Too many questions were involved. As he studied the shifting patterns within the light screen, he realized it served as a warning to him and simultaneously revealed another crucial matter. The scene shifted to another location.
Chen Xuan felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the demon sealing well. No wonder Longhu Mountain has no records of the demon sealing well. If it existed as far back as the Yellow Emperor's era, what was its true purpose? The scene shifted again. To his astonishment, the light screen revealed the wreckage of a crashed aircraft, not just any aircraft, but one that had crashed 10,000 years ago, precisely at the 7th level of the demon sealing well. The rapidly flashing images swirled like a dense fog in Chen Xian's mind. He yearned to unravel the mystery immediately, yet no one could provide him with answers. The Yongping Jidu Gong seal slowly descended from the void. Chen Xian reached out to catch it, his brow furrowing even deeper. The final image revealed that he could use the Yongping Jidu seal to construct the merit list at the Tiger Mountain Tianzhi Palace. When the merit list manifested, it revealed far more than just Dragon Tiger Mountain. All 3 sacred mountains of Taoism would be displayed upon it. Moreover, he could fully integrate this merit register into the spiritual network. Thoughts turned to action. Utilizing the Emperor's chi fortune to ignite the process, then commencing construction. A pinned message soon appeared online. All individuals could connect a strand of their essence to the spiritual network, some representing themselves, others representing factions. Dragon Tiger Mountain topped the merit rankings. Their merit value of 10 million points stood far ahead, followed by Mount Lao in second place with over 9 million points. Merit points began accumulating after the revival of spiritual energy. Some individuals constantly boasted about their contributions, but the appearance of the merit rankings delivered a sharp slap to their faces. Online discussions have been even more heated about Mount Mao. To date, Mount Mao has never appeared in the top 100 of the merit rankings. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is Mount Mao just a sham? What heinous deeds have they committed? Otherwise, why are Dragon Tiger Mountain and Mount Lao ranked first and second, while Mount Mao can't even crack the top 100? The 3 Taoist mountains might as well be renamed the 2 Taoist mountains. What intrigues me most is the human emperor. Why isn't he on the merit list? Chen Xian felt a pang of curiosity himself. Could it be that he himself had been excluded because he had created the merit list? He could even imagine the consequences. If he continued to be absent from the merit list, it wouldn't be long before unfavorable rumors began circulating, and they'd come in waves. The Illuminati would be the first to act, followed closely by other factions. His phone vibrated softly. The message that came through was from Su Yu. Didn't you complete the mental imprint verification? Why can't I find any trace of you on the merit list? Seeing this message, Chen Xian felt a sudden realization. He immediately sent a thread of his divine consciousness into the merit list. Instantly, a golden light flashed upon the merit list. The golden light shot skyward, and Dragon Tiger Mountain rose to second place. The top spot belonged to the human emperor. The string of zeros that followed was dizzying to behold. Online comments exploded. Though some had harbored doubts before, all skepticism vanished now. Chen Xian's merit points had surged past 20 billion. Detailed records followed. The top 3 rankings detailed the origins of their merit points. The entire internet seemed to fall silent in an instant. Everyone was scrutinizing Chen Xian's past merit. From the very beginning of the spiritual energy revival, Chen Xian had begun preparations, deploying the 9 divine artifacts to protect the 9 provinces. Each of these deeds brought tears to many eyes. Particularly his solo efforts to reconnect the dragon veins and thwart the Foot Basin conspiracy. Many events they once couldn't comprehend now made perfect sense. The entire network was moved to tears. Unbeknownst to them, the human emperor had accomplished so much for the entire Chinese nation. They dared not imagine what China would have become without him, with the Illuminati lurking overseas and the Japanese never abandoning their desire for China's demise. Amidst the nationwide uproar, Zhang Shouhua directly activated real name verification, naming himself Dragon Tiger Mountain Esports Taoist. Another verification followed, 63rd generation Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, great uncle of the current Taoist master, a venerable figure in the Taoist tradition renowned for centuries. Countless netizens tagged at Zhang Shouhua, demanding to know why the Maoshan sect remains silent. Chen Xian's absence might be due to delayed information processing, but the Mao sect has shown no signs of activity whatsoever. What was the head of the Maoshan sect doing? Are they too afraid to act, or have they truly committed some heinous crime? The entire internet is demanding answers. Zhang Shouhua responded, firmly backing Mount Mao. He insisted they would never commit such heinous acts, suggesting they likely encountered some trouble. Just then, Chen Xian emerged from the basement. He immediately stowed his phone away. Though he had been in seclusion, once the psychic network was established, his formidable psychic power allowed him to access it directly without needing the phone as a medium. During that time, he had also learned of the world's transformations. Before the 62nd generation Tianzhi of Longhu Mountain entered enlightened repose, he had shared many secrets with Chen Xian, matters Chen Xian must never reveal. Now, he offered Chen Xian a faint smile.
The sight of that youthful face framed by snow-white hair and beard seemed utterly incongruous. Human Emperor, the 63rd generation celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, leads all 3,714 disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain to collectively resist the revival of mythical beings. The human race shall prevail.
Chen Xuan nodded with a smile.
Old celestial master, no need for such formalities. I plan to make a trip to Maoshan next.
Care to join me? He refused to believe Mount Mao lacked merit. Its abbot radiated righteous energy. How could the disciples he trained be utterly depraved? Something must have happened there. Zhang Shozhua replied without hesitation, of course I'm willing. The three mountains of Taoism are one family.
Chen Xuan summoned the current celestial master, Zhang Qingwei. Though they had already discussed it, publishing all those thunder talismans required someone to produce the most standardized version. Additionally, there was a printer at Dragon Tiger Mountain that used special ink. After assigning the task, he departed for Maoshan.
As the current celestial master, Zhang Qingwei naturally accepted without hesitation.
However, upon learning of the printer's integration with Taoist techniques, Zhang Shozhua immediately changed his mind. He intended to remain at Dragon Tiger Mountain to thoroughly understand this technology.
Chapter 87, The Thousand-Year Flying Corpse. Zhang Shozhua was intensely fascinated by the 3D printer, even glimpsing glimpses of future possibilities within it.
He used the 3D printer to replicate ancient cloud script inscriptions on steels, broadcasting the experiments live. He possessed an extraordinary capacity for learning new things and thoroughly enjoyed interacting with viewers during his live streams, personally inscribing ancient cloud script characters. Many online viewers were eager to see the actual results, so he planned to go big live streaming the detonation of talismans behind Longhu Mountain. Behind Longhu Mountain, a thunderstorm erupted. Its immense power seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. This powerful thunderstorm revealed a new source of energy to the power grid. Traditional power generation methods were limited to a few conventional approaches, but now things were different. They could harness special materials to absorb the electrical energy from thunderstorms.
The power grid immediately issued an announcement.
We extend our gratitude to Dragon Tiger Mountain for contributing to the advancement of our power supply.
This announcement sent shockwaves across the entire network, followed by the Grand Elder personally stepping forward to make an appeal. The entire populace began studying thunder talismans.
Thunder talismans could be drawn in numerous ways: the Zhengyi thunder method, ancient steel cloud inscriptions, even the ancient Shi cultivator's thunderfall technique and palm thunder. Meanwhile, inside a restaurant, a delivery rider glanced at the online news and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He dipped the chopsticks he held into the chili oil. He used the chili oil to draw a palm thunder talisman. Just as he dismissed it as a wild fantasy, a bolt of lightning suddenly coalesced upon the symbol in his palm, shattering the tabletop before him into pieces. The tremendous commotion drew everyone's attention. The delivery guy was stunned. Had divine inspiration struck? A random doodle had actually summoned a palm thunderbolt? Similar incidents began flooding online platforms.
Many possessed extraordinary innate talent in thunder magic, though they themselves remained unaware.
Now, it felt as if their latent potential was being continuously unlocked.
The Electric Grid Authority made an immediate announcement: thunder talismans were being used to construct an ultra-high voltage cultivation grid. This marked a bold experiment and breakthrough, yielding astonishingly positive results. The entire populace was experimenting wildly with thunder talismans, especially at the most famous glass walkway, which was directly transformed into a tribulation experience hall. Countless people flocked to experience it.
At this moment, Chen Xuan had arrived at Mount Mao. The moment his feet touched the mountain soil, his expression shifted. He could distinctly sense an aura of profound darkness and evil within Mount Mao, as if it carried the vengeful and malevolent energies of heaven and earth rushing toward him.
Just as he had suspected. Something had happened at Mount Mao.
Having reached the nascent soul stage, he possessed the ability to perform short-range spatial teleportation.
With a single stride, his figure reappeared within the forbidden zone of Mount Mao.
This was not his first time here. The disciples of Mount Mao formed a 9 palaces innate trigrams formation, their spiritual energy steadily draining from their bodies. The head of the Maoshan sect bore the brunt of the strain, his face now as pale as paper. All the spiritual energy within the formation converged upon him as he formed seals with his hands, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress the demon sealing well. A bone-chilling growl erupted from within the demon's sealing well. The suppression had little effect, and the malevolent energy surging from the well grew increasingly dense. At this moment, the malevolent energy had reached a critical point. Chen Xuan inwardly realized the situation was dire. The demon sealing well might be beyond containment. Just then, several novice Maoshan disciples rushed over. Holding their phones, they pointed them toward the demon sealing well and shouted loudly, "The ancestral precepts of Mount Mao, good and evil cannot coexist. The struggle continues forever. The Grand Master is locked in a life and death struggle with the evil spirit right now. He simply has no time to input information. You didn't believe us before, but now I'll let you see it with your own eyes."
Those newly initiated Taoists were unqualified to participate in the suppression. By giving them more time, they could access the online information and seek to clear Mount Mao's name.
Little did they realize that their very presence had disrupted the delicate balance of the Nine Palaces Bagua formation.
Many voices online were demanding answers.
But now, they were all dumbfounded. Especially when they saw the demon's sealing well, its black aura nearly solidifying into tangible form. Then, a figure suddenly shot out from the demon's sealing well.
No! It's escaping! The head of the Maoshan sect roared, unleashing his full spiritual energy.
Yet the figure shattered through their 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, standing suspended in the void. Even in the mid-sky, the radiance of sun and moon gathered, carrying brilliant starlight as it descended from the heavens. That brilliant starlight seemed to transform into a bond, connecting to that voice. The power of moonlight and starlight poured into his mouth as he absorbed it, yet his form continued to float suspended in the air.
The Mao Mountain disciples were scattered by this overwhelming force, tumbling to the ground. Their spiritual energy depleted, the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams formation shattered instantly. The Mao Mountain leader's eyes bulged with fury and unwillingness.
Severely drained of spiritual energy himself, he struggled to his feet, his enchanted sword planted in the ground. His voice roared with bitter defiance.
Disciples of Mount Mao, heed my command. Follow me to the death.
The figure suspended mid-air, having absorbed sufficient lunar and stellar energy, now glowed with a faint green radiance. Though suspended in the air, the pale green light seemed to transform into countless specks, poised to shower down upon the crowd.
But at that very moment,
Chen Xuan's voice abruptly echoed, as he flung 9 sea-taming copper coins from his hand. These coins had been salvaged from Zhang He's treasure ships, carrying an intensely rich cultural aura.
This cultural essence was second only to the righteous energy of the universe.
It was also the nemesis of the malevolent energies of heaven and earth.
As the coins landed, they instantly formed a coin array.
The spiritual energies surged from within him. As the green light point descended, it formed a protective membrane, blocking the light point from entering. The Mao Mountain sect leader's pupils contracted, but he soon collapsed onto the ground, unable to contain himself. A smile gradually spread across his face, turning into increasingly loud laughter. A 1,000-year-old flying corpse has emerged from the demon sealing well, carrying plague within itself. The stronger the power of starlight and moonlight it absorbs, the more potent the plague becomes.
Chen Xuan had long recognized the issue. The green light point was the very embodiment of the plague. Had he not arrived in time, the entire Mount Mao sect might have perished in this battle. The demon sealing well shattered, and the 1,000-year-old flying zombie king broke free from its seal, unleashing its plague to ravage the land. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me. Chen Xuan strode forward, standing atop the golden coin formation.
His aura as the human emperor radiated as he swung the Xuanyuan sword down with a crushing blow. The sword's spine struck the 1,000-year-old flying zombie king's head with brutal force.
Arg! A blood-curdling roar erupted from the ancient flying zombie's maw as it was violently slammed against the side of the demon sealing well.
The seal on the demon sealing well shattered, losing its original function.
Chen Xuan could have finished it with a single strike, but he chose not to. Keeping this zombie king alive served a greater purpose.
Now, his figure descended slowly to the ground, advancing step by step. The 1,000-year-old flying zombie king had developed a glimmer of sentience, even fear.
As Chen Xuan drew nearer, it kept retreating. It had already fallen into the coin array, stripped of its ability to fly. Chapter 88, Good and Evil Cannot Coexist.
The master of Mount Mao's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected Chen Xuan to be so powerful, effortlessly subduing the 1,000-year-old flying zombie. If this millennium-old flying zombie escaped, he would become a traitor to the entire Zhanghua family. The plague it carried far exceeded its own power.
Chen Xuan approached the flying corpse.
He had intended to destroy it outright, but upon noticing a glimmer of sentience emerging within it, a faint smile curved his lips. Master Mao, I see your Maoshan sect is in need of a protective corpse general. This 1,000-year-old flying zombie would be quite suitable.
I can assist you in refining it. He knew a thing or two about the Maoshan sect.
As one of the 3 great Taoist mountains, it possessed immense power and profound heritage. Had this millennium-old flying corpse not coincidentally encountered the revival of spiritual energy and possessed exceptionally potent plague energy, it would never have escaped. An ordinary 1,000-year-old zombie king would be no match for the disciples of Mount Mao. Zombies came in many varieties. Flying zombies could soar through the skies and drain blood from afar. As they matured, they transformed into undecayed bones, possessing formidable close combat prowess alongside plague energy, a double-edged sword.
Fully refined into guardian corpse generals, they would become enemies' worst nightmares. The Mao Mountain sect leader's eyes suddenly brightened. Though they possessed some martial arts skills, their true strength lay in the various talismanic arts for suppressing demons and evil spirits. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, then arranged the sea-taming copper coins around the flying zombie. The coin formation will temporarily suppress the zombie king, rendering it powerless to resist.
Moreover, this zombie king has developed a glimmer of sentience and possesses tremendous growth potential. It will surely achieve great things in the future. The head of the Maoshan sect gazed at him with admiration and gratitude. Indeed, ordinary 1,000-year corpse kings have limited growth potential. But this 1,000-year flying zombie possesses extraordinary potential. Once fully refined into a protective corpse deity, it will undoubtedly become one of Mao Shan's trump cards. All this is thanks to your majesty. Should you ever require our assistance, the entire Mao Shan sect will lend its full support. Chen Xuan's lips curved into a smile. Begin. He harnessed the human emperor's divine fortune combined with the golden money array to completely suppress the zombie king. Once the Mao Mountain disciples had slightly recovered, they joined forces to form an array. Employing Mao Mountain's corpse refining techniques, it took over an hour to achieve preliminary refinement. Complete refinement of the zombie king would require more time. Chen Xuan couldn't possibly stay here indefinitely. After the initial refinement, the zombie king would no longer attack the Mao Mountain disciples, though it still couldn't be controlled at will. But that was sufficient. The head of the Mao Shan sect cordially invited Chen Xuan into the main hall, his face radiating gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries, he inquired, "Your Excellency, you must have come down personally for a reason?" He knew Chen Xuan never visited without a purpose. Their timing was fortunate, as his arrival coincided with the crisis at their sect. Without Chen Xuan, every elite disciple of Mao Shan might have perished in battle. Even those who survived would have succumbed to the plague power of that zombie king. None could withstand it. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. It's mainly about the merit list. Many claim the Mao Shan sect lacks merit, but that feels off to me. You are one of the 3 sacred mountains of Taoism, a future pillar of our cultivation world's resistance against the mythical era. Merit list? The Mao Shan sect leader froze in surprise. Seeing Chen Xuan glance at his phone and read the news, he finally understood what was happening. He couldn't care less about the countless online comments. Such was the nature of Taoist temperament, seeking only to act according to one's heart, utterly indifferent to others' opinions. He imprinted his spiritual mark into it, then integrated the entire Mao Shan protective array, using their righteous sect's treasure as its core. Mao Shan sect's merit points shot straight to second place, even surpassing Longhu Mountain. The online chatter instantly fell silent. The Mao Shan sect leader, watching his phone, couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He estimated their merit points wouldn't be low after all. Among the 3 Taoist mountains, Mao Shan had the most disciples. Upon completing their training, Mao Mountain disciples descended the mountain to suppress demons and evil spirits. Their sect's doctrine held that good and evil could never coexist, demanding a lifelong struggle against darkness. The internet erupted in chaos. Theories previously labeling the Mao Shan sect as heretical and deviant were instantly shattered, and now those voices fell silent. Yet some couldn't resist bringing up past incidents. I always said disciples of the Mao Shan sect are spread across the land. I once wanted to join them, but they dismissed me, saying I lacked the aptitude. But Mao Shan disciples are truly unyielding. They don't care about demonic cults or heretical sects, they just charge straight in. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, his gaze shifting toward the head of the Mao Shan sect. When I came by earlier, I saw you suppressing that millennium-old flying zombie. I happened to record it. Should I send the footage up? The Mao Mountain sect leader's eyes lit up. He wasn't some stubborn old fogey. Thank you, Your Majesty. When that footage was uploaded, countless people were moved to tears. The Mao Shan sect wasn't being arrogant, nor were they trying to save a big surprise for everyone. They were fighting against demonic forces, fighting desperately, nearly wiping out the entire core of the Mao Shan sect. Online sentiment shifted overwhelmingly in their favor. Everyone rallied behind the Mao Mountain sect, expressing gratitude for their burden-bearing efforts on behalf of all. With this matter concluded, the conversation shifted to another topic. Earlier, I observed the attire worn by that millennium-old flying corpse. It was the uniform of the Jinyui from the early Ming dynasty. This matter is highly suspicious. The Ming dynasty ended less than 1,000 years ago. When exactly was it sealed beneath the demon sealing well? The head of the Mao Shan sect paused slightly, then recalled ancient texts. Their sect had never been extinguished, so records of all significant events concerning the Mao Shan sect were preserved. Yet no matter how he searched his memory, he could find no mention of a 1,000-year-old flying corpse. This is highly peculiar that there be no record of it. I wonder which of our sect's predecessors sealed it within. Our sect's doctrine dictates that if something cannot be harnessed for our purposes, it must be eradicated on the spot. This 1,000-year-old flying corpse carries plague. It's even more unthinkable to leave such a scourge behind. He too sensed something amiss at this moment. The master of Mao Shan had the zombie king brought over for careful examination. Chen Xuan noticed something in the zombie king's embrace. He seems to be holding something in his arms. I'll retrieve it. The sect leader plunged his hand into the zombie king's chest. Now that the zombie king was under his control, there was no danger. But with a stranger approaching, the zombie's bloodthirsty nature might cause it to attack without warning. When he pulled the object out and read its contents, his eyes widened in shock. The shock reverberated through his heart, leaving him unable to calm down. He then handed the object directly to Chen Xuan. Your Imperial Majesty, please look. Chapter 89, Mythical Legacy. Chen Xuan's heartbeat quickened as he examined the map and the text inscribed upon it.
The self-made zombie King Shang wore the attire of the early Ming dynasty's Jianui, yet clutched within his embrace was the map detailing Emperor Jiangwen's escape route overseas. Nearly a century separates these events. It's highly probable he was already a zombie king back then. The head of the Maoshan sect nodded. The Ming dynasty held the Taoist sect in high regard. Zhuge Liang divided the realm into 3 parts, while Lü Bowen unified the empire. Lü Bowen was a venerable figure in Taoism. He severed the dragon veins, though the exact reason remains unclear. This 1,000-year-old flying zombie is likely a protective deity of Taoism, transformed into a flying zombie after death. His actual cultivation might not have reached 1,000 years, but his status as a guardian deity in life granted him such extraordinary abilities. The corpse refining techniques of Mount Mao were truly extraordinary. Yet the master of Maoshan shook his head. No, that cannot be the reason. If it were a former guardian deity, there would be telltale signs, but I find none. The corpse refining techniques of the Maoshan sect are among the most mysterious arts of Taoism. The corpse herding sect originated from Maoshan and is essentially a branch of these techniques. Chen Xuan pondered deeply, scrutinizing the painting intently. A sudden insight struck him. He raised his palm, and the river diagram and the Book of Lo slowly materialized in his hand. Combining this with his divination techniques, he began to discern a clue. The Mao Mountain sect leader watched silently, his envy growing especially intense when he saw the fragment of the river diagram and Luo book in Chen Xuan's hand. Legend held that at the dawn of humanity, the first human emperor, Fuxi, possessed 2 wondrous treasures. One was the river diagram and the Book of Changes, capable of divining the world's mysteries. Within them lay a realm unto itself. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams were also derived from the river diagram and the Book of Lo. Chen Xuan gradually uncovered the problem. He deduced some hidden coordinates within them and tapped several points along the lines of the refuge map with his finger. The head of the Maoshan sect, who had little scholarly background in history, felt increasingly uneasy as he studied the map. Suddenly, a thought struck him. These are hidden coordinates from Zhang He's navigation charts. I believe I once saw them mentioned in ancient texts of Mount Mao. I shall retrieve that ancient book immediately, Your Imperial Majesty, please wait. He hurried off, entering the Maoshan library. The library housed records of major historical events, all unique copies. Chen Xuan waited briefly before the master of Maoshan returned, carrying a scroll left behind by the sect's ancestors during the Ming dynasty. By cross-referencing it with Zhang He's nautical charts, they uncovered the concealed foundational coordinates. Just as Chen Xuan and the Mao Mountain sect leader were collaborating to deduce the hidden coordinates, Chen Xuan suddenly felt a slight stir within his heart and looked up at the sky. Though physically present at Mount Mao, he felt a sudden connection. In a single stride, he stood 100 meters above the mountain, his gaze fixed on the East Sea. A mirage appeared over the East Sea. This wasn't the first time a mirage had appeared. They had occurred before, and no one could decipher the principle behind them. But Chen Xuan knew it was the lingering essence of mythical artifacts, some divine spirit contained within those legendary weapons. Following the revival of spiritual energy, these mythical artifacts gradually absorbed the spiritual energy in the air, slowly awakening themselves. Mythical artifacts that remained undiscovered manifested certain characteristics and supernatural phenomena. At that moment, the mirage over the East Sea revealed a bronze star raft in the style of Atlantis. This scene was witnessed by many. Everyone pulled out their phones to take pictures, which were immediately uploaded online. Ordinary people didn't think much of it, assuming it was just another ordinary mirage like before. The spectacle lingered for only a few minutes before slowly fading from the skies above the East Sea. Chen Xuan, however, discerned the problem. The head of the Maoshan sect, lacking sufficient power to fly through the air, watched in envy as Chen Xuan vanished suddenly, only to meet his end 100 meters above the ground. When would he ever attain such power? The human emperor has likely reached the nascent soul stage, able to hover in midair without any magical artifacts. The revival of spiritual energy heralded the dawn of a new era, one brimming with opportunity, yet equally marked by survival of the fittest. Moreover, greater threats loomed behind the scenes, as the legendary figures of the past would gradually awaken once more. Could the human race survive this catastrophe? The more one knew, the heavier the burden on their heart. Chen Xuan descended, stowing away the map. I must depart first. He did not return home but headed straight for Mount Lao. The former head of the Laoshan sect had once gifted him a mythical artifact, which included the sea-taming copper coin used by Zhang He during his voyages to the western seas. The Laoshan sect's territory lay near the coast, granting them clearer records of the events. He needed to verify his suspicions. Upon his arrival, the current leader of the Laoshan sect personally received him and consulted the ancient texts preserved there. Using the hidden coordinates from Zhang He's voyages, they pinpointed a location. It's highly likely to be here. Several locations from Zhang He's voyages remain uncharted. Emperor Jiangwen sought refuge overseas and hid in one of these places. It could be an island, or something else entirely. The head of Laoshan Mountain stated with certainty. Chen Xuan clasped his fists in gratitude. I shall journey there to investigate. This may well be a remnant of myth. Meanwhile, the seas were fraught with danger.
All manner of sea creatures were rapidly evolving, developing extreme aggressiveness. Marine species now constituted over 70% of the world's most formidable life forms. While Chen Xuan's strength could safely navigate this peril, others might not fare as well. The protective array safeguarding the 9 provinces could only shield the mainland. Upon reaching the coordinates, Chen Xuan spotted the island. Without precise coordinates, he might never have found it. In truth, the surrounding sea was shrouded in dense fog. Moreover, this island was entirely absent from previous world maps. Even before the spiritual energy had revived, the magnetic field surrounding this island interfered with electronic devices. Yet it could not interfere with divine perception. Upon landing on the island, he distinctly felt the spiritual energy here was far denser than elsewhere. Yet there was no sign of life anywhere. The silence was terrifying. On the island lay an old ship. The vessel looked as though it had been sunk for centuries, its putrid stench overwhelming him. Chen Xuan stepped aboard. Beneath the wooden planks lay bronze-plated hulls. Externally, it appeared to be a single layer of wood, held firmly together by mortise and tenon joints. Yet within, there were numerous bronze alloys. During the Ming dynasty, iron should have been used instead of bronze. The smelting techniques had reached a pinnacle. This vessel did not appear to be a product of the Ming dynasty. When he saw the murals inside the cabin, his pupils suddenly contracted. No wonder it seemed so peculiar. This isn't a Ming dynasty vessel at all. Emperor Jiangwen must have sensed the strangeness here too. The use of bronze dates back to at least the Qin dynasty. Could it be that the 1,000-year-old flying corpse was taken out from this very place? He studied the mural intently and finally spotted a clue. Chapter 90, Descendants of Poseidon. Chen Xuan scanned the murals one by one. At first, everything seemed normal. They depicted harsh weather at sea and the rare treasures they had discovered. According to the murals, they had even found a peculiar stone here. That stone possessed immense weight, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy within cultivators. It seemed to devour endlessly, like a whale. Upon reaching this point, Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. This stone bore a striking resemblance to a colossal boulder from his memories. In his previous life, the Illuminati had exploited an extraterrestrial meteorite magnetite to deceive countless cultivators, draining their spiritual stones dry. They then used that meteorite magnetite to open a spatial passage and summon the seraphim. The incident shook the entire world, occurring in the 3rd year after the Great Cataclysm, when spiritual energy had begun to revive. Upon their emergence, the seraphim targeted the flowering nation first, launching an unprovoked massacre aimed at decimating their population and severing their faith and incense power. To prevent the revival of the flower family's myth. Many initially failed to grasp the significance, but later realized that after the myth's revival, it was the incense offerings and faith that the archangel truly sought. As for ordinary mortals, they were nothing more than tools in their eyes. Since you discovered that celestial meteorite magnetite 3 years after the Great Cataclysm, it must mean the mythical artifacts hadn't yet revived. The mythical remnants here might allow us to retrieve this magnetite ahead of schedule. Chen Xuan knew full well that the celestial meteorite not only absorbed cultivators' spiritual energy but could also be used to construct spirit-gathering arrays. As the core foundation of an array, that celestial meteorite magnet would undoubtedly unleash extraordinarily powerful effects. It would gather the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into one place, then gradually feed it back into the array. The spiritual energy within the array would only grow denser and denser, providing cultivators with an increasingly optimal environment for cultivation. With this thought, Chen Xuan continued reading. Soon, his eyes narrowed slightly. The preceding changes lacked detailed description. From which dynasty did this bronze wooden vessel truly originate? Just then, the scene abruptly shifted. On the mural, strange and bizarre races appeared, revealing that the ship's former owners had discovered the extraterrestrial meteorite, only to disturb those peculiar races. These beings could traverse the seas and manipulate the waters. Traveling upon water, commanding the sea, and they possessed blue hair, blue eyes, and skin of extreme pallor. They lacked legs, instead resembling fishtails, while some bore the form of mermaids with human heads. Descendants of Poseidon. Both sides were locked in a bitter struggle. Relying on their overwhelming numbers and mastery over the sea, Poseidon's descendants trapped the people aboard the bronze ship on this island, intent on starving them to death. And the people aboard the bronze ship were all Qi cultivators, led by Su Fu. He walked back to the first mural in the ship's cabin. Earlier, he had only glanced at it briefly, but now he finally noticed something amiss. The first mural depicted a group paying homage to the 3 mountains beyond the sea. Their attire and reverence for the color black were unmistakable. It must be Su Fu. Did those people ultimately live or die? After viewing all the murals, no final answer remained. The purpose of their conflict was that celestial meteorite. Su Fu likely believed this island was one of the mythical islands beyond the seas. Not only did he discover numerous rare treasures here, but most crucially, he found that piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Pre-Qin alchemists attempted to refine it with the 3-flame true fire, yet failed to alter its structure in the slightest. Ultimately, they even discovered how to harness this celestial meteorite to absorb spiritual energy and channel it back to themselves.
Spiritual energy was the very foundation of a chi cultivator.
Yet by the pre-Qin period, the spiritual energy permeating the world had grown exceedingly sparse. If they could harness this celestial meteorite magnet effectively, they might truly achieve the goal of eternal life.
Chen Xuan's final discovery proved to be something extraordinary.
Not only the threefold true fire, but also the Greek divine fire. Combining the two has even spawned the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. Chen Xuan gently closed his eyes as fragments of the river diagram and the Book of Changes appeared upon his palm. He now needed to conduct a series of calculations to locate the celestial meteorite magnetite in the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. If he could also find the seeds of the 3 flame true fire in the Greek divine fire, he could fully absorb both fire essences into his dantian for gradual cultivation. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire was more suited for refining elixirs. The 3 heavenly fires, however, were far more suitable for refining magical artifacts and were also far more suitable for combat. Ordinary magical artifacts would melt into molten iron within moments when exposed to the 3 heavenly fires. This held immense benefits for Chen Xuan, so he channeled all his spiritual energy into the fragment of the river diagram and Book of Changes. The river diagram and Book of Changes emitted a luminous white glow, enveloping all the murals within the cabin.
A faint clue had begun to form within Chen Xuan's mind, as if guided by an unseen force.
With eyes closed, he took a single stride and found himself at the very core of the cabin. Hidden here was a concealed formation array had he not deduced its existence through calculation. He would never have imagined such a precious treasure could be hidden within the abandoned bronze ship's cabin.
He also pondered Su Fu's voyage in search of the elixir of immortality. Su Fu had vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Could it be that he had perished here?
This remained mere conjecture, lacking any concrete evidence. Moreover, His Majesty the First Emperor still lived. Though the means of his survival remained unknown, his mind remained sharp. Particularly significant were the records from Dragon Tiger Mountain. While the First Emperor had burned books across the land, he had spared Dragon Tiger Mountain alone.
Did the First Emperor know something? Or had someone back then already calculated the revival of spiritual energy tides 2 millennia hence?
It seemed Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself was making preparations.
Chen Xuan's mind was filled with questions, but his calculations halted.
The spiritual energy within his body had been completely depleted in this brief span.
He did not immediately retrieve the celestial meteorite magnetite. Who could say what else might lurk behind this concealed formation?
If someone had set up a backup plan, he might stumble in the gutter. Only after replenishing his spiritual energy did Chen Xuan touch his finger to the core of the concealment formation. Instantly, he felt a force of resistance. His nascent soul-stage spiritual energy cut through the array like a red-hot blade through foam, effortlessly disrupting its core and causing it to collapse instantly.
Chen Xuan's gaze shifted downward, landing precisely at the deck's central point.
At the very center below, he saw bronze gears and intricate mechanical structures. This bronze and wood hull wasn't propelled by human power at all, but entirely by mechanical mechanisms.
And the power source? Wind energy. Chapter 91, Immortal Cultivation Academy.
Chen Xuan realized that the figures depicted in the mural, the mysterious ancient chi cultivators of the East and the so-called descendants of Western deities, were actually a group of descendants left behind by Poseidon. They themselves possessed no extraordinary abilities beyond controlling seawater, allowing them to move freely beneath the surface. As for the ultimate outcome, the murals within the ship's hold offered no record. Perhaps there was no time left to engrave it, or perhaps the entire crew perished. Now was not the time to pursue these records. Chen Xuan was far more concerned with discovering where the celestial meteorite magnetite was hidden. After a thorough search, his gaze settled on the center of all the gears.
There seemed to be some protrusions. His gaze fixed there, a faint smile curving his lips.
I was amazed by your mechanical gear structure earlier. After all, it's a creation from 2,000 years ago. But I never imagined this extraterrestrial meteorite magnetite would be hidden right here.
He didn't reach out to take it. Nor did he draw upon his spiritual energy.
Instead, he casually picked up 2 gears discarded on the bronze vessel and molded them into rods with his bare hands. Then he used them to pry out the celestial meteorite magnetite. Any cultivator who touched this object would find their spiritual energy endlessly drained into it, like an abyss. Even though he had reached the nascent soul stage, he couldn't resist the pull. Besides the celestial meteorite magnet, 2 bronze boxes lay there as well. Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat at the sight. The 2 bronze boxes emitted an unusual, scorching heat. The 3 flame true fire burned with savage, searing heat, while the Greek divine fire was slightly less intense. Yet the temperatures of their flames represented 2 extremes, one an icy cold so profound it could freeze a soul solid. It seems those descendants of Poseidon weren't here to seize the celestial meteorite, but for the Greek divine fire. Chen Xuan first opened one of the bronze boxes. Inside lay the 3 flame true fire, though it was merely a seed of the flame, not yet reaching its peak intensity.
Otherwise, the array on the bronze box would be unable to contain it.
Nevertheless, this form was far more suitable for absorption. He sat cross-legged, his fingertips touching the seed of the three-flame true fire.
Following his meridians, he drew the seed directly into his dantian. At that moment, he felt as though the nascent soul within his dantian had been submerged in molten lava.
The scorching, violent fire element seemed poised to assimilate Chen Xuan's infant soul entirely. Using the fire control technique, the infant soul and his physical body moved in perfect unison, continuously forming hand seals. It took over 2 hours before the seed of the three-flame true fire finally settled, slowly absorbed by his infant soul. The first step was not the most perilous. The greatest danger lay in the Greek divine fire.
The two flames possess distinct properties.
The Greek divine fire is more akin to yang generating innate fire.
Chen Xuan opened another bronze box.
Inside burned an ice blue flame, like a water spirit, beautiful beyond compare.
How beautiful! Chen Xuan admired it for a few seconds before directly touching the ice blue flame with his finger.
An icy chill seeped through his entire body, his bones feeling as though they had frozen solid. Even his divine consciousness suffered a slight wound. At this moment, he dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately summoned the imperial fortune to suppress it. This was his ultimate trump card. Under the crushing weight of the human emperor's fortune, Greek life couldn't stir up any waves. It was forcibly integrated into his nascent soul. The three-flame true fire was more like a tyrannical fire lord, utterly incapable of peaceful coexistence with the Greek life. After Chen Xuan's forced suppression, he began the process of refinement. One yang, one yin. Gradually, a taiji pattern formed behind the nascent soul. The seeds of these two distinct flames, like the black and white dots within the pattern, began absorbing its spiritual energy. They slowly nourished the seeds, and before long, they would directly give birth to the mature 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. The fusion of Greek divine fire and three-flame true fire created a perfect balance of hardness and softness. Moreover, each could be used independently. Having gained immensely from this journey, Chen Xuan saw no reason to linger.
He placed the celestial meteorite magnetite into the bronze box.
His gaze swept over the bronze vessel. He decisively employed the sleeve whirl technique, storing the bronze warship within the space of his sleeve. Having secured this mythical relic, he wished to conceal its true nature from outsiders. As he stored away the two divine fires and the celestial meteorite, the island began to tremble violently, like an earthquake. The tremors grew increasingly violent. Chen Xuan took a single stride and found himself soaring 1,000 meters above the island. He gazed downwards. He witnessed the magnetically charged island gradually sinking into the sea. The mythical relics have been taken. Thus, you no longer serve a purpose. Only I know the true nature of this mythical site. Even if others discover clues here, they would struggle to unravel its secrets. Who could have imagined that 2,000 years ago, the descendants of Poseidon and the pre-Qin alchemists fought a great war? Chen Xuan sighed softly, then vanished from the sea surface with a single stride. He had barely departed. Within minutes, the Illuminati's divine platform arrived at the site. The platform radiated a divine aura that deterred sea monsters from attacking. Sensing it, they immediately fled far away. Dozens of Knights Templar drifted onto the sea surface. After one of them confirmed the coordinates, he turned and knelt on one knee. Your Holiness, the records of the sea god's descendants are indeed here, but we see no trace of the mysterious island or the bronze ship. We sense no lingering aura of mythic relics whatsoever. We may have been deceived. Without hesitation, the Pope ascended directly to the coordinates. His expression darkened as he projected his divine perception outward, confirming his subordinates' report. Not a trace of mythical relics remained. It was unlikely they had been taken by others. The only possibility was that they had indeed been deceived. Upon locating the site, his gaze grew even colder. Return. Find that descendant of Poseidon. He is mocking the divine messenger. Even if the sea god Poseidon were to return to the mortal realm, he would not deign to notice such a lowly bastard. Their figures gradually vanished above the sea surface. Chen Xuan remained unaware of these events. Upon his return, he immediately received a call. He had previously proposed establishing a new university, one that would not teach scientific knowledge, but cultivation. I wish to appoint you as the Dean of the Immortal Cultivation Academy. No one is more suited than you. You are the human emperor revered by countless souls, the very embodiment of faith for artists like myself. Listening to the aged voice on the phone, Chen Xuan felt both amused and exasperated. I merely inherited the title of human emperor. Whether I can truly grow into that role remains to be seen. However, if I accept this position, I will never disappoint the Grand Elder. Chapter 92, Online viewership surpasses 200 million. After Chen Xuan agreed to become the Academy's dean, detailed materials were immediately sent to his phone. After careful review, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Since it's a cultivation academy, it certainly can't just teach cultivation techniques. The academy's location should be in the suburbs. He opened the map app on his phone and pinpointed a location. This area once housed ancient structures developed for tourism before the revival of spiritual energy. Now, the area lay utterly desolate. Repurposing this ancient complex for immediate use would eliminate the need to waste time constructing a new academy. He presented his proposal. Before long, his proposal was approved. Arriving at the Cultivation Academy, recruitment hadn't begun yet, but outside, members of the team were already stationed on guard, weapons in hand. The guards stationed here spotted Chen Xuan's arrival and immediately jogged over. "Your Imperial Majesty, we are here by order from above to guard the Cultivation Academy." Their weapons had now been replaced with cold steel, gleaming with a sharp, icy glint. They had already seen Chen Xuan's photograph and understood the Academy's purpose. They would eventually become part of the Academy's security force. Every single guard present had reached the peak of the Qi cultivation stage. Beyond the Qi cultivation stage lay the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "I came here to first set up the formation. Since this is a cultivation academy, it certainly can't just be some ancient buildings. The protective formation is of utmost importance. Moreover, the cultivation academy must establish certain features that aren't found elsewhere. You will continue guarding the perimeter. Once the array is established, you may also enter the academy grounds to cultivate." The guards immediately saluted, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They had assumed their role was solely to safeguard the academy's security, never imagining they could also cultivate alongside the others. This prospect held immense promise for their futures. To serve alongside His Majesty the Human Emperor was an honor beyond measure. Chen Xuan walked toward the ancient complex. He had never been here before. After exploring for a while, he finally chose a location. It was the very core of the entire ancient complex. He took out the celestial meteorite magnet and began inscribing the array. The core of the formation was that very magnetite. Once all the patterns were completed, Chen Xuan placed the magnet at the array's core. Immediately, the space seemed to tremble, rippling with a faint disturbance. Spiritual energy surged wildly from the heavens and earth, converging into the array. First, the array's core, the magnet absorbed vast quantities of spiritual energy. Then, through the array, it fed back. The returned spiritual energy would normally dissipate slowly, but Chen Xuan had also set up a spirit-gathering array. This gathered the pure spiritual energy at this spot, allowing it to condense and remain concentrated. Then, the sky seemed to be covered by an invisible layer of orange-yellow light, like an inverted bowl enveloping the entire ancient complex. The spiritual energy condensed into mist, lending the ancient structures an ethereal, otherworldly aura. After completing these preparations, Chen Xuan allowed the guards to enter the complex, issuing each of them an array command token. Only those bearing the array command talisman could enter the ancient complex. Trespassing would lead to certain disorientation. What he had arranged was not merely a spirit-gathering array, but also a great 5-element soul-binding array. It would cause one to lose their way without even realizing it. The unexpectedly acquired Starfall magnetite became the very foundation of the entire Cultivation Academy. The spirit-gathering array continuously supplied spiritual energy, enabling cultivation progress to advance by leaps and bounds within its confines. Admission to the Cultivation Academy naturally differed from that of ordinary universities. Admission comes with its own threshold, one that has nothing to do with age or combat prowess. After a moment's thought, Chen Xuan posted the news online. The entire internet erupted in excitement. Especially after seeing photos of the Cultivation Academy, everyone was filled with envy. I wonder what the exact admission criteria are for the Cultivation Academy. I really wish I could join. Whatever the criteria are, I definitely don't stand a chance. After all, I'm already over 40 this year. I doubt the Cultivation Academy would accept me. I'm 16 this year. I absolutely have to get into the Cultivation Academy. The entire internet was buzzing with discussions about the Cultivation Academy. The Grand Elder entrusted the entire matter to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan merely did some preliminary groundwork, yet within just an hour, discussions about the Immortal Cultivation Academy surged to the top of the trending topics. Everyone was discussing it. The entire internet was asking, what are the requirements to join the Cultivation Academy? Seeing the timing was right, Chen Xuan went live. Many people were following the Cultivation Academy's account, and upon seeing the live stream go live, they immediately flooded in. Chen Xuan appeared on the live stream screen. The chat exploded with activity. All were greeting him, the Human Emperor. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. I'm sure you're all eager to know the admission standards for the Cultivation Academy. First, I will reveal the cultivation method of breathing techniques, the 36 cycles of spiritual qi breathing. Without understanding cultivation techniques, even in environments rich with spiritual energy, one can only passively absorb it, far too inefficient. The 36 cycles of breath control serves as the foundational cultivation method. A towering edifice rises from level ground. The more solid the foundation, the greater the future achievements. The admission requirement is mastery of this breathing technique. After training, some may awaken their innate divine abilities, a profoundly mysterious realm, a form of sudden enlightenment. When you gain sudden enlightenment about the skill most suited to you, you may come to the Cultivation Academy to enroll. There, you will receive systematic instruction on how to cultivate. Those unable to awaken their innate divine abilities will not be admitted to the Cultivation Academy. The Cultivation Academy only accepts true geniuses, regardless of age or current strength. Those capable of awakening innate divine abilities possess extraordinary talent. The Cultivation Academy naturally seeks to cultivate elites, not a mass of ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators need only be given a cultivation method to practice on their own. The Cultivation Academy, however, dedicates its finest resources to nurturing prodigiously gifted geniuses. Once one steps onto the path of cultivation, age becomes the least significant factor. The stronger one's power, the more naturally their lifespan extends. Upon reaching peak strength, one can shatter limitations, undergo earth-shattering physical transformations, and experience continuous lifespan extension. Chen Xuan currently possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, and his lifespan was at least 1,000 years. Should he achieve another breakthrough, his lifespan would extend further. Immortal cultivation is fundamentally about relentlessly pushing one's limits to achieve a leap in life. His live stream explanations left countless viewers utterly enthralled, with the audience growing exponentially. The screen was nearly overwhelmed by a deluge of comments. Chen Xuan glanced at the live viewership count. Online viewers had already surpassed 200 million. Chapter 93, Lifebound Divine Ability. Chen Xuan meticulously explained the breath of spirit technique. Mastery was achieved upon completing 36 full cycles of circulation. He occasionally glanced at the comments, selecting a few questions to address. For those with exceptional talent, mastering the breathing technique should take no more than 3 days. Completing 36 cycles is merely the foundation. Enrollment for the Cultivation Academy begins now, but candidates must awaken their life-bound divine ability. Eligible candidates may enroll at any time. The Immortal Cultivation Academy features a spirit gathering array, where spiritual energy is 100 times denser than outside. As time passes, the concentration of spiritual energy will continue to rise. The Immortal Cultivation Academy cultivates powerful practitioners who will dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to the future of our entire nation. It is also to endure the future. Chen Xuan exited the livestream and caught sight of the chat comments flooding the screen. The admission criteria immediately topped the trending charts. Particularly Chen Xuan's statement, no age restrictions, no strength requirements, only the ability to awaken one's innate divine power matters. Those capable of awakening their innate divine abilities were truly 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. Yet if their innate divine abilities matured, they would become the most formidable opponents. While the entire internet buzzed with discussion, Chen Xuan had already handed over the recruitment matters to Suyu. He now had more pressing matters to attend to. The entire flower cultivation clan was swept up in a fervor for cultivating breathing techniques. Nowadays, when people met, instead of asking, "Have you eaten?" they would directly inquire, "Have you awakened yet?" A day passed in the blink of an eye. After Chen Xuan unveiled the 36 cycles breathing technique, countless people watched online and began practicing immediately. Amidst the swirling traffic, a delivery rider weaved through the streams of vehicles. His mind was still pondering the practical applications of the breathing technique. Suddenly, he glanced at the time. He was about to be late. A sudden realization dawned on him. Almost as a reflex, he broke into a sprint, accelerating faster and faster. Those around him only felt a gust of wind brush past them, unable to even catch a clear glimpse of what had passed. The delivery rider had an epiphany. He had awakened the divine speed technique. That's incredible. Using the divine speed technique for deliveries will definitely break all delivery records. Even without the delivery bike, relying solely on his own legs, his speed was astonishingly fast. That night's deliveries shattered all previous delivery records. And he left the second-place rider far behind. All thanks to awakening his innate skill, what he called the divine speed technique. Meanwhile, in another location, a surgeon stood uncertain whether to trust the skill that had awakened within him. The surgery before him was critical. If botched, the patient could die. He hesitated over whether to proceed, having previously awakened his innate divine ability, the inner vision technique. This surgery carries a high risk of failure. It's an extremely complex procedure. If we don't get it right, the patient won't survive. They might not even survive the operating table. I don't think this surgery is worth performing. Even if successful, there will be severe complications. Several people discussed the case during the consultation. But that doctor stood up. "I will perform this surgery. Whatever happens, I take full responsibility." All eyes turned to him. The doctor said with a slight awkwardness, "I haven't conducted any specific experiments yet. It was just yesterday, after practicing breathing techniques, that inspiration suddenly struck me. The skill I've awakened is internal vision. You could say it was born for surgery. I can even perform nanoscale surgery directly. It's my natural talent." The other doctors exchanged bewildered glances. But I couldn't fathom why this ever-so-kind colleague would awaken such a skill. Sometimes jealousy is a terrifying thing, especially since he's a doctor, no longer a youngster, with a character as steady as a rock. He kept a low profile, simply to avoid arousing envy. He had already made up his mind. Once the surgery was over, he would head straight to the Immortal Cultivation Academy to enroll. After more than half an hour, the doctor emerged from the operating room. The operation was a success and completed remarkably quickly. Just as he had anticipated, the internal visualization technique made surgery as clear as looking through a transparent screen, allowing him to perform the procedure with ease. Similar outcomes weren't limited to just these two individuals. Chen Xuan's published breathing technique was actually foundational preparation for the qi cultivation stage. While one could still practice it after breaking through to foundation establishment, lacking an awakened innate skill meant possessing low talent. The stronger one's innate talent, the more powerful their awakened innate divine skill would be. According to mythical legends, the human race was born when the great goddess Nuwa used the 9 heavens' fertile soil, the 3 lights' divine water, and the primordial gourd vine to create humanity. Humans also possessed innate attributes, known as spiritual roots. Compared to other races, humans have a short lifespan but possess exceptional cultivation talent. Upon entering a cultivation sect, this shortcoming in lifespan can be compensated for. The greater one's cultivation prowess, the more profound the transformation of their life essence. Should one ever attain the legendary De Luo Golden Immortal Realm, they would transcend the 3 realms and attain a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. Chen Xuan directly published some of his insights on the Cultivation Academy's official website. The Cultivation Academy maintained its own website, housing a vast repository of cultivation knowledge. You needn't worry about outsiders stealing it. All who tread the cultivation path are descendants of the Yan and Huang lineages, and the breathing technique was specifically prepared for them. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's phone emitted a notification sound. His brows furrowed upon reading the message. He immediately opened the Cultivation Academy's official website and saw that someone was stirring up trouble. Why must we awaken some damn innate divine ability? Does having weaker talent mean we're destined to be abandoned? I didn't awaken a life-bound divine ability, and the Cultivation Academy outright rejected me. They wouldn't even let me register. This is outrageous. This is discrimination against us ordinary cultivators. Everyone should be equal. I refuse to accept this. When personal interests are at stake, people often instinctively unite. Those who awaken their innate divine abilities are 1 in 10,000. To date, fewer than 100 people have even applied to the Cultivation Academy. Chen Xuan scanned the various topics above, all deliberately twisted and clearly orchestrated by someone stirring the pot. As for who it was, that still needed investigation. He dialed the senior elder directly. Some matters required professional handling. The IP addresses of those spreading malicious rumors were quickly traced. Following the trail, they apprehended those individuals and interrogated them to uncover who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, none of those spreading malicious rumors could provide a clear answer. They only claimed someone had contacted them, offering benefits first before directing the narrative. Moreover, they too aspired to enter the Cultivation Academy, seeking to rally more people to pressure the academy into admitting ordinary students. The individual who contacted them was traced through their IP address, leading directly to their location. When he arrived at the address, Chen Xuan was genuinely surprised. Chapter 94, The Mind-Refining Array. Chen Xuan studied the address details, his brow gradually furrowing. If his memory served him correctly, in his previous life, this place belonged to the Vatican's underground temple. That place was the birthplace of the Illuminati, and numerous historical records highlighted its extraordinary significance. The more he learned, his expression grew increasingly cold. The Illuminati's desire to destroy the Huaxia family remained undying. Even now, they still sought to use every means possible to cause him trouble. After a moment's hesitation, he posted a message directly on the Cultivator official website. The content of this message was exceptionally direct. Immortal cultivation academies do not cultivate useless individuals. Pouring resources into the unworthy is nothing short of squandering resources. Investing the same resources in untalented individuals yields gains of merely 1. But if given to exceptionally gifted students, their improvement could be 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. At this critical juncture for our nation, some deliberately incite us to squander resources on mediocrities. What are their true intentions? Do you think those exceptionally gifted individuals gain benefits simply by entering the Cultivation Academy? They are the future of the human race, the frontline defenders against peril. They will bear the burden for all humanity. Some may argue that these individuals come from diverse backgrounds, some even past their prime, lacking the fervor to fight for our race. But let me tell you this, successful applicants do not automatically gain admission. To enter the Immortal Cultivation Academy, one must first undergo a trial of character, the heart testing platform. The heart questioning platform, also known as the mind-refining array, simulates the journey of a human lifetime. The array automatically tests whether they are worthy of cultivation by the academy. If anyone doubts my words, feel free to test them. In fact, I encourage more to come, for entering this place with ulterior motives will be immediately exposed. To those whose resolve is weak, I advise you not to come at all. As for the consequences, he did not elaborate. After disseminating all the information, he shut down the Cultivation Academy's official website. As for those stirring up trouble, most had already entered. Their backers would be unearthed one by one. He didn't need to worry about these matters at all, others would handle them for him. The mind-refining array had been pre-deployed within the Cultivation Academy. After he published those words, the Grand Elder contacted him directly.
May we send our people to undergo the trial as well?
We need to weed out those with weak resolve or worse, those who might betray humanity before it's too late. Our clan has no use for such scum. Some still cling to false hope.
I'm giving them a chance to choose.
After passing the platform of conscience, if no issues arise, they will become the core of our entire flower family.
But if problems surface, I will eliminate them immediately. Chen Xuan's face softened into a faint smile upon hearing those words. He understood the immense pressure the Grand Elder bore, pressure no less crushing than his own. Moreover, this trial was being conducted openly. Its purpose was to make every member of the Flower Clan understand. Now, everyone must unite as one. The core leaders at the very top were the first to be held accountable. If they were not loyal to the human race, they were traitors. Of those who had once enjoyed opposing and undermining Chen Xuan, the majority now chose to withdraw, some even resigning voluntarily. Yet some stubborn souls still chose to take the test. Deep down, they clung to a sliver of hope. Even outside the Cultivation Academy, they harbored suspicions that this was all a deliberate ploy to deceive them. Every face wore an expression of magnanimous resolve. The Grand Elder led the way. The entire event was broadcast live across the network. Chen Xuan had mentioned that the illusions within the heart questioning platform could be projected before the crowd through an array formation. The moment the broadcast began, the entire populace erupted in excitement. They too wanted to know whether the true core was truly striving for the entire human race. The first to enter the heart questioning platform was the Grand Elder. Once inside, he faced a relentless onslaught of formidable enemies. Fighting to the death, he refused to retreat. Just as the human race faced its ultimate existential crisis, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. Sacrificing himself as bait could only buy the human race 3 months. The Grand Elder was nearly useless. He led 100 teachers from the Cultivation Academy into the trap, luring the enemy in to secure 3 months for the entire human race. Even as death approached, he let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The human race battles heaven and earth, refuses to be puppets, and will never surrender. The live broadcast of that scene brought countless people to tears. Before, they had only seen the Elder calmly handling any crisis. But now, they witnessed another side of the Grand Elder. For the sake of the Flower Clan, he labored day and night, his heart wholly devoted to the entire human race. To resist the descent of the mythical beings, he led from the front, sacrificing himself as bait to buy humanity 3 precious months. The immense hardship, trials, and pressures he endured resonated deeply with countless people, making them feel ashamed of their own inadequacies. For they could never match the Elder's selfless devotion. Following him were the other Elders. They now seemed to be charging ahead, entering a state where they were utterly unaware of what transpired outside. Yet the memories within their hearts remained intact. It was as if they had lived another lifetime and returned reborn. The heart questioning platform seemed to purify their very souls. Even now, someone was still setting the tone from above. The message was simple, just one word. A show. Yet the scene that unfolded next gradually shook them to their core. Chen Xuan personally stepped onto the heart questioning platform. Within the illusory realm, countless perils and hardships unfolded, swords pointing toward the heavens, blood staining the sky. Even as he finally collapsed, he showed not the slightest compromise. This elaborate display had been planned in consultation between Chen Xuan and the Grand Elder. No one could predict what would unfold within the array. After all, human hearts were complex. Only those with unwavering resolve, willing to bear the burdens of humanity, would earn the recognition of the mind-refining array. Moreover, it was not without its benefits. The mind-refining array was the most resource-intensive formation in the entire Leisure Academy. While possessing no offensive capabilities, it could draw a person's mind and spirit into its depths. This reveals a person's true character. Even those who hid their true selves most deeply would gradually lose themselves within this illusory realm. The mind-refining array rejects no one. Its sole purpose is to test one's character. Chapter 95, The Power of Incense. After Chen Xuan emerged from the mind-refining array, more people followed. Yet the outcome left many stunned, even sparking panic. The reason was simple: 1/3 of those who entered, when faced with life or death choices, chose hesitation. Some even betrayed the human race outright. Those who had come merely to gawk now fell silent. Yet some genuinely sought to challenge themselves and chose to enter the mind-forging array. Upon entering the mind-forging array, they first fought their own battles, then achieved their personal expectations and goals. Ultimately, 4/5 of them emerged as leaders. Facing life and death trials, they all chose to die with honor rather than betray humanity. Those bold enough to undergo the trial harbored a shared purpose: to fight for the human race. This trial persisted for an extended period. Upon learning the true outcome, many abandoned their ambitions, fearing disgrace. While there were indeed many fearless warriors, those possessing peerless talent were few and far between. Despite this, the local candidates who passed the selection flooded in by the thousands. Chen Xuan did not linger here, yet the test continued unabated. The mind-forging array could accommodate over 100 at a time, yet only 2/3 ultimately passed the final assessment. The testing period lasted a full 10 days. All applicants arrived in waves. After undergoing the tests, 2/3 of the candidates were successfully admitted. The online chatter that had been stirring up trouble gradually died down. Nothing left to bash. Then came the announcement from the Grand Elder. The entire academy had been founded and overseen by Chen Xuan, solely to safeguard the peace of the 9 provinces. Countless people spontaneously erected shrines to honor Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan could clearly sense the potent incense energy. His brow furrowed slightly. He sensed something amiss within this very essence. The recruitment process for the Immortal Cultivation Academy was now largely complete. And the very first class would be taught by him. On the vast plaza, Chen Xuan's face softened into a faint smile as he strode directly onto the stage. His voice was cool and tinged with mockery. Today's first lesson isn't about your cultivation path, but about crisis. 10 days may seem brief to you, but it allows many ample time to prepare. For instance, someone deliberately stirred up trouble, erecting an immortal life plaque in my name. Many common folk mean well, yet they remain unaware that certain individuals seek to exploit this very goodwill to harm me. Today, I shall explain to you the difference between the power of faith and the fortune of the human race. With that thought, Chen Xuan stepped forward. In the next instant, he materialized directly above them, the Xuanyuan Sword drawn in his hand. The sword swung with blinding speed, a brilliant flash erupting from its blade. It seemed as though something had been severed by Chen Xuan. In that instant, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Chen Xuan's voice grew colder. The greatest purpose of mythical beings descending is to gather the incense power of the mortal world. The human race is the sovereign of all living beings. The faith power formed by incense and prayer is as sweet as honey to those immortals and gods, but to us humans, it is like arsenic. To put it simply, imagine when you burn incense and pray to Buddha. You silently offer your heart's desires through prayer, seeking rewards in return. Many may dismiss this as mere spiritual solace, yet the incense's power carries their desires the hope of obtaining what they crave. At this point, Chen Xuan's voice grew colder. Immortals and gods can block out all human desires and emotions. They care not for the survival of the human race. They only care whether the incense offerings are sufficient and whether it is worth their intervention. The power of incense smoke contains too many impure thoughts. It can be understood as the collective will of sentient beings, something they can accept or reject. If it's merely a one-sided wish, they can readily accept it. After all, it's something easily accomplished. Take our city, for instance. When a demonic calamity erupts, countless citizens worship immortals and Buddhas, praying only for the demon's eradication. The immortals pay no heed. They wait watching as the demon wreaks havoc, forcing people into misery. As petitions multiply, they weigh the gains and losses before deciding whether to intervene directly. Then they claim the incense offerings they receive are the reward for eliminating that demon. That deity fulfills your petition, accepting the offerings with ease. But has anyone considered that the demon was never truly a threat? It was simply indulged by the deities themselves? As Chen Xuan explained, the crowd gradually grasped the true nature of these so-called divine beings. The harvesting of incense offerings and devotional energy was rife with underhanded dealings. Soon, Chen Xuan turned to explain the concept of human fortune. The stronger the human race grew, the more formidable its destiny power became. During his first lecture, many had already recorded it. Yet Chen Xuan distinctly sensed that online, certain individuals were stirring the pot, even going so far as to establish a shrine in his honor, a development with profoundly terrifying implications. He was alive and well. If a few families offered daily sacrifices to his memorial tablet, it might not be a big deal. But if millions did it simultaneously, the incense power generated would overwhelm him. The path of incense offerings could be cultivated, but it required gradual progression. Certain critical steps were especially delicate. One misstep could set off a chain reaction. Chen Xuan understood well that incense power was indeed a potent force. He had his own master, and he could not disappoint the hearts of all under heaven. His resolve had long been set. The manipulator behind the scenes drew ever closer, yet she felt no shame. They only knew that Chen Xuan had wielded the Xuanyuan Sword to sever the incense power, but the world's petitions could not be so easily dissolved. The pseudo-divinity crystallized from the power of faith now clung to him like a malignant tumor. Within the dead sea of his spirit, images began to manifest. These visions unsettled him, leaving him feeling increasingly powerless. He knew he must have been cursed, and the consequences could be dire. Especially that heavy, drowsy sensation like a sledgehammer pounding his skull. Chen Xuan understood clearly, this was the negative side effect of severing the incense offering power. Not all incense power caused such effects. The primary reason was that someone was scheming against him, causing him to fall victim without realizing it. Today marked the first day of classes at the Cultivation Academy. As the dean, he naturally had to personally deliver the inaugural lecture. Yet he never imagined someone would exploit the power of devotional offerings at this very moment to attack his divine consciousness and soul. If the dean were ambushed during the Academy's inaugural lecture, the students' trust in him would steadily erode. Many of the abilities mentioned earlier would be rendered useless, especially the heart-questioning platform, which would face widespread skepticism. Those who had stirred up trouble hadn't all been caught. His form swayed slightly as his gaze swept over the audience below. Chapter 96, The False God. Chen Xuan's expression turned grave as he declared, "There's one more thing I must make clear. Under no circumstances should you cause trouble at the Longevity Shrine. It benefits me not at all. My path does not rely on incense offerings. I've already explained my cultivation system to you all. The path of incense requires harvesting people's faith, and its cultivation levels are unstable and fluctuate wildly. It may even lead to immense problems in the future. But we shouldn't dismiss the path of incense offerings entirely. It can be used to honor and worship ancestors." As he explained, the others gradually understood. Chen Xuan faintly sensed that the power of incense still took root within him, continuously generating. His expression remained impassive, as if he had noticed nothing. He continued answering numerous questions. Before they knew it, over 2 hours had passed, yet the crowd remained spellbound, listening with rapt attention. They all gained a clear understanding of cultivation. Chen Xuan avoided delving into overly profound topics, instead detailing the precise divisions of the cultivation system prior to the nascent soul stage. Shi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. He did not delve into the final realm, as he himself had not yet attained that level. And he saw that it was nearly time. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "The first lesson at the Cultivation Academy ends here. Each of you is a future pillar of humanity, the hope of our race. I'll spare you further words. Class dismissed." With that, he gave the crowd a final smile before taking a step back and vanishing from sight. Shrinking the earth to an inch was a spatial type spell. Even at the nascent soul stage, one could only achieve instantaneous teleportation over dozens of kilometers with a single step. He had now returned to the underground cultivation chamber beneath his home. He had refrained from rash actions earlier precisely to avoid alerting the enemy. Someone was undoubtedly orchestrating this behind the scenes. Merely tracking an IP address online would make it difficult to locate the culprit. Even if found, they would likely detect the pursuit and flee. But there was no need for such a thankless task. Now seated cross-legged in the basement, he activated the formation, knowing this was a critical moment. He had a rough idea of the purpose behind the scheming. The ceaseless incense power within him was surging. At least 300 million people had watched the live stream earlier. He had explicitly stated, "Do not establish a shrine for his immortality." Observing the unceasing flow of incense energy, it was clear some had disregarded his wishes. Who could these people be? Moreover, he could distinctly sense the dense, unceasing incense energy. At least 100 million people had established shrines for his immortality. Their chaotic thoughts and desires were disrupting his mental state. His mood gradually grew restless. Forcibly suppressing the rising irritation, he realized that the faith energies he had severed earlier were now returning to him. Chen Xuan's heart lurched. Severing this effect was now impossible. The incense power flowed endlessly from countless worshippers, seemingly inexhaustible. No matter how potent his own spiritual energy was, it would eventually be depleted. Unless he did nothing but absorb spiritual energy daily to suppress the incense offerings. But suppression was no solution. The harder he suppressed it, the stronger the backlash became. He pondered a way to break this stalemate. Just then, a voice echoed within his mind. "Human Emperor, give up. You can never be our match. Among all human emperors throughout history, you are the weakest. You are merely an ordinary, postnatal human. Even if given 10,000 more years, you might not reach the great immortal realm. To dare challenge us is utterly laughable. Moreover, even reaching the great immortal realm would nearly grant you the qualification to contend with us. But do you truly believe I would grant you that time?" Chen Xuan listened to the seductive voice echoing in his mind, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood the speaker's intent perfectly. It was exactly as he had anticipated. He replied coldly, "As the human emperor, I shall never betray the human race. Moreover, my cultivation draws upon the destiny of the human race. As long as humanity endures, my destiny flows endlessly. This mortal realm belongs to the human race. You immortals and gods, get out." The final sentence rang out, cold and domineering. The voice within his mind responded with a mocking sneer. "Human Emperor, you are nothing but a laughingstock in our eyes. A mere trifling scheme is all it takes to render you utterly helpless. Can you still wield your full power now? Once your spiritual energy is depleted, the path of incense offerings will consume your entire being. You won't even have the chance to absorb more spiritual energy. I will simply take possession of your soul. After I possess you, I shall seize your human emperor destiny and make the entire human race serve me. I am a god. And you are but a lowly human insect. Even as the emperor of the human race, you remain nothing more than an insect in my eyes." The sheer arrogance of the voice caused Chen Xuan's rage to surge within him. To attempt possession, and by a mere pseudo-god at that. At this thought, Chen Xuan's gaze grew icy. "You are but a pseudo-god. How dare you covet the human emperor's destiny and covet the human race? You're nothing but a worthless entity formed from the power of incense and worship, and a Western one at that. Only the worthless among you resort to such deceitful methods. You're not even as good as those."
The voice in his mind paused for an instant before erupting in furious retort.
Bull! I am no pseudo-god, I am a true deity. As long as the power of incense and devotion flows endlessly, I shall live forever, never to be destroyed. A sudden thought flashed through Chen Xuan's mind. And it was highly actionable. The smile on his face grew more pronounced as he stood up and walked straight out. Never destroyed? Then stay inside me. I'll show you what true fear is. The voice in his mind screamed arrogantly. I shall remain within you forever, making you feel like thorns in your back at every moment. Forget about advancing your cultivation realm, I'll disrupt your practice every time you try, ensuring your strength remains frozen at this very instant. Chen Xuan paid it little mind, offering only a single sentence. I hope you'll still be laughing later. With that, he took a single step forward and reappeared dozens of miles away. At that moment, he pushed the art of shrinking the earth to its absolute limit. Only a few dozen minutes had passed. He had already arrived at the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li. Standing before the imperial tomb, a hint of tension flickered in the voice within his mind. What are you doing here? Great terror lies within. Entering with your mortal emperor's destiny, those things will devour you until not a trace remains. Do you wish to destroy us both? Chen Xuan felt a pang of surprise. A pseudo-god forged from the power of incense and devotion was actually afraid. Was it afraid of the first emperor? As he had suspected, the first emperor was also plotting, but his schemes were for the sake of humanity. Chapter 97, Incense-Powered Soldiers. A cold smile touched Chen Xuan's lips as he spoke indifferently. This place holds the ancestors of our human race. What you see as great terror, I see as the sages of our forebears. With that, he stepped directly into the underground imperial tomb. As he appeared, the 10,000 terracotta warriors within the tomb turned their gazes toward him in unison. Though mere stone and clay sculptures, they now seemed alive. Chen Xuan swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Centered beneath his feet, the wind god's 8-trigram formation gradually materialized and began to rotate slowly. Within his dantian, the divine farmer's cauldron materialized, radiating a luminous golden glow. Chen Xuan lifted the cauldron's lid and leapt directly inside. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you intend to boil yourself as medicinal ingredients? Yet fear crept into the voice. The pseudo-god, forged from the power of incense and devotion, was genuinely terrified now. He now saw Chen Xuan as nothing short of a complete madman. Without hesitation, he attempted to flee. Too late. What have you done to me? Why can't I leave? Let me go, and I'll never bother you again. Chen Xuan sneered coldly. Letting you go would be like raising a tiger to devour us. After finally trapping you here, I'll drain every last bit of incense power from you. I'll utterly annihilate this pseudo-god. When not a shred of incense faith remains within you, can you still be reborn? He had heard of pseudo-gods in his previous life, but the memory had slipped his mind until now. False gods hadn't yet formed divine essence, but as they seduced more and more people, they would gradually condense their own divine essence, constantly absorbing the faith energy from human lives. It would only grow stronger. As long as the human race endured, it could never be destroyed. He was the true parasite. The more incense worship power he absorbed, the weaker people grew. He drained not only their devotion but also their vitality and spirit. Once it solidifies its divine essence, it will become even more terrifying than the plague god. In mythical lore, the plague god was once a second-generation disciple of the Jie sect, a true ancient immortal, not some minor deity. His participation in the Battle of the Immortals speaks volumes about his formidable power. This greatest scourge must be eradicated here and now. The first emperor's mausoleum can seal off heaven and earth. Once the array was activated, not even the power of devout worship could penetrate it. Before he could speak, a rumbling sound erupted from beneath the first emperor's mausoleum, as if something was stirring within. Immediately, the spiritual energy within the heavens and earth began to be drawn away thread by thread, as if a vacuum of spiritual energy were forming here. How is this possible? Why has my devotional incense power been severed? Impossible. What have you done? Within Chen Xuan's dantian, the threefold true fire and the Greek divine fire now burned simultaneously. The dual flames, one cold, one hot, spiraled around the Shinnong cauldron. He offered no reply to the false god, instead harnessing the power of both divine flames to forge the spiritual energy within his body, gradually stripping away the incense power bit by bit. Within this sealed, desolate land, the incense power was gradually stripped away until not a trace remained. The incense power in his hand had nearly solidified into tangible form. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Xuan. A smile spread across his face as he flung the incense power outward. The Fengho 8-trigram formation expanded, enveloping all 100,000 terracotta warriors within its embrace. The incense power flowed ceaselessly into the terracotta warriors. He turned and bowed deeply toward the depths of the underground palace. Thank you, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, for your invaluable assistance. There was no response from the other side, but the heaven-sealing, earth-binding array ceased its operation, each component returning to its original state. The voice within his mind grew extremely faint. The instant the formation ceased, it immediately sought to flee. He could now sense a thread of incense-fueled faith power gathering toward him.
This place was too terrifying, a true heaven-sealing, earth-barring domain. Though immortal and indestructible, it could only sustain him endlessly with the power of faith. Yet here, he could not absorb those threads of devotional will. Yet the moment it left Chen Xuan's body, it felt a powerful suction pull. Within the divine farmer's cauldron, the three-flame true fire and the Greek divine fire swirled rapidly. The Greek divine fire specialized in wounding souls, capable of harming even pseudo-gods.
The three-flame true fire could refine anything. Ah!
Only then did the pseudo-god realize it had been tricked. Chen Xuan had been waiting for this very moment. Chen Xuan had entered the divine farmer's cauldron not to refine himself, but to refine the pseudo-god, and he needed the cauldron to suppress it.
You cannot do this. Otherwise, our conflict will become an endless, unending struggle. I am immortal.
Even if you resort to cruel methods against me, as long as I receive an endless supply of faith and incense offerings, I can resurrect infinitely. You'd be wise to release me at once. To the west of this location, over 200 million people worship me, offering abundant incense and faith energy.
You cannot kill me.
I shall endure forever. His voice grew increasingly deranged.
Even now, he was gripped by utter terror.
The Jiuzhou Ding was a sacred artifact once wielded by one of the three sovereigns, imbued with profound human fortune. As a treasure of acquired merit, the fusion of the three-flame true fire and the Greek divine fire would truly illuminate it completely. Even if a new pseudo-god were to emerge in the future, it would never be him. It would merely act on instinct. Now he begged for mercy, but Chen Xuan gave him no chance. Chen Xuan's voice was icy cold as he declared, "This time, I will completely refine you.
Even if you are reborn, you will retain no memories whatsoever. I will use the human emperor's destiny to utterly crush your true spirit.
The three-flame true fire will refine your three souls, while a fragment of the Greek divine fire will split off a spark to coil around your soul. Even if you reincarnate through the power of incense offerings, the Greek divine fire will forever haunt you. Your existence will become a living hell, and you will never again form a true spirit, let alone ascend to godhood. I know why you sought to possess me, nothing more than to harness the human emperor's destiny and the ceaseless power of the extinguishing flame to become a true god. Too bad your brain doesn't work." Hearing this, the pseudo-god was utterly consumed by despair, his voice trembling with uncontrollable fear.
"Spare me!
I swear by the heavenly Tao I will forever pledge my loyalty to you, to the human emperor."
Chen Xuan sneered coldly, "The way of heaven holds no sway over me. I am the human emperor, the sovereign of the human way. You'd better die. Only when you're dead will I find peace."
After that, he said nothing more, channeling all his strength into the threefold true fire in Greek mythology. He harnessed the fortune of the human race and summoned the power of the human path to utterly extinguish his true spirit. Only then did Chen Xuan exhale a long sigh of relief, his smile growing ever more pronounced.
He set up an array, channeling the faith and incense offerings of that false god into the 10,000 terracotta warriors. The outcome brought him immense surprise. Chapter 98, Gathering the Wishes of All Beings.
As the ceaseless flow of incense offerings poured in, gradual transformations began to manifest upon the 100,000 shadow soldiers. The once lifeless, deathly aura that had shrouded them was now being replaced by a golden radiance. Any trace of deathly aura vanished from the shadow soldiers. Instead, a radiant sense of righteous path filled the air. All 100,000 ghost soldiers advanced to become golden-bodied Tao soldiers. A voice boomed from the depths of the underground palace, majestic and awe-inspiring. "The resplendent righteous path shall strike fear into all petty villains under heaven. The Emperor's blessing is the fortune of the Qin soldiers. My dragon soul needs no guardians here. Go forth to the 9 provinces to defend our Huaxia and protect our human race." 100,000 golden-bodied Tao soldiers knelt in perfect unison on one knee. "We obey your majesty's command." The deep voice seemed to emanate from another dimension. Yet it carried the majestic force of the righteous path. Golden light rippled like waves of radiant energy, enveloping the entire lower level of the first emperor's tomb. Chen Xuan felt a stir within his heart, his gaze shifting toward the entrance to the second underground level of the imperial tomb. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately kept all his thoughts to himself. Earlier, he had discerned a crucial clue within the first emperor's words. "Dragon soul." The first emperor had once declared, "I swear by the name of the first emperor. While I live, I shall expand our borders, subdue the barbarian tribes, and establish the eternal foundation of our great Qin. When I perish, I shall transform into the dragon soul to protect our Huaxia realm for all eternity. This oath, let the sun and moon bear witness, let heaven and earth be my judges. Let all celestial beings and demons hear it." Chen Xuan desperately wanted to ask the first emperor, was this declaration aimed at the myriad gods and Buddhas? During the Qin dynasty, spiritual energy had already begun to wane, yet many ancient alchemists still existed. How could they possibly have concocted a poison that killed the first emperor? The first emperor unified the 6 states with his extraordinary talent and vision. He standardized writing, unified the gauge of chariot wheels, and established uniform weights and measures. His achievements truly made him the last human emperor. Had the first emperor not established the foundation of the empire, how could the 9 provinces of China be unified today?
Some call him the last human emperor.
Chen Xuan found this assertion not without merit. From the earlier discourse, one could discern hints. The first emperor transformed into a dragon soul, protecting the 9 provinces in the world, while the terracotta warriors guarded his dragon soul. The 100,000 terracotta warriors in the underground chamber of the imperial tomb had now become 100,000 golden-bodied Taoist soldiers. They were naturally unsuited to remain within the first emperor's tomb.
But what arrangements should he make for them? If provided with sufficient faith energy, they could even become guardian deities.
What they accumulated was not merely the power of incense offerings, but also the power of merit.
Possessing vast merit is one of the essential prerequisites for becoming a guardian deity.
Chen Xuan need not dwell on this matter further. His gaze turned toward the depths beneath the imperial tomb as he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty the First Emperor, for your assistance."
The solemn, deep voice echoed once more. The human emperor need not be so formal.
"I too once bore the destiny of a human emperor, but..." Only a single syllable followed, stuttering and unfinished.
Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat.
This was likely meant as a warning, yet no further words followed. Reflecting carefully on the course of history, after the Shang dynasty, the Zhou took its place, yet they proclaimed themselves the Son of Heaven, and the title of human emperor vanished. The first emperor unified the 6 states, ending centuries of war and strife. He took the title First Emperor, never calling himself Son of Heaven. As the first emperor, he laid the foundation for the people of the 9 provinces for generations to come. Yet later rumors claimed the emperor had become obsessed with cultivating immortality and seeking the Tao. While ordinary people might be unaware of many issues, Chen Xuan understood all too well that the pre-Qin cultivators were far from mere drunkards and gluttons. What truly transpired? He couldn't help but recall Su Fu's great battle against the descendants of Poseidon. Was history itself distorted, or had someone deliberately twisted the historical records? Chen Xuan's heart was filled with complex emotions. Everything he had done was for the sake of the human race. The destiny of the human emperor was merely a destiny. It did not guarantee he would truly grow into the real human emperor. The 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly way governs the 36 heavens, the myriad gods and Buddhas. The earthly realm governs the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 18 levels of hell, rewarding virtue and punishing evil. The human realm dwells at the center, governing all mortal beings, their 7 emotions and 6 desires, the myriad affairs of the mortal world. It can ascend to connect with heaven above and descend to probe the depths below. Each of the 3 realms fulfilled its distinct duty. The first emperor seemed to be sounding a warning bell for him, making it impossible to reveal what followed. He bowed deeply with hands clasped. "Your Majesty, I understand your intentions. I shall proceed with utmost caution." "Good." A commanding voice echoed from within the underground palace. Chen Xuan turned and walked toward the exit. Behind him marched 100,000 golden armored soldiers. By the time he stepped out of the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li, Chen Xuan had already decided how to deploy them. With a single stride, he stood suspended in the void. For 100 years, the position of city god across the 9 provinces has remained vacant. The city gods guide the souls of the departed in the mortal realm and vanquish malevolent spirits that commit evil deeds. From this day forth, the duty of city gods across the 9 provinces is entrusted to you. Do you dare accept this responsibility? The roar of the 100,000 golden armored soldiers shook the heavens and earth. Chen Xuan's face broke into a smile. "Very well. Since you have chosen this path, depart immediately. Each city shall have its own city god. Assign yourselves accordingly. For the 9 provinces, let us strive together." This scene was recorded. Chen Xuan had done this intentionally, ensuring the city gods across the land would be sustained by the power of incense and devotion. As long as the incense and faith flowed uninterrupted, the strength of the Tao soldiers would grow endlessly. The footage was uploaded online. Countless netizens were stirred by it. The recent incidents involving undead corpses and the malevolent thoughts of evil deities suddenly seemed less terrifying in this moment. The entire internet buzzed with discussion about this event. Cities across the land raced to construct city god temples. Upon their completion, golden light would appear at night. All the troublemakers, whether malevolent spirits or other entities, vanished without a trace. The incense offerings grew more fervent than ever. Yet an unexpected event soon sent shockwaves across the entire internet. A massive stone stele suddenly appeared at the source of the Yellow River. Standing over 20 meters tall, it bore inscriptions in the ancient Luoshu script. Many attempted to decipher its contents, yet the translated text could not be transmitted online. Chen Xuan also received this news. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Yu handed him a tablet. "This is a photo of the stone monument." Chen Xuan saw the stele and instantly deciphered the inscriptions, his brow furrowing deeply. "Gather the wishes of all beings, bear the calamities of all beings." Su Yu, having grasped its meaning, paled visibly. Is someone deliberately causing trouble, or? Her voice carried a hint of worry. Chen Xuan shook his head gently, for he too couldn't tell whether these words were a warning from the ancients or someone deliberately stirring trouble. After a moment's thought, he smiled calmly. "I need to go there myself. Then all truths will be revealed."
If someone is deliberately stirring things up, I'll investigate to the end. We might even catch a big fish.
No need to worry. This won't pose much danger to me.
The ones who should be worried are them.
The Yellow River's source had long been cordoned off with security lines. Within a 10-mile radius, no one was permitted to approach. Chen Xuan had arrived at the scene.
Chapter 99, The Chain of Deception.
The moment Chen Xuan saw the stone stele, his mind was made up. No matter who it was, anyone who saw the inscription on the stone tablet would instantly understand its meaning. Though he had never studied this script, he recognized it instantly. He strode forward in a single step, arriving before the stone stele. Beneath his feet flowed the waters of the Yellow River. The surging waters of the Yellow River did not even dampen the tips of his shoes. As he stood there, the source of the Yellow River seemed to tremble violently. The stone monument slowly rose from the ground. As if propelled by a mysterious force, it rose 5 or 6 meters into the air before gradually shrinking. It then transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Chen Xuan. A cold smile touched Chen Xuan's lips. He merely raised his palm and clenched it lightly. The spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage erupted. Its immense power felt as though it sealed off the entire space. The streaking light was captured within his palm. His palm clenched tightly. The light shattered.
The massive stone stele reappeared, yet its surface was now covered in countless cracks.
Trivial tricks. How dare you show off in front of the master?
As Chen Xuan's voice echoed,
the stele shattered with a thunderous crash. As his movements ceased, the surging waters of the Yellow River grew even more turbulent.
Chen Xuan stood motionless in the void above.
Within his dantian, the divine needle of the sea instantly materialized, merely a faint, ethereal form. Like the Yellow River's waters falling from the heavens, it instantly regained its calm.
Such a feat was far from ordinary. Who orchestrated this?
Many who witnessed this scene were utterly stunned.
Chen Xuan's mind grew clearer.
This was a chain of events. Once the stele appeared, more developments were bound to follow.
Someone was deliberately using this stone tablet to set the tone. Divergent opinions began circulating online. The human emperor is trampling upon the dignity of the gods.
Truthfully, there's nothing to fear from deities. Throughout history, countless tales of immortals have been passed down, yet never has a single immortal harmed anyone without cause.
The human emperor is clearly exaggerating for some ulterior motive. These opinions spread relentlessly across the internet.
Many people were indeed misled, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Xuan had no interest in getting involved in such matters. Those misled were but a tiny fraction. Rumors cease before the wise.
Many matters simply aren't worth dwelling on.
By examining one's purpose, one can discern their true intentions. Everything Chen Xuan had stopped was for the sole purpose of ensuring the human race's enduring prosperity.
The internet was ablaze with heated debate.
Yet Chen Xuan's expression remained solemn. He knew that many tests of character had only just begun.
Amidst the heated online debates, an utterly bizarre incident unfolded on Mount Changbai.
Witnesses reported seeing a 100-meter-long serpent coiled atop the mountain peak.
Its immense size instilled a terrifying sense of oppression.
This rumor gained multiple corroborations, with witnesses reporting a rough outline visible even from great distances. Ever since the giant serpent appeared, the mountain peak of Changbai Mountain had been perpetually shrouded in dark clouds. In summer, Changbai Mountain never experienced heavy snowfall that blocked the mountain passes. Yet from that day until now, snowflakes have fallen unceasingly, plunging temperatures within a 100-mile radius.
In the month of June, heavy snowflakes fell relentlessly.
Towns within a 100-mile radius have all been affected. Beyond that radius, the sun shone brightly, and there was no trace of cold. This incident spread like wildfire throughout the entire nation, even reaching overseas.
Naturally, foreign lands seized upon this, relentlessly slandering the flower-planting family.
They claimed the nation had committed acts that provoked the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people, thus inviting divine punishment. Chen Xuan received a communication from the Grand Elder. Upon hearing the details, his brow twitched slightly. There's no need to deploy those powerful munitions. I will personally go and slay this dragon-like creature once and for all.
That dragon is attempting to ascend to true dragonhood. Dealing with such a beast is actually quite simple.
One need only go beneath an ancient bridge archway, pluck a sword from its place, and that shall suffice. When ancient people built bridges, they would place a sword beneath it, suspended in midair. Legends once told that any river could witness the passage of a river dragon. As the massive dragon passed beneath the bridge, the sharp blade's glint would pierce its flesh, leaving it torn and bleeding. And the wandering dragon was often accompanied by floods and natural disasters. The item arrived swiftly, a uniquely shaped sword suspended in midair. When Chen Xuan received it, he sensed the killing intent within its aura.
Water represents yin, while metal embodies yang. Forged from metal, the sword absorbed the potent water element beneath the bridge. Combined with the invincible metal element, it instantly wounded the skin and bones of any large creature swimming beneath the bridge. The sword in Chen Xuan's hand had slain at least 3 dragon serpents. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such intense killing energy.
The dragon blood on its surface, though from mere water dragons, carried an overwhelming aura of power.
Your Majesty, what shall we do next?
The deliverer man approached, his eyes brimming with flattery. Chen Xuan rejected the man's suggestion, merely instructing him to keep his distance lest he risk his life. Once the area was completely cleared, a dragon's roar echoed from within the mountains, and the sky seemed to darken completely. Above the mountain peak where it coiled, the skies were thick with ominous clouds. The pitch-black night seemed poised to swallow everyone whole. The majestic might of heaven sent countless people trembling in fear. Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed. His expression turned cold and fierce, causing the onlookers to scatter like birds and beasts. Yet some remained. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Don't move, or you die." Chen Xuan turned toward the source of the voice. A man with blonde hair and blue eyes, disguised in plain clothes, pressed a dagger against his waist. "If you don't want to die, come with us." Chen Xuan had no intention of wasting time on these people, nor did he bother asking why. He merely sneered coldly, "You spurned the path to paradise, yet you force your way into hell." To ordinary folk, the powerful cultivator who had just appeared was indeed terrifying. But to him, they were mere ants. As his words fell, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man felt his entire body stiffen. He hadn't seen Chen Xuan move, yet his limbs refused his commands, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Die." With that single word, the man collapsed silently to the ground. Slowly, all signs of life faded from him. Chen Xuan, meanwhile, walked step by step toward the area shrouded in thunderclouds. An idea began to form in his mind. It seemed he still lacked a mount. And he needed to see what this dragon was made of. With each step he took, he reappeared dozens of miles away. The thunderous might in the sky grew more intense, lightning flashing between the clouds. Chapter 100, Transcending the Tribulation to Become a Dragon. Chen Xuan did not advance further, merely watching silently. The dragon seemed to sense something, its gaze shifting toward him. Its vertical pupils contracted, fixing intently on him. Man and dragon locked gazes. Then both turned their gaze toward the sky. A bolt of thunder crashed down from the heavens. Thick as a water barrel, the lightning bolt struck directly overhead, hitting the dragon's head squarely. A raised bump sat atop its skull struck by the lightning. It now bore a large blackened mark, and cracks appeared in its scales. This creature was not yet a true dragon, merely a dragon-like being. Only after successfully transforming into human form would it become a genuine dragon. A single character's difference, yet the power was worlds apart. The dragon roared defiantly toward the heavens, as if declaring war upon the celestial tribulation. Another bolt of thunder descended, striking the dragon's head once more. Though as thick as a water barrel, the lightning bolt seemed immense. Yet compared to the 100-meter-long body of the dragon, it appeared minuscule. Those watching from afar were frozen in place, utterly transfixed. The overwhelming might of heaven made their bodies tremble. Yet after the second bolt struck, the dragon soared skyward. The mountain peak it had coiled around was shattered by the lingering fury of the heavenly tribulation, triggering an avalanche of massive boulders cascading downwards. Thousands of onlookers watched in horror, their pupils contracting violently. After a moment of stunned paralysis, they fled toward the distance at breakneck speed. Avalanche. Run for your lives. Many live streaming devices were abandoned behind, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outpace the avalanche. The avalanche surged like a raging river, bearing down with overwhelming force. Chen Xuan witnessed this scene, his brow furrowing slightly. He flickered forward, appearing before the avalanche. The avalanche seemed to carry the very might of nature itself, sweeping toward him. Countless people in the live stream room were screaming. "Human Emperor, take cover. Human strength cannot withstand the power of nature. Beneath an avalanche, everything will be buried." Bullets flew across the live stream chat. At that moment, Chen Xuan summoned the divine needle of the sea. The divine needle of the sea descended, growing taller as it met the wind. In the blink of an eye, it reached 100 meters in height, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Chen Xuan stood atop the divine needle, his spiritual energy surging forth from within. The radiant golden light erupted suddenly. The surging avalanche seemed halted by an invisible palm, as if space itself had frozen in that moment. This was June, and such bizarre weather should not occur on Mount Changbai. But the dragon was ice-attributed, having evolved to the tribulation crossing level. Its overflowing ice energy caused the moisture in the air to instantly condense into snowflakes. The divine needle of the sea stood planted in the ground, capable of directly holding back even an avalanche. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was profoundly shaken, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. It was nothing short of a miracle. After a brief silence in the livestream chat, bullet comments flooded the screen, nearly obscuring the entire display. The emotions of countless viewers boiled over in that instant. Long live the human emperor. Long live the human emperor. Almost every comment echoed these words, their hearts filled with overwhelming excitement. With the human emperor so powerful, the future of the flower family is assured. Chen Xuan remained oblivious to the flood of comments, his gaze fixed on the dragon undergoing its tribulation. The 12th bolt of lightning struck, shattering several scales on the dragon's body, though it suffered no serious injury.
Most notably, the bulge atop its head had now sprouted true dragon horns.
This was the final step in its evolution, fueled by the very power of the heavenly tribulation. Once it completed this transformation, it would become a true dragon, and one day might even ascend to the level of a Yinglong. Should it seize the right opportunity to transform into an Yinglong, it would become a peerless powerhouse.
In the primordial chaos of ancient times, the combat prowess of an Yinglong would rank among the top 100. A smile curved Chen Xuan's lips. If this dragon could absorb the human emperor's destiny, it might well achieve the status of an Yinglong.
This mount was his to claim.
The dragon's tribulation was the 49 heavenly tribulation. 36 bolts of thunder and lightning would strike.
Once the dragon horn slowly grew out, limbs would begin to form.
Yet unlike true dragons, its horn was singular.
Yet they gleamed with a sharpness that seemed to rival the world's most formidable blades. The thunder in the sky grows increasingly urgent.
The overwhelming might of heaven seemed poised to crush all beneath it. Spectators were forced to retreat, leaving behind their live streaming equipment.
Some devices were already affected, smoking visibly.
The better quality equipment managed to hold on.
And this was only the 20th bolt of lightning. Chen Xuan's voice carried over. This is the 49th heavenly tribulation. The later the bolts, the greater their power. The final bolt will possess the combined might of the preceding 36. Those not yet at the core formation stage must leave immediately, or they will surely be caught in the crossfire. Hearing this, the crowd hesitated not a moment, turning and sprinting away.
The human emperor's words were never false. They never considered themselves powerful.
The human emperor dared to remain here precisely because of his formidable strength, and they certainly didn't want to die. Chen Xuan stood atop the divine needle of the sea. He waited as time slowly passed. The thunderclouds grew denser and denser. In the silent night, each bolt of lightning that struck illuminated the entire sky. The 36th bolt of lightning.
The dragon's scales shattered as if cleaved apart by the strike.
The 100-meter-long dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the fractured mountain peak.
Rock fragments scattered across the mountain peak.
The storm clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, allowing the bright moonlight to pour down. The dragon appeared lifeless, its body now emitting the scent of roasted meat.
A live streaming device remained operational, capturing the scene in crystal clear detail.
All live stream rooms were fixated on them, wondering what the human emperor would do. He would never allow this dragon to continue wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm.
Why hasn't the human emperor intervened yet? Strike while the iron is hot. This dragon is clearly gravely wounded. Finishing it off now would save both time and effort.
We cannot comprehend the emperor's realm nor understand his grand design.
It is best to watch quietly. Countless people from the flower planting clan placed unwavering trust in Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan remained motionless. He knew this was the dragon's most critical moment of transformation. Countless shattered scales were about to be replaced. Much like a snake shedding its skin. After waiting less than 10 minutes, the dragon began to stir.
Its body seemed to shrink a full size, while the shattered scales around it coalesced into a white snake-like skin from which the dragon soared forth. For long claws adorned its limbs, and a solitary horn crowned its head. It let out a piercing cry to the heavens, like the roar of a dragon.
Its majesty was overwhelming.
Everyone in the livestream watched this scene with eyes wide open. Were it not for that single horn, they might have sworn they were witnessing a true divine dragon. Chen Xuan smiled faintly.
Congratulations on successfully passing the tribulation.
The dragon soared through the sky, lowering its head to gaze at Chen Xuan. Its dragon eyes held boundless wisdom. Though it spoke no words, the meaning in its gaze was crystal clear. Chen Xuan replied calmly, as the human emperor, I lack a mount. Are you willing? Chapter 101, Taming. Fury blazed in the dragon's eyes as it roared directly at Chen Xuan. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The online livestream exploded with reactions. Holy crap, this is the true scale of the human emperor. No wonder the human emperor didn't intervene earlier, he was subduing a mount. Taming a dragon as a mount? Who else could do that? I'm so jealous I could die. Once I'm strong enough, even if I can't find a dragon, I'll tame a snake. Majestic and awe-inspiring. Chen Xuan saw the rage in the dragon's eyes. It clearly felt insulted by him. He gave a cold laugh. I'm giving you a chance. You'd better know how to cherish it. Submit willingly, or I'll beat you into submission. Human, you dare. The dragon spoke in human language. Had he not sensed he couldn't defeat Chen Xuan, he would have charged forward long ago. Chen Xuan rose from the sky, standing at the same height as the dragon. The smile on his face grew more pronounced. Not bad. Your lineage is solid. Your dragon bloodline is pure. You'll surely transform into an Yinglong one day. With that, you'll become my mount. The dragon's fury boiled over. Its 100-meter-long body charged forward, its tail as massive as a mountain lashing toward Chen Xuan's head. Chen Xuan extended his hand. The divine needle of the sea instantly materialized, crashing down with tremendous force upon the dragon's tail. The dragon was sent tumbling through the air, its scales shattering as dragon blood rained down like a storm. A porcelain bottle materialized in Chen Xuan's hand. He flicked his fingers in a ritual gesture, and the dragon blood falling from the sky, before it could touch the ground, all flew into the porcelain bottle. He remarked calmly, "Dragon blood is supremely yang and supremely potent, comparable to the finest celestial treasures. However, your essence blood holds even greater value." The dragon's body trembled faintly. The earlier strike from the divine needle of the sea felt like the final bolt of heavenly lightning, leaving its entire body in excruciating agony. Chen Xuan declared, "This divine needle of the sea weighs 108,000 jin. How many times can you endure it? The dragon clan shall never submit." The dragon's aura surged, and it unleashed a blast of icy blue dragon breath toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was determined to subdue the dragon. Within his dantian, the threefold true fire and the Greek divine fire surged forth simultaneously, coalescing before him into the shape of the Taiji diagram. The blue dragon's breath was instantly neutralized. This dragon belonged to the ice element. Fire overcomes water, and it also overcomes ice. The dragon's voice rang out in disbelief. "How can you possess the threefold true fire?" It failed to recognize the nature of the other flame. But fear now flickered in its eyes. Even a single speck of the three heavenly fires clinging to its body would burn unquenchably. Having only recently transformed into a dragon, its power was still rapidly increasing. He had not yet reached his true peak strength. Had he reached that pinnacle, perhaps he could have neutralized the three-flame true fire, but now he was far from capable. Chen Xuan wore a calm smile as he spoke placidly. "Do you wish for me to slay the dragon for its blood, or are you prepared to become my mount?" Madness gradually clouded the dragon's eyes. "Since I have transformed into a dragon, I am now a member of the dragon clan. Dragons never submit." Preparing to fight to the death, the dragon pearl newly formed within its body began to reverse. His power would surge to its peak in moments, but it would also leave him with irreparable injuries. Chen Xuan had no desire to cripple this dragon. His voice turned icy. "You're quite stubborn. Very well, then. I'll show you the might of the human race." The dragon serpent halted its movements. Unless absolutely necessary, it too wished to avoid resorting to this desperate measure. Chen Xuan's divine needle of the sea crashed down with a thunderous roar. The ground rumbled violently, and a deep ravine slowly emerged. A surging underground river appeared before the dragon. Within the underground river, an inscription appeared. This was the dragon vein site of Mount Chanbai, the very reason the dragon had chosen this location for its tribulation. The dragon clan and dragon veins were intrinsically linked, allowing them to draw upon the veins' power. At each node of the dragon vein lay power left behind by the dragon clan. Upon the inscription now, the characters were ancient and profound. Within the dragon clan's memory inheritance lay explanations for these characters. Upon seeing the 5 great characters, his pupils contracted violently. Commissioned by the human emperor. How could this be? Would my dragon clan ever submit to the human race? Humans are as insignificant as ants, yet coveted by countless immortals and gods. Why would our dragon ancestors leave this inscription? The dragon understood the words and sensed the aura of its dragon ancestors within them. This could not be forged. Moreover, this was at a dragon vein node. Even if the human race wanted to pull a fast one, it would be impossible unless this dragon vein was completely destroyed. Chen Xuan spoke calmly. The 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity coexist in equality. The human race rules the human realm. If the dragon clan wishes to live among humans, they must submit to the human emperor. Even the myriad gods and immortals who come to the human realm must obey the human emperor. Otherwise, they are enemies. To those celestial beings, your dragon clan is nothing more than a delicacy. Have you not heard of dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Now you understand why the dragon clan submits, don't you? The dragon's body trembled slightly. Within the dragon clan's ancestral memories, the immortals and gods were terrifying, while the human race was feeble. Yet the human race battled heaven and earth. The 3 successive human emperors they produced drove the immortals and gods beyond the 33 heavens. The human emperors had long vanished, and the human race had gradually declined, even lowering their status. Their emperors now called themselves sons of heaven. Yet this human emperor before him dared to speak of making immortals and gods submit. He seemed to glimpse the majestic presence of those 3 human emperors of old. Chen Xuan stepped forward once more, his voice rolling like thunder. "Will you submit?" This time, the dragon hesitated not a moment longer. Slowly, it bowed its proud head. A single drop of essence blood appeared upon its horn, soaring toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan touched the drop with his finger, and the contract was sealed. Henceforth, the dragon would be his mount, bound to obey his every command. Disobedience would shatter its soul. This was a unique contract. Once sealed, the dragon had no choice but to submit. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Xuan's face. "Very well. Since you have become my mount, I shall grant you a great blessing." With a wave of his hand, a potent surge of human emperor's power, imbued with the fortune of the human path, descended upon the dragon. The dragon trembled violently. Its pure white body now shimmered with streaks of golden light. Most notably, it's transformed into pure gold, while the other scales now bore golden edges. "Thank you, master, for your gift. Come, follow me back." The dragon soared toward him, allowing Chen Xuan to step onto its back.
Chen Xuan's fingers touched down, and fragments of memory flooded the dragon's mind.
It recognized the destination Chen Xuan sought, let out a mighty dragon's roar to the heavens, and then carried Chen Xuan into the clouds. The wind follows the tiger, the dragon follows the clouds. In the livestream, everyone witnessed this unfold before their eyes.
Envy and admiration filled every heart. That was a genuine dragon.
Especially after Chen Xuan's gift, it showed signs of evolving into a 5-clawed golden dragon.
Moreover, Chen Xuan had stated it would eventually become an Yinglong. The Yinglong was one of the dragon clan's ancestors, possessing formidable combat prowess that could rival even the primordial dragon that once dominated the primordial chaos. Chapter 102, Mythical Relic Unearthed.
As soon as Chen Xuan returned to his villa, Suyu hurried over, her eyes brimming with tenderness and a hint of admiration.
You're incredible. You actually tamed a dragon and made it your mount. May I see it?
Suyu was deeply curious about the dragon serpent, having only seen it before in live-streamed videos.
Moreover, someone had recorded the event and uploaded it online.
Now, the topic of Chen Xuan subduing the dragon had surged to the top of the trending charts. With hundreds of millions watching the live stream simultaneously, the topic had reached unprecedented levels of attention. Chen Xuan smiled and extended his hand. A miniature dragon, as thin as a chopstick, glided out from his arm. Suyu's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Compared to the 100-meter-long dragon in the livestream, this miniature version instantly captured hearts with its breathtaking beauty. Its body was covered in snow-white dragon scales, with golden light rippling along the edges of its scales. It possessed a single horn and 4 claws. The dragon was exceptionally intelligent, sensing the special bond between the person before it and Chen Xuan. It flew forward to Suyu. Yet the voice it emitted was distinctly feminine.
Are you the human emperor's wife?
At this question, Suyu's fair face flushed instantly. She did not deny it.
Chen Xuan's lips curved into a smile. That's correct. She is my wife.
The dragon circled Suyu once, its nostrils twitching lightly. Then its jaws opened, and a drop of its essence blood flew out.
Mistress, I sense an unusual aura emanating from you. My essence blood will be of great benefit to you.
After performing this act, the dragon appeared somewhat drained.
It then retreated back into Chen Xuan's sleeve.
Now serving as Chen Xuan's mount and having absorbed the human emperor's destiny, it had truly tasted the sweetness of power. Offering up a single drop of its essence blood would cost it no more than a month's rest. But it would certainly earn the future grandmother's favor.
The wife of the human emperor, her achievements would undoubtedly rival his own. Chen Xuan's smile grew broader. I shall arrange a small spirit gathering array. You shall cultivate within it.
The dragon was thrilled beyond measure. This was nothing short of a blessing from the heavens. The spirit gathering array held immense benefits for him, especially since he was currently in a phase of rapid advancement. Suyu gazed at the droplet of essence blood floating before her, her eyes filled with bewilderment. He could distinctly feel his craving for that drop of blood. His cells seemed to boil with urgency, urging him to consume it immediately.
Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. It truly holds great benefit for you. You must consume it quickly, or its essence will dissipate.
Suyu hesitated no longer, reaching out to brush her fingers across the drop of essence blood. The essence blood fell into her mouth. The instant she consumed it, Suyu felt as though every cell within her body ignited with a searing flame. In that mere instant, it felt like an eternity had passed. A flood of memories surged into her mind. Fragmented memories from the past suddenly pieced themselves together, and an expression of profound astonishment slowly spread across her eyes. Suyu's body trembled slightly. I've awakened the memories of the Queen Mother of the West. As he uttered these words, a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Now in the mythical era, she had previously believed herself to be a maid in the Queen Mother of the West's service. Yet now, as the memory fragments fully merged, for the first time, she felt fear toward her past life. The celestial deities enslaved the human race, and the two sides were destined to become adversaries. And if her past life truly was the Queen Mother of the West, if this were all real, wouldn't that mean she would inevitably stand against Chen Xuan? But she did not deceive Chen Xuan. Instead, she told him the truth. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Regardless of who you were before, you will always be mine. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West once sent the 9 Heavens mystic maiden to aid the human emperor Xuanyuan.
She actually stood with the human race. Countless ancient celestial beings possessed far weaker cultivation than the Queen Mother of the West, yet they did not perish. The Western Queen Mother, however, remained forever bound to the mortal realm. The reason for this is not difficult to discern. Because she aided the human emperor, she was isolated by the other immortals and gods. Perhaps this is the karmic entanglement destined between us. In this life, I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Whoever dares to harm you must first step over my dead body. His voice was calm yet unwavering. Suyu's eyes flushed slightly as she murmured softly, in the fragments of memory I've awakened, the scene depicted was not one of alchemy. The most crucial ingredient for the elixir of immortality is a strand of primordial law from the ancient chaos, transformed into the tree of immortality.
That law, fused with primordial energy, endured the creation of the heavens and earth by Pangu. It was nourished by the first surge of extreme energy, undergoing millions of years of transformation before finally being planted in the celestial pool paradise amidst the Kunlun Cloud Sea. The fruit borne by this tree of immortality is the primary ingredient for crafting the elixir of immortality. Yet the tree bears fruit but once every 10,000 years, and flowers but once every 10,000 years, yielding a single fruit each time. When consumed by mortals, it grants longevity equal to the heavens and earth, transcending the three realms and existing beyond the five elements. And that is where my fragmented memories end. I possess detailed recollections of the alchemical process, yet none of the immortality fruit itself. Suyu bowed her head slightly. Had she awakened more memories earlier, she could have located the immortal pool in Kunlun's Cloud Sea where the tree of immortality surely stood. Refining the elixir of immortality would allow him to administer it directly to Chen Xuan. As for him personally, his former incarnation was the Queen Mother of the West. Once the true divine powers revived, his strength would rise accordingly. Only when Chen Xian's power became truly formidable could he withstand the mythical invasion. Chen Xian discerned Suyu's thoughts, and the smile on his face grew more pronounced. The celestial pool immortal realm in Kunlun's Cloud Sea, I know its location. But now is not yet the time for its revival. You will definitely be able to refine the elixir of immortality someday. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Chen Xian nodded firmly. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? At that moment, Suyu's phone rang abruptly. Her expression shifted slightly upon reading the message. Just received word, the Qiyu battle axe unearthed in the Baiwei ancestral lands has been appraised. Current scientific methods cannot determine its exact age, but it's certain it wasn't forged within the last 6 months. It's highly likely to be genuine. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. He knew full well this artifact was genuine. With Qiyu yet to fully awaken, the emergence of the battle axe equated to the leakage of a mythical relic. And that place was not the flower-planting family. Chen Xian didn't need to guess what those ungrateful bastards would do. They wouldn't hand it over, and might even exploit the situation for their own gain. In his previous life, they had personally delivered this prisoner of war into Qiyu's hands. Chapter 103, 12 Totems. The demon god Qiyu granted the Baiwei people a swift end, devouring them all. Possession of the battle axe greatly enhanced Qiyu's combat prowess. This mythical relic absolutely could not remain in enemy hands. How could he obtain it? A direct, forceful seizure risked provoking immense conflict. Now, a single move could set off a chain reaction. This news came too suddenly. Last time, he hadn't heard when the demon god Qiyu's battle axe had been unearthed. He only knew that after the demon god Qiyu's revival, the Baiwei ancestral lands had come to present it as tribute. As for these traitors of the human race, Chen Xian had no intention of leaving them any escape route. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Suyu murmured, "Should we strike immediately?" What the Baiwei ancestral lands didn't anticipate was that a master like him would inevitably attract the attention of numerous factions. Forcing an immediate confrontation could trigger a series of subsequent complications. It could also complicate matters for the Grand Elder. A faint smile touched Chen Xian's lips. What they unearthed wasn't just the battle axe of the demon god Qiyu. They also uncovered the totems of the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan. Totems? Suyu's eyes narrowed in confusion. Chen Xian nodded gently. Exactly, the 12 ancestral wizards' totems. Their power is too immense to revive quickly. The more followers they gain, the faster their revival will come. The demon god Qiyu was a fusion of the Witch Clan and the human clan, essentially half human, half witch. Back when the Yellow Emperor fought Qiyu, it was for the sake of the human race. Compared to the 12 ancestral wizards, the demon god Qiyu was no match. During the primordial era, the 12 ancestral wizards vied for supremacy over the world. Demons ruled the heavens, while witches governed the earth. The Witch-Demon War was a cosmic calamity, the prelude to the War of the Immortals. Though it did not shatter the primordial continent, it gave birth to the earthly path. Hetu sacrificed herself to create the Wheel of Rebirth, achieving enlightenment within the earthly path. Yet the underground passage was suppressed by the Tao of Heaven. The reason the Battle of the Immortals arrived so swiftly was the Heavenly Tao's calculation and scheming. Sage Hongjun merged with the Heavenly Tao, plotting the fate of the entire primordial chaos. In the primordial war, the sage Tongtian wielded the 4 swords of extermination to confront the 4 holy ones. Their clash shattered the primordial continent. Subsequently, heaven and earth divided into the 3 realms. The sages consumed the fallen sage pill, departing with the ancestor Hongjun beyond the 3 realms to dwell within chaos, forever barred from participating in any conflict on the primordial continent. The ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao of Heaven, suppressing the Tao of Earth so it could not emerge. This gave rise to a saying. What saying? Suyu asked curiously. Chen Xian sighed softly, the earth goddess shall never return to sorcery. Had Hetu not transformed into the 6 realms of rebirth, becoming the earth Tao sage Lady Pingxin, the 12 ancestral wizards might not have lost.
Back then, the human race struggled to survive in the narrow space between the witch clan and the demon clan. After the wizards and demons reached understanding, the human race gradually rose to prominence, becoming the protagonists of heaven and earth. Ancestor Hongjun merged with the way of heaven, scheming across the three realms. Yet he never foresaw the primordial continent shattering. Heaven and earth spontaneously formed the three realms. From that day forward, heaven, earth, and humanity, the three paths, shared dominion over the cosmos. The way of heaven grew mighty, while the way of earth lay dormant. Only the way of man could stand against heaven. Yet ultimately, through the heavenly Taoist scheming, Zhou overthrew Shang, proclaiming themselves son of heaven. Thus ended the reign of Xian, the last human emperor of Shang. Speaking of these events, Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In his previous life, scholars had dedicated themselves to studying the origins and unfolding of myths. It was not the immortals or gods who plotted against humanity, but the way of heaven itself. Ancient wisdom taught that human calculations could never match those of heaven. Yet others declared that man could conquer heaven. Until the emergence of the first emperor, who seemed poised to become the true human emperor. Yet history took a bewildering turn, with many events vanishing as if erased by a complete cultural rupture. No records remained. Or perhaps vast records existed, only to be deliberately erased. From that point onward, no one possessed the destiny of a human emperor. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth dried up. Immortals and gods retreated into seclusion across the 33 heavens, severing all ties with the mortal realm. Now, spiritual energy is reviving, surging ever more violently. In the future, it might even rival the primordial continent of old. Before his rebirth, only 5 years of the great cataclysm had passed. Yet what followed afterward remained largely unclear to him. Still, he must find an answer. Not all immortals and deities sought to enslave the human race. Su Yu's expression changed noticeably. Her voice trembled with profound worry as she asked, "The 12 ancestral wizards' totems have emerged. What should we do? Once they fully awaken, will they reclaim dominion over the land? This is no longer the primordial continent, but the human realm. Will they enslave the human race? Will humanity still struggle to survive in the cracks?" In the primordial era, demons ruled the heavens while witches governed the earth. With the emergence of the 12 ancestral witch totems, would the demon court that once commanded the heavens also reappear? Historical records reveal that the demonic race once launched a brutal massacre against humanity to forge the witch-slaying sword against the witch clan. Crafting this sword demanded vast quantities of human essence blood. Though humanity had spread across the entire primordial continent, it nearly faced extinction due to the demonic clan's pursuit of the sword of witch-slaying. The demonic tribes even treated the human race as nothing more than sustenance. The attitude of the witch clan was slightly better, but they never truly regarded the human clan with any respect. It was as if the human race casually kept cats and dogs as pets. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor, Xuanyuan, was the last of the 3 sovereigns and the one who completely severed ties with the witch clan. The demon god Qiyu was a fusion of the witch clan and the human clan, yet he also represented a sliver of hope for Wuzu to reclaim dominion over heaven and earth. If Qiyu became the new human emperor, he could lead the witch clan out of the underworld and restore their golden age. But could the human race ever accept such enslavement? Ultimately, the Yellow Emperor emerged victorious, condemning the witch clan to eternal confinement in the depths of the underworld. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Now that spiritual energy has fully revived and the 12 ancestral wizards' totems have emerged, this might be part of a colossal scheme. The current Lady Pingxin wants the ancestral wizard Ho Tuesday. Her greatest desire is to resurrect the 11 ancestral Wus. Together, they form the heavenly god and demon array of formation so formidable even sages would retreat 3 li. Once activated, this array could summon Pangu back into the world. Though Chen Xuan had never witnessed such a scenario in his previous life, if the 12 ancestral wizards were truly resurrected, the human race would never see the light of day again. Moreover, the demonic tribes between heaven and earth had not been utterly exterminated, they had left behind countless descendants. Though no large-scale uprising had yet occurred, there seemed an unspoken understanding among them, a clear gathering of strength and secret, awaiting the day when they could directly restore the demon race to its former glory. All living beings scheme against the human race, yet we humans are the protagonists of heaven and earth. With this revival of spiritual energy, the position of protagonists may well change. Pangu split heaven and earth, the calamity of the fierce beasts, the tribulation of dragons and phoenixes, the conflict of demonic paths, the war between sorcerers and demons, culminating in the final sealing of the gods. As for the tribulation of the journey to the west, it was merely an extension of the sealing of the gods' war. Countless years have passed since then. The current revival of spiritual energy may herald a new great calamity. Whether the human race can remain the protagonists of heaven and earth remains uncertain. Chapter 104, The Sorcerer. Chen Xuan pondered how to obtain the Qiyu battle axe. Judging by the events of his previous life, those who obtained the axe were actually a group of traitors. Though the artifact remained in their possession, they ultimately handed it over to the demon god Qiyu. Their true identities? Sorcerers from the South Seas.
At that moment, Suyu received another message, her eyes widening in astonishment. The ancient Yu tribe just posted an announcement online, stating they wish to present the Chi Yu battle axe to the human emperor.
They wish to invite the human emperor to visit the ancient Yu lands and extend their hospitality.
Chen Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Their true intentions lie elsewhere.
But that's fine. It saves them from hiding like little rats.
I'll pay them a visit myself. Reply publicly online, I'll be in Guyu in 3 days. Suyu's eyes held concern.
If you know their intentions are ulterior, why accept the invitation? Chen Xuan smiled. I intend to take them all down at once. The Guyu tribe excels in using poisonous insects.
If we let them vanish, they'll surely cause endless trouble in the future. Their strength isn't formidable, but they can inflict immense damage. Their unpredictable bug techniques often prove devastating at critical moments.
I have matters to attend to. In 3 days, I will make them all vanish.
Had these individuals not exposed themselves, Chen Xuan would never have remembered them. In truth, the Guyu tribe now existed in name only. Those individuals were actually South Sea sorcerers. Their ancestors learned the art of bug cultivation from the Guyu people and began using it to harm others. The true purpose of bug cultivation was originally to heal and save lives. In ancient times, without sophisticated surgical techniques, bug masters could use these creatures to effortlessly treat certain ailments within the human body.
Some conditions remain unsolvable by modern medicine, yet bug masters could address them.
However, their lineage gradually faded away, and the culprits were the sorcerers of Nanyang. They perverted the art for nefarious purposes.
The ancient Yu people sought to purge their ranks, but ultimately failed.
South Sea sorcerers now exploit their reputation to harm others.
Some fled during the crackdown, hiding deep in the mountains and forests, preserving the legacy.
Now, masquerading as the ancient Yu people, they sought to invite him. Had he not known the events of his past life, perhaps he would not have been so guarded? If his guess was correct, these individuals likely sought to control him.
These poisonous insects could not only damage internal organs but also burrow into the human brain. Like specialized parasites, they fused with the brain, gradually taking control of one's thoughts. The puppeteers behind the scenes used these insects to achieve their goal of controlling others. Those targeted for control were often individuals of special status or those who held significant value to them. The methods for refining these insects were even more brutal.
Chen Xuan had dealt with them extensively in his previous life, even capturing several traitors, so he knew them inside out. Since these individuals had come to him willingly, he would show them no mercy. However, he still needed to make some preparations to ensure they reaped what they sowed.
His current location was the Research Institute, where mechanical nanobots had long been developed.
With his status, all he needed was approval from the Grand Elder, which would be granted immediately.
He had taken some nanobots with him when he left.
These had been specially prepared for him.
3 days later, the former land of Baiwa had become the last sacred sanctuary for the Guyu tribe.
When Chen Xuan set foot here, he saw people still holding phones, live streaming the scene.
Welcome, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. I am the current chieftain of the Guyu tribe.
All 143 members of our tribe are present. The Guyu chieftain displayed great enthusiasm at this moment.
Ever since Chen Xuan gave his explicit confirmation, countless people online had been eagerly anticipating today's meeting. They were also eager to know whether the Chi Yu battle axe was genuine or not. Others might not recognize it, but they believed the human emperor would surely be able to authenticate it. A faint smile touched Chen Xuan's lips. Are all your clan members present? Are you certain no one is missing? The ancient Yu clan chief wore a look of bewilderment. He sensed something off about Chen Xuan's smile, a creeping sense of danger stirring within him. He must accomplish his purpose. Once he achieved what he desired, the Flower clan would surely secure its supreme position. They had been climbing for so long. With such a golden opportunity now before them, how could they possibly let it slip away? Of course, to show our respect for His Majesty the Human Emperor, our entire tribe regardless of where we were returned yesterday. Every member is present. Chen Xuan's smile grew more pronounced. Excellent. I've been waiting for your full attendance. Your Majesty, what does this mean? The ancient Yu clan chief furrowed his brow slightly, his inner sense of foreboding growing stronger. It was an instinct. Especially when he met Chen Xuan's gaze, it felt as though every thought within his mind had been laid bare. Even his smile grew stiff at that moment. Chen Xuan's smile vanished, his voice as cold as ice. The true Guyu tribe is dead. It would be more fitting to call you Southern Sea Sorcerers. I've thoroughly investigated your background. You belong to the Black Witchcraft lineage, while the true Guyu tribe are White Witchcraft practitioners. Our ultimate goal is to eradicate all Black Witchcraft practitioners and completely eliminate traitors like you who betray their own kind. The ancient Yu chieftain's expression darkened further. He shot a glance at the person broadcasting live. His smile grew increasingly stiff as he feigned resignation. Your Majesty, we invited you here to extend hospitality and to witness Your Majesty in person. You keep calling us South Sea Sorcerers, do you have any proof?
If you have no evidence, only your own one-sided claims, I must seek justice.
The entire internet will surely respond on my behalf.
Yet he put on an act of both anger and grievance.
The livestream fell into a brief silence. They couldn't fathom why Chen Xuan was acting this way.
In all the livestreams they'd seen him appear in before, they'd never witnessed him treat anyone with such an attitude.
Why was he suddenly hurling insults at the Guyu tribe? Could it be that they truly were problematic? Chen Xuan gave a faint, mocking smile. You want proof, huh? Then let's start with the Qiyu battle axe. You were going to give it to me, weren't you? Bring it out now.
I'm not one to waste time, and I certainly don't like beating around the bush. The Guyu chieftain's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea where Chen Xuan had obtained this information, nor why Chen Xuan had seen through their intentions. But now they were being roasted over a fire. If they couldn't take down Chen Xuan, the livestream would expose their true colors. Then they'd be utterly trapped, with nowhere to turn. In today's China, tracking down a single person was ridiculously easy. They were merely sorcerers, not invincible beings who could withstand even a single bullet.
Chapter 105, Baiting the Trap, Qiyu's Battle Axe. Chen Xuan said coldly, didn't you understand what I said? You want proof? Then produce the Qiyu battle axe first. I'll present the evidence accordingly. He was forcing the other party into a corner.
And he was ready. The ancient Yu tribe chieftain had made his decision internally, waving his hand behind him. Immediately, someone carried over an oblong wooden box. The box measured about 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and roughly 40 centimeters tall. Carried by over 30 men, it was placed on the ground before Chen Xuan. The wooden box hit the floor with a dull thud, as if something heavy as 1,000 pounds had crashed down. The ancient Yu chieftain made a gesture of invitation. Your Imperial Majesty, within lies the battle axe of Qiyu. Today, I bestow this battle axe upon you. Chen Xuan gave a light flick of his hand, and the lid of the long wooden box flipped open. In an instant, hundreds of poisonous insects swarmed out, diving straight toward him. Their speed was blindingly fast, leaving no time to react. The insects resembled tiny bullets, rapidly firing toward Chen Xuan. The sudden turn of events sent the livestream chat into an uproar. Though no comments flooded the screen, viewers instinctively tensed, their nerves on edge. They all held their breath for Chen Xuan, their hearts pounding in their throats. Earlier, they had actually doubted the human emperor. These people were definitely problematic. The poisonous insects surged toward Chen Xuan, only to be repelled by the protective aura he had condensed around himself. The expression on the ancient Yu clan chief's face no longer concealed anything. His smile turned sly and vicious. Chen Xuan, you're too arrogant. We bug cultivators never engage in direct combat. We rely on our bugs. The information you uncovered is correct. We are indeed the Southern Sea Sorcerers. The true Guyu tribe perished countless years ago. Those fools were replaced by our ancestors, who have lived here for generations. But after that great purge, our focus shifted to the South Seas. That's why many call us South Sea Sorcerers, though our roots lie here. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them to just 3 or 4 meters. A sneer spread across his face. You may be the emperor, but it's a pity. You're facing the life-bound poisonous insects of over 140 of our poison insect masters. And the life-bound bugs we cultivate are formidable, capable of corroding any protective aura. Even with your formidable cultivation, how long do you think you can hold out? With that, he burst into maniacal laughter. The live streamer didn't listen at all. Instead, he began filming Chen Xuan. The person holding the phone laughed coldly. You dare call yourself the human emperor? You lack even basic caution, daring to come alone. Knowing the mountain harbors tigers, you still venture toward them. It's time for you to depart. Though the plan had encountered complications, the outcome remained favorable. They couldn't usurp Chen Xuan's identity, but they could capture him outright. Then, implanting their life-bound bug into his brain would turn him into the ultimate combat puppet. Countless viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with frantic messages. They desperately hoped someone would come to help Chen Xuan escape this peril. But at that very moment, Chen Xuan's voice echoed out. Did you truly believe I came unprepared? Today, I intend to wipe you all out. He knew those bug cultivators were selfish and self-serving, and they would definitely try to tamper with the Qiyu battle axe. Using bugs was what they excelled at. They had calculated that presenting him with the mythical relic would be the moment when his guard was lowest, the perfect opportunity for a successful ambush. So many bug cultivators gathered here, not because of any unity among them, but because each one coveted control over him. To control him would be to control the destiny of the human emperor. It might even mean controlling the future ruler of the world. That's why they were so eager. He used himself as bait, drawing all these bug cultivators to him, intending to catch them all in one fell swoop. How is this possible? The ancient Yu clan chief exclaimed in shock. He sensed his life-bound bug slipping from his grasp, and blood spurted from his mouth. The death of a life-bound bug would inflict severe injury upon a bug master. The sliver of soul attached to the bug would vanish instantly, wounding not only the body but the soul itself. At this moment, he could clearly sense that his life-bound bug was not yet dead, but it was gravely wounded.
He roared furiously, "What the hell did you do?" Chen Xuan gave a light wave of his hand. The bugs that had been charging toward them were now under his control. He pulled out his tablet and tapped it lightly a few times. The life-bound bugs flew straight back, landing on the bodies of over 140 people. Each bug was their own life-bound bug. Though the connection between them remained, they could no longer command the insects. The faces of all the bug cultivators turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Chen Xuan. Some carefully examined the returned life-bound bugs. Then they discovered the problem and couldn't help but cry out in shock. "What is this?" But before the words could fully escape their lips, Chen Xuan tapped lightly on his tablet. As if obeying some command, the bugs instantly pounced on the bug cultivators. Screams rose and fell in waves. Chen Xuan's voice was cold and detached. "You're obsolete. When these bugs attacked, I had them controlled by nanobots, the most advanced technological creation. Nanobugs can control your insects. Your neurons have fused with the insects. Now, you shall experience the agony of being consumed by them. Turn their own methods against them." The wretched howls startled birds from the forest canopy. Chen Xuan ignored them. They picked up the phone broadcasting live from the ground. His voice remained calm as he said, "If anyone is ever controlled by bug parasites in the future, they can go directly to the Demon Suppression Bureau for help. Nanobugs can easily control the poisonous insects." With that, he shut off the livestream. After all, some footage was best left unshared. Over 140 bug cultivators now wailed like demons. Chen Xuan paid them no mind, instead fixing his gaze on the Qiyu battle axe. He knew this axe all too well. In his previous life, during the great battle against the demon god Qiyu, the axe had unleashed tremendous power. He clearly remembered that a trace of Qiyu's true spirit lay dormant within the axe. A cold smile curved his lips. "Qiyu, in this life, I shall shatter your true spirit." As the words fell, the three-flame true fire within him merged with the Greek divine fire, manifesting in the palm of his hand. The two energies swirled together, forming the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern. Slowly, it began to transform into the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. With a light flick of his wrist, the divine flames instantly coiled around Qiyu's battle axe. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, fully immersing himself in the refinement process. He had already made arrangements. Besides himself, experts from the Demon Suppression Bureau were also present, tasked with preventing the bug cultivators from escaping. Simultaneously, they were to track down anyone connected to those bug cultivators. At this moment, he must completely refine a thread of Qiyu's true spirit into nothingness. A battle between them was inevitable, and weakening his opponent beforehand was the wisest choice. Chapter 106, Unbelievable News. Chen Xuan summoned the divine needle of the sea within his dantian, followed by the Kuei Ox relic. Using these two mythical artifacts, he sealed off the celestial and terrestrial Qi. Qiyu's battle axe began to tremble faintly. The sliver of true spirit concealed within seemed to sense the impending danger, causing waves of demonic energy to spill forth, resisting the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. Chen Xuan sneered coldly. He had long anticipated that refining the true spirit of Qiyu within would not be so straightforward. His suspicions were confirmed. Using the spiritual energy within his body as fuel, he continuously increased the input. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire boiled violently, completely enveloping the entire Qiyu battle axe. It rapidly refined every strand of demonic energy, preventing the true spirit of Qiyu from escaping. To wield divine weapons and artifacts with absolute command, one must fuse a thread of their soul essence into the artifact. Moreover, when facing an insurmountable, life-threatening crisis, one could directly detonate that sliver of true spirit to increase one's chances of escape. Had Qiyu awakened, he would never have chosen to refine the battle axe, for Qiyu would undoubtedly sense it and command the true spirit to self-detonate. Yet Qiyu remained in slumber, his true spirit isolated by the formation. Even as it was refined, he could not perceive it. Should Qiyu awaken from slumber before the fusion is complete, his soul would sustain irreparable damage. His power would be permanently capped at the level of a golden immortal. Only by reaching the great immortal realm could one traverse the river of time, achieving immortality. The demon god Qiyu is the greatest enemy of the human race. During the Battle of Zhuolu, the human emperor Xuanyuan did not destroy him, but instead sealed him in various locations across the 9 provinces. The true intent behind this remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Countless enigmatic legends linger from that era. 5,000 years ago, the world was still brimming with spiritual energy, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors laid the foundation for the human race. His mind churned with relentless contemplation. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. His gaze fixed upon the Qiyu battle axe. He observed the surging demonic aura gradually dissipating. Instead, he found an oracle bone inscription. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed even deeper, for more than half of the characters in these inscriptions were unfamiliar new ones. But the general meaning recorded within them was not entirely clear to Chen Xuan. It was an account preceding the Battle of Zhuolu. He didn't know what message the Qiyu battle axe sought to convey to him. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the Kuei patterned vessel.
He extracted that sliver of true spirit from the battle axe and, using the heaven-piercing, earth-shattering formation, sealed it within the vessel. He would decide how to handle this sliver of true spirit once the oracle bone script was deciphered. Now that it had fallen into his hands, sealed by the heaven-sealing, earth-binding array, even if Qiyu were to fully revive, he would never be able to reclaim it. At that moment, the Qiyu battle axe seemed to lose its spirit, tumbling to the ground. Chen Xuan reached out and snatched the battle axe directly into his hand. Feeling the fierce battle intent radiating from it, a faint smile touched his lips. This axe needed a new name, now it would become his weapon. Its power was no less than that of the divine needle that stabilized the sea. Especially its weight. Previously, the true spirit of Qiyu had fused within it, making its mass imperceptible. Now, in its unclaimed state, the axe's true weight was at least 10,000 catties. Chen Xuan grasped the spiritual energy within his body, causing it to surge rapidly. Relying solely on his own strength was insufficient to wield it. Spiritual energy was required unless it was bonded to a master. He dripped a single drop of his essence blood onto it, initiating a preliminary master recognition. He did not fuse his soul essence spirit into it, as he was unsuited to wielding the battle axe. Perhaps it could be reserved for someone destined to wield it. The South Sea sorcerers lying on the ground were all writhing in agony, nearly unconscious from the pain. Chen Xuan paid them no further heed. Rising to his feet, he took a single stride forward and vanished from the spot. Yet his voice carried through the air. Take them back. Break their resistance. The legacy of the bug cultivators lies in their hands. The lineage of witchcraft must not end with us. Choose the inheritor with utmost caution. Even without Chen Xuan's words, those above would exercise extreme caution in their selection. They had witnessed the threat posed by the South Sea sorcerers. If such methods fell into their own hands, dealing with enemies would become far smoother. Moreover, it could be mastered quickly. The primary reliance was on the poisonous insects, many of which could also be used to treat currently incurable diseases. Keeping them alive would indeed yield immense benefits. Chen Xuan had already returned to the villa, transcribing the oracle bone script he'd memorized onto paper. He then handed them to Su Yu. These oracle bone inscriptions originate from the records within the Qiyu battle axe. We're offering a public bounty for their decipherment, 1 million yuan for each character cracked. Anyone can apply. Post it directly on the company website. Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at the words. 1 million yuan per character? That's over 100 million yuan. Isn't that a bit excessive? There are over 300 characters in total. Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head. Money is just a number to us, but it can spark the imagination of many. Moreover, the content here is crucial. It's about unraveling an unknown mystery, which ties into many future plans. Su Yu didn't ask further questions. Instead, she hurried to post the information. The moment the announcement went live, the entire internet erupted. $1 million reward for decoding a single character? Knowledge isn't just power, it's money. Whoever decodes it all could become a billionaire overnight. Too bad this old man's uneducated. All I can say is holy crap. Who can tell me what this actually means? Chen Xuan stated that the over 300 characters released were all oracle bone script he couldn't decipher. He hadn't transcribed the ones he recognized. He had also sent a photograph to the Grand Elder. It must remain confidential. Even if the unknown characters released were deciphered, their meaning might not be coherent. But by combining the known characters with the deciphered ones, as long as he could make sense of the text and grasp its meaning, all the puzzles could be solved. Where there's a will, there's a way. In just half a day, over 300 oracle bone inscriptions had been deciphered. Many historians involved were encountering such oracle bone inscriptions for the first time. They pressed Chen Xuan on where he had obtained these records. Chen Xuan remained silent. Instead, he waited until the next morning, when only a dozen or so characters remained unsolved. Yet he could already decipher the recorded content. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression shifting. He never imagined the recorded content would be so utterly unbelievable. The senior elder was equally perplexed. The information had been relayed to him as well. Both sides cross-referenced the texts, with specialists working on decryption. The content matched his suspicions, more or less. Noticing Chen Xuan's shifting expression, Su Yu asked curiously, "What does this record mean?" Chapter 107, The Seal. Chen Xuan made no attempt to conceal it from Su Yu. He murmured, "The deciphered oracle bone script reveals that Qiyu was once an ally of the Yellow Emperor. The Battle of Zhuolu holds hidden truths. What exactly transpired remains unknown. The Qiyu battle axe merely records that Qiyu's 9 major allied tribes formed an eternal alliance with the Yellow Emperor. Their purpose was the prosperity of the human race. Qiyu also claimed to be human. According to the Book of Zhou, legend holds that Qiyu was the ruler of the Jiuli tribes, with 81 brothers beast-bodied yet human-voiced, with copper heads and iron foreheads, feeding on sand and stones, possessing various supernatural powers. These 81 once deliberated with the Yellow Emperor on great matters. Why then did the Battle of Zhuolu erupt? Historical records indicate that the Yan Emperor was first attacked by Qiyu, after which he allied with the Yellow Emperor. What truly transpired during this period?
Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. If Qiyu and the Yellow Emperor had formed an alliance, then the truth behind that concealed period must be of critical importance. Who concealed it? Why erase all history from that era? Why did the Yellow Emperor merely seal Qiyu instead of annihilating him completely? Su Yu helped search the records, yet found not a single clue. All historical accounts from that period seemed to have vanished into a blank void. He too sensed the gravity of the issue. A gap had appeared in the historical record. Who had destroyed all those accounts? What were they trying to conceal? Finding no immediate leads, Chen Xuan temporarily set the matter aside. Just as he was about to attend to other matters, the call from the Grand Elder came through. Upon hearing the Elder's report, his expression turned stunned. The murals in the 1,000 Buddha caves of Dunhuang have shown abnormalities. Several Foundation establishment stage members of the Demon Suppression Bureau investigated but found nothing amiss. Given the existing tensions between Buddhist and Taoist factions, it would be inappropriate to involve the Taoist community. Chen Xuan understood the Grand Elder's implication. He wanted him to personally investigate. I'll head over immediately to assess the situation. He harbored no particular fondness for Buddhism, though his disdain was directed solely at those useless fools. True ascetic monks were now few and far between, almost impossible to find. True Buddhism holds great wisdom, yet some so-called Buddhas are not necessarily good. By the time he arrived before the murals of the 1,000 Buddha caves in Dunhuang, it was already midnight. The incessant chanting of sutras seemed to carry a hypnotic power, steadily eroding the human mind. Chen Xuan felt the incessant clamor ringing in his ears, his brow furrowing. He then flicked his fingers in a ritual gesture, instantly blocking out the sound. His gaze fixed on the anomalies within the 1,000 Buddha caves murals. Gradually, he discerned the problem. The murals depicted the three Buddhas. The Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future. This did not refer to a single figure. Among the 7 Buddhas of the past, one stood out, the Buddha Jiuzhou, the same Jiuzhou who fought in the Battle of the Gods during the primordial era. Now, Chen Xuan watched as the golden forms of the 7 past Buddhas struggled to break free from the murals. As his fingers touched the mural, he immediately sensed waves of resistance, as if the figures feared him intensely. The moment he touched it, the chanting abruptly ceased. Everything seemed to return to its original state. But Chen Xuan knew clearly this was likely due to the aura of the human emperor emanating from him. Having already observed numerous details, a faint smile curved his lips. So you wish to cross westward? Seems you can't stand idleness either. Probably hoping to deceive some fools and gain the power of faith. What you seek to do is what I must stop. This is the mortal realm, I make the rules. With that, he channeled the power of the human emperor directly into the mural. Yet the resistance came not from the 7 Buddhas of the past, but from the Bodhi tree within the mural itself. Chen Xuan murmured softly, Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the mirror a stand. Originally, there is nothing where could dust possibly settle. As these 4 lines echoed, the Bodhi tree's resistance vanished instantly. The power of the human emperor surged from Chen Xuan's body, sealing the mural. He turned and walked out of the 1,000 Buddha cave. Waiting outside was the captain of the Demon Suppression Bureau stationed here. Curiosity flickered in the captain's eyes. He wanted to ask questions, yet feared uncovering core secrets. Many matters demanded strict confidentiality, especially the revival of mythical beings. Chen Xuan saw the doubt in his eyes and stated directly, no one is permitted to enter this place for now. The Bodhi tree depicted within the 1,000 Buddha cave has gathered immense power of faith and has begun to develop rudimentary sentience. I must retrieve an item. The Bodhi tree is a symbol held in high esteem by many. It must be completely sealed off to prevent it from absorbing more faith energy. Until I return, no one is to set foot inside. Finally, he utilized the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, another spatial law, and arrived before a temple in an instant. Within the temple's sanctuary lay the 3 altars of the Great Sea Assembly, venerating the 3rd Prince Neza. In mythical lore, the Empress Nuwa possessed 8 supreme treasures, one of which was the demon binding rope. This rope could stretch or shrink, grow or shrink. Anyone bound by it could no longer absorb any spiritual energy, rendering all spells useless. Even the faith energy they had absorbed would be completely isolated. The last recorded appearance of the demon binding rope is in the records of the western regions of the Great Tang Dynasty, where it is referred to by another name, the heaven-confusing brocade held by the 3rd Prince Neza. The 3rd Prince Neza's former incarnation was the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and he served as a young attendant before the Empress Nuwa. After enduring the tribulation of deification, he attained physical sainthood with 3 heads and 6 arms, amassing immense merit from heaven and earth. Ultimately, he was divided into the 3 great altars of the Ocean Assembly. At this moment, Chen Xuan stood before the 3rd Prince's temple. He grasped the heaven-confusing brocade coiled around it. This was not the true mythical relic itself, but merely a manifestation of condensed faith, empowered by the imperial fortune of the human ruler. Chen Xuan had thus completed a simplified version of the demon binding cord. The Bodhi tree possessed only rudimentary sentience, capable of simple thought. Realizing it could not attain true form here, it resolved to journey westward to a place where faith in Buddha ran deep.
There, within a short time, it could gather immense faith energy and directly restore its true form.
This was the reason behind its westward journey. Moreover, all myths and legends recorded since ancient times placed the Buddha residing in the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west. He removed the object and began its ritual refinement.
The Bodhi tree was not the true form of a mythical being either, otherwise, the simple binding rope he used would never have sealed it. When he returned, the squad leader remained dutifully stationed before the Thousand Buddha Cave. Not a single soul was permitted to enter.
Chen Xuan entered the cave, inscribing an array around the murals before embedding the demon binding rope around the Bodhi tree.
When he finished, the Bodhi tree within the mural appeared bound by a ring of chains, holding it firmly in place. The simplified version of the demon binding rope he had crafted vanished from the mural. The altered mural depicted the Bodhi tree, and the 7 Buddhas had not manifested any further anomalies. Instead, another passage appeared within the mural, causing his pupils to contract slightly.
Chapter 108, The Cyclops. The demon binding rope secured the Bodhi tree, revealing the mural's true content.
Beneath the Bodhi tree sat over a dozen Buddhas. They assumed various postures, forming a protective circle around one figure, clearly warding off some threat.
Above their heads, something seemed to be falling.
The mural was blurred, making it impossible to discern what it was.
Chen Xuan vaguely surmised it might depict the Bodhi tree's bewitching influence.
Below the mural, a passage of Sanskrit appeared. Unfamiliar with Sanskrit, he could only photograph it with his phone and then use the device's translation function to decipher its meaning. The Sanskrit text contained only one sentence.
The Buddha is the Tao, and the Tao is the Buddha.
Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, filled with confusion.
The murals within the Thousand Buddha Cave depicted the era when Buddhism flourished. Why would such a hidden mural appear at the end?
He placed his finger on the Sanskrit phrase and carefully sensed it with his divine consciousness. Suddenly, his divine sense pierced through the wall. Behind the mural lay another space. He could only vaguely sense the radiance of Buddha relics within, constantly blocking his divine sense from penetrating further. His finger pressed lightly against the final character, Tao. Ripples appeared on the smooth stone wall to his right, gradually coalescing into a series of images. After viewing the entire sequence, he suddenly understood. The Bodhi tree holds great significance in Buddhism. When rumors spread of one appearing in the Thousand Buddha Caves, the spiritual energy had already depleted. Over a dozen Buddhist cultivators came to pay their respects, only to be bewitched by the tree. It lured them to attract more cultivators. Countless Buddhist practitioners, hearing they could learn Mahayana teachings, flocked to the site. Buddhist practitioners seek to save all beings, guiding both themselves and others. They believe in the cycle of reincarnation, seeking enlightenment through this cycle. The Bodhi tree, however, sought to absorb the faith of all beings to forge its golden body, a path diametrically opposed to the core tenets of Buddhist cultivation. By the time the Buddhist cultivators realized the deception, it was too late for regret. To prevent further deception, 1,000 Buddhist and Taoist cultivators entered nirvana here, sealing the Bodhi tree. Buddhas were also ancient cultivators, though their core principles differed. Legend holds that during the primordial chaos, the Taoist patriarch Hongjun expounded the Tao, accepting the 2 saints Jian and Xuanyuan as his registered disciples. Later, to attain sainthood, they founded the Western school, vowing 48 great aspirations and accumulating immense merit owed to the Tao of heaven. The Western teaching was the precursor to Buddhism. Thus, the Buddha is inherently the Tao, and the Tao is inherently the Buddha. Chen Xuan pieced together the cause and effect, finally understanding the origin of the Thousand Buddha Cave murals. The 1,000 Buddhas depicted in the murals had halted the Bodhi tree's seduction of sentient beings, yet they had sacrificed themselves in the process. When the ripples on the wall vanished, the scene had already concluded. The final painting revealed itself to be a map. Following the coordinates marked on the map, he arrived at the Mogao Grotto's library cave. The map indicated a path ahead, yet the place resembled a natural cave with no trace of human intervention. Extending his divine sense, he discovered a concealed formation had been designed here. He walked slowly toward one wall, closed his eyes, and with a single step, vanished between the stones. He reappeared in another space. It was identical to the space he had sensed with his divine sense moments before. This was the true entrance to the space behind the murals of the Thousand Buddha Cave. Had he been inside the cave itself, he would never have been able to enter here. It was more akin to a spatial fold. He now gazed upon the white jade skull seated cross-legged on the ground, with a sutra book placed before it. Chen Xuan bowed respectfully, a gesture of reverence for the departed. Had they not been in the Thousand Buddha Cave to prevent the Bodhi tree from deceiving the masses, the world would have faced yet another catastrophe. After his bow, the white jade skull suddenly shattered, then slowly coalesced into a relic. Buddha's light shone down from within the relic, falling upon the scripture. The Buddha's light merged into the scripture. Without a breath of wind, the scripture opened slowly, its pages turning of its own accord. The chanting of sutras filled the air. The Buddha light radiating from the relic grew ever brighter. The sacred chanting reaching his ears brought no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, it felt like bathing in warm spring water, as if purifying his soul. When the entire scripture had been turned, the relic sank into the pages, merging completely with the text.
Chen Xuan stepped forward and picked up the scripture. His heart skipped a beat the moment he saw the title. Xuanzang's preface to the sacred teachings of the Great Tang Tripitaka, personally written after his journey to the western heavens to seek the true scriptures, was a supreme treasure of Buddhism and a mythical relic. He never imagined this journey would yield such a tremendous reward. The scripture was enveloped by his spiritual energy before directly merging into his dantian. Nourished by the imperial aura of the human emperor, it steadily regained its spiritual essence. Chen Xuan returned to the villa and began his cultivation. Now that his human emperor's fortune grew ever stronger, he only needed to integrate it into himself to advance his cultivation realm. Currently at the nascent soul stage, the ceaseless flow of human race's destiny poured into his nascent soul, solidifying it further. In just over a day, he had already broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. He was but a step away from entering the split soul stage. The split soul stage primarily cultivated one's divine consciousness. By merging this consciousness with the nascent soul, even if the physical body was destroyed, rebirth could be achieved through the nascent soul. Following this came the body merging stage, where the nascent soul fused with the physical body. Then came the tribulation stage, where one endured the heavenly thunder tribulation, harnessing its power to temper oneself and lay the foundation for achieving an immortal physique. Immortals could exist among mortals, though they were known as earth immortals. Legend holds that during the primordial chaos, the progenitor of earth immortals was the great immortal Xuanyuan, who wielded the Book of Earth and was born from the primordial membrane of the land. Chen Xuan had just finished his cultivation when he saw Suyu rise hurriedly. Online buzz had completely overshadowed previous events, with the top trending topic being Olympus Mountain's sudden vertical expansion. After the entire planet expanded 10,000-fold, Mount Olympus soared 100-fold higher. Rumor has it that strange beings have appeared on Mount Olympus 100-meter-tall, single-eyed creatures possessing immense strength, impervious to blades and arrows, and with a taste for human flesh. But it seems they are under the control of the divine court and have now all gathered on Mount Olympus. They've adopted a new name since Mount Olympus is sacred to the gods, they now call themselves the Divine Court. Their origins trace back to the coalition forces of Greece's sacred mountains. Hearing Suyu's words, Chen Xuan's brows furrowed. Carefully recalling his past life, it seemed the course of history had shifted. In that past life, 1 year after the Great Cataclysm, the Cyclopes controlled by Mount Olympus had served as the vanguard invading the borders of Zhonghua. From the highlands into the realm, countless cultivators of the flower family rose to fight bloody battles. Alas, the gods of Olympus awoke sooner, imbuing the Cyclops with divine consciousness. Not only did they possess immense strength and invulnerability to blades and arrows, but they also wielded a myriad of supernatural powers. The borders retreated again and again, each inch soaked in blood. These scenes played relentlessly in Chen Xuan's mind. When he received the news, he was garrisoned elsewhere and couldn't break free. By the time he arrived here, the Cyclopes had been utterly annihilated. The flower planting clan also suffered heavy casualties. Half of the cultivators were lost in battle, countless suffered minor injuries, and not a single one sustained critical wounds. For those gravely injured, death was the only option. The ferocity of that battle remains etched in his memory. Chapter 109, Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes. In his previous life, he had been powerless. The flower family had been trapped within layer upon layer of schemes, ultimately causing their spiritual energy revival to lag behind the West. The revival of mythical beings naturally lagged behind theirs as well. Those half-human, half-divine beings entered the flowering family realm with an air of invincibility. It wasn't until 3 years later, when Huaxia's mythical revival began, that those once arrogant furry deities truly realized the vast difference between themselves and Huaxia's gods. The flowering family kept no idol gods, yet those masters fixated solely on the faith of the painters. Without sufficient devotion, they would never intervene. Once the barbarian invaders were gradually expelled, the harvest began. The power of faith must never wane. Any decline would provoke their wrath, prompting them to send lesser demons to devour humans. Should these lesser demons be eliminated, they would dispatch more formidable ones. In just over a year, the population of the flowering family plummeted by 2/3. Suyu sensed Chen Xuan's boiling murderous intent and her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Xuan shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Now that they've renamed themselves the Divine Court, and those Cyclopes serve as their gatekeepers, they'll inevitably invade the flowering family next. What? Suyu was incredulous. There had been no prior conflict between the two sides. Why would they suddenly attack the flower planting family? As if reading her confusion, Chen Xuan murmured softly, "The entire world is targeting the flowering family. The hairy gods behind them feared the revival of the flowering family's myths. If possible, they'd eradicate the flowering clan outright. Without the power of faith, the flowering clan's myths could never be revived. They aren't truly human, merely half-human. That's why the revival of Western mythology began first. The Illuminati are one of them, the Divine Court is another, and more demons and monsters will follow. But I never expected the Divine Court to be the first to strike. Now we must strike first to prevent 100 strikes later. If they dare come, I'll make sure they never return."
Chen Xuan's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. He no longer intended to continue training. Instead, he needed to make preparations in advance.
The Cyclopes still occupied Mount Olympus, preparing to undergo their baptism.
This so-called baptism involved the divine consciousnesses of the Olympian pantheon attaching themselves to the giants' bodies.
Those Cyclopes were nothing more than dogs bred by the pantheon.
When they struck, it would be like thunder crashing down. Chen Xuan immediately sent a message to the Grand Elder, instructing him to make advance preparations. Though the course of history had deviated, it might well be due to his own rebirth. The flutter of his reborn wings had set off a chain of changes. Yet the grand course of history remained unaltered. Moreover, the closest location of the divine court to the flower-planting family was that highland region.
They intended to strike while the flower-planting family's myths had yet to revive, crushing them in their infancy.
They had underestimated the flowering clan's resolve and the potential of the human race. The revival of spiritual energy was brief, yet the human race, favored by the way of humanity and dwelling within the mortal realm, advanced at a pace akin to leaps and bounds. The Immortal Cultivation Academy had now completed its recruitment and was steadily progressing according to plan.
Chen Xuan's emergence was like pressing the fast-forward button on all this.
In his previous life, it took over a year to reach this stage. Back then, spiritual energy concentrations were lower than now, and the revival of mythical beings didn't occur until 3 years later.
It was far too late. The flower-planting family had endured too many calamities.
Its population of 1.4 billion had plummeted by 2/3, leaving a near-complete absence of young and able-bodied individuals. In the end, those defending the nation included elderly men in their 60s and children as young as 12 or 13. Yet they fought to the death without retreating. Recalling those scenes, Chen Xuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A plan now formed in his mind. After exchanging a few brief words with Suyu, he took a single stride and vanished 100 li away. Each stride covered 100 li. If he were willing to expend his cultivation reserves, a single step could carry him 1,000 li away. Shrinking the earth to an inch was a spatial type spell, one not everyone could cultivate. It demanded exceptionally high innate talent.
Upon arriving at the plateau, Chen Xuan stood suspended mid-air, surveying the contours of the land below.
A cold smile slowly spread across his lips. Reappearing once more, he materialized atop a towering peak. He stomped his foot down with force. The mountain rumbled violently, and a massive crack split open from the base to the summit. He summoned the demon-slaying sword nurtured within his dantian, plunging it into the fissure to establish one of the foundations for the innate 5 elements formation.
Next came another mountain. He placed the 4 mythical relics of differing attributes at the array's nodes.
He himself arrived only at the final position.
This very spot was the core of the primordial 5 elements array.
The primordial 5 elements array could alter any elemental property or extract other elemental energies, requiring the 5 primordial forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
Chen Xuan's human emperor's fortune could simulate any primordial force.
Combined with the mythical relics, the formation was flawless.
Just then, his phone rang.
Seeing the caller ID, a smile curved his lips as he pressed to answer. The solemn voice of the Grand Elder came through the phone. According to our spiritual energy monitoring, the Cyclopes of Mount Olympus have begun their march. Wherever they pass, it resembles a mountain roaring and a sea raging. All humans encountered are devoured clean.
10,000 Cyclopes are now heading toward the flower-planting family.
They are projected to reach the plateau in half an hour. Chen Xuan smiled faintly.
Since they're coming, they won't be going back. Have everyone here retreat. 1 person is enough.
Just arrange for a few drones to livestream the battle here.
Strike first to prevent 100 strikes later.
They need a lesson to kill one to warn the others.
The Grand Elder looked stunned. You alone? Indeed, I alone suffice.
Those Cyclopes hold no fear for me, mere dogs bred by the divine court. Today, I shall show the world the might of the flowering family.
Chen Xuan's voice was unwavering.
He did not wish to incur unnecessary casualties. In his previous life, 10,000 Cyclopes had wrought untold slaughter.
Each Cyclops' hands were stained with the blood of countless heroic Chinese warriors.
This time, he would make them pay in blood 100-fold. The method he employed was the most ruthless one.
Drones swiftly arrived in the vicinity.
From a distance of 1,000 meters, they watched this place from afar. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged atop the mountain peak, eyes closed, waiting in silence. The livestream flooded with countless viewers. Thanks to the Grand Elder's special attention, every platform immediately pinned this broadcast to the top. Dare to offend the flower family, and you shall be punished, no matter how far you flee. The stream's title ignited countless viewers' fervor. Upon entering the stream, the first sight was the snow-covered plateau, and sharp-eyed viewers immediately spotted Chen Xuan. The chat was flooded with one question. What on earth is happening? Chapter 110, Come to Your Death. The sudden opening of the livestream left countless viewers puzzled, yet they flooded in immediately. In the past, the flower family had always been rather reserved when facing any situation. Yet now, such a brutal statement was made outright. Something major must have happened. Discussions erupted in all directions. Even the most oblivious sensed something was amiss. After all, this stream was being pushed across all platforms. Anyone with internet and a phone could receive the notification.
The title alone sparked endless speculation. Many Western forces, already itching for action, flooded into the livestream upon seeing the title. Yet all they witnessed was a snow-capped, towering mountain peak. Is China joking? They hyped it up so much, I thought something big was happening. Turns out it's just showing us snow? A comment suddenly popped up. The livestream erupted in chaos as all the Chinese netizens started ranting. But just as the verbal battle began, the comments abruptly ceased as if by magic. Everyone watched as the live feed captured a scene, a cyclops leaping off a mountain peak. Each leap covered at least several kilometers, like the Hulk. The 100-meter giant appeared in the livestream, putting immense pressure on everyone. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. No one had expected the one-eyed giants from the divine court to appear here. Previously, only distant, blurry photographs had surfaced, so the news hadn't caused much of a stir. After all, with spiritual energy resurging, even the appearance of dinosaurs wouldn't be particularly surprising. But a 100-meter giant appearing in the livestream, especially captured up close, was utterly overwhelming. When they opened their mouths, the sharp fangs within were utterly terrifying. Within mere minutes, 100-meter giant after another leapt toward the broadcast area from the distance. There were tens of thousands of them. A single 100-meter cyclops was enough to crush them, and now tens of thousands had appeared. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the chat stream. The Flower Nation is finished. So many 100-meter cyclopes, they're impervious to blades and bullets, and even cannon fire can't scratch their skin. They're clearly here to invade the Flower Nation. Your people are waiting to die. No wonder you're live streaming, it's finally come down to survival. The one spouting this cold-hearted remark wasn't an overseas citizen, but someone from Flower Country, though he had already emigrated abroad. No one cursed him now, for the entire nation felt the thickening crisis. The man's account was immediately kicked from the livestream. Just as the cyclopes leapt toward a gorge, they abruptly halted, as if sensing danger. They even took 2 steps back. Chen Xuan rose to his feet and walked through the air, positioning himself above the valley. All 100-meter tall cyclopes fixed their gaze upon him, as if he alone were the true focal point. Trespassers in the flower family shall die. He swung the Xuanyuan sword in his hand, carving a sword mark before the valley. The 100-meter cyclopes hesitated, sensing an overwhelming sense of crisis and fear. But soon, streams of white light surged from their bodies. It seemed as if something had taken control of them. The madness and bloodlust vanished from their single eyes, replaced by a newfound alertness. Then, as if receiving a signal, they all charged madly toward the valley, their gazes fixed on Chen Xuan, who stood suspended in the sky above. The fastest-moving cyclops, its eye flashing with thunderous light, roared. Thunder! A thunderbolt erupted from the sky, striking toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan didn't even attempt to counterattack. He simply stood still, the spiritual energy radiating from his body forming a protective aura. The thunderbolt failed to pierce even his protective barrier. Too weak. Those 3 simple words seemed to provoke the cyclops. The thunder within its single eye grew increasingly dense, the enormous orb seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the lightning itself. Dark clouds gathered thickly, like an impending thunder tribulation. Chen Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Yes, bring your full strength. Now this is getting interesting. His calm words sent the live chat into a frenzy. This was their human emperor. Facing this terrifying cyclops, he stood suspended in midair, sword in hand, alone and unyielding. The chat flooded with frantic messages. Every single one expressed awe and reverence for Chen Xuan. The Grand Elder was also watching the livestream at that moment. When he saw the tens of thousands of cyclopes charging forward, his heart clenched in dread. Just moments before, drones had attempted to attack the cyclopes. Yet, as earlier comments had noted, artillery shells capable of flattening a small mountain only caused the cyclopes a slight twinge of pain. A tremendous weight pressed down on everyone's hearts. The Grand Elder included. Now, they all pinned their hopes on Chen Xuan successfully slaying those cyclopes. But Chen Xuan remained motionless, still suspended in the sky. Thunder seemed to coalesce to its limit, striking down toward his head. Chen Xuan raised his hand and swung the Xuanyuan sword. The inner spiritual energy erupted violently, sending his sword chi soaring skyward. As if cleaving open the gates of heaven. The dark clouds in the sky were cleaved clean in two, and the lightning flashes vanished entirely. The fastest-running Cyclops' eye exploded, spraying a mist of blood across the earth as he collapsed lifeless to the ground. Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the tens of thousands of one-eyed giants, but they had all entered the canyon. The 5 surrounding peaks enclosed them completely. This location was the most suitable, large enough for him to deploy his innate 5 elements formation. His voice was cold and detached. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Only when I make you suffer will you learn to behave. Since that is the case, then prepare to meet your end. With that, he swung the Xuanyuan sword downward. His other hand formed a seal. Primordial 5 elements formation, activate. 5 mountain peaks erupted in dazzling radiance.
Each peak's radiance differed: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements' energies resonating in harmony. The energies of 5 mythical relics merged together, evolving into earth, fire, water, and wind. The one-eyed giants roared with fury, sensing an overwhelming crisis closing in. They sought escape but found themselves utterly disoriented, unable to discern any direction. Chen Xuan stood suspended in the void, his hand seals shifting once more. Those who dare defy the majesty of our flower-planting clan shall be utterly annihilated. Everyone, witness this. The primordial 5 elements array now unleashed its full might. While the 5 elements inherently nurture and restrain one another, when all power was concentrated into a single attribute, every other light was overshadowed by a blinding crimson glow. The threefold true fire merged with the Greek divine fire, descending into the primordial 5 elements array. Chapter 111, The Primordial 5 Elements Array. Blinding red and profound blue complement each other. Leveraging the might of the primordial 5 elements array, the power of the fire element is unleashed to its fullest potential. Chen Xuan sheathed the Xuanyuan Sword and sat cross-legged in midair. A flask of wine appeared in his hand as a cold smile curved his lips. I decree as the human emperor, from this day forth, the divine court is banished from the human race. You shall no longer belong to humanity and shall be locked in eternal conflict with us. His voice was matter of fact. As he spoke these words, streaks of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. An invisible pen of human law seemed to be sketching something. Upon the sacred mountain of the divine court, those present felt as though something had been ripped from their very beings. An oppressive, suffocating sensation made their breathing grow heavier and heavier. Bastard! How dare he strip us of our identity? We are both human and divine. The gods are our fathers. How dare he strip us of our humanity? Though they did not know what exactly had been taken from them, they knew it was heavy. Some even stormed into the livestream, cursing wildly. Yet it all proved futile. The pen of humanity had already cast them out. The human emperor is the ruler of the mortal realm, the master of humanity. The livestream witnessed it all. Below, in the valley, thousands of 100-meter-tall cyclopes writhed and screamed in the flames, like living fish and shrimp being boiled alive. A gentle breeze swept through the sky. Those 100-meter-tall cyclopes attempting to flee gradually ceased their struggles. The flames consumed them from the outside and, slowly scorching their bodies. The grease dripping from their flesh only fueled the flames, making the heat more intense. Some had their bones exposed by the fire, yet they still did not die. Their robust vitality left them suffering a fate worse than death. All struggle became futile. This entire scene played out before the eyes of the crowd. The divine court's representatives grew even more enraged, issuing threats. Human Emperor, you had better release our divine court members immediately, or else we will fight you to the death. The moment this comment appeared, a torrent of curses erupted below. Got chicken feathers stuffed in your ears? Didn't you hear what His Majesty the Human Emperor just said? You've been expelled from the human race. From now on, you're locked in a fight to the death with us humans. You who worship those bastardly beasts of the divine court, go ahead and become their sons. If this were a verbal duel, even 10 times their numbers couldn't outshout this side. They watched with growing concern. Over 10,000 cyclopes formed the backbone of their divine court. With such formidable strength, who could possibly stand against them? Their original plan was to crush those cultivators from the flower family in their infancy. Yet, who could have imagined that upon arriving here, they were halted by Chen Xuan alone, wielding a single sword? Moreover, he had employed some sort of formation, trapping them within it. Ordinary flames couldn't harm the cyclopes, but those crimson and azure flames clung to them like flesh-eating ants, reducing even bone to ash. More and more cyclopes fell, slowly turning to black ash. Chen Xuan gazed downward, hands clasped behind his back. He lifted his head to the sky, pondering how the revival of spiritual energy in the flower family's realm remained undisturbed. The timeline for mythical beings' revival would accelerate. Over a year after the last great catastrophe, there had been no signs of mythical revival. The foreign deities had incited their followers to invade the flower-planting family. Every inch of land was soaked in blood. Recalling those events, his heart now burned with overwhelming murderous intent. His gaze fell upon the live-streaming drone, and a faint curve touched his lips. Divine Court, are you ready? I'll be coming for you soon. Make sure you protect your sacred mountain well. I won't kill you all. I have no interest in hunting each of you down. I only want your sacred mountain. Consider it compensation. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 flame true fire and the Greek divine fire flew back into his dantian, quietly nurturing within his nascent soul. With a single stride, he vanished into the sky. All that remained was a thick layer of black ash covering the valley. The livestream fell silent for several seconds. Then, a comment suddenly appeared. If only it would rain now, we could go straight to farming. What great fertilizer this would make. The audience immediately began discussing what crops to plant. Then a bolded comment appeared. Just 2 words. Let's do it. The crowd erupted the moment they saw those 2 words. This was a direct intervention from above. The drone continued broadcasting live, and soon a Taoist priest clad in apricot yellow robes appeared, stepping on a wooden sword as he flew toward the scene.
The live stream exploded in that instant. Everyone's secretly practicing cultivation, but they left me out, right? I want to fly on a sword too. But I haven't even mastered the basic breathing exercises yet. Another miserable day. Seriously jealous I can't even wipe my drool fast enough. Sword riding the dream of every Chinese man. The Taoist ascended to a vantage point, selected a mountain peak, and immediately began setting up his ritual altar. He stowed all his items into his sleeves using the technique of concealing vastness within one's sleeves. He opened the altar and performed the ritual, casting the rain summoning technique. He wasn't beseeching the heavens for rain, but rather wielding the art of summoning wind and rain, a technique documented in Taoist scriptures. Before long, thunder roared, and the air grew thick with moisture. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. After completing his ritual, the Taoist bowed toward the drone, left behind a smile, and then flew away on his sword. The incident immediately trended on social media. Trending topic number 1, if you come, don't go back, stay and farm. Trending topic number 2, sword riding the dream of every young man in the flower planting family. The top 10 trending topics were all about today's events. Chen Xuan had already returned to the villa. The video call from the Grand Elder came through. The moment he answered, Chen Xuan saw a rare smile on the Grand Elder's face. Truly worthy of the title Human Emperor, your power reaches the heavens. Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head. Elder, you flatter me. That was a plan I laid out in advance. If I had relied solely on my own raw strength, even if I could have slain those 10,000 cyclopes, I would likely have been exhausted. Not flattery at all. With you among us, our flower clan shall flourish, and the human race shall endure forever. The elder's words were filled with nothing but praise for Chen Xuan. At that moment, the Grand Elder broached a matter. Chen Xuan, would you be willing to succeed me? You need not rush to answer. Give it your full consideration before replying. I do hope you will take my place. The human emperor is the rightful ruler of the human path. You were born with the destiny of the human emperor, it is only fitting. Moreover, with you taking my place, even 100 years from now, I will have no worries for our flower planting clan. The elder's eyes brimmed with earnest hope, his thoughts wholly devoted to the future of the flower clan. Chapter 112, One Word Annihilation. Chen Xuan pondered briefly before smiling. Elder, it's still a bit premature for you to be considering this matter now. With the revival of spiritual energy, your strength has already reached the foundation establishment stage, granting you an additional 50 years of life. Moreover, with the fortune of the human race bestowed upon you at this time, you can even break through to the golden core stage, extending your lifespan by 500 years. Laughter came from the other end of the phone. Then we'll discuss this matter later. But the situation is dire now. The Illuminati worship deities. I hear they've begun baptizing commoners. Those deemed impure in their faith face punishment. In just 3 short days, over 100,000 have vanished. The foot-basin chickens worship the Yamada no Orochi serpent. Its projection has descended, demanding they sacrifice 50,000 souls to hasten its arrival. The divine court drew countless pilgrims to worship at the sacred mountain, Mount Olympus. Suddenly, a new peak emerged, and a palace rose from the earth. Tens of thousands of worshippers surged toward it, only to vanish without a trace. Inside the palace, only endless boiling magma was captured on camera. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing the final report. After speaking with the Grand Elder, he resolved to journey to the sacred mountain himself. The sudden appearance of the palace on Mount Olympus was likely the work of Hephaestus, one of the 12 Olympian gods. Legend held him to be the son of Zeus, lord of all, and Hera, revered as the god of fire. He recalled that last time, the fire god had not appeared until half a year later. Now, with all the cyclopes of the divine court annihilated, they were growing impatient. Thus, sacrificing tens of thousands of lives had directly hastened the fire god's descent. Hephaestus first manifested as a forging hammer, a mythical artifact. Chen Xuan had warned them earlier to prepare the divine court. He had been quietly accelerating the development of the human race, but there were always those blind fools coming to cause trouble. The damage inflicted by the cyclopes in the previous era and the countless blood debts owed were long overdue for repayment. At the sacred mountain, countless people gathered, the crowd thick with heads. They knew not how those tens of thousands had vanished, but word spread from the divine court that they had entered the divine realm to enjoy eternal life. Only those with true, devout faith had the chance to enter the divine realm. Those whose faith was impure would face endless suffering, their souls finding no release even after death. Upon the mountain peak, an elderly man with a white beard, clad in ornate robes, delivered a speech. He spoke of how the divine court showed mercy to the world, and what blessings would come to those who believed in the gods of the divine court. His words stirred cheers from the countless people below. Their faith energy transformed into a dense swarm of light points, gathering toward the main peak of the divine court, continuously converging. Chen Xuan, hovering above the clouds, took in the entire scene. You are the children of all living beings. May the gods be with you. With that, he spread his arms wide, closed his eyes slightly, and a divine radiance descended upon him, elevating his own power. This was the blessing bestowed upon him by the heavenly god. Like a dog wagging its tail to please its master, who casually tosses a bone. The deceived believers, their hearts filled with profound devotion, yearned only for eternal life after death. Just as their cheers reached their peak, suddenly, a voice echoed as if from beyond the heavens. Divine Court, are you prepared? As the voice faded, Chen Xuan stepped forth from the void, standing atop the divine court, radiating in overwhelming divine might. In that instant, everyone felt as though a sacred mountain had descended upon them. Unconsciously, they bent their knees and knelt. The white-bearded elder, the ruler of the divine court and its spokesperson, relied on his own cultivation to forcibly withstand the human emperor's majesty emanating from Chen Xuan. He glared furiously at Chen Xuan, spewing a torrent of foreign gibberish. Chen Xuan frowned and coldly retorted, "I don't understand your gibberish." The divine court dispatched 10,000 cyclopes to invade the flowering family. How do you explain this? His voice thundered like a violent storm from the heavens. The sky seemed utterly shrouded in dark clouds, and a bone-chilling cold settled over every person present. In their eyes, Chen Xuan had become infinitely powerful, like a sacred mountain pressing down upon them. They instinctively bent their spines, kneeling on the ground, too afraid to raise their heads to look at him. The divine court also had cultivators, but their strength paled in comparison to Chen Xuan's. Compounding this was Chen Xuan's own human emperor destiny, the might of the human path now manifest within him. Without relying on any mythical relics, he alone could intimidate the entire divine court through sheer presence. A flash of white light erupted above the divine court. Then, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from within the palace filled with molten lava. It was one of the main peaks that had just appeared. The figure rapidly grew larger, its eyes blazing with intense flames, and its entire body gradually enveloped in crimson fire. From the lava-filled palace, a massive hammer flew out and landed in the phantom's grasp. Dare to offend the divine court? Die! The voice thundered like a celestial storm. The colossal phantom swung the formidable, fiery hammer with overwhelming might, bringing it crashing down toward Chen Xuan. At that moment, everyone became utterly agitated. Hephaestus, one of the 12 main gods, had awakened. He would surely annihilate the intruder. A faint smile touched Chen Xuan's lips. A mere minor deity dares to flex its might before the human emperor? Disperse. Had Hephaestus descended in his true form, Chen Xuan might have shown some restraint. But this was merely a projection, a relic of the ancient divine era, and he held it in utter contempt. With the power of the human path, he could crush it effortlessly. Chen Xuan had already activated the livestream when he struck. With a wave of his hand, the towering, menacing shadow instantly dissipated into the void. A voice filled with fury suddenly echoed in his mind, though it gradually faded into the distance. I remember you. When my true form descends, it shall be the day of your destruction. Chen Xuan remained calm as he watched the flaming hammer plunge from the sky, extending his hand into the void. A colossal palm materialized in midair, seizing the flaming hammer. The lord of the divine court's eyes bulged with rage as he roared, "How dare you seize the divine court's fire god forging hammer?" Chen Xuan turned his head, his expression serene and detached. It seems the divine court's representative on earth needs a replacement. As the words fell, the palm flipped lightly, pressing down through the void. Suddenly, the colossal energy palm in the void, as vast as the sky itself, crashed down with overwhelming force. You! The ruler of the divine court didn't even have time to utter a second syllable before being obliterated by the energy palm. The palace atop their mountain peak was simultaneously reduced to dust. Chen Xuan stood with hands behind his back, then stomped down with one foot. The summit of the sacred mountain resembled an apocalyptic scene as the main peak shattered with a thunderous crash. Then his voice echoed across 10,000 miles. Dare to invade the flower family, and this shall be your fate. Chen Xuan departed, and the livestream fell into darkness. The broadcast ended. Yet no one could calm their hearts. The people of the flowering clan erupted in cheers. Yet overseas, many fell into a profound silence. They had never imagined Chen Xuan's power to be so formidable, a single man confronting the entire divine court, and even the divine projection that descended upon the world was utterly annihilated by him. Chapter 113, Immortal Will. The divine court's spokespeople, including those who had endured the divine baptism, vanished completely with the collapse of the sacred mountain's main peak. This sudden, crushing blow sent tremors through those who had been stirring with ambition, leaving them quivering in fear. Yet some now glimpsed the terrifying potential within Chen Xuan. In a dimly lit chamber, several figures appeared on a projection screen. The Holy Emperor of the Illuminati spoke in a hoarse, deep voice. We absolutely cannot allow the flower planting family to continue growing unchecked. They do not worship their own deities, so the descent of divine beings will be slow. Yet their human emperor acts like a true divine warrior. He must be eliminated. Every participant in the video conference understood the grave consequences that true divine warriors would bring. Humankind would become their farmed providers of faith, endlessly harvested. Given a choice, they would naturally refuse to bow beneath the gods. Yet the resurgence of mythology was an unstoppable tide. How could the human race possibly contend with the gods? Moreover, they took pride in being descendants of the divine race. To call them mere humans felt like an insult.
Yet they all saw clearly just how powerful Chen Xuan truly was. If he could not be eliminated promptly, he would inevitably become a new deity in the future. Amidst the video conference, another voice cut through the air, sharp and piercing.
I suspect Chen Xuan seeks to ascend to godhood by exploiting the human race.
He's spinning the Chinese people around like tops. He intends to forge his own body using their faith, then enslave humanity just like the true gods.
The true god's descent is imminent.
We cannot afford to give him another chance. Otherwise, when the Flower family rises, they will settle accounts with all of us.
I concur. I concur.
Many among them had deliberately studied the Flower family. Millennia of glory were glossed over in a single stroke, while the past century of humiliation was displayed in stark detail. They were terrified, and dared not allow the Flower family to truly rise. Especially after Chen Xuan demonstrated his power, it was as if a true celestial being had descended. Moreover, they had studied Chen Xuan's character, sharp and unyielding, seeking vengeance for every wrong and settling every grievance. Over the past century, they had relentlessly targeted the Chen family. If this godlike figure were allowed to complete his transformation from man to deity before his true divine descent, they would all be finished.
With this understanding, all parties reached an immediate consensus.
They temporarily set aside past grievances to unite against the Flower family.
News of this alliance swiftly reached Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan remained composed. He had anticipated this outcome. In the previous era, the flowering family had been targeted by their united efforts, delaying the revival of spiritual energy. One step behind meant falling further and further behind. With all factions scheming behind the scenes, the Flower family chose to stand tall in death rather than kneel in life, leading to a sharp decline in their population. White silk mourning ribbons hung from every household.
Fathers fell on the battlefield. Eldest sons marched off to war, followed by second sons.
9/10 of the young and strong were lost. It was precisely through the relentless, life-or-death struggles of the Flower family's valiant sons, one after another, that they awaited the revival of the mythical era and also the true beginning of the nightmare. The gods demanded more than devout faith and sacrifices of all kinds.
The way of heaven sought to dominate the human and earthly realms, aspiring to absolute supremacy.
The gods sought to treat the human race as livestock, herded and harvested in endless waves.
In their eyes, the human race could reproduce and grow at an astonishing rate. One generation perished, only for the next to rise.
Even among themselves, they fought fiercely over territorial divisions. The human race existed in name only.
Chen Xuan would never allow the past to repeat itself. That is why he must stop it.
The flower planting clan now reveres only the human emperor, not the gods.
Moreover, since ancient times, the Flower family has never kept idol gods.
The deities they worship were essentially cultivated by humans themselves. This faith could be preserved, for these beings were also the ancestors of the human race.
The human race only believes in their own ancestors. Or rather, the people of the flowering family only believe in their ancestors.
One might swear by heaven, swear by earth, swear by the gods, yet few would lightly swear by their ancestors' names.
To do so meant either your death or mine. Chen Xuan's deliberate guidance was already yielding initial results.
Just then, another message arrived abruptly. The spiritual energy network they had established had been infected by an unknown virus or Trojan horse. Phones began receiving all manner of messages, some curses, some seductions. Those with weak resolve who viewed them would develop mental issues. Upon discovering this bizarre virus, Chen Xuan immediately grew vigilant. Even his own phone had been compromised. His eyes flashed with sharp intensity as his divine sense swept over the device before he swiftly pulled it away. They soon discovered it contained peculiar energies.
Ordinary antivirus software proved utterly ineffective. It could eliminate the malware but not neutralize the strange energies within.
The spirit energy network operated by harnessing the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth.
This was due to a peculiar energy transmitted between spiritual energies.
Suyu hurried away, her eyes filled with urgency.
Something's wrong. Chen Xuan guessed what Suyu was about to say and pointed at his phone. You already know about this? Is there any way to fix it?
If not, we'll have to temporarily shut down the spiritual energy network, but that would leave us unable to monitor spiritual energy levels across the regions. Chen Xuan said calmly, this matter cannot be resolved. The sages have already forged our defenses for us.
Suyu's eyes widened in bewilderment, unable to grasp the meaning behind those words. Could it be that some ancient human sage had foreseen the current situation and made preparations in advance?
Chen Xuan pulled up the map on his phone, then pointed to a specific location, his eyes flashing with a sharp, icy glint.
The Great Wall?
Suyu looked up in shock.
Chen Xuan smiled. To be precise, the beacon towers of the Great Wall. Dispatch orders immediately. Station personnel at every beacon tower, ready to ignite them at a moment's notice.
The Great Wall is where our countless ancestors fought bloody battles, embodying their immortal will.
Suyu immediately said about making the arrangements.
Chaos had erupted across numerous online platforms. Much of the information circulating wasn't even originating from Zhonghua, yet people's phones seemed utterly beyond their control, affecting countless individuals.
Especially after some children were affected, their mental states clearly deteriorated. This was an attempt to destroy the next generation of the flower family. Childhood is the crucial period for shaping one's worldview. While the strange energies might not cause immediate harm, prolonged exposure would plant seeds of distortion within their minds, turning them into potential sources of instability. Online discussions raged on, yet no one had a viable solution. Unless the flower family completely cuts off the internet, which would set the entire nation back decades. The cost is simply too great. Just as everyone was at a loss, filled with worry and dread, a live stream suddenly popped up on their phones. It was satellite footage captured from above. It captured the Great Wall stretching for thousands of miles. Chapter 114, Replicating the Four Swords of Immortal Execution. Preparations complete, Chen Xuan sent out a message. At that moment, across the flower planting family. Whether on phones, computers, or public screens across the nation, calls echoed for citizens to tune in to the live broadcast. The majestic sight of the Great Wall drew countless viewers. The planet had expanded countless times over, yet the Great Wall remained intact, neither shattered nor collapsed. Instead, it stretched and grew alongside the shifting terrain, resembling a colossal, serpentine dragon. Many had hoped the Great Wall had long since collapsed, but now the live footage appeared. The majestic and magnificent sight was beyond words. After a brief silence in the livestream chat, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. This is the magnificent landscape of our great nation. Born in our glorious homeland, what an honor. Though countless hardships lie ahead, the spirit of our nation endures forever. Long live our homeland. Similar comments kept appearing. Chen Xuan watched the scene unfold, a smile curving his lips. As he sent his final message, a surge of humanistic power coalesced in his poem. It drew upon the energy of the mortal realm, gathering the blessings held within every heart. This blessing differed from the faith sought by immortals. It was the convergence of the human race's will. Sparkling points of light slowly gathered at his fingertips. Finally, they transformed into the flame of humanity. The flame ignited the beacon tower. Golden flames spread outward. Before each beacon tower stood members of the Jinhua clan, all cultivators whose spiritual energy surged into the towers. Spiritual energy served as the finest fuel. Like the Great Wall, a serpentine dragon stretching for 10,000 miles, its scales now glowed with a brilliant light. Heaven and earth seemed to fade into obscurity at that very moment. In the livestream, only the golden flames of the Great Wall's beacon towers burned relentlessly. The spiritual energy drifting toward the Zhenghua family was purified, and the Trojan horse virus dissolved at an astonishing speed. Like snowflakes falling upon molten lava. Chen Xuan stood precisely at the starting point of the Great Wall, the dragon's head position. 10,000-mile dragon flame formation, activate. Hear the dragons roar, all of you. The Great Wall, stretching for 10,000 miles, seemed to come alive. The entire dragon vein of the Chinese nation surged with energy, its dragon's roar echoing across the heavens and earth. Many overseas viewers watched the livestream, and when they witnessed the 10,000-mile dragon flame formation activating, their expressions all changed. Their eyes were filled with utter shock. How is this possible? How could Flower Nation crack the terrifying Trojan virus we jointly created? They were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what methods Chen Xuan had employed to evolve the Trojan virus contained within the spirit realm. What they had believed to be a sure thing was now shattered, and the forces behind the conspiracy were gripped by fear. They recalled the scenes from Mount Olympus. Chen Xuan was no pushover, he was fierce and quick to act. He'd even slain the projection of the fire god from the divine court and seized the fire goddess' mythical relic. Now, standing above the void, his voice cold as ice, just days ago, I declared publicly, dare to invade the flower family, and you shall be punished, no matter how far you flee. I know certain individuals are watching this broadcast. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You sought to destroy the next generation of my flower family. This grievance must be avenged or my heart will never find peace. Are you prepared? The live stream's chat exploded with comments. But behind the scenes, those watching were utterly stunned. The incident at the divine court had only recently concluded. They harbored genuine awe and fear toward Chen Xuan's methods, especially since he had once warned the divine court to prepare. The outcome was plain for all to see. The divine court's spokesperson had been replaced. Those members who'd narrowly escaped now scurried about like dogs with their tails between their legs, ready for anyone to kick them. Chen Xuan's power was too overwhelming, so overwhelming that they couldn't even muster the will to seek revenge. After speaking, Chen Xuan did not depart. He retrieved the materials he had prepared in advance and began forging them directly in the void. The rudimentary form of a sword gradually took shape in his hands. Harnessing the 10,000 Li dragon flame array, golden flames surged forth. The blade plunged into the flames, instantly enveloped by the golden inferno. An extraordinary sight appeared in the sky, a vision of the primordial chaos, where earth, water, fire, and wind were first born. The power of the laws surged forth, directly imprinting itself upon the sword's edge. Countless minds were filled with confusion. What exactly was Chen Xuan doing? Many overseas felt a deep dread. Last time Chen Xuan confronted the divine court, he hadn't wielded a weapon. Yet now, he was forging one. Was he intending to use this weapon against them?
Another piece of material appeared in Chen Xuan's hand as the fire god's forging hammer struck relentlessly. Soon, a sword blank took shape. Everyone assumed Chen Xuan would toss the sword blank into the 10,000-mile dragon flame array. But what followed nearly made their jaws drop. With a casual toss, Chen Xuan sent it soaring. The sword blank instantly sliced through the air, soaring into the boundless, vast ocean. Countless strange phenomena could be clearly seen emerging within the ocean. It was the primordial evolution of heaven and earth, as if the chaos was being torn apart. Next, the third sword blank. After Chen Xuan successfully forged it, the blank plunged directly into the earth. Then came the fourth. Upon its completion, a sword beam shot skyward. It landed upon the atmospheric layer above the heavens, rapidly absorbing the primordial essence of wind. When everything neared saturation, Chen Xuan raised his palm and made a gentle gesture. When the four ice sword embryos reappeared, each had transformed into a distinct form. As they coalesced together, the sky seemed entirely enveloped. Within the sword formation's embrace, the primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were reenacted. Cracks began to appear in the spatial barrier. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Chen Xuan's lips. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the four swords in my grasp. In the primordial era, there was a sage known as the Supreme Sovereign of Heaven. He wielded a supreme treasure called the Sword Array of Exterminating Immortals. The Sword Array of Exterminating Immortals could recreate the primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Even a cultivator at the Supreme Sovereign realm would require the combined efforts of four or more to break through it when wielded by the Sword Array of Exterminating Immortals. Since you wish to unite, I shall grant you the opportunity to confront me together. I shall deploy the Sword Array of Exterminating Immortals and invite you to challenge it. You have only 3 days. With that, Chen Xuan took a single stride forward and reappeared above the East Sea. He stood suspended in the void, the four swords of exterminating immortals circling around him before slowly dispersing. Within a 100-mile radius, everything was enveloped by the Xuanyuan Sword formation. Mutant creatures in the East Sea attempted to attack, only to be instantly vaporized into blood mist upon impact, forming a rain of blood that fell upon the sea. This scene was captured by satellite imagery. Chen Xuan stood within the Xuanyuan Sword formation, his voice still echoing. Do you dare to fight? If you refuse to fight, I shall come for you myself. Then do not say I did not give you a chance. Chapter 115, Sacrifice. Chen Xuan's actions amounted to setting up a challenge platform, openly provoking the allied factions. He gave them the chance to strike simultaneously, yet not a single one dared to come forward. They were desperately seeking out the mythical tales of the flower family, the very figure Chen Xuan referred to as the Supreme Patriarch. No one knew whether Chen Xuan had forged those four swords on the spot or prepared them beforehand, but the overwhelming aura emanating from them caused them to retreat 3 steps. Especially after learning the myths surrounding the Supreme Sovereign of Heaven, the allied factions fell into complete silence. One of the pinnacles of combat power in the primordial era. Once the Sword Array of Exterminating Immortals was unleashed, only the four Holy Ones could break it. The terrifying spatial anomalies that accompanied the forging of the four swords sent shivers down their spines. Chen Xuan could effortlessly crush the divine court without touching any mythical relics. Now, with the four exterminating immortal swords forming his array and his power reaching the pinnacle of this age, who dared challenge his might? Chen Xuan stood atop the East Sea. As the first rays of dawn pierced the sky, he uttered but one sentence. 1 day has passed. For 3 consecutive days. The world grew even quieter. Chen Xuan opened his eyes at dawn on the 3rd day. As he took his first step, the four swords of execution surrounded him. Their razor-sharp edges seemed poised to pierce through space itself. During these 3 days, the alliance of various factions had not been idle. Working tirelessly, they had finally devised a plan to threaten Chen Xuan. Now, Chen Xuan walked upon the waves. With each stride, his form seemed to shift through space. He reappeared 1,000 miles away with a single hand gesture. The mutated beasts of the East Sea attacked relentlessly, yet not even the hem of his robe was dampened. The moment they charged forward, they were shredded to pieces by the immortal slaying sword array. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Xuan. Satellite feeds tracked his every move. They all wanted to know what Chen Xuan would do next, who would be his first target. In less than a moment, Chen Xuan had already arrived above the island of the Footbasin Chicken. A gigantic serpent's phantom slowly materialized. This serpent possessed 8 heads, all gazing intently at Chen Xuan as a majestic, resounding voice echoed. Human Emperor, what is your intent? Chen Xuan replied coldly, those who defy the heavenly might of our Zhonghua nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Hand over the mastermind and pay 100-fold in compensation, and this matter can be settled. But the Flower Clan doesn't seem to have suffered any losses, does it? The phantom voice echoed once more. The entire world now focused its gaze upon this very spot. Chen Xuan's face was icy cold, his body boiling with murderous intent. This incident has cost my Flower Clan at least 1,000 lives. Those who kill must pay with their lives. 100-fold compensation is hardly excessive, is it? My flowering clan is pure humanity, far beyond your half-breeds. Making you pay 100-fold is a mercy. If you refuse, I shall execute you first.
Were it not for your daily sacrifices to these foot basins, your moment of appearance would have sealed your doom. Chen Xuan spoke these words without restraint, and the entire world fell silent. Especially the foot basin people, they seemed provoked, erupting into a torrent of curses. What kind of human emperor is he? We are human too. Why does he stand by and watch us be sacrificed? He doesn't deserve to be human emperor. Only we foot basin are the true elite of the human race. Those flower planting family are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Seeing these outbursts, netizens from the flower family were utterly enraged. You foot basin chickens, you're nothing but a bunch of half-baked morons with underdeveloped brains. The Yamata no Orochi you worship demands at least thousands of sacrifices daily. All those people become his sustenance, hastening his descent. When he finally arrives, he'll likely devour tens of thousands daily. Can your tiny little place even sustain that? Sooner or later, it will devour you all into extinction. You're nothing but livestock raised in its pen. The opposing player went berserk. Their words were utterly thoughtless. We're accelerating the arrival of the great serpent Yamata no Orochi. We're jealous because your gods are all trash. We're terrified of making you angry and irritable. That's right. All our sacrifices are willingly made. Those offered will ascend to Takamagara and gain eternal life. Even if I don't gain eternal life, I gladly become a sacrifice for the glory of the foot basins. Long live the glory of the foot basin. Watching the bullet screen dominated madness unfold. The flower planting clan fell speechless. Anyone with a shred of sense wouldn't utter such words. They couldn't even fathom what kind of twisted logic drove such statements. Until one comment appeared. Snake eats chicken, Yamata no Orochi devours the foot basin chicken, spot on. No matter how vile the insults from the foot basin people became, the flower planting family only ever replied with this one line. They were nearly boiling over with rage. Some even stormed outside, shouting at the sky. Great serpent Yamata no Orochi, devour the human emperor. More and more people joined the frenzied chant. The projection of the Yamata no Orochi grew increasingly solid, fueled entirely by the convergence of their faith. Chen Xuan, however, wore a mocking smile. His gaze swept over the growing crowd below as he remarked casually, I don't wish to waste time with you. I still have debts to collect elsewhere. Have you made up your mind? As the words fell, his finger pointed at the Yamata no Orochi. The four swords of extermination circled his body, their sharp edges flickering as if capable of piercing one's very soul. The roaring below abruptly ceased. The Yamata no Orochi seethed with hatred toward those foot basin chickens. He had been ready to agree, only to be roasted over a fire now. To fight the human emperor? If his true form descended, perhaps he might stand a chance. But now, with only a mere phantom form, what could he possibly use to fight the human emperor? Moreover, the four swords of exterminating immortals possessed the power to seal off spatial rules. His true form projection contained a portion of his soul's power. If it were completely annihilated, even if his true form descended, it would arrive in a gravely wounded state. Soul damage takes at least 10 million years to heal. Chen Xuan sneered coldly, it seems you've made your choice. Since you wish to resist to the bitter end, I shall grant you your wish. The four swords of exterminating immortals instantly enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. Space was completely sealed off, and the Xuanyuan Sword array radiated an overwhelmingly murderous aura. The four swords of exterminating immortals were the companion treasures of the demon ancestor Luoho. During the conflict between the demon and Dao paths, the demon ancestor Luoho perished, and the four swords fell into the hands of the Dao ancestor, who later bestowed them upon the supreme patriarch Tongtian. In the primordial era, they were renowned innate treasures of slaughter. Even replicas were unbreakable by anyone below the immortal realm. Yamata no Orochi was shaken. Though merely a projection, it had witnessed countless great events. When facing the fire god's projection, Chen Xuan had disintegrated it with a single word. Regenerating its true form would demand immense time. Truthfully, it dared not delay any longer. Its voice boomed like thunder. I agree. Hand over the mastermind and sacrifice 10,000 people. Chen Xuan smiled indifferently, those frenzied chickens below are quite suitable. Begin. The Yamata no Orochi seethed with hatred, but having made its decision, it hesitated no longer. All 8 serpent heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously, unleashing overwhelming ferocity as they lunged to devour the frenzied chickens below. Chapter 116, The Culprit. For the screaming fools below, it felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Their faces were frozen in utter disbelief. The deity they most revered in their hearts was now poised to strike them down mercilessly. They were about to become sacrificial offerings, overwhelmed by endless terror. The air was thick with wails and blood-curdling screams. The Yamata no Orochi, a cold and merciless instrument of slaughter, devoured a full 100,000 souls as its sustenance. Never had it feasted so abundantly. Within its 8 serpentine eyes, a profound sense of satisfaction shone through. This scene was broadcast live via satellite. The entire camp was engulfed in boundless terror. Chen Xuan spoke calmly, the mastermind. He uttered only 2 words. The Yamata no Orochi suddenly sucked in, pulling out a trembling middle-aged man. Now, he was wrapped in the serpent's tail, suspended midair. Then hurled before Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan reached out and grabbed at the air, seizing the man with the two small mustache tufts midair. The man let out a series of frightened, incomprehensible cries. I can't understand your gibberish. Since you're the mastermind, go die over there. You shall never find peace in the afterlife. Your soul shall endure the agony of eternal flames. As his voice fell, his hand clenched violently. The culprit in the void was instantly crushed into a cloud of blood mist. Under Chen Xuan's powerful divine sense, its soul form revealed itself. Then, a lamp appeared in Chen Xuan's hand. This lamp, crafted in his spare moments, was modeled after ancient magical artifacts. He formed a mystic seal with his fingers, drawing the soul directly into the lamp's wick. Finally, Chen Xuan lightly tapped his finger, igniting the wick with the sacred Greek flame. The eerie blue flame burned with an otherworldly intensity. One could faintly see the soul within the wick contorting in agony, as if enduring the most excruciating torment imaginable. Chen Xuan withdrew the artifact and fixed his gaze upon the Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi sensed an ominous foreboding. Yet in the very next instant, the Luxian sword, one of the four swords of extermination, bound by the law of winds, suddenly slashed out. Human Emperor, do you truly wish to wage war against me? The Yamata no Orochi roared in fury, one serpent head severed and its tail snapped clean off. The agony of its severed soul made it appear utterly mad. Chen Xuan's voice remained utterly emotionless. Are you certain? Yamata no Orochi fell silent. Though his heart burned with boundless hatred, he was merely a soul projection, now no match for the human emperor. Chen Xuan declared, I offered you a choice, yet you hesitated. This is the price of hesitation. With that, he sheathed the four swords of extermination. In a single stride, his form vanished over the East Sea. The entire world fell utterly silent in that instant. Chen Xuan's true brilliance had just begun to shine, yet it already crushed all others beneath its weight. Before Chen Xuan could even set out to cause trouble for other factions, his phone rang. It was the senior patriarch calling. The moment he answered, the elder's hearty laughter filled the receiver. Those major factions have all contacted me. Not only do they want to hand over the mastermind, but they're also offering compensation. They're willing to grant any resources we demand, all just to get me to call you back. So, what'll it be? March straight to their headquarters and slaughter them, or make them pay? Chen Xuan pondered briefly, a faint smile curving his lips. Even if we slaughtered them all, those overseas would simply appoint new proxies. For us, the real benefits are minimal. Whatever our flower clan needs, we'll make them give it. If they refuse, I'll take it myself. They've already shown their true colors, no need to spare them any face. Senior elder, you decide how to proceed. I'm no match for you in this regard. Chen Xuan understood his own limitations and recognized his strengths. Though he possessed the human emperor's destiny, handling conflicts between major powers was the Grand Elder's true specialty. He could effortlessly grasp the lifelines of those figures without driving them completely to desperation. With the mythic era dawning, resources were paramount. The more resources one possessed, the more talent could be cultivated. When dealing with those half-human beings, there was absolutely no need for courtesy. Even if one poured out their heart and soul for them, it would only end up raising a pack of ingrate wolves. Pure-blooded humans are the true masters of the mortal realm. The next day, several news stories broke worldwide. The first reported that countless voices condemned the flower-planting clan's human emperor for his brutal methods, with overseas communities erupting in condemnation. Yet within the flowering family, fervor erupted. The human emperor became their object of faith. The ceaseless flow of faith energy allowed Chen Xuan to channel it entirely into the 100,000 merit soldiers. The path of incense offerings held immense benefits for the Yin soldiers, enabling them to attain the status of forest immortals. It could also grant eternal existence to departed souls, elevating them to incense immortals. Moreover, the ancestors of the human race could be awakened by this faith energy. Faith energy indeed held many benefits, but as the human emperor, Chen Xuan had no need for it. The will of the Flower Family clan surged to unprecedented strength, and the unity of the human race reached unparalleled heights. Chen Xuan could distinctly feel his own power surging relentlessly, compelling him to retreat into seclusion once more. Breakthrough was imminent, with no bottleneck in sight, yet disturbance was most forbidden. Being ambushed at such a critical moment could easily lead to spiritual backlash. Even with the protection of the power of humanity, one would suffer severe injury at the very least. At this moment, the nascent soul within his body had reached a significant stage of development. Its hands were clasped together, red and blue flames swirling in a taiji fish pattern, endlessly rotating. Meanwhile, as he prepared to break through, news of the breakthrough was immediately reposted by the Flower Family. The headlines were filled with reports of major factions in their respective territories mobilizing various resources, all of them extremely precious. Many couldn't fathom the meaning behind this. They merely assumed the human emperor had ceased targeting other factions, believing it was merely a warning shot to deter others from provoking him. That's why they dared to vent their anger online. Netizens from the flower planting family stood their ground, showing no fear whatsoever. Though their strength couldn't aid the human emperor, they wouldn't tolerate the slightest insult directed at him. When the highest authority of the flower-planting nation released a series of lists, the entire world fell silent, including the flower-planting nation itself. In their death throes, they sat up in shock, realizing the true superpowers were themselves. Now they finally understood why the human emperor hadn't pursued those factions further. It was all about resource compensation. The unluckiest ones were the well-off foot basins, who also had to pay reparations. Otherwise, without the human emperor's intervention, the cultivators of the flower-planting family would have trampled the cherry blossoms. After deep deliberation, the Grand Elder targeted the foot basin chicken. The Yamata no Orochi projection had been their greatest threat, but now the human emperor had severed both its head and tail, leaving them too cow to water a peep. The human emperor had already demonstrated his might. He must press his advantage. When dealing with the Japanese, no measure is too harsh. The list of demands issued by the flower-planting family sent shockwaves across the entire network. Members of the targeted factions were enraged, taking to the streets in protest. They demanded answers. Why no resistance? Why such weakness? Chapter 117, The Fortune of the Human Race of the Nine Provinces descends. As Chen Xuan neared his breakthrough, dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with thunder and lightning. The heavenly tribulation was approaching. Within a 1,000-mile radius around the Oriental Pearl Tower, dark clouds pressed down like a heavy blanket. Everyone felt as if a boulder had been placed on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Chen Xian's eyes snapped open. His form vanished instantly. He reappeared, standing atop the Oriental Pearl Tower. This place had long drawn the attention of many, with all major factions focusing their gaze here. Now, the most formidable among them was the Flower Cultivator clan. Every move sent shockwaves through their ranks. And this was no ordinary display. The global battle for transcendence had already begun, with most cultivators entering the golden core stage to endure the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Yet the tribulation clouds now encompassed a 1,000-mile radius. 1,000 times more formidable than the standard 49 heaven tribulation. All satellites focused their lenses on this scene. They witnessed Chen Xuan standing motionless beneath the tribulation clouds, hands clasped behind his back. The entire world erupted in excitement. Except for those from the flower-planting family. Everyone wished for Chen Xuan's demise, for he embodied the collective will of the Chinese people. Especially the major factions, who now cursed incessantly, praying for Chen Xuan's demise during the tribulation. Yet Chen Xuan, hands clasped behind his back, gazed upward at the tribulation clouds. His voice, cold and piercing, echoed across the heavens and earth. I am the human emperor, the sovereign of the human path, ruling over the mortal realm. The heavenly way has overstepped its bounds, rebelling against the human way. Does the great way no longer exist? The flickering thunder in the sky seemed to freeze, offering no response. Chen Xuan surged forward with an earth-shaking momentum, his human emperor's might piercing the heavens. In the name of the human emperor, I proclaim to all under heaven, defend our human race, protect our 9 provinces. All cultivators within the 9 provinces must pledge loyalty to the human race, free from the constraints of the Tao of Heaven, and shall not undergo the tribulations of the Tao of Heaven. The great Tao bears witness. As his words fell, a voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. Well said. A single word, yet it reverberated through every mind like a thunderclap in clear skies. The calamity clouds in the sky were scattered by a gust of wind. Cultivators across the 9 provinces erupted in cheers. The 4th-9th heavenly tribulation had reduced 90% of the human race's cultivators to ashes. Henceforth, those who forged their golden core would no longer face the peril of the 4-9 tribulation. However, this protection applied only to cultivators of the 9 provinces who remained loyal to the human race. Without such loyalty, they would forfeit the emperor's divine favor. The emperor's protection ensured unimpeded cultivation progress and the favor of human destiny. Countless powers beyond the seas were utterly dumbfounded. While they were still scheming to curry favor with the heavenly gods, Chen Xuan had directly defied the Tao itself and succeeded. What was this great Tao he spoke of? The internet erupted in chaos. Those with cultivation talent vowed allegiance to the human race and pledged loyalty to the human emperor. The human race of the 9 provinces was now blessed with divine favor. The way of heaven was peerless, the way of earth remained hidden, and the human race was in decline. But at this moment, the tables had turned. Unshackled from heaven's suppression, the human race's terrifying innate talents were now fully unleashed. The human race stood closest to the Tao. From the moment of their creation, they had been protected by the Tao. Yet the Tao, being supremely impartial, never interfered in the affairs of the 3 realms. Chen Xuan clenched his fists tightly, a smile spreading across his face. His nascent soul had fused with his being, truly entering the core formation stage. Compared to the ancient great beings, he was still extremely weak, like a newborn infant. He still had a long journey ahead. The human race's destiny soared skyward. In the impending cosmic calamity, they were destined to claim their place. And while the human race across the 9 provinces was in turmoil, strange changes were unfolding in the darkest corners. Having learned ample lessons, the other factions dared not act openly and recklessly anymore. Yet within the shadows, greed continues to spread relentlessly. At the western altar of heaven,
A shadowy figure flickered into existence, its form indistinct. In an instant, it materialized behind a man. He opened his mouth, fangs bared. The man offered no resistance whatsoever, his neck pierced clean through by the fangs. This all happened in a matter of seconds before the shadow vanished again. The man, his throat pierced by fangs, collapsed limply to the ground. Blood drained from his body, his pupils dilated completely, devoid of life. Yet, his fingers twitched. Then, with a sudden jerk, his eyes snapped open. His eyes revealed vertical pupils, glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. He stood up straight, his gaze fixed on the full moon overhead, then transformed into a bat and soared into the night sky. Similar incidents kept occurring. Like a raging plague, countless people were attacked within just a few short days. The truth could not be concealed forever. When Chen Xuan received the news, his brows furrowed deeply. News of the situation had reached the flower-planting family. The beacon fires burning fiercely atop the Great Wall offered no defense against the current crisis. The Grand Elder's expression was grave as he presented some documents to Chen Xuan. As he studied the documents, his expression grew increasingly grave. The situation in Huaxia wasn't dire. The thunder talismans deployed by the Demon Suppression Bureau in densely populated areas proved crucial, while the exorcism robes and corpse-binding talismans proved useless. The power of thunder and lightning held immense restraining force against any malevolent entity. Chen Xuan had already identified the root cause of this incident. A cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Elder, have you heard the tale of Cain?" The Grand Elder instinctively replied, "The progenitor of vampires?" "Precisely. Him." Chen Xuan answered with unwavering certainty, his gaze sharp. "Cain is actually one of the 4 great ancestors of zombies. He transcended the 3 realms and exists beyond the 5 elements. As long as a single drop of his bloodline exists, he is immortal and indestructible. He is a kind of deity, though gods and immortals differ greatly. I cannot explain it fully now, but consider this: many of our renowned immortals who shook the world were actually ancient sages of the human race. Human sages are immortals, while gods are descendants of primordial celestial beings and demons. Countless myths from the ancient era circulate. Our land is actually the most perilous place. The reason those overseas deities sought to sever our lineage was to prevent gods from beyond the 33 heavens from descending into the mortal world. They are the true terror. Take the ancient pilgrimage to Buddha, an entire nation like Lion Camel Ridge, millions of people, all reduced to dry bones, yet they remained unscathed. Because they were the mounts of the gods. The records of Journey to the West reveal clues to this mystery. The closer one approached the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west, the more rampant the demons became. Conversely, in our eastern lands, the human race flourished, and no great demon dared to cause trouble. The eastward spread of Buddhism was a conspiracy. Overseas myths are simple and easy to grasp, yet their mythological systems are chaotic precisely because they lack any moral compass or humanity. Chen Xuan continued, "Actually, this matter can be resolved. Cain, one of the 4 great ancestors of zombies, can transform humans into zombie demons through blood. He transforms into a bat, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Night is their domain, and sunlight is their greatest nemesis. To eradicate Cain's poison, it may not be necessary to exterminate them all. We can employ unique methods, combining modern technology with ancient talismanic seals." "How?" The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with sudden interest. Had the matter not been urgent, he would not have come personally. Chapter 118, Thunder Magic. Chen Xuan pondered briefly before stating directly, "What these fiends fear most is thunder magic. Even if they transcend the 3 realms and exist beyond the 5 elements, they remain impurities of heaven and earth. Thunder magic can strike at their very source, extinguishing their divine souls. But now is not the optimal moment to strike." He had a plan in mind, one that required specialized expertise to execute. After the Grand Elder departed, he immediately headed to the high-tech research park. Initially, they were deeply resistant. Yet, upon learning the truth and recognizing Chen Xuan's leadership in this matter, everyone willingly and unconditionally cooperated. All assigned research projects commenced at full speed. Chen Xuan, meanwhile, had arrived at sea, his gaze fixed upon the depths below. Electric rays were marine fish capable of discharging electricity, releasing currents 150 times per second. While their instantaneous discharge power couldn't match that of electric eels, their frequency was exceptionally rapid. His divine sense locked onto an electric ray. A void palm reached downward, and an immense, energy-formed hand plunged into the sea. The electric ray offered almost no resistance, pulled out effortlessly, its body crackling with countless sparks of electricity. After undergoing mutation, it could no longer be called a fish, it was now a mutated beast. Its immense size rivaled that of a medium-sized aircraft. Chen Xuan drew the demon-slaying sword in his hand, thrusting it forward. With a swift disassembly, he utilized the pocket dimension within his sleeve to directly stow the creature away. Having completed this, he vanished from the East Sea. His next appearance was at a location beyond the seas. Here, as the planet expanded 10 million times, rivers flowed like surging oceans. Chen Xuan repeated his method, extracting an electric eel.
He disassembled it, not even sparing a drop of blood. When he brought both fish back to the high-tech research park, the researchers immediately got to work. The equipment was all readily available. The Thunder Talismans printed earlier using the 3D printer were their research achievements, inspired by Chen Xuan. Once you grasp one principle, you grasp them all. They were now deeply engrossed in their research. Unlike the lightning talisman, however, this involved injecting the medicine directly into a person's body, where it would circulate through their bloodstream. After 2 days of continuous research, they finally achieved their goal through nanorobots. Nanorobots were minuscule. A single small nanorobot was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the high-tech park had been conducting various research projects. Nanobots were one of their inventions, utilizing newly discovered materials that sparked an explosive leap in technology. The satellites returning to orbit were one such industrial application. Beyond nanorobots, even more formidable weapons than the previous mushroom eggs existed, though they remained theoretical concepts yet to be tested. Chen Xuan gazed at the tiny nanorobot in his hand, sensing the thunderous power it contained. The instantaneous burst of thunderous energy equaled that of a thunder talisman. Whether it could achieve the desired effect still needed verification. Closing his eyes, his divine sense instantly expanded. Having reached the fusion stage, its coverage was now vast enough to envelop the entire city. How is it? The Grand Elder asked anxiously. If it succeeds, then families like theirs won't have to worry about Cain's descendants anymore. Though not particularly powerful, those things spread far too quickly. Given enough time, humanity would likely tremble in fear under their shadow. While they pose little threat to powerful cultivators, ordinary people are the very cradle of such cultivators. Results will be in soon. Chen Xuan strapped on the recording equipment and smiled. Practice makes perfect. I'll find a descendant of Cain to test its power. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. Exercise utmost caution. Chen Xuan vanished, only to reappear 100 miles away moments later. This was an unfinished building. Recently, strange noises had been heard coming from within, leading to rumors of supernatural disturbances. The Demon Suppression Bureau had investigated but found no evidence. Chen Xuan knew well that the descendants of Cain could transform into bats. Bat demons lurked in dark corners, nearly impossible to detect. Even modern spiritual energy scanners passing over them would mistake them for ordinary animals at best. Their concealment abilities were too formidable. This is precisely why various factions find them such a headache. Yet Chen Xuan could pinpoint their locations with pinpoint accuracy using his divine sense. There was more than one descendant of Cain here. Clearly, this place had become one of their gathering points. The moment Chen Xuan appeared at the doorway, they sensed him. Beyond their formidable concealment, their perception of danger was exceptionally acute. They instantly transformed into bats, hiding in every nook and cranny of the abandoned building. They employed the same concealment tactic as before, but they had gravely misjudged Chen Xuan's strength. Chen Xuan materialized before one of the bats, a faint smile curling his lips. A single nanobot flew from his fingertips. The moment the nanobot landed on the bat, it erupted in a blinding flash of lightning. The bat let out a wretched scream before turning into a charred corpse. Chen Xuan stepped forward to inspect it. A light touch reduced the charred corpse to dust. As expected, lightning is your greatest nemesis. This level of lightning power is perfectly tolerable for ordinary humans. It's an instantaneous burst that only causes a brief tingling sensation. But for these vampires, it's deadly. He felt a twinge of relief. If the descendants of Cain had been stronger, this situation would have been truly troublesome. The descendants of Cain possessed formidable abilities, yet their fatal weaknesses were sunlight and lightning. Chen Xuan had taken down over a dozen vampires in succession, capturing 2 alive before flying toward the technology park. He intended to use them to calibrate the nanobot's power. After only half a day of experimentation, the results were already evident. We've succeeded. The researchers cheered loudly, and the Grand Elder beside them also let out a relieved smile. If those vampires weren't contained quickly, the consequences would be dire. In direct combat, the Flower family would never fear them after all. Those creatures weren't particularly powerful. But they were masters of concealment, possessing an extremely keen sense of danger. Before the experts could arrive, they had already vanished. Now, with these nanobots, there was no longer any need to worry about ordinary people being ambushed by them. Soon, an announcement appeared online. Starting tomorrow, all regions must arrange for people to receive the vaccine. It explicitly states that every single person must be present, with absolutely no exceptions or omissions allowed. This also served as a screening process for those who had already transformed into vampires. They had no idea what the vaccine was and came unprepared, rushing over at night. That day, tens of thousands of Cainites were obliterated. Chapter 119, Lurking. By morning, lists of those who failed to attend vaccination were published, accompanied by warnings to neighbors to report them. While the highest-level website had also issued an announcement. The vaccine was not a true vaccine, but rather nanobots. These nanobots possessed an extremely small volume, allowing them to integrate into the bloodstream.
They remained dormant under normal circumstances but unleashed their power when danger arose, exerting a formidable deterrent effect against malevolent entities. It was precisely for this reason that everyone erupted in cheers upon learning the truth. The vampire incident that had caused such turmoil was now completely resolved. Many overseas factions, envious of this development, immediately released news online.
China should not monopolize this technological achievement, it should be shared with all humanity for the protection of mankind.
Since the human emperor reigns over the mortal realm, we too fall under his protection. The calls grew louder and louder. These demands were directed not only at the flowering nation but also at Chen Xuan himself. They simply lacked such technology. Only Flower family had fully preserved the previous scientific research system. When spiritual energy resurfaced, many scientists faced crises. Their overseas factions, however, showed no interest in resolving these crises, focusing solely on strengthening themselves. They believed technology had become utterly useless, especially under the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy revival where many technological items had lost their function. Only the Flower family, overcoming immense obstacles, continued to advance science. This was one of the core principles Chen Xuan had championed from the outset. His company gathered numerous scientists. When the spiritual energy network emerged, various factions finally realized that their previous technological research had already laid a solid foundation. Unfortunately, they had abandoned it themselves. Thus, their technological advancements suffered a significant gap, while the flower planting family preserved all those records. When spiritual energy resurged, most scientific devices became unusable. But the Flower family had preserved their files in physical form, ensuring their technology remained remarkably intact.
This led to countless people feeling remorse over the Flower family's technological advancements.
They didn't understand it back then, but now they regret it. The Flowering family directly released all the defamatory posts previously published by those overseas forces. This served as their response.
Rejected outright. For everyone understood that when true mythical beings descended, those overseas forces would become their adversaries. They might even aid those so-called deities in targeting them collectively. The divine court dispatched 10,000 100-meter-tall cyclopes to directly attack the Flower family, the perfect example. Then various factions united to unleash a spiritual energy Trojan horse virus, aiming to destroy their next generation. With such events laid bare before them, how could they possibly aid those forces? Thousands of years of history had taught them through their ancestors' blood-soaked lessons exactly what course to take. Seeing that these tactics were useless against the Flower family's high command, the overseas factions turned their sights on Chen Xuan, using his status as the human emperor to make their breakthrough. As the human emperor, he ought to treat all humanity fairly. The information kept pouring into him.
Suyu frowned deeply.
They're deliberately targeting you.
If you intervene, they'll spread all manner of rumors. A cold curve touched Chen Xian's lips as he replied indifferently, if we give them the nanobots, they'll likely start researching how to replicate them, then begin cracking their code.
Especially the vampire clan, their influence is vast.
They've already formed a powerful force overseas. These so-called attacks mean nothing to me. Let them play their games, I'll give them a grand spectacle to show them the consequences of targeting me. By now, he had already made his arrangements. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, proceeding with meticulous order. He offered no direct response, merely dispatching several individuals.
Those individuals vanished from Zhenghua with the nanobots.
Upon reaching overseas, they released a message: if the best possible refuge could be provided, they would hand over the nanobots.
This represented Huaxia's pinnacle of scientific achievement.
Shortly after the message was released, someone came looking for them. These individuals hailed from the vampire clan, prominent figures in the financial elite of Wall Street. Their pupils had transformed into vertical slits, signifying that, in a sense, they too had attained immortality.
Yet they sensed an even more intense sense of crisis.
The nanobots developed by the Flower family were ruthless. Invisible to the naked eye, a single particle could reduce them to ashes. Sunlight had always been their greatest nemesis, and now with the addition of these nanobots, an endless sense of peril gripped their hearts.
They must find a way to counter it.
This explains their relentless aggression. The barrage of propaganda they unleashed was designed to pressure Chen Xuan and the Flower family. The response from the other side was a fierce counterattack, while Chen Xuan avoided answering altogether. But anyone with eyes could see that Chen Xuan simply couldn't be bothered to engage with them. Chen Xuan had even publicly declared that the Flower family represented the true, pure race, dismissing the half-human tribes as beneath his concern. For those people possessed no genuine faith, their so-called beliefs were merely psychological comfort after committing evil deeds. When true mythology arrived, they worshipped those hairy gods instead. They would worship whoever offered them benefits, their very bones still harboring the uncultivated genes of primitive beings. Those individuals, equipped with nanobots, returned alongside the financial titans. They directly became part of a family's faction. They gained protection, but the nanobots were also handed over. They claimed they could procure more nanobots anytime, as they still had associates in China. This was to ensure their safety and prevent being discarded after being used. Sure enough, they received the warmest hospitality and the most sincere friendship. For foreigners, their most sincere friendship was rooted in mutual benefit. Now they were bound by shared interests. Their research had reached an impasse. The nanorobots were minuscule, as small as grains of dust, and they were utterly helpless in even attempting to disassemble them, let alone decipher their underlying technology. To proceed with their research, they first needed to develop specialized equipment, a task that proved incredibly challenging. The technological gap was simply too vast. Even technological archaeology might not yield results, though at least they now had a direction for their research. Meanwhile, those individuals had already become core members within the opposing family, even secretly infiltrating their enemy's stronghold. They had uncovered information that left them utterly stunned. Upon learning this, they knew their mission was complete and it was time to withdraw. Those nanobots weren't research outcomes, they served another purpose entirely. With remote control, they could detonate. Chapter 120, Earth-Shattering Secrets. As several top controllers on Wall Street hit a research dead end with the nanobots, they simultaneously received news that someone had infiltrated their family's most closely guarded secret. Their expressions darkened considerably. In unison, they transformed into bats as they exited, all flying toward the heart of their family's domain. Meanwhile, those heading toward the secret location all wore bitter smiles. They realized the ancient texts they had imprinted as evidence had been detected the moment they sent them out via the zero-G network. There's no escape now. We're on enemy territory. Our only option is to fight to the end. We absolutely cannot reveal any clues about this mission. We must stick to one story. We came here purely out of curiosity. Having nodded in unison, they had made their decision the moment they accepted this mission. Success or death. Their homeland was their roots. They would never give the enemy any opening, never let them seize the upper hand. Just as they prepared to slip away, the door burst open. Several bats flew in, landing and transforming into human form, none other than the controllers from Financial Street. Their expressions were grim as they cornered the group within the ancestral hall. We have treated you with utmost courtesy, yet your actions have utterly disappointed us. If your conduct were exposed to the world, the Flower family would face even greater peril. The storm of public opinion will drown you all. The others laughed, their laughter dripping with scorn. The leader spoke directly. No matter what methods you employ, we won't utter a single word. We stole that robot from Huaxia to trade with you, yet you broke your promise. We agreed to share all information, yet you concealed your greatest secret. We have already transcribed the records from the classical Chinese text and transmitted them to Zhonghua. The contents have been deciphered. His gaze sharpened as he sneered. Who would have thought the most powerful family in finance would be descendants of Su Fu? Su Fu was one of our Flower family, yet here he founded the colossal Chao Group financial empire. And you, the rulers of Finance Street, dared to oppose your own ancestors? What on earth were you thinking? Hearing this, the expressions of those few darkened considerably. Certain matters absolutely could not be exposed, otherwise they would become the target of universal condemnation. The leader's voice turned icy. Enough talk. You won't be getting away today. These men were no ordinary vampires, each wielded one or two special abilities. Like their leader, who now commanded ultrasonic waves. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a piercing scream. The sound reached the absolute limit of human endurance, instantly stunning everyone present. Take them down. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan received the message sent from the other side. When he attempted to send a reply, it vanished without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. He grasped the gravity of the situation, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he studied the transcribed text. He no longer needed excuses. The transcribed text proved everything. The source of the vampires lay within the largest family in the financial world, whose members controlled over 99% of the resources. They now seemed to have attained immortality and would never willingly relinquish their current existence. Chen Xuan departed from his position. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above their research facility. A cold glance swept over the scene, and he immediately spotted several figures within. They remained unconscious. However, the leader of the financial elite remained composed. He picked up a cold basin of water from nearby and splashed it directly onto their faces. Upon regaining consciousness, they sensed the situation and understood the gravity of their predicament. Their faces remained expressionless. Yet shock reverberated within him. He had reached the peak of the chi cultivation stage, yet couldn't withstand a single roar from that bat demon. It seemed they needed to train even harder, otherwise they would never surpass their opponent. His silence, however, fell on the assembled eyes like a provocation. I offered you the chance to join us, yet you stubbornly refused. Moreover, your words deeply offended me. It's just like what you once said, science knows no borders, but scientists do. I will never reveal a single word. The others are expendable to you. I beg you to spare them and take only me. That is all I ask. As the captain spoke these words, his expression turned utterly icy. He knew staying here could very well mean meeting a fate where not even his bones remained. They had crossed paths with these people far too many times before. Even before the spiritual energy revival, these individuals were already utterly mad.
After the spiritual energy's revival, many regions had descended into complete lawlessness. They truly lived in a state of hell on earth. On several small islands lived a people who depended on the sea for survival. They could be considered half-human, for they could breathe underwater. Their location offered absolute tranquility, free from disturbance. Yet, as often happens, things turned out differently. These peaceful souls became sacrifices, offered directly to the sea god. And such atrocities continued unabated. Even those on the 9 provinces continent could scarcely imagine the cruelty that lay beyond the seas. The truths they uncovered were steeped in hypocrisy and deception. Even when vile deeds could no longer be concealed, they twisted truth into lies. Yet among the common folk, few questioned the truth of these matters. Chen Xuan understood the reason behind this. Some public intellectuals once boasted that only those nurtured by the free education overseas were true talents. Yet in the end, they proved nothing more than a herd of blind fools, easily swayed by others' manipulation and deception. In contrast, any ordinary person in Zhenghua could instantly spot the flaws in such matters. Even the people of Zhenghua couldn't fathom how those individuals' minds worked. How could they fail to see such glaring inconsistencies? If Chen Xuan were to speak, he would tell the people of the 9 provinces that the education they received from childhood was the very essence distilled by countless sages of the flowering family, refined by eliminating all impurities. In Zhenghua, when 2 sides are sworn enemies and one suddenly invites the other to a banquet, Zhenghua people immediately think of the banquet at Hongmen. Overseas people, however, lack this concept. They would likely interpret it as the other party backing down. When someone shows you unexpected kindness, the Chinese immediately suspect ulterior motives. No good deed goes unpunished. Yet foreigners would simply assume the other party has been charmed by your personal magnetism. China's cultural accumulation over millennia far exceeds what overseas observers can imagine. Chapter 121, Those not of our kind have different hearts. When Chen Xuan received the messages from those individuals, he too was stunned by the earth-shattering revelation. Who could have imagined that the most powerful family in finance, controlling over 70% of the financial sector, were descendants of Su Fu? Moreover, he had previously seen records of that island. Su Fu had set sail seeking the way of the ancients, only to encounter the descendants of the sea god. A fierce battle ensued between the 2 sides. The outcome remained unknown, as the subsequent neurals offered no further details. Now it seemed Su Fu had ultimately prevailed. At least they had reached another continent and founded this family here. Chen Xuan had his people trace the entire developmental history of this family, confirming its roots indeed reached the pre-Qin period. Though the clan adopted different identities across eras, it never truly declined. As he read this, his eyes narrowed slightly. He contacted those individuals again, but still received no response. He knew then that something had likely happened to them. He had issued the previous orders. Since they hadn't returned, it was his responsibility to bring them back. He rose and walked straight toward the exit. With a single stride, he vanished from the villa, reappearing moments later above the western sea. Each time his form materialized, it seemed as though he had folded through space itself. He made no effort to conceal his presence. He continued onward toward the overseas financial district. Now, every time Chen Xuan appeared, it drew the attention of countless people. They knew all too well that Chen Xuan was the true human emperor, whose fate was intertwined with that of the entire human race. The most terrifying aspect, however, was Chen Xuan's power. The once prosperous Footbasin, home to the mightiest deities, had its head and tail severed by Chen Xuan and was forced to make a humiliating apology and pay compensation. Their revered Takamagara, compared to other revived mythologies, was certainly no slouch. Yet they were thoroughly crushed by Chen Xuan, unable to utter a single word of protest. This alone demonstrates just how terrifyingly formidable he has become. The prestige of the title Human Emperor continued to soar. His sudden appearance now drew intense scrutiny, especially from those who had previously provoked him. Their eyes filled with panic as they immediately retreated to their prearranged hiding places. Now, every move Chen Xuan made was watched by the entire world. The moment he stepped into the financial realm, standing atop the void, his voice was as cold as frost. Hand over the individuals from the flower family. They fled with the nanobots. I have pinpointed their location. I advise you to return the nanobots as well. Otherwise, you will bear full responsibility for any consequences. His voice was calm. Yet every syllable rang crystal clear in every ear present. The true power brokers had long since gone into hiding, including the financial titans. Their faces turned deathly pale, for they understood Chen Xuan's purpose. He had come to claim them. Tragedy filled their hearts. Before the great cataclysm and the revival of spiritual energy, they could command the winds and rains, even reshape the world's order. The stark contrast of reality was hard to bear. Thus, when the descendants of Cain appeared, they all chose immortality without hesitation. Though this immortality demanded a tremendous price from that day forward, they could never walk in sunlight again. Sunlight became their greatest enemy, followed by thunder and lightning. Chen Xuan stood above the void, his voice cold yet brimming with murderous intent. Hand over the person I demand, or I won't hesitate to silence this place forever. With a slight wave of his hand, calamity clouds gathered in the void. Within the storm, cold blue lightning arcs flickered. An overwhelming pressure swept over the crowd. Chen Xuan's expression remained as calm as still water, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. The events unfolding at the glue basin were vividly etched in their minds. Now, the same fate threatened them.
His faction had already offered ample compensation.
What possible purpose could the human emperor have in coming here?
The high-ranking figures from the financial sector could no longer contain themselves.
A single thought consumed them. They had likely stirred a hornet's nest.
Those individuals had investigated their ancestral origins, gaining leverage over them. Previously, they had dismissed the stone tablet as insignificant, casually placing it beside the ancestral hall.
Who could have imagined that the ancient Chinese script engraved upon it could be effortlessly deciphered by the Flower family? They didn't believe Chen Xuan would mobilize such a massive force just for a few captured spies. Clearly, he intended to use this incident as a trigger to launch retaliation against them. Chen Xuan's icy voice echoed once more, this time utterly devoid of emotion, as if a machine were issuing an order.
I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that is the case, I shall send you all to the underworld. There were far too many descendants of Cain.
If it were merely those vampires lurking in the shadows, Chen Xuan wouldn't even bother glancing their way.
After all, they were a scourge to overseas powers, having nothing to do with his own people.
But now it was different.
After reading the classical Chinese on the stone tablet, he sensed the profound aura of humanity it carried.
Deep within him, a burning curiosity ignited. Why had Su Fu gathered such a group?
All the answers seemed to lie within that stone tablet.
Suddenly, one figure transformed into a bat, fluttering before him to materialize as a middle-aged foreigner with blue eyes. A palpable aura of malevolence emanated from the man.
Chen Xuan remained composed, for he recognized this man. They had crossed paths several times in the financial world, each possessing formidable strength.
My dear Chen, we meet again.
The saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face, but Chen Xuan wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. After all, his mission this time was not only to rescue those individuals but also to force the other party to hand over that stone tablet. Without hesitation, he cut straight to the chase. We're old acquaintances. I know your temperament, and you know my methods.
I want that stone tablet.
If you refuse, I'll take it myself.
Dear Chen, we never said we wouldn't give it to you. It's just that we were wondering if you could give us.
Chen Xuan cut him off before he could finish. His voice was cold and detached. Those not of our kind harbor different hearts.
If this escalates, no one can save you.
Even if celestial deities descended from the heavens, I would send their souls into the 6 realms of rebirth, condemning us both to be beasts in our next lives.
Those present couldn't help but swallow hard. Standing against the human emperor was undoubtedly the gravest mistake they'd ever made. Chen Xuan's voice turned cold. Hand it over. Or not. Chapter 122, The Heavenly Court's Doing.
Chen Xuan's expression was as sharp as a blade as his gaze swept over the assembled figures. These were all the leaders of Wall Street before the Great Cataclysm. They had stood near the pinnacle of the world. Yet now, facing Chen Xuan, cold sweat poured down their faces. They knew full well that if Chen Xuan truly decided to take action against them, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Since Chen Xuan had come for them, he must already know everything that had transpired. They felt utterly helpless.
Who could have imagined that those nanobots were merely the opening move? As successful businessmen, their first instinct was to weigh the cost and benefit.
Rost, the leader, hesitated briefly before forcing an awkward smile.
Your Imperial Majesty, we hold you in the highest regard. However, we have never done anything to harm the painters. We hope.
Before he could finish, Chen Xuan cut him off. His icy voice cut through the air like a reaper's scythe. I only care about the outcome, not the process.
Hand it over, or not?
That gaze sent Rost into a tailspin, his voice trembling slightly as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Your Imperial Majesty, we have already demonstrated our utmost sincerity. You should understand the Rost family's situation. If certain matters were to leak out, it would cause irreparable, catastrophic damage to our clan. Therefore, I implore you to keep this confidential. We are fully prepared to hand them over to you.
Truthfully, we never intended hostility. For us, it's a matter of what's worthwhile. We were once partners on Wall Street. I hold your Majesty's business acumen in the highest regard. Chen Xuan spoke calmly. I'm giving you a chance. Who's the first to volunteer for death? Must I make an example to make you obey? He merely stepped forward, his aura settling like a mountain poised to strike. That single step made every one of them feel as though a colossal mountain had crushed them. Speechless, they bent their backs involuntarily. Ross no longer dared to hesitate, instinctively shouting, "We'll summon reinforcements immediately."
Chen Xuan withdrew his aura and waited for several minutes. Soon, 5 or 6 men were brought back, their bodies covered in wounds.
Upon seeing Chen Xuan, tears of emotion welled up in their eyes.
Words seemed to catch in their throats, and not a single syllable escaped. Chen Xuan spoke softly, "I've come to bring you home."
Welcome home.
Those few simple words caused everyone to burst into tears on the spot. They had endured the most excruciating suffering without uttering a single word, yet when faced with these few words, their tears could no longer be held back. Chen Xuan's gaze fell on Rost, his voice cold as steel.
Do you not owe me an explanation? Enough pretense. I came here today to bully people. Do you dare resist? Rost felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave.
Only now did he grasp the full extent of Chen Xuan's ruthlessness, while his mind raced to devise a way out of this crisis. Chen Xuan spoke calmly, hand over the stone carving.
If you can't produce the descendants of Cain, you die.
As his words fell, his brow suddenly furrowed, and his gaze shifted upward. A cold smile finally curved his lips. The next moment, he vanished from their sight. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the financial district. Standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the dark figure below.
Think you can escape?
The dark figure accelerated its escape, but in the next instant, Chen Xuan formed his fingers into a sword and pointed downward. 100-meter-long illusory sword, formed from spiritual energy, abruptly sliced through the void.
Wherever the spirit sword passed, the reinforced concrete buildings split cleanly in two.
The joints were neat and smooth, like mirrored surfaces. The dark figure halted mid-block. The 100-meter blade of condensed spiritual energy hovered directly above its head, yet did not strike down. This scene left countless onlookers in awe, their hearts filled with disbelief and shock.
Amidst the collective disbelief,
Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his sword finger, turned, took a step, and vanished into the sky above. The dark figure remained frozen in place for several seconds. A gentle breeze swept past, and the shadow shattered like a collapsing glass mirror, shattering into countless cracks and fragments. Upon hitting the ground, the wind blew them away, leaving only ash behind. When Chen Xuan reappeared, his gaze fixed on Rost, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips.
You no longer need to hand over the mastermind. Just give me the stone tablet. You have 10 seconds to decide. No second chances. Having just witnessed Chen Xuan's methods, they dared not hesitate for a moment. They immediately had someone bring the items over.
When Chen Xuan saw the contents, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He waved his hand lightly.
Let's go home.
The injuries on those men's bodies began to slowly heal as Chen Xuan waved his hand.
This scene stunned every person present.
They knew how severe those injuries truly were. To see them gradually heal with a mere wave of Chen Xuan's hand was nothing short of a miracle.
Or perhaps even more awe-inspiring than a miracle. After Chen Xuan departed, the others finally came to their senses. At that moment, they did not blame Rost for taking it upon himself to hand over the item. Though it represented two sides of their clan, it had also saved their lives. One voice trembled, our ancestral projection couldn't even withstand a single effortless strike from him. When the true form of the ancestor descends, will we be able to withstand his thunderous wrath?
The question hung heavy in the air, silencing everyone. Summoning the true ancestor demanded countless sacrifices and the creation of more descendants. Yet now, confusion clouded their hearts. Could they truly succeed? Only after facing the human emperor's might firsthand did they grasp the full extent of his terror. Chen Xuan swiftly returned to the flower cultivation clan with his men, arranging for the succession and instructing them to examine their injuries thoroughly. No aftereffects could be left behind. They were heroes who had sacrificed everything. At that moment, Chen Xuan received even more dire news. Upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. During the last opening of the Ghost Gate, 100,000 malevolent spirits had surged forth. He had used the technique of spatial folding to imprison those spirits within the Ghost Gate. But the underworld's malevolent spirits numbered far beyond 100,000. Was the underground realm now preparing to strike? His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold, piercing glint flashing within. Memories from his past life flashed through his mind like a whirlwind. The underworld was no longer what it once was. He wasn't entirely clear on the changes that had occurred, but he knew that the 10 kings of hell no longer held sway over its upheavals. And this was all because of the Celestial Court. Chapter 123, The Peril at Huaxia Cave. Chen Xuan understood this best. Unless the underworld intervened, the Ghost Gate would remain sealed forever due to spatial overlap. Only the Netherworld Emperor's seal could shatter and fold the space of the Ghost Gate. The sealed realm was guarded by terracotta warriors. He could ignore the malevolent spirits, but not the terracotta warriors. For within those terracotta warriors resided the spirits of heroic ancestors. Without time for further hesitation, he stepped into the sealed realm of the Ghost Gate. Upon arrival, he witnessed countless terracotta warriors, seemingly lost and circling endlessly within the formation. Now, he formed seals with both hands, dissolving the formation he had once laid. Then he assaulted the 5 elements confusion array. Many could set up the great 5 elements confusion array, especially spirits of the underworld. Among those ensnared within were the 10 great Yin generals. The moment they suddenly regained their senses, they looked up and saw Chen Xuan. The terracotta warriors hadn't yet fully grasped the situation. They were, after all, borrowed troops Chen Xuan had previously requested from His Majesty the First Emperor. Yet when the 10 Yin generals gazed upon Chen Xuan, they saw the intensely radiant golden light of the human path emanating from him. It pierced their eyes so fiercely they could scarcely keep them open, forcing them to bow low in haste.
We greet the human emperor. Chen Xuan's voice was cold and clear. What is the meaning of this, netherworld?
Our ranks have been sealed by me.
The human realm and the underworld cannot intermingle. Should they cross paths, the paths of the underworld and the human realm would collide. Who could bear the karmic consequences of such a collision? The 10 underworld generals exchanged bewildered glances.
They had no idea what had transpired, only that chaos erupted at the Ghost Gate before they were dispatched to suppress the malevolent spirits. Yet upon arriving here, they found themselves trapped within an array formation. Now, their faces were filled with utter bewilderment. They too were unaware of what had transpired in the underworld. Yet, to this day, the 10 kings of hell had not come to their rescue, and the judge of the underworld remained utterly silent. Above the 10 kings of hell stood the great emperor of Fengdu. Beyond him, there existed an even more mysterious ruler of the underworld, Lady Pingxin. This figure rarely emerged from the underworld, having not been seen for millennia. Yet all knew he was the true sovereign of the netherworld. The 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, each fulfilled their duties without interfering with one another. Yet chaos now grows ever more intense, its epicenter lying within the human realm. Chen Xuan spoke calmly. Would you be willing to make another journey to the underworld? The 10 shadow generals nodded in unison.
That was their domain.
Yet the moment their feet touched the ground, as they attempted to enter the underworld, their expressions turned pale. The Ghost Gate here was no longer the one they had come through.
It felt like another dimension entirely. They could no longer connect to the underworld.
The seals marking their underworld positions had been directly revoked.
Panic seized them.
Chen Xuan had long anticipated this turn of events. Perhaps his very presence had precipitated it in his previous life. Such a situation had only emerged 2 years after the Great Catastrophe. The first disturbance at the Ghost Gate was suppressed by countless cultivators. The second Ghost Gate had exploited spatial dimensions to transfer directly to Huaxia.
A spatial fold manifested there, sending those underworld fiends into the mortal realm.
All had committed heinous crimes in life, deserving banishment to the 18 layers of hell. All these hellish spirits were destined to endure eternal torment within the 18 hells, never to be reborn.
Yet now they were unleashed, their malevolent desires fully unleashed.
In their previous incarnation, their sudden emergence had caused immense devastation. Their emergence was triggered by a collision of yin and yang energies.
His divine sense instantly radiated out.
When he sensed the situation there, his expression abruptly changed. The situation had unfolded beyond his expectations. Perhaps his rebirth had altered the course of events, accelerating their progression. He silently warned himself, never again must he view matters through the lens of his past life's experiences. He must guard against potential dangers before they arose. As the human emperor, it was his destiny to stand above all others. His gaze now fixed upon the 10 dark generals, his voice as cold as steel. You shall remain here to suppress the 100,000 evil spirits. I shall take all the terracotta warriors with me. They shall become an army of 100,000 soldiers. If the 18 layers of hell fail to utterly extinguish those evil spirits' malevolent thoughts, then I shall ensure they cannot even remain as ghosts. When humans die, they become ghosts. When ghosts die, they become nothing. Then let them vanish forever into the void, nourishing the mortal realm. With that, he swept his arm in a sudden, decisive gesture. The 100,000 terracotta warriors were absorbed into the pocket dimension within his sleeve. Now that he had reached the fusion stage, accomplishing such feats was no longer difficult. Meanwhile, the 10 great Yin generals now guarded the spatial fold entrance. The black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced demons stared blankly at Chen Xuan's departing figure.
Suddenly, one of the generals murmured softly, "Shouldn't we go to the underworld to check on the situation?"
Now that the underworld's markings have been removed from us, we are merely ghost kings of a domain.
Without the underworld's protection, where do we go from here?
White Wuchang abruptly turned. In the great struggle between heaven and earth, we are but insignificant specks of dust.
Now that the underworld has cast you aside, is the meaning not clear enough? The human emperor has given us his command. We shall obey the human emperor's decree. The others understood the implication. This was the moment to choose sides.
The underworld had stripped them of their 10 great Yin generals' seals. At best, they were now true great ghost kings, powerful, yet lacking divine validation.
They could never attain legitimacy, no matter what, unless the underworld seal was bestowed upon them.
Yet Chen Xuan, as the human emperor, could directly appoint them as city gods of the mortal realm. The status of a city god of the mortal realm surpassed theirs. This hope burned in every heart. Their first task was to secure control over these 100,000 malevolent spirits. Chen Xuan had now arrived at Huaxia Cave. Here, he sensed an overwhelmingly potent yin-yang dual calamity. The conditions for forming yin-yang dual evils were exceptionally stringent. They arise from the collision of profound joy and profound sorrow. Moreover, the location coordinates must be a point where yin and yang intersect. Such a collision here carried dire consequences. Even before the energy could be neutralized, it could cause spatial fissures in the netherworld, allowing malevolent spirits to return to the mortal realm. With the netherworld unaware of the situation and spiritual energy fully revived, a stable spatial passageway now connects the mortal realm and the netherworld.
Evil spirits pour forth endlessly, far exceeding the initial wave of 100,000 malevolent spirits invading the mortal realm.
He now occupied the spatial passage, concealing his presence while scanning his surroundings. He suspected this was deliberately orchestrated by someone. Perhaps some divine projection sought to stir turmoil in the mortal realm to gain faith.
With sufficient faith energy, they could descend early, seize the initiative, and secure a foothold in the future.
The faith of the mortal realm was the very foundation upon which they stood. This was especially true for the over 360 true deities who had ascended the list of immortals. Their very existence depended on the power of mortal faith. Otherwise, their true spirits would gradually dissipate, vanishing completely from the world thereafter. This is one of the drawbacks of the incense offering path. Chapter 124, The Bronze Ancient Tree. Chen Xuan now stood atop the Hongyan cave, his gaze sweeping over the area below. The area where the red-white collision had occurred had already formed a spatial distortion. Through it, one could faintly discern countless figures clad in white robes, as well as many dressed in wedding attire, resembling a mirage. The area had been completely sealed off. The moment the situation arose, the Demon Suppression Bureau dispatched personnel inside. Yet the place felt like an endless abyss. All who entered vanished without a trace. It felt like a speck of dust falling into a lake, leaving not even a ripple. Chen Xuan probed the area with his divine sense, only to feel a bone-chilling aura wash over him, threatening to corrupt his very soul. The aura of the human emperor instantly filled the air, and the foul energy melted away like snow under a blazing fire. The foul aura dissipated in an instant. Order all of the Demon Suppression Bureau to retreat 10 li. This place has become a realm of ghostly. The filth beneath the 18 layers of hell will make life worse than death. Even the slightest touch condemns one to eternal damnation. His command was issued, and the Demon Suppression Bureau immediately obeyed. The cordoned-off area expanded tenfold. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. The last sudden descent of 100,000 malevolent spirits had occurred with almost no warning signs. This time, however, spatial distortions had manifested, and even the ghost gate had failed to appear. Yet countless malevolent spirits lay in wait, poised to storm into the human realm at any moment. The river diagram and the Book of Lo appeared in his hands. He channeled both his divine consciousness and spiritual energy into them, calculating the impending events. Barely a quarter of an hour passed when Chen Xuan's face suddenly drained of color. He let out a muffled groan. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His expression grew even more grave. The results of his divination sent a chill through his heart. It concerned the life and death calamity of a million human souls. My power is still insufficient. Had I reached the immortal realm, perhaps I could have deduced the outcome with ease. For now, I've only glimpsed a faint hint, but that is sufficient. Chen Xuan did not remain to guard this place but departed swiftly. When he reappeared, he arrived at the Sanxingui excavation site. Here, a bronze ancient tree remained unexcavated. Originally intended for transport to the museum, its sheer size rendered every intricate carving clearly visible. Then came the spiritual energy revival, later known as the Great Cataclysm. Though it lasted less than a year, countless anomalies erupted across the land. The site had long since been sealed off completely. No one dared approach lightly. Even cultivators who ventured here felt a chill run down their spines. Chen Xuan, however, ventured deep into the underground excavation site of Sanxingui. At the very bottom, in a section never revealed to the public, lay an underground chamber. The space was immense, at least the size of 10 football fields. Its height approached 100 meters. At the center of this main chamber stood an ancient bronze tree, approximately 30 meters tall. A faint glow emanated from the bronze tree, as if resonating with some distant place. Chen Xuan's eyes flashed with sharp focus as he strode forward. His fingertips touched the edge of the bronze ancient tree. At that moment, fragments of memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. These memories were definitely not his own, but belonged to the bronze ancient tree. They chronicled the bronze ancient tree's suppression of the netherworld. The nether realm at once restrained had now escaped. That realm of the netherworld belonged to a controllable ghost domain. However, this ghostly domain was vast, connected to the 18 layers of hell. The bronze ancient tree stood over 30 meters tall, but upon closer inspection, one could discern 18 distinct branches. Each branch represents a distinct spatial domain. Who would have thought this bronze ancient tree was formed from a mythical relic embodying authentic cosmic laws? It should never have existed as a medium in the mortal realm, yet here it stands, used by our ancestors to suppress the ghostly realm. The sudden emergence of humanity is indeed jarring, as if the human race had abruptly materialized in this world. It cannot be attributed to a gap in human history. What transpired before remains unknown. Human history traces back millions of years, yet our recorded knowledge spans nearly 10,000 years. And nearly all of this 10,000-year history originates from the flower-planting family. Chen Xuan's mind raced with thoughts. The aura of the human emperor slowly gathered around him as his fingers touched the ancient bronze tree once more. His voice remained calm as he asked, "Do you choose to acknowledge me as your master?" As his words fell, The bronze ancient tree swayed gently. The 18 ornaments hanging from its branches emitted a crisp, melodious sound, as if offering a response.
He channeled the power of the human emperor into the bronze ancient tree. Take. Chen Xuan uttered a single word.
The bronze ancient tree transformed into a streak of light, entering his Dantian sea of qi. The spiritual energy within his body, imbued with the aura of the human emperor, continuously nourished it. The three-flame true fire and the Greek divine fire also coiled around the bronze ancient tree, as if revolving around it. Chen Xian's heart raced with astonishment, but now was not the time to delve deeper into the records of the Sangxinghui civilization. According to known myths, no mythical relic resembling the bronze ancient tree had ever been discovered. By now, he clearly sensed the fluctuations emanating from the red-white collision demon realm. Like mirage-like spatial ripples, they grew increasingly pronounced. The space seemed like a bubble being stretched ever wider, ready to burst at any moment. When the bubble burst, it would mark the point where the two spaces merged. Thick, foul miasma from the underworld continuously seeped out. Ordinary people could not perceive it, but cultivators could easily detect it. That foul aura was the convergence of all the evil thoughts in this world. Merely observing it from afar was enough to make one's soul tremble. Chen Xian formed a hand seal, and the three-flame true fire within him instantly spread from his fingertips, growing as it met the wind. The spreading tainted aura ignited like boiling gasoline, bursting into flames.
Chen Xian knew well that the three-flame true fire couldn't last long.
The burning filth was endless, while his own spiritual energy was finite.
If he truly drained all his spiritual energy, that would be the real danger.
After a moment of careful consideration, he was just about to begin setting up an array formation. At that moment, the ancient bronze tree within him began to tremble faintly.
You want to come out?
The bronze ancient tree swayed again. Chen Xian didn't know what purpose this bronze fruit tree served, but he guided it out nonetheless. The moment the bronze ancient tree emerged from his dantian, its 18 branches swayed gently, forcing the murky energy back. The faint glow emanating from the branches seemed sparse, yet it shone like light-piercing darkness. Wherever the pale glow passed, the foul air retreated, forced back into the distorted space. Outwardly, it resembled a mirage, but it was actually caused by spatial folding. Whether it was because the malevolent spirits within sensed the threat of the bronze ancient tree, the scene inside gradually began to shift. Evil spirits clad in white performed an eerie, unsettling dance as they carried a black coffin forward. Simultaneously, a red palanquin appeared, accompanied by a wedding procession clad in black pajamas and melon-shaped hats, adorned with crimson silk. They drew ever closer to the malevolent spirits. The scene that unfolded next sent shivers down countless spines.
Chapter 125, The Book of Life and Death.
The clash of red and white was already terrifying enough, but what unfolded was a horde of ghosts vying for a bride. The red palanquin was now encircled by a swarm of malevolent spirits. Their eerie, synchronized dance was utterly unsettling even from a distance, it sent chills down the spine.
The branches of the ancient bronze tree swayed, its glowing light growing ever brighter.
Chen Xian placed his finger upon the bronze ancient tree. The spiritual energy within him, infused with the aura of the human emperor, flowed into it. The tree's glow suddenly intensified. Ripples spread across the space, like droplets on a lake's surface.
Can't hold it back anymore?
The luminous panels on the bronze ancient tree converged, no longer radiating toward the spatial fold.
Instead, they gathered at the very topmost branches. A ray of sunlight descended, enveloping Chen Xian. Chen Xian sensed its presence and extended his palm.
The fluorescent light fell into his palm, and he instantly understood its meaning. He sighed softly, the spiritual energy has fully revived.
It can no longer be suppressed. There's only one option left: kill.
By the time he uttered the final word, his voice had grown as cold as ice. With a single stride, he stood above the spatial fold. The Xuanyuan Sword pointed diagonally in his hand. The spatial ripples caused by the clash of red and white energies grew increasingly violent at that moment, like a boulder plummeting into a lake. Ripples spread out in endless threads. Chen Xian remained composed. Even without the bronze ancient tree, he would not allow those malevolent spirits to break free. Moreover, he must find a way to completely seal the fissure from the 18 layers of hell. Otherwise, the connection between the underground passage and the human realm would lead to unimaginable consequences, potentially throwing the entire order of the human world into utter chaos. It was precisely at this moment that the faint glow gathered upon him suddenly illuminated the folded space. The scene of countless ghosts scrambling for a bride gradually faded, replaced by a vast river. At the river's end stood a bridge. An old crone stood by the bridge. Her form was stooped, and before her sat a pot of soup. As each soul passed by, they would lift a bowl. The soup within would automatically refill itself, yet the pot remained unchanged. An eerie silence hung over the scene. The glow seemed to bind him to this scene. His divine sense suddenly spread out, materializing into a human form that landed on the bridge. He walked slowly toward the old woman. The old woman lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Chen Xian. She then bowed deeply, saying, "Greetings, human emperor." Chen Xian's voice remained calm as he scanned each soul that passed by automatically. They all frowned and demanded, "Why did you suddenly lead me here? What do you intend?"
The 18 layers of hell are connected to the human realm. The clash of red and white energies was merely a coincidence, yet it unexpectedly opened a spatial fissure between the underworld and the mortal realm. I must remain to guard the mortal realm. The old crone's voice was hoarse. You may call me Mengpa. I am of the primordial human race. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted slightly at these words, his eyes flickering with disbelief. Mengpo's voice remained low. Though I am of the primordial race, I am a failed creation from when Lady Nuwa fashioned humanity. Before the lady attained sainthood, I had already attained complete enlightenment in the way of creation. The form of the human race is the closest to the great Tao. Thus, the human race was chosen to receive the great Tao's favor. Through the war of wizards and demons and the tribulation of deification, the human race gradually rose to prominence. The great war of the saints shattered the primordial chaos, dividing it into the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity. The profound power of the Tao separated these realms. The Supreme Heavenly Emperor presided over the celestial court, while over 360 righteous gods entered the list of immortals, assisting in governing the 33 heavens. The earth realm governs reincarnation and pure energies sink downward, forming the 18 layers of hell. The human realm belonged to the human race, who perfected the laws of the Tao. Yet malevolent energies accumulated ceaselessly between heaven and earth. Since the minor calamity of the journey to the west, no further great tribulations have arisen. The malevolent energy gathering between heaven and earth grows ever heavier, and the boundless calamity has now taken shape. The human race must face this calamity. If they survive, they remain the protagonists of heaven and earth. Should they fail, their extinction will usher in a new life form to replace them. Chen Xuan had long suspected this, and now, with Mengpo's direct warning, his suspicions were fully confirmed. The boundless calamity surpassed the ceiling of the gods' calamity in terror. During the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, the battle between the sages shattered the boundless primordial lands. Yet even that catastrophe pales in comparison to the boundless calamity. This calamity might herald the emergence of countless sages, presenting a crisis for the human race far beyond imagination. Mengpo's voice was low as she said, "You are the human emperor, born of destiny. Empress Nuwa has me waiting here, leaving behind a precious treasure for you to claim. The ancient bronze tree cannot be considered the key to unlocking the path to the yellow circle. Whether you can obtain that supreme treasure depends entirely on yourself. If you fail to claim it, then perhaps you are not yet the true human emperor." In ancient times, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all human emperors, yet it was not they who truly laid the foundation for the human race. And the strongest human emperor in history was not a true one. His deeds drew the gaze of heaven's way, suppressing the human way and earthly way for countless years until they grew feeble and exhausted. The treasure lies ahead, yours for the taking. After speaking, Mengpa cast a profound gaze at Chen Xuan before lowering her head once more. Chen Xuan's gaze drifted toward a spot not far away. He had questions he wanted to ask, but ultimately swallowed them all. If Mengpa wished to speak, she would have done so without waiting for his questions. And if she chose silence, forcing the truth out of her would be futile. Besides, only a fragment of his divine consciousness had come here, not his true form. Now, having crossed the bridge of oblivion and traversed the path of the underworld, he finally stood before the Stone of 3 Lives. Earlier, he had sensed no aura of a supreme treasure. Yet upon reaching this place, his spirit seemed to tremble ever so slightly. He paused before the Stone of 3 Lives. His gaze fell upon the stone. Countless departed souls came here to see their 3 lifetimes of memories, a final retrospective of their existence. But what Chen Xuan saw here was the experience of his previous life. His heart trembled as his divine consciousness felt firmly anchored. Those images seemed etched deep within his mind, impossible to shake off. It felt like an instant, yet also like 10,000 years had passed. Chen Xuan abruptly snapped his eyes open, golden light blazing within them. The aura of the divine emperor erupted violently from his divine consciousness. Countless wandering spirits scattered in terror. Chen Xuan merely extended his palm lightly, not touching the 3 Live stone. Yet upon it, a wisp of colored light appeared. The light settled upon his palm, eventually materializing into a thin book. 3 characters were inscribed upon its cover. Book of Life and Death. Chen Xuan's heart pounded wildly. He never imagined that the supreme treasure left behind would be the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death was a true treasure of the underworld, capable of determining a person's fate. Chen Xuan need only inscribe a name upon it. If that person existed in the mortal realm, their soul would instantly depart their body and drift toward the underworld. Among the supreme treasures of the underworld, 2 others shared names akin to the Book of Life and Death. These were the Judge's Brush and the Great Emperor Fengdu's Seal. To obtain even one of these 3 supreme treasures of the underworld would be an unexpected stroke of luck. Chapter 126, Su Fu's Tomb. Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the Book of Life and Death. Without further hesitation, his finger lightly touched its surface. In an instant, dazzling radiance erupted. The Book of Life and Death then merged directly into Chen Xuan's divine consciousness. As he carefully sensed its essence, he was shocked to discover that this was merely a fragment of the Book of Life and Death. He was deeply puzzled. Why had the Book of Life and Death been torn into pieces?
At present, what he possessed amounted to roughly 1/3 of the entire tome.
The whereabouts of the remaining fragments remained unknown.
It seemed that not only the mortal realm was in turmoil, but the underground passages were also facing grave trouble. Otherwise, one of the three great treasures of the underworld would not have been shattered like this. Yet, an unexpected calm settled within his heart. With a flick of his thoughts, his divine sense vanished from the underworld. Reappearing, it returned to the summit of Huaxia Cave. Observing the chaos below, tens of thousands of ghosts scrambling for a bride, red and white spirits colliding in a deadly clash, he knew the consequences would be catastrophic, bringing endless calamity to the mortal realm. Without further hesitation, Chen Xuan summoned the Book of Life and Death. The instant it materialized, the ghosts below froze in unison, lifting their heads to stare at the sky. Chen Xuan pricked his finger, letting a drop of human emperor's blood fall onto the Book of Life and Death.
Immediately, a thick, black aura emanated from the book. The aura was profoundly yin and profoundly yang.
When yin reaches its peak, yang emerges. When adversity reaches its end, fortune turns.
The profoundly yin aura emanating from the Book of Life and Death contained not a trace of evil. It was utterly pure. That aura was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil cauldron. Chaos erupted below.
The red-white collision demon had already reached the limit of shattering the illusory space. Now, all the ghosts desperately sought escape from this phantom realm. Yet the Book of Life and Death solidified that illusory space. The malevolent spirits that had already reached the entrance of the red rock cave now collided directly with the solidified space. The spatial barrier was thin as paper, yet impenetrable. The ghosts wailed in unison, their cries piercing like shards of ice, shaking every soul with a curse-laden tremor. This was especially true for the Demon Suppression Bureau agents. They had already steeled themselves for a desperate fight. The last time 10,000 demons surged from the underworld, it had inflicted immense damage upon them. This time, the demons wielding the threads were even more vicious and ruthless. Yet they never imagined Chen Xuan could reinforce the spatial barrier so decisively with just a single mythical artifact. After a moment of stunned silence, the entire group erupted in a chorus of cheers.
Long live the human emperor! A faint smile curved Chen Xuan's lips as he nodded to the crowd before vanishing into the void.
Had it not been for the matter at Huaxia, there was something far more crucial demanding his attention.
This matter concerned Su Fu.
When he had previously visited the Financial Street family, the stone tablet he obtained actually contained another piece of information one Chen Xuan had not mentioned at the time. It contained the location of Su Fu's tomb. To this day, no one has ever found Su Fu's tomb. It was once believed he had sailed directly overseas and never returned. Yet the map carved on that stone tablet, along with its finally deciphered contents, stirred Chen Xuan's curiosity. Within it lay a treasure of paramount importance. He didn't know what this treasure truly was, but one thing was certain: Su Fu was undoubtedly a Qi cultivator from the pre-Qin period who had mastered ancient mystical techniques. To excavate the tomb, he would need experts. He couldn't wait any longer. Allowing those experts to excavate slowly risked leaks. This matter was of utmost importance. He couldn't afford to let any word get out for now. Returning to the villa, he first called the Grand Elder. He needed to inform them that if he discovered something truly valuable, he would retrieve the treasure first before sharing the location with the experts. After the call, Suyu approached, her eyes filled with concern. The strange occurrences have been increasing lately. Although the spatial barrier at Huaxia has been sealed, countless cracks still exist within the underworld. It's difficult to detect those spatial fissures easily, as they are all minor ones, making it hard to solidify the spatial barrier. By the time the Demon Suppression Bureau discovers them, malevolent spirits have usually already escaped through them. These spatial fissures show no spiritual energy fluctuations. Only when the malevolent spirits emerge do brief, fleeting fluctuations occur. Spiritual energy networks can only detect them for an instant. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow in deep thought before finally speaking. This matter cannot be resolved. We must rely on the demon suppression bureaus across the land. With spiritual energy revival now at its peak, the world is saturated with it. The Cultivation Academy should accelerate their teaching. Though I am the Academy's headmaster, I am not the crucial factor here. If you wish, you may also take a position at the Cultivation Academy. I have full confidence in your abilities. Suyu shook her head. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay by your side. At least when you return, you'll see me. I'll handle those matters for you. With that, she nestled into Chen Xuan's embrace, her eyes brimming with tender affection. Chen Xuan gently embraced Suyu, a smile spreading across his face as his lips lightly brushed against her flawless cheek. They embraced deeply. After a moment, Chen Xuan began to pull away. What he needed to do was crucial and required immediate attention. The vampire clan hadn't discovered the true hidden content on the stone carving, but if they'd left a backup and handed it over to another faction, it would definitely cause trouble. Suyu understood the necessity of Chen Xuan's departure. Though her heart ached with reluctance, she could only watch as he walked away. Chen Xuan moved swiftly, utilizing his spatial divine power to shrink distances. Within minutes, he arrived at a location. The terrain here formed a dragon and tiger encircling formation. It was an exceptional feng shui treasure spot. A faint smile touched his lips as he closed his eyes, instantly sweeping his divine sense over the area. With his core formation cultivation, he could instantly discern the situation within the tomb, even if it lay underground.
Yet the moment his divine sense touched the underground barrier, his brow furrowed. There was another formation here. His figure vanished from the air and reappeared before the formation. His fingertips lightly brushed the formation, instantly causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. He had never seen such a peculiar formation before. His heart stirred slightly as he took out the stone carving. As the stone tablet touched the formation, the spatial ripples vanished, revealing a gap within the array. This formation could disrupt one's mind. The moment he touched it, Chen Xuan's divine sense had been affected, though it caused him no harm. That served as a warning. An ordinary person touching this formation would likely become lost within it, never to emerge alive. As he stepped inside, he immediately saw numerous murals. The scenes depicted caused his pupils to contract sharply. Chapter 127, Hybrid Experiment. The scenes depicted in the murals finally resolved some of Chen Xuan's lingering doubts. Su Fu never sailed to seek the elixir of immortality. The ancient qi cultivation techniques of the pre-Qin era, while unable to grant eternal life, certainly prevented premature death. His Majesty the First Emperor also cultivated qi refinement techniques. Moreover, having the imperial mandate of the human sovereign, his cultivation reached such heights that it surpassed even Su Fu's. Su Fu's voyage was to counter various factions. The qi cultivators he led were true elite forces. The descendants of Poseidon once caused chaos in one region, but not only did he lead his men to slay them, he also struck deep into the vampire's lair. He became the progenitor of the vampire clan precisely because he subdued those beings. And this final mural. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The content depicted was too shocking to comprehend. Closing his eyes, he took several deep breaths before striding forward. After traversing a long corridor, he reached the inner burial chamber. Here, there was no coffin. Only bamboo slips lay preserved in perfect condition, as if someone had once lived here. He unfolded the bamboo slips, and the contents revealed caused his pupils to contract violently. After reviewing every single scroll, Chen Xuan had a plan forming in his mind. His gaze now fell upon the meditation cushion. Behind the cushion stood a long table, which had likely once held offerings. Now, only a jade seal remained. Chen Xuan approached, picked up the jade seal, and read the characters engraved beneath it. Mandate from heaven, eternal prosperity. The imperial seal? Chen Xuan's heart raced with shock. He never imagined he would discover the legendary imperial seal right here. So this was the supreme treasure described in Su Fu's stone inscriptions. Why hadn't His Majesty the First Emperor brought the imperial seal into his mausoleum? Chen Xuan couldn't fathom what had transpired, but one thing was certain: this was undoubtedly a relic of myth, radiating a potent aura of human sovereignty. Possessing this treasure would bring immense benefit to himself. He reached out and picked it up, then let a single drop of blood fall directly onto its surface. As if awakened by a spirit, the imperial seal instantly merged into his qi si dantian. He could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from it, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. The imperial seal wasn't merely a weapon against foes, it could also be used for subjugation, allowing him to directly bind mythical creatures to his will. After a moment's consideration, he stored the bamboo slips within his sleeve's hidden compartment. He then set off directly for the capital city. The contents of those bamboo slips were too shocking and scandalous. If exposed, they would undoubtedly spark immense controversy. He needed to consult with the Grand Elder. Though he had already made up his mind, he still needed backing. The Grand Elder was occupied with matters when he heard the knock. "Who is it?" he asked, puzzled. Chen Xuan pushed open the door and stepped inside, a faint smile playing on his lips. He could have entered without knocking, but out of respect and courtesy, he had chosen to announce himself. "Ah, it's you. I was wondering who would suddenly appear at my door at this hour. You must have something important to discuss." He understood Chen Xuan well, and their interactions had only deepened his favorable impression. Usually, the two only communicated when something significant arose, rarely meeting in person unless faced with a major event. Chen Xuan nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I've discovered something extraordinary. And this discovery holds immense benefits for us. Actually, the recent flurry of activity in the Foot Basin region is the biggest blow to them." With that, he pulled out the bamboo slips and laid them on the desk. He picked up the bamboo slips to examine their contents. While some characters were unfamiliar, he could grasp the general meaning. His pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. His voice trembled as he asked, "Could these be artifacts unearthed from Su Fu's tomb?" Chen Xuan nodded lightly. "That's right. I went there myself and discovered a lot of fascinating content inside. Actually, these records pertain to the Emperor of the Foot Basin. They were actually hybrids, part of the so-called Takamagara mythology. It seems they were deliberately cultivated to control everyone in Japan. Su Fu didn't sail there with people, nor were they his ancestors. He went there to exterminate these bastards. Unfortunately, he didn't wipe them out completely. Otherwise, the troubles that followed wouldn't have arisen. Perhaps this too was the will of heaven. The heavenly way deliberately seeks to suppress the human race. How much scheming lies within this, no one can say. One thing is clear, the way of heaven watches the way of man constantly. It fears the complete rise of the human way. Once humanity rose, its influence on the way of heaven would be too great it might even surpass its creator. When humanity proclaimed man conquers heaven, the way of heaven already trembled with fear. Amidst the great calamity of heaven and earth, the way of heaven began its scheming and plotting. From the very start of the sealing of the gods' calamity, the human race has been thoroughly suppressed. If humanity fails to seize this opportunity to rise during this calamity, a colossal disaster awaits them. The Grand Elder recognized the gravity of the situation and frowned in deep thought. After a long while, he finally looked up at Chen Xuan. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "First, I'll publish these lectures online. Then I'll personally make a trip to Jiuzhou. There's no need to keep those hybrid experimental creatures around any longer. Especially that 8-headed beast it can be put to use. Let it carry out certain tasks, and let the people of Foot Basin understand the consequences." The Grand Elder didn't hesitate, nodding firmly. "Since the decision has been made, there's no need for further hesitation. I support you. I'll have you post the contents of these bamboo slips on the highest level website first. When that happens, the Foot Basin will surely go mad. We'll face their retaliation, but I don't hold them in any regard either." The two shared a knowing smile. Chen Xuan proceeded directly to the Foot Basin. The Grand Elder immediately dispatched men to carry out the task. Within just half an hour, several images appeared on the Supreme website. Once the images were decoded, the entire internet erupted. The reaction from the Foot Basin side was particularly explosive. They were practically fuming. Countless people hurled abuse at the flower planting family, accusing them of fabricating evidence and deliberately undermining the Foot Basin. The insults were vile and vicious. Meanwhile, the flower family remained utterly convinced of the authenticity of the matter. They knew their own people well enough to understand that without solid proof, they would never have released these images publicly. The flower family reveled in it. No matter what insults came their way, they had only one response. "Your royal family is a hybrid experiment." 2 words, mongrel. This statement immediately trended on the hot search list. Chapter 128, Living Sacrifice. The flower planters rejoiced, using this phrase to mock the Foot Basin. It even gained traction overseas. Overseas audiences already harbored little affection for the Foot Basin nation, a place that falsifies history, commits colossal errors, yet stubbornly refuses to acknowledge them. The Koreans harbored deep animosity toward them too. They even called the Grand Elder directly to ask whether the story was true or false. Upon receiving confirmation, they erupted in fury. The Foot Basin nation was furious, especially their royal family. They flatly denied the incident, demanding compensation from the flower planting family while also insisting on proof that the flower planting family had spread rumors. They insisted their reputation must be restored. They immediately convened a press conference that same day. "The flower family has gone too far. They are openly slandering us, the Foot Basin. They must be severely punished. We demand their Grand Elder personally apologize and compensate us for reputational damage. Otherwise, we will wage an all-out war against the flower family until one side is destroyed. I demand the flower family provide me with results within 3 days." The entire world erupted in fury. How dare the Foot Basin clan provoke the flower family? The flower family was now at the height of its power, especially the human emperor. His repeated interventions had forced major factions to compromise, offering substantial compensation just to appease his wrath. Now someone dared to provoke them, and it was the Foot Basin. The two families were sworn enemies. The flower family was no longer the weak entity it had been over a century ago. Their bold words revealed that the Foot Basin was truly desperate. Chen Xuan had also seen this news. He had been waiting for precisely this moment. The declaration at the press conference had just concluded, giving way to the Q&A session. The attending journalists weren't solely from the Foot Basin faction. Representatives from other powers were present, including those from the flower family. The Q&A had been pre-arranged. Not a single Flower Nation reporter was allowed to speak. It was all their own people. The Foot Basin was still fuming, denouncing the flower family for fabricating evidence out of thin air and slandering their royal family. This press conference was held right at the entrance of the Foot Basin's sacred toilet. The Flower Nation must apologize. As the Foot Basin envoy's words fell, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a massive imperial seal appear in the sky. 8 characters were inscribed at its base. The flower planting family gasped upon seeing the inscription. "Blessed by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure." It's the imperial seal. The Foot Basin messenger couldn't help but burst into excited laughter. Everyone saw it, right? The heroic spirits we venerate in our divine latrine have manifested. Our ancestors are enraged too, and they've presented proof that we are the true descendants of the human race. Does the flower planting family even possess such an artifact?
Your nation must compensate us, apologize, and publicly admit to the world that you fabricated facts and forged evidence.
The Flower family journalists looked grim. This press conference was broadcast globally. And it was being broadcast live.
Yet such a monumental incident had erupted. The imperial seal itself had appeared, hovering overhead like a projection, looming directly above everyone's heads. It felt like a slap in the face to their entire nation. The people of the Foot Basin were utterly enraged. After being suppressed and stifled for so long, they finally had the chance to strike back.
Online, they unleashed an avalanche of vitriol. Countless curses rained down upon the Flower family.
The Flower family, however, was only in the initial stages of anger. This was likely the Foot Basin stealing their treasure. The imperial seal represented their legitimate lineage. Even the Grand Elder Assassin was ready to call Chen Xuan directly.
This time, they absolutely must retrieve their treasure. It represented the glory of their ancestors and could never be desecrated by the Foot Basin. Yet just as everyone was boiling with rage, Chen Xuan's voice echoed from above. His voice was detached. Foot Basin, didn't I ask the Flower family for an explanation? No need to wait 3 days, I'll give it to you now.
With a gentle wave of his hand, the sky darkened. The imperial seal grew in the wind, swelling like a mountain before crashing down with a thunderous roar.
Boom!
It felt like an earthquake. Endless dust rippled before everyone's eyes, while the Foot Basin divine latrine was reduced to a pile of rubble. The people of the Foot Basin were stunned, utterly dumbfounded. The ashes of the revered spirits enshrined within the divine latrine mingled with the dust as the jade seal crashed down. Chen Xuan made a slight gesture with his hand, and the jade seal flew back into his palm, spinning swiftly above his fingers. His expression remained as calm as still water. The Foot Basin divine latrine vanished completely, leaving the ground caved in several meters deep. The area had become a pit, with groundwater gushing forth and flooding the site. Silence hung heavy over the scene.
Everyone was stunned.
No one had anticipated such an unyielding stance from the flower planting family. Yet they all knew the two families were sworn enemies, especially given the existence of the Foot Basin divine latrine, a direct affront to the flower planting family. The Foot Basin envoy was the first to recover, immediately kneeling on the ground and wailing loudly.
Countless Foot Basin citizens followed suit.
This place was their spiritual anchor, their very source of pride. Now, however, Chen Xuan had reduced it to a deep crater. The ashes of their ancestors were gone, and a seething rage filled every heart as they glared at Chen Xuan standing in the void. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, his voice calm as still water. The Foot Basin fabricates history, committing heinous crimes, yet refuses to acknowledge them. They worship those vile beasts in their sacred toilet.
Today's transgression is tomorrow's cause. The Foot Basin people blared furiously at Chen Xuan, yet none dared speak.
They were all bullies who preyed on the weak.
Chen Xuan's unyielding stance and overwhelming power had struck fear into their hearts.
Just then, a figure soared through the air, the strongest onmyoji of the Foot Basin clan. Rage burned in his eyes, though he knew he was no match for Chen Xuan. The moment he arrived, he plunged a blade directly into his own heart. From his lips poured a stream of incantations, the final words clear to all.
Ancestral spirits of the Jiuzhou clan, take me as your sacrifice.
Manifest now and slay this demon before us. With that, he yanked the dagger free, his bloodshot eyes locked on Chen Xuan as he burst into maniacal laughter.
You're finished.
Our Foot Basin ancestors' spirits shall drag you into the boundless hells to atone for your sins.
Today you die. No one can save you.
As the maniacal laughter faded, the onmyoji collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless.
At that moment, everyone sensed something amiss.
Waves of icy, malevolent energy began rising from beneath their feet, piercing straight through to the crown of their skulls. The wicked aura made every heart feel as though it had stopped beating.
Wisp after wisp of black mist slowly rose from the earth.
This aura bore no resemblance to the noble spirits of ancestors. It felt like demons summoned straight from hell itself.
Chapter 129, Ancestral Spirits.
The Japanese individuals present all fell silent, their hearts gripped by waves of chill. They too sensed mortal peril, fear rising within them. They understood better than anyone the methods of the higher-ups in the Foot Basin regime and knew that when those in power made ruthless decisions, ordinary citizens were never given a second thought. Now that the divine toilet had been destroyed, someone must bear the consequences.
Chen Xuan spoke coldly, is this the spirit of your ancestors, you Foot Basin people? How laughable.
I reckon the moment they appear, they'll sacrifice you lot first thing and wipe you all out. His voice remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The others, however, felt their fear deepen, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Wispy strands of black mist surged from the ground like dark vines, coiling toward their bodies. Everyone present, except for the reporter from the Flower family, was bound by the tendrils. Nearly 10,000 people were immobilized. The Chinese journalist's face was also etched with endless terror, yet he did not panic.
For he sensed a faint golden glow enveloping him. This golden light instilled in him an overwhelming sense of security.
That sense of security was beyond words, as if his very presence here made him unshakable.
All of this was because of the human emperor.
He lifted his gaze toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded at him, then turned his gaze toward the Foot Basin chickens. Each of the footbasin chickens was deathly pale, and some had even begun wailing and crying out in anguish. Suddenly, one of them cried out, "Human Emperor! Please save us! We admit the royal family is a hybrid experiment. We too wish to become members of the flower family. Our bloodlines are the same. Since ancient times, we have been exiles wandering far from home. We yearn to return to our mother's embrace. Human Emperor, please accept us." By the end, some had fallen to their knees, their faces etched with unprecedented devotion. In this moment of life or death peril, humanity's true nature erupted. No one truly feared death, nor was anyone utterly insane. Facing death, their ugly true colors were laid bare, all captured live on camera. Chen Xuan spoke calmly, "You didn't look like this when you were paying homage earlier. I am not your human emperor, nor do I bear any responsibility to save you. The spirits of your ancestors you worshipped have returned. Shouldn't you be overjoyed?" Those watching the livestream couldn't help but burst into laughter. They never imagined Chen Xuan would respond with such words. The flower-planting family erupted in fury. When Chen Xuan reduced the footbasin god toilet to dust, countless people were utterly enraged. This represented the humiliation of the flower-planting family. We had been crushed into powder by the human emperor himself. And now, the Onmyoji had summoned their ancestral spirits. What emerged instead was a horde of demons crawling out of hell, immediately beginning to drain the life force from those they touched. Those bound by the black, vine-like tendrils could distinctly feel their vitality steadily draining away. It was precisely their desperate cries that made everyone realize just how perilous the situation had become. Chen Xuan remained utterly unmoved, holding the jade seal in his hands. He simply watched in silence. Then, a chilling, eerie sound rose from the ground like a knife scraping against glass. "Is this to awaken us?" No one dared respond, yet the voice persisted. "Enough. Regardless of who it is, everyone present shall become our nourishment. Awakening us demands a price. With only this handful of souls, it is woefully insufficient. We require at least 10 times this number. Otherwise, we shall devour every living thing upon this land." Nearly 10,000 people were present, yet 10 times that number was demanded. Viewers watching the livestream were all left speechless. The footbasins, now shrouded in black mist, knelt one by one on the ground, begging for mercy. "Ancestor, we are your descendants. We have always honored you. Please spare us. Across the sea lies a continent, you should go kill them. With over 1 billion people there, you can devour them freely. Even if you consume every last one, it won't matter." The sinister, raspy voice paused briefly before erupting into a shrill cackle. "Are you referring to the flower-planting family? They are protected by the spirits of their ancestors. You actually want us to go to our deaths? Then you shall be the first to die." The footbasin messenger who had just spoken was instantly enveloped by black energy, sucked dry in an instant. And in that instant, the entire world fell silent. The words spoken by the footbasin's ancestors sent shivers down their spines. The flower family, too, had the protection of heroic ancestors. Considering the nature of those flower family members, and then reflecting on the fearless sacrifices of their forebears, everyone swallowed hard. And how many heroes lay buried in that land? If those spirits were summoned forth, what a magnificent spectacle it would be. The footbasin messenger, sucked dry, suddenly stood up straight from the ground. Finally, that familiar hoarse voice emerged from his mouth, this time sounding even more hideous than before. "I have finally returned, freed from that endless prison. You lowly ants shall tremble beneath my feet. Your worthless descendants are fit only to become my nourishment. Surrender your very lives. Let more powerful souls return." He raised both hands, gazing upward toward the heavens. Then he saw Chen Xuan. His voice abruptly halted, but contempt quickly flashed in his eyes. "Mortal, you dare stand above me? You deserve to die." With that, he lunged toward Chen Xuan with a sweeping grab. A colossal black palm, as if supporting the heavens, materialized around Chen Xuan, instantly enveloping him within its grasp. Yet in the next instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Chen Xuan's body, and the black palm vanished instantly, vaporized as if scorched by flames. "Ah!" A wretched howl echoed. Chen Xuan's voice was calm and detached. "Is that all?" Fear flashed in the summoned black figure's eyes as it slowly retreated, then vanished into a fleeting shadow. A voice echoed, "Today's grudge shall be repaid another day. I will return." Chen Xuan paid no heed to the fleeing shadow. With the protective barrier now in place across the 9 provinces continent, such creatures couldn't breach that outer layer unless their power grew significantly stronger, in which case he would sense it immediately. That creature carried the most wicked, extreme aura imaginable. To all cultivators, it was like a walking beacon. Chapter 130. The footbasin chicken crowd starts stirring the pot. Within the livestream chat, the footbasin faction began stirring the pot, launching a barrage of verbal attacks against Chen Xuan. The human emperor should protect all humanity. He doesn't deserve that title. Why did he let that wicked spirit escape? He could have slain it outright, sacrificing his own lineage for peace, yet he chose to spare that wicked spirit. He's trying to destroy our entire footbasin. Countless footbasin citizens died because of him. He must pay the price for this.
He must relinquish his throne. He has defiled our royal family, and now he lets that wicked spirit roam free. How dare he call himself the human emperor? A torrent of abusive comments followed immediately. Netizens from the flower-planting family were furious. The footbasins, living their cozy little lives, are barking up the wrong tree again. They ignore the facts and just spout nonsense. They've forgotten who summoned these evil spirits in the first place. They brought this upon themselves. What does it have to do with our human emperor? The human emperor protects humanity, not beasts. Even their royal family is a hybrid experiment. What good can come from them? They're barely human. Given the beastly deeds they've committed, they deserve to die. If the footbasin were gone, the world would be rid of a major scourge. Hybrid experiment products, abbreviated as bastards. That last line flooded the screen. Many overseas factions didn't directly intervene or hire troll armies. Relying solely on their own supporters, they were no match for the Chinese netizens, getting bombarded with criticism until they were nearly driven to silence. Just when everyone thought the matter would fade away, Chen Xuan pointed directly at Mount Fuji, his expression cold and detached, his gaze as icy as hell's frost. Eight-headed serpent, come out. The live stream chat fell instantly silent. No one could comprehend why Chen Xuan would suddenly invoke the Yamata no Orochi. Was it not enough to pit the footbasin against him? The Yamata no Orochi seethed with rage. He had witnessed everything unfold. With him present, there was no way he would allow that wicked spirit hero to steal his offering. But with Chen Xuan here, he dared not intervene, fearing Chen Xuan might take notice of him. Yet, he hadn't even managed to hide. If he didn't even show his face, how could the footbasin worship him in the future? Without the power of faith, his strength couldn't grow. Rage boiled within him, fueling his desperate wish to grow strong enough to destroy Chen Xuan. Yet he was no match for him now, forcing him to grit his teeth and teleport out. At that moment, it appeared opposite Chen Xuan, suspended in the void. Its 8 heads held high, each pair of eyes blazed with a crimson, savage light. Human Emperor, what is it you require of me? Chen Xuan replied indifferently, I need a vicious dog by my side. The Yamata no Orochi paused, then snapped into realization. Its gaze grew even more savage and furious as all 8 serpent heads turned toward Chen Xuan. Then, 8 furious voices joined together. Are you forcing my hand? If I choose mutual destruction, I can always reconstitute my power through faith. But if I capture you, you'll perish without a burial ground. The energy unleashed by my self-detonation will shatter your soul completely. At that moment, he desperately wanted to fight Chen Xuan to the death. Yet he also knew that self-detonation might plunge him into eternal slumber. When he awoke again, all his faith power might be stolen, and even the entire basin might be destroyed. He needed to keep this herd under his control not only to maintain their faith in him, but also to ensure a steady supply of sacrifices. The taste of human flesh was simply too exquisite. The level of power determined what position he could occupy in the future. The jade seal spinning in Chen Xuan's palm emitted a faint glow before he tossed it lightly into the air. The jade seal grew as it met the wind, swiftly swelling to the size of a small mountain as it hovered above the head of the Yamata no Orochi. An immense pressure surged instantly. Yamata no Orochi's body trembled slightly. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power emanating from the jade seal. Even if he self-detonated, he doubted he could harm it. Wasn't it already the activated human emperor seal? He dared not be certain. If Chen Xuan truly possessed the human emperor seal, he would stand no chance against him. In fact, it could be said that no deity descended to the mortal realm could possibly defeat Chen Xuan unless they manifested their true form. Chen Xuan's icy voice echoed once more. Do you wish to be my dog, or would you rather I eradicate your soul projection outright? Think carefully before answering. I won't give you a second chance. His voice was utterly detached, yet the Yamata no Orochi trembled uncontrollably. He was furious. Deep fear gripped its heart. The jade seal hovering overhead could crush it without mercy. There was nowhere to hide, no escape. It sensed its essence locked in the seal's grasp. If his true form were present, perhaps he needn't fear. But now, he was merely a soul projection. 5, 4. As Chen Xuan counted down to the final number, Yamata no Orochi's voice echoed through the air. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Human Emperor, tell me what you need. I may not be able to serve you like a dog every moment, but I can obey your commands. I too need cultivation. I too need to gather the power of faith. And the stronger I become, the more I can do for you. You are the human emperor, the ruler of the mortal realm. Any immortal or deity who dares enter the mortal world must submit to your authority and obey your commands. These words appeared directly in the livestream chat. Everyone was utterly stunned. They had assumed Chen Xuan's relentless pressure on the Yamata no Orochi would culminate in an epic battle. After all, in the faith of everyone in the footbasin, the Yamata no Orochi was an absolute, peerless powerhouse. Who could have imagined such an outcome? A smile spread across Chen Xuan's face. What was summoned earlier were merely evil spirits. Those entities have all fled. But beneath this divine cesspool of the footbasin now lie no fewer than 8,000 true spirits. I command you to devour them all. This place needs no protection from these true spirits. In my eyes, they are nothing but demons and beasts from the past. They must die. Yamata no Orochi hesitated not a moment. All 8 heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously. Their gaping maws lunged toward the footbasin divine latrine. Countless black vapors were instantly drawn in. Among them were many shadowy human forms, yet all those shadows ultimately became nourishment for the Yamata no Orochi. Even the livestream could capture the piercing, soul-shaking screams. Chen Xuan remarked indifferently, since those wicked spirits summoned themselves, let them perish as they will. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. With that, he turned and took a single stride forward, his form vanishing. Simultaneously vanishing was the reporter from the flower family, whom Chen Xuan had brought back. The current crisis in the footbasin was fraught with danger. Chapter 131, the Yata Mirror originating from the 9 provinces continent? The moment Chen Xuan departed, the Yamata no Orochi lashed out like a mad beast, its tail smashing violently against Mount Fuji. It relentlessly vented its fury. Yet the sheer force of its own might caused Mount Fuji to erupt violently, unleashing a sudden natural disaster. The erupting magma shot straight into the clouds, and along with countless volcanic ashes, the entire cloud layer seemed to be completely dyed red. Before the erupting lava could reach the earth, Yamata no Orochi used its own power to block it. If the natural disaster were allowed to rage unchecked, half the population of Japan would likely perish. He could ignore the wicked spirits, but he absolutely could not ignore this natural disaster. The faith power it demanded was too immense. He already found the population of the footbasin too small. No more deaths. Yet despite his formidable power, a sudden spatial fluctuation erupted overhead. Then, carrying boundless, colossal power, the spatial disturbance crashed down like a hammer. Yamata no Orochi felt as if struck by lightning, crushed beneath a mountain's weight. All 8 serpent heads spewed blood simultaneously as his body was hurled thousands of meters backward. Lava rained down upon him, yet caused no harm. Now unimpeded, the torrential lava rain poured down, while a mirage appeared in the sky. Though the people in the basin were dead, their live streaming equipment remained active, broadcasting this scene to the entire world. Above, the illusory form of the 9 provinces cauldron loomed, its boundless power emanating from the mirage and crushing all beneath it, leaving no one able to lift their heads. The footbasin people trembled in fear, while the Yamata no Orochi slumped in defeat, its heart filled with seething hatred. The immense force unleashed moments ago had dealt it a severe blow, having its power at the very least. He seethed inwardly, yet could do nothing. Slowly, the shimmering image faded away, revealing a map in its place. 9 locations were marked upon it, ultimately settling upon Mount Fuji. Chen Xuan had already departed, but sensing the immense fluctuations within, he now stood suspended in the void directly above Mount Fuji. A sense of connection stirred within him. He extended a finger and pointed at the mirage. A drop of blood formed at his fingertip, plunging into the mirage like a flame in the night. It then coalesced upon the 9 provinces cauldron. A fragment of memory flashed through his mind. After closing his eyes in deep contemplation for a moment, he suddenly snapped them open. His gaze fell upon Mount Fuji. A cold smile curved his lips. Without a word, he vanished from the sky above. Mount Fuji erupted like a fully activated volcano, spewing molten lava skyward with a power that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Everyone in the basin trembled in terror. The entire continent trembled, followed by earthquakes and tsunamis. The Yamata no Orochi sensed the immense power within it vanishing. It coiled its tail, blocking the falling rain of magma and holding back the tsunami. Yet the earthquake could not be halted in time. His power had been halved moments before, leaving him powerless to reverse the damage. At least a magnitude 9 earthquake claimed the lives of countless footbasin chickens. The voices of those online trolls vanished, and the Chinese people rejoiced. Yet they also witnessed the Yamata no Orochi's formidable power. A natural disaster capable of destroying heaven and earth had been halted with apparent ease. Chen Xuan, however, could suppress it, forcing it to obey. The humiliation it endured could only be swallowed silently. Countless people speculated, what realm had Chen Xuan truly attained? The words of the Yamata no Orochi were etched into their memories. Chen Xuan had now returned to the flower planting family. A small tripod now rested in his hand. It was one of the 9 provinces' tripods. It had previously been taken overseas and sealed within Mount Fuji. Had the Yamata no Orochi not vented its fury by shaking Mount Fuji, this 9 provinces cauldron would never have surfaced. The memory fragment didn't reveal who placed the 9 provinces cauldron atop Mount Fuji, but it certainly wasn't during the pre-Qin period. Could it be the Zhou dynasty? When the Zhou overthrew the Shang, they proclaimed themselves the Son of Heaven, becoming puppets of the heavenly way. Mythical relics beneficial to the human race of the 9 provinces would naturally fall into their hands. The last human emperor of the Shang dynasty was named Xin. Posthumously, he was given the title King Zhou. The character Zhou signifies brutality. Yet the truth was far from that. Emperor Xin abolished human sacrifices and sought to end slavery, vigorously advancing the human race. He was betrayed by the heavenly way and stabbed in the back by the Zhou dynasty. After ascending to power, the Zhou dynasty continued the practice of human sacrifice.
Moreover, they were obsessed with divination for every decision, routinely sacrificing people to appease the heavenly way. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted toward the distance, where the Jiuzhou Ding, one of the 9 provinces' tripods, stood. The Jiuzhou Ding was anchored at the source of the Yellow River, the only 9 provinces cauldron whose location was marked on that earlier map. It restrained the Yellow River's waters, preventing them from surging and flooding. If the Jiuzhou Ding were removed now, the Yellow River would immediately change course, unleashing catastrophic floods. Beyond the 9 provinces' tripods, another mythical relic existed, the divine artifact, the 8-span mirror. The 8-span mirror lies hidden within the 9 provinces' tripods. The Kojiki once recorded the extinction of civilization, and legend holds that the Yada mirror can trace back to that era. Chen Xuan arrived at the underground safe house and retrieved the mirror. It was a bronze mirror engraved with profoundly intricate and esoteric patterns. As he channeled his spiritual energy into it, ripples began to spread across the bronze surface. A scene then appeared. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Xuan realized what he was seeing. It was the ancient depiction of Yu the Great controlling the floods. The 8-span mirror had been forged by a divine cultivator. That divine Taoist was none other than the founder of the divine Taoist sect. Having assisted the great Yu in his flood control efforts, he earned great merit. After casting the 9 tripods, he became one of the guardians of the 9 provinces tripod. Could it be that he brought the 9 provinces tripod to Mount Fuji? The divine Taoist must have had other names. There were unrecorded figures who assisted Yu the Great in controlling the floods, and historical records may have been lost. The Zhou dynasty even changed its identity from human emperor to son of heaven, which surely erased some written accounts. The appearance of one of the 9 provinces tripods on Mount Fuji likely signified that the area was designated as part of the 9 provinces continent at that time. Too many unknowns remained, and Chen Xuan needed to explore them one by one. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a faint smile touched his lips. He promptly transcribed the contents from the bronze mirror and sent them to the Grand Elder. Not long after, the Grand Elder called him back. The bronze mirror is the Yada mirror, one of the 3 sacred treasures of the ancient era? The images within trace back to the origin? Hearing the urgency in the voice, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, exactly. Who would have thought that one of the 3 sacred treasures of the foot basin originated from the Jiuzhou continent? Their deity, Amaterasu Amikami, might very well be a Shinto deity. The Shintoists are from the 9 provinces continent. Their true ancestors founded Shintoism, worshipping the sun goddess Amaterasu. Their so-called emperor is said to be the son of Amaterasu. Yet their imperial family today is likely the product of experimental hybridization, probably a case of someone substituting themselves for the real heir. Chapter 132, The Shintoism of the Foot Basin Chicken. Chen Xuan wasn't merely speculating, the images traced back to the origins confirmed this. The founder of Shintoism hailed from the Jiuzhou continent and had even assisted the Great Yu in controlling the floods. His voice trembled. Shintoism might be useful to us. Their influence is vast, they're a true top-tier power in the foot basin region. Moreover, they adhere to strict principles. Those individuals represent one of the few neutral factions. They absolutely refuse to participate in any form of plunder against others. During the disaster in the inner field, not a single member of the Shinto sect was involved. They even tried to stop it, but ultimately found themselves at a disadvantage. It was only after the economic decline in the foot basin that they gradually infiltrated various industries. If we handle this matter well, we might even integrate them directly into our faction. And we need to unite more people now. It's a sect founded by our ancestors on the 9 provinces continent. Having them align with the 9 provinces isn't out of the question. Chen Xuan pondered briefly before smiling. If that's truly the case, then accepting them wouldn't be out of the question. The concern is their stubbornness. They might still seek to cause trouble. The foot basin has Shintoism and Onmyoji. The Onmyoji stand in opposition to them, with deep-seated conflicts between the two sides. Those Onmyoji resort to such despicable and filthy methods, they're nothing but a scourge. Leave it to the Shintoists to deal with them. After their discussion, the news spread immediately. The royal family member who had appeared earlier was revealed to be a laboratory hybrid. Now, a video tracing the origins had surfaced. The entire world erupted in chaos. None of them could have imagined that the strongest Shinto sect in the foot basin, boasting 800,000 deities, would ultimately trace its origins back to the flower-planting family. Countless factions watched with glee, awaiting the Shinto sect's response. Chen Xuan had already anticipated their next move, and sure enough, it unfolded exactly as he predicted. The news had barely spread when the current head of the Shinto sect began contacting the Grand Elder, demanding verification. The following morning, Chen Xuan appeared in a banquet hall. Only 2 people were present: the Grand Elder and the head of the Shindao sect. Upon seeing Chen Xuan enter, both men rose simultaneously, though their expressions differed markedly. The head of the Shindao sect's eyes betrayed unease. He truly feared that everything was true, that they were descendants of the Jiuzhou continent. He feared even more being cast aside by Chen Xuan, for Chen Xuan was now the true human emperor. The Grand Elder, however, wore a broad smile. He had already tested the Shindao sect leader's thoughts earlier and obtained the outcome he most desired.
Chen Xuan offered a faint smile, which served as his greeting to the head of the Shindao sect. Both parties took their seats. He took out the 8-span mirror and pushed it directly toward the head of the Shindao sect. Without uttering a word, his meaning was abundantly clear. He intended for the other party to infuse it with their own spiritual energy to trace its origin. The head of the Shinto sect took several deep breaths. His resolve now firm, he began channeling his spiritual energy into the mirror in a steady stream. Soon, ripples began to ripple across the surface of the bronze mirror. These could not be faked. Scene after scene reappeared within, and especially when the Shintoist saw himself, his pupils contracted violently, his eyes filled with horror. It was real. Within the Shinto sect, there existed a secret passed down through generations, a secret known only to the sect's leader. Passed down through the ages, that secret had now reached his ears. Trembling, he drew a wooden box from his sleeve. Inside lay a jade pendant. The moment the jade pendant was revealed, it projected an image. It depicted the divine path practitioners themselves. His face etched with sorrow, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the 9 provinces continent, his voice trembling as he declared, "We have failed in our duty. We could not protect the 9 provinces cauldron forever. We have betrayed the human emperor. Should the 9 provinces cauldron ever reappear in the light of day, deliver it to the human emperor." Then he placed the 9 provinces tripod within Mount Fuji, setting up arrays and seals to suppress the active volcano. The 8-span mirror, his treasured artifact, was likewise placed within the 9 provinces cauldron. Finally, he forced out his own vital essence to enlighten the people of the Footbasin, thereby leaving behind his bloodline legacy. At this moment, the origins of the Shinto sect were laid bare. As all these events unfolded before him, the head of the Shinto sect's eyes filled with sorrow. He did not know what had truly transpired in the past, but it must have been the annihilation of an entire civilization. Too many ancient secrets had vanished forever into the river of history. After witnessing all this, his gaze turned to Chen Xuan. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply before him. The leader of the Divine Path sect pays homage to His Majesty the Human Emperor. From this day forward, all members of the Shinto sect shall align with the Xian sect, becoming one of its branches. We humbly request the Human Emperor's mercy in accepting us. Chen Xuan nodded lightly. You shall remain the leader of the Divine Path sect. Should I require your services, I shall summon you. Upon your return, you may inform the Yamata no Orochi directly, dare to harm any member of the Divine Path sect, and I shall flay his skin, strip his sinews, and reduce him to ashes. Gratitude shone in the Shinto sect leader's eyes. The most terrifying threat was not the malevolent spirit itself, but the Yamata no Orochi. They too were cultivators. That malevolent spirit could harm ordinary people, but it might not stand a chance against them. Moreover, they wielded magical arts. If it ever came to a confrontation, only the Shinto sect would survive. The events here unfolded in secrecy, never reaching the outside world. Upon returning, Chen Xuan brought back 2 items gifts from the head of the Shinto sect. The armillary sphere and the crystal skull. Legend held that 13 crystal skulls existed, each recording the history of a distinct civilization. He returned to the underground safe house in his villa and retrieved the 2 items. The crystal skull showed no reaction to spiritual energy, yet it emitted a faint purple glow. Chen Xuan sensed that the violet glow was a form of energy, yet it was not the spiritual energy of the present age. It was an unknown energy, possibly a unique product of the previous civilization. The armillary sphere was an artifact from ancient times. It could be activated by spiritual energy and served as the most powerful auxiliary tool for arranging formations and deducing the mysteries of heaven. He extracted a thread of the violet energy from the crystal skull and sealed it within a bead. Then, carrying this bead, he headed to the technology park. Human bodies couldn't absorb this energy, but technology might hold the key. If this energy could be deciphered, might it activate the crystal skull? Recording the rise and fall of a civilization one that was once powerful filled Chen Xuan with fascination. Was it also tied to the conflict between the way of heaven and the way of man? Perhaps it could also originate from extraterrestrial life. It was shrouded in too many unknowns. The researchers were encountering this energy for the first time as well, equally filled with curiosity. Yet existing technological means proved incapable of detecting it. They could only proceed with incremental research. Yet any energy that exists can be deciphered, it was merely a matter of time. Chapter 133, Impersonating the Queen Mother of the West? Chen Xuan returned to the villa, awaiting news from the high-tech research park. Once they deciphered the strange energy within the crystal skull, its secrets would be unlocked. He was also deeply intrigued by the Maya civilization. How did this ancient civilization vanish, leaving only scattered clues behind, while their once rich literature remains utterly unknown? Suyu carried a cup of tea over to Chen Xuan's side, her eyes softening with tenderness. After my powers grew stronger, some images began appearing in my mind again. Chen Xuan turned his head. What kind of images? I might not be the Queen Mother of the West. At the peak of the Yaoqi pool, there was another immortal deity. He was the true master of the Yaoqi. The details are unclear, the vision was very blurry. It froze at the crucial moment. Suyu recounted the visions in detail, and Chen Xian's heart began to race. After a deep breath, he uttered 2 words, a prophecy.
What you saw might not be memories from a past life.
It's more likely something about to happen.
The Queen Mother of the West would never order humans to be sacrificed.
Unless someone has usurped the Yaoqi realm and impersonated the Queen Mother of the West.
Suyu shook her head, her eyes clouded with confusion.
I'm not entirely sure.
And in those visions, there were also immortal peaches that grant eternal life.
Some people actually sacrificed others for those peaches. Human sacrifices. I witnessed their tragic fates.
The Queen Mother of the West doesn't seem like the revered matriarch of immortals from legend. She appears more like a man-eating demon. She tortured those sacrificed until they wished for death, then devoured their souls. The most terrifying part of the entire scene was the Queen Mother's expression at that moment, as if she had tasted the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Chen Xuan was now certain the Queen Mother of the West likely had a questionable identity. Legend recounted her great assistance to the Yellow Emperor, dispatching the 9 Heavens mystic maiden to aid in defeating Qiyu's 81 brothers. Records from the Western Han Dynasty also documented her aid to humanity during crises, even bestowing the secret of immortality. Unfortunately, those records were now mere fragments, with even the specific events unclear. He understood Suyu's fears, the dread of being controlled by her past life's memories and personality, and the terror of becoming an enemy of humanity, standing against Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's eyes brimmed with tenderness as he whispered soothingly, "Don't worry.
I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you." Suyu nestled into Chen Xuan's embrace, savoring this rare moment of peace. Their souls seemed to merge as one. After an unknown period, Suyu's phone suddenly rang.
Chen Xuan looked down at her bright eyes.
"Answer the call first."
Suyu picked up the phone and stared at the caller ID, her voice filled with surprise.
"It's actually the Demon Suppression Bureau?" After answering, an anxious voice came through. "Ms. Lu, can you reach His Majesty the Human Emperor? This is extremely urgent." Suyu handed the phone to Chen Xuan. "Looks like it's for you."
Chen Xuan took out his phone in confusion, only to discover it had been turned off.
"What do they want with me?" The chief of the Demon Suppression Bureau relayed the message concisely.
"Unusual activity detected at Chichen Itza.
Unknown energy signatures identified. Massive purple energy surges have erupted simultaneously from the pyramid and observatory within the ancient ruins on the southern side.
This energy is more chaotic than spiritual fluctuations, suggesting the emergence of a higher-level energy system. The Illuminati and the Divine Court have also received the report.
They are en route." Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. "Are you certain it's purple energy?" "Affirmative." Upon receiving the definitive answer, Chen Xuan gave a few brief instructions before pushing his ground shrinking technique to its limit.
With a single stride, he covered hundreds of miles. Upon arriving at the Chichen Itza ruins, he immediately sensed the violent surges of energy.
The pyramids seemed merely to provide energy support. The observatory was the true epicenter of the energy upheaval.
As his footsteps drew nearer, he could distinctly feel the energy's resistance. Yet, having reached the fusion stage in his cultivation, that energy could not halt his advance. Step by step, he drew nearer, finally discerning the scene atop the observatory. At the very top of the observatory stood a stone platform. What had once been placed upon it now lay empty. The core of the surging energy was precisely at this location. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. A flash of light erupted from his hand. The base of the armillary sphere matched the indentation on the stone platform perfectly.
Could this observatory have been built specifically for the armillary sphere?
The unknown energy remained unsolved. Placing the armillary sphere atop it could unleash unforeseen consequences, potentially destroying the instrument.
And should this violent energy erupt completely, the consequences would be even more catastrophic.
Within a 1,000-mile radius, everything would likely be reduced to dust.
This place wasn't the Flower family's domain. He didn't care about the explosion's aftermath. He simply didn't want this ancient site to be utterly reduced to ruins.
The unsolved mystery was what truly mattered.
Unraveling certain mysteries could bring immense benefit to all of humanity.
He too yearned to know what the Maya civilization had endured, and more urgently, whether his enemies included beings beyond gods and immortals. In his previous life, he had witnessed only the revival of myth. What trials had prehistoric civilizations endured? This revival of spiritual energy was unprecedentedly potent, potentially heralding the emergence of unknown ancient myths. Without knowing both friend and foe, one would surely suffer heavy losses. When it concerns the entire human race, no matter is trivial. At that moment, a floating platform approached from the distance. The platform drew nearer. The arrivals were none other than the Crusader Knights of the Illuminati. Nearly 1,000 stood upon it, their white steeds sprouting wings beneath them. As they drew near, the 1,000 Crusader Knights immediately mounted their white horses and flew toward the observatory. They too had spotted Chen Xuan, yet their hearts held no fear, only the most steadfast and devout faith. The observatory must hold a priceless treasure. Mythical treasures discovered in foreign lands belonged to the Order of Light. Yet their cultivation was far too low, equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators. The winged white horses were merely for show, lacking even the strength of true Foundation establishment practitioners. The 1,000 Crusader Knights plunged downward, only to crash headlong into the violet energy storm. Boom! Boom! The dull thuds echoed incessantly. The white horse was knocked unconscious on the spot, while the purple energy clung to its body like flesh-eating ants, relentlessly eroding its form. The Crusader Knights could barely fend off the purple energy's assault, leaving them no time to attend to anything else. Chaos erupted on the battlefield. Knights fell to the ground, knocked senseless by the impact. All their spiritual energy was consumed in fending off the bizarre purple force, leaving them utterly defenseless against their own injuries. Some spat blood from their mouths, yet as cultivators, their vitality proved tenacious. Those charging behind the knights saw the chaos and halted just in time, inwardly relieved that their slower pace had spared them from the same fate. Chapter 134, Faith Collapses. With just a single dive, the Crusader Knights rendered over 200 combatants instantly incapacitated. Chen Xuan stood with his hands behind his back atop the observatory, taking it all in. A cold smile curved his lips. That simple expression alone made the Crusader Knights' faces flush crimson. How utterly humiliating. His voice rang out, cold and unwavering, "This ruin belongs to me. You have 1 minute to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, death." Every member of the Knight Order seethed with indignation. Chen Xian's earlier expression had already humiliated them. Now, they would never yield. Besides, their hearts were filled only with unwavering faith. Every single one of them prepared for battle. Left hands clutched crosses, right hands drew silver cruciform swords. The silver blades radiated an intense white light as they chanted prayers incessantly. Suddenly, a dense white light poured down from the sky, bathing them in its radiance. Their eyes had turned entirely white, and the silver crosses radiated a piercing aura, as if capable of tearing through anything. Chen Xuan remained standing with his hands behind his back, his faintly mocking expression even more pronounced. Kill! Without a word, the knights launched their attack. Over 800 men merged into a single, piercing blade, thrusting directly toward Chen Xuan. Yet the moment they touched the core of the purple energy storm, their unmatched sword intent was instantly shredded. The purple energy storm coalesced into a colossal tornado, instantly engulfing the entire force of over 800 men. The stray energy at the periphery could injure Foundation establishment cultivators, while the raging energy at the core surged so violently that even golden core cultivators might not withstand it. Chen Xuan could stand effortlessly at the storm's core because his own strength was formidable enough. The Crusader Knights, however, were utterly futile in their resistance. The sky seemed to rain hailstones as over 800 men, along with their winged white steeds, crashed straight down to the ground. A bunch of fools. I merely goaded you once, and you couldn't wait to rush to your deaths. He said that on purpose. The Crusader Knights formed the backbone of the Illuminati. They'd been thoroughly brainwashed, their minds filled only with boundless devotion to the Illuminati. As they fell to the ground, the purple frenzied energy instantly engulfed their entire bodies. Like knives slicing through bone and flesh. The excruciating agony tore at their very souls, forcing them to scream in agony. Within moments, the screams faded away. The lives of over 800 knights who had charged in were utterly extinguished. Even their souls were scattered by that purple, violent energy. Chen Xuan felt a deeper connection to this unknown energy, sensing it resembled a form of stellar power. Standing atop the observatory, he gazed up at the vast sky. Perhaps the night would bring him answers. The purple, violent energy continued to grow, though its pace was slow. It would not erupt anytime soon. Human Emperor, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to declare war on our Order of Light? The white-bearded, white-haired elder roared in fury. Earlier, when the knights charged forward, he had deliberately refrained from intervening, eager to witness Chen Xian's true capabilities. Now he had seen it. Standing with his hands behind his back, not even a finger twitching, the 1,000-strong Crusader Knight Order had been nearly annihilated. Even now, he remained utterly baffled as to what methods Chen Xuan had employed, his heart filled with both shock and fury. Chen Xian's gaze fell upon him, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Has your mind been washed too? You dare insult me? The crimson-robed elder's fury boiled over. As the second highest authority in the Illuminati after the Pope, he wore the scarlet vestments of a true cardinal. His power equaled that of a golden core cultivator. He had every reason to be arrogant. Yet before Chen Xuan, he could not be arrogant, nor dare to be. He, too, feared death. Chen Xuan spoke calmly, 30 seconds left. What do you mean? The crimson-robed elder blurted out instinctively. His expression changed the moment the words left his mouth. He recalled the earlier ultimatum, they had been given only 1 minute. If they dared linger here any longer, death would be their fate. His hesitation lasted only a moment before he spun on his heel. Seizing the floating platform, he sped away at breakneck speed, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. The members of the Crusader Knights lying on the ground were not all dead. The first ones to fall were still clinging to life. As they watched the crimson-robed elder depart, despair slowly clouded their eyes. Chen Xuan observed their expressions and asked calmly, "Do you regret it? This is the Order of Light you worship. He stands so many times above you in rank, yet when danger strikes, he only flees, lacking even the courage to charge forward.
Is this the man you willingly pledged your loyalty to?
The faith of the 100+ surviving Crusader knights began to waver. A wicked smile curved Chen Xuan's lips as he gave a light wave of his hand. The men were lifted as if by a gentle breeze, drifting outside the purple energy storm. Freed from the purple, strange energy's grip, they regained their ability to move freely. Yet, the gaze they cast upon Chen Xuan was filled with something strange. Chen Xuan remarked coldly, "I called you fools.
Do you admit it? Go back. Don't waste your faith on those worthless fools."
With that, he turned his gaze away from them and looked up at the sky. Though his divine sense was powerful, it could not pierce the heavens directly. He could only carefully sense the origin of that purple energy. As for the Crusader knights, he deliberately let them go. Their faith had already been shaken. Releasing them back among their own ranks would be like a sack of rice tainted by a few rotten grains.
Such rotten grains would spoil the rest. The faith of the Illuminati was certainly not unbreakable.
Facing life and death, even brainwashed loyalists could experience a sudden awakening. This was precisely the outcome Chen Xuan sought. When confronting forces as impenetrable as bronze walls and iron barriers, sometimes dismantling them required starting from within. The seeds had been planted in their hearts, it was only a matter of time before they took root and sprouted.
The divine court's agents watched from afar, their hearts still trembling with fear.
Had they been the ones who charged forward just now, they would surely have met a gruesome end. They too had discerned Chen Xuan's intent, exchanging glances. They confirmed the thoughts mirrored in each other's eyes.
That was to conceal this secret.
After all, the over 100 Crusader knights who had survived might one day become ticking time bombs, undermining the Illuminati's faith from within. They were both collaborators and adversaries. United by shared interests today, they could clash to the death tomorrow when those interests collided. Had Chen Xuan not been present today, they likely would have clashed first.
What should we do? Should we stay here? Let's all leave. With Chen Xuan here, even if precious mythical relics appear, he'll seize them.
When the 12 temples descend, we'll make sure he has no place to bury his remains. But before we go, we must spread the word, let more factions know that mythical relics have appeared here. We can't fish in troubled waters, but we can stir up the waters and cause Chen Xuan some trouble.
Chapter 135, Deciphering the Apocalyptic Prophecy.
As night fell, a streak of violet energy descended from the heavens onto the observatory. Chen Xuan sensed the precise origin of this energy, a distant, unfamiliar star at the very edge of the Milky Way. The energy emanating from it was identical to this violet force. He never intended to conceal this information, nor could he have kept it hidden. He could sense many prying eyes around him, but he couldn't be bothered with them, they were nothing but a bunch of clowns.
A hypothesis formed in his mind. Could the Maya people exist on that distant star?
According to limited records, the Maya seemed to appear suddenly, leaving behind apocalyptic prophecies. Their departure was equally abrupt, as if they had vanished into thin air.
The ruins today offered a glimpse of their former might. Feeling the energy fluctuations at the observatory, he confirmed that the energy wouldn't reach saturation anytime soon. He needed to relay this information directly to the science park. It would undoubtedly aid in deciphering the purple energy. Successfully deciphering it would reveal the true purpose of the armillary sphere. Chen Xuan stepped out in a single stride, placing himself beyond the energy storm. His voice was cold and detached as he declared, "If you don't want to die, feel free to come forward and try. There are no mythical relics here, only an endless energy storm. Those below the golden core stage who force their way into the core of the energy storm will die." With that, he vanished from the area. Watching Chen Xuan depart so abruptly, the others exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't received the news in time. When word finally reached them, they'd rushed here at top speed, still puzzled as to why both the Order of Light and the Divine Court had simultaneously issued this warning. But upon seeing Chen Xuan, all doubts vanished. The human emperor was here. Especially the sight of over 800 blood-soaked corpses strewn across the ground. In life, they must have endured unimaginable suffering. Now dead, their eyes bulged, their faces contorted into grotesque, savage grimaces. This scene terrified them all. No one dared approach lightly, fearing Chen Xuan might single them out as the first to fall. They certainly didn't want to die. Yet Chen Xuan's sudden departure stirred their thoughts. His earlier words were instantly cast aside. Such an extraordinary energy storm could only mean one thing: a mythical artifact had surfaced. The emergence of mythical relics was always accompanied by all manner of strange phenomena. They speculated that Chen Xuan might not have found the mythical relic yet and was deliberately trying to scare them. Many refused to believe in superstition. Where there was a first, there would be a second. One after another, they rushed toward the observatory. Yet their comings and goings also drained the observatory's energy. Chen Xuan watched from afar, amused by the spectacle. He needed time now to decipher the purple energy. Let these people serve as his sharpening stones. All these individuals hailed from various minor factions, each worshipping different gods.
The divine powers bestowed upon them had allowed their strength to surge dramatically, yet even the strongest among them had only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Now, as they all rushed in, they were swept away by the purple energy storm. The strongest among them, at the peak of foundation establishment, barely managed to struggle free. His face was now twisted with utter terror. So Chen Xuan wasn't lying to us after all. It was the divine court and the Illuminati who deceived us. They sent us here to die. They barely managed to break through the outer defenses, yet remained on high alert. A third of them struggled back out, nearly all of them wounded. They harbored deep hatred toward the Illuminati and the divine court. Chen Xuan had now arrived at the technology park and relayed the information he had observed to the researchers. The researchers' eyes lit up instantly. With precise targets in hand, they immediately began their analysis. They had previously studied extraterrestrial soils, but the energy from planets near the edge of the galaxy could reach Blue Star a distance spanning countless light years. Seeing all the researchers completely absorbed in their work, with no one paying him any mind, Chen Xuan decided to leave for the time being. Results would surely emerge within 3 days at most. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. Numerous minor factions were vehemently condemning the Illuminati and the Divine Court. The internet was ablaze with controversy. Netizens from the flower planting family were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, joining the smaller factions in condemnation while occasionally throwing in a few provocative remarks fueled by righteous indignation. The high-ranking officials of the Divine Court and the Illuminati all wore expressions as cold as ice. After all, they had indeed done it. They never expected Chen Xuan to not strike back against them, but instead leave directly. The Illuminati members felt the most frustrated. They hadn't understood the reason before, but after hearing the smaller factions' accounts, they realized Chen Xuan hadn't attacked them either. It was simply that the Knights members weren't strong enough and had been instantly obliterated by the energy storm. Such a colossal blunder was nothing short of utterly humiliating. The crimson-robed elder raged like a storm, cursing Chen Xuan incessantly. Yet his curses proved utterly futile. Amidst the online uproar, Chen Xuan received news from the technology park. The energy decryption had succeeded. This energy was exceptionally pure and dense, surpassing spiritual energy in purity and boasting even greater explosive power. However, absorbing this energy required an energy converter. This energy converter was crafted by Chen Xuan using the principles of the innate 5 elements great array. The 5 elements' energies interact through mutual generation and mutual restraint. Remarkably, when infused with this purple energy, they fuse together perfectly. Upon receiving the news, Chen Xuan rushed over immediately. After personally verifying its authenticity, he carried the energy converter back to the underground safe house beneath the villa. The purple energy could be converted into the purest spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. Reversing the process, the device could also transform spiritual energy into purple energy. The violet energy emanating from the crystal skull resembled an array's protective barrier. After using the energy converter to extract all the purple energy from it, the crystal skull emitted a dazzling white radiance. The white radiance condensed without dispersing, projecting into midair where images gradually materialized. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing the images. His previous assumptions had been wrong. The mystery of the Maya civilization's disappearance was now unraveled. The apocalyptic prophecies left behind were finally revealed in their true light. He had never imagined the truth would be this. After watching the scenes unfold within the crystal skull, he couldn't help but exhale a long breath. The true apocalypse unfolded before his eyes. Those violent energies were beyond human strength to withstand, and the images recorded within the crystal skull were limited. In the end, he never saw who their true enemy was. Yet he witnessed the fearless Maya people. They too fought to protect humanity. The disparity in power was too vast, leading inevitably to their demise. The apocalyptic prophecies are not true predictions, but events that have already occurred. The dates recorded are merely coincidences from prehistoric times. If more crystal skulls could be found, we might discover who the Maya's adversary truly was. Chapter 136, The Fifth Sun Era. The recorded images within the crystal skull concluded, returning to stillness. A mere thread of purple energy could be infused to view these records once more. Once the purple energy shielding the crystal skull was withdrawn, its protective layer was completely destroyed. Anyone could now view the recorded images by infusing it with purple energy. He had no intention of making this information public. The Mayan civilization's destruction was recorded as occurring in 2012. They too used simplified numerals. The apocalyptic prophecy has been deciphered, but alas, we cannot discern the identity of the enemy they faced. They perished from the use of dark matter weapons infinitely more powerful than mushroom eggs. That earth-shattering power, a single dark matter weapon equaled the full strength strike of a fusion stage cultivator. Yet even when thousands of such weapons detonated simultaneously, they failed to destroy the enemy. In the final scene Chen Xuan witnessed, a blurred shadow still lingered in the sky. In that fleeting instant, he could not discern what creature it was. Its power was likely at least at the immortal realm level. Such a being would undoubtedly covet the human race.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have attacked the Maya people back then. In the recorded footage, though the Maya appeared briefly, they remained unyielding even in the face of death. Had it not been a matter of extinction, how could they have shown such united resolve? In the end, countless Maya people even embraced death with dignity.
Chen Xuan closed his eyes in deep thought, resolving to visit the observatory himself.
Perhaps answers lay there.
Meanwhile, around the ruins of Chichen Itza, no one dared to linger. They had all been driven away by the terrifying energy unleashed.
Chen Xuan ascended the observatory step by step.
The armillary sphere reappeared in his hand, then slowly settled onto the central stone platform of the observatory. The image that appeared next caused his pupils to contract sharply. The scene depicted a Mayan high priest elaborately explaining the curse of the Fourth Sun Age. The Maya lived in the Fourth Sun Age, marking their eras by the destruction of the sun.
The timeline humanity now inhabited was the Fifth Sun Age.
Using the armillary sphere, harnessing the five elements energies of the five major planets, and combining the distant galactic forces absorbed by the observatory and the pyramids, it was possible to alter Venus's orbital path. If its trajectory cannot be altered, Venus will collide directly with the sun. Jupiter would follow, and the destruction of the sun would occur once all five planets collide with it. When the next sun emerges, it will mark the dawn of the sixth solar era. Humanity would likely perish in this catastrophe. Though the Maya made no records of their ancestors, they named that violet energy planet Maya star. Chen Xuan felt fortunate he had placed the armillary sphere atop the observatory. Otherwise, within mere decades, Venus's orbital path would gradually deviate. As the spiritual energy between heaven and earth revived, most satellites would become useless. The revival of spiritual energy caused material transformations. Later satellites launched into space were constructed from materials formed by exposure to spiritual energy, materials uniquely capable of withstanding the terrifying energy rays suddenly appearing in the cosmos. However, altering Venus's orbital path was not yet the optimal time. The pyramids served as an energy absorber. The observatory was responsible for operation, with the armillary sphere at its core. Delay would invite change. Chen Xuan decided to have the technology park manufacture the most powerful energy converter possible. They would convert the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into purple energy, then channel it all into the pyramid. This energy would then be supplied to the armillary sphere atop the observatory. Just as he prepared to remove the armillary sphere, the armillary sphere on the observatory began rotating autonomously. Upon reaching a specific node, the five elements' energies drifting in the air violently converged. They intertwined with the purple energy, slowly merging into a six-colored radiance.
Then, the dazzling six-colored radiance shot skyward.
The stars in the heavens responded in distant harmony, forming a rare alignment of five stars. The five planets gold, wood, water, fire, and earth each emitted distinct radiance. The six-colored light extended to the distant edge of the Milky Way, though it was too far to be seen with the naked eye. Only those of great cultivation could perceive it. Yet the five stars in a row could be seen from any corner of the world. The five stars moved with effortless grace, yet Venus seemed to gradually drift from its orbit. The six-colored light traced its path, forming a vast, dazzling beam across the heavens. Everyone witnessed the prophetic vision behind that dazzling light screen, Venus colliding with the sun, followed by Jupiter. The collision of the five planets would cause the sun to explode, forming a black hole.
Countless years later, the black hole would absorb cosmic energy until saturation, triggering a cosmic Big Bang.
New life would continue to be nurtured on the blue planet, marking the beginning of a new solar era. This staggering spectacle left all of humanity utterly speechless. The world fell silent. The end truly was approaching, and according to the Celestial Spectacle's preview, it would come within a century at most.
Finally, a line of text appeared on the light screen. Countdown to the fifth solar era.
The entire world erupted in chaos as panic gripped every heart. Cultivators with cultivation bases had already stepped through the gate of seeking the Tao. Even those unfamiliar with the techniques of the five elements rotation could now sense that the orbital trajectories of the five element planets had encountered a major problem. If this couldn't be altered, forget about Blue Star, the entire universe might be sucked into a black hole. Where would there be any refuge for them then? When the nest is destroyed, no egg remains intact. This concerns the very survival of all humanity. No one can afford to ignore it. The internet was absolutely ablaze with discussion. Particularly regarding the solar era discussions, the sky projection screen had just displayed the fifth solar era. Did that imply 4 previous solar star explosions had already formed black holes? Earlier, they were discussing the observatory, and now this scene erupting from it has caught everyone completely off guard. Compared to this event, the deeds of the Illuminati and the Divine Court pale into insignificance. Even they began reaching out to the Grand Elder, as they had no way to contact Chen Xuan directly. Chen Xuan was now the one who understood this matter best. Chen Xuan stood atop the observatory, his gaze fixed upon the celestial trajectories in the sky. During the fourth solar era, the Maya had already completed planetary realignment, harnessing the energy of the distant Maya star to correct the course of planets that had strayed off course. But what happened afterward?
If they too altered planetary orbits, would they attract the same enemies that once confronted the Maya? The revival of the mythical era would spell utter doom for humanity.
He now stood at the epicenter of the energy storm. Though he himself would suffer no harm, easily withstanding the raging energies.
But his spiritual energy signals were blocked. No one could contact him.
The Illuminati in the Divine Court were now as frantic as ants on a hot pan. They had witnessed the energy storm's terror firsthand, and other factions had experienced it too.
Chapter 137, Life and Death.
Even before the energy storm had fully erupted, it had already forced these world-class powerhouses to retreat in defeat. Now, with such an eerie spectacle unfolding, no one dared approach the energy storm.
The power unleashed far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Within a kilometer radius of the storm's core, even Foundation establishment cultivators would be instantly battered to a pulp.
Golden Core cultivators could barely venture 1,000 meters in, but no further.
To do so would mean being instantly torn apart by the storm's frenzied energy at its core.
The members of the Illuminati and the Divine Court remained utterly unaware of the current situation.
And the greatest fear stems from the unknown.
They had already begun rallying all cultivation forces across the world, urging them to unite in pressuring the flower planting family. They are fellow humans, differing only in their beliefs.
Why exclude them?
We all live on Blue Star. They too are masters of this land.
This concerns the survival of all humanity. The flower family must provide a clear explanation.
Chen Xuan now removed the Hun Tian instrument, its brilliant radiance slowly dissipating into the air. The light of the 5 planets dimmed, and the sky returned to its previous state, as if nothing had ever happened. The information he gleaned from the crystal skull now failed to align with the calamities of the solar era.
A connection existed, yet the crucial clue linking them remained elusive.
Only by obtaining the other 12 crystal skulls can the mystery be fully unraveled. With a single stride, he vanished and reappeared hundreds of miles away. Upon returning to the villa, Suyu hurried toward him, her voice tinged with concern.
The Grand Elder tried to contact you earlier but couldn't reach you. He said there was an important matter requiring your consultation.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly. I was at the center of an energy storm.
Spiritual energy signals couldn't reach me. I'll call him back immediately. He could already guess the nature of the matter. The Grand Elder must be extremely anxious.
While the deviation of the 5 elements planets could be resolved, the mysterious enemy remained undetectable.
Regardless of the outcome, Venus's course must be redirected immediately, and preparations must be made. The destruction of the 4th solar era did not stem from planetary rerouting.
It was time to reveal the images from the crystal skull. But only for them to see. As for those overseas, if they discovered the crystal skull could unlock the civilization of the prehistoric 4th solar era, they would only plunge into a mad scramble for it. Even if they obtained the crystal skull, they would never hand it over to him, much less share its images.
The call connected almost instantly. The Grand Elder's anxious voice came through. What's the situation over there? Can it be resolved? The 2 men cut straight to the point, wasting no words.
Chen Xuan replied calmly, it can certainly be resolved, but there's an even greater problem. You've seen the images from the crystal skull, Elder.
The 4th era wasn't destroyed by the sun star's explosion. It's as if an invisible hand is orchestrating the universe's destruction and rebirth. Our top priority now is to obtain the crystal skull. Elder, you may issue a direct public announcement. Anyone seeking specific details must present the crystal skull. Only then will we share the information. Otherwise, let them investigate on their own.
The Grand Elder agreed without hesitation. The stakes were too high for any carelessness.
The response from the flower planting clan infuriated those present.
There were 13 crystal skulls in total, each radiating that familiar violet energy. Demanding they produce the artifacts was naturally met with reluctance and resentment. Yet they were powerless to unlock the skull's secrets. In their hands, the artifacts were like a bitter pill too valuable to discard, yet utterly useless. The sudden demand from the flower family must mean they discovered a way to unlock them.
A stalemate ensued.
The Illuminati relentlessly amplified the narrative, denouncing the flower family's shameless and despicable actions.
Yet the flower family's stance was unprecedentedly unified. Even ordinary flower family citizens supported it without hesitation. Why should they share the hard-won information of the human emperor's great mission with them?
The observatory stood fixed in place, impossible to escape. Anyone could go now if they wished, but the energy storm there grew increasingly dense, its violet energy more frenzied.
Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, it could blow its top at any moment.
If that happened, they wouldn't even get the chance to retrieve the final piece of information. Across the entire Blue Star, only Chen Xuan possessed the strength to venture into the storm's core with ease.
Chen Xuan must have uncovered even more hidden information, leaving the others feeling like cats scratching at their insides. They kept debating whether to hand over the crystal skull. Their final decision was to present one crystal skull.
Once any one of them obtained the information, they would share it with all. The unfortunate soul chosen to sacrifice the skull hailed from the White Elephant. Though the White Elephant faction worshipped numerous deities, their people suffered in dire straits. Understanding the history of their mythic era revealed just how tangled the relationships between those mythical figures were. Under such circumstances, the white elephant's strength was as scattered as sand. The crystal skull was handed to Chen Xuan, who met with the envoy from the white elephant faction. The white elephant envoy's eyes burned with resentment as he glared viciously at Chen Xuan, his words spoken through gritted teeth. "Human Emperor, I have delivered the crystal skull to you. Might I now learn the full details of this matter?" Chen Xuan replied calmly, "It seems you've misunderstood one crucial point. I demand all 13 crystal skulls. One is already in my possession. The rest must be surrendered. Otherwise, I will not disclose the information. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. You may leave now. The crystal skull will remain with me for the time being. Should the others refuse to surrender theirs, I shall return this one to you." Hearing this, the white elephant messenger's aura surged violently with rage, and he immediately lashed out in fury. Yet Chen Xuan remained seated, utterly calm. When those serene eyes turned his way, it felt like plunging into an ice cave. "Go back. Take the message back to them." Chen Xuan gave a light wave of his hand, and the white elephant envoy vanished as if folded away by spatial forces. When he finally regained his bearings, dizzy and disoriented, he found himself back inside their embassy. This time, Chen Xuan hesitated no longer. He immediately began analyzing the information stored within the crystal skull. Yet he felt a pang of disappointment. The stored information did not concern catastrophic destruction, but rather the creation of dark matter weapons, knowledge that held immense potential for technological advancement. He immediately handed the artifact over to the Grand Elder. Researchers from the entire flower family swiftly gathered. Chen Xuan produced the crystal skull containing the records of the Maya civilization's destruction. If those people refused to hand over their information, he could always return the crystal skull. After all, they couldn't decipher it anyway. Sharing some information would only heighten their fear and urgency. Chapter 138, Open Strategy. The online uproar grew increasingly fierce. All overseas factions united, relentlessly fanning the flames. Their sole aim was to force Chen Xuan to disclose all information. The flower planting family maintained a silent response. After receiving confirmed intelligence, Chen Xuan let out a cold smile and immediately posted an update online. This update contained no text, only coordinates. 11 sets of coordinates. The crowd remained baffled by its meaning. Speculation ran rampant. Was this a hint to seek answers at those coordinates? But 4 of the coordinates were identical. Ordinary people might not grasp the meaning of this, but the crimson-robed elder of the Illuminati understood perfectly well. He hurriedly sought out the Pope at that moment. Chen Xuan must know the locations of the 11 crystal skulls. He actually deciphered the secret from them. We absolutely cannot let him have the crystal skull. Otherwise, it will only grow more powerful, and knowing those secrets won't do us much good either. If the 5th Sun Era's curse falls upon Blue Star, those flower planting people will perish too. We needn't concern ourselves, just enjoy the fruits of our labor. The Pope nodded in agreement. He too was reluctant to relinquish the 4 crystal skulls, for doing so would surely mean missing out on an immense opportunity. This was an intuition deep within his heart. Just as they deliberated, Chen Xuan posted another update. Only when all 13 crystal skulls are gathered together, combined with the armillary sphere, can the orbital path of Venus be reversed. The fate of Blue Star does not rest in my hands, but in yours, those beyond the seas. You understand the strength of our flower family's technological advancement. Later, we will build spaceships and carry our people away. A century is ample time. When these words were released, the world erupted in shock. It turned out the true purpose of the 13 crystal skulls was to alter Venus's orbital path. The pressure now fell squarely on the shoulders of overseas powers. Especially the Illuminati and the Divine Court, who possessed the greatest number of crystal skulls. The Illuminati held 4 skulls, while the Holy See possessed 3. The Chinese people have never been meek and easily bullied. Upon receiving definitive answers, they immediately launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, the White Elephant faction, having been deceived, began circulating certain narratives. We White Elephants strive for the benefit of all humanity, yet certain factions only stir up trouble. When it's time for them to contribute, they remain silent. Surrender the crystal skulls and alter Venus's orbit. Your selfishness will drag all of humanity down with you. Online discussions continued to ferment. Many were even calling for Chen Xuan to personally intervene and seize the artifacts by force. All eyes were on Chen Xuan. This time, the harshest measures must be taken to make those selfish individuals understand the consequences of their greed. The Illuminati and the Divine Court grew desperate. They dispatched agents to manipulate the narrative. They wanted to convince everyone that Chen Xuan was merely seeking a legitimate excuse to strike against them. Unfortunately for them, their numbers were few. Facing the very survival of the entire human race, how could they be swayed so easily? Now, everyone stood united in purpose, demanding the crystal skulls be handed over. Chen Xuan had given a clear answer: hand over all the crystal skulls, and he would find a way to directly alter Venus's orbital path. Meanwhile, the science park had already constructed a massive energy converter. He waited.
The Grand Elder was waiting as well.
The raging energy grew increasingly intense. Jin Danchi could only remain on the periphery. Venturing even slightly inward made him feel as if his entire body would shatter and tear apart.
Chen Xuan sent another message. The time I've given you is running out.
The online clamor grew louder, demanding Chen Xuan take action personally. The leaders of the Illuminati and the Divine Court gathered together, their faces dark as soot, their eyes filled with fury. Though they couldn't be certain why Chen Xuan desperately needed the crystal skull, one thing was confirmed beyond doubt. The crystal skull had absolutely no effect on that raging energy. They had sent men specifically to test it, and those men nearly didn't return. It was clear the energy storm there was growing stronger by the minute. If the internal energy were to explode completely now, it would reduce the entire continent within 10,000 miles to ruins.
They were now back to the edge of a cliff.
Giving Chen Xuan those artifacts would only make him more powerful, ensuring they could never hold their heads high again. Worse, they might remain perpetually suppressed by him.
Have you decided what to do? The Divine King of the Divine Court asked through gritted teeth. The Pope shook his head. This is a blatant scheme. Those from the flower planting family excel at such tactics. We have no choice but to compromise.
Otherwise, as the power of faith gradually wanes, the gods will hold us accountable.
Only now did he reveal the true reason.
Their fear lay not in Chen Xuan, but in the loss of the power of faith. The entire human race faced survival or extinction, yet he held onto the crucial key and refused to hand it over, a key factor in the rapid depletion of faith power.
Hand it over.
The God King finally relented, and the Pope of the Illuminati followed suit. Both of them, unable to show their faces, directly handed the item over to the crimson-robed elder. The Divine Court didn't even send a representative, instead handing it directly to the embassy of the flower planting family. Once they relinquished their keys, the scattered factions dared not hold on to theirs. Now, the most powerful forces on Blue Star were the Illuminati and the Divine Court. The strongest individual was undoubtedly Chen Xuan. They had never factored in the Demon Suppression Bureau of the flower planting family. They dared not, for those people were like madmen, willing to fight to the death for the sake of defending their homeland.
Those overseas simply couldn't comprehend the mindset of the flower planting family.
What they feared most was the flower planting family's cohesion. They tried every means to suppress and contain it, yet it was like a compressed spring. The harder they pressed down, the fiercer the rebound. The emergence of the human emperor felt like a heavy hammer striking them. Now, none of their factions dared to act recklessly against the flower family, fearing that Chen Xuan, the human emperor, might block their gates.
They are all waiting.
Waiting for the true form of the divine being to manifest. Once all 13 crystal skulls were gathered, Chen Xuan used energy conversion to extract the violet energy within.
With the protective layer gone, the stored data began to play.
Only he and the Grand Elder remained in the chamber.
Only they knew what the content revealed.
Both wore solemn expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension.
Regardless, the mythic era's arrival is a certainty. We must first confront the impending calamity before us.
As for those enemies, they may not come.
But if they do, they will only need our crushing blow.
The Grand Elder's voice rang out with unwavering resolve.
Chapter 139, The Transformation of the Immortal Pool. Chen Xuan's face softened into a smile.
What we must do now is strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible, elevating the power of this flower planting clan. And within this crystal head lies the recorded cultivation methods of the Maya.
That purple energy is immensely potent. Select suitable candidates to begin their cultivation. The Grand Elder nodded firmly.
Beyond that, I intend to make another contingency plan.
That is to send sparks of our civilization into space. Mayan technology far surpasses ours.
Once we've thoroughly researched these technologies, I will send some people up. They will be the sparks of our civilization. In this vast cosmos, extraterrestrial life must exist. Perhaps we can find a planet suitable for our survival.
After finalizing their plans, Chen Xuan set off for the observatory. Online discussions had already erupted. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Chen Xuan's next move. Chen Xuan didn't keep them waiting long. Who knew what they might say otherwise?
Upon reaching the observatory, drones kilometers away had already begun live streaming. The image was slightly blurred, however, as the violent energies distorted space. When Chen Xuan once again placed the armillary sphere upon the stone platform, purple energy blazed skyward. He then retrieved the large energy converter. The spiritual energy drifting above Blue Star seemed to pour back into the heavens, all converging madly toward this location, even forming a massive funnel. As the energy intensified, the purple glow gradually transformed into a six-colored radiance. The six-colored radiance shot skyward. In the sky, the light screen gradually began to change. The 5 element planets, in particular, grew ever more dazzling and brilliant. The orbit of Venus was gradually pulled back, consuming more and more of the six-colored radiance's energy. The armillary sphere rewrote Venus's orbit, completely shattering the curse of the 5th solar era. As this spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all humanity, countless voices erupted in cheers. The curse of the 5th solar era has finally been broken. We are safe. Chen Xuan, however, could faintly sense the universe tremble as if shaken, only to return to stillness moments later.
He sighed inwardly.
He surmised that the enemies the Mayans had faced might also appear before them.
But that would surely come after the mythical era. As for where these enemies originated, it remained unknown.
Even the Maya themselves did not know their source.
The arrival of the mythical era was the most pressing concern they must confront now.
The situation unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. Chen Xuan stowed away the armillary sphere, and the surrounding purple energy dissipated completely at that moment.
After the energy storm vanished, ordinary people could now stand upon the observatory platform. Shortly after his departure, members of the Illuminati arrived first.
They meticulously studied every structure on the observatory platform, including the adjacent pyramid.
Yet after prolonged investigation, including later efforts by the Divine Court faction, they found not a single clue.
It felt like nothing more than ordinary stones piled together, adorned with strange patterns that defied comprehension. Yet they dared not disturb it, for no one could be certain whether another planetary trajectory deviation might occur. With their current weapons, they were utterly incapable of harming the planets.
It had been said that if all the mushroom eggs on Blue Star were to explode, the planet might undergo a reboot for humanity, as humans couldn't withstand the radiation. However, Blue Star itself would suffer minimal damage.
At most, it would take 100 years or so to return to its original state, albeit without humanity.
Moreover, the 5 elements planets were too distant from Blue Star. Attempting to strike them with mushroom eggs was nothing short of a pipe dream.
Perhaps it could be done with great difficulty, but even gathering every single mushroom egg together would be insufficient to affect a single planet. Only when truly facing a natural disaster does humanity realize just how insignificant it truly is.
And this event had unfolded less than an hour ago.
The internet reigned supreme, and the tide of public opinion began to shift. Many overseas voices claimed credit for the victory, insisting the Hua family merely acted as proxies for the human emperor. Of the 13 crystal skulls, 12 were held by foreign powers.
The human emperor's contribution could still be counted as 1/13, yet the Flower family had no one else to claim credit.
They were already resorting to their old tricks to deceive others. Chen Xuan merely smiled dismissively, unwilling to engage with these individuals. The Flower family had many members, and he simply didn't believe a word they said. Moreover, their numerous deeds had long exposed their selfishness and baseness. To fall for their tricks now would be sheer foolishness.
Yet the calm didn't even last a day.
After expanding 100,000-fold, Kunlun Mountain now pierced the clouds. As the first rays of dawn touched the mountain's peak, a joyous melody filled the heavens and earth. The source of the sound was none other than the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Countless people turned their heads in astonishment, and some even began climbing Kunlun Mountain, desperate to see what was happening atop it. Most of these climbers were cultivators.
Only cultivators could brave the bitter cold at Kunlun's summit. Yet before they could reach the summit, a voice echoed through the air.
It was a woman's voice, yet it carried boundless authority and dominance, sounding like an order that brooked no refusal. Within 3 days, 100,000 women of flawless virtue must be offered. Otherwise, the heavens shall collapse, the earth's veins shall churn, and rivers shall flow backward. As the voice faded, a shadow appeared atop Mount Kunlun. No matter where one was, it seemed as though this shadow could be seen instantly even from the farthest reaches of Blue Star. It was a power beyond compare. The instant that shadow was seen, countless souls felt as though a colossal boulder had been placed upon their hearts, threatening to crush their very spirits. Fear was seared into every heart. Chen Xuan witnessed this scene as well, his expression abruptly turning icy. Earlier, Suyu had foretold certain events. At the time, he had surmised that these were not memories of the past, but prophecies of the future. Little did he expect that today, the first signs would already be revealed. That figure brought him no sense of danger and had no effect on his human emperor's destiny. With a single stride, he had already stepped outside the villa. Suyu hurried over, her eyes brimming with concern when she saw Chen Xuan. Her voice trembled slightly. That is the figure of the Queen Mother of the West from the prophecy. She is immensely powerful, and this is her true form descending. Chen Xuan watched as the shadow in the sky slowly dissipated, while the sound of the heavens and earth continued to echo. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, not only did the Western Queen Mother's figure appear, but images of the peach tree of immortality also manifested. In the midst of the flower planting family, eating a peach from the immortal realm granted instant enlightenment and eternal life. Mythology descended into reality, and the legends of old had now become tangible truth. Upon seeing the peach tree, countless people erupted in excitement. The allure of immortality drove them to the brink of madness. Chapter 140, Sacrifice. Chen Xuan paused to reflect, carefully recalling the sensation he had felt upon glimpsing that figure moments ago. It had not evoked any sense of danger in him. He stated with conviction that was most likely merely a residual image of the Queen Mother of the West. For her true form to descend, the time has not yet come. The Queen Mother's power could never be so feeble. Moreover, as we speculated earlier, it likely wasn't the true Queen Mother of the West. That afterimage might be an imposter. Verifying it is simple. The peach tree appearing within the afterimage is the best proof.
Suyu asked instinctively, but how do we get the peach? I'll go myself. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with a cold, icy glint. This task fell solely to him. That voice exerted immense pressure on everyone present, amounting to a direct mental assault. He could now replicate such tactics, but it would consume vast amounts of primordial energy, a trade-off not worth the cost. Certain peculiar beings, however, possessed such divine abilities from birth. Most of these beings were revered as deities of various realms. The celestial court was essentially a melting pot of lifeforms, a diverse assembly of creatures united under the revered heavenly emperor, bound together by shared interests. Suyu's eyes brimmed with worry. Is there any way we can avoid going? I'm afraid those prophecies will come true. Chen Xian shook his head with a smile. Perhaps something similar might indeed occur. In your prophecy, by whose hand do I die? Suyu hesitated slightly before uttering two words. Shi Yu. Chen Xian's smile broadened. So these prophecies were true after all. Only, having been reborn, he had altered the original course of events. Then his guess was probably correct too. The apparition of the Queen Mother of the West appearing in the mortal realm was likely nothing more than a deception. Luring countless people to perform sacrifices, demanding the offering of 100,000 women, the foremost condition being that they must be virgins. Chaos gave birth to yin and yang, males belonged to yang, females to yin. Virgin women still carried the primordial yin essence within them, offering immense benefits to certain beings. He hesitated no longer, exchanged a few words with Suyu, and vanished from the villa in a flash. Online, however, the internet erupted with fervent discussions about this event. More factions rushed to join the fray. Their objective was simple: they refused to let this painter monopolize the opportunity. They demanded to be included, craving the peaches of immortality and the gift of eternal life. The Grand Elder immediately contacted Chen Xian, but Chen Xian had already headed for the summit of Kunlun Mountain. The spiritual energy monitoring network could reach the summit of Kunlun Mountain. As the remnant image of the Queen Mother of the West appeared, energy fluctuations emerged from the immortal pool atop Kunlun Mountain. These chaotic energy fluctuations disrupted the spiritual energy detection network, leaving Chen Xian's phone completely without signal. It was calling him to the Jade Pool. In his previous life, it was here that he had fought a life-and-death battle against the demon god Qiyu, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Now, returning once more, he felt a completely different sensation within his heart. In his previous life, it was a desperate last stand. In this life, he was filled with confidence. The moment he set foot here, a figure materialized before him. The person possessed a slender, graceful form and an air of noble dignity. Their attire resembled ancient Han clothing, yet it was even more splendid. The figure's face remained obscured, radiating an aura so formidable it felt impossible to look upon directly. The instant Chen Xian was affected, the aura of the human emperor erupted violently within him, radiating from his body. This was the destiny of the human race, vast as the sea, its momentum piercing the heavens. You? How is this possible? The figure's voice trembled with disbelief. Chen Xian replied coldly, I am the human emperor, ruler of the mortal realm. Who are you, you insignificant nobody? And you dare to impersonate the Queen Mother of the West? His voice was calm and detached, yet it seemed capable of freezing one's very bones. I am the Queen Mother of the West. Though you are the human emperor, you remain mortal flesh. To behold me is to behold a deity. Why do you not kneel? An even more vast aura emanated from the shadowy figure. Yet the moment that aura touched Chen Xian, it vanished like ice meeting the blazing sun. It had no effect whatsoever, not even causing the slightest ripple. Chen Xian's gaze swept across the Yaoqi grounds, where streams had already begun to appear, slowly filling the entire pool. At the very center of the pool stood two peach trees. Each peach was larger than a human palm, radiating an irresistible allure. Lightning flashed within his eyes, yet the two peach trees remained utterly unchanged. Even his thunder god's eyes couldn't see through them. Could they truly be peach trees? Or perhaps the shadow of the peach tree? Dare to offend the celestial deities? Even if you are the human emperor, you must pay the price, death. The figure immediately chose to act. Yet in the next instant, the imperial seal appeared in Chen Xian's hand. For such matters, the imperial seal was the most fitting choice. His primary goal was to discern what form this remnant of the Queen Mother of the West had taken. The imperial seal of the realm channeled half the might of the human emperor's seal. The moment it was unleashed, it deflected the figure's attack. Then, like a mountain, it crashed down from above. Ah! A shrill, piercing scream echoed. The figure seemed to shatter completely, yet a voice echoed, Human Emperor, you dare harm my projection. When my true form descends, I shall consume your soul and scorch your bones. Wait for it. That day is not far off. The greedy, foolish humans will surely sacrifice the offering I demanded. The voice faded away, and Chen Xian stepped onto the Yaoqi pool. Yet at that moment, he sensed an invisible membrane of light beneath his feet, blocking his entry. As he carefully sensed it, his brow furrowed deeply. This was an unfamiliar formation he had never encountered before. Moreover, the energy circulating within it was not spiritual energy, but rather a peculiar force similar to that purple energy, yet colorless and formless. He surmised it was likely divine energy. That energy was pure, utterly free of impurities, yet possessed far greater potency. If spiritual energy was like raw timber, this energy was tempered steel. The difference was vast. Though he could forcibly break it, he sensed this unique energy had fused with the entire Kunlun mountain range, controlling its very dragon veins. Destroying this formation would be tantamount to severing the very dragon vein and ancestral homeland of the Kunlun Mountains. Once the dragon vein was destroyed, spiritual energy would gradually decline, and the strength of the flower planting family would steadily weaken. Having never encountered this unfamiliar formation before, he simply sat cross-legged upon the light axis and began to contemplate it intently. His comprehension was profound, and mastery of one technique unlocked understanding of all. In just half a day, he had comprehended the entire formation. Though merely a protective array, it proved difficult to breach. The reason lay in the insufficient purity of the spiritual energy present. His own human emperor's chi possessed a purity surpassing even celestial energy, ranking among the most primordial energies in the cosmos. Yet the fundamental difference in energy meant he could only briefly enter no more than a second before being expelled by the array's force. Chapter 141, The Queen Mother of the West's Deception. Chen Xuan turned his gaze toward the two peach trees. Though a mere second might not be enough to uproot them entirely, it could suffice to pluck a few peaches. Through the array, he couldn't sense the true state of the trees. The instant he darted inside, he activated the cosmic realm in his sleeve. He plucked 3 peaches directly into his pocket before the formation expelled him. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer and turned to leave immediately. He arrived at the science park. He took out 1 peach and handed it directly to the park's researchers for study, simultaneously casting a calming spell upon them to prevent them from being drawn to the aura emanating from it. No one knew what consequences consuming these peaches might bring. The moment the researchers saw the peaches, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. But as the calming spell took effect, they couldn't help but shiver. Once they regained their senses, horror spread across their faces. Their gazes turned to Chen Xuan in unison. Chen Xuan nodded. That's right. These are peaches plucked from the immortal pool atop Mount Kunlun. The Western Queen Mother's apparition was most likely a fake deception. His goal was to deceive us into making sacrifices. If we had truly followed his demands. When his true form descends, he will surely plunge the world into chaos. The researchers couldn't help but swallow hard. They knew time was tight and the task was urgent. They must decipher the secrets of this peach as quickly as possible. Its alluring aura, despite the calming incantation, could not be fully blocked. Though the science park now possessed a vast talent pool, all resources had been channeled into integrating the Maya civilization's technology. The experts Chen Xuan had assembled were top-tier specialists forcibly pulled from other projects. They carefully sliced open the peach, revealing its flesh within. Peach juice trickled slowly down the blade's edge. Samples were taken and assigned for separate analysis, but the composition proved profoundly mysterious, unlike anything ever encountered in this world. As the research reached its final stages, one scientist suddenly spoke up. I'm going to take a bite. Then you can study me, maybe that will unlock the mystery. All eyes turned to him. Then their gazes shifted toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan had been watching the entire time, fearing that the peach or other issues might cause harm to the researchers. Every researcher was an absolute treasure. The others fell silent. They shared the same thought: if asked to be the test subject, they too would willingly step forward. Chen Xuan, however, frowned. Even if someone must eat it, it shouldn't be you. After all, this thing is full of unknowns. I'll go find someone else. With that, his figure vanished. He released his divine sense, enveloping the entire capital city. His eyes narrowed as he reappeared moments later in a dark alleyway. Several young men stood there, their faces twisted into leering grins as they surrounded a girl. Their intentions were clear. The girl's eyes were filled with despair. At that very moment, Chen Xuan abruptly materialized. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible hand firmly seized the young men. He nodded toward the girl. You should go home now. Are you His Majesty the Human Emperor? The girl shouted from behind. Chen Xuan had indeed departed. With a gentle squeeze, he rendered all the young men unconscious. Upon arriving at the technology park, he employed further methods to seal their souls. Now they were like walking corpses, devoid of any independent thought. All the researchers stared in disbelief at the young men on the ground, who appeared to be around 20 years old. They couldn't very well use their own people for experiments. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. I know what you're thinking, but these men deserve their fate. Then he waved his hand. A virtual light screen materialized in the air, projecting the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. They all carry heavy karmic burdens. You cannot see them, but they cannot escape my human emperor's eye. Every single person in this mortal realm, if I choose to calculate their past and present lives, I can do so with flawless precision. The researchers shed all hesitation, grabbing one of the men and hooking him up to the apparatus. They then fed him a piece of peach flesh. All eyes were fixed intently on the instruments. Several instruments showed distinct changes. First, the heartbeat gradually accelerated, its rhythm growing heavier. It was like a mutation.
The young man's physique was normally frail, yet now his muscles began to swell, his height shot up by over 10 centimeters, and his clothes stretched taut across his frame. His cells are dividing rapidly, and his strength is increasing.
Bone density is changing too.
His internal organs seem to be growing stronger, and the process shows no signs of slowing down. Several researchers were already seething with excitement.
If the peach truly possessed such effects, and if it could be replicated, wouldn't the entire human race become like dragons? Yet their excitement was short-lived, replaced by terror. Something's wrong, his mutation is unstable. It seems unstoppable, the cells are dividing endlessly.
His own nutrition can't keep up. This violates the law of conservation of energy.
He might.
Before he could finish, the young man whose physique had just transformed began visibly wasting away at a rapid pace. Within about 5 minutes, he was nothing but skin and bones, his entire body looking as if it had been drained dry.
Cells are dividing endlessly, but after division, they devour their own kind.
Individual cells grow increasingly powerful.
Unless he rapidly consumes massive amounts of energy, he's like a bottomless pit that can never be filled.
With perpetual cellular growth, he'll inevitably become a monster.
And this monster will consume everything edible within its reach. The more it eats, the stronger it grows.
They couldn't even begin to imagine the chaos such a creature would unleash if it ever emerged.
In the early stages of mutation, the human body would undoubtedly experience unbearable hunger, driving it to consume food frantically. But what would it consume once all food sources were exhausted?
The more you eat, the stronger you become until you slowly turn into a glutton who knows nothing but food. They couldn't help but swallow hard, only now realizing just how terrifying this peach truly was. And this was merely a small piece of flesh. What if one consumed more?
Chen Xuan watched the figure on the instrument platform.
Even the bones were eventually broken down by the cells until the body slowly dissipated. Because those cells required nutrients to divide, they devoured each other until they gradually vanished.
And how small is a single cell? Without nutrients, even such cells would die.
He roused one of the younger men and tossed him onto the instrument platform.
Fear filled the young man's eyes. Who are you? What do you want? Chapter 142, The Nine Heavens' Fertile Soil.
Chen Xuan ignored the young man's cries, his voice cold and detached.
Give him the peach. Let him eat it.
By reverse engineering his own transformation, we can confirm gene editing technology is now mature.
Combined with Mayan techniques, we might even reverse engineer the peach's synthesis. If we can eliminate its greatest flaw, we might even create a powerful gene-enhancing serum. Hearing Chen Xuan's suggestion, the researcher's eyes lit up.
A slice of the peach was handed to the young man. The young man had been shouting incessantly, but upon seeing the peach, his eyes widened and his voice abruptly stopped.
He instinctively snatched the peach and took a bite.
After swallowing, his expression became utterly rapturous. After just one bite, he closed his eyes, his face radiating pure pleasure, a sight that struck everyone as profoundly strange. When he opened his eyes again, they burned with endless greed, as if he were about to devour someone. He opened his mouth wide and began devouring the peach with frenzied abandon, swallowing it whole. Even the pit went down, crunching crisply between his teeth.
Simultaneously, the readings on the various instruments attached to his body skyrocketed. The instruments automatically recorded all process data, eliminating the need for researchers to take notes.
Meanwhile, the young man lunged toward the nearest researcher.
Chen Xuan extended a finger and tapped lightly. The man froze in place, unable to move.
If you still have any sense left, stay put.
If you want something to eat, I'll give it to you.
The young man still possessed some sense.
Facing Chen Xuan, he felt an instinctive fear, daring not to resist in the slightest.
At the promise of food, he immediately quieted down. Chen Xuan's sleeve contained a variety of edible items, all of them high quality. Some contained medicinal herbs. He handed all these items directly to the young man. No matter what he consumed, his stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, digesting everything in an instant. Consuming different items caused varying changes in his stats. As for the precious medicinal herbs, Chen Xuan didn't bring them out, only offering some more common items. Finally, he even handed over a chunk of ore. Yet the young man accepted everything without hesitation. The hard ore crunched in his mouth like ice cubes, and he finished it with a satisfying crunch. At this point, everyone was certain.
The fake peach would turn anyone into a monster obsessed solely with eating.
Especially the young man, now nearly 2 meters tall, his eyes bloodshot, his clothes torn and stretched to the limit. A terrifying aura radiated from him. When he turned his gaze toward the researchers, they were startled, as if they had encountered a prehistoric beast.
Chen Xuan felt it was enough.
The data recorded was absolutely sufficient. His finger tapped once more. The youngster seemed to have forgotten his fear of Chen Xuan, lunging forward to bite. But his speed was too slow.
Chen Xuan's finger merely tapped lightly against his forehead.
His body convulsed violently, then his eyes snapped shut, and all response ceased. His soul had been sealed by Chen Xuan. Without the soul to command it, the body was like a machine deprived of power. Continue calculating his demise time.
See how long he can hold on.
This time, it lasted remarkably long. It took over 3 hours before he finally dissolved into nothingness. As for the remaining young men, they escaped death but could not evade the law's punishment.
The Research Institute immediately launched an investigation. Chen Xuan didn't wait for the research findings.
Instead, he headed straight for the sacred mountain of the divine court. The moment he arrived, he sensed several auras deep within the mountains.
These auras were distinctly non-human, and their overwhelming power shone as clearly in his eyes as fireflies in the night.
A cold smile curved his lips. Instead of ascending the mountain, he stepped out onto the summit, standing with his hands behind his back, suspended in the void.
I am the ruler of the human realm.
Your arrival has not been announced to me.
To come uninvited is to be a thief.
As his voice faded, he raised one hand and slowly brought it crashing down through the void. A colossal palm of energy, vast enough to obscure the sky, crashed directly onto the sacred mountain. The cultivators within the divine court desperately attempted to unite their forces to block it, but against Chen Xuan, their feeble power was as insignificant as ants.
At that very moment, 5 pillars of light shot skyward, yet they only held for an instant.
In the blink of an eye, the pillars shattered with a thunderous crash. Several ethereal figures twisted briefly before vanishing completely. The palm struck the sacred mountain, yet neither the structures nor the inhabitants of the divine court were harmed. The divine king's envoy nearly believed he had changed, convinced he would perish here today.
Yet he quickly snapped back to reality.
They had paid an immense price to summon 5 of the 12 divine temples.
And now they were wiped out by a single slap from Chen Xuan? Just how terrifying had Chen Xuan's power become?
Still, they understood clearly that this was merely a soul projection, not his true death.
He would surely descend again in the future.
But now, it seemed a major problem had arisen. Chen Xuan's earlier words still echoed in their ears. He was the ruler of the mortal realm, and any gods who dared intrude uninvited would become his targets.
Divine King's messenger, show yourself. There is a matter we must discuss.
Within the divine court, the divine king's messenger could refer to himself as the divine king, but when facing the human emperor, he dared not use that title.
He emerged trembling with fear.
The previous divine king's messenger had already met his end at Chen Xuan's hands. He had no desire to become the second.
Your Majesty, what is it you wish to discuss? If there is anything requiring my cooperation, I shall comply without hesitation.
Rest assured, I will never again summon the 12 divine temples. Before he could finish, Chen Xuan grew impatient and cut him off.
I have come today for one thing.
Beneath the sacred mountain belonging to your divine court lies the eternal soil. To retrieve it, the sacred mountain must be moved.
Are you willing to move it?
The divine king's envoy seethed inwardly, cursing Chen Xuan countless times in his mind, yet his face twisted into a grimace uglier than a cry. Your Majesty, this land belongs to our divine court.
You cannot act so tyrannically. Chen Xuan replied calmly, 1 peach of immortality. What do you mean? The divine king's envoy's voice trembled.
His mind screamed in terror.
If this meant what he feared, he wouldn't just relocate the sacred mountain, he'd renounce his position as the divine king's envoy. I'll give you 1 peach. Take your people and leave. Chen Xuan's words sent his heart racing. A peach.
In the myths and legends of the flower planting family, it was a primordial divine root capable of instantly elevating one to immortality. He felt that even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the peach.
Chapter 143, Members of the Divine Court.
Chen Xuan stood silently, observing the members of the divine court gathered upon the sacred mountain. His gaze was as calm as still water, showing no regard for those present. The divine king's envoy couldn't possibly agree so readily, otherwise others would notice something amiss, and he would surely face a barrage of criticism.
They might even kick him off the divine king's envoy throne.
He turned his gaze to all present members. What are your thoughts? If we simply leave now, the divine court's reputation will be utterly ruined. But then again, since the human emperor has offered us compensation, it must mean the treasures beneath the sacred mountain hold great significance to him. If we refuse, there's only one path left for us: death.
He won't care about our lives. The last time he acted, he gave us a lesson we won't forget. Do you want to repeat that mistake?
Everyone recalled Chen Xuan's last attack. He had been utterly ruthless, showing no regard for their lives whatsoever. Today, with a mere flick of his wrist, he had annihilated the soul projections of the 6 temple lords they had brought down. That he hadn't killed them was likely due to Chen Xuan being in a relatively good mood.
They certainly didn't want to die.
Though they held devout faith and firmly believed themselves descendants of the gods, their own lives mattered more. Yet none dared be the first to speak up.
The divine king's emissaries could wait no longer.
Prolonging the standoff risked Chen Xuan's patience, snapping he might just strike them all down with a single palm strike.
Their deaths would be meaningless. Chen Xuan could still take what he wanted regardless.
Since none of you object, we shall withdraw immediately. By living like this, wherever we go, we will spread our faith across the land. The creatures of the earth will also come to worship our God. The divine court members voiced their support enthusiastically. I support the divine king's decision.
I support it too.
The divine king's envoy turned to face Chen Xuan, his expression respectful and humble. Your Majesty the human emperor, we shall withdraw immediately.
Please grant us a few minutes. Chen Xuan nodded.
He hadn't exterminated these individuals entirely because they might still be useful in the future. Besides, slaughtering them all without cause would invite the entire world's forces to besiege the Huaxia.
The principle of mutual dependence was understood by all.
Even if they didn't grasp the significance of the Huaxia's millennia-old legacy, they certainly understood the gravity of the consequences. Only after they had all retreated to a safe distance, Chen Xuan ignored the stares of the Divine King's emissaries and others. The Xuanyuan Sword appeared in his hand. He channeled all his spiritual energy into it, infusing a thread of the human emperor's will. The sword descended like a thunderclap. This strike seemed to carry the mighty power of heaven and earth. The sacred mountain, tens of thousands of feet tall, was cleaved in two by this single strike. The deafening roar of the heavens echoed ceaselessly, as if everyone present had lost their hearing. Chen Xuan made a swift gesture. Beneath the sacred mountain, a gleaming mass of golden soil shimmered. Enveloped by his spiritual energy, it slowly floated into his hand. From afar, it appeared small. Yet when it reached Chen Xuan's palm, the mass of sacred soil measured at least several basketball courts in volume. Chen Xuan used the pocket dimension in his sleeve to store the 9 heavens earth. His gaze then swept over the members of the divine court. They were all stunned. None had anticipated Chen Xuan's power to be so formidable. They had assumed he would employ modern technological means to gradually demolish the sacred mountain. Yet with a single sword strike, the sacred mountain was cleaved in two. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan offered a peach. His voice was calm and detached. With your strength, consuming this peach could cause your bodies to explode. After all, you are mere mortals, unable to withstand its energy. I suggest you share it. Preferably divide it into tens of thousands of portions. Otherwise, all of you might perish. After speaking these words, his figure vanished. Before arriving here, he had already started a live stream, recording every moment. The flower cultivators were utterly perplexed. The human emperor clearly possessed the power to drive them all away, so why would he offer them a peach? After all, a peach of immortality could instantly grant one divine status. Didn't he fear that their power would grow too great, eventually bringing him immense trouble? At this moment, they all felt the human emperor was being overly sentimental. There was absolutely no need to offer them any favors. Leaving an opening for enemies was tantamount to digging one's own grave. The internet buzzed with discussion. Many overseas netizens now truly realized that Chen Xuan wasn't the bloodthirsty type. The tide had turned for a moment. The Illuminati felt a pang of regret. Why didn't they possess what Chen Xuan needed? Had they had even a single peach, they would have sealed the deal immediately. Obtaining just one could have significantly bolstered their overall strength. They immediately sent a message to the Divine Court. They hoped the Divine Court would share the peaches, after all, they were allies. The Divine Court didn't even bother replying. The request was utterly absurd. They had been scheming to secretly send people to the Queen Mother of the West to exchange for peaches. Peaches of immortality were granted through ritual offerings. But where could they find 10,000 women, all of whom must be virgins? Unless they resorted to children, but they dared not commit such an outrageous act. Both sides had agreed to secretly target surrounding factions, plundering their people, but under no circumstances could they harm those of the flower planting clan, lest they immediately arouse suspicion. The flower clan was too powerful, especially the human emperor. Yet an unexpected event shattered the delicate balance between them. Chen Xuan also received the news. A faint, bewildered smile tugged at his lips as he immediately posted a warning online directed at the Divine Court. The peach of immortality's energy was too immense, it must be divided into at least 3 portions to be used. Otherwise, one might explode from the overload, or even lose their sanity and become a monster. The Divine Court dismissed Chen Xuan's words with contempt. No one responded. Yet within their high-level meetings, fierce disputes erupted over the uneven distribution of the peach. It would have been acceptable for the Divine King's emissaries to take more, but others dared to covet larger shares as well. A heated dispute erupted among them. Ultimately, the Divine King's envoy issued a direct order. The peaches were to be divided into 300 portions, with him taking 10 of them. The rest were left for them to fight over. He couldn't be bothered anymore. All he wanted now was to consume his portion quickly. Even a mere 1/30th of the peach might not grant him instant immortality, but it should at least rival Chen Xuan's power. After all, Chen Xuan wasn't an immortal either, merely the ruler of the mortal realm. Before the immortal descended, Chen Xuan could act with utter arrogance and tyranny. But once the immortals arrived, it would be their world. The gods of the Divine Court would lead them to conquer Blue Star. For now, they must endure humiliation and silently strengthen themselves. Chapter 144, The Supreme Treasure. The previous infiltration of forces now played a crucial role. Chen Xuan promptly received intelligence on the Divine Court's situation, along with updates concerning the Illuminati. The Illuminati were now stirring up trouble online, claiming that if Chen Xuan could produce the first peach, he could surely produce a second. Perhaps he even held the entire peach tree in his hands. They had once contributed 4 crystal skulls, saving all of humanity. They hoped Chen Xuan would show similar generosity by offering 2 peaches for their research, promising to share the findings with the entire world.
The peach's legendary power to grant instant immortality had driven countless people into a frenzy. This notion gained widespread acceptance. Previously, both the Illuminati and the Divine Court had entrusted their crystal skulls to Chen Xuan for the sake of saving the world. Now that Chen Xuan possesses the peach tree, it should be shared with the entire world. Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered to glance at those shameless discussions. He replied with just one sentence. The peach tree grows atop Mount Kunlun. To date, only one peach has been obtained. It is brimming with energy and must be shared among 10,000 people. It has no effect on cultivators above the golden core stage. Moreover, no one knows what consequences consuming the peach might bring. Proceed with caution. Yet to many, this response seemed like Xiao Yao was claiming the peach tree as his own. Cries of condemnation rang out incessantly. The Grand Elder had already learned the truth about the peach from the research institute that it was all a scam. What he didn't know was Chen Xuan's subsequent plan. The call came directly to him. Elder, I understand your concerns. But whether it's the Illuminati or the Divine Court, would their high-ranking members truly share such power with others? Those people are selfish and greedy. If it weren't for their numerous high-ranking members, they probably wouldn't even bother sealing it, they'd just hoard it all for themselves. I've already pointed out the flaws before, but they refuse to believe me. Whatever consequences they face now, they've brought upon themselves. Chen Xuan spoke these words with casual indifference, showing not a trace of concern. He had long anticipated the outcome and held no regard for those individuals whatsoever. Without their influence stirring things up, ordinary people overseas wouldn't be struggling as much as they were now. Their so-called elite education amounted to neglecting children from ordinary families, letting them run wild and causing trouble without ever holding them accountable. In the end, they were practically spoiled into uselessness. With no achievements to speak of and an inability to absorb knowledge, most ordinary people simply followed others' lead. But in China, it was the exact opposite. Achievement is everything. While grades alone cannot determine one's entire life, they do shape their future. After enduring a century of hardships, the Flower family has become resilient and forward-thinking. Moreover, they have refined the wisdom of their ancestors, discarding the dross and preserving the essence. When others discuss certain matters, the people of the flower-planting family first consider whether their ancestors encountered similar situations and whether they left behind any relevant texts. The legendary banquet at Hongmen taught us never to trust enemies lightly. The tales of the farmer and the snake and Dongguo and the wolf soberly remind us that some creatures simply aren't worth saving. Glorious achievements are often glossed over, while humiliations are recorded in excruciating detail lest future generations repeat the same mistakes. 5,000 years of glorious Chinese history fit into a single slim volume, while the humiliating history of the past century spans 2 separate tomes. Yet they dare describe this as so-called solitude? Even ordinary commoners can see through it at a glance, let alone the elite strategists selected from millions. Upon learning of Chen Xuan's plan, the Grand Elder immediately ordered an analysis. They required no concessions from the Illuminati. As for the technology the Illuminati once prided themselves on, it had long been discarded. Conversely, the Flower family had preserved their own technology and even acquired the technological expertise of the Maya. Their technological advancement had now reached a point of rapid progress. It was advancing at a pace akin to rocket speed. But they needed a sufficient pretext. As for the consequences of them obtaining that other peach of immortality, that was beyond their consideration. They'd take whatever they could get. Chen Xuan offered a proposal. Elder, while we have no immediate need for their possessions, they did leave behind some mythical relics. Moreover, a century ago, they plundered many precious treasures from us. I hear one such item is among them. If they hand it over, we won't mind giving them a peach. If not, the discussion ends. Given their selfish nature, they'd actually agree. After all, the high-ranking members of their Illuminati would absolutely crave a share of the peach. After the discussion concluded here, the news swiftly reached the Illuminati. All high-ranking members of the Illuminati gathered simultaneously, as this matter directly concerned whether they could consume the peach. Peaches of immortality were extensively documented in the historical texts of the Flower family. A peach aged 9,000 years could instantly grant one immortality, while even a 3,000-year-old peach could dramatically accelerate one's cultivation. They were undoubtedly supreme treasures. Ultimately, they reached a decision. They were willing to return several thousand ancient artifacts that the Flower family had lost overseas. Among these items were indeed some mythical relics, though they were unable to discern them. As the true era of myth had not yet dawned, these relics had yet to manifest their true nature. Upon learning this outcome, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile. In that moment, he even felt like celebrating outright. Among the treasures, 2 items were exceptionally precious. After receiving them back, Chen Xuan immediately retrieved those 2 pieces and handed them to the Grand Elder. Should the need arise one day, he could come to borrow them. He wouldn't accept a gift without merit. At the same time, he also presented the peach of immortality. The members of the Illuminati were overjoyed upon receiving it. While the Divine Court was still deliberating how to utilize it, the Illuminati had already begun consuming it.
They did not heed Chen Xuan's words, nor did they divide it into 10,000 portions. Only a few cardinals and their holy father knew the truth. After ingesting it, strange phenomena gradually manifested on their bodies. Soon, they felt their own power surging, their hearts already boiling with excitement. Not only were every cell in their bodies growing stronger, but the divine power within them was also constantly surging.
I feel an urgent need for nourishment now.
Perhaps the peach's effect on my constitution is too powerful. It's as if I've returned to my 20s.
Me too. This peach is too potent. Even with 10 of us consuming it simultaneously, it still produced such overwhelming effects. Chen Xuan is a fraud, no doubt.
If we divided the peach into 10,000 pieces, there'd be no way it could have such a pronounced effect.
Those flower cultivators are the masters of deception.
Now we've exposed their scam.
We must alert the entire world. Peach trees should never belong to the flower planting family.
Chapter 145, Appearance at the Southern Heavenly Gate. Unnoticed by themselves, the eyes of several high-ranking members of the Illuminati gradually glowed green. A single thought consumed their minds, to simultaneously enhance everyone present. After all those individuals had consumed peaches, their bodies brimming with energy sufficient to withstand the hunger gnawing at their insides. That hunger had created a delusion. The more they consumed, the stronger they would become. They could surpass Chen Xuan in vitality and no longer be led by the nose by him. The conference room grew quiet.
Suspicion simmered between them, especially toward the Pope.
At this moment, a sense of crisis overpowered the fear in his heart. He had consumed the most peaches and now possessed the greatest power, yet he sensed that the crimson-robed elder's gaze was as sharp as a wolf's. He must save himself, or he wouldn't even make it out of this door. His dangerous intuition proved correct, yet he couldn't resist the greed inherent in human nature. The peaches had wrought a silent transformation upon them, altering their very DNA. If the most advanced medical equipment were connected to them, doctors would undoubtedly tell them in horror that each person seemed to be undergoing constant cell division throughout their entire bodies. Absorbing nutrients encompassed everything. Even the spiritual energy they cultivated and the divine power they believed in became nutrients for the infinite cellular division. The overwhelming power they sensed was, in truth, an illusion. Even their thoughts became chaotic as their brain cells underwent infinite division, affecting the crimson mystical souls that held their memories.
Chen Xuan hadn't deliberately focused on the infiltration of all factions, yet reports kept pouring in. Particularly from the Illuminati.
The true situation was laid bare before everyone's eyes, for that man had revealed himself. He was still lingering around the Illuminati headquarters, not because he didn't want to escape, but because escape was utterly impossible. Those who attempted escape were immediately hunted down and devoured by 10 others. These 10 individuals had now become actively savage, devoid of any humanity. Their minds held only one word: eat. Devour everything in sight. The Illuminati held the upper hand, but their strength lay in the 9 cardinals and their pope. Now all 10 men were utterly mad, completely consumed by their madness. Nearly all those who had attempted persuasion earlier had perished at their hands. The elite who remained at the Illuminati headquarters were each outstanding individuals. Originally, they believed the higher-ups had summoned them back for the Peach of Immortality affair. None could have imagined it was merely to devour them all. Especially upon hearing the chewing sounds in the darkness, each of them turned ashen-faced, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. In their hearts, they prayed incessantly, hoping their gods would descend at that very moment to save them. They vowed that if those flesh-eating demons could be driven away on the spot, they would offer the most devout faith thereafter. Yet in the end, they realized that no matter how fervently they prayed, it made no difference whatsoever. It was as if God had shut the only door to survival. The chaos within the Illuminati was laid bare before everyone. Especially the infiltrator, who had uploaded all the records across the entire network. This also benefited the Grand Elder. Upon witnessing this situation, Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment. With a single stride, his form vanished from the spot, reappearing instantly above the ocean's surface. His mastery of the technique to shrink distances grew ever more refined. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Xuan materialized at the headquarters of the Illuminati, radiating an intense aura of human emperor power. His formidable aura instantly filled the entire venue. The infiltrator, still broadcasting live, heard his voice echo throughout the hall.
I am finished. The entire Illuminati is finished. We have been completely devoured by them.
You cannot even begin to imagine what kind of demons they truly are. Selfish and ruthless, they stop at nothing. They claim to be the descendants of gods, but only they know the truth.
Those so-called gods merely seek to enslave all of humanity. Wake up, everyone.
There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. See for yourselves what kind of demons they truly are.
Everything unfolding before the entire venue sent a chill down everyone's spine. The internet went absolutely wild. Even overseas observers wore expressions of utter disbelief.
No one understood better than them what consequences this would bring if these monsters were unleashed among them. They'd be utterly defenseless. Facing such beasts, the only outcome was to be devoured, bite by bite. The brutally graphic footage left countless viewers deeply unsettled. In that moment, everyone shared a common outrage.
Just as everyone believed the person who released the video and exposed all this was about to meet their end. Chen Xuan descended like a divine soldier, radiating golden light. Overwhelming might descended. You vile creatures dare slaughter my fellow humans. You deserve to die. With that, he brought his palm crashing down. His colossal palm obscured the sky. In an instant, it crushed the 10 crimson-robed figures, now transformed into monstrous forms, into dust. His gaze shifted to the infiltrator, a smile spreading across his face. I've come to take you home. Tears of emotion welled in the man's eyes. He had come prepared to die, yet now all thoughts of death vanished. Thank you, Emperor. The same scene unfolded at the Divine Court. However, the situation here differed from that of the Illuminati. Their numbers were greater, and upon discovering the troops had received orders from the giant cockroach, the infiltrators immediately chose to retreat. The moment he left the Divine Court, chaos erupted completely. For the Divine Court side, it went smoothly without exception. Those ordinary people became nothing more than their sustenance. Horrifying videos proliferated online, with constant pleas for aid directed at the flower planting family. Yet their previous actions had left the entire flower planting family utterly disheartened. Especially the one-eyed 100-meter giant they sent it had been headed straight for the flowering nation. Now that disaster had struck them, the flowering nation could only offer a helpless "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Just as everyone assumed the flower family was merely paying lip service, a guiding light appeared in the skies above the capital. This light would forcibly ascend all individuals whose strength reached the near third stage. Those whose power was insufficient now found their bodies growing unstable. Above that light stood the southern heavenly gate, originating from beyond the 9 heavens. Before the southern heavenly gate, a multitude of deities gathered. The overwhelming aura emanating from them caused every cultivator present to tremble uncontrollably. It felt like a divine suppression from above, while countless thunder realms brewed ceaselessly within the heavens. Chapter 146, Return to the Primordial Chaos. Chen Xuan now stood in the desert, holding the 9 heavens earth. He infused the 9 heavens breath soil into the desert, completely transforming it into a land rich with spiritual energy. Everything cultivated there now carried this essence. Even the most inferior fruit was classified as a spiritual fruit. Consuming them could extend the lifespan of an ordinary person by 50 years. Moreover, the growth rate was astonishingly rapid. He transplanted fruit trees from other regions, including peach trees. After consuming them, Chen Xuan had already measured their effects. It was precisely because of these expansive orchards he cultivated that the southern heavenly gate descended so swiftly. The immortals in the heavens had already sensed the changes unfolding in the flower planting family. If their projections did not descend soon, by the time they reached the flower planting family, it would be too late. Now, the radiance of the southern heavenly gate spilled into the mortal realm. Countless cultivators felt as if a new shackle had been placed upon their hearts, a warning from the heavenly Tao itself. The entire flower planting family was enveloped in fear. The first golden core cultivator was drawn by the radiance. No matter how he resisted, he could not escape. By the time he returned to midair, calamity clouds already flickered in the sky. To ascend to immortality, one must first endure the baptism of the thunder tribulation. Yet his cultivation was merely at the golden core stage. How could he possibly withstand such a calamity? Just as the first bolt of lightning was about to strike him, a figure bathed in golden radiance abruptly descended. Since when does my mortal realm require the heavenly court to meddle in our affairs? I am the ruler of the mortal realm, the human emperor. His voice thundered across the mortal realm like the roar of the 9 heavens. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, as if a true deity had descended to the mortal realm. He raised his head to the heavens, his gaze fixed upon the gods above. His voice boomed like a great bell, his words sharp and piercing. The ruler of the mortal realm is also the sovereign of the human way. The human way stands equal to the heavenly way. I am the acknowledged sovereign of all humanity, that is the true human emperor, holding a position equal to yours, the supreme heavenly emperor. You have no right to speak with me. Let the supreme heavenly emperor come before me. If you wish to meet your end, I shall gladly grant your wish. I can harness the power of the human way to reduce every one of you to dust. As his words faded, the power of the human way from the mortal realm began to converge upon Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan felt the power surging within him, rapidly breaking through his current realm. As if squeezed by the heavenly Tao, the human Tao now revealed itself without concealment, bestowing upon Chen Xuan the full power of its rightful master. In the depths of his being, Chen Xuan sensed something profound. His rebirth and the energy he had now acquired both stemmed from the power of humanity. Yet the human Tao had never been content to remain subjugated by the heavenly Tao. The earthly way, likewise suppressed by the heavenly way, merged with the human way. The human way governed the mortal realm, while the earthly way governed reincarnation. United as one, their combined power had already surpassed that of the heavenly way. Chen Xuan was their true representative. The true human emperor could be called the ruler of the 3 realms. The human way is the true protagonist of heaven and earth. The heavenly way harbors selfishness, but the great way is supremely impartial. Only now did he truly comprehend why he had been reborn.
His power surged relentlessly, reaching the pinnacle of the great perfected golden immortal. His power surpassed that of the so-called sages of the past. Sages cannot emerge until the boundless calamity arrives. And now, the boundless calamity had arrived. The three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity had begun to reorganize. The way of heaven reigned supreme, merging the way of earth and the way of man into one. Chen Xuan wielded the power of both earthly and human Tao, his strength reaching an absolutely terrifying level. He alone stands as the mightiest being in all creation. He took a single stride. When he reappeared, he stood atop the projection of the southern heavenly gate, a faint smile playing upon his lips. His expression remained calm and detached as he surveyed the so-called immortals. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing them. The immortals had no time to react. A single glance from Chen Xuan was enough. The rule-bound energies of humanity and earth crushed their divine soul projections into dust. Chen Xuan's voice echoed as if from the heavens themselves. In the name of the human emperor, I swear an oath, I shall protect the human race of the 9 provinces until my final breath. The human race shall rise when the benevolent emperor reigns. Should the human race perish, the human emperor shall die. Heaven's way now faces the boundless calamity. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity shall revert to the primordial chaos. And we, the human race, shall be the protagonists of heaven and earth, governing the entire primordial chaos. You and that old fool Hongjun merged your Tao. After the Dragon Phoenix calamity, you began scheming to dominate the entire primordial chaos. Alas, your plans are doomed to fail. You have relentlessly drained the primordial forces, shattering the primordial chaos itself into the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. You must pay for your own transgressions, not force all the sages to bear the lightning for you. As long as the sages remain, the great thieves will never cease. If that is so, then let the sages follow them into the 6 realms of reincarnation. The 3 realms shall be reorganized anew. The primordial laws of heaven, earth, and humanity shall merge completely into one, achieving perfect harmony. No sage shall remain immortal or indestructible, nor shall any beneath the sages be treated as mere ants. The great way is supremely just. It will not tolerate the existence of vermin like you. As his voice faded, he struck out with a sudden palm strike. The southern heavenly gate vanished. A colossal eye appeared in the heavens. Within its gaze lay the essence of all creation, radiating supreme mystery. Within it, the purple Shao divine thunder manifested, striking down upon Chen Xuan. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Xuan's lips, his voice echoing like it came from the depths of hell. Overestimating your abilities. Without even attempting a counterattack, the radiant aura of his supreme golden immortal cultivation shattered the purple expanse divine thunder. His voice remained indifferent as he declared, by your so-called standards of sage cultivation, I have now reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. If the venerable ancestor Hongjun were to appear, perhaps there might still be a chance for battle. Even if he represents the Tao itself, would he dare show his face? The moment he appears, I shall extract his very essence, fully integrating it into my being, making it a part of me. I am the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. If you dare not, then get out. As his final blow landed, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and sunlight bathed the mortal realm. Chen Xuan gazed skyward, a cold, disdainful smile curling his lips. He was not yet fully prepared. The fusion of the earthly path and the human path had only recently been completed. The chaos in the underworld arose precisely because, at this critical juncture of merging with the human way, there was no time to attend to it. The Earth Realm's ruler, Lady Pingxin, had sacrificed herself to become the Wheel of Rebirth, ascending as the sovereign of the 6 realms. Yet she remained bound by the heavenly way's suppression, eternally confined to the earthly realm. Now, the heavenly way sought to manipulate both the human and earthly realms. Should this scheme succeed, the human realm and earthly realm might henceforth become its complete puppets. Lady Pingxin was born of the Witch clan, and was none other than the 12th ancestral witch. It was precisely because of the heavenly Tao's schemes that her 11 elder brothers perished in the witch demon calamity, leaving not a single shred of their true spirit behind. At last, the opportunity for vengeance had arrived. Chapter 147, The 3 Questions. Chen Xuan understood clearly that this was a forced confrontation, primarily aimed at making the Tao of Heaven and Hongjun hesitate to act. He could only temporarily borrow the earthly Tao's power. His claim of merging the 2 Taos was merely a deliberate deception to mislead the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Now, as the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. It was precisely because he possessed the power of the earthly path that he vaguely sensed a grave problem within the 6 realms of reincarnation. Within the city of the wrongfully deceased, the resentment and malevolence of countless souls had solidified and refused to dissipate. This resentment has reached its breaking point. If left unresolved, the vengeful spirits will shatter their prison, the earthly path will descend into utter chaos, and the 6 realms of reincarnation will plunge back into primordial disorder. The signs of the boundless calamity had already begun to manifest, and the sages would inevitably descend into the mortal realm. During the final calamity of the investiture of the gods, the supreme sage of the upper clear heaven fell from his divine rank and was taken by Hongjun back to the purple mist palace beyond the 33 heavens. It was once said that he could not be released until the boundless calamity arrived. The calculations of the Tao of Heaven should now be nearing their final chapter. It may even involve sacrificing all living beings of the primordial chaos to recreate the state of chaos, with the ultimate goal of achieving the great Tao. The boundless calamity will utterly destroy the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. If Hongjun and the Tao of Heaven had no plan, Chen Xuan would never believe it. How could the Tao of Heaven possibly destroy itself? Especially since it had long since developed its own will. This time, he deliberately pointed his sword at the heavens, directly challenging the Tao of Heaven, a deliberate test. The result was as expected. The Tao of Heaven offered no response whatsoever. The projection at the southern heavenly gate was destroyed by him, yet beyond the 33 heavens, the myriad immortals and gods remained utterly still. Everything felt eerily off. And this very scene was broadcast live across the entire world. The primordial world had been restructured, yet everything possessed by the human race remained intact, not destroyed, but preserved in its entirety. Across the internet, countless people were now utterly boiling with excitement. Was this truly their human emperor? His supreme aura defied the very wrath of heaven. Yet heaven's way retreated first, while the human race's resolve only grew stronger. Just when everyone believed humanity was utterly secure, Chen Xian's heart grew heavier. The origin of the human race lies at the foot of Mount Bu. From this day forward, Mount Buzhou and all within a million-li radius belong to the human race. I am not negotiating with you, but informing you. Chen Xian's Xuanyuan Sword slashed through the air with a fierce arc. A million li beyond Mount Buzhou, the human emperor's sword energy cleaved the sky, carving a deep chasm like a natural barrier across the barren land. His voice resounded once more, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Dare to cross this line, and prepare to die. Even if your true spirit resides within the list of the immortals, it shall be cast into the 6 realms of rebirth. Endlessly reborn, you shall endure the torment of endless mortal trials for eternity. As for those half-human beings, you do not belong to our human race. Depart of your own accord. Only those of pure, unblemished human bloodline are worthy of being called human. All human destiny shall be reclaimed. We do not worship gods, nor bow to heaven or earth. Even if we have faith, it is in our human ancestors. Just as Chen Xian's words fell, a furious rebuke suddenly echoed from beyond the 33 heavens. How dare you! As the teacher of the human race, I am entitled to 1/3 of its destiny. Chen Xian raised his head, his gaze piercing the heavens, his voice cold as steel. This so-called teacher of the human race, we reject you. When the primordial restraints are fully lifted, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of our race will no longer guard the fire cloud cave. As saints of the human path, they were forcibly stripped of their human destiny by you, preventing them from attaining sainthood. The fortune you took must be returned. From this day forward, the human race shall strive ceaselessly. Only the pure-blooded human race is worthy of the human race's destiny. The voice beyond the 33 heavens fell silent. Chen Xian furrowed his brow. He sensed no increase in the human race's destiny. Just as his confusion deepened, another voice suddenly pierced the air, endlessly frigid yet distinctly feminine. I am the holy mother of the human race. Even as the human emperor, you must obey my sacred decree. Chen Xian had been struggling to comprehend, but now a flash of insight pierced his mind. Finally, he understood what was happening. A sneer of scorn spread across his face. He pointed his sword toward the heavens, his gaze piercing through the 33 layers of the sky. His voice now brimmed with accusation. If you are indeed the holy mother of the human race, then tell me this: during the ancient war of wizards and demons, when the demonic tribes forged the sword of slaughter using the essence blood of humans, causing the human population to plummet to less than 1% of its former size and nearly face extinction, what were you, this holy mother, doing then? And I ask the same of the human race's teacher: what have you done for humanity? You are not even as good as the Witch Clan, at least they still protect the human race. Answer me. No sound came in reply. Chen Xian sneered coldly. During the tribulation of deification, it was clearly the 12 golden immortals of the Shenmen sect who incurred the killing calamity. Why did you incite war among our human race? The human emperor, Xing, worked tirelessly to govern, yet he was schemed against by the 2 sages of the West. How could you, the so-called mother of humanity, fail to see the problem? Why did you go along with it? Why force the human emperor to lower his destiny? The human race was destined to be the protagonists of heaven and earth, with 8 sages to emerge. Yet because of your schemes, he could only reach the peak of quasi-sainthood, doomed to guard the fire cloud cave for eternity. You call yourself a holy mother of the human race? Return to me. Still, no sound came in response. Chen Xian spoke again. The minor tribulation of the western journey: even if we lowered our destiny, our human race would still flourish. Why must we cross the western spirit mountains to retrieve those Buddhist scriptures? The closer we approach the western sacred mountain, the more demons ravage the land. Great demons devour millions of humans. Where are the holy mother of humanity and the teacher of humanity? Answer me. Beyond the 33 heavens, silence reigned. Chen Xian laughed, his laughter growing louder and louder. The Xuanyuan sword pointed straight ahead, its voice booming like thunder across the heavens. The great Tao reigns supreme. I, as the human emperor, pose these 3 questions on behalf of the human race to the Holy Mother and the human teacher. If the 2 saints have no guilt in their hearts, I shall perish body and soul. But if their hearts are filled only with self-interest, treating the human race as mere tools, then I shall sever the karmic bond between the 2 saints and the human race. From this day forth, the human race shall have no Holy Mother and no human teacher. Let the great Tao bear witness. How dare you? The icy voice trembled with fury. Yet only 3 words escaped before the voice abruptly vanished. Above the primordial heavens, the mystic yellow chi descended from the sky, coalescing into a colossal sword that pierced the heavens. The sword struck. It seemed to sever the river of time itself, severing the karmic bond between the human race and the 2 saints. An endless torrent of human fortune poured down from the heavens. 30% descended upon Chen Xuan, while 70% fell upon an unknown location within the primordial chaos. At that location, a projection appeared in the sky. The projection radiated an ancient, weighty, and majestic aura, bearing the most ancient script of the human race above it. Firecloud Cave. A terrifying aura permeated the space. The projection lasted only a fleeting moment before vanishing once more. Chen Xian's heart surged with astonishment and delight. His cultivation realm was steadily advancing, and the primordial essence of the underground passage he had absorbed was rapidly integrating within him. Just then, a golden beam of light suddenly shot toward the spot where the Firecloud Cave projection had appeared. Chapter 148, The Kongtong Seal. The great Tao is supremely impartial. The human race's fortune that had been severed now returned in full. Even if not all of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race could attain sainthood, at least 3 or more saints would emerge. Though their return might be delayed now, when the day came that the primordial chaos's confinement was lifted, the saints of the human race would descend. Chen Xian's cultivation continued to rise, and he instinctively caught the incoming golden light. Within the golden light's embrace, a seal emerged. Seeing this object, a flash of surprise and delight crossed his eyes. It's actually a sacred artifact of the human race, the Kongtong Seal. The Kongtong Seal automatically merged into Chen Xian's dantian, suddenly radiating boundless human emperor might. Chen Xian sensed the laws governing the heavens and earth, though even he could not fathom the extent of his newly attained power. He raised his head to gaze at the vast sky. A sudden realization dawned upon him, and he spoke directly. Human cultivators still need to undergo tribulations, but they are no longer trials of the heavenly Tao. Instead, they are forges for advancing one's cultivation realm. The thunder tribulation tempers the body. It is no longer a life or death ordeal. With a solid foundation and a mind free of impure thoughts, one can pass it with ease. Having spoken these words, Chen Xian turned and took a single stride, vanishing into the heavens above. Every living being across the primordial world was utterly stunned by the scene they had just witnessed. Heaven and earth seemed to fall into complete stillness. Only after a long while did any beings begin to react. A single thought dominated their minds: never again should they provoke the human race. Especially while the immortals and gods remained absent, no other beings could possibly stand against them. Chen Xian returned to his villa. The moment he entered the safe house, his face paled, and his legs grew weak. He had already expended the vast majority of his spiritual energy. He had forced himself to hold on until the very end, fearing that Hongjun and the Tao might detect something amiss. Now, at the very beginning of the boundless calamity, even Hongjun, who had fused with the Tao, could not discern the slightest trace of his situation. The human race was the central protagonist of this boundless calamity. Whether they would meet the same fate as the ancient witch and demon clans or continue to dominate the primordial chaos remained unknown. Since escape from the boundless calamity's fate was impossible, he would confront it head-on, crushing every enemy beneath his feet. Suyu hurried into the safe house, having already noticed something amiss with Chen Xian earlier. Every time Chen Xian returned, he would come to see her first. No matter how busy or exhausted he was, he never forgot. But this time, he headed straight for the underground safe room. "What's wrong with you?" Tears streamed down Suyu's face as she rushed over and clung tightly to Chen Xian. A bitter smile flickered across Chen Xian's face. "I exerted myself too forcefully earlier. I tapped into the tunnel's primordial energy, and it merged with my own human path primordial energy. My spiritual energy is severely depleted now. I just need to meditate to restore it." Suyu finally exhaled in relief, helping Chen Xian sit down before fetching spirit stones. "I'll stay by your side and watch you cultivate. Otherwise, my heart won't be at peace." Chen Xian nodded gently, his eyes brimming with affection as his fingers traced Suyu's exquisite features. "Very well, then you shall guard me." Hours passed. Chen Xian now felt his spiritual energy fully replenished, while the hundreds of spirit stones beside him had all turned to dust. His current power was too immense. Even in the spirit-rich primordial chaos, he could no longer absorb sufficient concentrations from the air. Though his power had grown, the follow-through couldn't keep pace. Every move demanded careful consideration. "How is it going?" Suyu hurried forward to ask. "Fully restored. But now I must accomplish one more task: fuse all the dragon veins of the 9 provinces into a single point and bind them completely to Mount Buzhou." Mount Buzhou was the spine of the great god Pangu. In the ancient conflict between the Wus and the Yao, the Wus collided with Mount Buzhou in their fury, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to sink. No sage could bear the karmic retribution of such an act. This ultimately led to the complete downfall of the witch clan. Even the 12th ancestral witch, Hetu, sacrificing herself to become the wheel of rebirth, could not save them. Not even the Tao of Heaven dared to openly reckon with it. Our human race binding to Mount Buzhou is like possessing a golden ticket to immunity from death. This must be accomplished before they react, or the human race will surely be utterly destroyed. Su Yu's face paled slightly. Didn't your complete break with the human clan's holy mother and the human clan's teacher bring about extremely severe consequences? Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head. Not at all. Those two command 50% of the human race's destiny. The way of heaven suppresses the human way. After the human emperor and Emperor Xin, the throne passed from father to son until the first emperor emerged. His Majesty the First Emperor once reached the pinnacle of human sovereignty, yet the spiritual energy had not fully revived. This prevented many of his grand designs from being realized. In truth, His Majesty still exists in this world. Perhaps it won't be long before he reappears in this era. After briefly explaining certain matters, Chen Xuan departed the underground safe house. Certain matters demanded immediate attention. He immediately transmitted the information to the Grand Elder. Though the primordial chaos had only just been pacified, Chen Xuan already sensed the benefits bestowed by the way of humanity. Since the 9 provinces tripod could not be retrieved in time, he instructed them to forge a new set of 9 tripods. He had already entrusted this task to the Grand Elder upon entering the underground safe house. Today, the technology of the flower planting family had long reached an astonishing level, though this information had yet to be disseminated. The new 9 provinces tripod had now been forged. They were placed precisely where Chen Xuan desired them. Chen Xuan closed his eyes and spread his divine sense. He quickly located the 9 provinces cauldron. As he had anticipated, the Grand Elder had already stationed guards around it. Chen Xuan's previous actions had utterly terrified many. They had no idea what level of power and cultivation this human emperor had reached. Even the sage from beyond the 33 realms had been stripped of the human race's destiny by Chen Xuan. Such colossal power left no living being daring to stick their neck out at this moment. And that was precisely his objective. Standing atop the mountain peak, the spine of the Yinglong range, the spiritual energy within him now boiled to its absolute limit. By the command of the human emperor, I take the Yinglong Mountains as my spine, the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers as my veins, the million-li expanse of Mount Buzhou as my foundation, and the fortune of the human race as my primordial sacred flame to forge the ultimate treasure of mankind. The Kontong seal within his dantian now hovered above his head. The spiritual energy within his body surged like a raging river, spreading outward. His voice boomed like a great bell, echoing across the entire Mount Buzhou, spanning a million li. The former territory of the flower planting clan, expanded 10,000-fold across Blue Star, now encompassed far more than a million li. Even 10,000 li would still belong to the flower planting clan's domain. Chen Xuan's power could at most encompass a million li in all directions. The first task was to complete the migration of the human race. Only pure-blooded humans could pass through the array formations. As he had stated before, those of mixed heritage could not enter the human race's sacred land. The human sacred ground originated at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was humanity's greatest pillar of support. Though Chen Xuan spoke of a million li, the spiritual energy and dragon vein spine he drew upon extended across 10,000 li of territory. Chapter 149, The Underworld's Transformation. The spiritual energy and dragon vein's backbone ultimately converged at the foot of Mount Buzhou, establishing the ancestral homeland of the human race with the 9 provinces tripod. The Kontong seal served as the erase core, enveloping the entire million li expanse around Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou and the array he had established became utterly fused as one. At this moment, Chen Xuan's heart suddenly leapt. His original plan had been to fully encompass the million li expanse where the human race lived. His primary goal was to bind it inextricably to Mount Buzhou, thereby deterring other immortals and deities. With the fortune of the human race secured, even if the human emperor himself met with misfortune one day, the human race would not be utterly wiped out. Mount Buzhou was their final line of defense. Yet now, a profound realization seemed to dawn within him, a sense of destiny that demanded fulfillment, growing ever more urgent. Chen Xuan hesitated only briefly before deciding to act according to his heart's desire. The Kontong seal, the sacred artifact of the human race, seemed to contain boundless human power. It continuously radiated an intensely potent human emperor's power, as if it had gathered the essence of all the human emperors from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In that instant, a fog of confusion descended upon Chen Xuan's mind. The urgent feeling he had just experienced did not originate from his own thoughts, but from the Kontong seal itself. The reason the Kontong seal suddenly appeared was that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, within the Fire Cloud Cave, had foreseen future events. They had guarded the Fire Cloud Cave for untold ages. Once, the human path had been manipulated.
The human ancestral emperor could only use the seal to safeguard the human race's destiny, yet most of that destiny was to be drained away and distributed to the human Holy Mother and the so-called human teacher. However, these two sages had never once considered the survival of the human race. Resentment simmered within them, yet they were powerless to act, for beneath the sages, all were but ants. Now, the sudden emergence of a new generation of human emperors has shattered this stalemate. Most crucially, it has severed the karmic bonds binding the humanity's Holy Mother and the humanity's teacher. Henceforth, the human race would stand independently above the human path. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors rejoiced inwardly while simultaneously seeking to aid Chen Xuan. Thus, they directly sent the Kongtong seal out of the confined realm. Chen Xuan, with a sense of familiarity, acted without hesitation. Finger seals formed in rapid succession. The origin of the Kongtong seal lay in Gonggang's furious collision with Mount Buzhou. When the pillar supporting the heavens collapsed, the shattered fragments of Mount Buzhou were forged into the Kongtong seal. The two were inherently interconnected. As Chen Xuan unleashed the seal, his own human emperor's destiny was being steadily drained away in that very moment. Chen Xuan himself hadn't anticipated such unexpected twists occurring so frequently. Yet his heart remained utterly unruffled, for he sensed the confidence radiating back from the Kongtong seal. The replica 9 provinces cauldron had completely fused with this land. The power of the human emperor steadily drained away, yet through the Kongtong seal, it flowed into the 9 provinces cauldron and then fed back to him, growing ever more concentrated and solidified. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged in the void. For 3 unbroken days, all the laws of the universe were imprinted upon every mountain, river, and earth vein within a million-li radius of Mount Buzhou. It was at this very moment. The realm of heaven and earth roared like thunder. Mount Buzhou trembled incessantly, yet the shaking ceased abruptly after 99 quakes. Chen Xuan distinctly felt each beat of his heart pulse resonate as if fused with the mountain itself. Deep within his heart, he finally understood why the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had bestowed the Kongtong seal upon him. Mount Buzhou was the cradle of the human race and remained their sacred guardian realm. The entire mountain range and its surrounding million-li expanse had fused into a single, seamless entity, a primordial treasure. Even during the primordial chaos of the investiture of the gods, such innate treasures were exceedingly rare. The human race had effectively bound itself to Mount Buzhou's pillar that supported the heavens. This granted them an unassailable foundation. Should any race truly seek to confront the human race, upon entering human territory, they would first have to contend with their formations. These formations connect the entire Mount Buzhou. To emulate the water deity Gonggang would force an entire race to bear immense karmic retribution. Even a sage would dare not shoulder such karmic debt. Yet Chen Xuan harbored a suspicion: the Tao of Heaven orchestrates events. The warlock demon calamity of old, he believed, was its design. Recalling those events, the weight of pressure within Chen Xuan's heart grew heavier and heavier. These preparations alone were certainly insufficient. Closing his eyes, he sensed the vibrational frequency emanating from the underground passage. Having fused with a portion of the underground passage's primordial essence, he still had no clue where Lady Pingxin of the underworld truly resided. If the human realm gave birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then within the earthly path, only Lady Pingxin had sacrificed herself to become the wheel of rebirth, ascending as the earthly path sage. Among the 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, the number of heavenly path sages could never exceed 9. The heavenly way possessed the 2 sages of the west, the 3 purities, and Nuwa, while Hongjun was likewise a sage. Ultimately, only 7 sages were born. The primordial purple chi bestowed by the heavenly way still held one remaining strand. Yet it was shattered. Perhaps heaven's way had already begun its calculations at that time. The 2 remaining sage positions were likely absorbed by the way and Hongjun into themselves, which is why he could be called the patriarch of the way. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human way occupied 8 of the sage positions. Unfortunately, the sage positions never truly fell into their hands. The fortune of the human race was devoured by the 2 sages, and the outcome was predictable: the human race faced increasingly severe oppression. Following the human emperor Xian, the first emperor could be considered a human sovereign. Though the first emperor possessed great talent and ambition, he ultimately fell victim to the heavenly Tao schemes. Countless devious plots undoubtedly unfolded during that era. Having not lived through those times, Chen Xuan could not possibly recount them. The limitations of his era prevented the first emperor from becoming a true human emperor. Chen Xuan, however, possessed the destiny of a human emperor. The 6 realms of rebirth had brought him back to life specifically to join forces with him in opposing the Tao of Heaven. The Great Way is impartial, yet Heaven's way harbors bias. Though the human path ranks last among heaven, earth, and man, the Great Way's prophecy foretells that the human path shall ultimately surpass its predecessors. As these thoughts swirled within Chen Xuan, his inner turmoil gradually subsided. He now carefully sensed the weakened fortune of the human race. After it was completely severed, 3 layers descended upon him, deepening his fusion with the earthly path. He could already sense the transformations brought by the city of the wrongfully deceased. Within his heart, a resolution crystallized. Since the age of sealing the gods, the human race had been the protagonists of heaven and earth.
Through the subsequent minor calamity of the journey to the west and the current boundless calamity, the human race could never truly fall into oblivion. The uprising of vengeful spirits within the city of the wrongfully deceased, their boundless malevolence surging upward, had already begun to affect the human way.
Chen Xuan could not stand idly by.
He must venture into the underground passage. Within the underground passages, the 6 realms of reincarnation held the deepest mysteries.
Following that lay the 18 hells of the underworld. But the underworld is not merely this, it also contains several major cities.
Though called cities, each formed its own distinct realm, with clear divisions of labor and orderly governance. The city of wrongful deaths stood at the core of these major cities. Those who died unjustly or violently would enter this city, remaining there until their enemies entered the underworld, where hatred could be resolved and reincarnation could resume.
Chapter 150, Entering the Underworld.
Now, the number of resentful souls in the city of wrongful deaths grows ever larger. At some unknown point, a malevolent aura began to permeate the underground passages, affecting many spirits. Influenced by this peculiar malevolence, even those whose grievances had been avenged no longer desired to leave the city of wrongful death. Chen Xuan resolved to personally traverse the underground passages back to the villa. Xuyu immediately hurried over. Her cheeks were flushed, and a faint tremor flickered in her bloodline-enhanced eyes, as if she were deliberately suppressing something.
You've awakened again? Chen Xuan sensed something amiss and asked immediately. He grasped Suyu's soft little hand, channeling the power of the human emperor within him into it.
Only then did Suyu feel somewhat better, her voice carrying a faint tremor. Images have indeed appeared in my mind.
My bloodline is like a key that has been locked away. Why hasn't it fully awakened yet? Why can't I even use the slightest bit of special ability? Right now, I'm just like an ordinary person. Even if I want to help you, I feel utterly useless.
As she spoke, Suyu bit her red lips slightly, her gaze growing intensely solemn. Her voice hesitated for a moment, but she finally spoke. I dreamt of the prophecy's vision. I entered the 6 realms of rebirth, found my former true spirit, and awakened my bloodline. It granted me the power to help you. And you're about to journey to the underworld. Suyu's voice was unwavering as she spoke, her spiritual energy growing increasingly potent, especially after the primordial chaos had been restructured. The bloodline within her body continued to boil relentlessly, yet it remained stubbornly dormant. It felt like a shackle, completely sealing off her bloodline. Now, among the human race across the entire Jiuzhou continent, those unable to awaken their bloodline were exceedingly rare. Bloodlines varied greatly. Some were naturally attuned to earth, fire, water, or wind. Others grew stronger through innate bone strength. It was as if they were regressing to their ancestral roots, the primordial bloodlines of the human race fully awakening at this moment. In the past, Nuwa had fashioned humanity using the 9 heavens' fertile soil and primordial gourd vines. All materials employed were primordial. Yet the lineage of humanity has declined repeatedly, likely suppressed by the Tao of Heaven itself, for at that time, the Tao of humanity had only just emerged. The human way emerged alongside the birth of the human race. The 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity. Now, the 3 realms have completely merged. The 33 heavens function as the celestial realm, utterly isolated from the chaotic space and primordial earth beyond. During the Age of Decline, when humanity faced its darkest hour, all immortals and deities retreated beyond the 33 heavens. The power of faith barely sustained their immortal forms. That era likely corresponds to the ancient period experienced by humankind. Today, they have entered the 5th solar era. The primordial chaos was utterly shattered, giving rise to the solar epochs. Under the calculations of the Tao, the human race has perished 4 times. Now, the 5th extinction approaches. Heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all creatures as straw dogs. Yet the Great Way is supremely impartial. Of the 50 principles of Heaven's Way, 1 has been withdrawn. This one, the one that remains, may well be humanity's sliver of hope. Like the teachings of the Jie sect, it involves seizing a sliver of heavenly secrets. Chen Xuan resolved he must journey through the underground passage. Suyu's words, however, gradually planted seeds of doubt within him. Venturing into the underground passage may well bring danger. The underground passage isn't only home to Lady Pingxin. Nowadays, Lady Pingxin has long vanished without a trace, and the 10 kings of hell under the great emperor of Yedu have also been secluded for ages. The underworld is now governed solely by the 10 great Yin generals and the judges. If we enter the tunnels, we may also have to face Bodhisattva Ksiddhagarbha. Whether this Bodhisattva is benevolent or malevolent remains unknown. I might have a chance to escape unscathed, but... Chen Xuan trailed off, unable to continue. Suyu bit her red lips slightly, finally steeled her resolve. My dream yesterday has already laid out many things clearly in my mind. This journey to the underworld will be perilous but not fatal. If we truly encounter a situation where death is certain, it means someone is deliberately setting a trap. Discovering it early means neither you nor I will have to endure that torment. Chen Xian's heart trembled slightly. He understood the meaning behind Suyu's words. To this day, Suyu's bloodline remains dormant, yet her mind is constantly flooded with prophecies of all kinds. Each prophecy has proven precise and accurate.
particularly the prophecy that Chen Xuan would ultimately perish at the hands of Qiyu. Fear gnaws at her heart. Suyu must find an answer, and this journey to the underworld is one way to seek it. Chen Xuan gazed directly into Suyu's eyes. He knew that even if he refused, her gentle exterior concealing an indomitable spirit would likely drive her to find a way into the underworld regardless. Rather than risk her going alone, he would accompany her himself. The underworld was likely in utter chaos now. By merging with a small portion of the underground passage's primordial essence, he had already sensed the underworld's upheaval. And in his possession lay fragments of the Book of Life and Death. Very well, then I shall take you with me. We must prepare thoroughly in advance. Chen Xuan placed the tattered page of the Book of Life and Death upon Suyu. Within the desolate and eerie netherworld, it would at least ensure the safety of her soul form. Suyu's soul essence was solidly formed. Even without awakened bloodline power, her innate spiritual essence alone could withstand the underworld's energy assault. The Book of Life and Death fragments served as a safeguard. Should danger arise and he be unable to rescue her in time, it would ensure Suyu's true spirit remained intact. After completing all preparations, Chen Xuan's heart suddenly lurched. He recalled sensing the underworld's upheaval earlier. Yet the source of this disturbance was not the city of the wrongfully deceased. This brought him slight relief, for the consequences originating from that place were too severe even he could not withstand them. Yet a lingering doubt remained within him. The true urgency now lay with the city of the wrongfully deceased. The slightest misstep could trigger a collapse of the underground passages. Are you ready? Suyu nodded softly, then closed her eyes and leaned into Chen Xuan's embrace. Chen Xuan gently patted Suyu's back. Then, his divine spirit left his body. At his current realm, his divine spirit and physical body possessed nearly equal power. Even relying solely on his own human emperor aura could ensure his safety. But Suyu could not do the same. With that gentle pat, Suyu's ethereal true soul form was drawn out by him. Then her form began to sink. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity. When Suyu finally regained her senses, the two of them had arrived before a towering gatehouse. The gate tower loomed high, bearing 3 ancient characters inscribed upon it. Ghost Gate. Chen Xuan sensed the abnormal aura and immediately pulled Suyu back. Chaotic energy surged forth like a massive tornado erupting from a tranquil lake. The vortex surged straight toward them. Chaotic energy, carrying turbulent currents, swept over them in an instant. Chapter 151, The Spirit of Zhong Kuei. Suyu's expression changed abruptly. In that instant, she felt the breath of death confronting her head-on. Only then did she truly grasp the utter chaos that reigned within the underworld. The flower-planting family had previously devised numerous methods to connect with the underworld, even utilizing the former city god temple, yet they received no response whatsoever. She had assumed the underworld might be a fictional construct, existing only within mythological systems. Now she understood. The netherworld had long descended into utter chaos. Chen Xuan dodged the chaotic turbulence, his expression as cold as frost. His gaze now fixed coldly on the spot below. There, a creature with a green face and sharp fangs appeared. Perhaps sensing Chen Xuan was no pushover, it plunged headfirst into the river of the underworld. Chen Xuan paid it no mind. He now pulled Suyu step by step toward the city of the dead. This was the true epicenter of chaos. Yet after taking only a few steps, a fork in the road appeared before him. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped resolutely onto the diverging path. He had now arrived at the first hall among the 10 hells. The Hall of King Qin. This was where the living were judged. As he stepped inside, the hall stood utterly empty, not a single soul in sight, let alone any judges. Who dares enter? How dare you trespass into the underworld? A faint, ethereal voice suddenly echoed, seeming to emanate from all directions. A colossal aura of authority slowly emanated from the void. Chen Xuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A faint, hazy yellow light drifted from within his body. A thin layer of paper materialized above his head. The faint yellow glow emanating from the paper seemed delicate, yet it formed an impenetrable barrier. As the immense pressure surged within the hall, it failed to affect him in the slightest. He watched Suyu step by step, walking deeper inside. It unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Seated upon the throne of King Qin now sat a shadowy figure. His voice was cold and piercing, like thunderclaps. How dare you desecrate the throne of Qin? Die! With that command, the shadowy figure seated in the first hall of the Yin Luo Palace shattered instantly. As if influenced by some divine law, it had not even a moment to react. Chen Xuan knew this power came entirely from the fragment of the Book of Life and Death. He passed through the first hall. The moment he stepped out triggered everything, like an illusion completely dissipating. Previously, he had harbored reservations, but now all doubts vanished. As he witnessed the signatory manifesting 100,000 malevolent spirits, his eyes flashed with an icy, piercing glint. Only now did he truly understand. With the disappearance of Lady Pingxin, the ruler of the underground passage, the 10 kings of hell had vanished as well. The underworld was now controlled by these 100,000 malevolent spirits.
The entire realm teetered on the brink of chaos, and those 10,000 rampaging ghosts now sought to strike him directly. Just as he prepared to invoke the human emperor's decree, summoning the fragment of the Book of Life and Death within him to strike. Suddenly, the Book of Life and Death transmitted a resonant message. His gaze fixed on the 100,000 malevolent spirits, a cold smile gradually spread across his face. He clapped his hands, then lightly tapped his index finger. Before him, the space rippled with faint undulations. Then, a figure slowly materialized. The figure grew increasingly solid, clad in crimson robes, with a ferocious countenance, crowned with a scholar's cap, leopard-like eyes, bushy whiskers, a square mouth, and a lion-like nose. Zhang Kuei. Chen Xuan uttered the 2 words. As if receiving the final stroke to complete a dragon painting, the shadowy figure trembled slightly before abruptly opening its eyes. A brilliant light shone within its eyes. He then knelt on one knee, clasped his fists before his chest, and spoke with a voice like thunder. Zhang Kuei greets His Majesty the Human Emperor. Thank you, Human Emperor, for awakening my true spirit. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the 100,000 malevolent spirits. His face remained serene, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he spoke in a detached tone. What is the meaning of these 100,000 malevolent spirits? And where have the 10 kings of the underworld gone? Zhang Kuei's gaze was equally bewildered. He could only reply, I know not. My memory only holds a sudden daze, followed by falling into the river of the underworld. My true spirit was being eroded until His Majesty the Human Emperor awakened me. Chen Xuan understood that even if he pressed further, he likely wouldn't uncover any more information. With a thoughtful look, he commanded directly, you should sense the authentic aura emanating from me. I represent Lady Pingxin. These 10,000 malevolent spirits are entrusted to you. Can you handle them? Zhang Kuei glanced back. Those 100,000 malevolent spirits had been ferocious demons moments before, yet when confronted by Zhang Kuei, they seemed to face a natural enemy. They couldn't muster any will to resist. Merely sensing his presence triggered an uncontrollable urge to flee, and they scattered in a panic. Zhang Kuei replied without hesitation, Your Imperial Majesty, within 3 hours at most, I shall devour every last one of those 10,000 evil spirits. Chen Xuan wore a satisfied smile as he spoke in a detached tone, Go. The underworld is now overrun with demons and spirits that must be purged. Though the 10 kings of hell are absent, I have encountered the 10 shadow generals. They still live. Summon the 10 shadow generals and reorganize the underworld. Those who dare defy shall be executed without mercy, their souls scattered to the winds, denied even the chance of reincarnation. Zhang Kuei obeys. As his voice faded, his form abruptly swelled hundreds of times larger, resembling a colossal mountain. Turning his back on Chen Xuan, he strode step by step toward the 10 halls. The 10 kings of hell represented the 10 cities of the underworld. Now, with 100,000 malevolent spirits rampaging, the cities had long been thrown into utter chaos. Chen Xuan stood before the first hall. His right hand slowly rose, revealing the river diagram and the Book of Changes in his palm. Alongside the fragment of the Book of Life and Death above his head, he began his calculations. He did not know why Suyu had been affected. Now that they had entered the underworld, with Zhang Kuei's assistance, he needn't worry too much. Though the 100,000 evil spirits appeared fierce, their ferocity was only relative to mortals. Zhang Kuei could devour ghosts. Those 100,000 specters were essentially his sustenance, a true natural counterbalance. Moreover, since ancient times, Zhang Kuei had been the embodiment of justice. Earlier, he had sensed a potent earth energy emanating from Zhang Kuei, suggesting he too had once received guidance from Lady Pingxin. Excellent. As the calculations accelerated, flashes of light seemed to dance before Chen Xuan's eyes. He soon grasped the core of the issue. The city of the wrongfully deceased might indeed erupt in genuine chaos, but it would not happen anytime soon, perhaps not even for another half-year. The current chaos originated elsewhere. His gaze shifted to Suyu, his eyes filled with nothing but affection and tenderness. His voice softened as he spoke, Now that you've witnessed the dangers within the underworld, the task I must undertake next is crucial. I may not have time to attend to you. Chapter 152, Suppression. Suyu's gaze was unwavering. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, I entered the underworld solely to uncover the truth. Whatever you do, you need not concern yourself with me. If the prophecies that keep appearing when my bloodline awakens are true, then this journey holds no danger to my life. But I hope my own prophecies are false. Chen Xuan understood the meaning behind her words. A faint sigh escaped his heart. There were things he could not tell Suyu, that it was the earthly queen who had used the primordial power of the earth to reincarnate him, a man of the human emperor's destiny. The mythical relics he now possessed were sufficient to contend with ordinary immortals. Yet they fell far short of challenging a sage. His advantage lay in binding the entire human race. As long as the human sovereign remained unharmed, even if a sage returned, they would not dare to kill him lightly. Otherwise, during the original tribulation of the deified, the sages would have acted directly. Why bother using the human emperor, King Xin, as a pawn? The human emperor embodies the sovereign of the human way. Yet at this moment, he has not truly solidified his position as the human emperor's destiny.
Perhaps something was still missing, but there was not the slightest sign of it yet. It might require waiting until the mythic era fully descended. But he had no mind to dwell on such matters now. The two surges of evil spirits from the netherworld were caused by a spatial fissure opening beneath the nine hells. This spatial fissure allowed the evil spirits to pass through effortlessly into the human realm. He knew not why this spatial fissure had suddenly formed, resembling a fully stabilized spatial portal that must be utterly destroyed. Otherwise, the malevolent spirits imprisoned in the 18 hells would eventually ravage the mortal realm. Should they escape, the vengeful spirits of the city of the wrongfully deceased would rise in revolt. Then the underground passages would collapse entirely, the order of the 6 realms of rebirth would descend into chaos, and all would revert to primordial chaos. Though the fragment of the Book of Life and Death had been left to Xuyu, it still existed within his soul. Even if he wished to give it to her, the underground passage would not permit it. Whenever trouble arose, it would manifest above his head without fail. As if sensing Chen Xuan's unease, Xuyu offered a gentle smile. Everything that has happened mirrors the prophecy in my dream exactly. Next, you will use the mythical relic to seal the fissure beneath the 9 netherworlds. Then the of countless malevolent spirits will surge forth. Your own human emperor's mandate will easily withstand it, and then I will. Xuyu trailed off, her gaze growing even more resolute. Chen Xuan said nothing more. Since the prophecy did not foretell certain death, he would simply observe closely. He had mentioned earlier that he couldn't spare the attention, but that was merely a precaution. By now, his countermeasures were already set in stone. Since the fragment of the Book of Life and Death could not be bestowed, he would instead attach a thread of his true spirit to Xuyu's soul. Should genuine danger arise, he would sense it immediately. Having fused with the power of the underground passages, within the netherworld, he could appear anywhere with a single thought. Then we shall split up. You go investigate the truth you discovered in your heart, while I must journey to the depths beneath the 9 netherworlds. The summit of the 9 netherworlds lies beneath the 18th layer of hell. This was once the site of the River of the Dead. Before the 6 realms of rebirth were formed, this place was an endless sea of blood. Now that the blood sea has re-emerged, I must suppress it completely. Xuyu nodded gently, her face still adorned with that gentle smile. As they parted ways, Xuyu watched Chen Xuan's figure gradually recede until it vanished. Her beautiful eyes held not a trace of lingering attachment. Her gaze shifted directly toward the city of the wrongfully deceased. Then, her form transformed into a streak of light. Chen Xuan arrived beneath the 9 netherworlds, observing the enormous spatial fissure that had formed there, now solidified into a permanent spatial passageway. The fragment of the Book of Life and Death trembled faintly. Are you telling me that within this stable spatial passage lies a portion of the Book of Life and Death's fragments? Otherwise, how could the passage be so steadfast? He could distinctly sense the Book of Life and Death trembling within his mind. It was as if it were giving him an answer. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, directly entering the front of the spatial passage. A tremendous suction pulled relentlessly, as if attempting to draw him into the spatial fissure. Chen Xuan barely steadied himself on his feet. Now, without further hesitation, the mythical relic within his soul abruptly manifested. The divine needle of the sea, like a pillar supporting the heavens. With overwhelming might, it plunged into the underworld below and shook the heavens above. The moment the divine needle struck the ground, ripples spread through the transparent space. The pulling force lasted barely a few seconds. The divine needle of the sea abruptly expanded, seemingly boundless. The power of the human sovereign, imbued upon it by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, now erupted in full force. Chen Xuan's fingernail drew across his middle finger, a single drop of blood landing upon the divine needle. A towering, surging might abruptly radiated forth. The once stable spatial fissure passage began to gradually collapse, entering a state of continuous fragmentation. Over 10 minutes later, the spatial passage was completely torn apart, and the space returned to stability. Without the power to shatter the spatial barrier, one could never leave the underworld. Now that the 3 realms have merged, returning to primordial chaos, the spatial barriers of this realm were incomparably more formidable than before. Unless one had attained the realm of the great immortal of the primordial chaos, a state equivalent to that of a sage. He had completely sealed off the barrier beneath the 9 netherworlds, blocking the path to the primordial chaos. Yet his actions were akin to drinking wine to quench thirst, a necessary evil, for the entire human race needed time. The more time granted, the faster their strength would grow. The current 100,000 evil spirits might be utterly eradicated by Zhong Kuei and the 10 grading beasts, but things might not unfold as he envisioned. Many things defied expectations. He could only do his utmost. His gaze swept over the depths of the 9 netherworlds before he vanished in a flash. The 9 netherworlds had once been an endless sea of blood and darkness, concealing countless mysteries. Chen Xuan currently lacked the strength to explore it directly. Had his power been sufficient, he would never have departed so soon. He would return in due time. At that moment, his spiritual senses had already pinpointed Xuyu's location. He did not rush to help immediately, but waited quietly. Beneath the 9 hells lay the most primordial malevolent energy in this world, and a place sharing a similar essence was the River of Oblivion. At this moment, Suyu had already arrived upon the river of oblivion. Step by step, she crossed it. Her true spirit was being steadily eroded. Her once pure and flawless spirit body was now gradually turning a deep, dark black. Yet within Suyu's heart, a sliver of light persisted like a beam of radiance piercing the abyss, steadfastly shielding her mind from corruption. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. He had discerned the crux of the matter. If Suyu continued walking, once she crossed the river of oblivion, she would reach the bridge of no return, then drink Mengpo's soup, and finally arrive at the terrace of longing for home. She would truly forget everything. Chapter 153, The Nine Phoenixes of the Witch Clan. Chen Xian's figure materialized above the river of oblivion. Though the netherworld was in chaos, the river itself remained eerily still, its surface untroubled. Not a single vengeful spirit dared approach. The moment he landed, an inexplicable aura emanated from him. Forgotten River was formed from boundless energy and resentment. No matter how powerful one's cultivation, landing on its surface would cause relentless corrosion of both cultivation and mind, rendering one completely unable to wield their true strength. Endless resentment clung like maggots to bone, relentlessly devouring him. Images from his past life surfaced in Chen Xian's mind, and a thread of resentment slowly began to grow within his heart, like a seed taking root and sprouting. He hadn't taken a single step, his form seemed frozen in place. Just as his mind began to dissolve, the deepest recesses of his heart recalled the person he cherished most. His eyes snapped open. The aura of the human emperor erupted from his body like impenetrable armor, violently expelling the shattered chi. At that moment, he could clearly sense the endless wails of countless vengeful spirits beneath the river of oblivion. These were souls long forgotten, their resentment now completely fused with the river itself. Their resentment now influenced all living beings. Chen Xian's thoughts flickered, and the tattered pages of the Book of Life and Death materialized around him. The resplendent might of the Tao manifested. He took a step forward, his foot touching the waters of the river of oblivion. Yet the river, formed from the condensed evil energy, vanished instantly, like snow melting under the scorching sun. Wherever he passed, the waters of the river of oblivion parted of their own accord. Yet in his eyes, Suyu's figure vanished. It felt as though in the vastness of heaven and earth, he stood alone. Still upon the river of oblivion, such were the rules of the underground passage. Once one stepped into the waters of the river of oblivion, eternal descent into the underworld was inevitable. The Book of Life and Death was one of the three supreme treasures of the underground passage, yet it could only protect his soul. What filled his heart with even greater urgency was Suyu's safety. His cultivation and strength had been severely compromised by the waters of the river of oblivion. Suyu's safety had become an obsession in his heart. Countless forgotten souls and crystallized resentments drifted in the river's depths. Even with the Book of Life and Death, one of the underworld passage's three great treasures, he still faced immense peril. Especially as wisps of resentment continuously emerged from the crystals, slowly coiling toward him. Chen Xian understood he could not continue. Otherwise, even with the Book of Life and Death protecting him, he might still be doomed to eternal damnation in the realm of Yama. Thoughts churned relentlessly within him until suddenly, a glimmer of possibility dawned. He halted his advance. Instead, he crossed his legs and sat upon the river's surface. Soon, a cauldron materialized in his hands. This cauldron was the very alchemy furnace used by Yinglong after tasting hundreds of herbs. He held the furnace aloft with one hand, igniting the threefold true fire. From the vast storehouse within his sleeves, he gathered over a dozen medicinal herbs and placed them all into the furnace. Within mere minutes, he could distinctly sense the herbs inside the furnace being continuously purified and refined. Once the dozen herbs were fully refined, he infused the 5 elements' power into the mixture. Next came the condensation of the elixir. Within the Divine Farmer's 100 Herbs Classic, there was a specific elixir that could keep one's spirit clear and lucid, impervious to external influences. This pill was called the Clear Mind Pill. As he underwent a complete transformation, the moment the pill materialized, a rainbow-hued radiance erupted from the alchemy furnace. Success! Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with joy as he rose and retrieved a single pill from the furnace. Instead of swallowing it immediately, he held it above his head, where it emitted continuous streams of luminous light. With that luminous glow, the evil energies within the river of oblivion could no longer corrode him. Now, all Chen Xian could see was endless darkness, yet the Book of Life and Death provided him guidance. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. He even began to doubt whether the scene he had witnessed earlier might have been an illusion. Even if Suyu had reached the waters of the river of oblivion, she could not maintain her spiritual clarity for long. She must have been bewitched by the waters of the river of oblivion. With these thoughts in mind, his pace quickened. After traversing roughly half a dozen layers, he arrived at a stone platform. This was the Bridge of No Return. The Bridge of No Return now lay in utter ruin, a shattered span of stone. Chen Xian scanned the scene. Indeed, as he had seen, Suyu's figure was nowhere to be found in the surging river. Yet, he could still faintly sense the bond between himself and Suyu. Suyu was not here. Yet he was utterly astonished. Why did this place exert such a powerful pull on him? Could it be that within the waters of the River of Oblivion lay a fragment of Suyu's true spirit that she had once lost? He couldn't fathom it, yet he sensed that Xuyu knew she would come here. Now, he waited upon the bridge of no return. The Naiha bridge could block the waters of the River of Oblivion. Waiting here posed no danger to him, and he had stowed away the Qingming pill. Should he see Xuyu, he would certainly offer her one, otherwise, crossing the Naiha bridge would prove impossible. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly felt something. His gaze snapped toward a spot not far away. There, the waters of the River of Oblivion were boiling, as if scalding hotter than boiling water. What's happening? As the words left his lips, a colossal figure emerged from the waters of the River of Oblivion. The colossal form was entirely composed of the black waters of the River of Oblivion. I am the Nine Phoenix. Who has awakened me? The sudden voice made Chen Xuan's heart race. The Great Witch of the Witch Clan, second only to the 12 ancestral witches. Moreover, it was the pillar of the Witch Clan. Legend held that the 9 phoenixes were female great witches, possessing formidable combat prowess so great that even the war god Xingtian could not stand against them. Of course, that was merely a legend from the mythic era. It might very well be true. This sudden voice left Chen Xuan puzzled. He hadn't done anything. Could it be that he had awakened the 9 phoenixes, the Great Witch of the Witch Clan? The thought barely formed before he dismissed it entirely. He possessed no treasures of the Witch Clan. The earthly passage's treasures were gifts from the passage itself. Although the Parallel Empress was one of the 12 ancestral witches, since she had sacrificed herself to the cycle of reincarnation and become a sage of the earthly passage, she had completely severed ties with the earthly passage. A single inscription, just a few simple words, stated, Hetu no longer belongs to the Witch Clan. Yet these few words spoke volumes. Were it not for the Lady of Equanimity, the last bloodline of the Witch Clan would have vanished completely. The Great Witch Jiuzhou was one of the few surviving great witches of the Witch Clan. Now she has been awakened and beneath the River of Oblivion, no less. This signifies that even the Great Witch Jiuzhou has fallen. What on earth had transpired? Why would even a great shaman of the Witch Clan perish within the underworld? His heart churned like a raging storm. When he saw the figure before Jiuzhou, he sprang to his feet. Chapter 154, City of the Wrongfully Deceased. Chen Xuan had initially thought he was hallucinating, his mind clouded by the waters of the River of Oblivion. But now, he saw that slender figure with his own eyes. It was Xuyu, standing before the great shaman Jiuzhou. Compared to the Wuzhu, Suyu's form was like that of a human versus an ant. Yet now, Suyu's spirit body was as black as ink, yet within her spirit platform, a pure, jade-like white holy light shone faintly. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes filled entirely with sacred radiance. I too know not why I have awakened you. You are an ancient spirit who once drifted in the River of Oblivion. Perhaps it was the bloodline within me that summoned you, for today the heavens, earth, and human realms are in turmoil. I too am seeking to reclaim my true spirit. The immense form of the Great Witch Jiuzhou gazed silently at Xuyu. After a long while, the figure dissolved into a streak of light and slipped into Suyu's body. The voice lingered slowly. I shall lend you my strength. The underworld is the last refuge for the Witch Clan. I fight for the Witch Clan, undaunted by 100 deaths. As the words faded, Xuyu took a step forward, landing upon the shattered Naiha bridge. Chen Xuan locked eyes with Xuyu. The sacred white light radiating from Suyu's eyes stirred an almost instinctive urge to worship within Chen Xuan. Yet, the surge of purity within him was instantly suppressed, for flowing through his veins was the bloodline of the human emperor. His destiny was also that of the human emperor. His exalted status as the sovereign of humanity meant he could not be swayed so easily. Who exactly are you? He voiced the question, his heart trembling slightly. His greatest fear was that Xuyu had been completely overwhelmed by her past life's memories. He had overheard their earlier exchange. Reclaim the true spirit. Xuyu could only be considered a fragment of the true spirit. Who exactly was her former self? Yet in their standoff, all he saw was a mysterious smile flicker across Suyu's face before her eyes closed and her body slowly collapsed. Chen Xuan hurriedly caught Xuyu in his arms. His brow furrowed deeper. Perhaps Xuyu had found the answer she sought. Was he the true Xuyu? The outcome remained uncertain, but he couldn't allow Xuyu to remain in the underworld any longer. He chanted a spell, then channeled his spiritual energy. Raising his palm, he formed his fingers into a sword and sliced open a spatial fissure. This was only possible because he harnessed the power of the underground passage, allowing him to accomplish it with such ease. Suyu's true spirit was sent back to the mortal world. He also left behind a single phrase. Wait for my return. Now he must uncover the root cause of the chaos plaguing the underworld. If it cannot be stopped in time, it could lead to the underworld's complete collapse, and the 6 realms of reincarnation would plunge back into chaos. The primordial chaos would likewise crumble. The restless spirits, with nowhere to rest, would gather the malevolent energies between heaven and earth. When this boundless malevolence reached a critical mass, the primordial continent would shatter completely. The very space created by Pangu when he split heaven and earth would revert to chaos. This is the terrifying nature of the boundless calamity. Even within this lies the calculation of the Tao of heaven. For the Tao of Heaven to ascend to the Great Tao, this was the only path. With Suyu returned to the mortal realm to dissolve their bond, Chen Xuan now faced no lingering concerns. The Qingming pill materialized while the boiling waters of the River of Oblivion relentlessly battered the Bridge of Forgetfulness. The Bridge of No Return grew increasingly damaged, seeming unable to hold out much longer. Yet no matter how decayed its structure, it now stood like a pillar supporting the heavens within the river, immovable. Chen Xuan crossed the Bridge of Forgetfulness, reaching its end only to behold a colossal figure there. According to the records of the mythical era, Mengpa should be present on the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Yet Mengpa was nowhere to be seen. Only the immense hybrid entity remained. He couldn't even begin to describe this hybrid creature. Its entire body seemed fused from countless clay figures, and the enormous monster bore countless human faces. Yet every face bore an utterly grotesque expression, none resembling a normal human being. It felt as though someone had molded clay figures, but every single one was a failed attempt. Chen Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed danger emanating from that creature. The countless clay figures, molded from earth, radiated a primordial aura. Decay and imperfection were the most fitting descriptions. The surrounding mist began to slowly gather and disperse. The black mist continuously affected Chen Xian's senses, making him feel as though he was drifting further away from the Bridge of Forgetfulness. His mind was once again being overwhelmed. The Qingming pill appeared above his head. He placed one in his mouth. When he opened his eyes again, the failed creation still loomed before him, closing in ever closer. Finger-like appendages were about to touch him. In an instinctive surge of strength, the precious artifact, the fragment of the Book of Life and Death, materialized around him. Yet that finger effortlessly pierced through all defenses, pointing directly at him. Even as he desperately tried to stop it, his efforts proved futile. Immediately after, they felt a flood of memories surge before their eyes. Finally, he slowly understood where this thing before him truly came from. So you are one of Nuwa's failed experiments from her early days of creating humanity. She used you as a test subject, fashioning you from 9 heavens, earth and 3 lights, divine water. Yet after creating you, she did not dispose of you. Instead, she discarded you outright. Chen Xuan murmured to himself. He lifted his head once more, gazing at the colossal relic of creation formed by countless failed clay figures fused together, his eyes filled with pity. Here, you developed sentience. Countless vengeful spirits clung to you, forming a force of resentment. Yet, a leaf from the innate gourd vine clung to your body, shielding you from that hatred. If you're willing, come with me. As he spoke, he raised a finger. The brain-like creature's remains were effortlessly drawn into the pocket dimension within his sleeve. This object was not a living being, yet it possessed its own vitality. Chen Xuan couldn't quite define what this thing truly was. Back when Nuwa created humanity, she had conducted numerous experiments, gaining profound insights into the way of creation. Yet before that, many failed prototypes had not been properly disposed of. The 9 heavens breath soil was already considered a supreme treasure on this primordial continent, and these remnants of creation were even more extraordinary, formed from the 9 heavens breath soil as their body, the 3 lights holy water as their veins, and a leaf from the innate gourd vine as their core. It was inherently a primordial treasure, bearing remnants of the way of creation. Chen Xuan stowed away the remnant and continued walking forward. Yet after taking only a few steps, the light before his eyes abruptly shifted, and he found himself stepping into a spatial fold. When he reappeared, he found himself before the gates of the city of the wrongfully deceased. Gazing at the massive plaque and hearing the incessant wails and sobs emanating from within, his brows furrowed deeply. It seemed this realm of the underworld also held hidden schemes. It was likely a deliberate attempt to lure him here, but the city of the wrongfully dead was indeed the true epicenter of chaos. He would see what exactly was happening here. Chapter 155, The Thousand-Faced Ghost King. The instant Chen Xian's footsteps crossed the threshold of the city of the wrongfully dead, space abruptly warped. Before him appeared ranks upon ranks of phalanxes. They wielded ancient spears, clad in tattered armor, their bodies radiating an endless, ceaseless aura of Yin energy. Chen Xuan could sense their aura concentrated, like the resentment gathered in the river of forgetfulness. The ghost soldiers have mutated. No wonder no more souls find release in the city of the dead. I never imagined the waters of the river of forgetfulness would have eroded this far. Chen Xuan stepped forward slowly, the malevolent aura of the 9 netherworlds swirling around him. The seemingly endless horde of shadow soldiers now radiated an aura condensed to its absolute peak, darkening the sky like a shadow. Chen Xuan distinctly felt his own tunnel power being gradually suppressed. Could the root of the underworld's chaos lie within you? But who is truly responsible for all this? It surely cannot be you. His voice remained calm, yet his mind raced with careful deliberation. If the solution were truly this simple, his journey through the underworld might proceed smoothly. He understood this was merely the outskirts of the city of the wrongfully deceased. Even in this outlying region, such a terrifying array of shadow soldiers existed, and they were all mutated. Release even one, and it would unleash endless peril upon the mortal realm. The primordial continent now appeared reborn, yet the mighty beings of old had not fully revived. The mythic era's restoration nearly reclaimed the true spirits these beings once possessed.
As spiritual energy gradually faded from the world, many powerful masters chose to seal their true spirits and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Through reincarnation, they slumbered generation after generation. When the spiritual energy revives, their true spirits will slowly awaken. Memories from this life may influence past lives, but the essence of their former true spirits remains dominant unless their current cultivation surpasses their former heights. Yet it is exceedingly difficult to achieve. When one's cultivation reaches a certain realm, the true spirit awakens naturally. Chen Xuan sensed that the troubles of this path were no less than those of the human path. How many schemes lay hidden within? Lady Pingxin had simply tossed the secret passage to him before vanishing as if she'd never been there. Chen Xuan could only step forward. Having entered this place, there was no turning back. Kill! 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 A deafening roar suddenly erupted from within the phantom army formation. Those voices seemed to emanate from the deepest fears of the soul. Even Chen Xuan felt a faint tremor within his heart upon hearing them. It seems you've completely lost your minds. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep you alive any longer. What a pity. You were once the shadow soldiers of the underworld. Chen Xuan held nothing back. The Xuanyuan Sword appeared in his hand, the righteous power of the mortal world surging through him. The relentless Nine Netherworld malevolence that sought to overwhelm him now melted away like ice under the scorching sun, slowly but surely dissipating. Break! Chen Xuan swung the Xuanyuan Sword downward in a single, decisive strike. The formation of mutated shadow soldiers, radiating murderous intent that pierced the heavens, coalesced into a single figure. The figure wielded a spear, advancing toward Chen Xuan with seemingly boundless might. Yet at the very instant of contact, the power of the human emperor manifested upon the Xuanyuan Sword in Chen Xuan's grasp, infused with righteous energy. The righteous power of the mortal realm could only barely withstand the malevolent energy from the 9 netherworlds. The emperor's journey ensured Chen Xuan's own safety, while the righteous energy emanating from Chen Xuan himself was the greatest nemesis of the 9 netherworlds' malevolence. The righteous energy of heaven and earth flows through all forms. Chen Xuan uttered these ancient words. The Xuanyuan Sword seemed coated in a layer of pure white radiance, starkly contrasting with the pitch-black, profound 9 nether malevolence. Golden human emperor power shielded Chen Xuan's entire body. The righteous power of the mortal world coiled around his form. Die! The single word erupted. The 9 netherworld's malevolent energy, condensed from countless specter soldiers, was instantly scattered. Chen Xuan yearned to unleash a single sword strike. The 3 forces merged into one, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword aura that swept through all obstacles, leaving no foe standing. The murderous aura formed by countless specter soldiers was utterly shattered in that instant, and those sinister plots dissipated like fine grains of sand carried away by a gentle breeze. Just as he prepared to sheath the Xuanyuan Sword and press onward, a vast expanse of pitch-black, deep mist suddenly surged forth from the ground. The fine grains of sand that had been the countless ghost soldiers now continuously gathered toward the deep mist, swiftly coalescing into an immense black figure. That figure seemed to bear countless faces, each reflecting a different expression, yet every one of those expressions was twisted in agony. Chen Xuan could distinctly sense a thick aura of malevolence emanating from the colossal form. Kill! A single word, yet it echoed as if shouted by countless voices simultaneously. Chen Xuan recalled having seen a similar form somewhere before. His expression froze momentarily, his brow furrowing deeply. The thousand-faced Ghost King. A conglomeration of resentment born from countless vengeful spirits. Chen Xuan did not retreat, for he knew this entity's power. The thousand-faced Ghost King disrupted minds and defiled true spirits. Once tainted by its resentment, even a great immortal would find salvation difficult. He recited the words of ancient sages in his mind, his righteous energy coalescing into tangible form. The thousand-faced Ghost King struck in an instant. A colossal palm, like a titanic hand reaching for the heavens, crashed down toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan merely closed his eyes slightly and recited the ode to righteousness. His voice seemed to form a unique force, merging with his own righteous energy. After the giant hand struck down, it was as if snow had been thrown into molten lava. The dense, malevolent aura of the 9 netherworlds and the boundless resentment vaporized instantly. Chen Xuan opened his eyes, not drawing the Xuanyuan Sword. Instead, he formed his fingers into a sword and pointed toward the thousand-faced Ghost King. The thousand-faced Ghost King's palm vanished completely, leaving only a bare arm. Yet the instant he withdrew his hand, countless strands of deep, black mist coalesced once more, restoring his palm to its former shape. Yet when Chen Xuan's sword finger pointed directly at him, it seemed to sense the most terrifying dread imaginable. Even the thousand-faced Ghost King felt fear in that moment, his feet involuntarily retreating. His speed was still too slow. The righteous energy condensed by the sword finger pierced his forehead in an instant, faster than a beam of light. The colossal shadow froze in place, as if paused by an invisible button, unable to move an inch. At that very instant, Chen Xuan withdrew his finger. Immediately, the immense shadow began to glow with a faint white light emanating from within. The righteous energy now transformed into an endless barrage of sword beams. They pierced directly through the black shadow's body, and on every agonized face adorning its form, a sword chi tore through, obliterating them.
Chen Xuan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Had the righteous energy of the ancient sages failed to subdue the Ghost King, he might have had to retreat from the city of the wrongfully deceased and devise a new plan. Suddenly, he spotted an object lying on the ground, causing his pupils to contract slightly. Chapter 156, The Dark Sorcerer. The colossal black form of the thousand-faced Ghost King shattered completely. A black rhombic crystal then fell to the ground. Chen Xuan stepped forward and beckoned with his hand. The black crystal landed in his palm. A single glance downward allowed him to sense the purest, most extreme yin energy in existence. It felt like the yin energy of hell itself had solidified into tangible form. He knew this was the crystallization of resentment he had obtained after purifying all the hatred. Having purged all resentment, the crystal contained only the purest essence of the soul. This object held immense benefit for anyone capable of directly enhancing soul power. Chen Xuan clasped it in his palm and stowed it away in his sleeve. Instead of advancing further, he turned, his gaze fixed behind him, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Hiding like a turtle in its shell back there? Now that I've dealt with the thousand-faced Ghost King, you're eager to come out and reap the rewards? Come out. As his voice faded, the black screens began to converge toward this location. Their bodies carried the energy of the living. Clearly belonging to the human race, their lives were not yet completely extinguished, they were not mere soul entities. Who would have thought someone would actually enter this netherworld by sacrificing their life? I don't know whether to call you foolish or brave. Chen Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as still and unreadable as stagnant water. The shadowy figures gradually solidified, their features and appearances becoming distinctly visible. Some possessed blue eyes, their skin an eerie pallor, their hair dyed in unnatural hues. A black cross-shaped mark was etched upon their foreheads. The moment he saw them, Chen Xuan guessed their identities. His eyebrows twitched slightly. So it's the Dark Church after all. You should have been dealt with by the Illuminati, like stray dogs. Yet you dare to infiltrate the underworld. Who gave you the audacity? His voice remained icy cold, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Yet an icy, deathly aura emanated from him, locking onto the group. There were over 30 of them, and the one stepping forward now was their leader. He clasped his hands together, bowed deeply toward Chen Xuan, and spoke in stiff, formal language. Your Imperial Majesty, we have long heard of your deeds. Today we have risen up with a thousand-faced Ghost King, and to swiftly welcome back the Dark God of our Dark Church. We understand you bear a grudge against the Light Society. We can join forces to confront them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a famous saying in your land. I can help you resist the Illuminati together. We can be natural allies. Chen Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice dripped with disdain. I dislike beating around the bush. State your purpose plainly. And I won't waste much time on you either. You have 10 seconds. The leader of the Dark Church gritted his teeth. He had never encountered such an insolent individual. This man clearly held him in utter contempt. But the overwhelming might Chen Xuan had unleashed moments ago still echoed in his mind. Moreover, an utterly terrifying force emanated from Chen Xuan's very being. Even now, he couldn't fathom how that power had been formed. Otherwise, he would have struck long ago. Why would he stand here exchanging such nonsense? He had no intention of hiding his true purpose after all, his goal was the soul essence of the thousand-faced Ghost King. Your Majesty, we can serve as your foot soldiers against the Illuminati. But we need that crystal in your possession, it can summon our Dark God. Only when the great Dark God descends can we utterly eradicate those hypocritical Illuminati members. Chen Xuan responded with a faint, mocking smile. In plain terms, you're trying to take advantage of the chaos. Do you think my power is too depleted? Do you think the righteous energy has vanished from my body, that I'm nothing but a spent force? They offered no reply, but their eyes betrayed their thoughts. Including the leader of that dark cult, he had no desire to fight Chen Xuan to the bitter end, and he did indeed harbor thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos. Among those who had come here with them was the Nanyang sorcerer. However, they were not acting in concert. Their primary objective was to locate the thousand-faced Ghost King and then devise a way to obtain the soul essence. Both factions sought to summon back the deities they worshipped. Now that they had glimpsed the soul essence, and without needing to lift a finger, someone else had already dealt with the most troublesome thousand-faced Ghost King for them. They believed that even if Chen Xuan was the esteemed emperor, how much power could he possibly wield within the underworld? At the very least, since arriving here, they had been utterly unable to absorb the yin energy. Those energies were far too troublesome. Even after absorbing them into their bodies, they could feel the bone-chilling cold that sucked the marrow from their bones. Earlier, one of their own had absorbed that pure, malevolent power. In the end, he personally delivered the other to a release. To confront the thousand-faced Ghost King, Chen Xuan needed to expend his righteous energy. Upright righteousness was difficult to accumulate. He had to constantly recite the words of ancient sages to wield it. This was because his destiny was that of the human emperor. Otherwise, only the most upright scholars could integrate such righteous energy into themselves. At this moment, he naturally did not wish to waste his righteous energy on these people. A cold, mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze shifted elsewhere. Your reinforcements have arrived. The Dark Church members snapped to attention, following Chen Xuan's gaze. From the thick black mist, several figures slowly emerged. Though few in number, they radiated an intensely malevolent aura. They were the Nanyang sorcerers. The black crystal appeared in Chen Xuan's hand. Everyone sensed its icy aura but detected nothing unusual. You've guessed correctly. My internal power reserves are severely depleted, yet I must continue investigating the issues within the city of the wrongfully dead. If you desire what I hold, so be it. I possess only one crystal, while you represent two factions. If you attack me directly, I can take all of you with me. While I'll suffer some consequences myself, hindering my future investigations, the soul essence in my hand holds little value to me anyway. His gaze drifted between the two groups as he spoke. Why not just fight for it? Whoever wins, it's theirs. He flicked his wrist, and the black crystal hovered motionless in midair. The dense, malevolent energy of the 9 netherworlds slowly coalesced around the black crystal. This black crystal was not a soul essence at all. It was a resentment crystal he had extracted from the River of Oblivion when he crossed it, bearing a striking resemblance to the essence of a Hunan soul. Chapter 157, Overestimation. Chen Xuan had retrieved the resentment crystal from the River of Oblivion, intending to bring it directly back to the science park for research into its energy composition. He had retrieved more than one, storing them all within his sleeve world. Yet neither faction detected any difference. Now they too harbored doubts. Had the human emperor truly exhausted his strength? Why else would he so readily surrender the soul essence? Soul essence held immense value for any cultivator, whether human emperor or heretic practitioner, as it could be used to enhance one's soul power. It represented the purest essence of the soul's primal power. Now, their eyes burned with searing greed. Regardless of what Chen Xuan was up to, they were consumed by the desire to seize the soul essence for themselves. Chen Xuan, however, stepped aside, observing the standoff between the two sides with keen interest. His voice was cold and detached as he declared, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The opportunity lies before you now. Whoever wins, the soul essence belongs to you. But if you lose, prepare to remain in hell forever. And if you lack the will to fight, I can find someone else to join you in this little game." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Before them materialized a bizarre figure, as if countless clay sculptures had fused together. Perhaps its original form was Mangpa, but now it revealed its true essence. The instant it appeared, the overwhelmingly dark and evil energy radiating from it caused the others' expressions to change abruptly. This bizarre figure alone could match the combined strength of their entire faction. The sorcerer's expression grew increasingly grave as his gaze shifted directly to the Dark Church beside him. The implication was unmistakable. The leader of the Dark Church clenched his teeth and gave a slight nod. Their exchange of glances did not escape Chen Xuan's notice. He had used the fake soul essence to deceive both sides, merely to toy with them. He also wanted to see if any other factions would get involved. To ward off external threats, one must first secure the interior. If someone behind the scenes kept stirring trouble, he would certainly need to eliminate these nuisances completely first. Earlier, when sensing those figures rapidly approaching, his divine soul had already assessed their strength. Even with a single finger, he could effortlessly crush them. But eliminating these individuals wouldn't prevent other factions from emerging. His current strategy was to lure the snake out of its hole. Thus, he directly summoned Mengpo's true form of 1,000 faces. Should anyone scheme against him now, they would also doubt whether the righteous energy within him had been completely depleted. After all, given his nature, if he could resolve matters with a single decisive move, he would never waste time with such opponents. Yet now he remained motionless, observing from the sidelines. If any hidden conspirators lurked, this was their prime moment to strike. Kill. The Dark Sorcerer began forming seals with both hands. The members of the Dark Church were equally busy. Their expressions had grown grim as they continuously summoned wisps of black mist from within their bodies, which rapidly coalesced before them. That black mist was the collective resentment of countless souls they had painstakingly accumulated over time. To absorb every concept within a soul, they first had to help the person release their inner darkness, then gradually consume their spirit. Human emotions could sometimes be immense forces. The feelings born from the 7 emotions and 6 desires were also a form of faith. Chen Xuan had already discerned the essence of this energy. While seemingly similar to the yin energy of the underworld, it was fundamentally different. The malevolent aura of the River of Oblivion and the 9 hells in the underworld all stemmed from the purest evil within souls. The Dark Church members before him, however, fed on the greed born within human souls. A faint curve touched his lips as his gaze shifted to the Dark Sorcerer. The sorcerers hailed from Nanyang, their origins traceable to ancient times. Chen Xuan could even discern which specific sect they practiced from. Yet like those sorcerers, these practitioners ultimately betrayed their masters and ancestors. Or perhaps their founding masters had only grasped superficial knowledge, passing down such unreliable arts. Their original intent was to harness the yin energy of the underworld for their own purposes, planning to set up an array right where they stood. But by now, Chen Xuan had lost all interest in them. His voice was as cold as a blade. "Is this the extent of your abilities? I had overestimated you.
Now I see just how utterly foolish you truly are. With your abilities, you actually dare to venture into the underworld, and not just any venture, but a true descent into the realm itself. This is something only the primordial continent could produce, otherwise, you simply wouldn't possess the strength for it. What a pity. You still don't understand yourselves well enough. His voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet both sides now fixed their gaze entirely upon Chen Xuan. Yet they could not see Chen Xuan, for standing before him was none other than Mengpo's true form, the thousand-faced one. Chen Xuan smiled indifferently. It seems you haven't grasped the meaning behind my words. I suspect you've been manipulated by someone else. I'm not inclined to expose the truth for you, nor do I wish to investigate who's behind this. Because it's insignificant. If he possessed the strength to take me down, why resort to such underhanded, shadowy tactics behind the scenes? At that moment, both the dark sorcerers and the members of the Dark Church exchanged glances. Deep within, they were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Now everyone realized they'd provoked a formidable presence. They'd thought that once the human emperor arrived in the underworld, coupled with someone stirring things up, they'd be tempted. It was only through mythical relics that they could increase their numbers in the underworld. Little did they expect that upon arriving in the netherworld, they would encounter Chen Xuan standing outside the city of the wrongfully deceased and witness the essence of souls described in ancient texts. Their first thought was how to seize the soul essence. Possessing the soul essence would allow them, even if unused, to summon the illusory forms of their revered deities. They believed these projections would dominate the primordial lands, for they had already managed to suppress Chen Xuan. But reality often surpassed their imagination. Now, they were afraid. The Desecration Alliance, formed by remnants of the Dark Church and Southeast Asian sorcerers. A brief three-way battle ensued. Battle Ascension, Chen Xuan channeled the pure yang energy of the demon-slaying sword, triggering a resonance projection from the 9 provinces cauldron. Purifying light flooded the area. The sword spirit of the demon-slaying sword Lu Zhu revealed a faint will for the first time, murmuring, "Sweep away the demons." Chapter 158, Mengpo's thousand-faced true form. Chen Xuan wore a mocking half-smile as he uttered 2 words indifferently. Is that all? Yet these 2 words carried such profound insult that both sides gritted their teeth in fury. Deep down, they knew full well that confronting Chen Xuan head-on was unwise. Because they were simply no match for him. Chen Xuan was like a cat toying with a mouse. No matter how much resentment boiled within them, neither faction dared erupt on the spot. They certainly didn't want to be permanently banished to hell. Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered wasting time with them now. He waved his hand dismissively. Mengpa, we need scouts right away. Just make them forget their current memories and send them straight into the city of the wrongfully dead. I'm rather curious to see how this city of the wrongfully dead reacts after just processing a new batch of souls. Mengpa hesitated not a moment, charging straight ahead. Both factions were utterly flustered by Mengpo's thousand-faced true form. Yet they managed to hold their ground. The Dark Church had summoned the fallen god to possess them, and behind them, wings began to emerge fluttering like those of a bird. Chen Xuan watched silently, his gaze as calm as still water. The Dark Sorcerer treated his own body as a relay station. They continuously absorbed the 9 netherworlds' malevolent energy from the void. Soon, even they themselves were nearing their limits, feeling utterly overloaded. Yet, by the time they wanted to stop, it was already too late. Their bodies swelled relentlessly. Just as they neared their breaking point, faint illusions began to materialize around them. These shadowy figures took on various forms, evoking a chill in Chen Xuan. Just as he suspected, these sorcerers had only scratched the surface of their craft, yet they dared to act so brazenly before him. Did they truly believe those overseas deities could offer any protection? His gaze turned icy cold, needing no words. Mengpo's thousand-faced true form hadn't even unleashed its full power. Within those 2 minutes of charging forward, strands of black liquid began to seep from its form. The black liquid instantly coalesced into an ethereal cauldron. The black liquid flowed continuously into the cauldron, then emitted an irresistible scent that pierced directly into one's soul. They had long prepared their defenses, yet none anticipated such an occurrence. Confusion gradually clouded their eyes. Mengpo's true form, with 1,000 faces, now transformed into a stooped old crone. The people drew closer and closer, their gazes growing increasingly dazed. A bowl materialized directly in Mengpo's hand, while a wooden ladle appeared in her other. She scooped a spoonful of the black broth from the cauldron. The liquid fell into the bowl, which she then handed directly to the first person who approached. Without a hint of caution, he lifted the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. His eyes grew even more vacant, as if he had already forgotten all his memories. He was a member of the Dark Church. Finally, the others followed. Only the leader of the Dark Church could barely resist this spell, his eyes now filled with extreme terror. His gaze was filled with disbelief and horror. His voice trembled like a sieve. Who are you? Chen Xuan smiled faintly. You still don't know who I am? After all, this isn't our first encounter. Your shadow has been present in many past events. I simply couldn't be bothered to hunt down you vermin of the Dark Church. After all, your existence is nothing but filth that shouldn't see the light of day. Cleaning up after you feels like dragging my own status down.
I'd even considered keeping you around to balance the scales against the Illuminati. And this is the result? Chen Xian's voice remained as calm as an ancient, still well. Yet within his gaze, a cold, murderous intent gradually surfaced. He truly had no desire to waste any more time with these people. With a light wave of his hand, the leader of the Dark Church attempted to flee, but the instant he turned, an invisible chain of force bound him. Chen Xian appeared before him. Now he was truly sober. But before he could react, a bowl of blackish liquid was thrust into his face. Meng Po's bowl slammed directly against his lips, leaving him no chance to resist. He desperately wanted to beg for mercy, knowing he was no match for Chen Xian. Chen Xian hadn't expended much energy at all earlier. Dealing with him now was like crushing a little chick. Alas, before the terrified cry could escape his throat, it was already choked off by Meng Po's soup. As the soup descended into his stomach, his memories began to dissolve and vanish. The terror in his eyes faded, replaced by a blank, icy stare. At that moment, the souls of those present slowly drifted out from their physical forms. As for their physical bodies, it seemed the force of the earth itself suppressed them. Cracks appeared in the ground, sucking the corpses into the depths. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped the situation. But he did not reveal it immediately. Instead, he beckoned softly to Meng Pa. Meng Pa transformed into a streak of light, flying into Chen Xian's spatial ring. Before Chen Xian stood the members of the Dark Church and the South Sea Sorcerers. Their spirits had now completely departed their physical forms, slowly making their way toward the city. As if the city of the wrongfully dead held a fatal attraction for them. Chen Xian followed behind. At this moment, he simply wanted to see what secrets lay within the city of the wrongfully dead. His pace was unhurried, yet he had barely taken 10 steps. A bizarre phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. Those dozen souls vanished before his eyes, as if swept into the river of time. Before him lay the same desolate, crumbling road. Looking up, he found himself once again before the gates of the city of the wrongfully dead. The plaque suspended high above hung in tatters, as if weathered by countless years of frost and snow. Streaking across it were a dozen deep cracks. The cracks seemed forcibly blasted open by brute force. This plaque represented the entire city of wrongful death. If it shattered completely, it would signify the collapse of one of the 10 great cities of the underworld. Following that would be the complete annihilation of the entire passageway. Chen Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He wasn't sure if he had already fallen into the erase trap, but at this moment, he felt as if he were drifting through the river of time. No matter how he responded, time would eventually correct everything. His words seemed futile, yet deep within, he was consumed by contemplation. How should he respond to this sudden upheaval? Chapter 159, Zhong Kuei's Ghost-Catching Painting. Chen Xian's brows remained furrowed. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. His divine consciousness summoned the power of the human emperor. His true spirit bore the destiny of the human emperor, and now his true form was anchored within the underworld. The power of the human emperor surged skyward. His true body atop Mount Buzhou trembled slightly. Suyu stood guard around Chen Xian, her eyes filled with worry. She had indeed uncovered the truth. Her true spirit was no ordinary mortal, it had once been a divine being. She had recovered fragments of her past memories, yet the outcome differed from her own prophecy. In her dream prophecy, she was supposed to return alongside Chen Xian. Yet now, only she had successfully returned from the underworld to the primordial chaos, while Chen Xian remained trapped within the underworld. At that very moment, Chen Xian's body trembled, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror. The demon-slaying sword, nurtured within Chen Xian's dantian, suddenly shot out without warning. A transparent phantom emerged from within the demon-slaying sword. It glanced at Suyu, then bowed deeply. It then flew back into the demon-slaying sword, directly cleaving through space and entering a spatial fissure, vanishing into the unknown. Suyu's heart grew heavier with worry, yet she could do nothing. The demon-slaying sword tore through the void, plunging directly into the river of time and landing in Chen Xian's hand. Chen Xian's true form was not present. Instead, it was his soul force, composed of divine consciousness, enveloping his true spirit. The moment the demon-slaying sword touched his hand, he sensed something different, a fleeting look of surprise flashing in his eyes. His gaze then shifted forward, where a shadowy figure reappeared within the river of time. The figure's long robe fluttered as its form grew increasingly solid. Chen Xian felt he had seen this figure somewhere before, though he couldn't quite place it. The figure bowed respectfully toward Chen Xian, its voice carried by the ripples of its soul energy. Xuanyuan pays homage to the human emperor. Chen Xian's heart raced with shock. He finally recognized the phantom before him. In his previous life, he had seen portraits of the pure young sword immortal Lü Dongbin, known as Lu Zhu, the foremost of the 8 immortals. Yet he never imagined meeting him in such circumstances in this lifetime. How did you become a sword spirit? Truthfully, Chen Xian had always known that the demon-slaying sword housed a sword spirit. Yet in this age of declining dharma, with spiritual energy vanishing, the spirit had fallen into a prolonged slumber. He had been using his own spiritual energy and the divine fortune of the human emperor to nurture the demon-slaying sword.
He never imagined that at this critical moment, the demon-slaying sword spirit would awaken. What he never could have imagined was that the sword spirit was none other than the sword immortal Lü Dongbin. Lü Dongbin wore a carefree smile. I simply couldn't stand the hypocritical facades of those immortals and deities. So after entering the celestial court, I rebelled. But as a minor immortal with meager power, I couldn't match the ancient immortals. My soul was extracted and forged into this demon-slaying sword, becoming a sword spirit bound to serve others. I've witnessed too much hypocrisy among the immortals. Not all demons are cruel and tyrannical. Demons who obey the gods are deemed good, those who disobey are labeled evil. The demon-slaying sword hunts down these wicked demons. But when the age of decline arrived, spiritual energy vanished, the gods withdrew, and the sword lost its true power. Today, the malevolent energies of heaven and earth have coalesced to their zenith, ushering in a return to primordial chaos. The boundless calamity has already begun. Survive this boundless calamity, and a new world shall dawn. Fail to endure it, and the primordial chaos shall shatter and perish, returning to the primordial void. Chen Xuan had long anticipated this outcome, and his face betrayed no surprise. After conversing with Lü for a long time, he gained little useful information. After all, Lü had once sealed his true spirit within himself, and his knowledge was extremely limited. Were it not for the nurturing influence of the human emperor's destiny, Lü might have remained sealed within himself forever, never emerging. Chen Xuan understood. If his soul had been extracted and forged into a sword, then forced to slaughter humanity with that very blade, he would have made the same choice. Master Lü, is it possible to leave this river of time now? The underground passage has been suppressed for far too long. Lady Pingxin vanished without a trace. Without the sage of the underground passage to oversee the underworld, the 6 realms of reincarnation have descended into chaos. The city of the wrongfully deceased is the core of the underworld, intrinsically linked to the 6 realms. Should the city of the wrongfully deceased collapse, the underground passage will be finished. Master Lü laughed with carefree abandon. Human Emperor, I hope we meet again someday. Perhaps by then, we shall have weathered countless calamities. Chen Xuan was about to speak. But before he could speak, Lü's voice abruptly echoed out. Just 2 words, yet they seemed to freeze time itself. Then, a flash of sword light erupted, piercing through heaven and earth. Sweep away demons. The demon-slaying sword thrust forward of its own accord. That strike seemed poised to pierce the heavens themselves. The peerlessly sharp sword beam severed the very river of time. Even a great immortal, drifting within the river of time, could easily lose themselves. Chen Xuan's current power was far from reaching the realm of a great immortal. Yet he had been drawn into the river of time by an array formation. Without some unforeseen intervention, he might never escape. As a sword immortal, Lü burned his true spirit, merging his sword heart into the demon-slaying sword. Severing the river of time granted Chen Xuan a chance to escape. Chen Xuan gripped the demon-slaying sword as his divine sense shot out. The instant he materialized, the formation collapsed with a thunderous roar. Before him stood a palace. Unlike the previous ruins, this palace stood intact. A plaque hung above its entrance. Demon Suppressing Hall. Chen Xuan could clearly sense that the impact of the 9 netherworld's malevolent energy was minimal here. The Book of Life and Death flew out on its own, colliding directly with the plaque. A ripple seemed to spread through the space. Then, from the walls of the Grand Hall, a painting slowly descended. Chen Xuan did not examine it closely. His gaze shifted directly to the demon-slaying sword in his hand. His voice trembled slightly as he called out in a low voice, Master Lü. Yet there was no response. Lü's earlier words had made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The sword strike that consumed one's true spirit was Lü the sword immortal's most powerful technique, demon sweeping. Lü's true spirit must have been damaged, perhaps even completely annihilated. If that were the case, unless he one day attained the realm of a sage and could enter the river of time to retrieve Lü, there would be no hope. If only his true spirit was damaged, nourished by spiritual energy and the imperial fortune of the human emperor, it wouldn't take long to recover. He did not know the exact outcome, but Lü had saved his life that was undeniable. Had Lü not intervened, his true spirit would have remained trapped within the river of time forever. At this thought, his eyes flashed with a bone-chilling coldness. He stored the demon-slaying sword within his divine soul, allowing the human emperor's destiny to continuously nourish it. His gaze then shifted to the painting on the wall. The figure depicted in the painting caused his brow to furrow deeply. This painting depicted Zhong Kuei capturing demons. And it was not an authentic piece. Yet it contained Zhong Kuei's true spirit. Merely looking at it carried a powerful aura of intimidation, and the painting held the essence of the devouring Tao. Zhong Kuei devoured ghosts precisely because he cultivated the way of devouring. But why would Zhong Kuei's ghost-catching painting appear here? He was no longer within the river of time, but at the very heart of the city of the wrongfully deceased. Chapter 160, The Judge's Path. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. The colossal painting of Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts seemed poised to devour his very consciousness, its relentless pull tugging at him. He had seen Zhong Kuei before when he entered the underworld.
But was that Zhong Kuwei the one from the River of Time, or the one residing within the underworld?
With the ability to traverse time and return to any starting point, Chen Xuan couldn't discern whether the events before were real or illusion.
When exactly had that formation appeared? There had been no warning whatsoever.
Yet now, guided by that pulling force, he slowly stepped forward.
A terrifying aura emanated from his body.
The enormous Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting continuously absorbed soul energy. The souls of the Dark Church's followers drifted into the hall, followed by the spirits of the sorcerers. Chen Xuan had intended to use their souls to probe the city of the wrongfully deceased.
Unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated them arriving here.
The moment they appeared, the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting flared to life.
A powerful gravitational pull instantly drew the souls toward it. Within the painting, Zhong Kuwei seemed to come to life.
A massive hand reached out, snatching a soul before him and stuffing it into his mouth.
The enormous Zhong Kuwei from the painting, now animated, was colossal in size.
Human souls appeared as tiny birds before him, easily crushed in his palm. He tossed them into his mouth, swallowing them whole without even chewing. In the blink of an eye, over 30 souls had vanished into Zhong Kuwei's mouth. Chen Xuan felt no sense of danger at that moment, so he made no move, merely watching with wide eyes. Once the souls were devoured, the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting returned to its original state. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. A premonition stirred within him: if he stepped forward, he would not be devoured.
In fact, it might even bring him immense benefit.
He followed his instincts. The aura of fear emanating from his body formed a stark contrast to the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting. A golden light enveloped him like a thin membrane. The moment his palm touched the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting, an abrupt transformation occurred.
The true spirit's human emperor chi was drawn out. Yet only a sliver was taken.
Finally, the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting slowly shrank to the size of an ordinary painting and fell directly into Chen Xuan's hands.
Chen Xuan unfolded the painting.
Within it, alongside the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting, appeared some profoundly intricate and complex runes. These runes seemed to represent some meaning, yet he could not decipher their significance. He had never seen them before. Yet they radiated an ancient, primordial aura. This too was a mythical relic. As long as this painting remained, malevolent spirits and malevolent ghosts approaching would be devoured, ensuring the safety of the surrounding area. Moreover, the painting had already recognized its master. Only then did he lift his gaze to the spot where it had been. A passageway had appeared. Its destination was unknown. Chen Xuan stepped forward without hesitation, feeling as though everything he had experienced today was being orchestrated by an invisible hand behind the scenes.
Perhaps he was being manipulated, or perhaps someone was guiding him. Both possibilities existed.
As the human emperor, even a sage dared not strike him directly.
To do so would invite boundless karmic retribution, a burden even a sage might not withstand.
After passing through the passageway, mysterious runes appeared before him. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbols depicted in the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching scroll, coalescing into a luminous barrier. The light screen stood like a wall, blocking his path. "You lured me here only to set up this barrier. Do you want me to enter, or are you afraid I will?" His voice was icy. Having come this far, he certainly wouldn't turn back now. A resplendent aura radiated from his body, the true spirit of the human emperor emanating the purest and most formidable righteous energy of humanity.
A righteous aura also emanated from his body.
He sensed that the righteous energy within him formed a bond with these mysterious runes. Legend holds that Zhong Kuwei was incorruptible and upright, a top scholar who passed the Imperial Palace examination, and a true man of learning. Scholars cultivate righteous energy. Perhaps this was Zhong Kuwei's hidden plan. After his righteous energy formed a bond with the runes, they began to light up one by one. The fragment of the Book of Life and Death seemed to be the key, unlocking the demon-suppressing hall.
What significance did the Zhong Kuwei ghost-catching painting hold? Where does this passage lead?
Chen Xuan's mind was filled with countless questions, yet no one was there to provide answers at this moment. To find answers, he could only press forward. The earthly path must be saved.
Otherwise, with only the human path and the heavenly path remaining, the primordial chaos would inevitably collapse. The boundless calamity was the most terrifying cosmic catastrophe. It was possible that the way of heaven had planned this all along. Hongjun had merged his being with the way, becoming one with it. After so many years, he had likely become the way of heaven itself. Hongjun's own power was unfathomably deep and terrifying beyond measure. He is the Tao ancestor who has survived from the primordial chaos to the present day. Chen Xuan dared not harbor even a shred of underestimation in his heart. Simultaneously, he pondered why the Tao schemed so meticulously. Was it for this final, boundless resolution, or to truly become the great Tao itself? These matters remained distant from him. His own power was nowhere near matching the Tao ancestors. Indeed, he likely couldn't even defeat Hongjun's most mediocre great-grand-disciple. The righteous energy of humanity was also the boundless righteous energy. The runes were finally fully illuminated. The earthen-hued light screen before him vanished, yet the runes soared into the air, coalescing into several characters. The path of the judge.
The fragment of the Book of Life and Death trembled faintly, as if urging Chen Xuan forward.
Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise, "Why such urgency? Could there be more fragments of the Book of Life and Death ahead?"
Receiving no response, he stepped directly through the passageway and onto the path of the judge. Yet with every step he took, the righteous energy within him drained further.
The path ahead seemed like an endless abyss. With each step he took, golden runes appeared beneath his feet.
The golden runes supported his body, yet simultaneously accelerated the depletion of his righteous energy. He did not know the reason for this, but the endless path ahead seemed impossible to traverse, even if he exhausted all his righteous energy. And even now, he still hadn't grasped the true meaning of the judge's path. With the supreme treasure before him, he would not return empty-handed. The situation in the city of the wrongfully deceased remained unresolved. No matter how difficult it became, he must press on.
Without resolving these matters, the human race would inevitably face extinction. If the human race perished, the way of humanity would vanish. The more prosperous the human race, the stronger the human way.
But now the 6 realms of rebirth were faltering.
Only a tiny fraction of beings could enter the human realm and be reborn as humans. Should the 6 realms of rebirth collapse entirely one day, no new human births would ever occur. For the sake of humanity alone, he must persevere. Should his righteous energy deplete, he would recite the works of ancient sages to refine it anew. This process might take time, but it was imperative. From the moment his human emperor destiny awoke, there was no turning back. Chapter 161, The Source of Calamity.
With every step Chen Xuan took, the righteous energy within him depleted at an accelerated rate. His form now felt as though crushed by the weight of Mount Tai. As he took another step forward, the pressure surged violently, causing his divine sense to fluctuate wildly. His true spirit could clearly sense that he had reached the very edge of his limits.
If he forced himself to continue, his divine sense might shatter completely. Only his true spirit had entered the underworld, not his physical form.
This fact made his current situation increasingly perilous.
Should anyone attempt to eliminate him now, his very human emperor destiny might be utterly shattered.
In the instant of his hesitation, the demon-slaying sword abruptly materialized within his divine consciousness.
Its blade shone with dazzling brilliance.
Chen Xuan could clearly sense the thoughts of Lu Zhu, the sword immortal. He hoped humanity would welcome another human emperor, rather than be enslaved by those hypocritical immortals who turned this world into a battlefield of demons.
At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the earth had undergone earth-shattering changes since Mount Buzhou's emergence. Mount Buzhou stood as the backbone of the primordial world.
The cities below seemed unchanged, but the primordial realm was vast beyond measure. Compared to the entire primordial world, the former blue star was but a speck of dust. Inside the underground safe house, a bastion of technological language, Suyu couldn't help but tremble slightly. An instinctive feeling gripped her heart. Chen Xuan was facing an insurmountable calamity, his body and soul quivering.
She must personally journey to the underworld. Moreover, she must bring Chen Xuan along on this journey. Chen Xuan had only sent his true spirit ahead.
Though he followed the underground realm's laws, his true strength lay solely within himself. Her premonition grew ever more distinct. It felt as if a voice from the beyond was guiding her forward. Without further hesitation, Suyu stepped forward swiftly, embracing Chen Xuan's body. She then formed a hand seal and chanted the incantation. Their forms seemed to sink directly into the earth. It felt as though a mirror's surface had suddenly transformed into water.
The moment they fell, Chen Xuan felt it. He closed his eyes slightly, then summoned his divine consciousness to stir his body.
At this moment, only the faintest trace of righteous energy remained within him. The runes beneath their feet gradually dimmed. Just as the runes were about to extinguish completely, trembling faintly, Suyu landed upon the space.
Chen Xuan's spirit and body merged as one. When he opened his eyes once more, an overwhelming aura of the human emperor's might suddenly radiated from his body.
Accompanying this was the power of the righteous path of humanity.
The spiritual energy within him could freely transform between these various energies.
The righteous path of humanity manifested as the righteous spirit. This righteous energy, a legacy of ancient sages, gathered the positive forces of heaven and earth, fused them into his being, and placed them at his command. Chen Xuan's own innate strength surpassed even that of divine souls. Suddenly, the runes beneath his feet blazed with unprecedented intensity. He reached out and grasped Suyu's soft little hand, a warm smile spreading across his face.
"Let us walk hand in hand." Suyu nodded firmly.
Chen Xuan pulled her hand, stepping into the void with her, yet beneath their feet it felt as solid as land. As if worlds apart, Chen Xuan took only a few steps. The judge's path reached its end. Before them appeared a light screen composed entirely of runes. It resembled the barrier that had blocked their entry into the judge's path earlier. Having gained experience from the previous encounter, Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment this time. As he took a step forward, his finger touched the rune-formed light screen.
Crack! Like shattering glass.
The rune barrier shattered completely, and the spatial barrier was shattered in that instant. Chen Xuan pulled Suyu along as they stepped directly into the temple ahead. Here, the plaque had long since shattered, making it impossible to discern which main hall of the underworld this structure once was.
Though utterly dilapidated, traces of its former grandeur remained visible. Chen Xuan felt not a shred of unease.
He pulled Suyu forward as they stepped deeper inside.
With his current cultivation, even the slightest hint of danger would be palpable.
Even amidst the boundless calamity, as the human emperor of the mortal realm, his status rivaled that of the sages. Protected by the laws of the human path, he faced this realm of the 6 realms of rebirth devoid of the earth path and ruled by the sage without fear. Even if the spirits and demons here were noble, he remained completely unfazed, unconcerned for his safety. For no matter how powerful they might be, they could never surpass the destiny of the human emperor.
Unless he were framed and cast into the river of time.
He had already fallen for that trick once, he would never make that mistake twice. Every step he took now was cautious and deliberate. After all, this was the underworld, the mysterious realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He entered the grand hall, holding Suyu's hand. His pupils suddenly contracted. He had assumed this place might be where Zhong Kuei's true spirit resided. But when he saw the colossal figure before him, he realized he had been mistaken. But I also came to understand the true meaning of the judge's path. Walking this path meant truly encountering the Judge Cui Fuyun, the incarnation of Judge Cui and the foremost judge of the underworld. Yet his current state resembled a grotesque amalgamation of bizarre forms. Though retaining human form, he constantly emitted swirling black vapors.
That black aura was all too familiar to Chen Xuan.
In truth, his true form and soul consciousness had now fused as one, making the sensation even more pronounced. It was the malevolent energy of the 9 netherworlds, having completely eroded Lord Chui's true spirit. His expression remained largely unchanged, though his brow furrowed slightly. Even now, his inner world churned with turbulent waves. The Zhong Kuei ghost-catching painting he had seen earlier was clearly a forgery, and instinctive certainty that stemmed from his very core.
Yet this counterfeit did indeed contain the essence of Zhong Kuei's cultivation path, the Tao of devouring.
At the time, he couldn't fathom why the Zhong Kuei ghost-catching painting would appear within this grand hall.
Now he understood.
The devouring force emanating from it was not Zhong Kuei's doing. Instead, someone had used his hand to gather all the vengeful spirits and malevolent energies here. Even Judge Cui had fallen victim to the scheme, his true spirit utterly corrupted. Now I finally understand why such upheaval has occurred in the city of the wrongfully deceased.
It all stems from what happened here. This is the true epicenter of the 9 netherworlds' malevolent corruption. A fury so violent that even Judge Cui could not withstand it. 10 Yama kings themselves would struggle to resist.
They must have been the first to discover it.
Perhaps even Lady Pingxin has already fallen victim.
Gazing upon the colossal figure emerging from the grand hall, that black, abyssal cavern resembled a black hole. It continuously emitted the 9 hells' malevolent energy. This was the very root of all calamity. Chen Xuan had identified the problem, but his current strength might not be enough to handle it. His brow furrowed as he pondered a solution.
Chapter 162, The Altar, 10 Kings of Hell.
Before Chen Xuan could devise a concrete plan, the colossal figure within the hall abruptly rose to its feet. Eyes like copper bells locked onto the man. In that instant of eye contact, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of savagery emanating from it. Even his soul was nearly affected, and he hadn't even stepped into the main hall yet. Had he truly entered, that single glance might have been enough to seal his fate. If that gaze had affected his reproductive organs, unleashing a bloodbath here, the outcome would be far from what he desired.
He might even blow the entire netherworld to smithereens.
A chill ran down his spine. He knew someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would he encounter such a scene the moment he took a step forward? Only 2 paths lay before him. Break all restraints and release Judge Cui's soul. Though corroded by countless years of 9 netherworld chi, the glimmer of true spirit within Judge Cui's soul signified he hadn't utterly lost his mind.
Woeful spirits of the city of the wrongfully deceased, why do you not report to the inn?
The sudden voice seemed to echo from primordial chaos, bearing down on Chen Xuan like a mountain with every syllable. Chen Xuan slowly straightened his back, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead.
No one understood the predicament better than he did.
Submission meant the human emperor's destiny would be stripped away, potentially trapping his body in the netherworld forever. Even if he returned to the mortal realm and entered the primordial lands, he might become a mere wisp of a soul. The primordial emperor upheld a fair truth: one's ultimate power depended entirely on their own roots. But Chen Xuan refused to accept this truth.
Human cultivation held boundless potential.
By primordial standards, the human race had always been weak and easily oppressed.
That changed with the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors.
His Majesty the First Emperor also sought to become the human emperor, yet ultimately returned to the heavens. To this day, he has not emerged, likely trapped within the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum by some scheme. Modern scientific methods reveal that within the underground palace of Qin Shi Huang's tomb, a river formed of mercury encompasses the entire land of China. The flowing waters above ground have been replaced by mercury. Any tomb raider who dares to enter now will find no place to bury their remains.
The most terrifying aspect of mercury is the odor it emits. That scent is the deadliest poison. Yet within the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb, mercury flows like a vast river. Whoever enters perishes. Unless it involves leveling the place, but no one from the Zhenghua nation would ever utter such words. The black dragon robe was the ultimate goal coveted by countless men of the imperial family. At this thought, Chen Xuan's eyes suddenly blazed with murderous intent. Gone were the earlier visions, his gaze fixed solely on Lord Shui standing atop the grand hall. The demon-slaying sword materialized in his hand, its voice as cold and sharp as steel. Cui Fuyun, you have made so many contributions to the underworld. I cannot fathom why you have ended up in this state. All I can do is send your true spirit into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps, after being cleansed by the power of the 6 paths, you may renew your divine connection. Yet the figure seated high above in the hall seemed utterly oblivious to Chen Xuan's words. He charged forward directly. It carried the overwhelming might of a raging tidal wave. Chen Xuan was like a lone boat adrift in the sea. Yet no matter how raging the flood, I stand unshaken. At this moment, he made not a single superfluous movement. He simply stood with head bowed, radiating the majesty of a human emperor, allowing Lord Shui to charge toward him. The boundless malevolent energy of the 9 netherworlds could not harm Chen Xuan in the slightest. Previously, Chen Xuan had feared the 9 netherworlds' malevolent energy, but now that his true form was present, even Judge Cui at the height of his fury could not truly harm him. The immortals had retreated beyond the 33 heavens. Even if they reappeared in the mortal realm, none could touch Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan embodied the progenitor of the human path, the human emperor. Unless a sage reappeared, but by then, Chen Xuan's power would surely have grown as well. The human emperor is the sage of the human way, the mightiest being beneath the human way itself. The way of heaven surpasses the way of man, yet with the way of man now flourishing, he stands as the foremost being in this boundless cosmic calamity. Only one who can directly shatter his human emperor destiny could challenge him. To achieve this, only the descent of a sage could suffice. Yet sages do not emerge. This is precisely why Chen Xuan remains utterly fearless. Had Lady Pingxin been present, he might have shown some caution. But now, he faces merely a judge from the underworld. Even the foremost judge could not harm him in the slightest. Before the Western Journey calamity commenced, when the underworld seized Li Shimon's soul, both the Time King and the judges had to proceed with utmost caution. For during the glorious Tang dynasty, the human race was inherently powerful. Even after abdicating the human emperor's throne, the underworld dared not truly harm him. At most, they could only intimidate Li Shimon. Moreover, Wei Zhang, one of Li Shimon's earthly chancellors, could even slay dragons in his dreams. One can only imagine the immense power of the human emperor's throne. The utterly mad Lord Shui unleashed his attack upon Chen Xuan, yet it fell upon him like snowflakes under the morning sun. His overwhelming ferocity melted away in an instant. His madness fully manifested in that instant, transforming him into a colossal bull-headed form. Chen Xuan glimpsed the true spirit of the ox-headed and horse-faced demons within. If someone claimed there was no calculation behind this, he would never believe it. As the 3 true spirits merged, the figure grew even more colossal than before. Yet instead of continuing its assault on Chen Xuan, it strode toward the altar within the grand hall. Upon the massive altar, as the fused monstrosity waved its hand, countless souls began to emerge ceaselessly. Among them, Chen Xuan recognized the dark sorcerers and members of the dark church. Their souls bore only a faint taint of the 9 hells' malevolent energy, having entered the underworld but briefly. Now he truly understood, the chaos in the city of the wrongfully dead had sprung from this very source. Those vengeful spirits, unable to be reborn or enter the 6 realms of reincarnation, saw their resentment and hatred constantly breeding and growing. Combined with the fusion of the 9 netherworlds' malevolent energy, this had caused the collapse of the underworld's order. It was highly probable that the 10 kings of hell had also fallen victim to the 9 netherworlds' malevolent energy. It was also possible that Lady Pingxin had taken them away. Besides the 10 kings of hell, there was also the great emperor of Yedu. Yet now, their figures were nowhere to be seen. Could the Zhong Kuei encountered earlier in the temporal realm also be a scene from Zhong Kuei's own downfall? Too many unknowns swirled within his mind. But at that very moment, outside the temple, a group of people suddenly burst in. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the Dark Church, and among them mingled practitioners of dark arts. Slay the human emperor. Welcome the true god's return. The leader among them shouted. The speaker was none other than the high priest of the Dark Church. His eyes burned with madness, fearless of life or death, as he charged toward Chen Xuan first. Chapter 163, Blood Sacrifice. Even before his true form descended, Chen Xuan had not taken those men seriously. Now that his true form was present, he felt not the slightest fear. He and the charging Dark Church members stood at opposite ends of the altar. Though he expected them to attack, the next instant, the Dark Church members charged directly onto the altar. Their eyes revealed an unprecedented madness, all of them staring fixedly in Chen Xuan's direction. They muttered incomprehensible words from their lips, phrases Chen Xuan had once found utterly baffling.
Yet now, he grasped the meaning behind their utterances, recognizing them as instinctive, primal cries from the depths of their souls. His brow furrowed, but he did not intervene. Instead, his form vanished from where he stood. At that moment, he completely concealed his aura. Upon losing his presence, the colossal form of Lord Shui abruptly turned its gaze toward those individuals. Before their blood sacrifice was complete, Cui Fugong's form charged forward at blinding speed. With a single raised hand, channeling the malevolent energy of the Nine Netherworlds, he instantly annihilated the members of the Dark Church. But they had clearly come prepared this time. The Dark Church members who first charged the altar were nearly wiped out. Dozens more followed in succession. These sorcerers now seemed to be manipulating something, chanting incantations incessantly. From the void, strands of thread emerged, all coiling around Lord Shui's body like invisible chains. Chen Xuan stood nearby, still making no move to intervene. He watched as the Dark Church members charged onto the altar. Chen Xuan did not intervene, for he had already anticipated the scene that would unfold next. True to his expectations, once they reached the altar, they did not immediately attack him. Instead, they plunged gleaming daggers directly into his heart meridian. His voice was cold and detached as he spoke. "Gentlemen, life is given but once. Surely you have witnessed the immense disruption within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Do you truly wish for your souls to shatter completely?" His calm words met with no support. Instead, more and more members of the Dark Church poured in. Many among them had not yet attained the realm of true body penetrating the netherworld, yet their very presence here spoke volumes. Chen Xian's expression remained serene and detached, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. Several dark sorcerers mingling within the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Fearing the flow of followers might falter, they began inciting the masses. "Sacrifice your hearts. The blood offering only grows stronger endlessly. The altar craves more fresh blood. Don't let Chen Xian deceive you." Perhaps his words proved decisive. Those who had been wavering now rushed forward without hesitation. I charged up the altar without a second thought. As if their minds were utterly controlled, the women drew daggers and plunged them directly into their own hearts. Heart blood spilled onto the altar. Every single person present felt it clearly, an indescribable malevolent energy steadily eroding their rationality. Except for those few dark sorcerers. The others seemed to have completely lost themselves. Their new titles flowed out unceasingly. Several dark sorcerers couldn't help but smile, convinced Chen Xian now had no means to resist. Smiles gradually spread across their own faces as well. At that very moment, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. His voice was as indifferent as water. "Gentlemen, I wish you well." As his words fell, those who had been so confident moments before now showed signs of retreat. The gazes of several dark mages grew increasingly fierce. At least 100 more hearts' blood were needed before the crimson altar could truly be activated. The bloodstains scattered across the ground seemed to be slowly absorbed by a sponge, leaving no trace behind. Chen Xian, however, saw it all. His gaze grew colder, now filled with seething fury. He now understood exactly what was happening. Those members of the Dark Church who had suddenly stormed and weren't incapable of discerning right from wrong, they had been compelled to act this way. It was as if someone had placed a restriction within their very souls. A radiant force of righteous energy now emanated from Chen Xian's body, shining like a miniature sun in the endless darkness. At this moment, the members of the Dark Church had even briefly regained their senses. Not a single one of them had voluntarily charged toward the altar. They didn't even know who the true source of the malevolent energy was, or why it had appeared in the underworld. Chen Xian paid no heed to the cacophony of voices. He took another step forward, ascending onto the crimson altar. His voice boomed like a great bell. "Have you all made up your minds?" As his words fell, the remaining members of the Dark Church immediately turned and fled. They weren't fools, they understood the Dark Church was using them as sacrifices. Once they had all vanished, a cold, murderous aura spread across Chen Xian's face. With a single stride, he materialized atop the crimson altar. Only a dozen or so dark sorcerers remained. Their faces turned pale as their eyes fixed on the runes scattered across the blood-red altar. They weren't sacrifices, they were the core of this blood ritual. Most of the runes were now illuminated. They radiated an overwhelmingly intense aura of darkness. Even the practitioners themselves began to doubt, could the deity about to be summoned before them truly be the dark god they worshipped? Chen Xian spoke indifferently, "The rest of the Dark Church have fled. Since you've been left behind, you can serve as the blood sacrifice. What I'm dying to know is who exactly is this entity you're about to summon?" His expression remained calm and detached, but the remaining individuals could no longer contain the terror gripping their hearts. Chen Xian's voice was as cold as frost. "I can clearly sense that the deity about to be summoned through this blood sacrifice is not the demon god you worship. You're nothing but a bunch of puppets being used. Heretical sorcerers are few in number. Since you've brought all your elite forces here, if you all perish, it will at least rid humanity of a great scourge." Hearing this, the dozen or so dark mages shuddered in horror. They had intended to flee earlier, but the blood sacrifice was underway. Until it succeeded, they could not leave their positions or risk being obliterated by the dark god's might. This operation aimed to summon the deity they worshipped, but they encountered Chen Xuan. Even the Dark Church members whose minds they had forcibly controlled snapped back to clarity at Chen Xuan's command and fled in panic. Chapter 164, The Sorcerers. A cold smile curved Chen Xuan's lips. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you wish to preserve your legacy, tell me who's behind this. Within these dark sorcerers flowed the bloodline of the Flower family. Amongst the human races, the Flower family's homeland was now the safest haven, while other factions had long descended into utter chaos. Overseas factions were now all dominated by deities of faith, while the Flower family alone persevered through self-reliance. Chen Xuan simply didn't have the energy to concern himself with those beyond the seas. Moreover, this place must be sealed off completely. They absolutely cannot be allowed to approach the city of the wrongfully dead again. Otherwise, another wave of people performing blood sacrifices here would lead to unimaginable consequences. A dozen dark sorcerers exchanged terrified glances. Just as their leader prepared to speak, a sudden change occurred. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. The blood-red altar had been instantly illuminated. Just as he prepared to intervene, he distinctly felt another wave of resistance. I gave you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Now you wish to leave? It's too late. The essence blood from the dozen or so dark practitioners was being relentlessly drained. Earlier, they had exploited the relentless wave of Dark Order members, using their heart blood to activate the altar. Now, the altar seemed to possess a life of its own, exerting an overwhelmingly powerful pulling force. Chen Xuan could distinctly feel this force attempting to drain every last drop of his own essence blood. A gentle surge of spiritual energy rippled through his body, and the pulling force vanished instantly. The crimson altar was fully activated. His gaze involuntarily turned toward it. Yet he saw no trace of the creature summoned within. After the blood was drained from the dark sorcerers' bodies, their souls remained trapped within their shells. They seemed to still perceive their surroundings, relieved that they were not truly dead. Having never faced true life or death peril, they could scarcely imagine the terror it entailed. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed tightly. This feeling, it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as a cold voice echoed in the ears of the dark sorcerers. Without blood, a human body could not possibly survive. Yet these sorcerers could now feel their own sensations with crystal clarity far more acute than when they were alive. It felt as if their souls were touching the world directly, a sensation that captivated them. But Chen Xuan's words struck them like lightning, leaving them frozen in shock. So the true sacrifices were never the members of the Dark Church, it was you, the sorcerers. Blood merely activates the altar, your souls are the true essence. As if to validate his words, the altar began to violently tremble the moment his voice faded. He paid no heed to the dark sorcerers. At this moment, the protective array atop the altar, if forcibly disrupted, could unleash unforeseeable consequences. Yet he sensed that even the unknown creature summoned here would not be his match. Otherwise, that pulling force would have dragged him into the altar just now. Yet, with a mere tremor of the spiritual energy within him, that force was shattered. That alone spoke volumes. His gaze fixed on the center of the altar. He was eager to know what this impending entity truly was. Beside him stood Lord Shui. Souls infected by the malevolent energies of the Nine Netherworlds, their true spirits tainted by filth, rarely regained clarity. The thick black mist enveloping that colossal figure had nearly solidified into tangible substance. A silent roar seemed to echo through the grand hall, followed immediately by a blur appearing on the blood-red altar. The black afterimage did not attack Chen Xuan, but instead struck Lord Shui directly. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. Even he could not discern the true form of this black afterimage. It appeared as nothing more than a hazy, indistinct mass of light and shadow. Shui Fugong's massive form was sent reeling backward, crashing into the altar's protective formation. By this moment, most of the black mist enveloping him had dissipated. Roar! Shui Fugon radiated overwhelming ferocity as he clashed with the dark shadow. Everyone on the altar had been reduced to dust. Chen Xuan shielded Suyu behind him, only the two of them would be affected. Moreover, he himself stood outside the altar's perimeter. He wondered what this dark shadow truly was. The deities of the flower planting clan hadn't awakened yet, but their projections were already stirring trouble silently. Only by gathering sufficient faith energy could they manifest. The named deities of the flower planting clan possessed formidable power. They too sought to manifest in this world swiftly, harvesting the faith energy of the human race. Yet precisely because of their immense power, they were unable to descend. Chen Xuan, however, had called upon the entire flower planting clan to cease worshipping deities, causing their harvest of faith energy to proceed at a snail's pace. Were it not for the timely emergence of this generation's human emperor, by the time the flower planting family's deities finally descended, even a single person sent out could easily crush those minor deities from overseas. At this moment, on the altar, the outcome was finally decided. The colossal form of Lord Shui seemed frozen in place. The massive form was slowly enveloped by crimson runes. The entire process lasted no more than a dozen seconds. The aura grew increasingly formidable, and upon the altar, a crimson figure gradually materialized. In the hands of the crimson figure were two blades.
The moment it appeared, it attacked immediately, its first strike aimed directly at Lord Shui. At the very moment they clashed, Cui Fugong acted purely on instinct, yet had no chance to evade. His body was torn apart by the crimson scythe, utterly powerless to resist. The blood-red figure shone like a blazing sun, effortlessly dispelling the malevolent aura of the 9 hells that lingered within the underworld. It was like a red-hot blade slicing through butter. Cui Fugong's massive form struggled to resist, yet he was shrouded in crimson runes, chains binding his movements. His mind was profoundly affected, his actions severely restricted, otherwise he would not be in such a wretched state. Yet he did not intervene immediately, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Even now, he remained unaware of the true nature of the entity that had been summoned. Did the flower-planting family possess such a deity? Moreover, that enormous scythe weapon resembled the Grim Reaper from overseas, yet the blood-red figure wore armor reminiscent of ancient Chinese mythology. Su Yu trembled slightly at that moment. Her hand clasped Chen Xian's wrist. I have a feeling this blood-red figure is connected to me. It needs my essence blood. Chen Xian froze in surprise. He felt nothing of the sort, only that the figure was profoundly unusual. Though drenched in blood, it radiated not the icy cruelty of a demon, but an endless aura of killing intent. Like a battle-hardened veteran. Chapter 165. Greetings, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. Chen Xian frowned in deep thought before answering directly. Su Yu, however, felt that inner intuition growing ever more pronounced, her slender fingers clenching tighter and tighter. Deep within her, it felt as though something was relentlessly breaking through a shell, melting away. It feels like he's calling me. He needs my essence blood to complete his final step. Just one more step, and he can become a true god of the mortal realm. I feel an intimate connection between us. If I miss this chance, he might vanish completely, leaving not even a trace of his true spirit behind. The crimson figure seemed to understand Su Yu's words, turning its gaze directly toward her. At that moment, Chen Xian sensed a deeply concealed aura of malevolence. His heart fluttered slightly, but he did not intervene. His voice now as gentle as flowing water. Since you've already tasted life, there's no need for further hesitation. A single drop of essence blood insignificant. Su Yu bit her red lips lightly and stepped out from behind Chen Xian. The crimson guardian runes atop the altar parted of their own accord. When facing Su Yu, they seemed to recognize their former master, responding with extreme obedience. Chen Xian followed behind. He walked with hands clasped behind his back, his stride steady and unhurried. Yet within his palm, an object appeared, the Kuei pattern vessel. This legendary artifact could greatly amplify his thunder god's bone. Regardless of what that creature truly was, any hint of scheming against Su Yu would result in its soul being utterly obliterated. The two reached the center of the altar without hindrance. Lord Shui's spirit now lay on the verge of death, utterly powerless to resist. The crimson figure, bearing a massive scythe upon its shoulder, stood directly opposite Chen Xian and Su Yu. Their gazes locked. At that moment, Su Yu raised her palm. A single drop of vital blood slowly oozed from her fingertip. As the drop materialized, it drifted slowly toward the crimson figure. The essence blood entered the figure's forehead without resistance. Then, a subtle connection seemed to form between the crimson figure and Su Yu. Su Yu slowly closed her eyes, as if receiving some kind of inheritance. Meanwhile, the blood aura surrounding the crimson figure gradually diminished, slowly becoming nearly transparent. Chen Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He too harbored suspicions. Could someone be orchestrating this behind the scenes? The glow emanating from the blood-red figure dimmed, yet the crimson essence condensed from the runes grew increasingly bright. Finally, it all merged into the blood-red figure. The figure then gradually transformed into a halo of blood-red light. A faint call stirred within Chen Xian's heart. As if inspired by divine insight, he raised his palm, and a drop of his essence blood flew from his fingertip, landing upon the crimson halo. The halo completely absorbed his essence blood, then the crimson light suddenly exploded outward. The sudden brightness made Chen Xian squint, and then he saw several fragments of ancient pages appear in midair. The fusion of the Queen Mother of the West's bloodline with his own had formed the world-purifying spirit light. His heart trembled violently. He possessed the destiny of a human emperor, but what bloodline had his previous incarnation belonged to? Why could it combine with the Queen Mother of the West's essence blood to form the world-purifying light? The world-purifying light was the purest force in existence, capable of directly cleansing even the 9 netherworld's malevolent energies. The 9 netherworld's malevolent energy clinging to those few tattered pages vanished completely, slowly drifting before Chen Xian. Su Yu gasped in astonishment. It's a fragment of the Book of Life and Death. Chen Xian hadn't expected to obtain a fragment either. The fragment he had previously obtained was but a tiny portion, yet it had granted him a threadbare grasp of the earthly path's power. Now, he had acquired another portion of it. If he could master the entire Book of Life and Death, he would gain access to 1/3 of the Tao's primordial essence. This would bring immense benefits not only to him personally but to the entire human realm. As the purifying divine light overflowed, Cui Fugong, standing at the altar's edge, also received a thread of purification. The true spirit of Lord Shui regained momentary lucidity, its eyes no longer filled with boundless malevolence and savage intent to kill.
When he saw the torn page of the Book of Life and Death in Chen Xuan's hand, his gaze abruptly shifted.
Who are you? How dare you trespass into the underworld?
Chen Xuan turned his gaze. This was the first time he truly saw Lord Chui's appearance. As the foremost judge of the underworld, ranking just below the 10 kings of hell, Lord Chui's unevolved 9 netherworld's malevolence was suppressed by the yin energy within him.
Both his demeanor and appearance gave off a gentle, gentlemanly aura. Greetings, Lord Chui. I am the human emperor.
My purpose here is to investigate the chaos within the 6 realms of reincarnation. I have discovered the root cause lies within this city of the wrongfully deceased, which is why I have journeyed here. I also wish to understand what exactly has gone wrong within the underworld. Even before Lord Chui, Chen Xuan remained neither servile nor arrogant. Lord Chui froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow.
Impossible. After the Supreme Emperor Xin, there has been no human emperor in the mortal realm.
Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Lord Chui, perhaps you should look again.
As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of the human emperor emanated from his body.
Lord Chui stared at Chen Xuan in disbelief. The pure, unmistakable aura of a human emperor made his own true spirit tremble. There was no doubt the man before him was undoubtedly a human emperor. Snapping out of his shock, Lord Chui hastily raised his hand in a bow. The human emperor was the sovereign of the human path. Both in status and power, he far surpassed Chui. Proper etiquette must not be neglected. Greetings, Your Majesty the human emperor.
Chen Xuan gave a slight nod. No need for formalities.
I merely wish to know what has transpired in the underworld. The 6 realms of reincarnation have fallen into disarray, with only a fraction functioning normally. For centuries, not a single vengeful spirit has departed from the city of the wrongfully deceased, and the gathering of earthly calamities grows ever denser. If this continues, within a century, the city of the wrongfully deceased will collapse entirely.
The 6 realms of reincarnation will stagnate, and the underworld will revert to chaos.
Lord Chui's face paled. How could this be? When I was ordered to investigate this altar, the 9 netherworld chi surging from the depths corrupted my true spirit.
After that, I knew nothing until I regained consciousness today.
And I fear my clarity won't last much longer. A bitter expression crossed his face.
Once the true spirit is tainted, even entering the 6 paths of reincarnation cannot fully purify it. Rebirth would only grant me the body of another wicked soul.
My days are numbered, and I refuse to become a villain in my next life. That would only condemn me to endless rebirth. My true spirit is tainted by the 9 netherworld's aura, beyond cleansing.
Once this life's memories fade, I shall remain a being of boundless wickedness for eternity.
I would rather my true spirit shatter than endure endless rebirth, perpetually committing evil through countless lifetimes.
I beg your majesty to grant me a swift end. Chen Xuan felt a deep disappointment. He had hoped to gain some useful information from Lord Chui.
But Lord Chui knew nothing of the upheaval in the underworld. And Chen Xuan could not grant his request.
Chapter 166, The Book of Life and Death, Human Volume.
Chen Xuan frowned deeply, shaking his head gently. Lord Chui, as the underworld's foremost judge, you possess the power of the earth. If I were to attack you directly, the earth's power would turn against me. This is likely a trap, forcing me to act. A sorrowful look filled Lord Chui's eyes. Your Majesty, might you tell me what has become of the underworld? A sense of foreboding had already taken root in his heart.
Chen Xuan held nothing back, recounting every detail. Chui Fugon's expression darkened dramatically. He silently lowered his head, slowly unfolding his palm as a sheet of paper fluttered out from within his true spirit.
As the paper materialized, Chen Xuan's heartbeat quickened. A fragment of the Book of Life and Death has been protecting my true spirit all along. Without it, I might not have even regained consciousness. Lord Yan once told me that when the boundless calamity begins, the underworld will be the first to suffer. This page of the Book of Life and Death is a crucial part of the Book of Life and Death, Human Volume.
Now I entrust it to your majesty, the human emperor.
As long as the Book of Life and Death remains intact, the underworld passage will endure. Should all 3 supreme treasures be reunited, the passage may yet be reopened. The underworld may be destroyed, but the 6 realms of rebirth shall never perish. Your Majesty need only know this, no one dares to tamper with the 6 realms of rebirth lightly. To do so would invite the backlash of the underground passageway, and even a heavenly Tao sage would be utterly destroyed. Chen Xuan felt his heart settle upon hearing these words. So Lord Chui had been deliberately testing him all along. Had he acted, Lord Chui would indeed vanish completely, but he would never have been able to fully perfect the Book of Life and Death. Chui Fuyan gazed at Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with reminiscence as he murmured, since this city of the wrongfully deceased has descended into utter chaos, let it vanish completely from this day forward. On the day the earthly path reopens, the 10 halls shall return to their rightful places. Whoever built this blood-red altar remains unknown, but they undoubtedly plotted against my underground passage. I, Lord Chui, the foremost judge of the underworld, shall use my true spirit as a catalyst to activate the Heaven-Earth Bridge, forever sealing this city of the wrongfully deceased.
Your Majesty, the human emperor, please depart now. Otherwise, it will affect you personally. I implore the human emperor to restart the underworld in the future. Chen Xuan nodded heavily. Then, as if struck by a thought, he fully integrated the Book of Life and Death human volume. Now he could trace some origins. Lord Chui, please wait. I must first conduct a thorough calculation. If there exists another solution. He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Lord Chui agreed to wait. If another solution existed, he naturally agreed. After all, using his true spirit as a shadow meant that spirit would be permanently scattered throughout the heavens and earth. Unless some sage or great being fished him out of the river of time, there might be a chance for rebirth. Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment. He fused the Book of Life and Death human volume into his being. Within it lay the laws of souls and the power to trace causality. Through the river diagram and the Book of Changes in his hands, he was just about to begin his calculations. But at that very moment, a colossal force abruptly descended upon him. Like a drop of water plunging into a cauldron of boiling oil. The entire netherworld shook violently. Overwhelming divine might instantly crush down, pressing upon Chen Xuan like countless mountain moons. Blood spurted from Chen Xuan's mouth. He had touched upon the forbidden taboos of the Tao of Heaven. Now he knew who had schemed against him from behind the scenes. The heavenly Tao's backlash left him gravely wounded. His human emperor destiny remained unshaken, and protected by the fortune of the human race, he stood as the sovereign of the human path. Thus, the heavenly Tao dared not kill him, but it could cripple him, rendering him unable to wield the spiritual energy within his body. His temples had already turned white, his lifespan rapidly draining away. His complexion had grown as pale as paper. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyu's bloodline, awakened by her journey to the underworld, stirred her dormant memories. One after another, mystic seals erupted from her hands. The bloodline dormant deep within her body was forcibly awakened, yet Suyu paid it no heed. Jade-colored cracks had already appeared on her forehead. It signaled that her soul had been damaged. Stop this at once. Chen Xuan's voice was weak yet urgent, but he was utterly powerless to intervene. A gentle smile spread across Suyu's face. You've always been the one protecting me. Finally, the day has come when I can protect you too. No matter the cost, I won't let anything happen to you. The fully activated bloodline pushed Suyu's power to its absolute limit, her soul now riddled with countless fractures. The technique she had forcibly unleashed was finally complete, striking Chen Xuan directly. The drain on Chen Xuan's lifespan ceased, but he was now utterly drained. Lord Chui witnessed it all. His eyes held profound sorrow and helplessness. The human emperor had sought to aid the underworld, and even him personally, only to suffer such severe injury. Yet he was powerless to intervene. Had he been at his peak, he might have been able to aid the human emperor. But now, he could barely protect himself. Should he draw upon his true spirit power, his soul would once again be corrupted by the 9 netherworld's malevolent energies. At that point, he might even become the very one to strike down the human emperor. Chen Xuan's face was now grim as he realized that after the heavenly Tao's backlash, something dormant within him had been awakened. Though he resided in the underworld, he could no longer draw upon the human emperor's power. Moreover, the righteous energy of the human path was now completely suppressed within his body. Relying solely on his own strength, the manipulation of spiritual energy had become sluggish and difficult. He feared he might not even be able to leave the underworld. Cui Fugong, observing this, suddenly smiled. Human Emperor, thank you for all you have done for the underworld. In you, I see responsibility. I believe you will surely aid the underworld in the future. Today, I shall sacrifice my life to see you off. Ghost Gate, open. Lord Chui forcibly activated the Ghost Gate, leading directly to the human realm. At that moment, Chen Xuan's suppressed power would be fully unleashed, and he would no longer face mortal peril. A miniature Ghost Gate slowly materialized within the void. Just as it was about to solidify, a group of black-clad figures suddenly burst in. All hailed from the Dark Church, including dozens of dark sorcerers. Their auras radiated immense power. This was their true elite force, deployed in full force. Human Emperor, we never imagined you were truly gravely wounded. Since that is the case, there is no need for you to continue living. In the primordial chaos, we could do nothing to you. Now, we strike while you are weak. Kill the human emperor. The Dark Church's followers charged forward without hesitation, each radiating a powerful aura. Their strength barely reached the late Foundation establishment stage. One among them had just reached the Golden Core stage. At Chen Xuan's peak, he could have wiped them out with a wave of his hand. But now, the spiritual energy he could muster was pitifully scarce, barely enough to handle Foundation establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, the gradually materializing Ghost Gate was now forcibly anchored in the void by the dark sorcerers through various incantations. Every spell they cast was directed at Lord Chui. Chapter 167, Hidden Secrets. Countless curses had seeped into Lord Chui's soul, his complexion growing increasingly grim as his features twisted into a hideous grimace. The malevolent energies of the 9 netherworlds seized the opportunity, seeking to corrupt his soul once more. His gaze fell upon Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. Human Emperor, flee. With his last ounce of strength, he shoved Chen Xuan thousands of meters away. Then, his true spirit abruptly exploded, channeling the power of the underground passage to shatter the blood-red altar. The entire city of the wrongfully deceased shook violently. The underground passages suffered immense damage, and the tremors grew ever stronger. The entire netherworld collapsed in that instant. The ghost gate appeared ahead, the sole passage back to the mortal world. Chen Xuan now stood mere hundreds of meters from the ghost gate. Forcing his spiritual energy to surge, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he clutched Suyu and activated the technique to shrink the earth into an inch. But in the next instant, a golden core expert from the Dark Church blocked his path. Human Emperor, today I shall imprison you eternally in the underworld, denying you even the chance of reincarnation. Chen Xuan's expression turned as cold as ice. Using the last of his spiritual energy, he sent Suyu directly to the ghost gate. He himself braced to block the golden core expert's attack. As the blow was about to strike him, his heart remained strangely calm. He had poured so much blood, sweat, and tears into the entire human race, yet never imagined he would ultimately fall into a trap. The greatest betrayal was undoubtedly the backlash of the Tao. This journey to the underworld was a true conspiracy. He had stepped into the trap, and though he tried to pull back, it was already too late. Perhaps this was his final destiny. Dawn! A melodious bell tolled abruptly. Every movement froze in that instant. The bell's resonance carried spatial ripples, striking directly at the soul. Wherever these ripples touched, the ghost gate suspended mid-air shattered completely in that instant. The golden core expert couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter, gazing skyward. Human Emperor, heaven itself seeks your ruin. Your only escape route is gone. Now, gravely wounded and unable to sustain your spiritual energy, even without our intervention, the countless malevolent spirits of the underworld will tear you to shreds. Chen Xuan caught Suyu as she fell from the sky, his gaze lowered as he looked at the person in his arms. Suyu, having forcibly employed techniques beyond her limits, was now utterly drained. Their eyes met. To be together forever in life or death, I have no regrets. Suyu's voice was faint, yet a gentle smile graced her face. Chen Xuan gently brushed her exquisite cheek and nodded slightly. Even in defeat, his heart stirred little. At least he had tried. He had done right by the human race, but he had failed the one in his arms. Human Emperor, prepare to die. The golden core expert charged forward. He feared delay would bring change. Moreover, he must escape the underworld. His purpose here had been fulfilled, but when the true god descended, he would surely be viewed with new respect. At that very moment, the bell on the right side of the altar suddenly soared into the air, as if tearing through space itself, materializing directly before Chen Xuan. The bell tolled once more. But this time, the sound was different, deep and thunderous, like a muffled clap of thunder. Greater spatial ripples than before spread out in a fan-shaped pattern. The attacking golden core expert had no time to react, struck instantly as if by lightning. The sound pierced through his body, freezing his form mid-air. As the second wave struck him, his body crumbled like sand, slowly disintegrating. The Dark Church members who had accompanied him met the same fate. The majority of the attackers who had come on this mission were now fallen. This sudden turn of events caused Chen Xuan's brows to furrow deeply. The situation had unfolded beyond his expectations, diverging completely from his calculations. This plan should have been flawless. Why had things gone awry at this critical moment? Who was interfering? His gaze fell upon the bell. The earlier shattering of the ghost gate projection had clearly been intended to cut off his escape route. Trapped deep within the underworld, he would have faced it without fear in his prime. But now, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The power of the human emperor lay dormant, and the righteous energy of the mortal realm was completely suppressed within him. It felt as though some law of nature had completely restricted his abilities. The mastermind behind this scheme was most likely the heavenly Tao itself. The entire hall fell into complete silence. From within the bell, a spirit form slowly materialized, gradually coalescing into a distinct figure. When he recognized the shadowy figure, his pupils contracted slightly, for they had met before. Zhong Kuei. At this moment, Zhong Kuei was but a lingering shadow. His true spirit was damaged, leaving only a remnant of his divine soul behind. His state was scarcely better than Zhong Kuei's own, and external forces could easily shatter what remained of his lingering soul. Greetings, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. Zhong Kuei's phantom bowed respectfully toward Chen Xuan. How did you come to be in this state? Chen Xuan frowned, his brows furrowed with concern. What unsettled him most was that Zhong Kuei's spirit seemed to recognize him. Didn't that mean the Zhong Kuei they had encountered in the Grand Hall earlier was also him? What on earth was going on? Zhong Kuei bowed once more before slowly explaining. Your Majesty, the upheaval in Fengdu was no accident, it was deliberately orchestrated. The underground passages have been damaged, and the 6 realms of reincarnation have suffered immense disruption. This individual possesses immense power, occupies a position of great authority, and commands countless factions to serve his will. His name must not be spoken, not uttered, lest he be detected at once. The true guardian of the underground passage is Lady Pingxin. Upon sensing the disturbance, she made arrangements only to fall victim to another scheme.
Now her divine spirit is fractured, and the 10 kings of hell may fare no better than I. Even the remnant soul of Qiyu is merely a pawn, yet he too is a disruptor. Qiyu is half human, half shaman, descendant of both the human and shamanic clans. Lady Pingxin sought to save him, yet ultimately failed. The Empress sacrificed herself to manifest the Wheel of Rebirth and reveal the secret passage. Yet, betrayed by the heavenly Tao, she was doomed to remain trapped within the underworld for eternity. After the 12 ancestral wizards fell, efforts were made to resurrect them, but the way of heaven's relentless suppression ultimately led to failure. The relationship between Lady Pingxin and the Tao of heaven speaks for itself. Had the Tao of humanity not risen, the Tao of earth would have faced even greater suppression. The earthly path and the human path are natural allies. Hearing these words, he nodded slightly, his mind already churning with turbulent waves. He had suspected as much before. It was highly likely the Tao of heaven was plotting against him. Now he had confirmation. It intended to weaken the human way further by orchestrating his downfall. Noticing the change in his expression, Zhong Kuei's remnant soul continued with the next words. Those words caused Chen Xian's pupils to contract violently as the truth became starkly clear. Yet within it, he sensed another possibility. Chapter 168, The Demon-Slaying Sword's Ascension. Zhong Kuei's lingering spirit had mentioned earlier that Lady Pingxin had been relentlessly seeking ways to resurrect the ancestral wizards. Given the current situation, could it be that she had also schemed against him? One must always be wary. But he quickly dismissed such thoughts. After all, he had already obtained part of the Book of Life and Death, while the 6 paths of reincarnation lay severely damaged and the underworld was on the brink of collapse. The 3 realm spaces had merged into one overlapping plane. This wasn't merely a collapse of social structures, it threatened to reignite primordial chaos. At that point, the earthly path and human path would be the first to perish. The heavenly path might then harness the primordial energies of the other 2 paths to truly ascend as the Great Tao. The Great Way is supremely impartial. The heavenly way had already merged with Hongjun, effectively gaining its own consciousness. Could it truly seize this opportunity? Zhong Kuei continued, using the 9 netherworlds to weaken the foundations of the human realm and disrupt the cycle of reincarnation. The Book of Life and Death is one of its targets. Her Majesty could have preserved one of the 3 great treasures of the earthly path, yet she chose her own course. This matter poses no harm to humanity. Indeed, it may even foster humanity's true growth. The isolation of heavenly and earthly chi is also a glimmer of hope Her Majesty has secured for the human race. Otherwise, the human race would never rise again. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian dismissed certain suspicions that had lingered in his mind. He raised his hand and bowed respectfully. First, I must thank you for saving my life. As you said, we are natural allies. Without your assistance, I would have fallen victim to the trap moments ago and likely perished here. Zhong Kuei shook his head. Your Majesty, even without my intervention, you would not have perished. The rule power that restrains you, though a constraint, also serves as a form of protection. Until the power of the rules is broken, they cannot harm your true form. As for the ghost gate I shattered earlier, entering it truly means plunging into the river of time. Only the power of a sage could escape. Only a sage can roam the river of time with utter freedom. Is there a problem, Lord Shui? Chen Xian asked directly. He saw no need to conceal his thoughts. This situation clearly smacked of Lord Shui stirring trouble. Of course, this was merely his suspicion. Boldly speculate, cautiously verify. Zhong Kuei shook his head. Lord Shui's true spirit was corrupted by the malevolent energies of the 9 netherworlds. I sealed him here with my own hands. The Empress truly told me that if all plans come to fruition, he may yet return. But if we do nothing, not only Lord Shui, but even I will vanish completely. I am now but a fragment of a soul, capable of only the most limited actions. Rather than waiting to slowly dissipate into the heavens and earth, I would rather fulfill my final purpose. I can merge my remnant essence into the demon-slaying sword. My sole dying wish is to implore His Majesty the Human Emperor to restore the cycle of reincarnation and establish order. Seal the fragments of my sword, the Azure Edge, and part of my legacy within Mount Tai. But this requires entering the Yin realm of Mount Tai. Without waiting for Chen Xian's consent, Zhong Kuei's remnant soul withdrew its last vestiges of divine essence and merged into Chen Xian's demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword seemed reborn. Several black patterns emerged upon the blade. Near the hilt, several dark red soul-binding runes gradually revealed themselves. The entire sword underwent a profound transformation at that moment. As the master of the demon-slaying sword, the moment Chen Xian grasped the hilt once more, he understood the gift bestowed by Zhong Kuei's remnant soul. It possessed overwhelming lethality and deterrence against any specter or ghostly entity. If a shadow spirit was wounded by the demon-slaying sword, the injury would be difficult to heal, effectively inflicting a bleeding and wound-dealing effect. Lower-level shadow spirits would be instantly slain by the soul-binding runes merely upon approaching the sword. The instant Zhong Kuei's remnant soul vanished, the bell automatically recognized its master, settling around Chen Xian's body like a protective golden bell shield. However, this bell only shielded Chen Xian's divine soul. Not yet fully refined, it could not be commanded at will. Chen Xian clutched Suyu tightly to his chest as his gaze fixed on the altar. Shui Fugong, using his own true spirit as a catalyst, harnessed the Earth's primal force to violently shatter the sacrificial platform. Now, he had completely dissipated into the heavens and earth. The fragment of the Book of Life and Death stored atop the altar fell into the hands of the resident. The treasure that had suppressed the city of the wrongfully deceased vanished. The city of the wrongfully deceased began collapsing at an accelerated pace. The chains of heaven's power binding Chen Xuan gradually tightened. Chen Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. Possessing the human scroll of the Book of Life and Death, combined with the fragmentary pages he had obtained earlier, the path of merging the two had already allowed him to glimpse the changes within the underground passage. His gaze seemed to span countless miles, taking in the entire state of the city of the wrongfully dead. Starting from the outermost edges, the city steadily collapsed inward toward its very core. Space shattered like a mirror, endless chaotic turbulence devouring everything in its path. Any object that fell into the chaotic turbulence was instantly torn apart by the gale force winds. At this moment, Chen Xuan noticed several peculiar locations. Within this underworld, the sudden appearance of people was like beacons in the darkness, strikingly conspicuous. The figures he saw were members of the Dark Church, including over a dozen dark mages. The legacy of dark sorcerers is extremely rare. Why are so many appearing now? Could they have been preparing all along? He had no time to ponder further. The spatial collapse accelerated relentlessly, steadily sinking toward the center. He must escape immediately. Human Emperor, hand over the Book of Life and Death, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll die if we return. Better to drag you down with us here. Several members of the Dark Church blocked Chen Xuan's path, their expressions fierce, their eyes filled with desperation and fear. If possible, they too did not wish to die. And not just die, be utterly annihilated, leaving not even a shred of soul behind. The collapsing space had already shown them the outcome. Even the most vicious demons, once weakened and swept into the chaotic vortex, would be instantly obliterated, utterly powerless to resist. Their fate within would be even more gruesome. The gale force winds within the chaos could only be withstood by Deluo golden immortals. Even in ancient myths, Deluo immortals were renowned figures. How much more so in this age of declining dharma, where spiritual energy had only just begun to revive? Even a minor human immortal could dominate. They were now fighting for their lives. Chen Xuan's face twisted into a cold smile. Are you certain you wish to die? He was buying time. The Book of Life and Death, human volume, protected Suyu's soul and true spirit, shielding them from the Nine Nether Worlds' malevolent corruption. Against the Dark Church's members and those dark sorcerers, the demon-slaying sword was no match for another mythical relic. The Dark Church members had all sensed the killing intent radiating from Chen Xuan. As they had said, if they failed to obtain what they sought, returning would mean certain death. Better to fight to the death now. At worst, they could drag Chen Xuan down with them in mutual destruction. After all, his current weakened state presented the prime opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 169, Chaos Gale. The eyes of the Dark Church and the sorcerers grew increasingly frenzied. Some truly embraced a death-defying resolve, while others sought to take advantage of the chaos. Chen Xuan's gaze fixed upon them, his expression as calm as still water. He spoke indifferently, now you can tell me directly who exactly stands behind you. Why can those people so easily control your lives and deaths? Name those behind you, and you might yet find a sliver of hope. Their leader, whose power had also reached the golden core stage, hesitated for a moment when his gaze met Chen Xuan's. His gaze met Chen Xuan's, and for a moment, hesitation flickered in his eyes. Yet, in the end, he uttered 4 words. The Desecration Alliance. Chen Xuan's heart jolted violently. That name was all too familiar. He had heard of this alliance in his previous life. He knew their limits. A cold smile spread across his face. Since you're from the Desecration Alliance, anything I say to you now is pointless. You've already been cursed. As for those dark mages, you're controlled by parasitic insects. If you fail your mission, death is your only path. And I see no way I could ever hand over the fragment of the Book of Life and Death to you. And compromise is out of the question. So you might as well wait for death. After speaking, the spiritual energy within him erupted completely. Though bound by the rules, he couldn't wield the power of the human emperor nor release the righteous energy within him. But thanks to his earlier brief recovery, he could now access the mythical relic within his body. The Book of Life and Death, human volume, completely shielded Suyu within its pages. In his hand appeared the divine needle of the sea, which he suddenly swung out in a strike. The divine needle weighed over 10,000 jin on its own, and with spiritual energy infused, its mass could increase further. The underworld space was now fragile beyond repair. One strike from the rod. Cracks rippled through the space, unleashing chaotic gale winds carrying the primal forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Anyone or anything near the fissures was torn to shreds. Seizing the moment, Chen Xuan immediately activated the instant thunder step. At this moment, he was utterly draining his own potential, squeezing every last drop of his spiritual energy. His very essence was being wounded. But at least he had a chance to escape. Just as Lord Shui could sacrifice himself for the true spirit of the underworld, Chen Xuan was equally willing to risk everything for the human race.
As long as he lived, the human race would avoid major upheavals. They could develop step by step, and even if true transcendence remained unattainable, they could at least avoid enslavement. Now he had finally realized. The true mastermind behind the schemes against the human and earthly realms is the heavenly Tao itself. The heavenly Tao calculates everything. And after merging with Hanjun, the entire course of the primordial chaos has already begun to deviate. The human Emperor Xing was once a mighty ruler, yet he gradually descended into corruption until he became known as King Zhou. The character Zhou carried no auspicious connotations in ancient times. The machinations behind it all were too numerous to count. Moreover, there is one crucial stipulation: the human emperor must not cultivate, lest he be forever confined to guarding the fire cloud cave. The heavenly Tao sages united to suppress the human race. Yet the human race possesses no sages of its own, destined only to serve as pawns for others. Now that humanity's destiny has been reclaimed, it has also incurred the wrath of all the sages. The path ahead is destined to be fraught with hardship. Therefore, he absolutely must not come to harm or the human race faces peril. Even if it meant damaging his foundations beyond repair, Chen Xuan refused to give up. Each swing of the divine needle in his hand unleashed a tidal wave of power, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun. At this moment, he was burning away his very essence. If it were merely the normal depletion of spiritual energy, he could replenish it swiftly by absorbing and condensing the essence from the heavens and earth. But consuming his primordial essence was irreversible. His cultivation level would steadily plummet. None of the Dark Church members blocking his path stood a chance against him. Warlocks were not adept at combat, their true strengths lay in curses and the application of various magical arts. At this moment, Chen Xuan swept through them like a whirlwind, utterly shattering their defensive formations. Dozens of dark sorcerers began to panic. They simultaneously formed an array. The power of the dark god within them rapidly condensed at that moment, forming a dense, pitch-black rune. The rune gradually shrank, becoming as small as a needle tip, nearly invisible. Then, the rune shot directly toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan had already torn through the defensive formation they had formed. Without hesitation, he swiftly darted forward. His lightning step left trails of afterimages as he passed through the gap he had torn open. His soul was now damaged, and the primal energy within him burned rapidly. He didn't even notice the pinprick-sized curse rune landing on his body. He gave those pursuing him no chance to close the gap. The burning primordial energy grew increasingly fierce. His spiritual energy was completely depleted, and the lightning step had reached its absolute limit. Guided by the underground passage within him, he arrived at the gates of the underworld. He glanced back. The entire netherworld shattered like broken glass. Within the space, the four primordial gale winds, earth, water, fire, and wind constantly surged in, tearing everything apart completely. A chorus of ghostly wails filled the air. Not a single member of the Dark Church or those dark sorcerers could escape. Their speed was too slow, while the collapse of the underworld was too swift. The netherworld was utterly reduced to chaos. Yet its basic structure remained intact. Even the four primordial chaotic gale energies, earth, water, fire, and wind, could not inflict catastrophic destruction upon it, leaving only distinct marks upon its surface. The realm of the six paths of reincarnation radiated a gentle earthen glow, shielding itself from the chaos. Other areas were not so fortunate. Countless aggrieved souls wailed and trembled. The sound seemed to pierce the soul. Even Chen Xuan, the assassin, felt a faint tremor in his own spirit. He didn't know if it was due to the influence of those wails. His soul was already damaged, and burning his primordial essence left him barely hanging on. He cast one final glance back. That heart-stopping terror felt like a deep imprint etched into his very soul. If humanity could not defy the heavens, it too would likely meet the same fate in the end. His gaze hardened with resolve as he stepped forward. Beyond the gates of the underworld lay the convergence of yin and yang. This place was most familiar to him. It was the former Qinling Mountains. The ghost gate gradually faded into obscurity, while the realm where yin and yang converged descended into utter chaos. Anyone venturing within would instantly lose their way. Even Chen Xuan, despite his actions, could only perceive nothing but utter chaos before him. There was no way to discern direction, let alone enter the underworld. Now, the underworld held no living beings whatsoever, not even the ghostly spirits and demons. All had been swallowed by the chaos. The nine netherworld's malevolent energies, too, had been utterly annihilated beneath the chaotic gale winds. This journey to the netherworld had indeed resolved his deepest doubts and confirmed his suspicions, but the toll had been immense. Especially when he looked down and saw Suyu's damaged soul. The fine, jade-colored cracks on her forehead felt like a wrenching pain in his heart. Chapter 170, Soul Damage. Suyu, her soul severely wounded, had now fallen into a deep, unbroken slumber. Chen Xuan cradled Suyu as he descended slowly onto the Qinling Mountains. At that moment, the restraints and the force of the rules within his body were completely released. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth swirled like an inverted funnel, rushing into him at an astonishing speed. The way of humanity itself aided his rapid recovery. Yet the burning of his primordial essence had been too great. To escape the underworld, the cultivation level he had previously attained had now plummeted back to the human immortal realm. The human immortal realm equated to the power of celestial soldiers in myth. A bitter smile touched his lips. Surviving this ordeal was already a miracle. Even now, his power remained among the pinnacle in this primordial chaos. After all, the primordial continent was still in the process of, and those mighty primordial forests had yet to awaken from within the cities, their bloodlines still dormant. The primordial chaos knew no years, for its creatures were nearly immortal and indestructible, their lives endless. These formidable beings had all fallen into slumber across the shattered fragments of the primordial continent when it collapsed. They were even more terrifying than the gods of old. With the primordial continent, some of them might emerge. The current Chen Xuan might not be their match, but he was certain of one thing: those beings were also extremely weakened, and their recovery required time. This period of time is precisely the window for the human race to develop. He took several deep breaths, suppressing the faint flicker of panic within his heart. What he feared most now was none other than Xuyu. Xuyu had pushed beyond her limits to save him, casting spells that strained her far more severely than when he burned his own primordial essence. He could gradually cultivate his essence back through cultivation. The pace would undoubtedly be painfully slow, but at least his life remained intact. Damage to his soul could be compensated for by the human emperor's destiny. But Xuyu was not him. She possessed no human emperor's destiny. Unless she fully awakened the bloodline of the Queen Mother of the West. But with her soul damaged in this lifetime, her memories might be distorted. If forced methods were used now, it was unknown whether the one who awoke would be the former Queen Mother of the West or the present Xuyu. Chen Xuan reflected on the events leading up to this moment. Ever since entering the underworld, it felt like he'd been caught in a trap. First, he encountered the River of Time. Within that river, he encountered Zhong Kuei and the words spoken to him then, followed by the truth revealed later by Zhong Kuei's remnant soul. Lord Shui had died a heroic death. Yet in the end, the underworld still collapsed. Lord Shui had warned him that the 9 netherworld's malevolent energies corrupted divine souls, and it was Zhong Kuei himself who sealed Lord Shui within that altar. The altar did not summon any evil deity, but rather sealed the fragmentary pages of the Book of Life and Death, human volume. The web of intrigue involved was vast, suffocating his mind like an inescapable net. Chen Xuan meticulously replayed every detail of his journey through the underworld in his mind. His gaze grew increasingly cold and resolute. Even if it meant burning his last drop of blood, he must protect the human race. As long as the human race endured, the human way would endure. If the human race faced crisis and the true self revealed itself as the Son of Heaven, that would be the end. The heavenly way dared not allow the human race to fully revive. All his actions were defying the heavens. Now, the first fruits of his labor were visible. The fortune of the human race gathered ceaselessly, no longer exploited by the so-called heavenly court. Even the sages could no longer absorb its fortune. It seemed all fortune had converged upon the human race. But their development has been too brief. The Tao of Heaven would never idly watch their true rise. It would surely have its own schemes. This journey to the underworld had already sounded an alarm within him. Especially when he gazed upon Xuyu in his arms, Chen Xuan felt as if needles were piercing his heart. His heart trembled at that moment. Glancing at the surrounding terrain, he felt his spiritual energy begin to recover slightly. Without hesitation, he activated the technique to shrink the earth into inches. In this scenario, the gene bank he established. And within it lay another secret safe house. Members of the Dark Church and sorcerers had formed a profane alliance. He knew the time would come for him to strike, but now was not the moment. First, he must sort through the gains of this expedition. His greatest haul was one of the most precious treasures in the underground passages, a fragment of the Book of Life and Death. Particularly the most crucial section, the scrolls pertaining to individuals. It contained the essence of the soul's path. Upon arriving at the safe house, the gene bank guards recognized Chen Xuan and verified his identity, naturally offering no obstruction. Chen Xuan placed Xuyu into the nutrient chamber. The nutrient chamber could only protect Suyu's physical body from harm, but it could not repair her injured soul. He dared not rashly attempt to repair Suyu's soul at this moment, fearing that awakening the soul of the Queen Mother of the West might inevitably lead to memory discrepancies. The primal essence he had burned could not be restored. It could only be enhanced through future cultivation. The fortune of the human race had already aided in repairing the damage caused by burning his primordial essence. The damage to his soul, however, could only be slowly nurtured. He drew forth the tattered scroll of the Book of Life and Death. His divine soul touched it lightly. He continuously contemplated the Tao of the soul. The 3,000 Tao paths each held distinct truths. His comprehension progressed rapidly. The continuous blessings of the human race's destiny, combined with the insights from the river diagram and the Book of Changes, enabled him to swiftly decipher the Book of Life and Death and grasp the essence of the soul's path. In just a few days, he had already mastered the preliminary abilities of soul binding and soul stabilization, and deduced extremely important information. He opened his eyes, a piercing light flashing within. The events he deduced concerned the entire human race, with one location standing out most clearly.
Though he had already deciphered its meaning in his heart, he still needed to go there in person. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden, needle-like pain pierced his mind. The pain came swiftly and faded just as quickly. He carefully assessed his condition, his brow gradually furrowing. Although his cultivation base was rapidly declining due to the burning of his primordial essence, he still maintained the realm of a human immortal. If there were any issues with his body, he would have noticed them. Could it be that his divine soul, damaged in battle, had not yet fully recovered? Beyond that, he could think of no other possibilities. He rose to walk outside, but immediately felt as though a new burden had settled upon him. His mind grew restless, as if venturing forth would lead him into grave peril. He had always trusted his instincts implicitly. In his previous life, he had faced danger many times, yet his instincts had saved him each time. The insights derived from the Way of the Soul and the River Diagram and Book of Lo held immense benefits for the human race. He had to make this journey. If anyone else went, they might not achieve the desired outcome. Only he could succeed, for he had begun to master the Way of Souls, enabling him to awaken the ancient sages. The final scene of his journey to the underworld, the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, continued to sound a warning bell for him. Yet his current state made it unwise to appear in the outside world. The Desecration Alliance, formed by the Dark Church and the Sorcerers of the Black Arts, would surely have other participants involved. They would undoubtedly strike while he was down. Chapter 171, The Ancestral Sages. Chen Xuan hesitated for a moment. He had intended to contact the Grand Elder, but quickly dismissed the idea. No one could be certain if others were lurking in the Grand Elder's vicinity. Now that the primordial chaos was being reorganized, cultivation was embraced by all. Some possessed bloodlines not purely human, yet they could infiltrate as humans, only to deliver a vicious stab in the back when the moment arose. Such betrayal was an inescapable reality, no matter the era. His gaze turned icy. Even if my soul is damaged, you won't easily track my whereabouts. If the Profanity Alliance discovers me on this journey, it will prove they have mastered some mysterious power that allows them to pinpoint my location at any time. His resolve was set. Even if danger awaited, he must press on. The River Diagram and the Book of Changes could never be wrong. They were the supreme treasures that had accompanied his rebirth. As for the human scrolls of the Book of Life and Death, they were genuine treasures. Combined, the outcome they foretold demanded preparation as soon as possible. He suppressed the unsettling premonition and activated the Shrink the Earth to an Inch technique. This divine ability shared a similar essence with the Instant Thunder Step. The Lightning Step was a burst of speed, even faster than Shrink the Earth to an Inch. Within the underworld, he could fully wield space shrinking technique, but the spatial stability there was insufficient. As a spatial-based technique, space shrinking technique carried inherent risks. A single misstep could send one plunging directly into the void of chaos. Entering it and falling into the river of time was even more perilous. Yet in the primordial chaos, the spatial barriers were solid. No matter how he wielded it, there was no risk of falling into spatial turbulence. His own power had fallen to the human immortal realm, making it impossible for him to traverse 100 li in a single stride. Having just departed the Yinglong Mountains, his sense of unease grew increasingly pronounced. When he activated Shrink the Earth to an Inch and materialized over 10 kilometers away, a colossal figure appeared before him, none other than the demon god Qiyu, the last vision he had witnessed before his demise in his previous life. His heart seized in terror. The demon god Qiyu before him was no mere projection. With his current strength, he stood no chance against it. He couldn't fathom why. Zhong Kuei's remnant soul had already told him that the remnant soul of the demon god Qiyu was merely a pawn being manipulated. Why had it now descended directly before him? Pushing aside his doubts, the demon-slaying sword materialized in his hand. The demon-slaying sword, fused with Zhong Kuei's remnant soul, inflicted immense damage upon divine spirits. Any wound it dealt was irreversible. All his spiritual energy converged in one point. Upright righteousness crystallized within his heart, shielding him from the malevolent aura emanating from the demon god Qiyu. Qiyu, I never expected you to descend upon the primordial chaos so soon. It truly caught me off guard. Yet, you do not instill in me a profound sense of danger. Your arrival must have left you severely weakened. Today, I cannot let you live. Chen Xuan's inner killing intent erupted. He did not understand why this scene had manifested. The sudden descent of the Yin demon god's remnant soul was like forcing growth. The premature arrival had severely diminished its power. It was even weaker than that of a mortal immortal. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. The demon-slaying sword in his hand slashed out with sudden ferocity. The spiritual energy within him surged like a towering tidal wave, roaring forth in an instant. The demon-slaying sword emitted a brilliant glow as a crescent blade of energy sliced through the sky, even causing spatial fissures to appear. Yet the demon god Qiyu before him remained utterly unaffected. Chen Xuan's heart trembled. The demon god Qiyu was even more powerful than in his previous life. He was absolutely no match for it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the demon-slaying sword suddenly trembled. A thread of scorching energy emanated from it, as if it had touched his very heart. He snapped back to reality and looked forward once more. The illusory form of the demon god Qiyu had vanished as if it had all been a mirage.
How could this be? Chen Xuan's heart trembled. Had he unknowingly fallen victim to an illusion?
Even if the Desecration Alliance had tracked his movements, they couldn't possibly know his every action. He had only just deduced the path ahead.
Yet the Desecration Alliance already knew his every move and had set up an ambush in advance?
As shock rippled through his mind, panic began to stir within him.
If this were true, how many schemes lay hidden behind it? Who was pulling the strings behind the Blasphemy Alliance? Could the Tao of Heaven have intervened so swiftly?
Questions swirled in his mind, yet one thing defied comprehension: even the immortals hadn't awakened yet, let alone the Tao of Heaven or Hongjun. The primordial continent had only recently been reshaped and formed, its spiritual energy had not yet reached its peak. Such a situation should not have arisen at this stage.
Chen Xuan couldn't make sense of it, yet the surrounding danger had vanished.
Gritting his teeth, he pressed on toward his destination. His journey proceeded without further disturbance. His mind was filled with confusion and questions. Upon reaching a certain location, he surveyed the surroundings. Finally, in that desolate place, a broken stone stele was found. On the stone tablet, faint traces of ancient inscriptions could still be discerned. The tomb of Wen Xinghua, Duke of Wen, Chancellor of the Song Dynasty, Tianxiang. His purpose in journeying here was to seek the spirit of Wen Tianxiang. The primordial continent had been reshaped, yet everything else remained unchanged. Upon arriving here, he could distinctly sense the righteous energy permeating the surroundings. That righteous energy seemed like an intangible force, like scattered points of light around him. Chen Xuan gazed at the shattered tombstone before continuing forward. He discovered another such light point.
An ancient inscription carved into the cracked, weathered stone read:
"Sacrificing life at Chai Market, integrity forever preserved, pure blood forever upholds, righteous spirit buried in green mountains, loyalty to nation fulfilled, true heart reflects the sun, praising the magnetic needle."
Chen Xuan took several deep breaths, recalling his earlier deductions. No wonder it led me here. So that's it.
The power of righteousness in this world is the righteous spirit. Few may recognize the name Wen Tianxiang, yet he left behind an immortal maxim.
Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let my loyal heart illuminate the annals of history.
This is his famous saying, and he truly lived up to it.
His peer in renown was none other than General Yu Fei.
Chen Xuan gathered all the scattered stones and assembled them together. He then placed them before the inscription. Bowing with clasped hands, he spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "Descendant of the human emperor, I beseech the true spirit of Chancellor Wen Tianxiang to manifest." As his voice echoed, the heavens and earth shifted.
In the sky, it seemed as though thunder tribulations were gathering ceaselessly. Chen Xuan's gaze fixed upon the heavens, his eyes sharp as blades. "Heaven's way, this concerns the affairs of humanity. Do you intend to defy the great Tao?"
His words thundered like 1,000 bolts of lightning. The thunderclouds in the sky lingered for a moment before reluctantly dissipating.
Chen Xuan bowed once more.
"I beseech the true spirit of Chancellor Wen Tianxiang to manifest."
Chapter 172, The Magnanimous Confucian Scholar.
Chen Xuan's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to echo across the 3 mountains and 5 great peaks. The scattered righteous energy slowly began to coalesce. A figure gradually materialized before Chen Xuan. The figure seemed tangible, as if a real person had materialized before Chen Xuan. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his gaze exceptionally gentle. The scholarly grace emanating from him seemed capable of purifying one's soul. Upon appearing, he saw Chen Xuan bowing deeply once more. He immediately floated before Chen Xuan, supporting him with both hands.
"Your Majesty, how could I possibly accept such a grand gesture? Whatever command you may have, please speak, Your Majesty."
"I shall obey without question." Chen Xuan's heartbeat quickened at these words. He hurriedly said, "Chancellor Wen, this concerns the fate of our human race.
I implore you to protect us."
He then recounted his journey to the underworld and the dire situation facing the human race.
When Tianxiang hesitated not a moment, nodding firmly. "I am entirely at Your Majesty's command."
Chen Xuan straightened up, the scroll of the Book of Life and Death appearing in his hand. As if divine inspiration struck, the divine mandate of the human emperor coalesced within him into a brush, which spoke directly, "When Tianxiang, heed my command. In the name of the human emperor, I hereby consecrate you as the city god of Shijian, a righteous deity of the mortal realm, to receive the incense offerings of humanity."
Received.
When Tianxiang bowed with clasped hands, several tattered pages of the Book of Life and Death seemed to undergo a transformation, coalescing anew. Golden light flared. The human Tao's destiny surged rapidly.
Someone once said that 0 and 1 represent the greatest distance.
The moment Chen Xuan took his first step, the formation of a path was already predestined. Even Chen Xuan hadn't anticipated the Book of Life and Death's transformation. The few tattered pages now resembled the divine list, using the human path's destiny as a brush to consecrate the righteous gods of the mortal realm.
Above the heavens,
the profound aura of the Tao drifted down slowly.
Though but a faint wisp, it descended entirely upon Wen Tianxiang's head.
Soon, a radiant light of righteous virtue emanated from his body. That was the righteous energy of the righteous path in the mortal world reshaping his body. Chen Xuan's face gradually broke into a smile. Now that the underworld had collapsed, souls in the mortal realm had nowhere to go. To re-enter the 6 realms of rebirth, there was only one final option: establishing city god temples. The city gods across the land bore another responsibility, guiding the souls of the mortal realm into the 6 realms of rebirth. Though the underworld could be abolished, it could not fully replace the underworld. For city gods could only accept human souls, they could not receive the souls of other beings for reincarnation. If the 6 realms contained only human souls, the human race might endure. But other beings might not fare so well. At the very least, humans would not be affected in their reincarnation. As for the other Chen Xuan, he couldn't concern himself with that for now. When Tianxiang opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them. A resplendent aura of human righteousness radiated from his body. Those golden eyes turned to Chen Xuan, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Human Emperor, you bear a curse." Chen Xuan froze, then jolted awake in his mind. Even now, he could still distinctly feel the heavy burden weighing upon him. He had initially thought it was damage to his divine soul. Now when Tianxiang's warning struck him, the righteous energy of the mortal world was the natural enemy of such malevolent forces. He asked directly, "Can it be removed?" When Tianxiang extended a finger and touched Chen Xuan's shoulder, pure, unblemished righteous energy gathered at the tip of his finger. After a long moment, he shook his head helplessly. "Your Majesty, this curse was cast by sacrificing the life of a dark sorcerer. I am powerless to remove it. If one's faith were strong enough to attain the realm of one of the 365 righteous gods, perhaps this curse could be lifted. Even among the righteous gods of the mortal realm, there are ranks. The lowest rank are the wild gods, consecrated by the human emperor, drawing power from incense offerings and cultivating the way of incense. Though they are now true gods of the mortal realm, they remain the weakest night-roaming gods. Night-wandering deities could only roam at night. When Tianxiang, possessing righteous energy, now covets the position of a true god of the mortal realm. His power has already reached that of a day-roaming deity. This is one rank higher than a night-roaming god. His own power will undergo a rapid burst of growth, but to become one of the 365 true deities, he requires at least millions of devotees who hold him in sincere faith. Achieving this is exceedingly difficult. The strongest beings in the mortal realm are, at most, one of the 365 true deities. They rely on the incense offerings of the mortal world, yet they also bear the responsibility of protecting the human race. Human incense offerings aren't merely about burning a stick of incense, they require fulfilling human prayers and safeguarding a region from malevolent spirits. After a brief exchange, Chen Xuan immediately sent a message to the Grand Elder. He instructed him to establish a city god temple in the Western River region. This temple would oversee the entire West River region, while Tianxiang could arrange the smaller city god temples in various counties and districts as he saw fit. To become a city god, one must accumulate merit and virtue, be a revered figure of great benevolence. Alternatively, one must possess an indomitable righteous spirit. Chen Xuan had taken the first step. He didn't even want to get involved further, the Grand Elder would handle the rest. Since ancient times, the true spirits of great Confucian scholars had never entered the underworld. By virtue of their earthly deeds, they ought to ascend to the celestial court and partake in the fortune of the human race. Yet heaven's way holds its own secrets. When these great Confucian scholars met their end, they neither ascended to heaven nor descended to the underworld. If this continues indefinitely, the divine soul will only dissipate into the vastness of heaven and earth. Yet their true spirits remain indestructible, unless the human race itself perishes. At this point, one need only invoke their deeds in life to awaken them. The first step is the most difficult one. It need not be undertaken by the human emperor himself, others may do it. Yet that person must be upright and selfless, possessing righteous energy capable of communicating with the true spirits of the sages. Whenever great calamity befalls the flower-planting family, countless heroes inevitably emerge. Chen Xuan need not worry about this matter. His most urgent task now was to address the curse upon himself. When he had examined himself earlier, he had used spiritual artifacts and the emperor's divine fortune. After returning to the Yinglong Mountains, he entered the safe house and locked himself deep within its lowest level. He then summoned the righteous spirit gathered within his body. He meticulously examined every detail. Finally, he pinpointed the crux of the problem. A curse did indeed bind him, and it was precisely the trace of cursed energy that had been affecting him. That persistent sense of unease stemmed directly from this curse. The Desecration Alliance had failed to pinpoint his exact location, all because this curse was at work. The illusions too were manifestations of the curse. As he attempted to purge the curse, he distinctly felt it clinging to him like maggots clinging to bone, deeply rooted within his body. Upright righteousness could only suppress it, not remove it. The longer it lingered, the stronger the curse grew. Moreover, it fed on his very essence. The more powerful he became, the more potent the curse grew. He recalled Tianxiang's words. The curse power formed by a dark sorcerer sacrificing their own life. Dozens of wronged souls now coiled within his body.
Previously unnoticed, when he burned his primordial essence, the curse seized the opportunity to devour a portion of it, granting the curse its resistance to righteous energy. Chapter 173, The Jade Order of the Yaoshui River. The true terror of curses lay in their silent, insidious erosion. Now that Chen Xuan was aware of the curse's existence, he could suppress it with righteous energy and needn't worry too much about a sudden outbreak. He carefully sensed the curse within his body. Soon, his brow furrowed. The curse actually has this faint connection to Mount Tai. It seems to harbor intense resistance toward the land of Mount Tai. Could it be fearing something? After pondering for a moment, he decided to set aside resolving the curse for now. Having completed the necessary tasks, it was time to focus on repairing Su Yu's damaged soul essence. He already had a rough plan in mind. He first visited the science park, where he researched all available detailed records concerning the Queen Mother of the West. The park housed numerous ancient texts, including rare, bound editions. Perhaps I could try to activate Su Yu's Queen Mother of the West bloodline, ignite its power, and channel that force to mend her soul. This is the only feasible option at present. Chen Xuan committed all the information he had gathered to memory before returning to the Qinling safe house. He lifted Su Yu from the nutrient tank and carried her into the deepest chamber of the quiet room. What he was about to do demanded absolute silence. Not a single disturbance could be tolerated. With Su Yu's life at stake, Chen Xuan dared not overlook the slightest detail. After several deep breaths, he placed his fingertip on Su Yu's Tanzhong acupoint. Su Yu's heartbeat was painfully slow. As strands of energy flowed from his fingertip into the blood vessels deep within her heart, he sensed an aura of immeasurable preciousness. The moment his spiritual energy touched that essence, it ignited like fire meeting gasoline. The power and essence deep within her bloodline erupted from Su Yu's body at that moment. The most profound bloodline energy slowly spread throughout her being, enveloping her in a pure, flawless jade-colored aura. Guided by the human race's destiny energy within Chen Xuan, his fingers gently pierced through the jade-colored aura, channeling that power toward Su Yu's divine soul. Whether her soul could be restored depended entirely on the success of this subsequent channeling of power. Yet as he channeled the human race's destiny as a conduit, an unexpected shift caused his brows to furrow. Power from the depths of his bloodline began to coalesce toward his fingers. The power of the human emperor within him stirred restlessly at that moment. A vague sense stirred within Chen Xuan: if he channeled this power now, something uncontrollable might occur. Yet, an unseen force urged him that he must proceed. After only a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan made his decision. The power of the human emperor radiated outward. The jade-colored radiance enveloping Su Yu then coalesced with the power of the human emperor. A jade token gradually took shape in Chen Xuan's hand. The jade token of the immortal queen? While researching all available texts on the Queen Mother of the West, Chen Xuan had encountered this very token. In the past, the Queen Mother of the West had dispatched her subordinates bearing this token to aid the human emperor Xuanyuan. The bound ancient text contained an illustration of this token, rendered as a hand-painted image. That ancient text had been unearthed during the Tang dynasty and also contained records of the Mogao caves. Now, as Chen Xuan gazed at the token in his hand, he understood its significance. This is proof of descent from the Queen Mother of the West and also a key. According to the texts, this token can unlock the true secret realm of the Yaoqi pool on Mount Kunlun. Perhaps within this secret realm lies a miraculous treasure capable of healing soul damage. The journey to the Yaoqi secret realm is now urgent. He carefully sensed the injuries on Su Yu's body. The damage to her divine soul had ceased to worsen. The power of the Queen Mother of the West's bloodline suppressed the damage, allowing only slow, gradual repair. Without external intervention, this process could take an extremely long time. Without healing the soul damage, Su Yu could not awaken. The guidance of the Jade Order of the Jade Pool reminded Chen Xuan of the journey to the underworld. Earlier, Su Yu had also sensed something in the depths of her being, leading them both to journey to the underworld, a journey that nearly cost them their lives. He refused to be manipulated any longer. With a flick of his thoughts, the river diagram and the Book of Changes appeared in his hand. Combining them with the scroll of the Book of Life and Death, he began to divine using the fortune of the human race. If this journey held grave peril, he would seek herbs to mend her soul damage. With the primordial chaos reorganizing, rare treasures would gradually emerge. Particularly those innate spiritual roots. Not only could they repair his own body, but they could also enhance his cultivation. Even the legendary Three Lights holy water might surface. As the human race's destiny flowed in, the river diagram and Luo book slowly unfolded, absorbing the aura of the human scrolls from the Book of Life and Death. Within mere moments, the divination results manifested. Chen Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, stowing away the river diagram and Book of Changes along with the Book of Life and Death. Though perilous, this journey also held immense opportunity. The guidance of the Jade Token of the Immortal Pool was accurate. The opening of the Yaoqi secret realm is imminent. Its entrance will only appear with the spiritual energy tide, and entry requires possession of the Yaoqi Jade Order. The entrance, born of the spiritual energy tide, will be accompanied by extraordinary celestial phenomena. This will inevitably draw the attention of those with covetous intentions.
Chen Xuan had made his decision and returned Suyu to the nutrient chamber. Suyu's soul injuries were the most severe. The power deep within her bloodline was slowly repairing itself, so there was no need to worry about further deterioration. That meant he could focus all his efforts on preparing for the journey to the Yaoqi secret realm. Moreover, he needed to be the first to discover the secret realm's entrance when it appeared. He also had to arrange for people to control the surrounding area to prevent others from entering. With his decision made, he headed directly for Dragon Tiger Mountain. The current Celestial Master, Zhang Qingwei, was training alongside the old Celestial Master. Sensing Chen Xian's presence approaching, he immediately stepped outside the main hall and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, human emperor. No need for formalities. I come today with a request." Chen Xian cut straight to the point. Zhang Qingwei's expression grew grave. He noticed Chen Xian's cultivation aura had weakened considerably compared to before, while the human emperor's divine mandate radiating from him had grown even more potent. Could the human emperor have been injured? Even with the primordial chaos being reshaped, it seemed unlikely anyone could harm the human emperor. Now, the human emperor's cultivation stood head and shoulders above all others. Unless a true immortal descended in person, and it had to be one of immense power, it would be extremely difficult to harm the human emperor. After both men took their seats, a young attendant promptly served tea. "Master Zhang, I need to unite all the elite forces of the Xian sect to explore the secret realm together. This matter is of utmost importance. If I enter the secret realm alone, I may face no danger, but I cannot safeguard all its treasures. This inevitably invites the covetous eyes of petty individuals. Moreover, this secret realm lies within the Yaoqi region of Kunlun Mountain, where a spiritual energy tide is set to surge once more in the coming days." Zhang Qingwei's expression darkened. Each spiritual energy surge brought forth various supernatural phenomena and the emergence of rare treasures. While presenting opportunities, it also carried manifold dangers. Danger and opportunity coexisted, presenting an unfavorable situation for the entire human race. Humans were inherently weak, no match for the primordial creatures of the chaos. The revival of the spiritual energy tide signaled the awakening of countless beings. These entities did not belong to the human race indeed, they could even be considered adversaries to humanity. Especially among the demon clans, the power deeply hidden within their bloodlines is awakening, and it is highly likely that primordial great demons will awaken from their slumber. Chapter 174, The Nine Heavens Mystic Galestorm. Chen Xian noticed the shift in Zhang Qingwei's expression and guessed what was on his mind. He smiled faintly. This spiritual energy tide also brings opportunities for the human race. If I'm not mistaken, within the Yaoqi secret realm, there should still be peaches of immortality. Obtaining a single peach could grant humanity an additional master. Beyond that, other mythical relics lie hidden, all equally usable by our race. Refining these relics with one's divine essence can greatly enhance our strength. The Queen Mother of the West holds a deep bond with our race, unlike other immortals. This journey brings both peril and promise. This is also the greatest gain from the recent title surge. I intend to issue the Human Emperor's edict, gathering all elite forces of the Xian sect to Kunlun Mountain. The Demon Suppression Bureau shall patrol the realm and venture into other minor secret realms. Zhang Qingwei nodded emphatically upon hearing this. "I shall immediately relay this to all major factions of the Xianmen." "No need. I shall summon them simultaneously with the Human Emperor's edict. My descent today was primarily to inform you of the full circumstances, and I hope you will relay this message to them. Have them prepare. I need to scout the secret realm's entrance in advance. This will allow immediate entry during the spiritual energy tides. Simultaneously, you must assign tasks. Some must remain outside to fend off those petty individuals who seek to pry." After Chen Xian departed, Zhang Qingwei immediately contacted the major sects. Though not affiliated with the Demon Suppression Bureau and perhaps outnumbered by it, their elite combat strength surpassed that of the Bureau. The current Celestial Master, Zhang Qingwei, had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. The old Celestial Master's absence stemmed from his cultivation reaching a critical juncture. He was in the midst of breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. This was the true depth of the ancient sects. Major Xianmen factions gathered at Kunlun Mountain, each bearing their sect's most treasured artifacts. Their actions have drawn the attention of numerous factions. Particularly the Illuminati and the Dark Church, once mortal enemies, now share a common goal: to uncover what the Taoist sects are plotting. Large numbers of unidentified personnel appeared on the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain. They could never have imagined just how many masters the Xianmen of the flower-planting family possessed. The Blasphemy Alliance had also dispatched agents, but they were captured one by one. The aura emanating from these individuals was like beacons in the night to cultivators, instantly detectable. Powerful dark sorcerers or members of the Dark Church dared not show themselves, knowing that to appear was to die. Xianmen cultivators were no saints, they operated by their own rules. When encountering these creatures, they showed no hesitation: strike first, kill outright. Even if they made a mistake and killed one, it didn't matter. In their eyes, these beings were nothing but evil and heretical, all deserving of destruction. This situation persisted for about 3 days. Chen Xuan had already calculated the precise timing of the spiritual energy tides and pinpointed the entrance location. He had expected it to be within the mystical realm of the immortal pool. But to his surprise, it was actually at the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, at the entrance to a canyon. Upon learning this, he immediately headed to where the others had gathered. The heads of the major sects arrived promptly. A faint smile touched Chen Xuan's lips as he surveyed the gathering, witnessing the might of the Xian sect. He hadn't issued the human emperor's edict before, so he hadn't known the true extent of the Xian sect's current strength. But now, he could see that the weakest of these sect leaders had reached the golden core stage. The grand elders within the sects had largely broken through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the ethereal and profound aura emanating from them confirmed they were undoubtedly orthodox cultivators of the Xian sect. No need for formalities, everyone. We are all members of the human race and practitioners of the Xian sect. Gathered here today, I shall lead you all into the secret realm to seek opportunities together. The Yaoqi secret realm holds great fortune. Should we be fortunate enough to obtain the peaches of immortality, we shall share them together. A single peach could even elevate one directly to the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, every cultivator present flashed a fervent gleam in their eyes. They too yearned to accelerate their cultivation, yet their progress remained painfully slow. After the primordial chaos was reshaped, reaching the golden core stage in such a short time required exceptional innate talent. As for the elder generation like the supreme elders, their cultivation stemmed from accumulated time. With profound mental fortitude, their breakthroughs came more easily, free from any bottlenecks. Yet the continuous accumulation of spiritual energy remained a protracted process. The young generation of geniuses, possessing gold core cultivation themselves, had all accompanied the journey. The number of golden core cultivators gathered here now exceeded 100. Among the major overseas factions, reaching the golden core stage meant one became a decision-maker within their faction, and there wasn't a single nascent soul cultivator among them. After informing everyone of the necessary preparations, Chen Xuan wasted no further time. His gaze turned toward the sky. As if responding to his gaze, a multicolored radiance suddenly burst forth from the heavens. A pillar of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Without warning, it crashed down before them all. As if a sword had cleaved open the heavens. After the rainbow pillar dissipated, a gateway appeared in its wake. The gate was entirely formed of jade, soaring high into the clouds. Gazing upward, it evoked a sense of majestic grandeur. Upon the gateway, 3 characters appeared. Jade Gate Pass. A majestic and imposing aura descended, as if a colossal boulder had settled upon each person. The shock ran deep, stirring up a storm within their hearts. Merely the entrance to the secret realm stirred a dangerous intuition within them, even evoking a sense of unease. At that moment, a beam of light emanated from Jade Gate Pass. A light appeared in the vast sky. Above, only a few simple words appeared. Those who enter face certain death. These words felt like immense pressure, causing every heart in the arena to tremble slightly. Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment, stepping forward to be the first to enter the Jade Gate Pass. The moment he entered, he was met with the 9 heavens Xiangang storm. The gale force winds in the sky were like the sharpest blades in existence. Wherever they passed, even the hardest stones were sliced cleanly, leaving smooth, even cuts. The fallen rocks plummeted into the canyon below. Within that canyon stood a group of stone statues. Zhang Qingwei followed Chen Xian's footsteps into the Jade Gate Pass as well. Joining them were the old celestial master and the elite disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He too was stunned by the 9 heavens Xiangang storm that had erupted in the sky. Its razor-sharp aura felt as though it could tear one's soul apart, a shock unlike anything witnessed before. Everyone's expressions grew solemn. His gaze fell upon the group of stone statues guarding the canyon. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his face betrayed an expression of utter disbelief. It's the Caming Beast stone statues. Hearing the name he shouted, many faces paled dramatically. Chapter 175, Weak Water. The Caming Beast stone statues were unique guardian beasts. They were not only recorded in the Dragon Tiger Mountain archives, but also documented in the records of sects with long-standing traditions. Their bodies were impervious to blades and arrows, and they feared no magical arts. Earth, fire, water, and wind spells had no effect upon them, and magical artifacts were greatly diminished against them. Moreover, they possessed immense brute strength. Except for its inability to fly, it could be considered one of the most formidable guardian beasts in existence. A single one is enough to cause headaches. Yet here, a whole pack has appeared. Above, the 9 heavens mystic gale raged, threatening to descend at any moment and tear through the crowd. A foreboding gripped every heart. Take one more step, and the terrifying gale winds from the sky would descend, tearing each of them apart. And those stone statues of the Caming Beasts would instantly come to life, viewing them as intruders and fighting them to the death. This was merely the first gate, yet it proved so perilous. Those who entered felt no regret, yet a heavy weight settled in their hearts. Could their strength truly find the hidden treasures within this secret realm? At that moment, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan raised his head to gaze at the vast sky. He had already grasped the key to breaking the stalemate. Turning his gaze toward the old celestial master, a gentle smile graced his face. Old celestial master, I trust you two have made your preparations. The old Taoist master stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with confidence as he nodded. The nine heavens mystic galestorm raging above the sky has been weakened by the nine skies thunder summoning array formed by our dragon Tiger Mountain. Even after weakening, only those at the golden core stage or above can withstand the gale. The rest of you, withdraw to guard the outer perimeter of Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, you'll be torn apart by that terrifying tempest. As soon as his voice faded, he immediately led all the elite forces of Dragon Tiger Mountain and the current generation of celestial masters to deploy the nine heavens thunder summoning array. The storm above clashed with the summon formation. The two forces were evenly matched. At that moment, Chen Xuan turned his gaze toward the supreme elder of the Maoshan sect. The supreme elder of Maoshan's eyes gleamed as he declared in a solemn voice, our Maoshan sect excels in corpse refinement techniques and mastering the control of zombies. The Kaiming Beast stone statues possess immense strength and are impervious to spells. Zombies, however, fear magical arts. Yet these Kaiming Beast stone statues lack the knowledge to wield such arts, making them the perfect counter. Leading the charge, he summoned the Golden Armor Corpse, a legacy of the Maoshan lineage. Following suit, the elite of Mount Mao summoned the zombie puppets they had brought with them. The moment they stepped forward, the Kaiming Beast stone statues sprang to life. They roared to the heavens, then surged forward like a charging cavalry of 10,000 horses. The zombies thrust their arms forward, their immense strength especially that of the mutated Golden Armor Corpses. One of them crushed a Kaiming Beast stone figurine outright. Chen Xuan sensed the malevolent aura emanating from these zombies. Aside from the leading Golden Armor Corpse, the others were outmatched and nearly overwhelmed. A thought struck him, and he retrieved the resentment crystal from his sleeve. It was a crystalline object he had found in the Yellow Springs River. He handed it directly to the Supreme Elder of Mount Mao. This resentment crystal should be of use to you. The Supreme Elder of the Maoshan sect wore a grim expression. He had expected to tear these guardian beasts apart effortlessly, only to discover he had overestimated his own elite forces and underestimated the Kaiming Beast stone statues. The Kaiming Beast stone statues truly live up to their reputation as one of the strongest guardian beasts. Our Mount Mao sect's strength is indeed inferior. Thank you, Human Emperor, for bestowing this treasure. This artifact will be invaluable to us. We can harness its power to enhance the strength of our corpse puppets. Chen Xuan gained much from this encounter and distributed a portion of his spoils to the elite members of the Maoshan sect. Empowered by the zombies' strength surged, and wounds inflicted upon them healed rapidly. They soon overwhelmed the Kaiming Beast stone statue group. Move through swiftly. Chen Xuan led the way, stepping into the canyon. The moment he entered the gorge, he sensed the spatial fluctuations within were extremely fragile. The slightest misstep could result in being swept away by spatial turbulence. Given the strength of those present, anyone caught in the spatial turbulence would perish without exception, even their divine souls would be shattered. Chen Xuan used the Jade Order of the Mystic Pool as a catalyst. With a flick of his wrist, the Jiuzhou Ding, one of the 9 provinces' cauldrons, materialized in his hand. The Jiuzhou Ding descended into the gorge, its power activated by the might of the Human Emperor. At this moment, his brow furrowed slightly. If he remained here indefinitely, it wouldn't be a problem. The spiritual energy within this secret realm remained dense, allowing the Emperor's power he continuously expended to be replenished by the surrounding energy. But he needed to continue exploring the secret realm. He couldn't remain here indefinitely. Without the constant supply of the Human Emperor's power within him, the stable passage through the gorge would become fragile once more, potentially turning his fingertips into spatial turbulence. He hesitated briefly before recalling the spirit stone stored within his sleeve's hidden realm. The Jiuzhou Ding appeared modest in size, yet it contained its own self-contained space. He poured all the spirit stones into it, gauging their depletion rate. His gaze grew resolute. Everyone, hurry through and explore the secret realm swiftly. The provisions inside will only last 3 days. Regardless of whether the secret realm is fully explored, we must leave this passage exactly 3 days from now. Otherwise, the spatial turbulence will devour all living beings. The group nodded in unison as they followed Chen Xuan through the canyon. After traversing the seemingly endless gorge, they beheld jade steps that appeared to ascend toward the heavens. However, a river lay before the steps. The river was about 10 jang wide. The water flowing within it was black. As soon as Chen Xuan approached, he sensed an extreme aura of danger. He raised his hand, plucked a blade of grass, and flicked it out. A leaf would float on water, but when it landed on this river, it sank like a stone. Instantly corroded clean. Is this the weak water river? Someone gasped in shock. Legend held that not even a feather could float upon its waters, for it contained the soul-devouring dark vortex and the frost soul water crystal. Any living being or spirit that fell into it would be utterly consumed. Even those at the golden immortal realm could not fly over this river. Though seemingly harmless, contact with the weak water instantly drew one into its depths. A chill gripped everyone's hearts. This river had no known origin or destination, standing before them like a natural barrier. Chen Xuan knew of a way to overcome it.
He felt fortunate to have brought all the elite forces of the Xian sect. The head of the Laoshan sect had been feeling rather down earlier. While the other two Taoist sects, the Longhu sect and the Maoshan sect, had shone brightly within the secret realm, their Laoshan sect had seemed to fade into obscurity. Yet unexpectedly, this place presented an opportunity for them to shine. A smile even slipped onto his face involuntarily. Chapter 176, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. The Laoshan sect leader stepped forward decisively. Before Chen Xuan could speak, he volunteered, "Our sect has combined our ancestral treasure with the artifact bestowed by the human emperor to forge the dragon submarine. This treasure will ensure our safe passage through the weak water." Incredulity filled everyone's eyes. Chen Xuan, however, knew exactly what treasure the Laoshan sect leader was referring to. He had once gifted a portion of the technology he obtained from Atlantis to the Laoshan sect, as it could be integrated with the aquatic magical artifacts wielded by the sect's sea sacrificial masters. He never imagined this would lead to such a tremendous surprise. The head of the Laoshan sect flicked his fingers in a magical gesture, summoning the treasure he had been nurturing within his body, the dragon-shaped submarine, directly into existence. "I'll test it first to put everyone's mind at ease." As soon as the words left his mouth, the artifact in his hand plunged into the weak water. Yet his expression immediately darkened. Though the artifact dubbed the dragon submarine remained uncorroded by the weak water, it was now trapped within the soul-devouring vortex's grasp. No matter how he manipulated it, the submarine remained utterly immobilized within that region. Like a raging undersea current, it held the dragon submarine firmly in place. If a person were trapped within, they might well be lost forever. The expressions of the others also darkened, their gazes turning in unison toward the head of the Laoshan sect. The Laoshan sect leader had no time to consider others' feelings. Spiritual energy surged relentlessly within him, yet even at the peak of the golden core stage, he could not summon the Yinglong submarine back. The soul-devouring dark vortex possessed the power to consume divine souls, and the connection between it and the artifact grew weaker by the moment. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply as he too grasped the crux of the problem. With a flick of his thoughts, the divine needle of the sea appeared in his hand. Even within the weak water, the divine needle possessed the power to stabilize the currents. "Expand!" With his command, the divine needle of the sea rose into the air, then abruptly expanded, becoming a pillar that seemed to prop up the heavens. With a thunderous crash, it plunged into the water. Not a single ripple disturbed the weak water, and the soul-devouring vortex beneath ceased its churning. The head of the Laoshan sect seized the moment to recall the dragon submarine. Seeing no damage on the artifact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Your Imperial Majesty, we can harness the divine needle's feng shui to steady the waves, bypass the soul-devouring vortex, and reach the opposite shore of the weak water directly via the Yinglong submarine." Chen Xuan nodded. "This plan is feasible." The divine needle of the sea, long nurtured by Chen Xuan's human emperor power, now responded to his intent. The dragon submarine steadily expanded in size. 100 people could enter without feeling cramped, though tension gripped their hearts. Not a single discouraging word was spoken at this critical moment. After all, the Laoshan sect leader had indeed embarrassed himself earlier. Yet they had to admit the dragon submarine possessed formidable capabilities even within the weak water. It navigated unimpeded as long as it avoided the soul-devouring whirlpools. Even the cold soul water crystal could not harm them in the slightest. The river's surface appeared only 10 jang wide, yet upon entering the weak water, they discovered the river seemed endless. Another soul-devouring dark vortex appeared ahead. Chen Xuan's mind flickered with intent as he commanded the divine needle to plunge into the soul-devouring vortex. The dragon submarine sped through the water. It took over 2 hours before they finally reached the opposite shore. Emerging from the water, they landed upon the riverbank. After everyone had exited, Chen Xuan finally withdrew the divine needle of the sea. Observing the substantial amount of cold soul water crystal adhering to the divine needle of the sea, a thought struck him. He stored it away in his sleeve's hidden compartment. This was indeed a valuable item, a top-tier alchemy material that was exceptionally difficult to find under normal circumstances. Within the cold soul water crystal lay the essence of the cold soul water crystal itself, containing potent fragments of ice elemental laws. Once one reached the nascent soul realm, the law energy within could accelerate cultivation speed, though only for water attribute cultivators. It could also be used to refine specialized pills for water attribute practitioners. In artifact forging, it was an even more precious treasure, capable of being crafted into supreme water attribute magical treasures. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. The head of the Laoshan sect now turned his gaze toward Chen Xuan, his eyes filled with a pleading look. He wasn't coveting the cold soul water crystal in Chen Xuan's possession, his dragon-shaped submarine held far more of it. He feared that if word of this treasure spread, he would be overwhelmed by its value. Chen Xuan merely smiled and nodded without elaborating. After all, the Laoshan sect boasted numerous water attribute cultivators, and most of their disciples were recruited specifically for their water attribute spiritual roots. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the sect leader discreetly stored the dragon-shaped submarine within his dantian to continue nurturing it.
As for the cold soul water crystal attached to it, he carefully tucked it away into his treasure pouch.
The group pressed onward. As they stepped onto the first of the towering white jade steps reaching into the clouds, a subtle pressure settled upon their bodies.
Chen Xuan frowned deeply, gazing upward toward the summit.
He couldn't even make out how many steps there were. If each step added a bit more pressure to his body, reaching the summit would likely require bearing 1,000,000 Jin of immense force.
Among those present, aside from him, none could likely reach the true summit. The others clearly felt that way too. Their expressions darkened, uncertain if they could reach the summit. Failure to reach the summit would likely mean gaining nothing. All present were orthodox cultivators of the Xianmen sect. Having reached the golden core stage or higher, they weren't entirely without greed, but at least they wouldn't resort to moral blackmail. Treasures earned through their own strength, they would naturally not relinquish. Nor would they resort to seizing others' possessions. Still, this was a test of their own limits. As they followed Chen Xuan's rapid ascent, everyone gradually felt the pressure intensify. With each step upward, the weight bearing down on their bodies grew heavier.
And these steps seemed endless.
Chen Xuan did not wait for those behind him. The weakest among them had only just reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and some had already been injured while navigating the weakened version of the Nine Heavens Mystic Gale. The stable spatial passage maintained by the Jiuzhou Ding would only last 3 days. Some attempted to use the cloud soaring technique, but this place seemed to be a forbidden air domain, rendering it completely unusable. Even Chen Xuan, at his current cultivation level, felt the strain. Glancing back, only the few supreme elders could still follow him forward. But they too had clearly reached their limits. Your Majesty, there's no need to wait for us any longer.
Very well.
Chen Xuan nodded, then added, should we discover the peaches of immortality, I shall share them with you all. He quickened his pace. Now, he was the only one left who could continue the ascent. His cultivation had plummeted after burning his primordial essence last time, leaving him only at the human immortal realm. The pressure grew heavier by the moment, and now mist swirled around him. It seemed as though he was already treading upon the clouds. Yet it felt as though he bore the weight of Mount Tai upon his shoulders, and his strides gradually slowed. Just as he despaired of ever reaching the summit, thoughts of Suyu surfaced in his mind, igniting an unwavering resolve.
Chapter 177, The Nine Netherworld Heart-Devouring Peach.
Climbing the heavenly ladder of the immortal realm of Yaoqi, reaching its summit would grant access to the core of this divine domain. To obtain the divine treasures needed to repair his soul, he could not stop now. He had not yet reached his true limit. He now felt as if he were shouldering 2 colossal mountains.
Each step pushed his limits to the absolute edge.
Within his heart burned a single, unwavering conviction, to climb straight to the summit, never yielding an inch. Whether for the sake of the human race or for Suyu, he must reach the pinnacle. His resolve only hardened. Fixing his gaze on the ladder's ultimate summit, he banished all distractions and continued his slow, deliberate ascent. The pressure on his body grew heavier by the moment. Chen Xuan could feel it as if his bones were cracking, the pain throughout his body intensifying like needles piercing his marrow. Beads of sweat began to fall from his forehead. He had reached his absolute limit. Climbing the ladder now relied solely on sheer willpower. The spiritual energy within him and the power of the human emperor were utterly useless. A suspicion took root in his mind, this ladder to heaven might not be testing one's strength, but rather one's will. At the absolute peak of his endurance, Chen Xuan took a step forward almost mechanically. That single step shattered the barrier. His entire body relaxed abruptly, all pressure vanishing completely. He paused in slight bewilderment before taking another step. Though he had clearly been on the staircase moments before, the scene before his eyes shifted. As he took the final step, it felt like he had crossed space and time itself. The scene that unfolded before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. His body instinctively summoned its power, pure, righteous energy of the mortal realm. How could this be? He now stood at the very heart of the immortal pool paradise. This place had once been the peach garden of immortals, yet instead of the ethereal aura he'd imagined, the sweet fragrance of immortal fruit had been replaced by a profound stillness. Of the 9,000 peach trees, more than half had long since withered and died. Even those that remained standing had their roots twisted and corroded by demonic energy. The fruits they bore were no longer jade like peaches, instead, they were shrouded in swirling black mist that made one's hair stand on end at a single glance. Chen Xuan was not the only one who arrived here. Everyone who had been atop the heavenly ladder moments before seemed to have stepped into a spatial vortex, all teleported to this place. When they arrived, confusion still clouded their eyes, bewildered as to why they had suddenly appeared here. But when they saw the state of the peach tree, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Chen Xuan slowly stepped forward, approaching a peach shrouded in dark mist. His hands radiated the righteous energy of the Tao, a force that dispersed the black mist. The righteous energy was the nemesis of all dark and evil forces. Chen Xuan, enveloped in this righteous energy, feared not the black aura's entanglement. After plucking the peach, he stared at the swirling demonic energy enveloping it. His pupils suddenly contracted as he sensed the terrifying power of that black demonic energy. Even with the righteous energy protecting him, the demonic aura clinging to the black peach from the peach tree seemed to faintly suppress his righteous energy. At that very moment, the jade order of the immortal pool on his body emitted a faint glow. New information flooded Chen Xuan's mind, transmitted by the jade token of the immortal pool. He instinctively spoke aloud. Nine Netherworld heart-devouring peach. He flung the black peach from his hand, sending it crashing to the ground. The impact seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The others finally snapped back to attention, their gazes turning to Chen Xuan in unison. Chen Xuan's voice was low and solemn. I fear our journey here will yield little. The immortal realm of the Jade Pool has been utterly corrupted by the Nine Netherworld's demonic energy. Do not touch the black peaches on the trees under any circumstances. The Nine Netherworld heart-devouring peach can only be barely resisted with righteous energy. Once infected, your soul becomes tainted, your true spirit eroded, and you will be eternally damned to the Nine Netherworlds. At these words, the group instinctively stepped back. Their gazes now turned toward the peach garden. Within the peach grove, the black peach from earlier seemed to be pulling at the very veins of the earth. One by one, the withered peach trees stirred to life. Their dead branches lashed out like whips, striking toward Chen Xuan. The guardian tree spirits. The divine needle of the sea appeared in his hand, smashing directly at the branches. The divine needle weighed over 10,000 caddies, amplified by Chen Xuan's spiritual energy. Even with his current immortal level cultivation, it only damaged the branches, failing to strike at the source. The old celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain paled. These mutated guardian wood spirits, capable of surviving a human emperor's strike, possess power far beyond that of a golden core cultivator. Form the array. Summon the nine heavens' divine thunder. Thunder is the nemesis of all entities, whether they originate from the nine hells or beyond the heavens. As the Grand Taoist's command echoed, all the Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain formed the nine heavens' thunder summoning formation. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with thunder and lightning. The Mao Shan sect immediately thrust their zombies to the front. As beings despised by heaven and earth, zombies feared no demonic energies from the netherworld. Yet these low-level zombies could not withstand the lashing blows of the twisted, grotesque tree demons. Yet the golden armor corpse moved as if unopposed. Not only possessed it limitless strength, but its entire body was as resilient as diamond. Powerful attacks struck it, at most causing it to stagger momentarily before unleashing furious counterstrikes. Its sharp claws tore into the garden guardian wood spirit, leaving deep, gaping wounds. The Laoshan sect naturally struggled against wood attribute creatures, but they could channel their spiritual energy to the Taoists of Longhu Mountain, serving as logistical support. Shenmen cultivators, possessing thunder attributes and specializing in countering evils, charged to the front lines. Those practitioners suppressed by the guardian wood spirit retreated to the second line, ready to immediately transfer their spiritual energy to anyone at the front whose reserves depleted. After exhausting my spiritual energy, I immediately began meditating to recover. Though this place was a secret realm, the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense. Cultivators held the upper hand at this moment. Chen Xuan's own righteous energy surged like an unstoppable force. The divine needle of the sea in his hand targeted the core of the guardian tree spirit. Of the 9,000 peach trees, more than half had withered and died, all transforming into the 9 netherworld demons that guarded the garden and purified impurities. With everyone working together, over an hour later, they finally eradicated every last one of those guardian tree demons. Chen Xuan gazed at the remaining peach trees that had not yet withered, his mind deep in thought. He stepped forward and plucked one of the 9 netherworld heart-devouring peaches. The 9 netherworld heart-devouring peach fell to the ground, slowly absorbed by the roots as the peach tree itself began to wither. Once all the demonic energy was absorbed, the garden guardian wood spirits materialized. However, the newly formed guardian wood spirit was weak and was easily crushed by Chen Xuan with a single slap. The garden guardian spirit was corrupted by the 9 netherworld demonic energy. The peach orchard is utterly ruined. Even the surviving peach trees are doomed, tainted by the 9 netherworld demonic energy. They are now useless. Burn it all. Chapter 178, Severed Spiritual Roots. All nodded in agreement, having fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Though regret lingered in their hearts, at least this calamity had been eradicated. If this secret realm were to manifest in reality, who could withstand 9,000 guardian tree spirits? Even Dragon Tiger Mountain would need to form an array to confront them, and even then, it would require summoning the 9 heavens' divine thunder to inflict damage on their source. For minor sects and schools, even with a golden core expert present, death would be the only outcome. Now, however, all the core elites of the entire Xianmen sect had gathered here. This represented the very core of humanity's mightiest forces, and this was before the guardian tree spirits had fully matured. Even the human emperor battled for over 20 minutes to slay the largest guardian spirit of the peach garden. If all 9,000 peach trees were nourished by the 9 netherworld's demonic energy, their terrifying offensive power would be beyond imagination. It would likely spell utter annihilation for the human race. They felt fortunate. Shenmen cultivators, skilled in fire attacks, immediately sprang into action, setting the guardian wood spirits ablaze. Even the fallen garden spirits remained impervious to ordinary fire.
Chen Xuan watched this scene, his brows furrowed. He then ignited the three-flame true fire within his body and the divine fire from Greece. The two combined, forming the 6 Ding 6 Jia divine fire. The three-flame true fire was supremely yang and supremely fierce, possessing immense destructive power, yet it could not burn the 9 netherworld demon chi. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire, however, possessed the power to consume divine souls, exerting a profoundly potent counteraction against the 9 netherworld demon chi. The peach trees, not yet completely withered, caught fire upon contact with the divine flames, blazing fiercely though their flames burned green. Chen Xuan stood with his men at the perimeter, surveying the entire peach garden. My apologies. I had hoped to help everyone strengthen their abilities, but never imagined it would come to this. The very heart of the Yaoqi's secret realm lies within this peach garden. Even if relics remain elsewhere, they've likely been utterly destroyed. The old celestial master shook his head with a smile. Your Majesty, we have preemptively eliminated a potential threat. This journey was not in vain. Otherwise, the entire human race would have faced grave peril. The others nodded in agreement. Now, everyone was in the same boat, united as one. If humanity couldn't unite, it would inevitably become slaves to the immortals. Every person present was an absolute elite who had endured humiliation. Emerging from billions to reach the golden core stage, they were all the most extraordinary geniuses. Each one could be called a treasure. Once they matured, they would reach at least the Xian immortal realm. But they needed time, and so did the entire human race. As spiritual energy tides continued to surge, the primordial lands would grow increasingly saturated with qi, naturally elevating their cultivation levels. Yet compared to primordial creatures, humanity was inherently frail. In the early stages, they held no advantages whatsoever. Indeed, they faced immense disadvantages. Yet humanity possesses an advantage unmatched by other races, the way of humanity. The way of humanity protects the human race, just as the way of heaven protects the immortals. The divine flames of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia burned for over an hour, reducing the entire peach garden to utter ruin. The 9 netherworld demonic energy burned away completely, and the last remnant of the divine fire transformed into a seed of flame. Chen Xuan never expected such an unexpected delight. He stepped forward and reached out to grasp that sliver of fire seed. The seed of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire requires immense spiritual energy to form. The peach garden nurtured its peaches not only through the nourishment of the 9 netherworld demon chi but also by absorbing the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm. The divine fire burned intensely, absorbing sufficient spiritual energy to finally give birth to this single spark. I now possess the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. This spark can be given to a fire attribute cultivator. Who among you will take it? The crowd froze in surprise. They had never imagined Chen Xuan would offer such a treasure to them. After all, this was the very seed of a divine fire. Possessing this seed, nurtured continuously with spiritual energy and integrated into one's being, would effectively make the bearer a source of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine fire. Whether facing opponents in combat or excelling in alchemy and artifact forging, it would grant immense innate advantages. Every fire attribute cultivator present now had eyes burning with intense desire. Yet their gazes ultimately converged upon one figure. That person was an elderly man, appearing to be around 80 years old. He hailed from the Divine Fire sect. Their sect could only be considered medium-sized, far inferior to major sects like Dragon Tiger Mountain. Few had even heard of them. Yet they had accomplished one thing. At the critical moment of the Flower family's survival, the entire Divine Fire sect threw themselves into the battlefield. In the end, only this old man remained. Everyone else had sacrificed themselves. This story was known throughout the mystic circles. The old man shook his head with a smile. I am advanced in years, and my future potential is limited. It is best to pass this opportunity on to the younger generation. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Old master, I am aware of the Divine Fire sect's deeds. I entrust this fire seed to you. There will be opportunities to obtain more in the future. Once the primordial spiritual energy fully revives, it won't be difficult to use it to create more fire seeds. Besides, you are not that old. You have already reached the golden core stage, and a cultivator's lifespan is at least several hundred years. If you break through to the nascent soul stage, your lifespan will be even longer. The others chimed in agreement. The elder hesitated slightly before finally accepting the fire seed. He too desired to strengthen his power. The current disciples of the Divine Fire sect had not fully inherited the sect's teachings, and he feared the lineage might be severed. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted back to the peach garden. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed an elemental wind spell. The ashes within the peach garden were swept away by the gusts, leaving only deep craters from the battle behind. Something's over there. Hearing the voice, Chen Xuan's gaze followed. Beneath the largest, dead peach tree stood a stone stele. Upon approaching, Chen Xuan discovered it was none other than the mother tree of the peach trees. Peach trees are one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots. Growing in this immortal paradise of the Yaoqi pool, they have propagated 9,000 peach trees. Yet the most precious of all is this mother tree. What a pity the mother tree has completely withered away.
Others gazed at the stone tablet but could not decipher the characters inscribed upon it. Chen Xuan explained, "This is the script of the Queen Mother of the West's clan." The Queen Mother of the West isn't actually a single person, she represents an entire lineage. Hearing this, everyone present stared in astonishment. They waited for Chen Xuan's further explanation. Chen Xuan had gleaned a fragment of information from the Jade Order of the Immortal Pool, but no further details were available. His brow furrowed as he studied the inscriptions. Heavenly laws backfire, severing spiritual roots. The text above is too damaged. Only these 8 characters remain relatively clear, serving as a warning, violating the heavenly laws. Which heavenly law was violated? The way of heaven or the heavenly court? The word sent a sudden chill through everyone present. Whether it was the way of heaven or the celestial court, both were enemies of humanity. Chapter 179, 9,000 Peach Trees. The way of heaven ceaselessly schemes against the human race, while the heavenly court serves as its lackey beneath the way. Even the mighty Yaoqi immortal realm had been consumed by the backlash of heavenly laws. The combined might of 9,000 peach trees could rival the elite forces of the entire human race. Did the human race truly stand a chance against the way of heaven? A wave of pessimism washed over many present. Chen Xuan sensed the oppressive atmosphere. His gaze grew even more profound as he declared, "The way of man is no inferior to the way of heaven. Without heaven's suppression, the way of man would inevitably surpass it. Man conquers heaven." His final words resonated with righteous indignation. Everyone snapped back to reality. Some were still dripping with cold sweat, having nearly lost control moments before. "This place is far too eerie. We should leave as soon as possible." Everyone agreed with this statement, their gazes turning toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan stowed away the stone tablet, preparing to investigate elsewhere, when his pupils suddenly contracted. Spiritual energy erupted within him, manifesting a vast, ethereal palm that plunged deep into the earth. With a violent jerk, it tore out a clump of soil along with a small section of tree root. Upon that root, a faint glimmer of vitality still lingered. Even the other cultivators could sense this faint vitality, their faces betraying expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. Chen Xuan's eyes, however, gleamed with delight. The righteous energy clung to that small section of tree root still clinging to life. He could clearly sense the vitality within it, and there was no trace of demonic energy tainting it. Now he understood. It was this stone tablet that blocked the 9 netherworld demonic energy, allowing the mother peach tree to barely preserve a remnant seed. This might be the greatest gain of our journey. The others were equally thrilled. This was actually a remnant seed from the mother tree. If cultivated properly, they might truly grow a peach tree. He stored the roots within his sleeve's spatial pouch. Chen Xuan led the group forward to continue their exploration. He sensed the source of the spiritual contract within it couldn't be far now. Within this vast secret realm, spiritual energy constantly surfaced, meaning there must be a source. That source must also remain untainted by the 9 netherworld's demonic energy. He wondered if greater rewards awaited. Passing through the peach orchard, they ascended the jade steps. Soon they arrived beside a pool. The pool lay still and undisturbed, radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy. Wave after wave of this energy rose from its depths, rising like air from water. It seemed the entire secret realm drew its spiritual energy from this very source. "This is a spirit spring," the old celestial master exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Xuan nodded. "Indeed, this is the spirit spring. Even the most severe injuries can be healed with a single sip. No matter how grave the wound, the spirit spring can restore it, though the greater the injury, the more spring water is required. I'll take only 1/10. The rest is yours." He always accepted others' help without offering any reward in return. Everyone felt immense gratitude toward Chen Xuan. They had assumed he would claim all the spring water for himself. After all, he was the human emperor, the sovereign of the human path. Yet now he was willing to share it with them, taking only 1/10 for himself. Some even felt a surge of loyalty so deep they'd die for such a benefactor. Not for any other reason, but because Chen Xuan had truly valued them. The spiritual springs were soon drained clean. Each person had their own methods. Orthodox cultivators of the Xian sect practiced the sleeves of the universe, a spatial technique. Using this technique, one could temporarily store items in a removed space. The drawback was that if the person died, these items would also fall into the spatial turbulence. Some sects, however, possessed ancient artifacts passed down through the ages. The Laozhan sect's 100 treasures bag was one such relic. Not a single drop of the spirit spring remained. Chen Xuan kept staring at the shattered jade statue of the Queen Mother of the West within the spring. Its material was exceptionally unique. He stepped forward and ran his fingers along the broken edges of the statue. An intuition stirred within him. This material was identical to the Yaoqi jade token. Upon the statue's hands rested a jade box. Chen Xuan took the jade box into his hand, only to find he couldn't open it. At that moment, the Yaoqi jade token transmitted another message to him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he tucked the object away, choosing not to open it immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to the jade elephant sculpture.
A faint glow emanated from the jade elephant's eyes.
Inside the safety house's nutrient pod, Suyu's body trembled slightly, resonating with the faint glow emanating from the jade statue's eyes.
Chen Xuan could clearly sense it, a bloodline resonance. He thought of Suyu.
Moreover, it was only after he touched the jade box that the statue of the Queen Mother of the West began to change. To open the jade box, one must be a direct descendant of the Queen Mother of the West or possess the Jade Order. The Yaoqi jade token had been forged from the direct bloodline of the Mother of Hope. What lay within the box now remained unknown. Perhaps it held something to aid Suyu in restoring her divine soul. Without further hesitation, Chen Xuan held the Yaoqi jade token and placed it into the recessed area atop the jade box. The jade box emitted a faint, luminous white glow. Chen Xuan applied gentle pressure with his hand. Upon opening it, he saw one of the pills inside. What should have been a perfectly round, jade-like pill was now only half intact, a third of it damaged. The moment he saw it, information about the pill automatically surfaced in Chen Xuan's mind. The elixir of immortality. What a pity only remnants remain, with most of its potency lost. His sigh caused the gleam in the eyes of those around him to fade. They had thought they'd found another treasure, but this? The pill had already decayed. Who knew what problems it might cause if consumed? Everyone craved greater rewards, yet the greatest gain now was this spiritual spring. With it, they wouldn't fear being exploited when wounded in future battles. Additionally, there was a jade tablet of inheritance within. Chen Xuan stowed the jade box into his sleeve, but the inheritance jade slip remained in his hand. He placed the jade slip against his forehead. He didn't know what secrets it held, but as a man of the Emperor's destiny, he possessed extraordinary potential. He had come to receive the sword control inheritance precisely to test whether any dangers lay within. Some jade tablets might contain the true spirit of a divine being, capable of directly seizing a person's soul. But the human emperor's destiny was protected by the way of humanity. No one could usurp it. The contents of the jade tablet surged like a torrent of information, flooding directly into Chen Xuan's mind. Chen Xuan felt information continuously surfacing within his mind. The immense flow of information caused his body to sway slightly, prompting the old celestial master beside him to rush forward and support him. Concern filled everyone's eyes. They too desperately wanted to know why the Yaoqi secret realm had become what it was now. It seemed Chen Xuan had already unraveled all the mysteries. The most crucial treasures of the Yaoqi immortal realm now lay in their hands. And if they still couldn't unravel the mystery, that would be truly terrifying. They refused to remain in the dark. Chapter 180, The True Interpretation of Nurturing the Spirit. Chen Xuan organized the information flowing through his mind, took several deep breaths, and his expression grew profoundly solemn. Now he finally understood why, according to historical records, the Queen Mother of the West would frequently send her immortal maidens to aid humanity. The Queen Mother of the West was a clan, and they too were human. Among each generation of their clan, one individual was chosen as the clan leader, always a woman. Their mystique stemmed from their seclusion atop Kunlun Mountain. The immortal pool of Yaoqi served as the Western Queen Mother's sacred sanctuary. The Queen Mother's clan was composed entirely of cultivators, and he himself was a great cultivator, a former practitioner from the primordial chaos. After learning all this information, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and looked at all the cultivators present, a faint smile appearing on his face. Everyone, I know you are all deeply puzzled. The Queen Mother of the West is not a traditional deity, but a powerful cultivator from ancient times who mastered the laws of life and contracts. During the era of our human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, she formed an alliance contract with the human emperor Xuanyuan, also to oppose the celestial court. The Xian sect's support for the human emperor was fundamentally driven by the human Tao's destiny. They sought to harness its momentum to bolster their own power. This led to the later tribulation of deification, the great war between the Xian sect and the Jie sect, all part of the heavenly Tao scheme. The Xian sect advocated conforming to the heavenly Tao, while the Jie sect sought to seize a sliver of hope for all sentient beings. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, when the human way flourished, the heavenly Tao found it difficult to scheme against it. Yet through step-by-step manipulation, the human way gradually waned. At this point, Chen Xuan's eyes flickered with a cold, icy glint. He lifted his gaze toward the vast sky and sighed softly. The conflict between heavenly Tao and human Tao persisted until the reign of Emperor Xian, the last true human emperor. A man of great vision and a formidable ruler in his own right, he was lured by heavenly Tao's divine selection calamity into relinquishing his title. From that day forward, rulers would proclaim themselves sons of heaven. Every cultivator present gritted their teeth in fury. They were all well versed in history, orthodox cultivators of the Xian sect. No one understood the true nature of the past better than them. Their sect's scriptures recorded it with crystal clarity. The Fengtian calamity also marked the complete conclusion of the conflict between heavenly Tao and human Tao. From that day forward, there would be no more human emperors. The first emperor, with his grand ambitions, sought to restore the position of human emperor. But his accumulated power proved too feeble. Chen Xuan speculated that the earthly sage, Lady Pingxin, had sought to resurrect the 11 ancestral Wus. Yet she ultimately faced obstruction from the Tao of Heaven. Consequently, she took actions that severed the flow of cosmic energy, ushering in the Age of Decline. In the Age of Decline, immortals withdrew into seclusion beyond the 33 heavens. During the Ming dynasty, the dragon veins were severed, sealing off the heavens and earth completely, transforming the land into a realm forbidden to magic. Subsequently, human development descended into profound chaos. The orthodox human race suffered humiliating oppression at the hands of the half-human clans. It was not until 100 years ago that the One descended. The orthodox human race gained a respite and began to flourish. Today, the Chinese nation stands tall with over 1 billion people finally holding their heads high. With the revival of spiritual energy, these true humans now possess a solid foundation. Chen Xuan now turned his gaze upon everyone present. Should the human race suffer defeat once more, it is highly likely that the three realms heaven, earth, and humanity will merge as one, plunging the primordial chaos back into utter chaos. Not just the human race, all living beings in the primordial chaos would be annihilated. Unless one attains the power of a great immortal, capable of traversing the chaos, all shall perish. A tidal wave of shock surged through the hearts of the crowd. Though they had long suspected this fate being, at the very least, elite disciples of major sects who had pored over countless scriptures. Yet only now did they truly grasp that they had reached a life or death crisis. Chen Xuan had much more to say, but these words were not suitable for this place. The earliest heavenly court had become rigid and corrupt, acting as agents of the Tao. During the Demon-Wizard War, the demonic race ruled the celestial court and relentlessly slaughtered the human race, all part of the heavenly Tao scheme. The so-called Sword of Demon Slaughter was merely the trigger provided by the heavenly Tao. At that time, the human Tao had only just emerged and was far too weak. Though no one knew what had happened, it caused the Tao of Heaven to halt its actions in time. Many mysteries still linger within this history. The so-called Order of the Celestial Court was merely a means for the Tao of Heaven to better weaken the Tao of humanity and the Tao of Earth. The immortal realm of Yaoqi is actually the Western Queen Mother's sacred ground and life laboratory. The essence of the peach of immortality, explained in modern terms, is a product of genetic engineering and spiritual energy cultivation, containing the factor of eternal life. Their primary purpose was to counteract the 5 decays of heavenly beings. The so-called 5 decays of heaven and man are, in truth, the rules decreed by the way of heaven. In the primordial chaos, time was unrecorded because all beings possessed immortality, including the newly born human race. The human race was born through the sage Nuwa. By creating humanity, Nuwa attained sainthood, becoming a pivotal catalyst in the evolution of the Tao. When the 3 Taos of heaven, earth, and humanity all emerged, the great Tao would withdraw yet remain omnipresent. The Tao of heaven harbors partiality, while the great Tao embodies absolute impartiality. At the core of this truth lies the Villa of Truth, where the descendants of the Queen Mother of the West continue the experiment. The Western Queen Mother was feared by the Celestial Court. If her experiments continued unchecked, they could lead to unforeseeable consequences, perhaps even allowing the human race to rise completely. The Celestial Court, as the minions of Heavenly Tao, exploited its rules without restraint to orchestrate a colossal conspiracy. All spiritual roots in the Peach Garden were corrupted by the 9 netherworlds' demonic energy. The Western Queen Mother's clan was branded as demonic by the Heavenly Court, who issued a decree for their extermination. From that point onward, the Western Queen Mother's clan fell into complete decline. Yet the human race, having already lowered its status by proclaiming its own emperor, was powerless to offer any aid. Historical records mention a legendary romance between the Queen Mother of the West and the Zhou Heavenly Son. But Chen Xuan sensed that this so-called legend likely concealed the conflict between the Queen Mother of the West's clan and the Zhou Son of Heaven, or perhaps even their complete rupture. Legend has it that the Zhou Son of Heaven journeyed to Mount Kunlun seeking the elixir of immortality, yet ultimately failed. The destruction of that elixir surely concealed its own untold story. At that moment, the Western Queen Mother's clan's true path to immortality was utterly severed. The more truth he uncovered, the more terrifying the implications became. Chen Xuan sensed the entire way of heaven like an impenetrable net, enveloping all of humanity. Yet he still believed that man could overcome heaven. Those who follow the way gain widespread support, those who stray lose it. The way of heaven was so ruthless and unrestrained. Beyond the myriad gods and Buddhas, all living beings in the primordial chaos had long suffered under its tyranny. He might unite every force he could muster to confront the way of heaven together. From the moment they entered the secret realm until now, only a single day had passed. Time was still plentiful. Chen Xuan hesitated briefly, gazing at the empty pool of the richly potent spiritual spring. He instructed the others to search privately for any other mythical artifacts that might remain. He summoned the river diagram and the book of changes within his body. Closing his eyes, he began analyzing the remnants of the peach tree roots. The life energy within might hold crucial insights for replanting the sacred peach grove. Moreover, within the jade slip inheritance he had obtained lay a text titled True Treatise on Nurturing Spirits. The rebirth of the peach garden might not be far off. Chapter 181, The Immortality Factor. Chen Xuan planned to attempt cultivating peach trees within the Yaoqi secret realm, selecting the spirit pool as his location. The entire secret realm drew its spiritual energy supply from this very pool, making it the optimal location.
The spirit pool could generate spiritual essence autonomously, but it required time to condense. Chen Xuan utilized the river diagram and Luo book to decipher the life information stream of the peach tree's remnant seed. Combining this with the true method of nurturing spirits from the inherited jade tablet, time slowly passed. Several hours later, Chen Xian's brow furrowed deeply. This alone was insufficient to clearly decipher the peach tree's life information. Something felt missing. After a moment of deep contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yinglong tasted hundreds of herbs and authored the Divine Farmer's Classic of 100 Herbs. Though it could be considered a mythical relic, it belonged to the human race as a treasure, imbued with the fortune of the human lineage. Chen Xuan directly borrowed the cultivation techniques from the Divine Farmer's Classic of 100 Herbs. Combining these 3 elements, he found his breakthrough. The gene bank at the Qinling base held ample resources to meticulously formulate a plan for reviving spiritual roots. The most challenging part had already been accomplished. By analyzing the life information flow of the peach tree and following a step-by-step cultivation process, he could bring the peach orchard back to life. The peach was hailed as one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, capable of accelerating the growth of the human race and fostering peerless prodigies more swiftly. This would grant them greater initiative in the future grand scheme of things. With his plan firmly set, Chen Xuan opened his eyes. By then, those who had searched the entire secret realm had returned, but the results were not promising. The Yaoqi's secret realm appeared ravaged by a brutal battle, devoid of any treasures, as if deliberately swept clean. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. We can now attempt to cultivate the peach trees. If successful, we can bring the saplings back directly. I'll need your assistance in this endeavor. The group responded in unison. If they could play a crucial role, they would surely receive priority distribution once the peaches were cultivated. They harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the human emperor's fairness. Chen Xuan extracted the remaining spiritual roots of the peach tree and placed them in the spiritual pool. The spirit pool, which had been continuously gathering spiritual energy, now channeled all its essence toward the peach tree roots. The lingering life force within the peach tree's roots steadily intensified. All eyes watched intently, filled with anticipation. Yet, once the vitality reached a certain threshold, it halted. The spiritual energy within the pool ceased flowing toward it, as if it had reached a critical limit. How could this happen? Is there no way to recreate the peach tree? Everyone's hearts were in their throats as their gazes turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan pondered briefly before murmuring, as one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots, the peach tree belongs to the wood element. Earth nourishes wood. Ordinary spiritual soil certainly cannot absorb sufficient nutrients, and now it's merely a fragment of the root. At the very least, 9 heavens breathing soil is required. The 9 heavens fertile soil is at the Qinling base. It seems we cannot continue cultivation here. We only have 3 days. A day and a half has already passed, and leaving the secret realm will take additional time. At that moment, the head of the Laoshan sect appeared directly in the mortal realm, his eyes burning with intensity. I have 9 heavens fertile soil. He hesitated briefly before retrieving the 9 heavens fertile soil from his treasure pouch. Though the quantity was meager, it would suffice. Chen Xuan smiled. If we truly cultivate the peaches of immortality, the Laoshan sect will deserve immense credit. This statement effectively informed everyone that once the peaches were cultivated, the Laoshan sect would undoubtedly receive a share. Compared to the prospect of obtaining the peaches, the 9 heavens fertile soil they had contributed was insignificant. Besides, the 9 heavens fertile soil held little value in their hands anyway. With a suitable growing environment, the 9 heavens fertile soil combined with the spiritual soil from the spirit pool. The peach tree's roots seemed to have overcome a life-threatening crisis, with new root hairs slowly emerging from the root base. The convergence of spiritual energy accelerated. After absorbing sufficient spiritual energy, dense networks of roots had already sprouted. They seemed to have taken root completely within the 9 heavens fertile soil, while a strand of green mold spread around them, as if poised to continue its erosion. The Grand Taoist Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain immediately led all the Taoist priests to form an array. Thunder magic was the Dragon Tiger Mountain's signature skill. All the mountain's elite gathered to form the 10,000 Thunder Array. The most potent manifestation of yang energy in the cosmos was none other than thunder magic. The 10,000 Thunder Array refined the surrounding environment. The delicate threads of the model could not breach the array's defenses. Even the absorbed spiritual energy had undergone refinement by the 10,000 Thunder Array, causing its convergence to appear somewhat sluggish at this moment. Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment, extracting the spiritual essence and slowly pouring it into the 9 heavens breath soil. The roots growing on the peach tree became increasingly robust. From the outermost layer of roots, a slender shoot slowly emerged, gradually unfurling green leaves. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's spirit surged, nearly erupting into cheers on the spot. It proved the human emperor's vision was correct. The peach garden could indeed be reborn in the mortal realm. Moreover, these were the remnant roots of the original peach tree. This meant that 9,000 peach trees could potentially be formed in the future. Provided there was sufficient spiritual energy and a suitable location, the young shoots of the peach spirit root could branch out. Perhaps the limit wasn't just 9,000 peach trees. There could be even more. Excitement filled everyone's eyes. Chen Xuan analyzed the surrounding environment, utilizing the ancient elixir formulas imparted by the inherited jade slip. With the river diagram and the Book of Changes as his foundation, the genetic blueprint of the ancient elixirs began to form in his mind. Beyond that, he was also deciphering the immortality factor. The immortality factor existed within the elixir of immortality, and the refinement of this elixir required peaches as its primary ingredient. Peaches of immortality had vanished into the mists of history, save for the young peach spirit root sapling in his possession. These peaches granted eternal life, and the immortality factor within them was crucial. To synthesize this immortality factor, one must understand its principles and the process of its creation. Cultivating the peach tree is important, but the generation of the immortality factor is even more crucial. Every critical factor is indispensable. Working alone, after several hours, he had only managed to grasp a weakened version of the immortality factor. Upon returning, he would still need to rely on the science park's simulated environment, various data analyses, and most crucially, the expertise of scientists. He was not omnipotent. Only by pooling the collective wisdom of many could the formula be deciphered more swiftly. Working alone, even if he worked himself to death, he couldn't produce the specialized nutrient solution in such a short time. If the special culture solution could be created, the peach tree sapling could grow rapidly without needing the 9 heavens earth. Otherwise, the peach tree would take 3,000 years to grow, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit. Nearly 10,000 years, a timeline humanity cannot afford to wait. Even the first stage of cultivating these spiritual root seedlings requires vast amounts of spiritual energy. While the primordial spiritual energy tides were steadily reviving, creating the most suitable environment, accelerating growth absolutely required the special nutrient solution. Chapter 182, Violating Heavenly Laws. Chen Xuan had only deciphered a weakened version of the immortality factor, but that was sufficient. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Upon returning, he would submit the data to the gene bank, leaving the rest to the science park. The science park now gathered the finest scientists from across the entire flower planting family, and with the added technology from the Maya civilization, it should not take long to produce the specialized nutrient solution. At that very moment, the successfully revived peach sapling seemed to have stirred some mysterious presence. The entire secret realm trembled faintly. Above, clouds gathered and winds swirled. The secret realm had no sky. Its spatial barrier resembled a gray curtain. Yet now, it seemed as though the sky from the outside world had been brought inside. Winds howled, clouds churned, lightning flashed, thunder roared. Vague shadows gradually materialized within the chaos. The crowd's excitement gradually subsided as they sensed the growing clarity in the air, their bodies trembling slightly. It felt as though a great calamity was about to descend. An immense pressure weighed upon every heart. Each beat felt like a mountain crushing down, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them all. Chen Xuan felt this way too, his gaze cold as he stared at the sky. The shadow grew increasingly distinct. Only now did the crowd realize it was the illusory form of the southern heavenly gate. Within the south heavenly gate, countless divine beings seemed to gaze down upon the mortal world, radiating boundless, overwhelming pressure. A cold, indifferent voice echoed from within. Presumptuous mortals, you have violated the heavenly laws. You shall be punished. Though detached, the voice carried a tone of rebuke. A divine apparition stepped forth from the south heavenly gate. The apparition held a divine whip, lashing it downward. Golden light sliced through space, instantly descending upon the crowd. It felt like the very will of heaven unleashed a soul attack imbued with the power of divine law and the intent to purify. If struck, it would wound not the physical body, but the divine soul. Damage to the divine soul was exceedingly difficult to heal. Especially when imbued with the laws of heaven, even a golden core cultivator might have their divine soul shattered instantly, leading to death. Chen Xuan had long grown accustomed to the suppression of the Tao. The force of rules formed by the will of heaven affected everyone's minds, slowing their reactions by half a beat. For a moment, they seemed to forget to resist altogether. As the master of humanity, Chen Xuan endured the Tao's suppression. Though powerful, it could not crush him. His voice boomed like a great bell as he summoned the Kongtong seal nurtured within his sea of consciousness. The Kongtong seal was also the human emperor seal. It contained boundless human fortune, and the power of the human emperor could unleash its might to the fullest extent. The human emperor seal automatically shielded its master. At Chen Xuan's slightest thought, it abruptly expanded, enveloping everyone within its protection and deflecting the onslaught of the rule's power. Before the southern heavenly gate in the sky, the golden whip held by the ethereal figure of a divine being lashed out once more. You have violated the heavenly laws and show no remorse. You shall be executed. Now shielded by the human emperor's seal, the force of the heavenly Tao's rules was blocked, and their minds returned. The expressions on everyone's faces changed completely. Individual strength proved utterly powerless against the overwhelming pressure emanating from the southern heavenly gate above. Even the mobilization of spiritual energy within their bodies grew sluggish. All Xianmen disciples, heed my command, formed the array. Every member immediately formed the strongest formation they specialized in. When individual strength proved insufficient, they pooled their collective power. Combining the Mao Mountain Soldier Talismans, the Dragon Tiger Thunder Talismans, and the Lao Mountain Sea Formation, all members of the Xianmen Alliance were tightly bound together, forming a single cohesive entity.
But it was still insufficient. Chen Xuan positioned the remaining 8 cauldrons of the 9 provinces cauldron as the erase core, with each member serving as a cornerstone for its operation. The formation solidified completely.
He retrieved the human emperor's seal directly. He could not protect every individual's safety unless he remained stationary. Yet they were trapped within the secret realm, with only a day at most before the passage collapsed. By then, everyone would be completely sealed within this secret realm. He surmised it was likely the revival of the roots of the Peach of Immortality Grove that had triggered the Heavenly Court's rule-bound power, long pre-arranged within this secret realm. The ethereal image in the sky was the very core of that rule force. Merely defending without attacking would eventually drain the human emperor's power within him.
Every member of the Xianmen present was an elite of the human race. The loss of even one would be a loss for all humanity. Using an array to bind them all together, they could collectively resist the power of the Heavenly Tao's rules. This method proved remarkably effective. The force of the Heavenly Tao's rules could no longer affect their minds. Every pair of eyes grew intensely strained. Of course, the golden light attacks imbued with the power of the rules struck the formation, causing golden ripples to appear. They were forcibly withstood by the entire group.
Chen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief.
Wielding the Xuanyuan Sword, he channeled the power of the human emperor. The sword's edge was razor-sharp.
As the force of the rules descended once more, its dazzling blade tore through space, shattering the force of the rules outright.
Witnessing this, the crowd's eyes blazed with unprecedented astonishment. Though the sky's phantom was merely a projection of the southern heavenly gate, they had indeed withstood the attack of the Tao's rules. The fear of the unknown vanished completely in that instant. It turned out the power of the heavenly Tao's rules was not invincible.
Chen Xian's brow furrowed deeply.
Only he knew the situation was far from optimistic.
The attacks from the sky's southern heavenly gate projection would come relentlessly.
And their own defenses were far from impenetrable. Indeed, after withstanding this strike, some individuals, due to their own low strength, caused the entire formation to falter momentarily. If successive attacks were to strike and break the formation, it would endanger everyone. He once again summoned the human emperor seal, suspending it above the group's heads.
Prepare yourselves, we're evacuating the secret realm immediately. The power of the Heavenly Tao's rules within this secret realm will absorb all its energy. We can only barely resist now. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. When the power of the Heavenly Tao's rules drains every ounce of energy from this secret realm, that will be the moment it collapses. Then we may all be swept into spatial turbulence. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Chen Xuan carefully dug up the spiritual root sapling, along with the 9 heavens breath soil and the spiritual liquid poured into it, storing them all within his sleeve's spatial pouch. He then led the group swiftly back toward their point of origin. The retreat proceeded in perfect order. Their formation showed no sign of panic. The human emperor's seal hovered overhead, resisting the force of the rules descending from the sky. Passing by the peach garden, they gazed upon the now barren expanse, scarred only by the craters left behind from the battle. This place would soon become a thing of the past. Beyond the peach garden lay the heavenly ladder. Having exerted every ounce of strength on the ascent, only Chen Xuan had managed to traverse the heavenly ladder, a test of his utmost limits. It was precisely because of him that everyone had been able to enter the peach garden. Yet upon departure, the heavenly ladder held only 99 steps. Beyond the ladder lay the weak water river. Now everyone understood. No wonder the secret realm contained the weak water. It was the heavenly courts doing all along. Not only did they seek to annihilate the Western Queen Mother's clan, but they also preserved this secret realm to lure their descendants to their deaths. Chapter 183, Misfortune Strikes Twice. Chen Xuan glanced back at the heavenly ladder, his heart sinking. Perhaps after this journey, the Yaoqi secret realm would never be seen again. He would never allow anyone else to enter the Yaoqi secret realm again. It was nothing but a trap. They had now reached the weak water zone. The head of the Laoshan sect retrieved the dragon submarine from his treasure pouch. As he activated the spell, the submarine rapidly expanded, and the group filed in one after another. Chen Xuan, wielding the divine needle of the sea, struck directly into one of the soul-devouring whirlpools. Standing beside him, the junior disciple of the Laoshan sect leader controlled the submarine's direction, swiftly following the path set by the divine needle in Chen Xuan's hand. Above their heads, the celestial quartz rule energies continued to descend relentlessly. The Laoshan sect leader also needed to activate the submarine's defenses, as the occasional golden light formed by scattered divine laws could disrupt its operations. Meanwhile, the others worked in concert to rapidly channel their spiritual energy into the sect leader's dantian. The Yinglong submarine cut through the waves at full speed. Though the weak water appeared narrow, even within the dragon submarine, traversing it took about half an hour. They encountered numerous soul-devouring whirlpools along the way. Each time, the divine sea anchoring needle had to be driven into the water in advance. Otherwise, the soul-devouring whirlpools might drag the submarine into their vortexes. Among those present, only Chen Xuan could clearly discern the locations of these soul-devouring whirlpools. Just as he delivered another precise strike with the divine needle of the sea, his mind suddenly wavered. Even he experienced a momentary daze and confusion. At this critical juncture, that brief lapse could prove fatal. The divine anchor struck slightly left of the course, causing the Yinglong submarine to plunge headlong into the soul-devouring dark vortex. The soul-devouring dark vortex's immense suction force pulled them in like a colossal underwater whirlpool. The disciple of the Laoshan sect seated to Chen Xuan's left was the sect leader's junior brother and a crucial deputy pilot of the Yinglong submarine. He bore the brunt of the impact. As the crucial navigator responsible for steering the Yinglong's course, he was swept directly into the depths of the soul-devouring vortex. Ah! A terrified cry erupted from his mouth, but before he could utter a single word, his body was torn apart by the soul-devouring dark vortex. The boundless soul-devouring force threatened to swallow his very spirit whole. It was precisely his scream that snapped Chen Xuan's dazed mind back into focus. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted violently, followed by a surge of rage. The curse had erupted uncontrollably at this critical moment. He had always suppressed it with righteous energy, never once using it since entering the secret realm, fearing the curse would stab him in the back at the most critical moment. Yet avoidance proved impossible. Rage surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A frenzied power erupted from his body, the might of the human emperor surging skyward. In that fleeting instant, he distinctly sensed a faint call of bloodline power emanating from the direction of Mount Tai. That call seemed to tear at his very soul. This was the cause of his distraction. At the sight of the Mount Tai function ritual, a bloodline force tugged at his soul. He could not fathom what it was, and his own bloodline had yet to manifest clearly. A name flashed through his mind. Chen Xuan. Rage surged within him like an erupting volcano. In that moment, he had no time for other thoughts. Within him, the pages of the Book of Life and Death, human volumes, seemed to form soul-grabbing chains. They directly enveloped the true spirit of the Laoshan sect leader's junior disciple, then forcibly dragged it back. In his fury, the power of the human emperor erupted completely, causing even the projection of the southern heavenly gate in the sky to tremble violently. The secret realm began to slowly collapse. The projection of the southern heavenly gate, struck by the might of the human emperor, now required vast amounts of the secret realm's energy to sustain itself. As if provoked by Chen Xuan's fury, the projection atop the southern heavenly gate grew increasingly distinct. In its grasp was none other than the divine slaying whip. Now it lashed out toward Chen Xuan once more. The divine whip seemed to transcend time and space, descending directly upon Chen Xuan's head. Witnessing this, the crowd's pupils suddenly contracted, gasps erupting from their mouths. The fury in Chen Xuan's eyes burned unrelenting as the fortune of the human race coalesced upon the human emperor seal, colliding violently with the divine slaying whip. The divine slaying whip was flung backward. The crowd watched with surprise and delight, but soon their expressions shifted as if they had realized something. All eyes turned toward the depths of the secret realm. There, space had begun to collapse. The collapsing space formed a void, sucking everything within the secret realm into its depths. Hearts pounded wildly in every chest. Now, they had truly embarked on their escape. A moment's delay could mean being swept directly into the spatial turbulence. Full speed ahead with the Yinglong submarine. Leave the rest to me. Chen Xuan's voice burned with fury. The Laoshan sect leader, too consumed by urgency to dwell on the pain, poured every ounce of his power into the spiritual energy input of the dragon submarine. The speed surged once more. Chen Xuan held the human emperor seal in one hand and the divine needle of the sea in the other. The divine sea stabilizing needle in his hand sliced through wind and waves like a blade. As the power of the human emperor erupted within him, the divine sea stabilizing needle continuously grew, eventually stretching to more than twice the length of the Yinglong submarine itself. Wherever the divine sea stabilizing needle passed, the soul-devouring dark whirlpools ceased their rotation, only slowly resuming once the dragon submarine had safely passed through. After about half an hour, they finally emerged from the weak water zone. All fell silent as they swiftly exited the submarine, their gazes fixated on Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan glanced back at the accelerating spatial collapse. Move. Escape at maximum speed. Once we reach the secret realm's entrance, depart immediately without delay. I'll cover the rear. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Celestial Master hurried forward. Your Imperial Majesty, allow me to bring up the rear instead. Others chimed in as well. Chen Xuan was their human emperor. If anything happened to him, their very existence would lose meaning. Your strength is insufficient. Go now. Chen Xuan's gaze grew increasingly resolute. The human emperor's seal hovered above his head, safeguarding everyone's safety. His power was rapidly depleting. The others dared not hesitate any longer. This was no time for squabbling over who went first. Every second counted in their desperate flight. They passed through that spatial passageway. Chen Xuan retrieved the Jiuzhou Ding. The spatial wind blades within the passage intensified abruptly. The collapsing space reached the passage's edge, and in an instant, the entire passage's space collapsed and caved in.
The projection of the southern heavenly gate above now floated uncertainly, shrouded in illusion. Chen Xuan gazed at the divine smiting whip, his eyes flickering with hesitation for a moment. Yet, in the end, he did not reach out to seize it. He knew that within this secret realm, the mythical relic of the divine smiting whip must surely lie hidden. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable power. There was no time left for him to search. If his strength hadn't been compromised, he might have barely weathered the turbulent collapse of space. But now, he couldn't endure it. Chapter 184, Ancient Spiritual Medicine. Chen Xuan was the last to leave the Yaoqi secret realm. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the entrance to the entire secret realm began to tremble. The spatial fluctuations intensified, and the entrance space resembled a mirrored glass surface. Dense cracks appeared, then shattered completely. It resembled a miniature black hole appearing upon the primordial earth. An instant suction force erupted, nearly pulling everyone present into the void. Only by using the human emperor seal to block the front did Chen Xuan manage to neutralize the suction force. The barriers of primordial space were incredibly resilient, far surpassing those of any secret realm. Even a Deluo golden immortal attacking at full strength might not shatter its barriers, whereas within secret realm spaces, mortal power alone could crack them. Everyone present couldn't help but cheer. Chen Xian's safe departure meant their expedition had suffered only one casualty, the junior disciple of the Laozhan sect's master. And it was my mistake that led to your junior brother's demise. Chen Xuan stepped forward and released the soul protected within the Book of Life and Death. He could now clearly sense that the soul of the Laozhan sect leader's junior disciple was damaged, leaving only a sliver of a soul behind. With the continuous revival of spiritual energy across the primordial continent, safeguarding this remnant soul would surely allow it to recover in the future. The Laozhan sect leader's eyes filled with anguish as he shook his head gently. Your Majesty, we were prepared for this when we entered the secret realm. This isn't your fault. You never wished for our harm. Had you not led the way before us, nor covered our rear at the final moment to shield every one of us, our losses would have been far greater. Even half of us escaping would have been a luxury. The others nodded instinctively. The head of the Laozhan sect was right. Chen Xuan took several deep breaths. Everyone, once the peach trees are successfully cultivated, the first harvest belongs to those present here. The Laozhan sect will receive 10 peaches. He now possessed absolute confidence. He had already deciphered the life factor, albeit in a simplified form. But with the breakthrough in understanding the problem, the remaining challenges could be entrusted to true experts, leaving specialized tasks to those with expertise. He could only steer the broad direction. The group's gains from this expedition were modest, with the spiritual spring being their greatest discovery. Yet they had witnessed the human emperor's resolve and understood the arduous path to the human race's revival. Even within a minor secret realm, the rules of the heavenly court held sway. Were the divine slaying whip to strike one, it would likely obliterate both body and soul on the spot. Now, only one thought occupied their minds: to train with all their might. When the true tide of destiny arrived, they would at least possess the right to fight with all their might. To lack even that right would be the true tragedy. After a brief discussion, the group swiftly departed. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. He had already guessed who was behind the sabotage. He must eliminate this individual. Otherwise, should another curse strike during the next critical moment, it might claim lives. His fury demanded a price be paid. As Chen Xuan exited the Yaoqi secret realm, Suyu, within the nutrient chamber at the Qinling base, slowly opened her eyes. The crack on her forehead had gradually closed. Her beautiful eyes held a trace of profound, ancient, and world-weary charm, as if they were gazing upon an ancient deity. A flutter stirred within Chen Xuan's heart, and his gaze immediately shifted toward the Qinling direction. Now, he only needed to handle the remaining matters before preparing to lift the curse. Even if it proved impossible, he would drag the mastermind behind it into the light and make them pay a terrible price. In the blink of an eye, his figure flickered as he executed the lightning step combined with the earth-shrinking technique, returning to the Qinling base. The instant his gaze met Suyu's, his heart gave a violent jolt. You? He found himself at a loss for words, for a premonition had already taken root in his heart. Suyu nodded softly, hesitating slightly before leaning into Chen Xuan's embrace, her arms tightening around his waist. His voice trembled slightly. I've awakened some memories. I now know my true lineage. Chen Xuan sensed a subtle detachment in Suyu's demeanor. He didn't even know how to proceed with the next steps. Originally, he had intended for Suyu to continue assisting him in his training, but given the current situation, it seemed unlikely. He lifted his arms to draw Suyu into an embrace. After a long moment, he slowly released his arms. Suyu lifted her head, the deep affection in her eyes unchanged. Her delicate fingers traced Chen Xuan's cheek, and suddenly, a smile appeared. I can witness the peach cultivation mission. You will always be the only one in my heart, forever unchanged. No matter how many memories fill my mind, I will always be your woman. Chen Xuan exhaled softly in relief, knowing Suyu's soul still held the dominant position. A smile spread across his face as he pulled Suyu close once more, his voice trembling softly.
I almost thought you weren't you anymore.
Suyu shook her head.
I'm still the same. I will never change.
The awakening of memories within my bloodline has only brought a slight, uncertain shift to my personality. But no matter what, nothing in my heart can ever be shaken by any memories. She clung back to Chen Xuan with such force it seemed to declare her resolve. Chen Xuan immediately exchanged the inheritance jade slip with Suyu. He then brought him directly to the core of the Qinling genetic base.
Using every last spirit stone he possessed, he cast the giant spirit array here.
In the core area, he even employed mythical relics to establish the two extremes in four symbols formation.
From this day forward, this place shall be renamed the Yaoqi Garden. I entrust it all to you.
Suyu's eyes remained filled with deep affection as she smiled faintly.
Aren't you afraid I'm deceiving you? After all, the person I am now.
Before Suyu could finish her sentence, Chen Xuan pressed his lips firmly against hers, parting only after a long moment. I believe you, because deep affection cannot be feigned. Tears slowly traced Suyu's cheeks.
Thank you.
A subtle distance seemed to have grown between them, yet in this moment, it dissolved as if it had never existed. Once everything here was arranged. Chen Xuan finally summoned all the scientists from the elite base. He had already deciphered the preliminary form of the life factor. What followed required the concerted effort of everyone present. He handed the genetic blueprint and technology directly to Suyu. After leading the research team through preliminary experiments, it was confirmed that their technology was indeed sufficient to cultivate numerous ancient spiritual herbs. Upon receiving this validation, everyone cheered, and preparations began for the large-scale cultivation of ancient spiritual herbs. Chapter 185: Expanding the Territory. Within just a few days, the breakthrough in gene map technology accelerated the cultivation of all medicinal seedlings. The peach tree roots were placed at the very core of the spiritual energy. Among the ancient spiritual herbs, the seven-star grass and jade marrow mushroom were two of the most common and frequently used varieties. Their inherent medicinal properties alone could accelerate cultivation progress. When refined into pills, their effects were even more potent. With the preliminary analysis of the longevity factor, the growth rate of these spiritual herbs could be accelerated. By locating remnants of ancient spiritual herbs, modern techniques could be employed to cultivate them anew. This was especially feasible now that primordial creatures were gradually reviving, prompting the entire flower planting clan to disperse. Countless spiritual herbs have been discovered around Mount Buzhou, alongside numerous seeds of spiritual herbs left behind by various sects. All of these were now being contributed. Within the Qinling genetic cultivation base, the first spiritual herb was successfully cultivated. Within a mere 3 days, the practical applications of spiritual herbs manifested in reality. After the first pill was refined, the Grand Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain personally consumed it. Chen Xuan had already attained the immortal realm. Taking such pills would have no effect on him, they wouldn't even meet the basic requirements for testing results. Thus, the Grand Celestial Master was invited to partake. The Grand Celestial Master had reached the nascent soul stage, and this pill held efficacy even for practitioners at that level. After ingesting it, all eyes were fixed intently on the Grand Celestial Master as he sat cross-legged in meditation. After over 20 minutes, the Grand Celestial Master abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. This elixir's potency is overwhelming. I recommend it only for those who have reached the golden core stage or higher. The 7-star grass's medicinal power is far too overbearing. However, the jade marrow lingji could be used to refine a milder elixir. Pills refined with the 7-star grass as the primary ingredient can be used to break through cultivation realms. Pills refined with jade marrow lingji as the primary ingredient can be used to enhance one's cultivation base. Chen Xuan received the answer he sought, and a smile spread across his face as his gaze shifted to Suyu beside him. The two shared a knowing smile, words unnecessary to convey their understanding. He then murmured softly, "We're currently cultivating elixirs using 9 heavens fertile soil and spirit spring water, which can accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. The purpose is also to test how these elixirs made from spiritual herbs actually perform. Now that the results are in, we need everyone to work together. The ancient spiritual herbs cultivated on a large scale can now be supplied to all cultivators. Cultivators from major sects may also seek positions within the Demon Suppression Bureau. Those who entered the Yaoqi secret realm with me will receive priority supply, followed by the Demon Suppression Bureau." No one raised objections to this arrangement. After all, those who had followed Chen Xuan into the Yaoqi secret realm had done so for the sake of the human race, even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. They had entered the Yaoqi secret realm facing a perilous journey where 9 out of 10 would perish, yet they followed without hesitation. They deserved greater cultivation opportunities. After setting this precedent, Chen Xuan immediately disseminated the news. Many overseas factions received the news with utter disbelief. The flower planting family had grown immensely powerful, nearing a level that left others in awe. Many overseas factions considered themselves formidable, yet compared to the flower planting family, the gap was as vast as a chasm. The largest overseas power was the Illuminati, yet even at its peak, it could only match the Dragon and Tiger Mountain faction of the flower planting family. If all the cultivators of the flower planting family were combined, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Precisely because of this, they have remained remarkably quiet lately, refraining from causing trouble. Chen Xuan didn't believe they'd simply retreat obediently into the shadows. The Blasphemy Alliance was a thorn in his side. Had it not been for the curse they had placed upon him through their alliance with the Dark Sorcerers, the junior disciple of the Laoshan sect's leader would not have fallen. This debt of blood must be repaid. Right now, he was deliberately setting a trap for them. Revealing the technique they used to cultivate ancient spiritual herbs wasn't about showcasing the core technology itself, but about presenting the results. Envy might follow, but he cared little for that. His sole concern was whether they would voluntarily step forward. The Desecration Alliance must die. Moreover, by releasing this information, he aimed to unite the strength of the flower planting clan. The more united the flower clan became, the stronger his imperial fortune grew, and the more potent the imperial power within him became. Many overseas cultivators had already begun protesting. Why could the Zhenghua clan develop such formidable ammunition, while the overseas practitioners could obtain nothing? As for ordinary people, they held no voice whatsoever. The overseas realms could no longer be accurately termed overseas factions. After the primordial chaos, its vastness spanned countless billions of miles. Even a great immortal might require thousands of years to traverse its entirety. After enduring the fifth solar era and the realignment of the primordial chaos, the primordial chaos world now seemed to encompass the entire cosmos. How vast is the cosmos? Modern technology cannot fully explore it. Yet one fact is universally acknowledged. The areas inhabited by humanity encompass less than 1,000th of the entire primordial continent. The rest remains entirely unexplored territory. Yet these lands teem with primordial creatures. Before them, humans appear utterly fragile. To these beings, humanity is nothing but sustenance. The flower planting family, relying on the human emperor Chen Xuan, had occupied 1,000,000 li of Mount Buzhou. But with the maturation of ancient spirit herb cultivation techniques, their territory expanded once more. The previous territory of the flower planting family spanned nearly 10 million square kilometers. Concentrating all people within that area was an unavoidable necessity. After all, primordial creatures were excessively ferocious. Yet as the cultivators of the flower planting family grew increasingly powerful, coupled with the successful cultivation of ancient spiritual herbs, a rapid path to advancement was now available to them. Accordingly, their territory could continue to expand. Yet the territory the human race occupied on Blue Star was but a drop in the bucket compared to the entire primordial continent. Overseas exploration could only proceed outward, encountering countless dangers. They set their sights on the flower family. Since the flower family showed no interest in occupying those territories, they intended to seize them outright. But just as they prepared to act, Chen Xuan issued a direct order. The flowering family would return to their ancestral homeland. This was no mere million square kilometers, but tens of millions of square kilometers. After Blue Star's territorial expansion, these lands had always belonged to the flower family. Many areas had even been voluntarily relinquished. For in those regions, Chen Xuan sensed immense threats, undoubtedly primordial creatures dwelling there. Chapter 186, Resonance. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's command, Dragon Tiger Mountain responded first. The Grand Celestial Master directly decided to relocate Longhu Mountain, leading the new generation of Celestial Masters and all the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain to the borderlands of the Flower family. There, they established a new Taoist temple. Moreover, with the old Celestial Master personally vouching for him. Supported by the elixirs provided by Chen Xuan, he had broken through to the Immortal Ascension realm within a mere 10 days. Among all of humanity, aside from Chen Xuan, the human emperor, his power was now the strongest. Now stationed at the frontier. For those who dared to stir trouble, he acted on impulse. His whims meant that if someone displeased him, he would strike with full force. The old Celestial Master possessed a fiery temper. The new Celestial Master, Zhang Qingwei, spent most days trying to dissuade this venerable elder from fighting, warning that another clash would directly provoke the Illuminati. The old Celestial Master stood at the pinnacle of Eastern power, directly opposing the Illuminati. The Tianshi Palace of Dragon and Tiger Mountain represented the most formidable force within the Xianmen tradition. Next in power is the Maoshan sect. They relocated to the western edge of the realm, where they faced the forces of the sacred mountains. Next, they used their most potent Maoshan sorcery to teach those people a profound lesson. Those who claimed to be the children of the gods ended up encountering the Maoshan sect's lost zombies. In the end, those very people came begging for help, and the Maoshan sect reluctantly intervened. They retrieved their own lost golden armored zombies. Of the so-called 12 apostles of the Divine Mountain, 9 perished. Upon returning, their bodies stiffened, and within 10 days, they transformed into silver armored zombies. They came begging for help once more. The Maoshan sect was more than happy to assist, using each encounter to reinforce to these overseas factions that they alone represented the true orthodoxy of the mystical arts. As for the third-ranked Laoshan sect, they relocated to the far north. Here, near lakes and seas, scattered forces existed tens of thousands of miles away. Though their influence was fragmented, they constantly meddled in affairs. This finally provoked the Laoshan sect's leader. He personally piloted the Dragon submarine, mobilizing the entire sect. Within a week, these scattered factions were unified. They collectively became known as the overseas branch of the Laoshan sect's affiliated forces. From then on, they worshipped only the human race. Anyone who professed faith in their so-called divine father would immediately receive a flying sword from the Laoshan sect. Yet the flying swords delivered were beyond their grasp. The primordial era knew no years. Yet the spiritual energy grew ever more potent. Cultivating spiritual herbs became ever easier. The entire realm of cultivation had undergone a complete transformation. What were once incurable diseases have now become the easiest medical challenges to overcome. Instead, various spiritual energy toxins and miasmas have emerged as new problems. Severe injuries could be treated by accessing the genetic blueprints of ancient spiritual herbs. With sufficient quantities of these herbs, even severed limbs could be regenerated. The gene base established a new division, the Alchemy Hall. Staffed primarily by medical scientists, the Alchemy Hall utilizes modern scientific instruments combined with traditional alchemy techniques to develop new alchemy equipment. No manual intervention is required, they only need to set the time and heat levels. This technology, far surpassing current standards, directly produces the required elixirs. The only resource consumed is spirit stones. Following the of the primordial continent, spirit stone veins emerged in vast quantities, becoming fiercely contested territories. Overseas, fierce battles erupted over these veins, leaving bloodshed in their wake. Within Zhonghua, however, the Demon Suppression Bureau assumed full responsibility. Upon receiving intelligence, the Demon Suppression Bureau immediately investigates to confirm the vein scale before handing it over to designated companies for extraction and production. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The foundational resources for the nation's cultivation efforts began to be steadily secured. Genius cultivators from all corners of the cultivation academies emerged, and the people of Zhonghua flourished, brimming with vitality and ambition. The world overseas has truly descended into utter chaos. In comparison, every member of the flower family felt profound gratitude in their hearts, no regrets for being born into the flower family this lifetime, and a vow to be reborn as one in the next. The transformation of the ancient elixir spanned a full 6 months. During that period, Suyu spent most of her time with Chen Xuan, as if returning to their former selves. Yet the memories she had awakened provided immense assistance in researching the ancient elixir compendium. Chen Xuan hadn't been idle either. The human emperor's seal he'd obtained in the Yaoqi's secret realm had sustained damage, tainted with traces of the Tao's essence. On the surface, it seemed inconsequential. Yet at critical moments, it could prove fatal. It was like the curse that had been tightly suppressed within him all along. Now, not yet completely purged, that curse could strike like a dagger to the heart at the most crucial moment. The disciple of the Laoshan sect's leader had perished precisely because the curse within him had erupted at a critical moment. Beyond that, the information gathered revealed the truth about the Western Queen Mother's clan. The truth about the Western Queen Mother's clan had been uncovered. The greatest threat now facing them was the Celestial Court. The peach tree cultivation project had been ongoing in secret, and absolutely no further leaks could be tolerated. Currently, the area surrounding the peach tree is planted with various ancient spiritual herbs. The air is thick with their potent fragrance. Furthermore, the 9 provinces tripod had been deployed to create a barrier. Chen Xuan felt this still wasn't secure enough. He employed a concealment formation, disguising the peach tree as a single spiritual herb. Once the mother tree of the peach of immortality was successfully cultivated, the next step would be to conduct experiments on propagating cuttings. If successful, recreating the legendary peach garden of old would be well within reach. Everything proceeded in perfect order. The entire world seemed to be thriving and advancing, and even Chen Xuan could clearly sense the rising fortune of the human race. Then, today, the head of the Laoshan sect sent him a message directly, reporting the discovery of what appeared to be an ancient ruin beneath the sea. They had not rashly explored it. Instead, they sought Chen Xuan's decision. The depths of the ocean held countless mysteries, and now, with the primordial chaos returning, countless beings had gathered there. The dangers were far greater than before, with many beings now surpassing the human race in power and cultivation. Since ancient times, the ocean has been the realm of the most diverse lifeforms, and many of these formidable beings originated from the depths. If primordial chaos reshaped the world and life awoke anew, the oceans would first revive those terrifying creatures, with the dragon clans emerging last. As these thoughts swirled within his mind, he suddenly sensed a faint tremor emanating from the divine needle of the sea nurtured within his dantian. The vibration caused his brows to furrow. It clearly resonated with something distant. Could it be the newly discovered ancient ruins over at the Laoshan sect? He wasn't certain. But he resolved to investigate personally. The Laoshan sect was situated in the northern seas. If one were to judge by the old orientation of Blue Star, it would clearly be in the eastern seas. But the landscape had undergone significant changes.
Directions were utterly chaotic. This was no longer a planet, it was truly a world where heaven was round and earth was square. This was the primordial chaos. The resonance of the divine sea anchoring needle within him grew ever more pronounced. Chapter 187, The Sunken Treasure Ship. Chen Xuan distinctly felt the tremors of the divine sea anchoring needle within him, pointing toward the distant northern seas. Meanwhile, the Lao Mountains sect had relocated to the distant northern seas. Upon their arrival at that location, news reached him. A base station had been established there to ensure uninterrupted communication with the human territory at Mount Buzhou. Upon completing the spiritual energy monitoring base station, the Laozhan sect made a major discovery. Moreover, this discovery held immense benefits for them. It was said to be the location of a legendary treasure ship. After that, no further news came through. Chen Xuan's mind began to speculate, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. At this point, he harbored no further hesitation, entrusting all matters to the Science Park and the Qinling Gene Bank researchers. The two parties collaborated. The substantial investment of researchers yielded remarkably impressive returns. The development of ancient elixirs grew increasingly proficient. Especially with the earlier diagrams of ancient elixirs, once one method was mastered, all others followed. After the genetic sequence of the Peach of Immortality was deciphered, the sequences of other ancient elixirs were also successively unraveled. Beyond this, they were also researching new medicines, most of which were designed to enhance cultivation, striving for the rise of the human race. Upon witnessing this progress, Chen Xuan's eyes softened with satisfaction. Yet, the curse within him weighed heavily. A dark cloud hung over his heart. But now clearly wasn't the time to address the curse. After all, investigating it would first require finding the sorcerer who cast it, and it likely involved the Mount Tai Fengshan ritual, a matter entangled with Chen Qinian. He merely delegated the matter before informing everyone that he had urgent business to attend to. Traveling at his speed, he soon reached the shores of the North Sea. Upon arrival, he still couldn't contact the head of the Laozhan sect. His brow furrowed slightly. There are only two possibilities now. Either the Laozhan sect has deployed all its elite forces, likely trapped within the formation set up during the treasure ship salvage operation. After all, the fact that the ship remained undiscovered until now strongly suggests it was concealed by a formation. Chen Xuan recalled the last conversation he had with the head of the Laozhan sect. For both public and private reasons, he could not stand idly by. After all, the sect leader's junior disciple had been left with only a fragment of his soul due to the curse he had unleashed. Moreover, throughout history, the Laozhan sect had been one of the three great mountains of Taoism. With all its elites deployed yet none returning in time, there must be a major problem. I hope it's not the other possibility. Chen Xuan harbored his own suspicions, for those individuals had truly shown him the meaning of sparing no effort. They had exhausted every means against him, the human emperor. The Desecration Alliance had pursued them into the underworld, sacrificing countless members of the Dark Church and at least 100 dark sorcerers. If they intended to gradually undermine the Flower family's influence, the best approach would be to strike directly when he least expected it. Those people were ruthless, even he had fallen for their schemes. And that was just the Desecration Alliance. The tremors within the divine needle of the sea grew increasingly pronounced. Yet as he approached the shores of the North Sea, the vibrations ceased. Within his dantian, it seemed to transform into a compass. It steadily guided his path forward. Chen Xuan stepped into the void, swiftly soaring toward the location indicated by the divine needle. Along the way, he kept a close watch on the sea surface along the North Sea coast. Yet here, he sensed no trace of the Laozhan sect's presence. Having journeyed together through the weak water, he was intimately familiar with the aura of their cultivation techniques. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He swiftly activated the lightning step, heedless of the spiritual energy draining from his body. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, he replenished it by gripping a spirit stone, followed by the consumption of the human emperor's power. The power of the human emperor made his speed even more swift and agile. And precisely because of this, his senses grew sharper. He could distinctly sense the emotions of the divine sea anchoring needle within him. Though it lacked a spirit, the fluctuations emanating from it conveyed the most direct emotions. When he arrived at a certain area, his expression grew extremely grave. The divine sea anchoring needle lay nurtured within his dantian. During his last journey to the weak water, the divine sea anchoring needle had actually suffered some corrosion. Relying on the power of the human emperor, it had only recovered to a preliminary extent after such a long period of cultivation. Yet now, the divine needle of the sea flew out of his dantian of its own accord, turning its head toward. Like a locator. Chen Xuan hesitated no longer. He stepped forward, plunging directly into the deep, dark sea. Numerous sea creatures swirled within the waters. Whether sensing Chen Xuan's presence or not, they swarmed toward him, intent on devouring him whole. Yet these demonic beasts couldn't even breach Chen Xuan's protective aura. Chen Xuan paid them no mind. As he descended deeper, he felt the pressure on his protective aura intensify, as if an external force was relentlessly squeezing him. Even the divine sea anchoring needle failed to fully alleviate this pressure. He knew this was the water pressure caused by the depths.
The Divine Sea anchoring needle possessed the power to stabilize feng shui in pinpoint locations, yet at this moment, it seemed to have lost that very function. This place is undoubtedly a hidden realm. The divine needle that stabilizes the sea could part the waters and pinpoint a location even within the weak water, yet it proved utterly useless against the depths of the ocean. We must have reached a hidden realm beneath the waves. Chen Xuan remained utterly serene within. He could distinctly feel his own power rapidly depleting, yet the replenishment from the snacks kept pace. His own spiritual energy was actually the weakest force within him, followed by the power of the human emperor, while the strongest was the fortune of the human race. These three forces coexisted harmoniously within his dantian, each operating independently. He primarily relied on spiritual energy in daily use, reserving the human emperor's power for critical moments. If even the human emperor's power couldn't extricate him from a predicament, then he would resort to the human race's fortune. The human race's fortune was akin to the power of the Tao's laws, yet the current state of the human path was still too weak for this power to truly manifest its might. Yet as the human race flourished, the human destiny within him grew ever stronger. He had now reached the seabed. The instant his feet touched the ground, a momentary dizziness swept over him. He snapped back to alertness. This was undoubtedly an array trap. Primordial power surged violently within him. It felt as though space itself was warping, and the scene before his eyes began to shift. Soon, an entirely different scene unfolded before him. He saw the elite of the Laoshan sect circling a sunken ship, constantly shifting positions as if something was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. The Laoshan sect leader's face was as pale as paper, suffering from severe internal injuries. Carrying him on his back was none other than the Laoshan sect's supreme elder. The elite disciples formed a water element formation around the two elders, shielding them from harm. Seeing their state, Chen Xuan confirmed his suspicions. There truly was no such thing as a free lunch. The treasure ship discovered by the Laoshan sect was most likely a trap. Chapter 188, Traces of Information. Chen Xuan did not act rashly. Instead, he stared intently at the Laoshan sect members ahead. He noticed they had been circling around the treasure ship the entire time. He slowly stepped forward, blocking their inevitable path. Yet to his surprise, they simply walked right around him, as if they existed in different dimensions. Yet he sensed nothing amiss. A suspicion had already taken root in his mind. Could this be an illusion? He reached out to touch the sunken treasure ship. Suddenly, the divine needle of the sea emitted an intense vibration, as if it were impatiently guiding him into the ship to retrieve the object it sought. He surmised that this must be an extremely important treasure, one that complemented the divine needle of the sea. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a powerful disturbance. Gripping the divine needle of the sea, the waters before him parted into two streams. He walked as if on dry land, the weight of seawater pressure lifted from his body. Yet the members of the Laoshan sect remained trapped as if in another dimension, their forms mirrored and fused with his own. He could even touch those figures, yet he found himself utterly unable to pull them out of the illusion. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing increasingly icy. Now, he had no reservations left. His expression grew colder still, and finally, he stepped directly onto the treasure ship. He had not misjudged the core of the problem. It lay within this treasure ship. If someone had deliberately set this trap, he wouldn't hesitate to uproot them completely and scatter their bones to dust. Anyone seeking to undermine the foundations of the Xian sect would have to ask for his permission first. When he reached the center of the treasure ship, he encountered no resistance whatsoever. He spotted over a dozen array formations scattered throughout the vessel. Yet as he walked onward, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. No mythical imagery remained within the vessel, yet its structure felt eerily familiar. This was a wooden ship, but how could ordinary timber endure centuries of decay beneath the sea? Even those with advanced cultivation arriving in this oceanic trench could feel the immense pressure. An ordinary person would be crushed into mincemeat instantly. His astonishment and doubt grew ever more pronounced. When he reached the inheritance command position, everything became clear in an instant. The divine needle of the sea within him trembled with increasing intensity, as if urgently urging him to seize that treasure. At the center of the ship's hold, a stone platform stood, upon which a pearl was enshrined. The pearl was about the size of a walnut. It emitted a faint, emerald green glow. Even without touching the pearl, information spontaneously surfaced in Chen Xuan's mind. The Dragon Palace's sea-stabilizing pearl. It might resonate with the divine needle of the sea. They share the same origin. Chen Xuan slowly approached. At this moment, he felt no sense of danger. Instead, he sensed the pearl of the sea calling to him. Perhaps it was precisely because he possessed the divine sea anchoring needle within him. He could distinctly sense the surrounding righteous energy swirling around the pearl of the sea. If his guess was correct, the very reason the Laoshan sect disciples had fallen into the formation trap stemmed from this very pearl of the sea. Why would the Dragon Palace's sea-calming pearl appear here? He stepped forward and grasped the Dinghai pearl. In that instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. These were the final words left behind by the last person who had once occupied this ship's hold. That person was Zheng He's deputy. Zheng He sailed to the western seas, making 7 voyages in total. The fleet comprised dozens of vessels of various sizes. And aboard this very ship lay the Dragon Palace's sea calming pearl, discovered in the distant seas. They had hoped to bring this supreme treasure back to the imperial court. But unexpectedly, a storm arose without warning, sweeping them deep into the shores of the North Sea. They knew not the cause. But Chen Xuan had a rough guess in his heart. Perhaps it was because this place had once been the site where the divine needle of the sea was embedded. Shared origins naturally drew them together. According to historical records, the so-called Dragon Palace's sea anchoring pearl did not truly originate from the Dragon clan. Another ancient historical account exists. That was the legend of Zhao Gongming's 24 sea anchoring pearls. Though only one lay before him now, when Chen Xuan obtained this sea anchoring pearl, a certain fog seemed to form in his mind. Yet he dared not make a direct conclusion. Legend holds that there are 36 sea anchoring pearls in total. Collecting all 36 would allow them to fuse into the chaos pearl. Zhao Gongming obtained 24 of these divine sea pearls from the 4 treasures of the Supreme Sovereign of Heaven. Each pearl contained the power of an entire sea. The remaining 12 sea anchoring pearls fell into the hands of Randall, the deputy patriarch of the Xian sect. Chen Xiangong had studied the chronicles of the primordial chaos more than once, and he was thoroughly familiar with many of the events within. He couldn't be certain if this was indeed one of the legendary sea calming pearls. Yet the moment he picked it up, he sensed immense energy fluctuations, perhaps amplified by the influence of the sea anchoring needle. The human emperor's power within him shifted slightly. The pearl of the sea then behaved like a docile, gentle lamb, seamlessly merging into his Dantian sea of qi. Nourished by the human emperor's power, dragon energy gradually began to swirl around the Dinghai pearl. He did not know if the Dinghai pearl had always possessed this ability. The most urgent matter now was to aid the Laoshan sect. He stepped out of the treasure ship. He discovered the Laoshan sect's sect master, the supreme elder, and all the elite disciples. Every single one of them lay unconscious. They seemed utterly unaware as seawater crushed against them. Had their cultivation not reached the peak of foundation establishment, they would likely have been instantly crushed to death by the pressure. Chen Xuan cast the water-repelling technique, but it could only barely form a thin membrane in front of them. This merely provided sufficient resistance against the pressure. Finally, the human emperor's power within him coalesced into chains, binding them all together. Like arrows released from a bowstring, they shot toward the sea surface. Upon reaching the surface, Chen Xuan stood suspended in the void. His gaze swept across the scene. The head of the Laoshan sect suddenly began coughing violently, choking seawater from his mouth. For a supreme water attribute cultivator, coughing from being choked by water was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Before he could process anything else, he spotted Chen Xuan, his expression momentarily startled. As if a thought struck him, the Laoshan sect leader's expression turned awkward. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Had Your Majesty not arrived in time, our entire Laoshan sect would likely have been wiped out." Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "No need for formalities. I came here seeking a mythical relic myself, and I've already obtained it." His gaze sharpened as he continued, "But this mythical relic has left me with some information. This information is crucial and requires the use of the Laoshan sect's dragon submarine." Chapter 189, The Sea-Taming Dragon. The Laoshan sect leader froze momentarily upon hearing Chen Xuan's request to borrow the dragon submarine, his expression quickly shifting to one of awkwardness. "Your Imperial Majesty, the dragon submarine has malfunctioned." His face flushed slightly as he spoke. He had come here to seek treasure, only to damage the Jiuzhou submarine beyond easy repair. He had led all of Laoshan sect's elite forces, nearly trapping them permanently within the formation. Their inability to return meant the entire Laoshan sect risked severing its lineage. This incident taught him a lesson, making him acutely aware of the pervasive dangers lurking throughout the primordial chaos. Chen Xuan frowned. "The dragon submarine is damaged?" The Laoshan sect leader hastily retrieved the Jiuzhou submarine from his treasure pouch and explained the cause of the malfunction. He had used the submarine to forcibly break through the sealing formation here, which had caused damage to its front end. The root cause was his own overconfidence. "Your Majesty, the damaged sections can be repaired swiftly, but it requires cold soul water crystal. With modern technology, we could even make the Jiuzhou submarine more powerful than before. However, the amount of cold soul water crystal I've gathered is insufficient. We're still short by about 1/3. He had already mapped out the modifications for the Jiuzhou submarine. For a water attribute cultivator like him, it could even serve as his life-bound artifact. Chen Xuan, expecting some complicated task, flipped his wrist and retrieved the cold soul water crystal from his sleeve's spatial pocket, handing it to the Laoshan sect leader. "Is this enough now?" "More than enough, far more than needed." The Laoshan sect leader took only about a quarter of it. That was all that was needed for now. Chen Xuan offered him half again, his voice gentle. "Keeping the cold soul water crystal with me is for refining artifacts. It will serve a greater purpose in your hands. Take it. This is your reward." Had it been anything else, the head of the Laoshan sect would have refused outright. But the cold soul water crystal was a treasure for water attribute cultivators. Even if he didn't need that much himself, it could be used as a reward for the sect's elite disciples. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to accept it. He then bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty, for bestowing this treasure." Chen Xuan helped him rise, then used the 9 provinces cauldron to shield everyone, releasing the immense water pressure from their bodies. They exited the formation and returned to the Laoshan sect. According to previous calculations, the Dragon Palace's Pearl of the Sea possessed a faint pulling force. Moreover, the information it contained was crucial. He shared this information with no one, revealing only to the Laoshan sect's leader the location he needed to reach. It was highly likely a mythical ruin. Once they arrived, all mysteries would be unraveled. The Yinglong submarine only required the cold soul water crystal to be repaired, a task that would take no more than half a day. He could spare that half day. He had been sitting with eyes closed, deep in thought. In truth, he was constantly deducing using the river diagram and the Book of Changes, for this involved the eruption of dragon energy. Though fleeting, his perception was crystal clear. It was connected to the dragon soul of Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea. A force was even relentlessly encroaching. He would never act rashly again. He refused to repeat past mistakes. The Dragon Palace's sea stabilizing pearl was likely nothing more than bait. His journey to the underworld had been a lapse in caution, resulting in damage to Su Yu's divine soul and a regression in his own cultivation. Yet deeper forces were at play within this. The message lingering on the Dragon Palace's sea stabilizing pearl not only warned him that the ruins were being invaded by some mysterious force. This mythical ruin touched upon an ancient pact between the human emperor and the Dragon Palace. Though he still did not know the exact nature of this covenant within the mythical ruins, he must proceed personally. And he must prepare thoroughly. He dispatched the human emperor's edict to the Grand Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, instructing him to bring several cultivators proficient in both thunder and water attributes. He had crossed paths with the group from the Yaoqi secret realm star before and was well aware of their capabilities. Their presence would prove invaluable on this journey. He never acted alone. The power of the human emperor remained finite. Human strength had its limits, but the combined power of many could prove crucial. Beyond them, Chen Xuan also contacted Su Yu, as this journey to the South Sea might require her presence. After sending his message, before the Yinglong submarine was repaired, Su Yu arrived first. Their eyes met, and though they shared an unspoken understanding, a faint barrier still lingered between them. The emotional connection remained, yet this barrier felt like an unfamiliar distance. Chen Xuan understood it stemmed from Su Yu's awakened memories. In the past, Su Yu would have shared her awakened memories with him without hesitation. But now, Su Yu remained silent. He naturally wouldn't ask. When the time came, Su Yu would surely tell him. The Grand Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain arrived with several practitioners skilled in both thunder and water attributes. Meanwhile, the elite forces of the Laoshan sect had fully repaired the dragon submarine. Not merely repaired, it had been upgraded. With the addition of the cold soul water crystal, the Yinglong submarine now moved faster than before and could unleash over 10 times its previous underwater firepower. All preparations were complete. The group immediately set off. They first boarded an aircraft, though it could scarcely be called an aircraft anymore, more aptly described as a flying artifact. Their speed was extraordinary, fueled by spirit stones. Upon reaching the shores of the South Sea, they hovered above the South China Sea. The head of the Laoshan sect produced the dragon submarine. With a flick of his fingers, the submarine began to gradually enlarge. Its appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming more streamlined and resembling ancient flying artifacts. The group boarded one by one. Among them were 2 individuals who were not cultivators but researchers. They had come with Su Yu. Chen Xuan immediately informed Su Yu of the mission's purpose. The 2 scientists each specialized in distinct fields, yet were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among elites. The Yinglong submarine descended into the South China Sea. Like a dragon gliding through the deep sea, it cut through wind and waves. Holding the Dragon Clan's divine needle of the sea, Chen Xuan followed its guidance and sped toward the hidden realm. Your Majesty, the Yinglong submarine has undergone upgrades and integrated technology from the science park. We propose renaming it the Sea-Taming Dragon. What do you think of the name? He was also eager to show off a bit in front of the others. Though the head of the Laoshan sect was no spring chicken, he still had the personality of an old child. As he spoke, he shot a glance toward the Grand Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The 2 were contemporaries. However, the Laoshan sect leader had yet to find a suitable successor. The Grand Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, on the other hand, had long since passed the title of Grand Taoist master to his successor and no longer needed to handle the affairs of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 190, The Crystal Palace Ruins. Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. It's a fine name, but since it's your artifact, you needn't ask me what to call it. A hint of pride flickered in the head of the Laoshan sect's master's eyes, especially since he was addressing the venerable celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He turned and said, Your Majesty, it is only because of the treasure you bestowed that the sea-taming dragon has been reborn. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Taoist couldn't help but roll his eyes. The 2 were old friends.
He knew the old codger was just showing off. At that very moment, the sea-taming dragons suddenly shook violently. They were now hundreds of kilometers offshore, deep beneath the South China Sea.
There was clearly nothing ahead. Fish could even be seen swimming through the void, yet they felt as if they'd slammed headlong into an invisible energy barrier.
Every face changed instantly.
Having experienced the mysteries of the Yaoqi secret realm and witnessed the terror of the weak water, they now harbored a deep reverence for the boundless ocean. The head of the Laoshan sect paled, rushing forward to inspect the vessel. Only after confirming the Jinhai Qiulong showed no damage did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as he sensed the spiritual energy draining from the artifact at an alarming rate, he couldn't help but gasp in alarm.
We've already entered the target sea area.
The Jinhai Qiulong rammed into the barrier.
The environment seems to have been contaminated, though this doesn't feel like the Nine Netherworld's demonic energy. Yet it carries that same fierce, vicious aura. Everyone frowned. Chen Xuan extended his soul perception and quickly detected the issue.
Turn the Jinhai Qiulong around immediately.
Head right.
After his life force descended, his figure took a single stride forward, reappearing in the midst of the ocean.
Gripping the divine sea anchoring needle, he swung it with a thunderous strike.
A creature suddenly surged up from the Yuxing trench ahead, only to be smashed away by the divine needle. The sea on both sides seemed to instantly form a vacuum zone. The true form of the flung-back beast was revealed to Chen Xuan and the others. A spirit-devouring sea beast. But soon, something felt off. Though the spirit-devouring sea beast was notoriously violent, it wouldn't attack them without provocation. Especially not charging out from the depths of the trench. The sight of its blood-red, blackened pupils sparked a sudden realization in his mind.
At that very moment,
the soul-devouring sea beast struggled free from the ocean floor's rocks, opening its gaping maw and roaring toward Chen Xuan. Yet what erupted from its roar was not sound, but a tornado-like water column imbued with the power of cosmic laws. A soul-devouring sea beast tainted by the Nine Netherworld's aura, no wonder it attacks all living things. And the hidden source must lie within this bottomless, dark sea trench. What a pity for you, spirit beast. Since you've been tainted by the Nine Netherworld Qi, there's no need for you to survive any longer. His voice barely faded as he grasped the divine needle of the sea. Using the divine sea anchoring needle as a sharp spearhead, he directly braced against the tornado-like water column. Though the whirlpool contained the power of cosmic laws, the divine needle of the sea was inherently counter to water attribute laws, possessing the power to control wind and water. Moreover, he had also retrieved the Dragon Palace's sea-stabilizing pearl. In the instant he passed through, the divine needle pierced like the sharpest divine blade, striking the spirit-devouring sea beast's vital point.
The massive head exploded.
Blood mingled with the sea, staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. At that very moment, from the depths of the ocean trench, several black tentacles suddenly extended, absorbing all the crimson blood before swiftly retracting.
How dare you!
Chen Xuan let out a cold snarl, his fingers snapping into action. The nine heavens' divine thunder struck down. The massive tentacles were instantly reduced to dust beneath the divine thunder. Water conducts electricity, but this nine heavens' divine thunder was channeled by Chen Xuan himself. Moreover, this entire area had been sealed off from the sea by his Dragon Palace sea-stabilizing pearl, ensuring no collateral damage. What he wielded was the power of the human emperor, an effective victory infused with the righteous spirit of humanity. It was not only the black tentacles that were struck down, but also the vast nine netherworld energies. Inside the sea-taming dragon vessel, the crew breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had feared another calamity, yet Chen Xuan had resolved it with effortless ease. Yet they all recognized the soul-devouring sea beast. Had they faced it alone, any one of them might have perished. But before Chen Xuan, it didn't even last a single move. As awe at Chen Xuan's power filled their hearts, Chen Xuan's gaze suddenly shifted toward the deep sea trench. When he took out the Dragon Palace sea anchoring pearl, it had already pointed the way. They must enter the trench ahead. He returned to the sea-taming dragon vessel and immediately channeled the righteous energy within his body to shield the entire vessel. Proceed directly into the trench ahead. You need not worry with me here, the nine netherworld Qi is as good as nullified. Even with his diminished cultivation, the nine netherworld Qi here was far less dense than in the underworld, making it easily repelled. Guided by the Dragon Palace's sea anchoring pearl, the Qiulong swiftly descended into the abyss. The trench stretched endlessly downward, the surrounding darkness so thick one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Yet all aboard were cultivators, unaffected by the pitch-black void. Yet they could sense the nine netherworld Qi growing increasingly dense outside. After over half an hour, they finally reached the ocean floor. The profound trench they traversed was essentially a straight descent downward. Whether due to primordial realignment or not, the trench's depth measured at least tens of thousands of meters. Without modifications, the Qiulong submarine or even the earlier Jiuzhou submersible would never have reached such depths. The external water pressure was terrifying beyond measure. An ordinary person would be crushed into dust instantly upon exposure, and even a cultivator at the golden core stage would bear immense pressure. Their current location was a vast undersea cave system. Here, they beheld the shattered ruins of the South Sea Crystal Palace. Even in its current state of decay, glimpses of its former splendor remained. The damaged ornate beams and painted rafters still carried traces of lingering spiritual energy. How extravagant! The South Sea Crystal Palace was carved from massive spirit stones. What a concentration of spiritual energy it must have held! Even the peach garden of the mystic pool might pale in comparison. The group was stunned. The head of the Laoshan sect stared in disbelief, but soon his brow furrowed. Under his control, the dragon vein could no longer advance. It felt as though they had collided with an invisible barrier, blocking their path. An array barrier. Based on the information from the Dragon Palace's Sea Calming Pearl, Chen Xuan had already known about this barrier's existence. This was precisely why he had summoned Suyu. His expression remained composed as he spoke. This barrier protects the ruins of the Crystal Palace. Something of great importance lies within. Those who destroyed the Crystal Palace never found it. But it holds immense importance for our human race. And to break the barrier, a special bloodline is required. Chapter 191, Puleo. Special bloodline? Everyone looked utterly bewildered, their gazes turning to Chen Xuan in unison. None among them possessed such bloodlines. Could it be those two researchers? Suyu had already guessed the outcome. Chen Xuan had hinted at it before, and her own memories held a similar impression. The Dragon Clan had been included when contracts were forged with the human race. The Dragon Clan likewise refused to be oppressed by the Heavenly Blade. When the primordial dragon emerged, it was the true ruler of the primordial chaos. Later, during the calamity of the ferocious beasts, the three clans Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin struggled for supremacy, all because of the shifting balance of the Tao. The outcome of the Taoist demon war stemmed from the Tao ancestors' pledge to merge with the heavenly Tao. Many secrets of the ancient era had long been buried in the endless sands of history. This was merely their conjecture. The true reason behind it all was something Suyu herself yearned to uncover. If she could unlock the Dragon Palace ruins now, perhaps she might finally find an answer. It requires my bloodline? Chen Xuan nodded, then whispered softly, both your bloodline and mine are required. Even now, I still don't know what lineage my bloodline truly comes from. He spoke the truth. To this day, he sensed his bloodline was different, yet it had never manifested any issues, not even a trace of inheritance. And yet, he had forged the human emperor's destiny. Now, the blood within his body had nearly turned golden. This golden hue contained potent human emperor power. A flicker of astonishment crossed Suyu's eyes, but she nodded in agreement. Then we shall join forces to break through the barrier together. As the words fell, Suyu extended her slender, jade-like fingers, a single drop of heartblood appearing at her fingertip. After awakening a portion of her memories, Suyu's power had skyrocketed like a rocket, making it effortless for her to force out a drop of heart's blood. Chen Xuan likewise dripped a drop of his own heart's blood. The moment the two drops merged, it was as if yin and yang converged. Even the surrounding seawater seemed frozen in time. Within the space, a dual-colored Taiji diagram appeared, but not in black and white. Instead, it was golden and blue. The two colors complemented each other, yet seemed eternally unable to merge, perpetually chasing one another. Chen Xuan sensed something was still missing. A sudden thought struck him. The aura of the human emperor erupted, and the river diagram and the Luo book, along with the divine needle of the sea, simultaneously appeared around him. The river diagram and the Luo book, capable of divining all things, were his lifebound treasures. The divine needle of the sea had once been the great emperor Yu's artifact for controlling the flood currents, imbued with the terrifying fortune of the human race. Yet in Chen Xuan's hand appeared the Xuanyuan Sword. The Xuanyuan Sword he had been holding all along was merely a replica, though none knew it. Forged through the power of the human emperor and the destiny of the human race, it possessed some of the Xuanyuan Sword's abilities. The essence suspended in the air slowly merged and then attached itself to the Xuanyuan Sword. The Xuanyuan Sword swung down, cleaving a crack directly through the barrier. Almost instantly, the divine sea anchoring needle thrust into the fissure, propping it open to prevent the formation from continuing its cycle and automatically repairing itself. Advance! Chen Xuan uttered only one word, and the old celestial master charged forward first. Close behind him followed the head of the Laoshan sect. Both men placed absolute trust in Chen Xuan. The elite warriors accompanying them harbored nothing but boundless reverence for the human emperor. Suyu clasped Chen Xuan's hand. After the two entered the barrier, Chen Xuan withdrew the divine needle of the sea, and the cracks in the formation vanished instantly. Yet the scene that greeted them now was worlds apart from what they had imagined. Outside, they had witnessed the shattered ruins of the Dragon Palace, only to discover upon entering that those scenes were nothing but an illusion, a deception born of the severe corruption by the Nine Netherworld demon Shi. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace lay a peculiar demon beast, resembling a dragon-lion hybrid. Sensing intruders, the dragon lion instantly opened its eyes, emanating a terrifying aura. Its gaze held no trace of intelligence, only savagery and brutality. Suyu murmured, the 9 offspring of the dragon each possess distinct forms. This creature is one of them, a dragon-lion hybrid. It is Puleo. But now, corrupted by the 9 netherworld's demonic energy, it has likely long since lost its reason. As his words fell, Pulao, sensing the threat, suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful sonic attack. Watch out! Suyu immediately stepped in front of the others. Though he carried no magical artifacts, he formed an extremely unique hand seal. As the hand seal formed, a pale blue light appeared before the crucial point. The light barrier resembled an arrowhead. The powerful sonic attack swept toward the group in a fan-shaped blast. Dragon Roar Soul Sealing. Puleo's most formidable attack. It could either calm one's soul or shatter it completely. Now in its most frenzied and ferocious state, Puleo aimed to strike them down with a single, decisive blow. The Grand Taoist Master and the Laosan sect Patriarch joined forces. They directly formed a dual attribute array of thunder and water, summoning the 9 heavens' divine thunder. This thunder would not dissipate in water, nor would it conduct electricity due to its presence. The azure heavenly thunder, radiating a water blue glow, struck Puleo squarely on the head. The heavy, thunderous strikes would have shattered the spirit and body of any other creature, obliterating it completely. But Puleo possessed thick, tough skin, especially its sturdy dragon scales, which could deflect 90% of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. There's no need to waste your spiritual energy any further. Your attacks won't have much effect on him. At most, it might just make him feel a tingling sensation. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, both the old celestial master and the head of the Laosan sect were momentarily stunned. A thought unavoidably surfaced in their minds: is Puleo this powerful? Could this be what true innate talent truly meant? While these thoughts swirled in their minds, Chen Xuan stepped forward, slowly extending his palm. His voice carried an almost seductive quality as he spoke. You've been imprisoned here for nearly 10,000 years, so you harbor immense resentment toward the entire dragon clan. If I'm not mistaken, you remained here precisely to await my arrival. As Chen Xuan spoke these words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If things unfolded as he suspected, the next steps would be straightforward. Moreover, he had sensed it clearly just now: Puleo had not been completely corrupted by the 9 netherworld demon chi. As one of the 9 sons of the dragon, certain truths were etched into his very bones. Though he yearned to leave, the oath he had sworn to the way of heaven bound him. That ancient vow bound him like a shackle, holding him fast to this place. In his seemingly endless existence, he seemed to have forgotten his past. Only one thought remained in his heart: to protect the dragon clan's ruins. A fleeting clarity flickered in his eyes. For Chen Xuan's words had stirred the deepest recesses of his memory. Chapter 192: The Dragon Soul's Lament. Chen Xuan observed everything unfolding. Drawing upon the book of life and death nurtured within his body, he channeled righteous energy to activate it. His hand descended directly upon Puleo's head. The 9 netherworld demonic energy within Puleo continued to assault the remnants of his dragon soul core. The scroll of life and death in Chen Xuan's hands held immense power for the human race. Yet for the dragon Puleo, its effects fell short of expectations. Let me try. Suyu stepped forward, her delicate jade-like finger touching Puleo's forehead. Pulao froze instantly, feeling as though his soul had undergone a complete transcendence. The 9 netherworld demon chi that had relentlessly eroded his dragon soul core seemed utterly expelled. It had been ages since he'd felt such profound relief. When Puleo opened his eyes again, his gaze was completely clear. Suyu, however, was pale. She had just forcibly unleashed a weakened version of the spirit-purifying divine light using her bloodline power. Had she possessed this ability during their journey to the netherworld, perhaps she wouldn't have needed Chen Xuan to weaken his own source energy. She could have escaped to heaven on her own. Back then, she had been nothing but a burden to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan hurriedly supported Suyu, his voice stern and tinged with reproach. If you wish to cast the spirit-purifying divine light, we could have performed it together. Why force it? Suyu shook her head. It was a stretch, but at least I could help you. You need to conserve your strength for the trouble ahead. I'm finally not that dead weight anymore. Chen Xuan felt a sharp pang in his heart at her words. He held the person in his arms tightly, not releasing her until a long moment had passed. Suyu pointed at Puleo, her voice soft. The purifying spirit light has now fully taken effect, weakening the demonic energy's hold on the dragon soul. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Xuan never wanted Suyu involved in this incident. The journey to the underworld had already sounded a warning bell for him. Yet according to the information transmitted by the Dragon Palace's sea anchoring pearl, only Suyu and his bloodline, evolving together, could possess the key to unlocking the barrier. At that very moment, a mournful dragon's roar echoed out. Puleo stepped forward, yet faint chains of the heavenly Tao began to manifest upon his body. Those chains gripped Puleo's dragon soul core with iron, as if imbued with the might of countless celestial laws. Even so, Puleo still sought to approach Chen Xuan. With every step forward, the chains of heavens will dug deeper into his divine soul. The agony inflicted upon his soul was infinitely more brutal than any physical pain. For any living being, damage to the divine soul was nearly impossible to repair. Much less when bound by the very rules of heaven's way. The dragon's wailing cry of agony seemed tinged with a hint of desperation. Chen Xuan hesitated not at all. He did not advance. The closer they drew, the tighter the bonds wrought by the heavenly Tao's rules would coil around him.
The wailing grew louder, echoing within everyone's minds.
The expressions of all present darkened, and some were already struggling to endure it. Blood trickled from their ears and noses.
Everyone, retreat.
As Chen Xuan's voice fell, he slowly took another step forward. The distance between them narrowed. At that moment, Chen Xuan's heart was violently shaken. Puleo could no longer approach him. The force of the heavenly Tao's rules had firmly locked him within the Dragon Palace ruins.
Chen Xuan understood the meaning in Puleo's eyes, better a sharp pain than a lingering one.
He no longer wished to endure this agonizing pressure, desiring only to hasten Chen Xuan's approach. The sorrowful dragon's cry seemed to grow ever clearer. Feeling Puleo's agony intensify, the Nine Netherworld demon she seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow, its corrosive influence growing ever more severe. In the next instant, Chen Xuan stood before Puleo. Puleo seemed to flash a human-like smile of relief, gently nudging Chen Xuan's arm with its head. Then, a massive flood of information surged directly into his mind. Within that flood of knowledge, he finally understood the true reason behind the Dragon Palace's destruction.
The dragon's roar seemed to pierce through endless seas.
The heavenly chains binding Puleo completely penetrated his soul, inflicting agony countless times more excruciating than 1,000 cuts. Chen Xuan had completely absorbed that stream of information. At that moment, he had no time for anything else and hurriedly retreated. His heart was filled with admiration. The reason Puleo had struggled to hold on until now was precisely because he was waiting for Chen Xuan's arrival. This array barrier required not only Suyu's heart's blood but also the fusion of Chen Xuan's human emperor's essence, for the contract established by the Dragon Palace long ago stipulated that all three parties must gather together. Before this, Puleo had not been as weakened as he was now, nor had the power of the heavenly Tao's rules completely restricted his freedom. But with Chen Xuan's appearance, Puleo knew his life was likely nearing its end. Thus, he held back no reservations. All members of the Dragon Clan along the shores of the South Sea still remember clearly the covenant made in the beginning.
Generation after generation, the South Sea Dragon Clan has guarded the passage between the human realm and the sea, never permitting sea beasts to enter the 9 provinces. We sought no trouble and avoided conflict whenever possible. Yet when the projection of the demon god Qiyu appeared, it drew the admiration of countless people. The Dragon Palace ruins were not their concern.
Chen Xuan possessed both the capability and the strength to do so, yet he could not act upon it, for doing so would easily draw the attention of the Tao of Heaven. Now that the boundless calamity has commenced, his identity serves as the ultimate protector of the Tao.
Moreover, during this era of calamity, even heaven-ordained sages cannot peer into the future.
Moreover, at this moment, spiritual energy was reviving, and the primordial continent was being reshaped. This could truly be called an opportunity to chart a greater future for the human race. Yet so far, he had only sensed the 9 netherworld's demonic energy, detecting no other forces. At that very moment, a stream of information flowed into his mind. And in that moment, he finally comprehended the sheer magnitude of the tragic sacrifice that had occurred back then. That single piece of news caused Chen Xuan's expression to grow even more solemn. He said nothing, instead clutching the Dinghai pearl in his hand as he processed the memories it transmitted. After several seconds, he abruptly opened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly.
So that's it. Now I finally understand why the Dragon Palace of the South Sea has fallen into such a state.
I can help you purge the 9 netherworld demon chi sealed within your body. As for that other aura, it feels rather obscure and difficult to grasp, but sooner or later, its secrets will be unraveled.
Chen Xuan would also share that information. However, within the transmitted memory fragments, he recognized familiar attire. Among those who had once visited this place were the Yin-Yang master Xiao Zhaobin and the South Sea sorcerer. As he pondered the scenes in his memories, his expression abruptly darkened. Chapter 193, Sealing Dragon Platform. Within those memory fragments, Chen Xuan witnessed the sorcerer's curse. Suddenly, he recalled his journey through hell. When he was confronting danger, the sorcerer had sacrificed his life, using the power of his existence to summon the forbidden curse of the demon god. He had always assumed that when he first encountered the sorcerer at the altar in the underworld, the sorcerer had unknowingly placed a curse on him using the altar's power. Now it seemed the curse was the result of those dark sorcerers sacrificing their lives. As if through transmitted memories, countless dark sorcerers offered their lives as sacrifices, burning their essence to summon the power of the demon god. Such curses were the most vicious and the most dangerous. Chen Xuan slowly closed his eyes, exhaling softly as he suppressed a flicker of worry within his heart. Puleo's voice trembled as he said, "You need not help me. My own primordial essence is already exhausted. After guarding the Dragon Palace of the South Sea for countless years, I am weary. Even if I were reborn, I could not leave this place. The heavenly covenant of old is my greatest bondage and constraint. I no longer wish to bear it. I shall use the last of my life essence as the key to unlock the passage to the Dragon Palace of the South Sea." As his words faded, the primordial essence of his dragon soul rapidly withdrew from his body, coalescing into a concentrated mass. The essence of his soul coalesced into a brilliant golden radiance.
Like a shooting star, the golden radiance instantly streaked through the shattered gate of the Dragon Palace of the South Sea. A layer of light suddenly manifested, rippling outward in waves. Then, the light screen slowly parted. It was as if a spatial barrier had been directly opened, like a portal. The sight within the gate left everyone speechless. Chen Xuan's heart trembled softly. Through Puleo's soul imprint, they had already learned that Dragon King Aoqin had sealed himself within the core of the ruins to protect the Dragon Clan's essence blood in the Dragon Clan Oath Monument. But witnessing it firsthand sent shockwaves through their souls like a raging tempest. At that moment, the Dragon Palace's sea calming pearl in Chen Xuan's hand emitted a brilliant glow, as if urging him to hurry. This spatial gateway was Puleo's final dragon soul power burning away, transforming into the key to the relic's core. But he must also bear responsibility for everyone present. His gaze swept over the followers who had accompanied him, his voice stern as he declared, "Entering this place may lead to the unknown. My journey to the underworld nearly cost me my life. Moreover, moments ago, through Puleo's soul imprint, I saw the Yinglong master of Littlefoot Basin and the Southern Sea Sorcerer. They likely already stole the relic's core." Puleo was corrupted by the Nine Nether World's demonic energy, leaving him mostly unconscious and easily deceived. "Inside, there are likely traps set for us. But here, the danger has passed. If any of you wish to enter together, I won't stop you. But stepping inside could mean life or death." He was also giving everyone a heads up beforehand, warning them that entering might mean relying entirely on themselves. He might not even be able to save himself. If they didn't go, he would miss crucial information. Yet stepping inside could mean plunging into an inescapable abyss. Faced with this dilemma, not a single soul backed down. Suyu stepped forward. He now distinctly sensed an intricate connection between himself and the core of the ruins. Moreover, through the portal, she could clearly see the sealing dragon platform at the core's center. That sealing dragon platform resonated intensely with her. To retreat now might mean her journey would end here forever. "I volunteer to enter first. Should any danger arise, you need not rescue me, leave immediately. Moreover, I advise those below the Golden Core realm not to enter. The Nine Netherworld demon chi permeating within will devour one's soul. Insufficient strength means eternal damnation." Suyu finished speaking and prepared to step inside. But before her foot could cross the threshold, Chen Xuan blocked her path. Chen Xuan smiled gently. "Let me go first." His words carried an air of finality, yet his heart held an undeniable warmth. Suyu followed closely behind. The others exchanged bewildered glances. As soon as Chen Xuan and Suyu stepped inside, their figures seemed to vanish completely within the space. Before anyone could follow, the door vanished without a trace. Everyone's faces paled in horror. Could this truly be a trap? The Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Taoist Master's expression grew grim. The head of the Laoshan sect gritted his teeth. "Even if it is a trap, we must uncover it. The human emperor cannot come to harm, or we shall be eternal villains. I should have been the first to enter. Perhaps then I could have verified this was a perilous realm. We can't always rely on the human emperor to shield us from danger. Now that we possess the means to protect ourselves, we must find him at all costs." After Chen Xuan stepped through the light gate, he experienced a momentary dizziness before the scene before him came into view. Viewing through the radiance, he felt little at first, only sensing the lingering echoes of past, tragic grandeur. Now he stood at this core location, the very heart of the ruins. Upon the vast platform lay the colossal, withered bones of Aoqin, the Dragon King of the South Sea. His dragon claws clutched a jade steel, while a dimly glowing jade orb was sealed within his chest. Chen Xuan felt the putrid aura of ancient decay wash over him. It didn't feel like mere dragon bones, but rather the formidable presence of a mighty dragon that had roamed the primordial chaos. The terrifying, ancient decay pressed down upon his heart, threatening to shatter his very soul. Suddenly, the power of the human emperor erupted within him. The fortune of the human race stirred in response, swirling around him. That aura vanished in an instant. Chen Xuan abruptly awoke, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. His current cultivation level could only be considered that of a human immortal. Yet, he was once the mightiest being in the Dragon Palace of the South Sea, the Dragon King Aoqin. Even with the decline of the Dragon Clan, he was still at least a tiny golden immortal. Merely the lingering dragon might and the tragic grandeur of his demise nearly shattered his soul outright. Fortunately, the power of the human emperor and the fortune of the human race protected him. Otherwise, his true spirit would have disintegrated on the spot. It seemed his own words had proven true. Entering this place meant facing certain death. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. He could not allow anyone else to enter. It would mean certain death. Yet when he turned back, he saw Suyu following behind him. A jade-colored mark now appeared on Suyu's forehead, indicating she was unharmed. Chen Xuan immediately channeled the power of the human emperor, drawing the remnant dragon soul of Puleo from the light gate into the Qiankuan within his sleeve. The light gate vanished in its wake. He carefully sensed Suyu's current state, as if she had entered a state of enlightenment, showing no signs of danger. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, before turning his attention to the scene before him. That massive jade steel must be the Dragon Clan's Oath Monument. But what was that round orb?
Why was it positioned at the heart of the Dragon King's skeleton? Chapter 194, Slaying Evil, Guarding the Covenant.
Chen Xuan refrained from rash action.
The situation remained unclear, and Suyu seemed immersed in enlightenment.
Recalling that this was the site where the Dragon Palace of the South Sea, the human Emperor Yu, and the Queen Mother of the West had signed their covenant, perhaps the bloodline within Suyu had sensed something. As the newly enthroned human emperor, he himself could harness the power of the human emperor to dispel that formidable pressure. Suyu's bloodline power lay deeply concealed, perhaps this was an opportunity to awaken it. Suddenly, Suyu opened her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly. Something's wrong.
What is it?
Chen Xuan asked, puzzled, as he sensed no immediate danger. Suyu pointed at the orb at the center of Dragon King Ao Qing's chest and whispered, "This is the true Dragon Palace's sea anchoring pearl." Dragon King Ao Qing fused his life-bound dragon pearl with it, sealing this place completely.
The other jade stele is the Dragon Clan's oath monument. Someone deliberately channeled demonic energy from the 9 netherworlds into the breach within the ancient ruins formation.
They're using this energy to steadily corrode the entire formation, then set up a soul-stealing array inside the ruins. Under the relentless erosion of demonic energy, the sealing formation continuously drained its own spiritual essence, causing the cracks in the marriage seal to widen. Then, through the soul-stealing formation, they sought to seize the very essence of the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Qing, fused his Dragon Pearl's essence with the Dragon Palace's sea anchoring pearl. Its power rivals that of 12 sea anchoring pearls combined, containing the primordial laws of the world. In the primordial chaos, there were once 36 sea anchoring pearls fused together. They form a world unto themselves. Some also say the 36 sea stabilizing pearls evolved from the 36 fragments of the shattered chaos pearl. The primordial chaos forbids the existence of chaos treasures. The chaos-forged azure lotus was once split into 3, and the Panguax was also divided into 3. All are chaos treasures.
The chaos pearl possesses the power to conceal the mysteries of heaven.
Throughout the primordial chaos, only rumors of it exist, yet no one has ever witnessed its true form. The 36 divine pearls of the sea are likely fragments of the chaos pearl. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart gave a sudden jolt. If this were true, as spiritual energy continually revived, all manner of primordial treasures would gradually emerge. To gather all 36 sea anchoring divine pearls, would that not allow one to synthesize the legendary chaos pearl? The Dragon Clan's sea anchoring divine pearl before him was likely one of them. Just then, Suyu suddenly remarked, with the Pulao dragon's soul vanished, the sealing formation of the South Sea Dragon Palace ruins has completely failed. As if to validate Suyu's words. As soon as his words fell, countless surges of dense 9 netherworld demonic energy rushed forth. Yet instead of charging toward the two of them, it directly clung to the massive dragon bone remains. The 9 netherworld demonic energy solidified into tangible form, twisting like venomous serpents as they coiled upward. Their target was the dim, dark orb. "Watch out!" Suyu cried out sharply. Possessing the bloodline of the Queen Mother of the West, she felt a surge of connection upon seeing the Dragon Clan Oath Monument, a thread of consciousness resonating with her heritage. Upon entering the core of the ruins, she had read portions of its inscriptions, uncovering many unknown truths. But before she could decipher the latter half, she sensed the entire sealing formation shifting. Without a moment to spare, she grabbed Chen Xuan and pulled him back. As they retreated, a bizarre vortex suddenly appeared above their previous position. The vortex pulsed with crimson and black hues. A faint sense of danger emanated from it, but the human race's fortune energy surged forth from my dantian, enveloping my entire body in protection. That sense of danger dissipated. Chen Xuan stared at the sinister vortex, his brow deeply furrowed. Even without the palpable danger, he felt a tinge of unease. Suyu drew her middle finger across her skin. A drop of blood, as translucent as jade marrow, fell from her fingertip. This was true essence blood. The moment that drop of essence blood appeared, the jade order of the immortal pool flew out from Suyu's sea of consciousness, hovering above her head. The jade elephant Chen Xuan had brought from the Yaoqi secret realm now flew out of Suyu's dantian Qihai acupoint, landing directly behind her. The essence blood, like jade marrow, ignited and burned. A terrifying power seemed to form an even more colossal vortex of spiritual energy, continuously pouring into the Yaoqi jade order. Meanwhile, her divine soul continuously communicated with the remnant guardian will of Dragon King Ao Qing, beginning to stabilize the core seal. At this moment, Suyu was unable to move. The meaning behind the glance they had shared moments ago instantly dawned on Chen Xuan. Stepping forward, he held the replica Xuanyuan Sword, imbued with the power of the human emperor. An intangible aura of the Tao emanated from his body. The power of the human Tao bolstered him, while the fortune of the human race guarded his divine soul. Though Chen Xuan did not understand why this situation had arisen. But now, facing the soul-stealing vortex, he radiated overwhelming battle intent. In that instant, he felt his soul tremble. Then, another scene appeared before his eyes. Within the soul-stealing vortex materialized a small-footed basin-shaped Grand Onmyoji. Though existing as a vengeful specter, it held a fragment of the Yasukani no Magatama. The Yasukani no Magatama was a mythical artifact from the Small Foot Basin's legends, one of the 3 most powerful divine treasures. Now it too had been shattered into fragments. Yet in the hands of that great Onmyoji's spectral form, it radiated an utterly terrifying aura. Gazing directly at the fragment of this mythical relic felt like it could sever one's vision and pierce the soul. Chen Xuan now finally understood why the human race's destiny had directly guarded his divine soul. As the human emperor, he could freely command the destiny of the human race. In truth, when fighting for the human race, the human emperor's destiny functioned like the will of humanity itself. Even if he couldn't establish a spiritual connection with it, it would protect him without hesitation. Yet the soul of that grand Onmyoji did not attack Chen Xuan. Instead, it directly used the fragment of the Yasukani no Magatama to target the Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Clan Covenant Steel. Chen Xuan understood his intent. He sought to sever the connection between the Dragon Orb and the Dragon Clan Covenant Steel. Once severed, the Dragon Orb would become ownerless, ceasing its autonomous attacks. This would allow him to effortlessly extract the primordial world energy it contained. At this moment, Suyu was immobilized, struggling against the increasingly potent Nine Netherworld demon Qi. She had to give it her all. Chen Xuan, however, sheathed his replica Xuanyuan Sword. A cold smile curved his lips. If the opponent possessed a physical form, it might pose some trouble, hidden within that soul-stealing vortex. But this creature was nothing but a vengeful specter. Then don't blame him for taking advantage. The demon-slaying sword, which had always resided within his dantian, now appeared in his hand. Previously imbued with the remnant soul of Zhongkue, the demon-slaying sword possessed the power to devour primordial essence. It dealt exponentially greater damage to entities in a soul state. Against vengeful spirits filled with resentment, the damage doubled once more. The instant the demon-slaying sword materialized, the Grand Onmyoji's vengeful spirit abruptly shifted its gaze. Chapter 195, The Truth Revealed. The Grand Onmyoji's vengeful spirit sensed extreme danger, halting its movements. Terror gradually clouded his eyes. For he saw the phantom of Zhongkue manifest upon the demon-slaying sword. Zhongkue was the nemesis of all evil spirits, possessing the way of devouring. His formidable primordial power now infused the demon-slaying sword. Before he could utter a word, Chen Xuan thrust the demon-slaying sword forward, channeling the righteous path of humanity into its blade. No! With just those 2 words uttered, the soul of the Grand Onmyoji was struck directly by the demon-slaying sword. That strike seemed to halt the very flow of time. The soul-stealing vortex shattered like a broken mirror. Crack! The Grand Onmyoji's soul cracked into countless shards, instantly drawn into the demon-slaying sword. Its purest spiritual energy was absorbed, and the soul-stealing vortex collapsed completely at that moment. Chen Xuan sheathed the demon-slaying sword and sat cross-legged before the Dragon King's skeletal remains. He began chanting the Ode of Righteousness. The Ode of Righteousness, composed by the ancient sages of humanity, contained immense righteous energy. Especially when recited by the human emperor himself. Boundless righteous energy gradually took shape. Behind Chen Xuan, blurry, ethereal figures began to appear one after another. They were all scholars from the mortal world. Their voices coalesced into one. As if countless voices were chanting the Ode to Righteousness. The Nine Netherworld's demonic energy was completely suppressed, then directly purified. The flaw in the formation that had allowed the demonic energy to surge forth connected to the depths beneath the Nine Netherworlds. The righteous energy shone like the blazing sun in the sky, directly illuminating the depths beneath the Nine Netherworlds. From within, a deafening roar seemed to erupt. Something seemed poised to burst forth, yet the ceaseless torrent of righteous energy poured into it, leaving only a final, unwilling roar. The spatial passage emitting the Nine Netherworld demonic energy shattered with a thunderous crash. At that moment, Chen Xuan halted his movements, his gaze shifting directly to Suyu. Suyu opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Chen Xuan's. Gone was the previous sense of detachment. Instead, her eyes grew increasingly tender, as if filled entirely with Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan could clearly sense the shift in emotion, his own gaze filled with confusion. Have you awakened more memories? Suyu nodded softly. With a flick of her delicate jade-like hand, the dragon pearl guarded by the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin fell directly into her palm before she handed it to Chen Xuan. This is not the South Sea Dragon Palace's divine pearl of the sea, but rather the Chaos Pearl, which possesses the power to obscure the heavens. As a primordial treasure, its existence was forbidden by the Tao of Heaven. It transformed into 36 sea stabilizing pearls when the human and earthly paths were suppressed to their limits. The human race severed the spiritual veins, severing their connection to heaven and earth. The Chaos Pearl then descended directly to the mortal realm, transforming into the South Sea Dragon Palace's sea stabilizing divine pearl. The Great Tao comprises 50 aspects, heaven manifests 49, leaving one hidden. That one is the Chaos Pearl. It is also humanity's last sliver of hope. Countless secrets lie within it. You may uncover them through the Chaos Pearl. By carefully sensing it, you can draw forth ample memories. And within you flows the bloodline of the true human emperor. Chen Xuan said nothing further, simply accepting the Dragon Pearl. When he plunged into it, it felt as though he had entered a boundless, vast world. This place was not a void of chaos, a truly new world had formed within it. Though its size could not compare to the primordial continent, it was at least about 1/10 as large. Moreover, the three Tao of heaven, earth, and man did not exist here. At that moment, countless memories surged into his mind. Those memories surged like a tidal wave. Now he finally understood the true origins of his bloodline. When the human race was born, it endured countless trials and tribulations to become the protagonists of heaven and earth. The heavenly way relentlessly suppressed the earthly way and the human way, making it nearly impossible for powerful lifeforms to emerge in the primordial chaos. This relentless suppression steadily weakened the very power of the primordial world. The Chaos Pearl had always drifted within the primordial chaos. If the way of heaven truly devoured the primordial sources of the way of earth and the way of man, it would surely find him directly. He too would be absorbed, allowing the way of heaven to achieve the great way. Yet the great Tao, in its ultimate fairness, preserved a sliver of hope for all living beings. The Chaos Orb, devoid of sentience, relied on instinct to find the human race. Fuxi, Shennong, and Xuanyuan, the three mightiest human emperors, guarded the Firecloud Cave. This was not because they were constrained by the sages; they could have defied the heavenly way entirely. After all, they were human emperors belonging to the human way. Yet because the human race abandoned its path and became fragmented, none attained sainthood. In truth, they had always been guarding the Chaos Pearl, concealing its aura. With heaven and earth severed, even the celestial beings could no longer easily intervene in human affairs. The myriad immortals had long since departed beyond the chaos. The primordial continent had utterly collapsed, and the 33 heavens now housed immortals lacking the power to enter the chaos. The moment the primordial energies revived, they were eager to return to the mortal realm. Yet humanity no longer held faith in these various deities. Deprived of the purest power of faith, they lacked sufficient strength to return to the mortal realm. Chen Xuan's every step had been gradually guided, and now the time was truly ripe. Clutching the Chaos Orb in his hand, he felt the sealed Tao power within it and began to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. The primordial essence of the earthly path's power was gradually absorbed by it, as if the 6 paths of reincarnation were reappearing in the mortal world. The earth's malevolent energies across the entire primordial land were gradually absorbed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, whose radiance shot skyward. Then came the fortune of the human race. Chen Xuan had achieved complete fusion. This was the path left for him by Lady Pingxin. Unable to revive her 11 brothers, Lady Pingxin had finally lost all hope. She had also divined the future path of the earthly realm, which might lead to its destruction. Sacrificing herself to become the wheel of rebirth, she was ultimately imprisoned within the netherworld. Day after day, night after night, she was consumed by guilt and remorse. If only she hadn't sacrificed herself to become the wheel of reincarnation, but instead joined her 11 brothers to form the great heavenly demon array, could the demonic tribes have defeated their witch clan? All of this was part of the heavenly Tao's scheme. The underground passage was born from Hetu's reincarnation. Hetu transformed into Lady Pingxin, who now controlled the entire passage. She stripped away all her primordial essence, sealing it within the Chaos Pearl that concealed the secrets of heaven, awaiting the day when Chen Xuan could fully integrate it. By merging the power of the earthly path and the human path, Chen Xuan's strength could surpass that of the heavenly path itself. Moreover, the two forces complement each other perfectly, rendering the heavenly Tao utterly unnecessary. In the present human realm, Chen Xuan could personally grant deification. Those who lived virtuously and accumulated great merit could, after death, enjoy the incense offerings of mortals and follow the path of refining their divine essence through incense. Yet this path carries a crucial drawback: one must serve the human race. Betrayal would mean annihilation of both soul and spirit. Through this mutual reinforcement, the human way will only flourish evermore. The way of earth governs the 6 realms of rebirth, judging the good and evil of one's life. After absorbing all this, Chen Xuan rose once more, his eyes like the boundless depths of Taoist principles. Heavenly path, you are the superfluous one. Our true contest has only just begun. Are you prepared? Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.